Are you really going to deliver food to buy exotic crystals? Do you really want to participate in the alien world assessment with me tomorrow? Teacher already said that those who have awakened talents below sea level don't have to go. You have a D-level talent. Do you really have to go and die? Are you just trying to use this opportunity to get close to me? I told you, there's no chance for us anymore. But it doesn't matter. Even if it's a regular level alien vortex teleportation point, it's full of monsters that can kill an ordinary person with just a flick of the finger. You've awakened a D-level talent, making you practically no different from an ordinary person. Since you're so determined to die, don't blame me for being rude. A beautiful girl put her hands on her hips and stared at Payson coldly, her eyes full of contempt and disdain. What are you looking at? You stinky delivery guy, you'll never be allowed in here. Butler Lu, kick him out. Tianjin Province, Fengyu City, suburbs. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and activating the God-level full-time sign-in system. God-level full-time sign-in system, get a unique hidden profession and SSS level talent every 30 days. Ding! Get the newbie gift pack. Is the host open? A strange sound echoed in Pei-sun's mind, instantly waking him up from his drowsy sleep. System, my golden finger has finally arrived? God will not abandon any time traveler. Pei-sun ignored his sleepiness and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. The system's voice kept echoing in his mind, making him immediately alert. 3 days ago, Pei-sun, the manager of a pet shop, was accidentally hit by a speeding delivery man who ran a red light while treating a customer's pet. He died on the spot. Unexpectedly, he traveled to this strange world. After carefully reading the textbook and integrating his past life memories, Payson finally understood the planet called Blue Star. 700 years ago, a vortex of alien spirits descended upon various parts of Blue Star. Countless terrifying creatures called alien spirits emerged from the vortex, wantonly destroying the human world. The status of humans on Blue Star was once precarious. After exploration, humans discovered that the alien spirit vortex was connected to a strange world that they had never set foot on. The environment, temperature, and resources. They were very similar to those of the blue planet, but they were all inhabited by terrifying creatures called alien spirits, and people called it the other world. The alien spirits are divided into 7 levels according to their strength: ordinary level, general level, lord level, monarch level, ruling level, disaster level, and destruction level. Faced with the crisis of genocide, humans began to awaken, and extraordinary powers known as professionals emerged. The strength levels of professionals are as follows: ordinary, elite, epic, brilliant, immortal, legendary, and mythical. It was not until the professional system was stabilized that humans regained their dominant position on the blue planet. For future development and a better understanding of the other world, humans built shelters around the vortex of alien spirits on blue planet and in the other world to allow for mutual transmission. On the first day of the time travel, a strange voice sounded in his mind and told him that as long as he delivered 100 orders within 3 days, he would be able to awaken the golden finger. The last order he delivered last night was actually delivered to his ex-girlfriend. Strictly speaking, it was the ex-girlfriend of the original owner of this body. After the talent awakened, Fang Shixian saw that Pei-sun had a D-level talent and broke up with him without mercy. What's even more amazing is that he somehow ended up living in a villa in the city center. Before awakening, the school assessment required 2 people to form a team, and Pei-sun and Fang Shixian naturally became partners. Under the rules, a team cannot be disbanded involuntarily after it is successfully formed. Thus, the scene where Pei-sun was severely ridiculed last night came into being. After pondering for a long time, Payson suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly picked up his phone to check the date, and his expression suddenly became serious. Because today is the day of the graduation examination organized by the school. The principal once said, talent does not represent future achievements. Only by perfectly combining talent with actual experience can one reach the limits of life. Therefore, the assessment content is quite direct: go to another world and complete the task. This assessment is the first hurdle on their road to becoming a professional and is crucial. They represented Fengyu No. 6 High School and 8 other high schools in Fengyu City in the competition, competing for only 10 spots in the secret training camp in Tianjin Province among nearly tens of thousands of contestants. That's right, there are only 10 spots. Once you successfully qualify to go to the secret training camp in Tianjin Province, you will be specially recruited by the 4 top colleges in Tianjin Province 3 months later. Then you don't have to worry about the future, because from the moment you step into the top college, not only will your family receive all-weather protection from the college and the government, but wealth and glory will be at your fingertips in the future. The importance of this assessment can be imagined. Open the newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening to a full-time worker. You now possess all professional abilities, and all professional proficiency levels are at the diamond level. Note, professional proficiency levels are divided into bronze, silver, gold, purple jade, emerald, golden glory, and diamond levels. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising all 5 attributes to their maximum innate values. Ding! Congratulations Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 career points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million blue star coins. Career points can be exchanged for items in this system's mall. A vast and mysterious power surged in Pei Sun's body, and all the cells seemed to be reborn, feeling extremely refreshed. The proficient skills of various professions flashed in his mind one by one. No matter whether it was combat professions such as warriors, assassins, and summoners, or life and strengthening professions such as cooks, blacksmiths, and enchanters, he felt a sudden enlightenment, as if he had completely mastered their abilities. This is the power of the Golden Finger. God-level full-time sign-in system. Every 30 days you will receive a unique hidden class and SSS level talent. Ding! This month's sign-in reward. The only hidden class, Necromancer, SSS level talent, Necromancer contract. After digesting the information from the system, Pei Sun's mouth curled up involuntarily, his eyes flashing with excitement that was difficult to conceal. No wonder the system allowed him to awaken all professions. It turned out that it wanted to transfer him to a hidden profession and top talent every 30 days. Name, Pei Sun. Occupation, Necromancer, the only hidden occupation, other occupations omitted. Proficiency, Colored Diamond. Talent, SSS level talent. Undead contract. The alien spirits summoned by the host exude the aura of death, completely obeying the host's will and not being affected by any negative effects. Alien spirits killed by the host can be summoned infinitely for their own use, with no upper limit on the summons. Level, LV.1, 0%. Strength, 20.0. Intelligence, 20.0. Spirit, 20.0. Constitution, 20.0. Agility, 20.0. Comprehensive ability value, 20.0. Skill, passive talent skill. SSS level Undead Refiner. Summons a spirit to fight for you every second. The summoned spirit is at the same level as the host, and its attributes are 1/10 of the host's. Currently summonable spirit types. Common level spirit, Wolf. Skill, passive talent skill. SSS level Eyes of Delusion. The host can share vision with all summoned creatures. Looking at his information panel, Pei Sun felt indescribably happy. The previous D-level talent seems to have been replaced, but that doesn't matter. What's more important is that all of his attributes have reached their innate maximum values, whereas before, these attributes were less than half of their current values. What shocked him even more was that this talent was truly extraordinary. As everyone knows, summoners are the profession most reluctant to awaken. Firstly, training summons requires enormous resources, and secondly, summoned spirits often possess their own wills. Even close ties can cause them to disobey commands. While the probability is extremely low, should such a situation occur on the battlefield, the summoner will be doomed. Pei Sun's talent perfectly avoided these two fatal flaws. Not only that, the two SSS level skills are also extremely powerful, summoning infinite spirits, 1 per second. Doesn't this mean that no matter what enemy you encounter, you can take it down in one wave? In just a few tens of seconds, dozens of first-level alien wolves emerged from Pei Sun's summoning space. His breathing gradually became rapid, and there was a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Only the top 10 can enter the Tianjin province secret training camp? Sorry, I only got first place. Pei Sun kicked open the door, with an excited look on his face, and walked straight to the assessment location. Tianjin province, Fengyu city, somewhere in the suburbs. A magnificent building stands out in a vast forest, and it seems to be able to accommodate 20,000 to 30,000 people without any pressure. 5 large characters were written on the top of the building. Desolate forest shelter. Military personnel are on high alert around the shelter, guarding it around the clock. The shelter was bustling with people. The noise was like a galloping horse, and all you could see were students in school uniforms and their leading teachers. Shirshin, are you sure that your bootlicker won't come? If he comes, the class teacher will hold you responsible for arbitrarily changing team members, which will be troublesome. A fair-faced young man in gorgeous clothes and a famous watch stood next to a young girl with outstanding appearance and asked with concern. I don't know. Fang Shirshin shook her head nonchalantly. If he comes, let him be torn to pieces by the alien spirits in the other world before coming back to me. It's even better if he doesn't come, so he doesn't bother me. That's true. Gongroi nodded, then gently placed a hand on Fang Shirshuan's shoulder, leaned closer, and said gently, don't worry, Shirshian, with your S-level talent, Healing Hands, and my S-level talent, Starlight Thunder, we will definitely make it into the top 10. As soon as Gongrui's hand rested on Fang Shirshuan's shoulder, Fang Shirshuan's expression changed slightly, and she trembled as if she had been electrocuted, but she still let him hold her hand. Yeah, I know. You are so much better than that loser. I feel much more at ease as your girlfriend. Fang Shirshian leaned her petite body towards Gongrui, her voice soft. Of course. Ha ha ha. About 30 minutes later, a familiar figure quietly came into Fang Shirshuan's sight. Her face suddenly darkened and there was a hint of disgust in her eyes. How dare you come here? Are you willing to risk your life just to team up with me? She asked coldly. Can't I come? Who said I'm here to team up with you? Pei Sun asked innocently. Listen carefully, once you enter this other world, I will watch you get torn into pieces by the alien spirits. I won't waste an ounce of my special powers to heal you, understand? Fang Shixian thought Pei Sun was being stubborn and was filled with disgust. Pei Sun smiled and stared at her silently. In his past life, this woman always looked gentle and peaceful. He didn't expect her to be so cruel. You've heard about Gong Rui's S-level talent, right? He can cripple you with lightning with just a flick of his finger. This is a level you'll never reach in your lifetime. As she spoke, Fang Shixian deliberately hugged Gong Rui's arm tightly. Gong Rui showed a smug look on his face and said in a loud voice, Shixian, why are you telling him this? Does he know what an S-level talent is? Ha ha ha, if he wants to die, let him go. I've tried to persuade him, but since he insists on teaming up with me and dying, there's nothing I can do. Fang Shixian raised her head slightly, her clear eyes looking as if Pei Sun owed her something. Pei Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and jokingly said, teaming up with an ungrateful person like you? I'm really afraid you'll stab me in the back one day. Don't worry, I've just talked to the teacher, and he agrees that we should split up into teams. As soon as the words fell, Fang Shixian, who was about to get angry, was stunned, and many classmates around her turned to look at her. Are you sure? Fang Shixian asked in surprise. Now it's as you wish. Pei Sun smiled and turned his gaze to Gong Rui. This guy is a well-known rich second generation in Fingyu No. 6 middle school. He saw at a glance that Pei Sun and Fang Shixian were hugging each other. No wonder Fang Shixian could live in a big villa. The two of them must have slept with each other many times. Boy, you've lost your mind because of emotional frustration, haven't you? Even though Shixian said that, you've been together for a year after all. She'll definitely take care of you in this other world. If you go to the teacher now to apply for a team, who will help you collect your body after entering the other world? Gong Rui also stared at Pei Sun with doubts. Gong Rui, don't test me. I told you that I have split up with this ungrateful guy. Use him if you like. Pei Sun responded nonchalantly and moodily. When Gong Rui heard the answer he wanted, the surprise on his face immediately turned into excitement. I think you're pretty brave. I was planning to cut off both of your arms in the other world, but seeing that you still have some sense, I'll just leave you with one. Ha 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 ha. Compared to Gong Rui's excitement, Fang Shixian's expression at the moment was complicated. She always felt that something was wrong, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. After hearing Gong Rui's words, Pei Sun's eyes immediately turned cold. His master in his previous life must have suffered countless injustices to allow these people to be so arrogant. They simply didn't treat him as a human being at all. But it doesn't matter. Once he enters the other world, he will make these two people live a life worse than death. More and more classmates gathered around, looking at him strangely and talking in low voices. Pei Sun actually took the initiative to separate from Fang Shixian? What happened? Did I hear correctly? Doesn't that guy like Fang Shixian very much? Why would he be willing to split up with her? What a fool. Now that everyone knows he's a D-level talent, who would dare to team up with him? I think he's crazy. He actually dared to speak to Fang Shixian and Gong Rui like that. I remember he used to be so servile and humble to Fang Shixian. Yeah, now that you mention it, why is he so tough today? Alright, leave him alone. Someone's going to die soon anyway. Just as everyone was discussing, Fingyu City Mayor Yao Jinchuan suddenly appeared in front of all the students. There are 10 minutes left before the assessment begins. All homeroom teachers will confirm student information for the final time. Only after confirmation can students enter the alternate world. The assessment will end in 24 hours. Remember to wear your supernatural bracelet and keep an eye on your level, points, and ranking. If you encounter a crisis, press the SOS button immediately. Also, once you enter the other world, be sure to carefully protect your power bracelet. If it's stolen, the points will belong to the robber. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Sun's head teacher gave him a perfunctory look and left. He originally thought that Pei Sun, the hopeless love-brain guy, came today because he wanted to spend some last-minute time with Fang Shixian, but he didn't expect that he actually requested a separate assessment. Although he didn't understand the reason, he didn't bother to delve into it. After all, Pei Sun was only a D-level talent, so he wouldn't be held responsible even if something went wrong. As the homeroom teachers finished their inspection, the students began to enter the other world through the vortex of strange spirits. Pei Sun was the first to step into the other world amidst everyone's incredulous gazes. In another world, around the Huangsan shelter, the scene before me was unfamiliar. Looking out, a vast expanse of desert forest came into view. The rolling sand dunes are like small hills, emitting a scorching heat under the scorching sun, and the golden sands gleam in the sunlight. The stubbornly surviving forest presents a different picture. Some trees have withered, but some are still green, strong and upright, with branches winding and stretching like dragons, rustling in the wind. Pei Sun immediately became alert, his eyes gleaming with caution. This was his first time stepping into another world, a place where he could die at any moment, so he had to remain extremely vigilant. Kacha, kacha. He turned his head and saw a half-meter-long khaki scorpion staring at him with cold eyes, its sharp claws clicking as if warning him. Ordinary level spirit, desert scorpion. Level, LV.2. Strength, 12.0. Intelligence, 5.0. Spirit, 11.0. Constitution, 10.0. Agility, 11.0. I'll try my trick on you first. Pei Sun's mind moved, and suddenly dozens of vicious wolves appeared before him. Ordinary undead, wolf, level, LV.1, strength 2.0, intelligence 0, spirit 2.0, constitution 2.0, agility 2.0. Pei Sun was slightly surprised when he saw the wolf's information panel. These wolves were actually undead. Was this the special feature of the unique profession? These vicious wolves were lifeless and lifeless. After receiving Pei Sun's order, they immediately rushed forward and tore the desert scorpion into pieces. Ding! Kill the LV.2 desert scorpion and gain 50 experience points. How ferocious! Pei Sun couldn't help but exclaim. Although they were only level 1 and had low attributes, their numbers were so large that a few wolves were even squeezed away by the crowded crowd and couldn't even get a single bite of meat. At the same time, a voice came from Pei Sun's mind. Includes a new alien race, which can be summoned, ordinary alien, desert scorpion. I can actually summon a desert scorpion? This is so cool. At this moment, dozens of vicious wolves in front suddenly roared a few times in a certain direction and then rushed forward like arrows. Two desert scorpions, larger than the one just now, suddenly jumped out of the sand, struggled for a few times, and were torn to pieces by the wolves. At the same time, Pei Sun's summoning space also sensed the movement. The two struggles actually killed two wolves in the summoning space. However, compared with the nearly 2,000 wolves in the summoning space, this loss was insignificant. After all, when Pei Sun rushed back home half an hour ago, nearly 2,000 wolves had already been generated in the summoning space. Now Pei Sun has included the desert scorpion race. With a thought, the summoning space immediately begins to generate a large number of desert scorpions. Ding! Kill the LV.3 desert scorpion and gain 100 experience points. Ding! Kill the level 3 desert scorpion. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV2. 5-dimensional attributes plus 2 points, free attribute points plus 4. How insidious. They actually ambushed such a cunning scorpion. Name, Pei Sun. Level, LV.2. Strength, 26.0. Intelligence, 22.0. Spirit, 22.0. Constitution, 22.0. Agility, 20.0. Comprehensive ability value, 22.8. After the upgrade, Pei Sun added all the freely allocated points to strength. What he needed was absolute power. After taking a look at the supernatural bracelet, I was surprised to find that I was only ranked 97th, while from 1st to 106th, everyone was level 2. According to the rules, killing alien spirits will earn points of the corresponding level. Although the top 106 people on the list are all level 2, the difference in points makes him lag behind in the ranking. Pei Sun currently had 7 points, while the first place had 8 points, which meant that he had killed one more level 1 alien spirit than Pei Sun. With just this 1 point, there was a difference of 96 places between the two of them. At the moment Pei Sun refreshed his ranking, the first place player's level had risen to level 3, while his ranking dropped to 159th. Pei Sun smiled bitterly and thought, this competition is too fierce. The geniuses from other schools are really leaderless. I have to speed up. Let's take a look at the map first. I'm in the desert forest now. Let's go find the boss spirit marked by the school. After all, the boss gives more points and will level up faster. The special bracelet projected a 3D map, and he found himself in an endless desert. In the center of the desert was a huge forest, and he was standing on the edge of the forest. There are many blood-red alien heads surrounding him on the map. These are the bosses marked by the school. Killing one will earn you at least 1,000 points. These bosses are all above level 10 and it is difficult to defeat them in a short time without special abilities. After looking carefully for a while, Pei Sun locked onto a nearby boss and also discovered a pattern. The closer to the center of the forest, the more and denser the marked bosses were. Never mind that for now. Level 13 boss Desert Scorpion King? Okay, that's it. Let's go take a look. After saying that, Pei Sun's eyes flashed with excitement. He put away the 3D map and walked towards the boss. All alien spirits. No, all undead spirits. Follow my orders. Go to the destination and kill the boss, the Desert Scorpion King. Tear apart any alien spirits you encounter along the way. The next second, nearly 2,000 vicious wolves immediately gathered around Pei Sun, almost filling the area of more than 1,000 square meters centered on him. The scene was bustling, loud, and spectacular. After roaring a few times, the wolves followed Pei Sun's will and rushed towards the Desert Scorpion King. In another world, in the center of the desert forest, in the Desert Forest Shelter. Also in this giant forest, a building identical to the one on Blue Planet stands tall, and is also closely guarded by heavily armed military personnel. Desolate Forest Shelter. Many bigwigs gathered together, including teachers and leaders from various schools, and even Fingyu City's deputy mayor Liao Yuza was present. Xiaohu, have the areas where the candidates are sent been divided according to the above requirements? Liao Yuza sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, holding a cigarette in one hand and a stack of documents in the other, flipping through them casually. Everything has been divided, Mayor Liao, replied the man called Xiaohu. Hey, didn't I tell you to call the deputy mayor when you're are outside. Have you arranged for the official professionals responsible for security? It's all arranged. We've sent 9 brilliant level professionals this time, so there won't be any mistakes. That's good. Liao Yu's sharp eyes scanned back and forth on the assessment list in his hand. Suddenly, he stopped at a name and frowned. Hey, Xiaowu, didn't I remind you that students who have awakened D-level talents are not allowed to take the exam this year? Why is there still one here? Hu Bin was stunned at first, then he stretched his head to take a look and said with sudden realization, this Pei Sun. His homeroom teacher said. He's been through a big storm recently and seems a little mentally unstable. He insists on taking the test and no amount of persuasion can stop him. Mental disorder? In recent years, something seems to have changed in the other world. The evolution of the spirits has greatly accelerated, their emotions have become more unstable, and the danger index has almost shown a straight upward trend. However, the students' assessments could not be cancelled, so they took a series of measures. For example, the previous 4 examination areas will be increased to 9, and candidates from the same school will be assigned to the same examination area as much as possible so that they can take care of each other during the examination. Secondly, in the past, only one brilliant level professional was sent to be responsible for the safety of the candidates, but this year 9 were sent directly. It is said that during the assessment last year, a riot of alien spirits suddenly broke out around the shelter of the assessment site. Although they were all low-level alien spirits, a brilliant level professional could not handle it, resulting in a large number of candidates being injured. In order to absolutely ensure the safety of this year's candidates, 9 brilliant level professionals were sent out at once. Liao Yuza put out the cigarette in his hand, stood up and walked to a huge screen. The screen displayed a 2-dimensional map of the desert forest, with the portraits of a total of 100 boss spirits marked on it. At the same time, there were some slowly moving small dots, which, when enlarged, showed the portraits of the candidates, representing their movement trajectories. Turn the screen to the guy named Pei Sun. The scene changed, and Pei Sun's portrait appeared on the screen. He was walking straight in a certain direction. Where is he going? Liao Yuza looked confused. I'm not sure, but based on his direction and speed, he will encounter boss number 86, the Desert Scorpion King, in 3 minutes. Hu Bin analyzed carefully. Isn't it marked on the map? Why is he still? Never mind. Liao Yuza said helplessly. It seems that he is indeed a little mentally ill, and he chose the boss with the most vicious methods. Who's in charge of his area? Duan Huanru, level 39, will soon be promoted to an immortal level professional. Oh, that guy. Tell him to keep an eye on this kid. Don't be so stupid as to not even know how to press the distress button. After all, it's a human life. I'm going to the bathroom. Don't switch the screen yet. Stay here and watch until I come back. Ding. Kill the LV.2 Desert Scorpion and gain 50 experience points. Ding. Killed LV.1 Coyote. Gain 10 experience points. Ding. Killed LV.4 Wild Bull. Gain 150 experience points. Ding. Kill. Ding. Kill. Ding. You have successfully upgraded to LV3. 5-dimensional attributes plus 2 points. Free attribute points plus 4. Ding. You have successfully upgraded to LV4. 5-dimensional attributes. Ding. You have successfully upgraded to LV.5. 5-dimensional attributes. Includes a new alien race, which can be summoned. Common blood alien Coyote. Includes a new alien race, which can be summoned. Ordinary bloodline alien spirit Wild Ox. In just 3 minutes, Pei Sun directly advanced from level 2 to level 5. But when he looked at his supernatural bracelet, he found that he was not even first, but ranked 3rd. First place, Gu Xinshon, Fingyu number 1 Middle School. Points, 44, level, LV6. Second place, Chaoruwashi, Fingyu number 2 Middle School. Points, 42, level, LV6. Third place, Pei Sun, Fingyu number 6 Middle School. Points, 38, level, LV5. Fourth place, the students from number 1 and number 2 middle schools are really strong. Pei Sun was slightly surprised, then muttered to himself, it doesn't matter, first place will be mine soon. After walking a few steps, Pei Sun stopped. A group of vicious wolves surrounded his feet. He glanced at the map on the supernatural bracelet again. Ahead is the mark where the Desert Scorpion King appears. The air is dry and the temperature remains the same. There is a desert under my feet, but there are obviously more dead trees here than on the road just now. A familiar and powerful voice sounded again, and Pei Sun immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. I saw a khaki scorpion, almost the size of a house, slowly moving its feet and crawling out of the deadwoods, with a cold light flashing in the corners of its scarlet eyes. King level spirit, Desert Scorpion King, level, LV.13, strength, 120.0, intelligence, 50.0, spirit, 114.0, constitution, 127.0, agility, 101.0. Oh my god. god, except for intelligence, all other attributes are over 100. When the evil wolves beside him saw the Desert Scorpion King, they immediately rushed forward ferociously without any hesitation. The Desert Scorpion King stood there in a daze, then reacted quickly, with cold rays flashing in the corners of his scarlet eyes. Puff, puff, puff. It raised its sharp tail spikes and continuously shot several homemade spikes at the rushing wolf. The wolves were immediately blown away and several groups were destroyed. But this was no stop at all. The remaining 1,000 or so wolves swarmed over it, hanging all over its body like pendants. The Desert Scorpion King let out a shrill cry and struggled frantically, shaking its limbs in an attempt to break free from the wolves. Although there was some success, there were too many vicious wolves. After he threw away dozens of them, dozens more would pounce on him like hungry tigers, biting him so hard that he was in excruciating pain. 100%, 92%, 79%, 50%, 23%, 6%. At first, the health bar of the Desert Scorpion King dropped slowly, but then the speed suddenly increased, and it was completely unable to withstand the bites of the wolves. With a loud bang, its body fell to the ground. Ding! Kill the LV.13 Desert Scorpion King and gain 2,000 experience. Ding! Obtained first level material, Desert Scorpion Armor *3. Ding! Obtained the second level material, Scorpion King Tail *1. Killed boss number 86, LV.13 Desert Scorpion King, and earned 1,300 points. Includes new alien races, which can be summoned, rare bloodline alien, Desert Scorpion King, one spawns every 10 seconds. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LVE8, 5-dimensional attributes plus 6 points, free allocation attributes plus 12 points. The bloodline levels of alien spirits are divided into ordinary, rare, epic, phantom saint, legendary, quasi-god, and divine. This Desert Scorpion King is obviously a spirit with a rare bloodline. Spirits with rare bloodlines usually have unique talents and skills, such as the Desert Scorpion King's Sandthorn Bomb. The higher the bloodline level, the longer it takes to generate, but it can be generated at the same time as ordinary bloodline spirits. Name, Pei Sun. Level, LV.8. Strength, 62.0. Intelligence, 34.0. Spirit, 34.0. Constitution, 34.0. Agility, 34.0. Comprehensive ability value, 39.6. Pei Sun opened the rankings again to check. First place, Pei Sun, Fingyu number 6 Middle School. Points, 1344. Level, LV.8. Second place, Gu Xinxion, Fingyu number 1 Middle School. Points, 49. Level, LV.6. Third place, Chao Ruwashi, Fingyu number 2 Middle School. Points, 48. Level, LV.6. Very good. For the next period of time, no one should be able to surpass me. So, what's next? Pei Sun raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Fang Shixian, it's time for us to meet. He immediately ordered the remaining 1,000 or so evil spirits to search for Fang Shixian. With the ability of shared vision, finding her was only a matter of time. Inside the Huangxin shelter, Liao Yuza had just come out of the bathroom and was stunned when he saw the screen. What's going on? Why did the Desert Scorpion King's portrait turn dark? I don't know. It suddenly went dark just now. It seems like the screen is broken. Hubin scratched his head. The screen is broken? Liao Yuza frowned. This screen hasn't malfunctioned in decades. How could it possibly be broken? Call Duan Huanru now and have him bring over the real-time footage. Desert Forest, the junction of desert and forest. With a roar, an orange lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck a wild bull. The bull was instantly charred by the electricity and fell to the ground twitching. Okay, let's go harvest, Shixian. Gong Rui panted slightly and said proudly. Fang Shixian joyfully took out a sharp dagger and stabbed it into the wild ox's heart. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from her body. I've reached level 5 too. Baby, you are so amazing. It's okay, mainly because your treatment is so powerful, Shixian. Gong Rui glanced at the bracelet rankings and whispered, I didn't expect that we would reach level 5 so quickly, yet we can only barely make it into the top 50. What's the first place? What level is the first place? Fang Shixian leaned over to take a look curiously. The first place is Pei Sun? Their expressions froze instantly. How is this possible? They both said in unison. There must be something wrong with the system. How could that loser be number 1? More than 1,000 points? He has already killed the boss? Gong Rui cursed angrily while panting. It should be the same name and surname. But it's also marked on the back that he's from our number 6 middle school. That's impossible. He only has a D-level talent. How could he possibly kill the boss? Or maybe there's something wrong with the system. As she spoke, Fang Shixuan's voice became lower and lower. The principal and teachers had both said that the system would never make mistakes. Are you talking about me? Suddenly, an incompatible voice sounded, startling Fang Shixian and Gong Rui. Then, a familiar figure slowly walked out from the dead trees not far away. Fang Shixian and Gong Rui were both stunned, their faces full of surprise and doubt. For some reason, Gong Rui, who was full of doubts just now, suddenly felt a surge of courage when he saw Pei Sun's face. He frowned and said, I didn't go looking for you, but you came to me first? You deceived my Shirshian for an entire year and wasted her precious youth. Do you know how much psychological trauma this has caused her? Pei Sun's face was so gloomy that it seemed like blood could drip out. He really didn't understand what Fang Shirshian said about him in front of Gong Rui. Over the past year, whenever he had a little pocket money, he would buy things for Fang Shirshian and take care of her in every way. But even so, for the entire year, he hadn't even touched Fang Shirshuan's hand. Even if he was teasing a dog, the owner would still give him some meat, right? But he had been with Fang Shirshian for a whole year, and Fang Shirshian had hardly ever given him a good look. But you're really lucky, kid. You haven't encountered any strange spirits in half an hour. Well, I'm going to break one of your arms first, so you'll remember this lesson. Gong Rui didn't make any connection between Pei Sun, who was at the top of the list, and Pei Sun in front of him, and immediately prepared to use his innate skills. Pei Sun had a blank expression on his face and said no more. With a thought, dozens of vicious wolves appeared out of thin air and swarmed towards the two of them. Fang Shirshian and Gong Rui were stunned. What is this? Before they could react, the wolves surrounded them. You like to fight? Today I'll let you fight to your heart's content. Pei Sun gave the order with a sneer, and the wolves pounced one by one. This is a ghost. No, this is not a ghost. How could a ghost die like this? What the hell is this thing? Fang Shirshuan's face changed drastically with fright. Seeing a vicious wolf rushing towards him, Gong Rui immediately released an orange lightning bolt, knocking the wolf to the ground. But just as he knocked one down, another one pounced on him. Gong Rui's face changed. The skill had a 10-second cooldown, so he couldn't use it continuously. He could only watch helplessly as the wolf pounced on him and bit him. He roared in pain. Treat me quickly, quickly. Ah! Fang Shirshian, who was already pale and dazed, was startled by the sudden shout and began to recover Gong Rui in a panic. Humph. Pei Sun raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Then I'll see how long you can hold on. Did you summon all these? Fang Shirshian asked in disbelief while busy with treatment. What does it have to do with you? Pei Sun crossed his arms and stared down at her condescendingly. How is this possible? Don't you only have D-level talent? How can you summon so many creatures? What are these? Fang Shirshian asked in horror. You'd better find a way to get out of this first. Pei Sun responded coldly. Another miserable scream was heard. Fang Shirshian turned around in horror and saw that Gong Rui had one of his arms torn off. Fang Shirshian, is this your so-called new boyfriend? Pei Sun sneered as he walked towards them. If the school had not strictly prohibited internal fighting, he would have wanted to bury the two of them here. Fang Shirshian was so shocked that she was speechless. She couldn't understand how Pei Sun, who was clearly a D-level talent, could command such a terrifying creature. How could you beat my boyfriend like that? This is a collaborative exam. How could you be so harsh on a student from the same school? You only realized now that this is a cooperation assessment? Pei Sun approached step by step, and the smile on his face looked like a devil in Fang Shirshuan's eyes. Didn't you just wish I'd die in another world? Didn't you say you wanted to see me torn apart by alien spirits? Fang Shirshian was speechless for a moment, her eyes full of fear, and she had no idea how to respond. Gong Rui's injuries were getting worse by the moment, with more and more wounds on his body. Having lost an arm, he almost stumbled and fell, roaring, "What the hell are you doing? Treat me now! My superpowers have been exhausted." Fang Shirshian completely collapsed and said in tears. Gong Rui completely lost his mind and roared at Shirshian, "You're so fucking useless." After cursing, he shook off a wolf that had pounced on him, turned his head sharply, stared at Pei Sun, and said through gritted teeth, "Pei Sun, just wait for me. I will never let you leave this other world alive." After saying that, Gong Rui glared at Fang Shirshian fiercely, took out a black crystal and squeezed it hard, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. Only the pale-faced Fang Shirshian was left standing there alone, completely in despair. Seeing this, Pei Sun raised a smug smile on his face and finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, he signaled the wolves to disperse and look for other prey. "I thought you would stab your boyfriend in the back first, but you got stabbed in the back first? As expected, we can be together." Fang Shirshuan's body trembled slightly, and she shook her head, lamenting, Actually, it's really nothing. There's nothing between him and me. We've only just met for a short time and he hasn't even touched me." For some reason, Fang Shirshian suddenly became emotional when she spoke of this. She stood up suddenly and shouted, "Pei Sun, everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can check it tonight. If you don't want to wait, now is fine. Why are you telling me this? Does it have anything to do with me?" Pei Sun realized that this guy had completely gone crazy. It was probably because Gong Rui abandoned her, and seeing how powerful he was, it dealt a heavy mental blow to her. Hearing Pei Sun's words, Fang Shirshuan's face froze instantly, then she forced a smile and said, "Pei Sun, I know you still like me. As long as you take me back, I'm willing to cooperate with whatever you want to do to me." "Anything?" "Yes, anything is fine, as long as I can do it. Even if I can't, I will work hard for you." "Is that so? Okay, then you stand here for 2 hours. As long as you're still alive after 2 hours, I'll take you back." The smile on Fang Shirshuan's face disappeared instantly. Let alone 2 hours, in a place like this, a strange spirit could jump out at any minute and take take her life easily. What's more, he was standing in such an exposed place. Her face was miserable. She knelt down on the ground, crying and begging, "Pei Sun, please, take me back. We've spent a year together. Can you just watch me die here? Oh, you can't bear it, right? Then I'll leave first, and the rest is up to you to figure out. If you can hold out here for 2 hours, I'll take you back." After saying that, Pei Sun turned and left without looking back. Not to mention 2 hours, she would be torn into pieces in just a few minutes. At the same time, Pei Sun gave orders, and over 2,000 wolves and various other spirits began frantically searching for prey. Right now, nothing was more important than raising his own level. Elsewhere in the desert forest, a young man in a black tights was rushing non-stop to the territory of Boss 86, the Desert Scorpion King, muttering, "Didn't you tell me to keep an eye on that D-rank talent kid? Why are you suddenly asking me to keep an eye on that boss? This is so inexplicable." About 3 minutes later, Duan Huanru arrived at the place where Pei Sun had fought with the Desert Scorpion King. He stopped and was stunned by the scene in front of him. There were messy dead trees and broken branches all around, and the sand on the ground was dyed dark brown. Duan Huanru frowned and scanned the area, but couldn't find any trace of the Desert Scorpion King. Within a few breaths, a bold idea flashed through his mind, but he immediately shook his head in denial. It had only just begun. How could someone instantly defeat a spirit over 10 levels high? He walked to the bloodstained sand, rubbed it gently with his hands, then put his nose close to it and sniffed it, and his face suddenly changed. This is the blood of the Desert Scorpion King. Could it be? If that's true, then where did this guy's body go? Was it taken away by the killer's special ability? Duan Huanru didn't dare to think too much, so he stood up and looked around, trying to find any clues. Just then, the communication device rang, and he had to answer it. "Huanru, have we arrived at the place? What's the situation on the scene?" Liao Yu's voice came from the other end. "I'm here, at the scene. You'd better see it with your own eyes." As he spoke, Duan Huanru projected the scene before him in real time. There was silence on the other end of the line for a long time, and finally a voice came, "Is the boss really gone? Where's the body? And what's with that dark brown sand?" Duan Huanru explained with a wry smile, "The boss is most likely gone. The dark brown sand is stained by the still dry blood of the Desert Scorpion King. As for the body, I don't know where it went." Liao Yuza remained silent. Hu Bin, standing next to him, suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He pointed at a certain part of the screen and asked, "What's that black thing? Why does it look half dead? What is it doing there?" Hearing this, Liao Yuza looked in the direction he was pointing, was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Isn't that just a strange spirit? What's so surprising? Your focus is quite unique. Is it a ghost? Okay, but I feel like something is amiss." Listening to the conversation between the two, Duan Huanru was stunned. He had been on high alert since setting out until now, sensing any spirit within 100 meters. Yet, throughout his journey, until the 2 minutes he had stopped, he hadn't noticed a single spirit. The deputy mayor and others actually saw it on the projection screen? "Yes, Huanru, the alien spirit about 80 meters in front of you at 7 o'clock seems to be a wolf-shaped alien spirit. Didn't you feel it?" Liao Yuza asked doubtfully. "No." Duan Huanru was a little confused. He looked in that direction and saw a wolf-shaped alien spirit biting something. What is going on? There are actually strange spirits here that can avoid your mental detection? Liao Yuza frowned. "I'll go over and take a look." Duan Huanru fixed the communication equipment firmly on his shoulder and walked carefully towards the direction of the strange spirit. If this alien spirit can really avoid his mental detection, then he must be more vigilant. When Duan Huanru walked to a distance of about 5 meters from the wolf suddenly turned around and roared at him, staring at him fiercely, with its sharp fangs revealing a cold luster. "Is it a vicious wolf? Huanru, be careful. This kind of alien spirit has a strong desire to attack," Liao Yuza urgently reminded. But before he could finish his words, Duan Huanru had already quickly adopted a defensive posture. He knew that the desire to attack of this kind of spirits was so strong that they would attack immediately upon seeing humans. However, after being on guard for nearly half a minute, the wolf did not make any offensive moves, but just stared at him with a chilling look. Duan Huanru couldn't help but feel doubtful. What he didn't know was that Pei Sun had already ordered these undead creatures to only attack alien spirits, and they would not fight back unless humans attacked first. At this time, Hu Bin's excited voice came from the other end of the communication device again. "Isn't that the leg of the Desert Scorpion King in his mouth? Oh my god, there are 2 more of the same evil wolves in that direction." Hu Bin's words became more and more excited, which made Duan Huanru feel that the situation was not good. The Desert Scorpion King's legs? Could this creature have killed the Desert Scorpion King? How is it possible? Duan Huanru looked up in the direction Hu Bin pointed, and sure enough, he saw a wolf exactly like this one. An extremely ominous premonition suddenly came to my mind. He took a few cautious steps forward, and suddenly a dozen vicious wolves appeared in his field of vision. He felt a sense of oppression and was completely unwell. There were so many strange spirits lurking nearby, and he was completely unaware? Could it be a riot of alien spirits? On the other end of the communication equipment, Liao Yuza and Hu Bin had
had already seen the whole scene, and they exclaimed in unison,
"Ein Duan Huanru! Ein Duan Huanru! There's a riot of alien spirits happening in the southwest region that I'm responsible for. Come and support me immediately. I'm responsible for."
Before he finished speaking, Duan Huanru quickly switched the call channel and connected to the communication channels of the other 8 regional managers.
"What? Got it. Coming right over. Deputy Mayor Liao, I'm hanging up now. Huanru, don't worry about those strange spirits for now. Go find the suffering candidates quickly.
You must rescue them first,
Liao Yuza ordered anxiously.
On the other side, although Liao Yuza knew about it, he could only pace anxiously. After all, the rules clearly stipulated that a public official of his status could not step out of the shelter.
That evil wolf, why does it look so lifeless? It doesn't look like a spirit at all. How strange. Liao Yuza frowned. Yes, not only that, even Duan Huanru didn't notice it at the first time. It's really too abnormal.
Hu Bin said softly, "Oh, I hope no candidate will get hurt." Liao Yuza looked back and forth at the picture sent by Duan Huanru with concern, but he didn't dare to disturb her rashly.
Okay.
At this time, Pei Xin put his hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely, and scanned the surrounding environment. With the help of shared vision, he has roughly grasped the situation and terrain routes of this area. As for the issue of upgrading, he didn't have to worry about it at all. The surroundings were already filled with his undead creatures. As long as any alien spirit entered his field of vision, it would be torn to pieces.
Ding! Kill the LV.5 Desert Scorpion and gain 200 experience points. Ding! Kill the LV.7 Coyote and gain 300 experience points. Ding! Kill the LV.4 Desert Scorpion, gain 150 experience. Ding! Killed the LV.6 Demonic Horned Leopard, gain 250 experience points. Ding! Kill! Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV9. 5-dimensional attributes plus 2 points. Free attribute points plus 4. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV10. 5. Ding! Your current level has reached the highest level of ordinary professional. You must complete the advanced tasks before you can continue to upgrade. Includes new alien spirit species, which can be summoned, common bloodline alien spirit, devil horned leopard. An unusually abrupt notification sound caught Pei Sun's attention. Advanced mission? Ding! Given that you possess SSS level talent, the SSS level advanced quest, Breaking Bamboo, is automatically triggered.
Unstoppable force, kill 20 spirits across different levels within 12 hours. SSS level advanced mission rewards, double the 5-dimensional attributes, learn a second talent skill, SSS level, 100 full-time points, and a random reward redemption voucher from the system mall. Pei Sun was slightly stunned.
Cross-level kill?
At first he thought it was a cross-level kill, and wondered how an SSS level advanced task could be so simple. It was not until he carefully read the reward content that he re-examined the task requirements.
He was currently an ordinary level professional, and the corresponding alien spirits were also ordinary level. Cross-level killing meant that he had to defeat the king-level alien spirits, and he had to kill 20 of them? Pei Sun let out a long breath. This kind of perverted task was probably only something he could complete.
Although the difficulty is extremely high, the rewards are also quite attractive. After all, most professionals only see their 5-dimensional attributes double by about 1.1 or 1.3 times after completing advancement tasks, but this time he directly
doubled them.
Although the gap between him and his peers might not be noticeable when he first advances, the advantage will become more and more obvious over time.
As for the second talent, he was also full of anticipation.
The previous skills were already incredibly powerful, and the next one was sure to be even more astonishing. The last random reward exchange voucher also made him curious.
If he could draw some super props from the dazzling array of items in the system mall, wouldn't he soar to fame? Well, there's no time to lose, start now.
After saying that, Pei Sun moved his mind and summoned a large number of undead again. Almost 10 minutes had passed since he killed the Desert Scorpion King. More than 50 Desert Scorpion Kings had accumulated in the summoning space, and they had all been summoned out by him.
King level undead, Desert Scorpion King, level, LV.10, strength, 7.4, intelligence, 3.8, spirit, 3.8, constitution, 3.8, agility, 3.8,
skill, Sand Spike Bomb, causes a small-scale explosive damage of 1.5 * strength to the target area.
Crack, crack.
The Desert Scorpion King was summoned, and its two large claws collided with each other, making a creepy sound. Compared to the living Desert Scorpion King before, the eyes of these summoned creatures were extremely empty. Just looking at them made people feel breathless and murderous. The appearance of 50 Desert Scorpion Kings instantly made the air so oppressive that it almost froze. How terrifying. Fortunately, I summoned it. Pei Sun couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It feels like watching a horror movie and becoming a ghost yourself. After taking a look at the map and combining it with his knowledge of the area, Pei Sun immediately ordered a sweep, ordering all alien spirits to be hunted down with all their might. As for safety, a few wolves guarding around are enough. Let's take a look at the rankings first. First place, Pei Sun, Fingyu number 6
Middle School. Points, 1642, level, LV, 10. Second place, Gu Xinxion, Fingyu number 1 Middle School. Points, 198, level, LV, 9. Third place, Chaoruashi, Fingyu number 2 Middle School. Points, 167, level, LV, 8. Fourth place, Xu Chuheng, Fingyu number 6 Middle School. Points, 158, level, LV, 8. Fifth place, Yen Kai, Fingyu number 1 Middle School. Sixth place, Bai Mantong, Fingyu number 2 Middle School. After a quick glance, he found that the top 10 were almost all occupied by students from Fingyu number 1 Middle School and Fingyu number 2 Middle School, with only 2 from number 6 Middle School. Pei Sun became interested in the name Chu Chuheng. He always felt that this name seemed familiar in school, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. This guy. Pei Sun held his chin with one hand and kept searching his mind for memories about him. After a while, he finally remembered. A year ago, when Fang Zhishan and I were just getting together, this guy seemed to buy her breakfast every day, trying to break up our relationship. Then he suddenly disappeared for some reason. I didn't expect to see his name here. Those who can make it into the top 10 list are all top talents from their respective schools. In his memory of his previous life, this guy always ranked last in various tests a year ago. Unexpectedly, just 1 year later, he turned over a new leaf like a farmer and became a landlord. I guess he awakened his top-level talent a few days ago. Pei Sun muttered, "Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Just don't bother me." After saying that, Pei Sun continued his walk. A day in the other world also has 24 hours. Only about 10 minutes have passed since the assessment began, and Pei Sun has had the smoothest time. The most unlucky person was Fang Zhishan. At this time, Fang Zhishan collapsed to the ground. Her clothes and pants were badly torn, revealing her fair and tender skin. She didn't even have the strength to stand up, her face full of helplessness and pity. Before the assessment, she had imagined countless times how she would be in another world, but she never imagined that she would end up in such a situation. I, who awakened my S-level talent, was eliminated so quickly, and in this way. Fang Zhishan panted and smiled bitterly. She was full of doubts and hatred, hating how the D-level waste could possess such power. What's more, I hate that loser who I rejected so much. How dare he treat me with such condescending attitude? Are you kidding me? I am a rare S-level talent. Why should he, a D-level waste? There was no point in thinking about it now. Strangely, not a single spirit had appeared in the few minutes since Pei Sun left. Adding to the psychological suggestion, she even considered trying to see if she could survive the next 24 hours. But on second thought, she picked up the bracelet, prepared to press the distress button, and chose to give up. After all, this is just an assessment. There is no need to risk your life. At this moment, a simple yet doubtful voice suddenly sounded. Fang Zhishan, why are you here alone? Hearing the voice, Fang Zhishan was stunned. She looked in the direction where the voice came from, and an imperceptible joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. The man had a noticeable shallow scar on his nose and dark skin. He was Chu Chuheng, who was ranked 6th on the list. I was attacked by Pei Sun. He injured me and then ran away. Fang Zhishan stretched out her fair jade hand and gently played with her hair, her eyes full of grievance. Pei Sun? Isn't he just a D-level talent? How could he possibly hurt you? Chu Chuheng frowned. Woo. It would have been fine if I hadn't asked, but as soon as I asked, Fang Zhishan suddenly burst into tears like a helpless child. Chu Chuheng was stunned. He had no idea that these words would hurt Fang Zhishan so much. He felt his heart tighten and continued to ask, "Where's Gong Rui? Haven't you always been together? Why are you the only one left?" Fang Zhishan rubbed her red eyes and sobbed, "Don't mention him. After we met Pei Sun, he might not have let go of his relationship with me. He attacked Gong Rui the moment he saw him. I had originally planned to let Gong Rui teach Pei Sun a lesson and then let him go, but I didn't expect Gong Rui to be unable to defeat Pei Sun. After being defeated by Pei Sun, he actually abandoned me and ran away. If you had come a little later, I might have been swallowed by the alien spirit by now." What? Chu Chuheng was stunned. Gong Rui can't beat Pei Sun? That's not right. You've been treating Gong Rui the whole time. How could he not be able to beat him? Fang Zhishan nodded aggrievedly, her delicate body trembling slightly. I don't understand either. Gong Rui is no match for Pei Sun at all. I used up all my supernatural powers to heal him, but when he realized he couldn't beat Pei Sun, he actually used the instantaneous crystal stone and left me here alone. How could Gong Rui be so cruel? After hearing Fang Zhishan's words, Chu Chuheng's heart suddenly burned with anger. Chuheng, if I hadn't met you, I would have planned to wait here for 24 hours. Even if I was eaten by a strange spirit, I would accept it. I, an S-level talent, was eliminated like this. I don't know how to face my teacher and my parents. Fang Zhishan covered her face and cried. Hearing this, Chu Chuheng was stunned. Perhaps because Fang Zhishan had rarely called out that name she had never spoken before, his entire body went numb, and he felt an unprecedented shock. It's okay, Zhishan. Since you have met me, I will definitely take you out. Chu Chuheng stared at her firmly, his voice sonorous and powerful. Really? Chuheng, I really felt sorry for you before. Actually, I knew you had awakened your SS level talent before the assessment began. began, but you also know that I was already with Gong Rui at that time. I'm a very loyal person and I value relationships. Shirshin, why are you saying this? Of course I understand you. Before, I was ordinary and really didn't have the qualifications to pursue you, but now I have the ability, and I will definitely protect you well. Chu Hung, you are so nice. Fang Shishuan's eyes were filled with tears, and her pitiful appearance made Chu Chuang's heart almost jump out. He immediately made up his mind to protect Fang Shixian. But, alas, why don't you continue the test alone? My special powers have been exhausted. You have a high chance of success if you continue the test alone, but if you bring me along as a burden. Fang Shixian bit her teeth lightly, slightly turned her shoulders, revealing a large area of snow white at her neckline, looking extremely charming. When Chu Chuang saw this scene, he was immediately fascinated, his blood boiled, and his cheeks flushed red. What are you talking about, Shixian? How could I possibly abandon you? As he spoke, Chu Chuang took out 2 tubes of milky white medicine and handed them to Fang Shixian without hesitation. I still have 4 tubes of primary supernatural power recovery potion. I'll give you half. This won't do. What if you give me your future superpowers? Fang Shixuan's eyes were filled with tears as she declined softly, but a hint of barely perceptible disgust flashed in her eyes. After all, when she and Gong Rui were together, they used high-level potions and had never seen such low-level ones. It's okay. My talent is purely to strengthen my body. It hardly consumes any superpowers. Just take it, Chu Chuang said in a firm tone, not allowing for rebuttal. Okay then. If you need help, tell me anytime and I will treat you. After thinking for a while, Fang Shixian took the 2 tubes of primary supernatural power recovery potions. It's low level, but it's my fault for bringing myself to this point. Ding! Killed the LV.7 demonic horned leopard. Gain 300 experience, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Killed the LV.6 demonic horned leopard. Gain 250 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Killed the LV.12 demonic horned leopard. Gaining 1,500 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Obtained first level material, leopard skin *2. Ding! Obtained the second level material, hard magic horn *1. Killed boss number 89, LV.12 demonic horn leopard, and earned 1,200 points. Includes new alien races, which can be summoned, rare bloodline alien, demonic horned leopard. 1 spawns every 10 seconds. At this time, Pei Sun had already defeated the second boss. The 3D map clearly showed the distribution and level symbols of the boss. For him, killing 20 bosses was just a matter of time. The experience has been temporarily saved, which is not bad. Otherwise, the experience of the remaining 19 bosses would have been wasted. After defeating the boss, Pei Sun didn't want to waste even a moment, so he immediately ordered the undead to search for prey around him, leaving only a few wolves to guard him. Pei Sun opened the 3D map again and said softly, "Next, the closest one is this, the level 15 boss black-spotted tiger. Let's go." After saying that, he headed towards the boss's location. At this moment, a piercing sound suddenly rang out from the bushes not far away. Pei Sun was stunned, then his eyes locked on the direction where the sound came from. Unexpectedly, as soon as the undead walked away, someone approached quietly. Under Pei Sun's gaze, 6 or 7 figures slowly walked out. Pei Sun recognized the leader and felt something in his heart. "Pei Sun, I said I would never let you leave the other world alive today." Gong Rui was furious and stared at Pei Sun with gritted teeth, one hand still covering the shoulder that was dripping with blood, and it was obvious that the injury had not healed. "Brother Rui, are those vicious wolves the ones you mentioned that are neither dead nor alive?" asked a person next to him with a frown. Gong Rui nodded. "I don't know where this kid got this weird thing from, it's very troublesome. You guys better be careful." Before he finished speaking, another person next to Gong Rui summoned a fireball and threw it at a vicious wolf next to Pei Sun. The fireball exploded with a loud bang, and the wolf turned into ashes in an instant. "Brother Rui, aren't you too sensitive? They are just some rubbish summons." The person who launched the attack sneered and didn't care. "Humph, Chao Ruashi, I know you and Yenkai have been hanging out in number 1 middle school for a long time, so it's inevitable that you have some arrogance, but I still have to advise you not to take it lightly." Gong Rui snorted coldly, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, Brother Rui, just watch our performance." Chao Ruashi patted Gong Rui's shoulder, then took a step forward and looked at Pei Sun carefully. "Yes, Brother Rui, Ruashi is right. Since you asked us to do something, we will definitely do it well. Don't worry." The boy named Yenkai also stepped forward and patted his chest to make a promise. Pei Sun was slightly stunned when he heard Gong Rui addressing the two of them. He seemed to have seen these two names in the top 10 of the list. Both were geniuses from number 1 middle school, and the other people next to them were definitely not simple either. Gong Rui actually has such powerful connections? After the reminder, Gong Rui locked his gaze on Pei Sun again and said in a cold voice, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for messing with me. No matter what crooked magic you used to summon those things, I'm telling you, you must die today. I have to die. Have you forgotten the rules of the assessment? No killing in in a civil war. Rules? Ha 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 ha. What bullshit assessment rules? I am the rule. Following Gong Rui's order, Yen Kai and 3 others rushed over instantly, their eyes full of murderous intent. It was obvious that they
had no intention of leaving Pei Sun any chance of survival, while Chao Ruwashi and another person used their special abilities in the back.
Hearing Gong Rui's determination, Pei Sun no longer hesitated.
With a thought, he summoned 200 undead with ordinary bloodlines, which surrounded the 6 opponents in an instant. Gong Rui, Chao Ruwashi, Yen Kai, and the others suddenly widened their eyes and had to stop what they were doing, staring at these undead creatures in confusion.
What is this? A wild bull? Isn't this a strange spirit that only appears in remote areas? How did it get here? Isn't this a ghost? Why does it look like it's dead? This look.
Before they could react, 10 more huge monsters appeared in front of them, and the air suddenly became stagnant.
Desert Scorpion King? Isn't this the boss? How did it appear here? And there are 10 of them. Yen Kai was completely dumbfounded, staring at the scene in disbelief. Gong Rui and Chao Ruwashi in the back were also completely shocked and speechless. Their brains almost crashed, as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? Playing tricks. Chao Ruwashi, who was the first to react, had already tested the depth and was frantically using his supernatural powers. In just a blink of an eye, he released his innate skills. Immortal burning. Suddenly, strange blood-red flames ignited on the bodies of dozens of wolves closest to Chao Ruwashi. In full view of everyone, the flames engulfed the wolves at an astonishing speed as soon as they appeared, without even a scream. Humph, they are nothing but dead creatures. Chao Ruwashi snorted coldly, trying to calm the troops. They are just a few dead creatures showing off their strength. You. Before he could finish his words, the expression on his face suddenly froze. After he destroyed those evil wolves, Pei Sun immediately summoned hundreds of undead. New races such as evil wolves, devil-horned leopards, desert scorpions, and wild cattle all appeared in the summoning space. He originally wanted to summon a few to scare these people, but he didn't expect that he couldn't scare Chao Ruwashi at all, so he had to summon all the undead. In addition, more than 2,000 wolves that were hunting in other places also rushed over as soon as possible, forming a siege. There's one behind us too? When did it appear? What? Both sides? Impossible? This number is too exaggerated. Where on earth did he get so many summons? We seem to be surrounded by these monsters. Everyone, pay attention to your positions. Follow the tactics. Chao Ruwashi was completely dumbfounded. Her mind went blank. Okay. What the hell is this? I had thought that as long as Pei Sun only summoned a few hundred of them, I could still fight, but now thousands of these things suddenly appeared, and there was no way I could defeat them. What positioning tactics are there? They are totally useless. Chao Ruwashi suddenly turned around and stared at Gong Rui, questioning. Gong Rui, didn't you say there were only dozens, or at most a few hundred summons? What the hell is going on? Gong Rui was also panicking. Although his family was renowned in Fengyu City, enlisting the help of these talented students from these schools had cost him a considerable amount of connections and resources. If he couldn't even handle Pei Sun this time, he would be completely wiped out. How could I know he still had so many? There were clearly only dozens of them at the time. Gong Rui's face turned pale and confused, not understanding why things had turned out like this. What's the point of you complaining to me now? If we can't deal with him, we will all die. Chao Ruwashi glared at Gong Rui fiercely. She had no choice but to turn her attention back to Pei Sun. Her brows were furrowed, and one hand had already taken out a teleportation crystal stone, ready to crush it at any time. How about you guys argue for a while? Come to a conclusion before continuing? At this time, Pei Sun's lazy voice was heard, and several people's faces twitched a few times after hearing it. Afterwards, Pei Sun actually walked slowly to a big tree and sat down to lean against it. Hey, I'm a little tired after walking around for so long. Pei Sun muttered softly. If Gong Rui and the others heard this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. Good. When we came in here, we were all so nervous, afraid that some strange spirit would suddenly pop out from somewhere, but you were just strolling around here leisurely. Come on, speak up. Why don't you say anything? If you don't, I'm going to take action. Pei Sun looked at them innocently. Gong Rui, Chao Ruwashi and others naturally didn't dare to breathe for fear that they would become the target of those evil creatures as soon as they opened their mouths. Seeing that they were all silent, Pei Sun was too lazy to waste time and was about to order the alien spirits to attack. However, at this moment, several crisp sounds of breaking winds suddenly rang out, making Pei Sun slightly stunned. Following the direction of the voice, I saw several figures wearing black tights quickly appear. I am Duan Huanru, who is responsible for the security of this area. There is a riot of strange spirits in this area. Please follow me immediately, Duan Huanru said as he took out his ID. But as soon as he took out his ID, his hand froze in midair and his expression instantly became serious. Several regional managers nearby were also stunned when they saw the situation. Isn't that boss number 86, the Desert Scorpion King? How did it appear here? And there are so many of them. Am I seeing things? What on earth is going on? After coming to his senses, Duan Huanru shouted breathlessly, please leave with me quickly. This alien spirit riot is very strange. Your assessment assessment needs to be rescheduled.
When they saw Duan Huanru and the others appear, Gong Rui and Chao Ruoshi immediately showed joy on their faces, as if they had seen a savior.
Chao Ruoshi also took the instant body crystal back.
You know, this thing is extremely precious and ordinary families can never see it.
Alien spirit riot? What alien spirit riot?
Pei Sun looked confused.
You little brat, don't you realize that you are surrounded by strange spirits? Come with us quickly, we will send you to a safe place first. A bald person in charge next to Duan Huanru roared.
Duan Huanru frowned slightly, glanced at Pei Sun with sharp eyes, and was stunned for a moment. This is the D-level talent the deputy mayor mentioned.
Take him away first. D-level talent?
The bald man looked at him puzzledly, then said, no wonder, I think his mental state is a bit abnormal.
Are you talking about those evil wolves? What else could it be?
Thousands of vicious wolves can tear you into pieces in less than a second.
You are really lucky that these vicious wolves didn't attack you,
the bald man said as he walked towards Pei Sun.
Oh, then you can go. I summoned these.
Pei Sun responded indifferently. The bald man didn't stop, pointing a finger at Pei Sun and smiling at Duan Huanru.
See, I told you this kid must have mental problems. Enough of that nonsense, take him away quickly. Duan Huanru ordered sternly. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you that he didn't tell you? Are you so scared that you can't even walk? Duan Huanru's sharp eyes swept over Gong Rui and Chao Ruoshi again.
However, Gong Rui and Chao Ruoshi looked extremely unnatural, even a little embarrassed. They originally thought that Duan Huanru and others came to stop Pei Sun from taking ruthless action against them, but they unexpectedly thought that a riot of alien spirits had occurred.
For a moment, everyone didn't know how to start.
If they admitted that it was Pei Sun who summoned them, then they would be completely finished once the regional leader left. But if he refused to admit it, he would have to take the assessment again, which meant that he would have to give up the spot in the Tianjin province secret training camp that he had fought so hard for, and the result of the reassessment would be unpredictable. The few of them exchanged glances, as if communicating silently. After hesitating for a long time, Chao Ruoshi took the lead and walked towards Duan Huanru. Seeing Chao Ruoshi taking a step forward, the others followed.
Seeing this scene, Pei Sun's face suddenly became gloomy.
With a slight thought, the 8 Desert Scorpion Kings quickly spread out their long tail stingers and aimed at the position in front of Chao Ruoshi, ready to launch sand sting bombs.
Duan Huanru's face changed slightly, mistakenly thinking that the Desert Scorpion King was going to attack them, and quickly took a defensive posture. Boom, 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 hee.
A series of dull explosions followed one after another, and the sand thorn bombs exploded between Duan Huanru and Chao Ruoshi, creating a very wide gully. Gong Rui and Chao Ruoshi turned pale instantly and stood still, as if they had already anticipated the consequences of these moves.
Is the regional director so blatantly biased towards the candidates? Pei Sun met Duan Huanru's gaze with a sharp, fearless gaze and asked in a deep voice, or are these students all your relatives? Duan Huanru and the bald man were stunned and their pupils suddenly contracted.
Especially Duan Huanru, after she reacted, shock and vigilance flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Pei Sun again. The bald man also had to stop and stare in disbelief at the 8 Desert Scorpion Kings that were many times taller than him. If that's the case, there's no need to mobilize so many troops.
I'll just let them go.
As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Sun waved his hand, and the 8 Desert Scorpion Kings disappeared instantly and returned to the summoning space.
Duan Huanru was completely stunned.
He stared at Pei Sun blankly for a long time before asking in shock, These nearly 3,000 evil wolves were all summoned by you? As soon as he said it, even he himself felt it was ridiculous.
This guy is clearly just an ordinary D-level talent. How could he possibly summon such a large army of summons? Even a summoner with SSS level talent might not be able to achieve such a scale, right?
But there is no other reasonable explanation for the facts before us.
Could it be that Vice Mayor Liao made a mistake?
Thinking of this, Duan Huanru had no choice but to switch the communication channel to Liao Yuza. From the beginning till now, Duan Huanru's rescue process has been transmitted to Liao Yuza through projection.
At this time, Liao Yuza and Hu Bin also looked confused. He was about to say that he was lucky this time, as no candidate was injured along the way. He didn't expect that the so-called alien spirit riot was actually summoned by a candidate.
He has been in office for more than 10 years and has never encountered such a bizarre situation. Naturally, he is confused at the moment. If this was true, it was completely beyond his comprehension.
When Mayor Yao Jinchuan awakened his SSS-level summoner talent, it caused a sensation throughout Tianjin province and surrounding provinces and cities.
His terrifying summoning amplification ability frightened countless peers, but there had never been such an exaggerated scene.
Liao Yuza couldn't calm down for a long time. He picked up the assessment list again, quickly flipped through a few pages, and his eyes were fixed on Pei Sun's name. You read that right, it is indeed a D-level talent. But, what is going on?
Seeing the expressions of Liao Yuza and Hu Bin, Duan Huanru finally understood that even Deputy Mayor Liao seemed to have no idea what had happened.
Sorry, Mr. Pei, it's our fault. Duan Huanru had to apologize to Pei Sun and then bowed slightly. Although it was hard to
to accept, this was the fact happening right before his eyes. Then did we come here for nothing? The bald man said belatedly, scratching his head. After Duan Huanru apologized to Pei Sun again, he glanced meaningfully at Gong Rui and Chao Ruoshi, then left with Baldi and the other 7 regional leaders.
Gong Rui, Chao Ruoshi, and others immediately tensed up.
This Pei Sun wants to kill us.
You can't leave. Yan Kai suddenly shouted at Duan Huanru's back.
Duan Huanru turned around, glanced at Pei Sun who was leaning against the tree, and his sharp eyes fell on Yan Kai.
Fighting for points is normal.
If the other party tries to kill you, remember to press the emergency button on the bracelet and you will get help.
After the words fell, Duan Huanru and his group left.
Until they completely disappeared from Gong Rui and Yan Kai's sight, their expressions suddenly became stiff and dull. Seeing this, Pei Sun said no more. With a thought, all the strange spirits rushed towards him frantically.
Everyone can leave with only one arm. A few drops of cold sweat the size of beans suddenly appeared on Gong Rui's forehead, and his legs and feet involuntarily took a few steps back. The person next to him was so scared that his whole body went limp and he sat down on the ground. Pei Sun, I'll remember you.
Chao Ruoshi's eyes were stern. She turned to Gong Rui and said in a deep voice, Gong Rui, we'll settle this account later. After saying that, Chao Ruoshi squeezed the instantaneous crystal in her hand hard and disappeared instantly.
Gong Rui's face looked as ugly as if he had swallowed shit, and he regretted it so much.
Not only did he get Feng Shixian out, but now he has offended the talented Chao Ruoshi from number 1 middle school. This was clearly someone Gong Rui invited to help, but outsiders still thought he was plotting against Chao Ruoshi. At this time he was forced into a desperate situation again. Chao Ruoshi could still rely on the instant body crystal to escape, but his had been used up. And what's worse, he now only has one arm left.
A vicious wolf pounced on him fiercely, roared, and blew Gong Rui's face into a deformed state.
Then it bit him hard, and the other arm was torn off.
Gong Rui's face suddenly changed and he let out a shrill scream.
This time, there was no Feng Shixian to help him treat him. Blood gushed out like a fountain and the wound instantly broke and worsened. There was no chance to even press the bracelet to call for help.
Yan Kai, press the distress button quickly. Otherwise, puff.
Before he could finish his words, Gong Rui suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his face became noticeably paler. At this moment, Yan Kai was being besieged by dozens of vicious wolves and had no time to pay attention to Gong Rui's shouts. As a genius, he wanted to hold out for a while among the wolf pack, but he didn't expect that these wolves didn't feel any pain at all. Even if they were knocked away, they would not stop and would quickly pounce on him again. In less than a minute, one of Yan Kai's arms was torn off, and he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The wolves then turned to attack others.
Yan Kai, Yan, hurry up and press the distress button. Otherwise, I really won't be able to survive. Gong Rui's face was pale, and his voice became lower and lower, as if he would die at any time.
I'm sorry, brother Rui,
I don't want to give up this spot.
Yan Kai lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on the blue sky. His voice was weak, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to feel a little lucky to be alive. He knew that pressing the distress button on the bracelet meant giving up his qualification for the assessment, and he simply did not want to go through this ordeal and then be eliminated. Bastard! Gong Rui suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood, twisted his neck, closed his eyes, and fainted.
Not until the wolf tore off the arm of the last man did Pei Sun order the undead to disperse. This scene will probably become their lifelong nightmare.
From the time Pei Sun ordered the undead to attack until each of the 5 lost an arm, it took only a minute. Although they struggled a few times, they only killed a few dozen vicious wolves at most, which was not worth mentioning at all.
This guy probably won't miss me anymore. Pei Sun stood up and walked to the 5 people.
His cold eyes swept over them one by one, finally stopping at Gong Rui's pale face. You have quite a heart for revenge, Pei Sun muttered in a low voice, then turned around to look for other bosses. As for these 5 guys, although they are all geniuses in their respective schools and are not Pei Sun's opponents, they can still easily deal with some ordinary alien spirits. After walking away, Pei Sun glanced at the map and found that only the avatars of boss number 86 and number 89 were still dark. In other words, until now, no one except himself had killed these 2 boss.
What? He glanced at the rankings again.
He was still far ahead with more than 2,000 points, and the rankings of the others remained basically unchanged. It is worth mentioning that what happened just now caused Chao Ruoshi to drop from 3rd to 9th place, and Yan Kai even fell out of the top 10.
Chu Chuang took the opportunity to successfully move up from 4th place to 3rd place.
After closing the rankings, Pei Sun immediately set off for the black-spotted tiger's territory to avoid delaying too long and causing any problems. This was the closest boss to him, and also a lower-level boss.
Although Pei Sun's current power was almost invincible among professionals of the same stage, he still remained cautious. He estimated that it would take about 10 minutes to get from here to the black-spotted tiger's territory. By then, he would face hundreds of ordinary evil spirits and dozens of powerful desert scorpion kings. In other words, completing this SSS level advanced task will become increasingly easier for Pei Sun. In the deserted forest shelter in another world, Liao Yuza and Hu Bin had not yet recovered from the shock brought by Pei Sun. As soon as he hung up the phone with Duan Huanru, Liao Yuza rushed to the exam waiting area to look for Pei Sun's class teacher. At this time, Pei Sun's head teacher was chatting and laughing with other teachers and leaders, chatting enthusiastically, and had no idea what was going on. Xiao Song, come here. Pei Sun's homeroom teacher, Song Yingsun, was stunned for a moment, then responded with a smile, okay, I'll be right over. After saying that, she did not forget to greet the teachers around her warmly. After arriving at the invigilation area, Song Yingsun's nervousness was immediately apparent, because it was well known that the deputy mayor of Fengyu City had a very bad temper and was very harsh, not to mention that he was involved in some things against his will. In the invigilation room, in addition to several large screens, there is a purple wooden table in the middle that is large enough to accommodate more than a dozen people, with a few chairs scattered around it. Sitting on the chair opposite was Liao Yuza, and standing next to him was his assistant Hu Bin. No need to sit, Mayor Liao, I can just stand. What I want to talk to you about is very important. You should sit down first. Besides, call me Deputy Mayor. There are other people here. Xiao Song, this Pei Sun is in your class, right? Liao Yuza asked, frowning and staring at Pei Sun's information sheet in his hand. Song Yingsun's heart skipped a beat, her pupils slightly dilated, and she quickly replied, yes, it's from our class. Do you know what his occupation is? Of course I know. He's a D-level talent. There are only 3 D-level talents in our class. Because his spirit seems. Liao Yuza looked up at Song Yingsun, his eyes full of doubt, as if a big question mark appeared. As they looked at each other, Song Yingsun immediately shut up. I asked you about his occupation, not his talent. Oh, you mean profession? I know. He awakened the summoner profession, which is pretty good indeed, but unfortunately, he only awakened a D-level talent. And it seems like he was hit hard by the breakup, so he insisted on taking this test. No matter how much I try to persuade him, he won't budge. Just answer whatever I ask. Don't keep talking to me about spiritual matters. What does it have to do with you? Oh, then keep asking. Liao Yuza became impatient. After glaring at Song Yingsun, he turned his attention back to Pei Sun's information sheet. Do you know what his situation is now? This time, Song Yingsun looked surprised and doubtful, as if she had heard it wrong, and wanted to confirm it again. A D-level talent had been in there for so long. What could possibly happen? He'd probably have been completely digested by the alien spirits. Seeing her reaction, Liao Yuza couldn't help himself. He was already worried about Pei Sun, and now Song Yingsun's suspicion made him even more irritated. Teacher Song, what's wrong with you today? Are you possessed by a ghost? Your behavior is so abnormal. I'm talking to you alone right now. Who are you? Xiao Hu. With your condition, I have reason to doubt the quality of your teaching. The tough tone coupled with the irritated look immediately made Song Yingsun's forehead break out with a few beads of sweat. She stood up with a pop and hurriedly apologized to Liao Yuza. I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Liao. My students are all in another world taking exams right now. Their lives are uncertain, especially Pei Sun. As their homeroom teacher, I can't help but worry, so I'm a little absent-minded. Worried? Absent-minded? I saw you chatting happily with other teachers outside just now. Liao Yuza frowned and scolded sternly. Song Yingsun was sweating profusely, so nervous that she didn't know what to do. She reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Liao Yuza glared at him for 2 full minutes before his arrogance subsided slightly. I'll say it again, you answer whatever I ask, understand? I understand. Go ahead and ask. Song Yingsun stood there with a panicked look on her face, like a child who had made a mistake. The two of them stared at each other for half a minute. Liao Yuza was so angry that he forgot what he wanted to ask. Half a minute later, Liao Yuza's tone finally calmed down, his eyes fixed on Song Yingsun. I really don't understand how you could have given Pei Sun a D-level talent. His summoning ability is extremely terrifying. He was the first candidate to defeat the boss, and now he's leading the pack, firmly sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Song Yingsun's pupils suddenly dilated and her face was full of disbelief. Did something go wrong during Pei Sun's test? Or are you guys cheating? How could it turn out like this? Liao Yuza's sharp gaze pierced Song Yingsun like a sword, making him panic and terrified. That's not true, Deputy Mayor Liao. Why would we falsify information about a student's talent awakening? It won't benefit us at all. Afraid that Liao Yuza wouldn't believe it, Song Yingsun hurriedly added, Deputy Mayor Liao, the recorders of these children's awakenings are still preserved. If you don't believe me, I'll go get them now. There's absolutely no falsehood. It's better not to. Get out. Liao Yuza glared at Song Yingsun fiercely, then waved his hand to signal him to leave. He also knew that the teachers would not lie about these things. He just wanted to warn Song Yingsun, this guy has not been normal since he came in. He has been in a panic, and no one knows what he is anxious about. But judging from his expression, he obviously didn't understand Pei Sun's true situation, which made Liao Yuza even more confused. At this time, Song Yingsun walked out of the examination area, feeling anxious and sweating. I thought Pei Sun would be torn into pieces by the alien spirit not long after he entered, but I didn't expect that not only did he not die, he even ranked first on the list. Furthermore, his summoning ability was extremely terrifying.
He was just a shabby D-rank summoner, so where did he get such a powerful summoning power?
It's like seeing a ghost. What's going on? Pei Sun was still alive and well. How could he look like a mentally ill person after the assessment?
If Liao Yuza knew about this, given his personality, he would definitely skin Pei Sun alive.
Not to mention anything else, I'm afraid I won't even be able to keep my position as a teacher.
When he thought of this, Song Yingxin felt more and more cold on his back, and his face was dull and wooden, as if he could already see Liao Yuza's black face that everyone feared was angry at him. As soon as Song Yingxin came out of the invigilation area, the teachers nearby gathered around her curiously.
Ha! Teacher Song is out. Go over there quickly. Ask Teacher Song what happened. Teacher Song, what did Mayor Liao ask you in there? Is it related to this assessment? Teacher Song is such a hidden talent. Turns out he's even connected to Mayor Liao. Tell us any inside information you have. That's right, Mr. Song. We've been colleagues for so many years. If there's any news, it would be better for us to know.
Song Yingxin felt bitter in her heart.
We've been colleagues for so many years. I guess I won't be able to say it anymore soon. Teacher Song, I didn't expect that you have such a relationship with Mayor Liao. It seems that the students in your class will be the best this time, a teacher said sarcastically. But Song Yingxin didn't hear the sarcasm in the words at all, and was still frightened by what happened just now. Pei Sun actually got the first place in the ranking.
Song Yingxin's eyes were empty and lifeless.
What? Number 1 on the leaderboard? Who is Pei Sun? Is he a student in your class, Teacher Song?
I know a few exceptionally talented students in your class, but I've never heard of anyone named Pei Sun.
Teacher Song, are you kidding me? Even if you have a relationship with Mayor Liao, you can't be so blatant, right?
It's already difficult for a student from Fengyu No. 6 middle school to make it into the top 10, and getting first place is unrealistic.
Teacher Song, did you make some private deal with Mayor Liao?
Fengyu 6th middle school had a limited number of gifted students, and while the teachers were well aware of the top talents in each class, they had never
heard of Pei Sun.
Even more puzzling was the fact that a relatively unknown student had topped the rankings, naturally sparking suspicion among many teachers.
He is a D-level talent.
I strongly opposed him to take the test at first, but he insisted on giving it a try. Unexpectedly, he won the first place in the ranking list and was the first candidate to kill the boss,
Song Yingxin said in a trance.
Originally, he wanted to say that he had tried to stop Pei Sun, but thinking that Pei Sun would return safely in a dozen hours and the truth would be revealed sooner or later, he did not say anything more.
What? D-level talent? A student with a D-level talent can also take the test? Teacher Song, I'm not talking about you. How can you let a student with a D-level talent take the test? Isn't this clearly playing with his life?
Yes,
Teacher Song.
Children are proud of themselves after awakening their talents, but no matter what they think, as a teacher, you must do a good job of ideological work.
How can you let a student with a D-level talent do whatever he wants? It's been several months.
Before she could finish her words, the teacher suddenly froze, as if she had just realized the point of Song Yingxin's words. Several teachers stared at each other with eyes wide open, their eyes full of confusion and surprise.
A student with D-level talent actually took first place in the rankings? Is Mr. Song mentally ill? Or is he just talking nonsense and deliberately making fun of everyone? Teacher Song is not usually such a boring person.
Just as the teachers felt more and more that something was wrong, Song Yingxin's mind was filled with the consequences of being punished by Liao Yuza. He suddenly pushed aside the teachers in front of him and hurriedly walked out of the exam waiting area, leaving behind a meaningful message.
Believe it or not, go ask Deputy Mayor Liao yourself.
After hearing this, the teachers were even more confused.
What happened to Teacher Song? He seemed like a completely different person the moment he came out of the invigilation area. Exactly. Why did you mention Deputy Mayor Liao?
The Deputy Mayor hates being called Deputy Mayor Liao.
Normally, we just call him Mayor Liao. Doesn't he know that? How could he not know? He's the one who usually yells the most. What's going on? And that Pei Sun? If he's really a D-level talent like he claims, how could he possibly top the rankings? It's pure wishful thinking. He'd be lucky if he didn't die in there. That's really weird. How about we go in and ask Mayor Liao? No.
You go, I don't want to go. The other side of another world.
Ding! Killed the LV.7 Desert Scorpion, gained 300 experience, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Killed the LV.9 Giant Coyote, gained 400 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Killed the LV.6 Desert Scorpion, gained 250 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Killed the LV.4 Demonic Horned Leopard, gained 150 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Kill! Ding! Killed LV.17 Shadow Sand Snake, gained 7,000 experience, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Obtained first level material, Sand Hidden Scale Armor *5. Ding! Obtained the second level material, Shadow Sharp Skin *2.
Killed boss number 49, LV.17 Shadow Sand Snake, and earned 1,700 points.
Includes new alien race, which can be summoned summoned, rare bloodline alien spirit, Shadow Sandsnake. One is generated every 10 seconds. After about an hour, Pei Sun had killed the 8th boss. Although he was constantly creating undead spirits, killing these bosses also consumed a lot of alien spirits. In total, he only gained a little over 2,000 common bloodline alien spirits and a little over 200 rare bloodline alien spirits in this hour. Including the undead he had accumulated before, he now has more than 5,000 ordinary bloodline level undead and more than 300 rare bloodline level undead. Such terrifying power was enough for him to easily sweep through an ordinary wildlife shelter, and this powerful reserve army took Pei Sun only about 2 hours to build. If others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. This guy is really tough, Pei Sun said tiredly as he looked at the corpse of the Shadow Sand Snake being eaten by dozens of vicious wolves. Among the 8 alien bosses he had killed so far, the Shadow Sand Snake was not only the highest level, but also the most difficult to deal with. In this 1 hour, among the more than 1,600 undead killed by Pei Sun, the Shadow Sand Snake killed more than 1,000 of them. Pei Sun's undead attack relies on the advantage in numbers, but this guy completely restrains this tactic and can scatter hundreds of undead with just one whip. If it weren't for the dozens of rare bloodline level alien spirits continuously casting skills in the back, it would probably be difficult to deal with it. What's more troublesome is that this guy can also become invisible. Every once in a while he sneaks into the sand and merges with it, causing great trouble to Pei Sun. However, in the end, they suppressed and defeated it by relying on their numerical advantage. First place, Pei Sun, Fingyu number 6 middle school, points, 11046, level, LV, 10. Second place, Gu Xinxion, Fingyu number 1 middle school, points, 2198, level, LV, 10. Third place, Xu Chuheng, Fingyu number 6 middle school, points, 1967, level, LV, 10. Fourth place, Bai Mantong, Fingyu number 2 middle school, points, 1588, level, LV, 10. Fifth place, Lai Yunqi, Fingyu number 3 middle school. Sixth place, Zhuang Yushi, Fingyu number 4 middle school. Looking at the rankings, the names of the group that had just plotted against Pei Sun were no longer among the top 10, and were replaced by a group of unfamiliar names. Gu Xinxiong, who ranked second on the list, became the second person to successfully kill the boss. When Pei Sun was bored while searching for the boss, he would take a look at the leaderboard. Just now, the second place score was over 1,000, accumulated by killing a large number of ordinary spirits, but now it is close to 3,000 points, indicating that she has successfully killed the boss. In addition, almost all of the top 100 have reached level 10, and are probably completing advancement tasks at this moment. Those like Pei Sun who were able to complete the advancement mission during the assessment period were, in a sense, lucky. After all, some people needed to obtain special materials that matched their profession or attributes to complete the advancement, and such materials might not be found in the desert forest at all. The assessment rules stipulate that everyone can only take the assessment within the desert forest, so it is impossible to advance within 24 hours. This means that subsequent assessments can only continue at level 10. Pei Sun was obviously blessed by the goddess of luck. After closing the rankings, he opened the 3D map and observed the brightness of the current boss portrait. He was currently in the lower left corner of the desert forest. The 8 closest bosses had all been eliminated, and he was now ready to head into the desert forest. Just as he was about to close the map, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a boss portrait in the corner of the map. Ha! A level 15 undead rift spider? Let's deal with it first. After saying that, Pei Sun immediately changed direction. With his strength and the progress of the others, he was confident he could defeat at least 50% of the alien bosses. Of course, this was based on time. In terms of combat power, he could easily defeat 100 of them alone. Inside the desert shelter, Liao Yuza also kept a close eye on the rankings, paying special attention to the changes in Pei Sun's points. Every time Pei Sun's points soared to thousands, he would exclaim in surprise, his face filled with endless excitement and genuine joy. You know, Fingyu City hasn't had such an unparalleled top talent for decades. Because of this, Fingyu City has always been unknown in Tianjin province, and sometimes even stepped on by other cities. Now that Pei Sun has appeared out of nowhere, Fingyu City has rekindled a glimmer of hope. No, Fingyu City has never been truly glorious. It can only be said that this city has been glorious for a time. Thinking of this, the smile on Liao Yuza's face became more obvious and he did not hide it at all. Hey, it's rising again. Xiao Hu, help me see which boss's portrait is dark. Mayor Liao, you've shouted 10 times in the past 2 hours. As the mayor of a city, this is too inappropriate. Although Hu Bin was mentally prepared, he was still startled by Liao Yuza's sudden shout. You know nothing, I'm just too excited. Oops, you still wouldn't understand even if I told you. Hurry and check which boss's portrait is dark. It's boss number 49, the Shadow Sand Snake. Hu Bin answered helplessly. Oh, that level 17 Shadow Sand Snake? Liao Yuza's voice suddenly rose several decibels, and his startled look made Hu Bin feel extremely helpless. This boss is the strongest and most difficult one in Pei Sun's area. This kid is really a relief. No way, Mayor Liao? Hearing this, this, Hu Bin was slightly stunned and immediately retorted, "No way? I don't recall seeing any other spirit bosses above level 16 in this area except this level 17 Shadow Sand Snake." After hearing what Hu Bin said, Liao Yuza was also stunned. He touched his head in confusion and asked, "There really aren't any bosses above level 16, but Mayor Liao, have you forgotten? There's a level 15 boss in the Black Death Forest." Before he could finish his words, Liao Yuza slammed the table and suddenly realized something. "Are you talking about the undead rift spider in the dark forest of death? Oh, how could I have forgotten? Quickly take a look at Pei Sun's current route." Hu Bin said calmly, "Well, if nothing unexpected happens, he will reach the undead spider's territory in 10 minutes. Liao Yuza suddenly panicked. The Black Death Forest is no ordinary place. Anyone who enters will suffer the negative effects of the undead, their combat effectiveness will be directly halved, and their vision and mobility will also be weakened to varying degrees. The boss there, the undead rift spider, has devoured countless lives and is a tomb that professionals tremble in fear of. Even professionals who are 1 or 2 levels higher dare not easily step into the Black Death Forest. Now, a genius like Pei Sun has finally appeared, but what if he gets caught in it?" Thinking of this, Liao Yuza's face became more anxious. However, Hu Bin remained calm and said, "Mayor Liao, have you forgotten? The Black Death Forest was sealed off during the previous 2 student assessments, making it inaccessible." Ah! Liao Yuza slapped his head and suddenly understood. "Yes, how could I forget? Ouch, ouch. Sorry, Xiaohu, I did lose my composure a bit." The Black Death Forest is a forbidden area of the Wild Forest Sanctuary and is a cancer during every student assessment. The school once tried to eradicate it by issuing a bounty mission through the Fengyu City Different World Exploration Association, but no matter whether it was an epic or brilliant level professional, as long as they stepped into the Black Death Forest, they would be affected by various negative effects, the most deadly of which was blinding, causing most professionals to be unable to find any trace of the undead rift spider at all. Epic and brilliant level professionals are unable to solve this problem, while immortal level and above professionals simply don't want to even step in. Asking an immortal level professional to eliminate a king level alien spirit? Once the news gets out, he will be unable to survive in this industry. It is simply a thankless task. This has led to the Black Death Forest having a very bad reputation, and cities will deliberately avoid it when dividing examination areas. Fengyu City, however, has a weak foundation and ranks last in Tianjin province. It has no say at all and cannot compete with other cities. In the end, it is forced to take responsibility for the Black Death Forest, and it is assigned to it year after year. Eventually, the situation was such that Liao Yuza, as the deputy mayor, had to repeatedly remind students before the exams not to step into the Black Death Forest. But that was 2 years ago. Back then, something unexpected happened in the Black Death Forest. Whenever students approached, they would be pushed back by an inexplicable force, making it impossible for them to enter the area. Liao Yuza was so excited at the time that he forgot about this. "I would be so ashamed if anything went wrong with such an excellent seedling," Liao Yuza said excitedly. At this moment, Pei Sin had no idea that Liao Yuza would be so worried about his actions. He was concentrating on planning where to go next to challenge the boss after killing the undead rift spider. However, after watching for a while, Pei Sin could not come to any conclusion, because there were no particularly powerful bosses in this area. He could just walk around and kill wherever he wanted. Strange, the further we go in this direction, the more desert there is. How could there be a forest in the desert? Pei Sin muttered to himself, his heart full of doubts. From the 3D map, the center of the desert forest is a huge forest, surrounded by endless desert. This small forest stands alone in the desert, looking particularly abrupt. As Pei Sin gradually approached his destination, he found that the sand under his feet was getting darker and darker, which made him feel a little uneasy. Frowning, Pei Sin stopped. The color of this sand. He squatted down, grabbed a handful of sand, and let it slip through his fingers, but no black trace was left. Pei Sin always felt that the boss of the Black Death Forest would not be as simple as other bosses. After all, the atmosphere of this place was really weird. "I hope I'm just being overly suspicious." In less than 3 minutes, a dark forest that was extremely disproportionate to the surrounding environment finally appeared in Pei Sun's field of vision. As Pei Sun approached the forest's edge, he felt a chilling chill, a stark contrast to the scorching heat of the desert. The trees here were tall and dense, a strange dark blue, their branches twisted and tangled, sending a chill down his spine. Not only that, the air was filled with the smell of decay and death, which made Pei Sun feel even more uneasy. Just as he was about to enter, a hoarse and cold voice suddenly sounded not far away. "Classmate, we can't get in here. Let's go find another alien boss." Pei Sun was concentrating when he was suddenly startled by the sound. Following the direction of the voice, I saw an old man wearing a gray coarse cloth shirt and with a hunched back, sitting quietly on a black rattan chair, holding a book in his hand. "Who are you?" Pei Sun asked doubtfully. "I am the person in charge of the Black Death Forest. This is a forbidden area for examinations. It is very dangerous and candidates are not allowed to enter. You'd better leave and look for other alien bosses," the old man said in a flat tone without without a trace of emotion. Assessment forbidden area? So serious? Pei Sun frowned. Although he was mentally prepared, he didn't expect it to be so severe. If you don't believe me, you can go in and try it, the old man said without even looking at him, his tone meaningful. Pei Sun blinked, thinking that the old man was quite calm. If he dared to say that, it meant it wasn't that dangerous. Can a level 15 boss be difficult for him? At the very least, he still has thousands of undead to help him cover up, so he can escape no matter what. Give it a try, it's no big deal. Pei Sun walked in without hesitation. When the old man noticed it, he just glanced at him lightly, continued reading, shook his head slightly, and at the same time stretched out his hand a few dozen meters behind Pei Sun and quietly set up a huge soft supernatural shield. Last year, he had seen too many candidates being thrown far away by the repulsive force of the Black Death Forest and falling with bruises all over their bodies. It would be a pity if this affected the assessment. Kids nowadays, each one is more conceited than the other. The old man muttered to himself, sensing the position of Pei Sun's superpower body and adjusting the shield in time. However, after more than 10 seconds, he was surprised to find that Pei Sun was not bounced away, and he was stunned. The old man let out a rare sound of surprise, turned his head and looked, and saw that Pei Sun had really gone in. His eyes suddenly widened and he quickly stood up and walked towards the entrance. How? What happened? He actually went in? The old man quickly closed the book in his hand, took out his communication device, and hurriedly dialed Liao Yuza's number. At this time, Liao Yuza was still staring at the situation on the rankings and observing it carefully. Well, it seems that my guess was right. Those guys from number 1 middle school must have had a conflict with Pei Sun. Now they are nowhere to be found. In the top 10. What's even stranger is that only 3 of the top 10 are from number 1 middle school. Liao Yuza analyzed while pinching his chin. In recent years, 6 or 7 of the top 10 students on the list were students from number 1 middle school. Now there are only 3 left, and 2 from number 6 middle school are on the list. It seems that the promotion situation this year is really confusing. Hu Bin also said, indeed, that guy named Chu Chuhong from number 6 middle school managed to rank 3rd. I've been to number 6 middle school several times during my school inspections, and I've never heard of him. On the contrary, those most promising students didn't even make it into the top 20. Just as the two were discussing, Liao Yuza's communication device suddenly rang. He picked it up and took a look, his face slightly stunned. Hey, why did Mr. Shi call me? After answering the phone, Liao Yuza's expression instantly turned into a smile, and his tone was gentle. Mr. Shi, you seem to be in a good mood today. Did you successfully advance? You actually have time to call me. Okay, I won't flatter you anymore. What? A conceited candidate? Are you talking about that 1.80 meter tall, handsome, and imposing young man? I know he's in there, right? This kid's doing really well. What? He actually went into the dark forest of death? Liao Yuza's face suddenly froze. When Hu Bin, who was standing by, heard this, a look of confusion appeared on his face. After the person on the other end of the phone continued to say something, Liao Yuza hung up the phone in a daze. Mayor Liao, what did Mr. Shi say? Old Shi said Pei Sun went straight into the Black Death Forest and wasn't repelled by any force at all. How is this possible? What did Mr. Shi say in the end? He finally told us not to worry. He was guarding there, but how could I not worry? This is a genius that is rarely seen in hundreds of years. He is the only hope for our Fengyu city after being suppressed for decades. How could this happen? Liao Yuza collapsed and his voice became weak. Duan Huanru. Contact Xiao Duan quickly. No, Duan Huanru is only a brilliant level professional right now. Go find the mayor. Pei Sun is a kid with a bright future and is incredibly important to our Fengyu city. The mayor will definitely find a way. Xiao Hu, call Mayor Yao right away. Although Hu Bin also found it hard to believe, he was much calmer than Liao Yuza and advised, Mayor Liao, I think we should wait a little longer. Mayor Yao may be incredibly powerful, but he's currently overwhelmed by his numerous affairs and simply doesn't have the time to intervene in our assessment. Besides, the person guarding over there is Elder Shi. You are well aware of Elder Shi's strength. He is even much stronger than Mayor Yao at his peak. So let's listen to Elder Shi's news first. After hearing Hu Bin's words, Liao Yuza's mood calmed down a little, but his eyes were still full of worry. But this Black Death Forest is incredibly dangerous. Pei Sun, why is he the one who got to go in? Black Death Mori Nei. Towering ancient trees stood tall, their dense branches and leaves covering the sky completely, barely allowing any light to penetrate. Although it was only nearly noon, the forest felt like sunset, shrouded in darkness. After Pei Sun entered the Black Death Forest, he immediately felt an invisible force surrounding him, which made him feel unusually comfortable. This mysterious force seemed to resonate with some power within him, especially the undead in the space he summoned, who became unusually active after sensing this invisible force, and were eager to try, as if they wanted to break through the undead space and jump out. Pei Sun did not take it lightly. As soon as he entered the Black Death Forest, he immediately summoned hundreds of strange spirits with rare bloodlines and 3,000 strange spirits with ordinary bloodlines. What is puzzling is that these summoned spirits actually actually exude an active and fiery fighting spirit. This situation had never happened before, and Pei Sun couldn't help but feel puzzled. After thousands of summoned creatures dispersed, Pei Sun quickly grasped the surrounding environment and information about the alien spirits through shared vision. Suddenly, various figures of strange spirits came into Pei Sun's sight. Dead fire bats, demon blood foxes, four-cauldron demon crocodiles, purple-striped ghost sheep, a series of extremely rare strange spirits in the outside world are all gathered here. These strange spirits, are all of them actually of rare bloodlines? That purple-striped ghost sheep actually has an epic bloodline? No way! Pei Sun was so surprised that he could hardly close his mouth when he realized the bloodline information of these strange spirits. How could this small area have bred so many high-level bloodline spirits? At a glance, not a single bloodline was of ordinary level. What shocked Pei Sun even more was that these spirits showed no hostility at all after sensing the presence of his undead creature. At the same time, although his undead creatures were full of fighting spirit, they had no hostility towards these alien spirits. Pei Sun, who had originally planned to order the undead creatures to directly wipe out the forest, suddenly fell into deep hesitation. After a brief thought, Pei Sun ordered the undead creatures to stay where they were for the time being, and then, relying on shared vision, he walked towards the nearest alien spirit. It was a red demon blood fox of rare bloodline, level 6. Pei Sun pushed aside the surrounding undead creatures and walked in front of the demon blood fox. The demon blood fox noticed him immediately, but there was no hostility in its eyes. What on earth is going on? Pei Sun's face was full of confusion. No, foxes are cunning by nature. Is this appearance just an act? He thought to himself. So Pei Sun turned and walked towards another strange spirit. This is a 4-level demon crocodile. Its bloodline is also rare, but its level is as high as level 9. The 4-tripod demon crocodile was enormous, its skin covered in jet black scales as hard as iron, each gleaming with a faint metallic sheen. Its eyes were like 2 eerie balls of green fire, and 4 fleshy tripods bulged from its back, emitting a strong, rancid stench. Pei Sun approached it, but surprisingly, he didn't sense any hostility. Even stranger, he could sense an inexplicable affinity between him and the beast, which puzzled him. You must know that the vast majority of alien spirits are irreconcilable with humans and are full of malice towards humans. Could it be that what he encountered was one of the very few exceptions? Could it be because I'm too handsome? Pei Sun couldn't help but think seriously about it. At this moment, the 4-tripod demon crocodile in front of him suddenly moved and slowly crawled towards Pei Sun, scaring him so much that he retreated repeatedly. However, Pei Sun felt that this guy had a stronger affinity with him. What on earth does this guy want to do? Seeing it desperately crawling towards him, Pei Sun simply stopped and decided to wait and see what it was up to. He was protected by several shadowy sand snakes anyway, so if the demon crocodile showed any malicious intent, it would be instantly struck away by the shadowy sand snakes. As a summoner, Pei Sun was extremely sensitive to the intimacy of alien spirits. In this situation, he was certain that the 4 demon crocodiles had no hostility. Under Pei Sun's gaze, the 4-tripod demon crocodile crawled to his feet, stretched out its slender tongue to lick his shoes, and then rubbed his trouser legs with its huge head. Pei Sun quickly took a few steps back. Go away, don't dirty my pants. Unexpectedly, right after he finished speaking, this guy stopped moving, and Pei Sun actually saw a look of grievance on his face. No way, it can actually understand human language? Just as Pei Sun was staring at it in a daze, the 4-tripod demon crocodile suddenly spread out its limbs and lay on the ground motionless. What are you doing? Pei Sun stared at it closely, and suddenly found that several obscure runes slowly emerged on the forehead of the 4-tripod demon crocodile. Could it be? Pei Sun's eyes suddenly widened. This 4-tripod demon crocodile actually wanted to sign a summoning contract with him and become his pet spirit, and this desire was extremely strong. Is there such a good thing? As a summoner, Pei Sun knew how difficult it was for ordinary summoners to sign a contract with alien spirits. Not only must one's strength surpass that of the alien spirits, but one must also use various means to enhance intimacy with the alien spirits. However, this only qualifies one to initiate a summoning contract with the alien spirits. As for whether the alien spirits are willing to enter into a contract, that depends on themselves. The most difficult step in completing a summoning contract with an alien spirit is precisely this. Because alien spirits are inherently hostile to humans, summoners must devote more time and energy to cultivating a harmonious relationship with the alien spirit in order to successfully complete the contract. As for Pei Sun's current situation, the alien spirit actually took the initiative to initiate a summoning contract with humans. This was unprecedented in the entirety of China. At least, it had never been seen in those popular online videos about forging contracts with otherworldly spirits. Even if the strongest summoner in China stood here, he would surely be so surprised that his eyes would widen in disbelief. I see. Alright then, I had originally thought that if I killed this guy, I would have a stronger undead summon. After all, this thing looked extremely ferocious. But since it took the initiative to conclude a contract, I'll just accept it reluctantly. After that, with Pei Sun's cooperation, location, the 4 tripods demon crocodile successfully entered Pei Sun's pet spirit space.
This space was completely isolated from the summoning space and could only store pet spirits.
Ordinary level alien spirit, 4 tripod demon crocodile, level, LV.9, strength 42.0, intelligence 20.0, spirit 31.0, constitution 41.0, agility 19.0, skill, crushing, deals high damage twice the target's strength value. Glancing at the guy's stats, Pei Sun nodded in satisfaction. This level's stats were quite good for a rare bloodline, with strength and constitution being particularly impressive.
This skill was also quite practical, providing a decent burst of damage at this stage. At this moment, Pei Sun's sharp eyes caught sight of the demon blood fox that he had just avoided slowly walking towards him.
Could this guy also want to sign a contract with me?
Pei Sun muttered in a low voice. During the entire process of Pei Sun and the 4 ding demon crocodile signing the contract, the demon blood fox kept staring at him eagerly, and even when it walked in front of Pei Sun, it continued to release a friendly aura. Sure enough, the demon blood fox walked up to Pei Sun and knelt on the ground with its front legs, with several obscure runes appearing on its forehead.
Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Pei Sun's eyes suddenly lit up. How could such a good thing happen to him?
Without hesitation, Pei Sun completed the summoning contract and placed the demon blood fox into his own pet spirit space. After all, there were no restrictions on pet spirit spaces, so he could take as many as he wanted.
Anything else? Anything else?
Pei Sun carefully observed the movements of other spirits through the vision shared by his undead summons and found that they all stayed quietly in place, staring at Pei Sun's undead summons motionlessly.
Okay, then I'll take the initiative.
As he spoke, Pei Sun relied on his vision to come to the location of the purple striped ghost sheep. This purple striped ghost sheep has an upright figure, a slightly raised back, and its fur is as dark as ink, with a strange dark purple pattern faintly visible in the inky fur. Its horns were thick and curved, sharp as thorns, and a deep dark purple with a unique spiral pattern on the surface.
Although its hollow purple eyes seemed a little dull, they still made people feel fear. This was the alien spirit with epic bloodline.
On the surface, it looked no different from other alien spirits, but Pei Sun always felt a creepy sense of oppression. The purple striped ghost sheep was seen nibbling on the weeds on the ground. From time to time, it would look up and exchange glances with Pei Sun's undead summons, and then continue eating as if nothing had happened. It didn't stop this repetitive action until Pei Sun appeared in front of it.
How about it? Are you fascinated by my handsomeness? Come here quickly. Pei Sun was very happy.
However, like the previous strange spirits, the purple striped ghost sheep couldn't take its eyes off Pei Sun after seeing him, and the affinity it exuded also made Pei Sun feel comfortable. In less than half a minute, the purple striped ghost sheep lost its resistance and walked towards Pei Sun step by step. Although Pei Sun didn't understand the reason, this situation naturally made him overjoyed. Me. The purple striped ghost sheep walked up to Pei Sun, barked twice, and then crawled to the ground. A string of obscure runes slowly emerged between the 2 corners of its forehead. This spirit of epic bloodline has become my pet spirit just like that? Even Pei Sun himself found it unbelievable. In the outside world, it would take an unimaginable amount of effort to subdue such an epic bloodline spirit, but now he subdued it so easily.
Ordinary level alien spirit, purple striped ghost sheep, level, LV.10, strength 42.0, intelligence 71.0, spirit 68.0, constitution 33.0, agility 47.0, skill, purple patterned phantom eyes, uses pupil techniques to confuse the opponent and control their consciousness. The higher the spirit value, the longer the control time. After looking at the information panels of these guys, Pei Sun discovered a strange phenomenon. The bloodlines of these alien spirits are obviously not low, but their levels are quite low.
In theory, the upper limit of the level of alien spirits with ordinary bloodlines is 10. The alien spirits with rare bloodlines can be upgraded to level 20, and the alien spirits with epic bloodlines can be upgraded to level 30. However, none of these spirits were above level 10, which made Pei Sun feel puzzled. Putting aside other things, the special skills of this purple striped ghost sheep alone are enough to make the other strange spirits here obey its orders, right?
But it is only level 10 now. It's really embarrassing for the alien spirits with epic bloodline. Could this guy be a Buddhist who doesn't want to kill?
Hiss. Pei Sun looked at this guy with an innocent face and only bleeding, and couldn't help but gasp. I thought to myself, what if this guy gets scared when we have a fight in the future?
Forget it. I don't think we'll need it when the fight comes, so it's better to keep it than not to have it.
After putting it into the pet spirit space, Pei Sun saw various kinds of strange spirits through the shared vision. His eyes suddenly lit up, and for a moment he even forgot the purpose of his visit.
No, I'm here to fight the boss.
Where the hell is that undead rift spider? This reminded Pei Sun that he was here to find the undead spider, so he ignored the other chaotic spirits and focused on finding the undead spider. The other bosses were easy to find, as they all guarded their own territories.
Pei Sun could always see them at similar locations along the map, but this guy is completely different. It seemed as if this vast forest was its territory. Even with thousands
of undead summons sharing the same field of vision, no trace of it could be found. It's worthy of being a forbidden area. This place is so terrifying. Pei Sun secretly admired them in his heart. It was not easy for him to get into such a place. If others were besieged by a group of alien spirits with innate skills, they would have been stunned long ago, not to mention there was a boss hiding in the dark, watching them intently. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded in Pei Sun's mind, making him stunned. Honorable Supreme Undead Emperor, I am here. Pei Sun's pupils suddenly widened as he looked around, but he didn't see any human figures.
Pa, no spirits either. Honorable Supreme Undead Emperor, it's me, I'm right above you.
Pei Sun looked up suddenly and was startled. I saw an undead spider so huge that it was terrifying. It was perched on the top of the towering trees around, right above Pei Sun. At first glance, this guy's body is as big as a football field. His shell exudes a cold metallic luster and is covered with strange patterns. His 8 thick, long legs are like sharp sickles, and 2 huge fangs protrude from his mouth, giving people a sense of endless fear and oppression radiating from the inside out.
However, such a huge creature is only level 15, and this way of appearance, does it have to be so creepy? You, what did you just call me? The Honorable Supreme Undead Emperor. Oh my god, what Supreme Emperor? Is this some ancient relic?
Pei Sun thought he had misheard the first time.
Why do you call me that? Because I can feel the purest breath of the undead in you. You are our king. The purest breath of the undead? Did this guy confuse the aura of death with the aura of the undead? But there doesn't seem to be much difference between the two. So that's it. Pei Sun suddenly understood. No wonder the strange spirits here are so eager to sign a summoning contract with me.
It turned out that he was led by this guy and thought he was their king. But this is too outrageous.
A level 15 alien spirit can actually command so many alien spirits. Wait, level 15?
Pei Sun was stunned for a moment, then asked, "You're only level 15, how can you speak?"
Pei Sun's eyes slowly widened.
Usually, alien spirits would become proficient in human language only when they reached level 30 or 40, with an intelligence attribute of around 200.
This guy is obviously only level 15. How come he can speak human language? Could it be that its bloodline level has already surpassed the epic level?
Thinking of this, Pei Sun didn't dare to think further.
This small desert forest actually hides a strange spirit with Phantom Saint bloodline?
Your Excellency the Supreme Undead Emperor, I didn't really speak. I was simply using my supernatural powers to convey my thoughts to you, and they were automatically converted into a language you could understand. The undead spider patiently explained to Pei Sun.
Oh, so that's how it is.
Pei Sun pinched his chin and nodded. But even so, this guy's bloodline level must be at the Phantom Saint level or higher. Otherwise, even a spirit with epic bloodline at level 30 would not be able to achieve this level. When the 4 ding demon crocodiles and purple striped ghost sheep first appeared, Pei Sun could immediately sense their bloodline levels. However, although this guy had shown an extremely friendly side when he appeared, Pei Sun still could not immediately sense his bloodline level. Pei Sun's expression changed as he suddenly thought of something important.
I came here to kill this guy, but now it tells me that I am its king? So should I kill him or not? If I conquer it, will the assessment points be added or not?
As if sensing Pei Sun's hesitation, the undead spider leaped down from the top of the towering tree, transformed into a body only the size of a door, and landed in front of Pei Sun, with the contract rune appearing on its forehead again.
Your Majesty, the Supreme Emperor of the Undead, I wish to be your beloved spirit. Pei Sun ignored this and said in shock, you can actually become smaller? Of course, that huge body just now is my skill. Skills? What skills did you show me the first time we met? You scared me. Pei Sun couldn't help but complain angrily.
Excuse me, I was trying to show you that I have the power to protect you. I had thought that a bloody storm would break out upon entering this so-called forbidden area, but I didn't expect the result to be like this. Now that things have come to this, Pei Sun can no longer take action.
Defeat boss number 100, LV.15 Undead Rift Spider, and obtain 1,500 points.
A familiar voice sounded in Pei Sun's mind, and he was delighted. Even if the pet was captured and placed into the pet spirit space, the points would still increase, but the prompt changed from kill the boss to defeat the boss. After the Undead Rift Spider entered Pei Sun's pet spirit space, Pei Sun immediately opened its attribute panel.
King level spirit, Undead Spider, level, LV.15, strength, 122.0, intelligence, 148.0, spirit, 113.0, constitution, 109.0, agility, 131.0,
skill, Wrath of the Undead, infinitely expands the body, causing the 5-dimensional attributes to surge. The expansion multiple and attribute improvement are related to the current spiritual intelligence. Skill, Death-Splitting Poison Curse, splits the body into countless parts and attacks the target. The infected will be cursed with death poison, causing 14.8 damage per second. Damage is related to current intelligence. This talent skill is indeed good, but it always feels weird that a level 15 alien spirit has 2 boss level skills. After the Undead Rift Spider entered the pet spirit space, the connection between the two sides' thoughts became closer.
I I have a question. Why is your bloodline level so high, but your attribute level so low? Pei Sun asked the question frankly. The undead crystal raised my bloodline to the level of Phantom Saint, but because I have no prey to kill, my level has not been able to increase. Ha! Isn't this forest full of spirits? With so many spirits, it should be enough for you to reach level 20 at least. What exactly is this undead crackling stone you mentioned? After hearing the undead spider's explanation, Pei Sun became even more confused. What could actually raise the bloodline level of a spirit? This is unbelievable. The undead rift stone is a black crystal that flew from nowhere and fell into the dark death forest 2 years ago. This crystal has raised the bloodline levels of all the alien spirits here to the highest limit, said the undead rift spider. There's such a thing? Pei Sun was extremely surprised. This was the first time he had heard of something that could evolve alien spiritual bloodlines. When the undead stone first appeared, everyone discovered that it could raise bloodline levels, and fierce fighting broke out among the spirits, killing each other. Eventually, the undead stone fell into my hands. Under its influence, all the spirits were given undead attributes. Since then, there has been no more fighting among us, and my level has stopped at level 15. Then why can't the people and spirits around here enter this forest? Pei Sun became more and more curious as he listened, and couldn't help but ask. That's also because of this undead cracked stone. This piece. Wait, don't say that for now. Pei Sun hurriedly interrupted the undead spider, and then he summoned it from the pet spirit space to his front. He always felt it was weird that he was talking to the air alone. Go on. Okay, your exalted supreme undead. Wait, change your name. Just call me Brother Sun. Don't be so reserved when talking to me. Okay, Brother Sun. Pei Sun scratched his head. This guy spoke like a program. After the spirits in this forest were infected with the attributes of undead, the surrounding areas were also affected and infected with the attributes of undead. This attribute strongly repels creatures of other attributes, so people and spirits from other places cannot enter. So that's how it is. Pei Sun thought thoughtfully. No wonder the sand around the Black Death Forest turned black when I first arrived. Where is the undead crackstone now? Right here. The undead spider slowly opened its mouthparts and spit out a crystal stone as black as ink. The crystal was pure black, without a single tinge of color. It was so dark that it seemed to swallow up the surrounding light. Pei Sun took a look at it and felt dazed, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Is this the undead stone-splitting power you mentioned? It's incredibly powerful. Pei Sun was stunned for a moment. Yes, we don't know its origins either. We are now giving it to you for safekeeping. Pei Sun took the undead stone and immediately felt an extremely comfortable power flowing through his body, as if he was enveloped by some kind of protection. At the same time, the system panel pops up. 5th level material, undead crackstone. Function, releases a strong aura of the undead, increasing the fighting spirit of undead creatures. When the fighting spirit reaches its peak, it can break through the bloodline level. Upon death, the undead creature will split into two, and its fighting power will be halved. After seeing the function of this thing, Pei Sun was ecstatic. The effect of increasing fighting spirit may not have much impact on the undead he summoned, but it can break through the bloodline level. The effect is simply terrifying. If his more than 3,000 ordinary blooded spirits could all leap from the ordinary level to the rare level, wouldn't they all be able to learn skills? In that case, his combat power would probably increase dramatically. Pei Sun felt excited even just imagining it. Moreover, the subsequent splitting function is also extremely useful to him. After a quick calculation, doesn't he now have more than 3,000 plus more than 6,000 summoned alien spirits? Although their combat power has been halved, these undead summons are not very powerful to begin with, and they rely on numbers to win. This is material specially prepared for him. What a great stuff! Pei Sun's joy was beyond words. However, despite its powerful effect, it is still just a material. If it is made into equipment, the effect will be even more amazing. Pei Sun had just taken the undead stone when the undead spider suddenly turned around, staring at a certain direction. After a few breaths, it turned to another place, and it was unknown what it was observing. At the same time, Pei Sun also noticed something strange. Through the vision shared by the undead summons, he noticed that the other strange spirits in the distance suddenly became panicked for some reason, running around and rushing around. What's going on? Pei Sun frowned slightly, confused. Brother Sun, these spirits started to panic because they lost their undead aura after you took over the undead stone. They have become accustomed to the existence of this undead aura. The undead spider slowly twisted its body and patiently explained to Pei Sun. So that's how it is. Pei Sun fell into deep thought. Can you calm them down? Pei Sun asked. Of course, no problem. They are all my people and obey my orders. A hint of pride and confidence flashed in the undead spider's gloomy eyes. However, if you take this undead rift stone away now, and I leave with you, the next generation of their race will probably begin to degenerate, it added. Hearing this, Pei Sun fell into deep thought again. There are more than 90 kinds of strange spirits here, and more than 90 different races, totaling more than 1,000. These thousands of spirits were extremely powerful under the influence of the undead stone. It would be a shame if they degenerated. How about signing a contract contract with all of them. This thought flashed through his mind, but Pei Sun immediately rejected it. If he took them all away, wouldn't the ecological balance of this forest be destroyed by him alone?
After careful consideration, Pei Sun decided to take only one from each of the more than 90 races here.
This is also a trace of my visit here. As for the remaining alien spirits degenerating, let them go. After all, their evolution itself is a destruction of the ecological balance. After expressing his idea to the undead rift spider, the latter readily agreed.
The undead rift spider leaped with all its might and flew to the top of the surrounding towering trees, emitting an extremely shrill cry.
The panicked spirits immediately quieted down.
Afterwards, with the assistance of the undead rift spider, Pei Sun successfully concluded contracts with 94 alien spirits in less than 2 hours. Most of the time was spent walking, because the strange spirits knelt down and surrendered to Pei Sun and the undead spider as soon as they saw them.
After a rough count, it was found that 18 alien spirits had epic bloodlines, and the rest had rare bloodlines, although the level did not exceed level 10. After conquering them all, Pei Sun's points increased significantly again, and now exceeded 13,000 points. There were only 11 bosses left to complete the SSS level mission.
For him, it was just a matter of time. Before leaving, Pei Sun took a few more glances at the surroundings. He knew in his heart that once he left, this place would soon undergo earth-shaking changes, changing with each passing day.
When he reached the exit, he couldn't help but think of the old man outside. How dare this be called a forbidden area?
He sneered in his heart.
Inside the shelter,
Liao Yuza and Hubin kept a close eye on Pei Sun's points, especially Liao Yuza, who was extremely nervous the whole time, as if he had entered the Black Death Forest himself.
It wasn't until Pei Sun's points suddenly soared by 1,500 that he couldn't help but burst into joy and laughed out loud to the sky.
He knew that Pei Sun must have successfully killed the undead rift spider, and his excitement and pride were beyond words. Others may not know how troublesome this undead spider is, but he has been working here for more than 10 years and knows best how difficult this guy is to deal with.
Countless epic and even brilliant professionals were unable to solve it, but it was killed by a candidate who was taking the test. How could he not be excited? From a broader perspective, this was like removing a cancer from Fengyu City. Mayor Liao, Pei Sun is still in the Black Death Forest.
Mr. Sure probably doesn't know that the undead rift spider has been killed.
Should we tell him first to prevent him from worrying? Hubin suggested. No, give him a surprise.
Liao Yuza said firmly. At the exit of the Black Death Forest,
Sure Lihan frowned and paced back and forth.
He has been guarding here for more than 10 years. Thanks to his efforts, there are only a handful of creatures that have strayed
into the Black Death Forest over the past decade.
Although the number is small, all of them have been killed without exception. It was not until 2 years ago when he discovered that this place was repellent to foreign organisms that his workload was significantly reduced. Facing those arrogant examinees, he was not polite at all and let them suffer the consequences and fall hard. But who could have expected that Pei Sun would come out so fresh and lively today?
You know, so far, no candidate who entered the Black Death Forest has ever come out alive. Opportunity. This is definitely an opportunity.
Sure Lihan uttered these words in a low voice while pacing back and forth. Suddenly, Sure Lihan sensed the fluctuation of supernatural power coming from the exit of the Black Death Forest.
He immediately turned around and saw a figure walking out in a dashing manner. You really came out? How did you? Before he could finish his words, Sure Lihan's expression froze instantly. What's with that giant spider following behind? Grandpa, is this the forbidden area you mentioned? It's just like that.
After I went in, I didn't even move my hands, but I directly broke through this forest. Pei Sun squinted his eyes and said proudly while picking his ears.
You.
Although Sure Lihan was shocked that Pei Sun was able to come out alive, he was more frightened by the big spider next to Pei Sun.
That color, that look.
No candidate who entered the Black Death Forest had ever come out alive, but those professionals who took missions from the different World Exploration Association and had stepped into the Black Death Forest had also seen the appearance of the undead rift spider.
Isn't this the undead rift spider? Why are you following this kid so happily now? What's that behind you? Why is it following you? Sure Lihan asked in disbelief. You mean this?
Pei Sun turned around and patted the undead spider's forehead, then said calmly, this is the alien spirit I signed a summoning contract with in there. Sure Lihan was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened like bells, and his mouth opened so wide that a light bulb could be stuffed in.
Isn't this guy the boss here? And now he's your pet? He's a rare spirit after all. Even elite summoners combined might not be able to subdue him, and yet you, an ordinary summoner, managed to subdue him?
Although it is hard to accept, this seems to be the most appropriate explanation given the facts before us. The moment Sure Lihan stared at the undead spider naturally noticed him as well. Sensing Sure Lihan's aura, the undead spider's hair stood on end, its eyes became extremely sharp, and its 8 sharp legs flashed with a cold luster.
Hey, it's my teacher, it's here to help me, it has no hostility towards us.
Noticing the undead spider's sudden alertness and fighting spirit, Pei Sun quickly comforted it. After listening to Pei Sun's explanation, the undead spider really let down its guard. After all, alien spirits and humans are inherently incompatible. Only the identity of a necromancer bestowed upon Pei Sun by the system made this guy mistakenly believe that he was the supreme undead emperor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be subdued so easily. Now that it sees other humans, it is understandable that it immediately becomes alert. Shi Lihan, who was stared at by the undead spider, suddenly felt an indescribable palpitation. This guy doesn't have a rare bloodline. Shi Lihan was stunned again. Logically speaking, a level 15 alien spirit shouldn't make him feel this way, even though he was completely defenseless at the moment. But this guy just looked at him and made him feel uncontrollable palpitations, which only meant that its strength was far beyond level 15, which meant that the bloodline level of this undead spider had reached epic level or even higher. Thinking that it had already signed a summoning contract with Pei Sun, Shi Lihan found it even more unbelievable. How did you conclude a summoning contract with this alien spirit? Shi Lihan suppressed his excitement and asked curiously. Grandpa, you are wrong. It's the girl who chases the boy. No, it's it who chases me. It took the initiative to conclude a summoning contract with me, Pei Sun said with narrowed eyes. It took the initiative? Shi Lihan's eyes widened. Old man, I know you have extraordinary abilities, but don't lie to me. I just want to know how you defeated it in 2 hours and gained its recognition. Why would I lie to you? Pei Sun explained truthfully with a wry smile. It took quite a while to find this guy inside. After we found him, we were attracted to each other, and the summoning contract was completed. Pei Sun didn't know how to explain it to him. He couldn't just say that he was the only one with the hidden profession of necromancer, and then be mistaken by this guy as the supreme undead emperor, and the contract was inexplicably concluded successfully. If that were the case, he himself would not be able to explain it. Forget it. Then you should at least tell me what bloodline this guy is from. Look at your tone, it's like I lied to you, really. Pei Sun said with a smile. This guy has the bloodline of the Phantom Saint, but for some reason his level is so low. Pei Sun said this because he didn't want to reveal the existence of the undead rift stone. As the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed to the public, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. Anyway, the facts are right in front of him, and he certainly can't explain it. Is it really the bloodline of the Phantom Saint level? Shi Lihan's heart was shocked again. Although he had guessed it just now, he still found it hard to believe that such a tiny child could actually conclude a summoning contract with a spirit with the bloodline of a Phantom Saint. Wouldn't this child's future life be smooth and bright? At least that was the case during my time in Tianjing province. This is the opportunity this child has encountered. Shi Lihan murmured softly with a wry smile. By the way, let me ask you something, Grandpa, Pei Sun said with a smile as he walked towards Shi Lihan. How much is the 5th level material worth on the market now? Shi Lihan couldn't help but gasp, wondering how many treasures this guy had gotten from it. The lowest price for 5th tier materials on the market right now is starting at tens of millions of blue star coins. But if the 5th tier materials you have are currently popular or are urgently needed by some wealthy nobles, the price will be even higher. Breaking the 100 million mark is not out of the question. What 5th level material did you get? Shi Lihan asked tentatively. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Pei Sun responded with a smile. After saying goodbye to the old man, Pei Sun continued his previous plan and headed deep into the desert forest. After careful consideration, he simply left the undead spider and the 94 alien spirits he had just subdued outside for the time being. These guys have been in the dark death forest for long enough. It's time to let them out to get some fresh air and gain some experience. They are all so talented, but their levels are so low, they must be getting frustrated. With a thought, 94 strange spirits of various shapes and sizes appeared in front of Pei Sun. Ahem, little death. I know you've been stuck in the black death forest for too long and haven't been able to level up. Now I'm giving you a chance to show yourselves. Xiao Wan was the name Pei Sun casually gave to the undead spider, and this guy didn't seem to mind it too much. After saying that, he opened the 3D map again. You should be familiar with the route through the desert forest, so I won't give you any further instructions. Take these 94 guys and eliminate this, and this. Is that okay? The undead spider glanced at the map and immediately said that there was no problem. Although it is only level 15 now, its Phantom Saint bloodline makes its attributes far exceed those of ordinary level 15 alien spirits. It is definitely not difficult to deal with these bosses marked by the school, not to mention that there are 94 alien spirits with strong attributes to help. The undead rift spider has been commanding these 94 alien spirits for a long time, so fighting is naturally easy for him. Okay, let's go then. After issuing the order not to actively attack humans, Pei Sun felt at ease to let these guys go. Of course, if after the warning, there is still someone who overestimates his own capabilities and dares to attack the undead rift spider, Pei Sun doesn't mind making him suffer. Glancing at the time, it was almost 3 in the afternoon, and the time left for the end of the assessment was shortened by a few minutes. The following time should be the most boring stage of this assessment for Pei Sun, because he only needs to give an order to his undead summons and then he can sit back and relax. After staying in the Black Death Forest for about 2 hours, there were more than 7,000 common bloodline bloodline spirits and more than 700 rare bloodline spirits in his summoning space. Together with the previous ones, there were more than 10,000 common bloodline spirits and more than 1,000 rare bloodline spirits. Coupled with the splitting effect of the undead stone, it would probably be no problem to conquer the entire desert forest. With a slight movement of Pei Sun's mind, tens of thousands of undead spirits suddenly emerged from the abyss of endless darkness. Their cold aura instantly spread, carrying with it a chilling stench of decay. Their hollow eyes were filled with murderous intent. They appeared in a vast, mighty force, blocking out the sky and the sun, emitting bursts of low whimpers and shrieks, like the legendary Empire of the Dead. Seeing this scene, even Pei Sun himself was stunned. The Supreme Undead Emperor? The scene was like a dream. He never imagined that one day he would be able to create an undead disaster that would terrify countless people. Coming back to his senses, Pei Sun didn't want to waste any time and immediately ordered to strangle the nearest boss. The deeper you go into the desert forest, the denser the bosses become and the more difficult it becomes. But this was exactly what Pei Sun wanted, so he didn't bother wasting time challenging weak bosses. So, he slowly advanced towards the center of the desert forest. Ding! The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed the LV.7 demonic horned leopard, gaining 150 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed the LV.9 giant coyote, gaining 200 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed the LV.6 demonic horned leopard, gaining 125 experience, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Kill! Ding! The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed the LV.14 four-winged nightbird, gaining 1,500 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, has been upgraded to LV.16. Includes new alien races, can be summoned, rare bloodline, four-winged nightbird. While Pei Sun was attacking with all his might, good news came in from the undead spider. This guy was even more powerful than he had expected. At this rate, he would probably reach level 20 soon. Moreover, this was when Pei Sun and the undead spider split the experience equally. The advancement of alien spirits is not as complicated as human cultivation. As long as you hunt enough alien spirits, you can advance smoothly. If the advancement fails, it means that the number of alien spirits hunted is not enough. Ding! Killed LV.9 wild bull, gained 400 experience, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Killed the LV.7 purple skull ant, gained 250 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Killed the LV.4 demonic horned leopard, gained 150 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box. Ding! Kill! Ding! Kill LV.15 purple skull ant, gain 5,000 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box. Includes new alien spirit races, which can be summoned, rare bloodline, purple skulled evil ants. After the undead rift spider successfully killed the boss, the undead summons also brought good news. As of now, 10 bosses have been killed. If the news of beheading 10 bosses in a few hours were to spread, no one would believe it, but Pei Sun actually did it himself. At this rate, with the help of the undead rift spider, it is estimated that all 20 bosses will be killed in less than 2 hours. It feels so good. Seeing the experience points rolling in, Pei Sun felt a surge of joy in his heart, even though these experiences were still temporarily stored in the experience box. While the undead summons and pet spirits were fighting hard, Pei Sun was also constantly familiarizing himself with the terrain and routes deep in the desert forest. During this process, he met many candidates from other schools. Most of them came in pairs or even groups of 4. When they saw Pei Sun alone, they were all surprised. After all, this exam was a test of life and death. The courage to participate alone is extraordinary. Of course, he also met several candidates from the same school. Others might not recognize Pei Sun, but his classmates were stunned when they saw him. Aren't you a D-level talent? You're still alive after getting here, which is pretty good. You've been occupying the top spot on the leaderboard from the beginning until now. What the hell is going on? When they saw Pei Sun, they all ran away as if they had seen a ghost. Pei Sun didn't care about this, as long as they didn't provoke him, although a few of them did mock him before the test. I thought I could kill 20 bosses smoothly and complete the advancement task, but I didn't expect that something unexpected would happen when the 16th boss was killed. 6 guys who came together suddenly blocked Pei Sun's way, and the leader did not hide the greed in his eyes. So you're a classmate from number 6 middle school. It's not easy to survive until now, but you're lucky to have met me. The road ahead will become increasingly dangerous, so you don't have to go it yourself. Hurry and transfer the points to me, press the SOS button, and get out of here. Do you understand? Pei Sun frowned slightly and looked carefully at the 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. Judging from their school uniforms, these people are from number 1 middle school, number 2 middle school, 2 number 3 middle schools and 2 number 4 middle schools. The one who spoke first was the guy from number 1 middle school. I have to admit that the candidates from number 1 middle school are indeed extremely arrogant. Brother Lai,
this isn't a good idea, is it? This classmate is the only one left now, and it seems his companions may have been killed. If you attack him now, aren't you taking advantage of his misfortune? A girl with a nice figure and delicate face turned her head and questioned, a sharp light flashing in her pure eyes. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Lai Yunqi sneered, Sister Shi, you're wrong. This kid has used up all his luck to survive until now. Going any further will only cost him his life. I'm thinking about his safety. How can it be considered taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Ha ha ha, what makes you so sure he survived? Just because he's a student at number 6 middle school? That's right, it's because he's from Fengyu number 6 middle school. Aren't all the students from number 6 middle school useless? I wonder how they managed to tamper with the system data to get to the top of the list. With such bad habits, all the students in the school should be expelled. Just as the girl named Zhuang Yushi was about to refute, another girl next to her suddenly pulled her hand and whispered, Xiao Shi, stop arguing with Brother Lai. What Brother Lai said makes sense. Think about it, if he meets us now, we can still let him go. But what if he meets a group of alien spirits? And if Brother Lai hadn't let us, our points wouldn't be so high. Don't make Brother Lai angry. But before Zhuang Yushi finished speaking, Lai Yunqi had already shouted at Pei Sun, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you haven't transferred your points by the time I count to 3, don't blame me for being rude. Pei Sun's gaze shifted from Zhuang Yushi back to Lai Yunqi, and he narrowed his eyes. Then count them. I want to see why you were so rude. Humph. Lai Yunqi snorted coldly, his face suddenly darkening as he said in a deep voice, it seems like all of you 6th middle school students are all the same about being stubborn. After saying that, he slowly raised his right hand, the supernatural power in his body started to operate, the temperature around him dropped suddenly, and a sharp ice cone appeared in his palm in an instant. A mage specializing in ice attributes? Pei Sun was slightly surprised. Mages usually only mastered the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thunder, ice, light, and darkness were considered rare attributes. He hadn't expected an ice attribute mage to exist here. I'll say this one last time, if you... Before he finished speaking, Lai Yunqi's voice stopped abruptly and his eyes suddenly widened. Dozens of strange spirits with slender bodies and ferocious eyes suddenly appeared and quickly surrounded them. Several people's faces changed drastically in shock. What is this? Is this a ghost? No, how could a ghost look like this? They seem lifeless. Are they all dead? Don't be ridiculous. How can a dead thing be conscious? Is it haunted? You, stop talking. I'm scared. I recognize it. Isn't this the 49th boss, the Shadow Sand Snake? How did it appear here? Yeah, this thing looks like a Shadow Sand Snake, but why does it look like this? And aren't the Shadow Sand Snakes in the southwest? How did they appear here? And there are so many of them. What the hell? What the hell? Faced with the current situation, several people suddenly lost their composure and panicked. Lai Yunqi was shocked for a long time. After he came to his senses, he stared at Pei Sun fiercely. You're the one behind this. What the hell is this? Tell me right now, or I'll let you suffer in the ice until you die. Pei Sun said nothing, simply staring at their ridiculous appearances, which he actually found somewhat amusing. Aside from the girl named Xiaoxi, whose brows were furrowed as she focused on observing the phantom sand snakes he had summoned, the others were already sweating profusely. It's all fancy and mysterious. Lai Yunqi's eyes turned cold, and the ice cone in his hand, which was filled with extremely cold air, flew towards Pei Sun with a whoosh. But Pei Sun didn't need to take action at all, because the shadowy sand snake had already attacked first, and its whip accurately hit the ice cone, shattering it directly. However, the shadow sand snake also suffered a fatal blow and instantly turned into nothingness and dissipated. Lai Yunqi saw this and immediately showed his joy. It's really just a showpiece, it can't withstand a single blow. He turned to look at the others and said, come with me. Although there are a lot of these ghosts, as long as... Before she could finish her words, the woman who had just stopped Xiaoxi from speaking suddenly shouted in panic, Lai, brother Lai, look, what are you looking at? Lai Yunqi was interrupted and felt annoyed. He turned around and was stunned. Why the hell are there 2 more little shadow sand snakes? Brother Lai, don't be impulsive. Although these shadow sand snakes are fake, their aggressiveness should not be underestimated. And from the situation just now, they can still split after falling. Although it is not clear what means he used, this situation is very unfavorable to us. Let's retreat first. Zhuang Yushi analyzed with a serious expression. Hearing her say this, Lai Yunqi immediately became furious. He was just a student from number 1 middle school, but he couldn't beat number 6 middle school and had to retreat and admit defeat? I don't need you to give me orders, just restore my powers. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Yunqi once again gathered his supernatural powers, and his momentum was even stronger than before. The cold wind was howling, the temperature dropped sharply, and a thin layer of frost covered the surrounding trees. What a stubborn person. Pei Sun sneered and immediately ordered the shadow sand snakes to attack. You're just a bunch of useless creatures, yet you dare to show off your power? Today, I'm going to get rid of all you pests from number 6 middle school. Before he could finish his words, an invisible shadow sand snake suddenly appeared in front of Lai Yunqi, leaped up suddenly, and slapped
Lai Yunqi in the face with its long tail. Lai Yunqi was unable to react in time and was thrown several meters away. Blood spurted out of his mouth and stars appeared in his eyes. He probably hadn't realized what had happened yet. Seeing this, Zhuang Yushi hurried forward to help him, but just after taking 2 steps, a huge monster suddenly blocked her way.
Sand, Desert Scorpion King? Why is he here? Zhuang Yushi suddenly panicked, her legs went weak and she almost fell down.
At this moment, the Desert Scorpion King's stinger had extended, only 1 centimeter away from her forehead. Given this guy's terrifying fighting power, if his tail stinger pierces her head, her life will probably be in danger.
You'd better not move.
Pei Sun's voice actually came from the mouth of the Desert Scorpion King.
Zhuang Yushi suddenly felt strange, but did not dare to move at all.
Immediately afterwards, Pei Sun ordered several shadowy sand snakes to tie up the 5 people tightly, making them unable to move. Seeing that they were all subdued, Pei Sun walked forward, his sharp eyes swept across several faces, finally stopping on Lai Yunqi.
From what you said just now, you have harmed many of our number 6 middle school's candidates?
Pei Sun raised his eyebrows and asked.
Ha ha, so what? I just looked down on the losers from you 6th middle school.
No matter who used such despicable means to get first place, since they did it, you 6th middle school people have to bear the consequences.
Despicable means? Why are you playing dumb? Don't you know what's going on in your school?
This kind of thing happens every year, but I didn't expect number 6 middle school to do it so brazenly this year.
I'm only helping the school deal with you now. Oh, so in the final analysis, you just think that the students in our number 6 middle school don't have that ability? Huh? Don't you have any idea of your 6th middle school's performance over the past few years? Before, it was hard to even make it into the top 10. But now not only are there 2 of you, but one is even sitting firmly in first place. Just because you've tweaked the stats, you really think you're capable? Then how did you lose to me now? Why didn't you resist? Don't you want to resist? You, humph. Although I don't know what shameful means you used, I have to admit that you are indeed powerful. However, your tough talk will only last for a short time. Once the assessment is over, if the
school finds out that you used some prohibited means to undermine fairness, the punishment will still be to expel all of you students from number 6 middle school.
Not a single one of you will be able to advance.
Pei Sun couldn't help but sneer, glanced at the others, and finally his gaze stopped on the girl named Xiaoxi.
He walked up to Zhuang Yushi and asked, "What is your relationship with them?"
At this moment, Zhuang Yushi slowly recovered from the murderous pressure of the Desert Scorpion King.
Hearing Pei Sun's question, she looked him in the eye without fear and replied coldly, "What does it have to do with you?"
Obviously, this girl was also full of hostility towards Pei Sun, and probably believed what Lai Yunqi said.
"Do you also think that I obtained these summons through illegal means?" Pei Sun asked with a smile. He had a good impression of this girl. After all, she had just spoken up for him. If her strength wasn't limited, she would probably help him out. "What does it have to do with me?" These 2 short sentences left Pei Sun speechless, not knowing how to refute. "Okay, then let me ask you something that's related to me. How many students from number 6 middle school have you met along the way?" Zhuang Yushi then thought seriously and replied after a few seconds. 4. How are those 4 doing now? All 4 were seriously injured. 3 pressed the distress button and have been rescued. 1 didn't, and his current condition is unknown.
Hearing this, Pei Sun's eyes became slightly dazed. In such an environment, being injured but not pressing the distress button is tantamount to waiting for death, and pressing the distress button means giving up the assessment and thus cutting off your chance of success. Their Fingyu City was originally a very backward place. Unexpectedly, in this small assessment, not only was there no unity, but there was also oppression and bullying. Pei Sun felt extremely sad for these people. Fortunately, there are kind-hearted classmates like the girl named Xiaoxi. "What's your name?" Pei Sun asked. "This has nothing to do with you." Zhuang Yushi glared at him with a calm tone. "Tell me your name and I'll give you all these points." Pei Sun crossed his arms and said with a smile, "No need, my points are already in the top 10. Zhuang Yushi looked into the distance with disdain. After hearing this, Pei Sun's interest suddenly increased. "Then let me see, they just called you Xiaoxi, right? You were so far away from us just now, how could you hear us talking?" Zhuang Yushi's eyes widened slightly, obviously surprised. There were only a few names in the top 10, didn't that mean he had guessed them? "My summons can share sound and vision. I already sent an invisible spirit to ambush you. Is this your summon?" Zhuang Yushi instantly grasped the key point of Pei Sun's words, her tone filled with disbelief. How could a summoner tame so many summons in such a short time? And they were all the boss spirits of the desert forest. "What does it have to do with you, Zhuang Yushi?" Pei Sun asked proudly. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Don't call my name." Zhuang Yushi pouted with a little temper. Looking at her like this, Pei Sun thought she was quite cute. "Okay, since you spoke up for me just now, I'll let you go." After saying that, Pei Sun withdrew the spirit that was staring at Zhuang Yushi. "What about them?" Zhuang Yushi asked. Pei Sun ignored her and walked straight back to Lai Yunqi and the other 4 people and said, "You're Lai Yunqi, right? You've cost us number 6 middle school 4 spots. So, is it not too much for me to take 4 lives from the 5 of you?" When Lai Yunqi heard this, he was immediately furious. He had always been praised by number 1 middle school, but he had never been threatened in such a tone.
Discuss among yourselves. I'll give you 1 minute.
If you haven't reached a consensus after 1 minute, the 5 of you will be buried here hand in hand. After saying that, Pei-sun stood aside.
Don't even think about trying to sow discord, and don't even think about attacking me. You 6th middle school students are a bunch of losers. Once you lose your spot, you lose it. I'm one of the students in our school with the best chance of getting a spot. If you dare to maliciously attack me and cut me off from the outside world, my teacher will definitely dig deep to find you. Did you hear me clearly? If you know what's good for you, let me go now and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it.
Lai Yunqi's words stirred up a surge of anger in Pei-sun's chest, but he suppressed it and did not explode immediately.
Don't you understand that the teachers at number 1 middle school are known for their protectiveness?
If you dare to lay a hand on brother Lai, his teacher will find out and will investigate thoroughly, and there will be no room for negotiation. The girl who had just told Zhuang Yushi to mind her own business also interjected.
Pei-sun acted as if he hadn't heard anything and said calmly, time is running out.
Bah! Who are you trying to scare?
If you dare, try to hit me. I really don't want this spot today.
Lai Yunqi was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Pei-sun. At this time, Zhuang Yushi came over and whispered, you'd better not touch him.
His teacher is called Lu Dai, who is very famous in Fengyu City.
He is decisive and often takes extraordinary actions to protect the interests of students and the class.
Otherwise, you.
Before she could finish her words, Pei-sun ignored her and walked straight up to the 5 people.
The first person to be asked was Lai Yunqi. Tell me, who do you want me to let go?
Pei-sun had no expression on his face and spoke in a calm tone without any ripples.
Bah, you'd better kill me today. As long as I'm still breathing, I'll make you regret it.
Let me tell you, the true genius of our number 1 middle school hasn't shown his strength yet.
If I tell them about this, you're done. So you'd better.
Ugh, ugh. Before Lai Yunqi could finish his words, Pei-sun ordered the shadow sand snake to wrap around his mouth.
Then, Pei-sun turned to the boy next to Lai Yunqi. What about you? Who do you want me to let go? Brother, I'm just here to collect points. I've never laid a hand on any of your students from number 6 middle school.
Hearing this, Lai Yunqi suddenly became excited for some reason, his eyes widened, and veins bulged on his forehead.
So you mean to get the other 4 out, right? Brother, there's no point in making things difficult for me. I just, answer me, yes or no.
The boy glanced at Lai Yunqi, who was glaring at him, with a guilty look on his face, and then said, yes. Pei-sun walked towards the next boy, but before he could say anything, the boy spoke first.
Brother,
I'm just here to collect points like him, and I've never touched any students from number 6 middle school.
Please let me go. So your choice is to also eliminate the other 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Pei-sun glanced back at Lai Yunqi and said in a steady tone, you've got 3 votes. 1 more and you'll be buried. Pei-sun walked up to the last girl and asked.
That guy wasn't smart. He didn't vote. Now he has 3 votes and you have 2. Just choose. Do you want him to be buried alone or with him?
Zhuang Yushi, who was standing next to him, felt her heart tremble when she heard this. Pei-sun's expressionless face could actually say such cold-blooded and chilling words.
Please let me go. I'm just here to get some points. I don't want to risk my life.
The girl had acted nonchalant just now, apparently thinking that Pei-sun wouldn't dare to touch them. But now, seeing the cold murderous look in his eyes, she immediately became timid.
Weren't you speaking for him just now? Why did you change now? I just want to get a spot.
Whoa. Before she finished speaking, the girl burst into tears, her face turned pale with fear, and she could no longer hold back.
Don't cry. If you cry, you will be buried now,
Pei-sun said with a frown. He hates girls crying the most.
They cry endlessly and can't be comforted no matter what.
Hearing this, the girl immediately shut her mouth, but tears kept flowing down like beads from a broken string. After asking around, Pei-sun walked up to Lai Yun and stood up. Half of this guy's face turned red and veins popped out on his forehead. I don't know why he was blushing so much. Unfortunately, you received the most votes. Just prepare to be buried in peace.
Oh, and don't worry.
My points are now very high on the leaderboard.
If your teacher wants to find me, he can easily find me even if he digs 3 feet underground.
Although I couldn't hear what Lai Yunqi was mumbling, I could roughly guess that he wanted Pei-sun to let him go. Pei-sun was too lazy to waste time with him, so he immediately summoned 5 wild bulls and dug a huge pit in less than half a minute.
Are you really going to bury him?
Seeing this, Zhuang Yushi hurriedly stopped Pei-sun. Let him go. Otherwise, Lu Du will definitely cause trouble for you. With Lu Du's strength and status, your school's teachers can't protect you at all.
What a rude idiot. How dare he hit me in front of the teacher? Oh, you are such a rigid person. Even if they don't attack you openly, can you defend yourself against them in secret?
Zhuang Yushi was worried about Pei-sun. Although Lai Yunqi had indeed gone too far along the way, he had never killed anyone after all.
Then I don't care. We'll talk about it later. He didn't press the distress button on his superpower bracelet himself. Lai Yunqi wanted to curse after hearing this. The creatures you summoned tied me up so tightly that I couldn't even raise my hands, let alone take out the supernatural bracelet. Okay, don't try to persuade me. This man deserves to die. Pei Sun thought of what Lai Yunqi had just said, and suddenly a nameless anger rose in his heart. It seems that the people in number 6 middle school are worthless, while the people in number 1 middle school are superior. Looking at Pei Sun's unwavering eyes, Zhuang Yushi knew that she could not persuade him, so she simply turned away, not wanting to witness the scene that might give her a nightmare. It's done, turn around. Pei Sun said to Zhuang Yushi, you'd better pray that Root finds out about this later, or move to another city to live, otherwise there will be no place for you in Fengyu City. Zhuang Yushi looked at the huge pile of yellow earth and the wild oxen trampling on it not far away, and felt a chill in her heart. Change cities? Impossible. And I've never heard of that Root. You keep mentioning it, so I'm a little curious. Pei Sun answered truthfully. You really don't know Root? Oh my god, are you from Fengyu City? Well, everyone is buried. Come at me if you want, I'm not afraid. Pei Sun said to himself. He has tens of thousands of alien spirits to protect him, and there are also alien spirits with the bloodline of the Phantom Saint level guarding him. In his eyes, Lai Yunqi is simply vulnerable. Besides, I'm not from Fengyu City. I'm from Earth. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Come here. Pei Sun brought Zhuang Yushi to the 4 people and said, the 4 of you transfer all your points to her and then get out. Do you understand? These 4 people have not yet recovered from the shock just now, and they are all still in shock. They saw the scene clearly, and it will definitely become a nightmare for their whole lives. No problem. Of course no problem. The 4 of them did not resist at all. Instead, they actively transferred all their points to Zhuang Yushi in front of Pei Sun. Okay, get lost. Okay, let's get out of here. After saying that, the 4 of them ran away in different directions without looking back. Why are you giving me their points? Why, you don't want it? I don't want it. I don't feel at ease holding these points. I'll transfer them to you. Zhuang Yushi said this and picked up the supernatural bracelet to transfer the points to Pei Sun. What's so reassuring about this? It's just a bunch of data, and I already have over 10,000 points. What are you doing with it? Over 10,000 points? You're really number 1? Zhuang Yushi's face was filled with disbelief. In fact, when she saw Pei Sun display his incredible ability of almost unlimited summons, she vaguely guessed that the student from number 6 middle school who ranked first on the list was most likely him. But considering how big the desert forest was, she didn't dare to conclude, and it turned out to be this guy. First place, Pei Sun, Fengyu number 6 middle school. Points, 14257, level, LV, 10. Second place, Gu Xinxiong, Fengyu number 1 middle school. Points, 6133, level, LV, 15. Third place, Chu Chuheng, Fengyu number 6 middle school. Points, 3966, level, LV, 13. Fourth place, Zhuang Yushi, Fengyu number 4 middle school. Points, 3584, level, LV, 10. Fifth place, Bai Mantong, Fengyu number 2 middle school. Sixth place, Wang He, Fengyu number 2 middle school. Looking at the leaderboard, Pei Sun said, your points should now be able to remain firmly in the top 10 for a while. The points of those people just now were actually mainly contributed by Lai Yunqi. Except for Zhuang Yushi, the points of others were only a few hundred, less than 1,000 at most. They were just trying to get points. So even if they gave all the points to Zhuang Yushi, she could only be ranked 4th now. Seeing Gu Xinxiong in 2nd place and Chu Chuheng in 3rd place, Pei Sun couldn't help but feel shocked. First of all, there is Gu Xinxiong. If it weren't for Pei Sun's golden finger that could be called a plug-in that suddenly appeared, the current situation would probably be that she, Gu Xinxiong, would be the only one standing out and overwhelming the others. Then there is Chu Chuheng in 3rd place. No one knows what talent this guy has awakened. After entering the top 10 of the rankings, his ranking has been extremely stable. Even if there are occasional changes, he just squeezes forward and has never fallen behind. What's even more surprising is that both of them have completed the advancement mission, broken through level 10, and become elite professionals. Looks like I have to speed up. Pei Sun, who was about to close the rankings, accidentally glanced at the other positions in the top 100 and was stunned when he saw a name. He thought he was seeing things, and hurriedly confirmed the name of the school behind the man. He was so shocked that he was speechless. She's still alive? The name is Feng Shixian. After closing the rankings, Pei Sun's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is she really not dead? And she even made it into the top 100. 84th place, Feng Shixian, Fengyu number 6 middle school. Points, 2335, level, LV, 10. Who saved her? Pei Sun repeatedly pondered the possibility of Feng Shixian being rescued in his mind. Although he knew the names of several geniuses in his school, those people either had no connection with Feng Shixian or did not get good points themselves, so it was impossible for them to save her. Could it be Chu Chuheng? When he thought of this name, Pei Sun's frown suddenly relaxed. It should be this kid. A year ago, this guy had been secretly in love with Feng Shixian. After failing to break up their relationship, he disappeared from Pei Sun's sight. Now after careful analysis, it is estimated that no one except him would save Feng Shixian. Feng Shixian, you are really lucky. lucky.
Pei Sun narrowed his eyes and murmured softly,
"What are you mumbling about?"
Hearing Pei Sun's voice, Zhuang Yushi put her hands on her hips and asked with a puzzled look on her face.
"Nothing. You can go now."
After saying that, Pei Sun ordered the surrounding undead to disperse and search for the boss.
Where should I go?
You have buried all the people who cooperated with me to get points.
Where should I go alone?
Zhuang Yushi said angrily.
Then you can find someone else to cooperate with. That's easy for you to say. This area is full of alien spirits. I'm a support profession, relying on support talents and skills. How can you expect me to find people to cooperate with? Besides, everyone has already formed a team, so there's no way they'd let me, an outsider, join. You have a point. Then I'll let my summons clear the way for you, and then I'll give you a strong supporter to help you get the points. After hearing Pei Sun's words, Zhuang Yushi was speechless. This guy is really tough. If he has a partner, I admit defeat. No need. I'm afraid of your summon creatures that are both alive and dead. I'd better follow you.
Zhuang Yushi crossed her arms in front of her chest, and her face involuntarily flushed.
With me? Are you kidding me? How could I possibly give you any points? Oh, even if you summon a lot of creatures, you'll have to return to the summoning space to rest when you're tired. Without summons to take action, won't you have to fight yourself?
Taking action yourself will inevitably consume your superpowers.
I'll replenish your superpowers, and you'll help me gain points. Isn't this a win-win situation? But I can't use up all the summons, Pei Sun said innocently.
Zhuang Yushi was speechless again and really didn't know how to respond.
Besides, I never fight myself. It's always my summon creatures that fight. If you team up with me, I don't know how to give you points,
Pei Sun said truthfully.
You, forget it. I don't care. You drove away everyone who cooperated with me, so you have to cooperate with me. At least you have to be responsible for my safety. Okay then follow me. Pei Sun agreed reluctantly.
At this moment, the system's voices rang in Pei Sun's mind one after another.
Ding!
The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed the LV.9 demonic horn leopard, gaining 200 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box.
Ding!
The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed a LV.9 giant claw ice shrimp, gaining 200 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box.
Ding!
The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed the LV.8 ice crystal fish, gaining 175 experience, temporarily stored in the experience box.
Ding! Kill! Ding!
The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed a LV.15 ice crystal fish, gaining 1,500 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, your pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, has been upgraded to LV.17.
Includes new alien spirit races, can be summoned, ordinary bloodline, giant claw ice shrimp.
Includes new alien spirit species, can be summoned, ordinary bloodline, ice crystal fish. Includes new alien races, can be summoned, rare bloodline, ice crystal fish. News came that the undead spider killed the boss. In other words, he was only 3 bosses away from completing the advanced mission. Thinking of the reward for completing the task, Pei Sun couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on his face.
What are you laughing at? Zhuang Yushi asked in confusion after seeing it. No, nothing, let's go.
After bringing Zhuang Yushi alone, Pei Sun, who was no longer alone, also had to pay attention to managing his facial expressions. Otherwise, if he keeps grinning foolishly when he hears system prompts, others will think he has mental problems.
Where are you going next? Kill the boss. Where are we going to kill the boss? Go wherever there is one. Okay.
After a meaningless conversation, Zhuang Yushi had several black lines on her forehead.
It's as if I'm thinking, what on earth can I say to effectively communicate with this person?
For the next hour, Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi wandered around the area, their undead summons having already cleared out all the surrounding spirits. Now, all Pei Sun had to do was familiarize himself with the desert forest and wait for good news from the Undead Legion and the Undead Rift Spider. During this hour, Zhuang Yushi became increasingly bored, having no idea what Pei Sun was up to. Every time she tried to ask, she would be silenced by Pei Sun's harmless, nonchalant face. She seemed to foresee herself being silenced by this straight man. It was not until an hour and a half later that Pei Sun's expressionless face suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, and Zhuang Yushi finally couldn't help it.
TSK. Excuse me, what are you laughing at? Me? I suddenly remembered something happy. Have you been thinking about happy things all the way? Yeah. I can't help but laugh when I think of something funny. Okay, then let me ask you again. You said you wanted to kill the boss, but it's already been an hour and a half. What the hell are you running around for? You haven't done anything in an hour and a half. I did it.
I told you, I don't kill alien spirits myself. I summon creatures to help me fight. In the past hour and a half, I have killed 3 bosses.
What nonsense are you talking about? Even though you have a lot of summons, their stats are pitifully low. They'd probably be used up after defeating just 1 boss. How could you possibly kill 3 bosses in such a short time? You don't believe it? Then look.
As he spoke, Pei Sun took out the 3D map and pointed at the 3 boss portraits that were shining just just now but now had gone out, and showed them to Zhuang Yushi. Thunder Beast, Bone-Crushing Jade Lion, and Green Ape. These three were just killed by my summons. If you don't believe me, I'll take you there now. My Desert Scorpion King is still there. Looking at Pei Sun's confident explanation and smug expression, Zhuang Yushi had to seriously consider the authenticity of the matter. She knew that Pei Sun did have a lot of summons, but when she had argued with Lai Yinchi and the others just now, she also saw that these summons were indeed fragile and had low attributes. But how could such a group of summons with low stats kill 3 bosses in a row? And in just an hour and a half? If this kind of thing gets out, no one will believe it. However, what Zhuang Yushi didn't know was that the creatures Pei Sun had just summoned to deal with Lai Yinchi and the others were only a few hundred, less than 1/10 of his total number. The actual order to kill the boss was given by tens of thousands of undead. What's even more amazing is that these undead also benefit from the splitting effect of the undead stone, which is equivalent to adding 10,000 plus 20,000, a total of 30,000 undead. With such a terrifying number of undead, let alone these rare bloodline bosses of level 10 or above, even if an epic boss comes, he will have to take 2 slaps, even if we take a step back. In addition to these undead spirits, he also has a spirit with the bloodline of a phantom saint working for him. That undead spider is a mere numerical monster to the boss marked here. No matter which one you encounter, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack. Just like before, most of his time was spent on searching for the bosses. The time spent actually fighting these bosses was not worth mentioning at all, otherwise the 100 bosses marked by the school would have been dealt with one by him. Then why are you laughing? Even if the 3 bosses gave you a lot of experience, you still can't advance. Before she could finish her words, Zhuang Yushi's voice suddenly stopped. She seriously opened the ranking list of supernatural bracelets, took a glance, and her eyes suddenly widened. You're already level 17? You completed the advancement quest? Oh my god, how much experience have you accumulated? That's right, after Pei Sun killed the last of the 20 bosses, the experience box was unlocked and his level soared directly to level 17. Ding! Kill the LV.16 golden scaled elephant and gain 6,000 experience points. Includes new alien races, can be summoned, rare bloodline, golden scale violet elephant. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV11. 5-dimensional attributes plus 2 points, free attribute points plus 4. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV12. 5. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV17. 5-dimensional attributes plus 2 points, free attribute points plus 4. Name, Pei Sun. Level, LV.17. Strength, 190.0. Intelligence, 90.0. Spirit, 90.0. Constitution, 90.0. Agility, 90.0. Comprehensive ability value, 110.0. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the SSS level advanced mission, Breaking Bamboo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 100 full-time points and a random reward redemption voucher from the system mall. Ding! Host learns, skill, passive talent skill, SSS level Undead Grudge, Undead Explode upon death, dealing 5.0 * strength damage to targets within 1 meter. Seeing this skill, Pei Sun couldn't hide the smile on his face anymore. What low attributes, what numerical defects. Doesn't this make up for it? 5 times the explosion damage. If it takes 100 undead to deal with a boss, then if he just sends 20 to die, wouldn't he be able to blow up the opponent directly? Although this method consumes a lot of quantity, but what he has the most is quantity. He couldn't even imagine how shocking the scene would be if he encountered a powerful enemy again and dozens or hundreds of undead exploded at the same time. Zhuang Yushi, who was standing by, saw Pei Sun laughing like this and immediately understood. It seemed that this guy was really trying hard to hold back his laughter all the way. Your advanced quest is about killing the boss? Pei Sun nodded. Yes, but not too many, 20 will be enough. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yushi's eyes widened and she stood there in a daze, as if petrified, not knowing how to respond for a moment. There are only 100 bosses in this assessment, shared by tens of thousands of participants, and you took 1/5 of it all by yourself? However, what she didn't know was that Pei Sun had already killed many bosses before accepting the mission. If you counted carefully, the number must be far more than 20. No wonder you were able to reach level 17. Zhuang Yushi's tone was filled with envy. Regardless of the level of the professional, the experience required for upgrading increases exponentially. Although the attribute gap between level 15 and level 17 seems small, perhaps less than the amount of a hand, the experience gap is like a bottomless chasm. It's okay. It's just that I took an hour and a half to kill the last 3 bosses. It was a bit of a waste of time. Now that everyone else has leveled up, I have to go kill other bosses. It took an hour and a half to kill 3 bosses, and you think it's a waste? What about me? You really wasted an hour and a half. Pei Sun opened the system backpack and his eyes fell on the disposable card in the corner. System Mall Random Reward Exchange Coupon. You can randomly obtain an item in the System Mall. When he saw the introduction, Pei Sun's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. The System Mall is full of treasures, countless in number, from ordinary displays disposable consumables to 7th level divine equipment. Whether it is available on Blue Star or not, the system mall will have it. Pei Sun chose it without hesitation, hoping to get some precious rewards. A large question mark animation jumped on the system screen, followed by various props flashing by quickly. 5 seconds later, the picture froze, a black crystal came into view. What is this? An instant body crystal? Why does it look a little different from the ones used by Chao Ruoshi, Gong Rui, and the others? Pei Sun was puzzled. The two people's instant body crystals were deep and pure black, and the surface of this crystal had a slight luster. Congratulations on obtaining the 5th level material, Instantaneous Crystal, permanent item. Instantaneous Crystal can be used to teleport to places you have visited before within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. There is no limit to the number of uses. The cooling time is 60 minutes and can be accumulated. 5th level material? An instantaneous crystal that can be used infinitely? Pei Sun was ecstatic and couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he had become rich. You know, the disposable consumable instant body crystal is only a 2nd level material, and the price is about 100,000. This crystal stone only has a little more luster, but it is actually a 5th level material. According to the current market conditions, the 5th level material is worth more than 10 million, and the practicality of the instant body crystal is extremely high. Even if Pei Sun offers a bid of over 100 million, there will definitely be people who desperately raise the price to buy it. Hey, stop laughing. What about my points? Zhuang Yushi pouted and complained. Pei Sun suppressed his inner joy and looked at the girl again. She has a delicate face and regular features. Not only does he have regular facial features, but his values are also very positive. Pei Sun pondered for a moment, thinking about how she had just spoken up for him, and decided to help her get a spot. In this way, if we go to the secret training camp in Tianjin province and form teams of 2, we can take care of each other and won't be too bored on the road. What's your ranking now? Pei Sun asked. When I opened the rankings, I found that this guy had fallen out of the top 10. In just an hour and a half, her ranking had dropped to 89th. When Pei Sun was looking for her name, he saw Fong Shishuan's name first. This guy had accumulated more than 4,000 points and ranked 24th. The rankings on the leaderboard are actually dynamically balanced. Although they appear stable on the surface, the points are actually increasing at an alarming rate. For someone like Zhuang Yushi who suddenly has no new source of points, the unchanged points mean a significant drop in ranking. After careful consideration, Pei Sun decided without hesitation to help Zhuang Yushi get a spot in the Tianjin province secret training camp. After all, if he hadn't shown up, Zhuang Yushi's original points trend would have allowed her to squeeze into the spot. You're almost out of the top 100, okay, I'll help you, but you have to call me handsome first. Why? Shouldn't you be helping me get a spot? And your points are all earned by your summons, so why would you help me? Hearing Pei Sun's words, Zhuang Yushi's face turned redder and she spoke angrily. Since I've said so, there's definitely a way to help you fight. Just tell me if you want to call me or not. If not, I'll leave now, Pei Sun said as he took a step forward, clearly intending to leave. You're threatening me. Zhuang Yushi was so angry that she had nothing to say. Seeing that Pei Sun was about to leave her alone, she finally chose to bow her head and admit defeat. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Handsome Pei, are you satisfied? What? I didn't hear you clearly. Speak louder. I said you are handsome and elegant. Oh, I knew you were thinking so. At this moment, Pei Sun suddenly sat down on the ground and asked with great interest, I'm quite bored right now. How about we chat for a while? Tell me, since you guys are not from the same school, how did you get together as a team? And what are your talents and skills? Chat, didn't you say you would help me get points? My promotion situation depends entirely on you. If you are not anxious, I am very anxious. Are you lying to me? Zhuang Yushi suddenly felt unwell. Why are you in such a hurry? There's still half a day left, Pei Sun said indifferently. Seeing Pei Sun's expression, Zhuang Yushi felt more and more that he was lying to her and became anxious. How could you do this? Didn't you just promise to help me get a spot? It's true that I promised, but I didn't say when to get it. You are lying to me. Zhuang Yushi was so angry that her chest heaved violently and she was about to cry. Just as she was about to say something, a huge alien spirit suddenly came from behind Pei Sun. The alien spirit was so huge that before it reached the two of them, its huge shadow had already enveloped them. Zhuang Yushi's eyes suddenly widened, and the next second she seemed to have seen something scary. Her legs went weak and she almost fell down. Strange spirit. Such a huge strange spirit. What a huge alien spirit. A strange spirit. A really big spider. Run, or you'll be eaten. Pei Sun's expression was blank and unresponsive, which only made Zhuang Yushi more anxious. She had already been furious with him, and, now, seeing the giant spider approaching behind him, she was so frightened that her entire body was paralyzed and trembling slightly. Seeing the giant spider stop and its sharp mouthparts stretched out first towards Pei Sun, Zhuang Yushi widened her eyes, her mind went blank and she took a desperate step, trying to pull Pei Sun away quickly. Unexpectedly, Pei Sun not only did not move but instead pulled her hard. What are
you doing? Let me go. You don't want to live, but I do. Go feed this giant spider yourself. Let me go, woo-woo.
Seeing that the giant spider's mouthparts were less than a meter away from them, Zhuang Yushi couldn't help but burst into tears like a river bursting its dam, crying and struggling to break free from Pei Sun's hand. At that moment, she seemed to see herself being swallowed by the giant spider. Just when Zhuang Yushi was feeling discouraged and ready to become the meal of the giant spider, she didn't expect the spider's mouthparts to miss them and stretch to the side.
Zhuang Yushi was stunned. The despair in her heart did not ease at all. She didn't even dare to make a sound, for fear of alarming the giant spider. The next scene made Zhuang Yushi even more confused and incomprehensible. A strange spirit suddenly came out of the giant spider's mouthparts.
Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that it was a seriously injured and dying wild bull.
Zhuang Yushi's expression became more and more surprised and suspicious.
She didn't understand what this giant spider was trying to do, but she
felt a little more hopeful in her heart. She just thought that the spider had poor eyesight and perhaps this gave her a chance to escape. Just as Zhuang Yushi was thinking, another strange spirit rolled out of the giant spider's mouth.
This time it was a devil-horned leopard that was also seriously injured.
Zhuang Yushi was completely bewildered. What on earth was this guy trying to do? However, she didn't have time to think.
She seized the opportunity and used all her strength to struggle free from Pei Sun's grip, trying to escape.
She didn't know whether Pei Sun did it intentionally or unintentionally.
She tried her best to break free but couldn't.
Pei Sun's body didn't move at all. Let me go. I don't want to die. Go feed this spider yourself. What do you mean by wanting to die or not? What are you talking about? Don't you see this giant spider? It has poor eyesight, and yours too? Let go. I want to leave. You mean it? This guy?
Pei Sun pointed his finger innocently at the undead spider next to him.
Of course it's it. Are there any other spirits? Let go quickly, or it will react and we'll both be dead.
Hiss, hiss. The undead rift spider made two low noises. Although it was incomprehensible, it seemed to carry a hint of grievance.
Don't scare me.
This is my summon creature, the undead rift spider.
It won't hurt anyone,
Pei Sun said as he touched its spider legs.
Look, it's very docile.
Zhuang Yushi was stunned for a moment.
This is impossible. Such a huge spider is actually your summon, and it's completely different from the ones you summoned before.
Seeing Zhuang Yushi's expression of being at a loss for words, Pei Sun didn't want to hide it anymore and explained with a smile. The summons you saw before were all undead creatures I summoned using my innate skills. This undead spider is a spirit I subdued not long ago.
I have already signed a summoning contract with it. Conclude, a summoning contract?
Zhuang Yushi's eyes were filled with shock. Although she was a support, she had heard from her teachers at school how difficult it was for a summoner to form a summoning contract with a spirit. It is almost impossible for ordinary professionals to sign a contract with a spirit of the same level.
And Pei Sun not only did it, but also achieved it in such an important assessment? How capable is this guy?
This undead spider is huge in size, and its bloodline level is very likely to be rare or even higher.
How could Pei Sun possibly control it? Is this really your summon creature? Zhuang Yushi asked in disbelief. Why would I lie to you?
I have dealt with all the strange spirits around here.
All those that appear in your sight are my summons.
Pei Sun patted his chest, his face full of pride.
Then why didn't you tell me earlier? I was so worried about you. You didn't even warn me. Did you know she was coming? You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. You bad guy, woo-woo.
As she spoke, Zhuang Yushi couldn't help crying, but her tears were mixed with the joy of surviving the disaster.
As she cried, she couldn't help laughing. Oh, stop crying, really. You look so pretty when you smile, but you look so ugly when you cry.
Pei Sun saw her crying with a sad face, and could only comfort her randomly in panic.
Humph, you bad guy.
Zhuang Yushi slammed her pink little fist into Pei Sun's chest. Pei Sun fell to the ground with a puff and put on a miserable expression, but Zhuang Yushi saw through him immediately.
Stop pretending. I pulled you so hard just now, and you didn't even move.
After being exposed, Pei Sun got up with a smile, scratched his head, and walked over with an embarrassed look on his face.
His look finally made Zhuang Yushi reveal a bittersweet smile. Alright, don't be angry. These spirits are the points I brought you. Now they are still alive. If you don't take action, they will really die.
After hearing what Pei Sun said, Zhuang Yushi suddenly realized and finally understood the intention of the undead rift spider and Pei Sun's plan.
So this is what he meant by accumulating points for himself. If she told others that she had asked the alien spirit to personally deliver the alien spirit to help her complete the killing, who would believe it? However, at this moment, Zhuang Yushi's attention was no longer on the points.
She was only curious about this undead spider, and her eyes kept wandering over it. Even the undead rift spider itself seemed a little aggrieved.
You were so cruel to yourself just now, but now you look at me like this. You are such an unpredictable woman. What level is this alien spirit? What is its bloodline level?
It should be level 18.
The bloodline level is not high, only Phantom Saint level. Pei Sun replied. Illusion Saint level? Zhuang Yushi's eyes widened instantly. She couldn't believe it and
and repeated it again, fearing that she had heard it wrong. Even though she had boldly guessed that it was an epic bloodline at the beginning, she would never have thought that this was actually a spirit with Phantom Saint bloodline. A Phantom Saint level alien spirit. Oh my god, how on earth did you subdue this guy? Zhuang Yushi asked in shock. Maybe he was attracted by my looks and was willing to follow me. Humph, you're truly narcissistic. This alien spirit has such poor taste that it actually fell for you. Zhuang Yushi knew that Pei Sun was joking with her, but it was obvious that Pei Sun did not want to reveal the secret of his conquest, so she did not ask any more questions. Hey, don't talk nonsense. The undead spider can understand what you are saying. What? The undead rift spider made a hissing, sizzling sound. Zhuang Yushi looked at it speechlessly. And if you're so surprised by just one alien spirit, what would you do if you saw the following scene? After saying that, Pei Sun shrank the undead spider's body to its normal size, and dozens of strange spirits suddenly appeared behind it. Zhuang Yushi was once again stunned speechless at the sight. The undead spider was so large just now that she hadn't noticed what was happening behind it. But now that the undead spider had shrunk, the neatly arranged swarms of alien spirits behind it instantly came into view. Although she had guessed it, she still asked in disbelief, Are these your spirits? Pei Sun opened his arms and murmured with great enjoyment, Yes, this is my pet spirit army, and the undead army fighting in other territories. Zhuang Yushi was completely shocked, with mixed emotions in her eyes. It's hard to imagine that such strength actually came from a candidate in the same class as her. Pei Sun's eyes swept over the 90-odd spirits, and seeing their levels, he nodded with satisfaction. These strange spirits had been trapped in the Dark Death Forest for a long time. Pei Sun originally thought that their innate killing nature would be erased, but unexpectedly, almost every one of them had risen 3 to 4 levels. The purple-striped ghost sheep with epic bloodline has even reached level 15. Although Pei Sun was puzzled by its upgrade method, he didn't have time to delve into it. You can sit down too. Don't worry about the points. My summons will keep sending alien spirits for you to kill, Pei Sun said lightly. But these words sounded extremely illogical to Zhuang Yushi. Can you earn points just by sitting? What about those people out there who are risking their lives to kill alien spirits? What is your innate skill? Pei Sun asked curiously. As a student of number 4 middle school, the fact that she can partner with a top genius like Lai Yinchi shows that her talents and skills are by no means ordinary. The S-level, Power Recall, can help a teammate recover 30% of his consumed power after releasing a skill. The cooldown time is only 30 seconds. Zhuang Yushi answered proudly. Although her talent was not as good as Pei Sun's, it was already better than most of her classmates. No wonder. Pei Sun nodded thoughtfully. Generally, auxiliary skills that restore abilities recover slowly, but hers provides a small but high amount of recovery with a short cooldown time, making it one of the best among S-level talents. Then how did you get together with Lai Yunchi? Pei Sun continued to ask. It was just a chance encounter. He thought I was very talented, so he teamed up with me. The other girl was my original teammate, and I don't know the other 2 people. But overall, we were pretty lucky. Lucky? Why do you say that? I don't know the details, but Lai Yunchi said he met many people along the way. He initially wanted to find a support, but he never found anyone he liked. He took away the points of those who weren't suitable. If he hadn't been interested in my support skills, I'm afraid my points would have been cleared out long ago. Hearing this, Pei Sun pondered for a few seconds, then asked, So what he just said about the students from number 6 middle school was false? That's about what I mean. Zhuang Yushi shook her head slightly, then explained, he did rob students from number 6 middle school, but according to what he said, there was almost no distinction between schools, no candidate escaped his clutches. Pei Sun fell into deep thought. It seemed that Lai Yunchi was really a cold-blooded pervert. Once such people graduate from school, they will probably become a hidden disaster. Why are you asking these questions? Nothing, just deal with these spirits first, and we'll talk when you make it into the top 10. After saying that, Pei Sun stood up and began to share the vision of the undead summons. As they gradually approached the center of the desert forest, there were more and more bosses around them and more candidates they encountered. The assessment entered its most intense phase. Most of the strong competitors were already capable of killing the boss, causing dramatic fluctuations in the leaderboard. The points earned from killing the boss were already in the 4 digits, no longer maintaining the dynamic balance that had existed before. During the time when the two were talking, the undead summons killed 2 more bosses. Pei Sun glanced at Zhuang Yushi and found that she was still using the most primitive knife method to kill the alien spirits. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly and sighed in his heart. Support professions are too dependent on other professions. If they act alone, surviving in this world is a luxury. Forget it, don't worry about those strange spirits. Ha, why? Your points are increasing too slowly. Go kill the boss, or else they'll all be snatched away by others. Zhuang Yushi was stunned, not realizing what Pei Sun meant. After staring at each other for a few seconds, she finally understood. If you don't kill the boss quickly, your points will be taken away by others? This word is too niche. She glanced at the 3D low-level map. Now, out of the 100 bosses, 37 of their portraits had faded and disappeared. Of course,
course, most of them were Pei Sun's battle records.
After saying this, Pei Sun took Zhuang Yushi and rushed towards the nearest boss.
Zhuang Yushi was full of anticipation.
Although she knew that Pei Sun could kill the boss as easily as drinking water, she still wanted to witness with her own eyes the shocking scene of Pei Sun's summoned creatures killing the boss.
Time was running out and Pei Sun didn't want to waste it.
In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the location of the nearest boss.
Do you want to challenge the fiery sun lion?
Zhuang Yushi asked.
Pei Sun nodded.
This spirit had reached level 17, about the same as the previous Shadow Sand Snake. He still remembered that when he dealt with the Shadow Sand Snake, he lost a lot of his undead summons, but now with the blessing of the Undead Stone, it is naturally much easier to face this level 17 alien spirit. After walking a few more steps, what came into view was a flat grassland. There were almost no trees here,
perhaps due to long-term exposure
to the sun. There was not even a single blade of grass in the center of the grassland, making it particularly stand out in the forest. In the center of the grassland, a strange spirit was lying down and sleeping. It was a golden red lion, huge in size, as big as an ordinary house.
The red mane on its neck was particularly dazzling, swaying gently in the breeze, with a bit of laziness.
Pei Sun moved his mind, and instantly thousands of ordinary blooded spirits appeared and surrounded the fiery sun fire lion. At this time, the fiery sun lion was still soundly asleep, completely unaware of the approaching danger.
Seeing this scene, Zhuang Yushi's eyes widened in shock. She didn't even blink. How come thousands of strange spirits suddenly appeared? No, this isn't an ordinary spirit.
He said it's a summoned undead creature.
It's so creepy. Evil wolf, devil-horned leopard, desert scorpion, coyote, wild cattle, purple skull ant.
There are also desert scorpion king, devil-horned leopard, shadow sand snake, four-winged nightbird, golden-scaled violent elephant. Although they are all undead creatures, very different from their original forms in life, Zhuang Yushi still noticed that these undead are very similar to the boss here.
Where on earth did you get this from? Why do these undead look so much like the boss from the school assessment mark?
Zhuang Yushi instinctively wanted to ask Pei Sun about the origins of these undead summons, but thinking that he was unwilling to reveal it before, she just expressed her doubts directly.
Pei Sun felt there was no need to hide anything, so he said with a smile,
"Any spirit I have killed can become my undead spirit, no matter what kind of spirit they are." Hearing this, Zhuang Yushi's curious eyes showed shock again.
"Are you an SSS level talent?" she couldn't help but ask.
But as soon as she said that, she felt it was a bit redundant.
After all, possessing the talent of infinitely summoning and even infinitely replicating various spirits, even an ordinary SSS level talent couldn't be so exaggerated, right? Since she was a child, she had heard of Mayor Yao Xinchuan's awakened SSS level talent, which also had many limitations and flaws. But Pei Sun's summoning ability has reached its peak and is almost invincible. Facing Zhuang Yushi's question, Pei Sun just smiled and did not answer.
After all, he participated in the assessment as a D-level talent. It would be somewhat ridiculous if others knew that he was an SSS level talent.
Besides, it's not good to be too ostentatious. Now that he has such high points, many people are probably eyeing him.
Seeing that Pei Sun was unwilling to say more, Zhuang Yushi had no choice but to give up and just looked at Pei Sun's undead army with envy.
Pei Sun did not waste time and immediately formed a battle formation and prepared the undead to fight. Although he had not received much training in tactics, he at least knew to put the undead with long-range attacks in the back row and the undead with melee and thick skin in the front row. Following Pei Sun's order, dozens of desert scorpion kings in the back row instantly launched sand spike bombs. Boom, boom. A series of dull explosions sounded. The fiery sun lion was awakened and instantly became furious.
It let out a long roar towards the sky and rushed towards the devil-horned leopard not far away without hesitation. However, just as it took a few steps, dozens of shadowy sand snakes suddenly appeared in the nearby open terrain.
Snap, snap.
The sounds of dozens of whippings rang out simultaneously. Compared to the desert scorpion king's sand spike bombs, the shadow sand snake's melee whip damage is higher. The sunfire lion suddenly let out a painful scream, roared a few times, and then rushed towards the shadow sand snake. After all, this guy is a real level 17 alien spirit. Although these undead summons are also level 17, they are far inferior to it in terms of both numerical values and individual combat capabilities. This was like an egg hitting a rock. The undead shattered at the slightest touch. After the shadow sand snake finished its attack, it did not intend to retreat, but directly fought with the fiery sunfire lion. At the same time, dozens of golden-scaled elephants rushed forward behind the fiery sun lion. The earth shook violently, as if a prehistoric giant beast was stomping on the ground. Dirt and gravel flew everywhere, and Pei Sun felt a trembling of the earth and mountains.
Boom, boom, boom.
Dozens of golden-scaled elephants unconsciously collided with the fiery sunfire lion, making a series of rumbling sounds.
Pei Sun could only describe this duel between giant beasts with the word awesome. Zhuang Yushi also watched intently and applauded. It's hard to imagine that this is a battle that can be controlled by humans. No, it's more like a small war.
The body of the golden-scaled violent elephant was not much smaller than that of the fiery sun lion. After the collision, the fiery sun lion could not stand steadily, staggered a few steps, and was about to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Pei Sin immediately gave orders. Thousands of evil wolves, wild cattle, coyotes and purple-skulled ants rushed forward madly and pounced on the fiery sun lion. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the fiery sun lion roared towards the sky, and golden-red flames ignited in its eye sockets. Immediately afterwards, the hair on its body began to burn with golden-red flames. Pei Sun thought he was seeing things at first, but he blinked and confirmed that the hairs were indeed wrapped in flames. Although this flame did not have the power of Chao Ruoshi's immortal burning, the undead would instantly collapse and fall to the ground when they touched it. Not only that, the fiery sun lion suddenly went crazy, madly ramming into the surrounding strange spirits, and the fire burning in its eyes seemed to tell of its unwillingness and anger. In less than half a minute, Pei Sun lost 300 or 400 alien spirits with ordinary bloodlines, and dozens of alien spirits with rare bloodlines. Although these undead spirits had the effect of splitting, the properties of the split undead spirits were weaker. Facing the sun fire lion in this state, they didn't even have a chance to attack. As soon as they felt the scorching heat, the high temperature melted them. Pei Sun frowned and thought to himself, it would be such a shame to let the summoned undead creatures die in vain. Although I don't want to do this, there is no better way at the moment. Besides, if this guy loses control and rushes towards him madly, the consequences will be very serious. It is safer to let the undead block him for a while. Just as Pei Sun was thinking about a countermeasure, he suddenly noticed that the fiery sun fire lion had slowed down. The flames in its eye sockets have disappeared. The skill effect should be over. Zhuang Yushi, who had been closely watching the battle, suddenly noticed the details and quickly reminded loudly. Pei Sun was stunned, his gaze shifting to the sunfire lion's eye sockets. Sure enough, the golden red flames had vanished, and he could also clearly sense a significant decrease in its charge. He immediately ordered his undead summons to charge faster. In less than a minute, the flames on the sunfire lion were completely extinguished, and its speed became slower and slower, until it seemed to have run out of energy and simply changed to a slow pace. Faced with the crazy attacks of hundreds of undead, the fiery sun lion, having lost its effective means of attack, could only allow itself to be torn apart by them. The already shaky fiery sun lion could no longer stand and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Despite its huge size, it was soon surrounded by Pei Sun's undead summons, and was attacked from all sides and bitten mercilessly. Zhuang Yushi was stunned, her cherry lips opened wide. Although the battle looked chaotic, it actually only took a few minutes. Zhuang Yushi was shocked to see that a boss was defeated in just a few minutes. If Pei Sun is willing, with such a killing speed, I am afraid that other bosses will not have a chance to fight at all. The boss was killed by Pei Sun before he even saw anyone else. However, what she didn't know was that this fiery sun fire lion was the most difficult boss Pei Sun had ever encountered. Although the previous shadow sand snake was difficult to deal with, it was mainly because it could become invisible. Pei Sun couldn't find the target for a while, which wasted a lot of time. However, this fiery sun fire lion fought head-on and showed no weakness, forcing Pei Sun to pay the price of hundreds of alien spirits. Feeling that the time was almost right, Pei Sun took back the undead summon that was lying on the sunfire lion. A fiery sun lion, with only a huge skeleton and some flesh and blood left, appeared in front of Zhuang Yushi. Go ahead, I'll leave the final blow to you. After saying this, Pei Sun opened the leaderboard again and took a look. He found that after Zhuang Yushi killed this boss, her points would jump into the top 30. The next period might be very tense for others, but for the two of them, it could be spent leisurely. However, to be on the safe side, Pei Sun took her to the next boss first. What is your advancement mission? Pei Sun asked curiously. My advanced task is called Recharge, which requires me to use my superpower to recall my teammates 50 times. But now it seems that it is impossible to complete it before the end of the assessment. Zhuang Yushi had a bit of depression between her brows, because she had never seen Pei Sun use up his supernatural powers, and he didn't even have the chance to use his skills. So how many more times do you have left now? There are still more than 30 to go. Pei Sun shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly. All his innate skills were passive, and he had no chance to actively use them. I don't know how long it took. The sun gradually set and night fell quietly. After Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi killed 3 bosses, her ranking jumped directly to 5th place. At this point, there were only about 40 bosses whose avatars were still lit on the leaderboard. Everyone's range of activity was shrinking, and they all gathered towards the center of the desert forest. From avoiding the boss in the beginning to now rushing to find the boss, fearing that others would get there first. Precisely because the scope of the assessment was shrinking, more and more people saw the undead summons that Pei Sun had placed outside for hunting. The vast majority of candidates were shocked and confused when they saw it for the first time, because they simply couldn't recognize what it was. It looked too weird. Of course, there were also candidates with hot tempers who, despite being warned by Pei Sun, still insisted on attacking the summoned undead creatures. As a result, they naturally could not escape being severely punished by Pei Sun. After that, no one dared to attack Pei Sun's undead summons, and these summons became the focus of heated discussion among the candidates of this year. Those creatures just now were so bizarre.
are. They looked like spirits, but their expressions were so lifeless. There were so many of them. Where did they come from? That's right. Those weird things can actually talk. I was scared when I heard the sound. Are those spirits or something else? Haven't you tried to kill them and see if they give you points after they die? Wouldn't that tell you? No, those should be summoned by the same person. I wanted to try it at first, but those weird things suddenly said in a male voice that they were summoned by the same person, so I didn't dare to do it. They can actually talk? This is too weird. No, those things were so numerous, probably thousands of them, and you still dared to attack them? You're so brave. I advise you not to mess with those things. I have a brother with S-level talent who told me that he wanted to kill a few of them with teleportation and then run away, but he ended up seeing those things everywhere he went. He was chased for 2 hours, so I advise you to just pretend you didn't see them. Killing them won't give you any points. My brother has already pressed the distress button and left. Can we see it everywhere? This scale is too scary. What's even more terrifying is that it seems to have been summoned by one of the candidates in our class. Candidates from our class? Impossible. Even with SSS level talent, it's impossible to summon creatures on such a large scale. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought the seal somewhere had loosened. That's unclear. It might be a forbidden technique, but it's none of our business anymore. If he really violates the rules, his grades will definitely be cancelled after the assessment. So, we just need to avoid provoking those things now. At best, he's only a level 10 student, yet he can summon thousands or even tens of thousands of creatures. This can't be considered a forbidden technique. At this time, Pei Sun was still carefreely taking Zhuang Yushi to fight the boss, completely unaware that he had become a user of forbidden techniques in the eyes of others. Why does it feel like we haven't met other candidates in a while? It was late at night, and the two had almost finished their afternoon chat. Zhuang Yushi was obviously in a much better mood than before, and she talked more. Because there are no more bosses around here, and everyone is scrambling to kill the bosses, there are almost no people here, Pei Sun explained. Pei Sun had almost defeated all the nearest bosses. At least in the southern area where Pei Sun was, he had almost cleared out all the bosses that could be killed, and only some bosses with complex terrain had not been dealt with. Up to now, Pei Sun's men have killed 49 bosses, and his points have exceeded 100,000. The second-placed Gu Xinxiong has only more than 10,000 points, and Pei Sun is firmly at the top of the list. Even if the remaining 30-odd bosses were killed by Gu Xinxiong, her points would never be able to surpass Pei Sun. First place, Pei Sun, Fingyu number 6 middle school. Points, 104,387, level, LV 18. Second place, Gu Xinxiong, Fingyu number 1 middle school. Points, 14883, level, LV 16. Third place, Xu Chuheng, Fingyu number 6 middle school. Points, 9844, level, LVE 14. Fourth place, Bai Mantong, Fingyu number 2 middle school. Points, 8922, level, LVE 14. Fifth place, Zhuang Yushi, Fingyu number 4 middle school. Points, 8781, level, LV 10. Sixth place, Fang Shixian, Fingyu number 6 middle school. Points, 8123, level, LVE 14. Seventh place. Originally I wanted to check out Zhuang Yushi's points situation and calculate how many more bosses she needed to kill to maintain her position, but I didn't expect Fang Shixian's name to appear in the top 10. Pei Sun couldn't help but be surprised that Xu Chuang not only maintained his ranking steadily at third place, but also gave extra boss points to Fang Shixian. As of now, 3 of the top 10 spots are occupied by students from Fengyu number 6 middle school. If the principal of number 6 middle school knew this result now, he would definitely not believe it. Even in his dreams, he couldn't imagine this happening. This extreme randomness is actually very rare and basically only appears in the top 10. Immediately afterwards, the following rankings were taken by candidates from number 1 middle school, number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school. Around 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening, Pei Sun felt tired and didn't want to walk any further. He led Zhuang Yushi to kill a few more bosses, and after confirming that they were firmly in the top 10, he said to Zhuang Yushi, "How come you can walk better than me? Aren't you tired at all?" "I'm not tired. I can use my special powers to recover my strength," Zhuang Yushi responded playfully, her watery eyes looking particularly charming in the moonlight. "Are you really not tired? Are you pretending to be tired? How about we take a nap first?" Pei Sun immediately lay down on a piece of grass, looking a little weak. Hearing this, Zhuang Yushi's eyes widened, her cheeks quickly flushed, and she shouted shyly, "You, what the hell are you talking about? How can you be so shameless and shameless?" Pei Sun had already laid down, but after being scolded by Zhuang Yushi, he was suddenly confused. He looked at her in confusion, his face speechless, and he didn't know what to say. "What are you looking at? You think just because I got you a spot? Humph, you're so shameless." Pei Sun then recalled what he had just said and wondered in his heart, why did this guy suddenly become so excited? And why did her face suddenly turn so red? You misunderstood, right? I meant you sleep yours and I sleep mine. I didn't say we sleep together. Quibbling. Didn't you just say you wanted us to sleep together? No, what I just said is that if you're not tired, we should take a nap. After a good night's
sleep. We can return to the shelter refreshed tomorrow.
After hearing Pei Sun's explanation, Zhuang Yushi's previous words were still echoing in her ears.
It seems that's what they said.
Did I misunderstand him? Really?
Zhuang Yushi bit her teeth lightly, her fair little hands involuntarily clenched the corners of her clothes, her voice became softer, and her confidence was obviously lacking.
Sister, how could you treat me as that kind of person? I asked you to leave, but you insisted on staying,
Pei Sun said with a helpless smile. Hearing this, Zhuang Yushi's face turned even redder. She didn't dare to look him in the eye, but only glanced at him secretly a few times, like a child who had been caught doing something wrong.
Then, shouldn't you be compensating me?
Zhuang Yushi continued to argue, but her tone and voice became smaller and smaller, and she obviously realized that she had misunderstood Pei Sun.
Pei Sun didn't know what to say.
When Mingming argues with others, he always manages to speak with confidence and leave the other party speechless. But when chatting with girls, he always stutters. He is obviously right, but in the end he can't say anything.
Anyway, I'm going to sleep for a while. If you don't want to sleep, forget it. I'll sleep, but you'll keep watch for me. Me? Keeping watch for you? Yeah, you're not sleeping. What do you want to do? I won't give it to you. Then I'll go out for a walk by myself. Oh, go ahead then. There are ghosts all around.
If you get eaten, remember to call me and I'll come and rescue you immediately. After saying that, Pei Sun changed his posture, turned his back to her and closed his eyes. Although as a professional he could stay awake for a long time, the night was pitch black and he didn't want to spend the whole night bored, so he decided to sleep to make time pass faster.
Are you threatening me again? Humph.
Hearing Pei Sun specifically emphasize the word alien spirit, Zhuang Yushi immediately started to act coquettishly. She knew that there shouldn't be any strange spirits nearby, otherwise there must be a lot of his summoned undead guarding around, otherwise how could he dare to sleep so peacefully?
But how could he dare let her go out alone in the endless forest plains and the pitch-black darkness?
Seeing that Pei Sun stopped talking, Zhuang Yushi looked left and right, and finally decided to stay where she was and rest. The grass blanket here was quite soft, but she didn't feel sleepy at all. In order to be in the best condition for today's test, she went to bed early last night. She closed her eyes several times but still couldn't fall asleep. In desperation, she opened her eyes and began to count the stars in the sky. After counting for a while, she felt bored and simply sat up. Looking at Pei Sun, who was already fast asleep and breathing evenly, Zhuang Yushi didn't know why a relieved smile appeared on her lips. Right now, the other candidates were desperately vying for points and a spot in Tianjin province's secret training camp, and their lives were at risk at any moment. Yet, this guy was sleeping so soundly here, even asking me to help keep watch over him.
Aren't you really afraid that I might do something to him?
About 5 or 6 hours passed.
Hey, wake up!
Pei Sun opened his eyes drowsily, and what came into view was Zhuang Yushi's graceful figure.
What time is it?
He asked sleepily. It's 5 o'clock, and the test will end in 2 hours.
Zhuang Yushi answered gently.
Pei Sun rubbed his eyes, and when he saw her face clearly, he was slightly stunned. How come after waking up, this girl seems to have become much more beautiful, with fair and delicate skin?
Are you wearing makeup?
Pei Sun asked curiously, eyes wide open. Oh, it's normal for girls to put on makeup.
In order to wake you up, I got up at 4 o'clock and put on makeup. Zhuang Yushi responded gently and coquettishly, completely different from yesterday.
Oh, it's pretty. After saying that, Pei Sun opened the rankings and carefully analyzed the current situation. Zhuang Yushi looked at him, a few black lines appeared on her forehead, her lips were slightly pursed, and there was a bit of helplessness in her eyes, as if to say, I put on lipstick makeup carefully with great effort and you didn't even notice it. But at this moment, Pei Sun's attention was all on the rankings. There is almost no major change in the top 10, so this girl should be able to secure a spot.
Fang Shixian is still ranked 7th.
It is not easy for her to maintain this position after a night of fierce competition. When Pei Sun saw the name of the 8th place, he was stunned again.
Chao Ruwashi?
This guy actually made it back to the top 10. After Pei Sun severely injured him, his fighting ability was greatly reduced, and his ranking was squeezed out of the top 10 and top 100. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, he returned to the top 10.
Do you know Chao Ruwashi? Pei Sun asked in a puzzled voice. Zhuang Yushi also showed a look of surprise. I know him, sort of. We had some minor friction before. Pei Sun said calmly. Why, you know him too? I don't know him.
Zhuang Yushi shook her head. But Lai Yunqi knows him. When Lai Yunqi and I were working together, he often mentioned Chao Ruwashi, saying that he was his good brother and had great fighting ability, but he hadn't fully developed it yet. He would definitely make it into the top 10 in the end. Oh, Pei Sun nodded. Lai Yunqi is right. Chao Ruwashi is indeed in the top 10 now.
Zhuang Yushi's words made Pei Sun vaguely recall something.
This guy once said that the genius of their #1 middle school has not been fully developed. It turns out that he was talking about Chao Ruwashi. I wonder what his expression would be if he knew that Chao Ruwashi had been pushed out of the top 100 by him before they met. It's true, he's a true genius, Zhuang Yushi said enviously.
Pei Sun smiled and said, aren't you also a genius? A popular professional player with a rare S-level talent.
Hearing Pei Sun's praise, Zhuang Yushi's heart began to flutter and her cheeks flushed.
Okay, you're your place is secured. Now you can go to the Huangsan shelter and wait for the assessment results. Pei Sun stood up and said. Among the top 10, there was another name that shocked Pei Sun. That is Pei Tian from Fengyu No. 1 Middle School, which ranks 10th. In Pei Sun's past life, Pei Tian was his biological brother, but their relationship was weak. After entering high school, they went their separate ways and became almost strangers. The family's only resources, including the mother's meager monthly salary, were almost all given to Pei Tian, and only the remaining or surplus ones went to Pei Sun. While the assessment was in progress, Pei Sun had almost forgotten about Pei Tian's existence because he had never seen Pei Tian's name at the top of the leaderboard. But as soon as I took a look, I found that the 10th place was Pei Tian. Although Pei Sun was not familiar with most of the names in the top 10 list, every time he checked, it was always the same few people. The only change was a slight fluctuation in the ranking. So he noticed Pei Tian at first sight. Seeing Pei Sun's calm expression without a trace of emotion, Zhuang Yushi couldn't help but ask curiously. Although the two of them had only been together for more than half a day, she knew that Pei Sun was usually optimistic and cheerful. If he had a blank expression at this moment, or even frowned, he must be hiding something in his heart. Nothing. I'm just a little surprised to see the top 10 list. Pei Sun replied. Surprising? Zhuang Yushi thought for a moment and said, indeed, in the past few years, I remember that there were almost no schools with the suffix 6th middle school in the top 10 list. Even our number 4 middle school only had 1 or 2 at most. This year, you have 3 people from number 6 middle school on the list. It's hard to say, but now that you mention it, our school is indeed lucky this year. Let's put aside my plug-in. Chu Chuhong is just incredibly lucky. I don't know what top talent he awakened that allowed him to stay in the top 10 of the rankings for a full 24 hours. And Fang Shixian didn't have to guess, she was able to get up there entirely because of Chu Chuhong's encouragement. It was precisely because it was Fang Shixian. If it were someone else, Chu Chuhong would never meddle in other people's business. Pei Sun knew this guy's character to some extent. Yeah, those two might just be lucky enough to awaken a powerful talent, but you definitely need to be investigated anyway. Why, do you still suspect that I'm using some forbidden technique or some illicit means? I don't know. Anyway, your summoning ability is outrageous. Pei Sun smiled and didn't blame others for their suspicion. Only Zhuang Yushi was by his side and had witnessed his methods with her own eyes, so she dared to raise doubts. After seeing Pei Sun's scores, the other candidates had already assumed that he had tampered with the data. After all, the suffix of number 6 middle school was the most powerful evidence. The fact that Zhuang Yushi dared to cooperate with Pei Sun also showed that she trusted him. If Pei Sun really violated the rules, her points would definitely be cancelled. After one night, all the remaining 40 or so bosses were killed. The second place Gu Xinxiong only had over 50,000 points, only half of Pei Sun's. Since the boss was gone, Pei Sun simply took back all the strange spirits and pet spirits outside. In just one night, more than 18,000 common bloodline spirits and more than 1,800 rare bloodline spirits were generated in Pei Sun's summoning space. Including those he had taken back, he now had about 30,000 common bloodline spirits and 3,000 rare bloodline spirits in his hands. In less than an hour, Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi arrived at the entrance of the Huangsan shelter. A room full of candidates had already gathered there, waiting to verify the test results. Whether on the road or at the entrance of the shelter, the other candidates immediately cast hostile glances at Pei Sun as soon as they saw the number 6 middle school uniform he was wearing. Pei Sun naturally understood the reason, but he was too lazy to explain. Once the school's test results were normal, he would slap those people in the face. Suddenly, a simple and honest voice came to my ears. Pei Sun turned his head and saw a tall, strong, dark-skinned guy. Chu Chuhong, when did you come here? Just as he asked the question, Pei Sun's attention was drawn to the person next to Chu Chuhong. It's Fang Shixian. I've been here for a while. Chu Chuhong said expressionlessly, his tone calm. Hearing this, Pei Sun's eyes turned complicated when he looked at Chu Chuhong. A year ago, although he didn't talk to this guy much, he knew that he was quite shy. I chatted with him for a few minutes today. Why does it feel like this guy is so murderous? Brother Sun, are you going a little too far? Chu Chuhong's sharp eyes met Pei Sun's, and his tone became a little colder. Pei Sun was stunned when he heard this. He subconsciously glanced at Fang Shixian and found that she was staring at him with an imperceptible smug look. But when Fang Shixian saw Pei Sun's gaze, her pride instantly turned into grievance. Pei Sun immediately understood the reason. Brother Sun, you don't have to make things difficult for Shixian. This matter only concerns the two of us now, Chu Chuhong said in a calm tone. You two are together? Pei Sun's eyes widened slightly. He glanced at Fang Shixian first, then looked at Chu Chuhong. What happens between us has nothing to do with you, Chu Chuhong responded coldly. Pei Sun couldn't help but turn around and glance at Zhuang Yushi. Why did this guy speak in the same tone as Zhuang Yushi? He kept saying, does it have anything to do with you? At this time, Zhuang Yushi seemed to have noticed something from the conversation between the two. When she saw the number 6 middle school logo on Chu Chuhong's school uniform, she immediately understood the ins and outs of the
matter, and a look of excitement appeared on her face. When Pei Sun saw this, several black lines suddenly appeared on his forehead. Chu Chuhong also noticed Zhuang Yushi next to him, but he only glanced at her and his gaze quickly fell back on Pei Sun. I don't care what your relationship with Shirshin was like before, at least you've been together for over a year. Now at the critical moment of the otherworldly mission, you just leave her there? Don't you know how dangerous that place is? There was an obvious reproach in Chu Chuhong's words, and Pei Sun immediately felt unhappy and frowned. How could this be the shy boy he knew before? He had awakened a top-level talent and was like a completely different person. What do you want to say? Are you dissatisfied with what I did? Or are you angry because I didn't do as she wanted and was torn to pieces by the alien spirit in front of her? Pei Sun questioned back. As soon as the words came out, Chu Chuhong was obviously stunned, with a question mark between his brows. He looked at Fang Shixian. Fang Shixian felt Chu Chuhong's gaze, and the look of grievance on her face deepened. Chu Chuhong saw it all, and his tone suddenly became even more stern. Pei Sun, I'm warning you, don't slander Shixian here. Although we haven't been in touch much this year, do you think I don't know her character? She would never say something like that. How is it impossible? If you don't believe me, just ask her. I want to see if she has the nerve to deny it. Pei Sun became angry and his tone became sharper. Shixian, did you say that? Chu Chuhong turned his head and asked in a tough tone. Pei Sun's eyes were fixed on Fang Shixian. Although she was shameless enough, Pei Sun firmly believed that she would not lie about such a thing. Fang Shixian's face was already full of grievance, and when she heard Chu Chuhong's tough questioning, she burst into tears instantly. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and her eyes were full of grievance and resentment. Seeing this, Chu Chuhong's originally sharp eyes softened a bit, and he said to Fang Shixian in a gentle tone, I'm sorry, Shixian, I really can't stand seeing him slander you like this, so I spoke in such a rude tone. You don't have to say anything. I believe you would never say such words. Pei Sun was dumbfounded by Fang Shixian's acting skills in just 1 second. If I didn't have a clear memory of what she was in my previous life, I would probably have been fooled by this trick. Pei Sun couldn't help but gasp and turned to look at Zhuang Yushi. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Yushi looked at him with a gloating expression. Does this girl know my current situation? Zhuang Yushi only listened to a few sentences of the conversation and almost understood the whole story. Although Fang Shixian's subtle change from pride to grievance was not easy to detect, she saw it all. So before Fang Shixian could cry out loud, she already knew what Pei Sun would face next and couldn't help but gloat inwardly. As a woman, who doesn't have some scheming? She was also quite curious and wanted to see how Pei Sun, who was invincible on the battlefield, would deal with this kind of trouble. Pei Sun, you've truly betrayed my trust in you. Chu Chuhong shouted angrily, bringing Pei Sun back to reality. I gave up pursuing Shixian because I believed you were good to her, but you actually did something like this at such a critical moment. It's truly disgusting. I never thought you, Pei Sun, would be such a person. Pei Sun looked at him helplessly. He had just called him Brother Sun, but now he was shouting his name loudly. It was clearly a rhythm of first being polite and then using force. What kind of person am I? She herself said that even if I were torn to pieces by a spirit in front of her, she wouldn't spend a single spirit crystal on my treatment. Would it be too much for me to throw her out? Bullshit. From what I know about Shixian, there's no way she would say that. If you slander Shixian again, I won't be polite anymore. Hearing Chu Chuhong say this, Pei Sun didn't know what to say for a moment. This guy's brain is probably completely obsessed with love, and he has completely lost the ability to think normally. Now his consciousness is completely controlled by Fang Shixian. If Fang Shixian wants him to say something, just a look is enough. Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Then let me ask you another question. It was Gong Rui who abandoned him and ran away. You said you should go find Gong Rui first, right? Moreover, according to what you said, if Gong Rui hadn't been involved, you and Fang Shixian wouldn't have separated. So you should go find Gong Rui, right? Although Pei Sun was very angry at the moment, he still wanted to find out the truth of the matter, so he asked again patiently. Don't try to change the subject here. Your breakup with Shixian has nothing to do with Gong Rui. It's simply because you don't have the ability that Shixian looks down on you. Of course, I haven't met that coward Gong Rui yet, but I will definitely settle the score with him when I see him. Chu Chuhong's eyes were sharp and his tone was righteous. Pei Sun was completely speechless. Could it be that Fang Shixian had drugged him? Why did he believe everything she said? Pei Sun didn't even need to guess how Fang Shixian slandered him in front of Chu Chuhong. After all, he had already experienced this feeling at Gong Rui's place yesterday. This woman is really good at giving boys drugs, especially Chu Chuhong and his predecessor Pei Sun, who are both typical love-brained people. However, one thing Chu Chuhong said was true. Fang Shixian and Pei Sun broke up because Pei Sun was incompetent, which is why he awakened a D-level talent. But we can't blame him entirely, right? If he had a choice, he would have also wanted to awaken SSS level talent. So what do you want to do? Just tell me. I don't want to waste any more time talking to you. Pei Sun had lost his patience and asked directly. Whether it was Chu Chuhong's tone or the occasional gloating smirk from Zhuang Yushi beside him, they all made him feel very uncomfortable. After
After all, we are from the same school, and we are taking the test here. I don't want to make things too awkward. If you really apologize to Shixian sincerely, this matter will be over, Chu Chuhong said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Fang Shixian became unwilling to give up. She cried and hugged Chu Chuhong's arm tightly, and her crying became more and more shrill. Chu Chuhong immediately understood what she meant, leaned over and whispered something into her ear, and Fang Shixian's crying subsided slightly. However, Chu Chuhong's words made Pei Sun stunned, and a strange expression appeared on his face. You said you didn't want to make things awkward? Did you get something wrong? Have you looked at the leaderboard? Have you seen the number of points on it? Ha! Chu Chuhong sneered and said slowly, I do admire your 100,000 points, but Shixian told me that although your innate skill summons a large number of creatures, each one is weak, and my innate skill is just the right counter to you. If you insist on making a big deal out of this and want to bring disrepute upon our school, I don't mind making you suffer a little. Pei Sun was once again left speechless by Chu Chuhong's stubbornness and ignorance. It seems that this guy not only has low emotional intelligence, but also has a surprisingly low IQ. He clearly knew that his summons were very fragile, even though there were many of them, but didn't he know that his points were more than 3 times that of Chu Chuhong? Pei Sun was too lazy to waste time talking to him and simply said, apologize? Impossible, whatever you want. As soon as he said that, Chu Chuhong's eyes instantly became sharp. He glanced at Zhuang Yushi and said coldly, are you in a team with him? I advise you not to join in the chaos, otherwise, when I take action, you'd better not be implicated. I don't like hitting women. Pei Sun couldn't help but stretch his neck and his eyes widened slightly. This guy might not be very capable, but he's acting so arrogantly. Let me see what kind of talent or skill you have that makes you act so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yushi's expression grew serious, and she responded without flinching, although I'm not on his team, we are partners. I advise you not to do anything. Otherwise, the assessment will end in an hour. If you lose points and a place, it will be more trouble than it's worth. As soon as he finished speaking, although the two sides kept a certain distance, Pei Sun immediately felt the astonishing supernatural power fluctuations emanating from this guy. Seeing this, Zhuang Yushi was not panicked at all, but took a few steps back calmly. Although she could clearly feel that Chu Chuhong was no ordinary person, Pei Sun was much stronger in comparison, and she had unconditional trust in Pei Sun's abilities. The students around them had already unconsciously made space for the two of them, and their eyes were full of curiosity and excitement. What's going on? Why are you arguing all of a sudden? There must have been a conflict. Two students from number 6 middle school got into a fight. This shabby school is even engaging in internal strife. What a joke. 2 6th grade middle schools? Aren't they the first and third on the list? Ha, that's possible. The people who can stand here are definitely not ordinary people, especially for an ordinary school like number 6 middle school. I guess there are only a few left to take the exam. Hee, that's something to watch. I want to see how he earned those 100,000 points. The onlookers quickly recognized the identities of the two men, and the crowd surged in like a tide, with more and more spectators gathering. Are you really going to fight me? I'm afraid that after this punch from you, you won't even be able to get out of the ground. Chu Chuhong stared at Pei Sun and said coldly. Pei Sun frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and responded, what is your innate skill? Trying to get anything out of me? Chu Chuhong sneered. I'm not afraid to tell you, I'm an SS level, divine hero. My melee attacks and melee skills increase my damage tenfold, and my physical attributes are also increased tenfold. There's no cooldown or stamina consumption. I'm the second person in our school's history to have obtained an SS level talent. Since you want to make an enemy of me, you have to consider the consequences carefully. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Pei Sun couldn't help but marvel at it, but when he heard the second half, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy is really good at pretending. Besides, what does it mean to move out of school? Do you think the school will support you? Stop talking nonsense and get started. Pei Sun was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore. He walked straight to a nearby big tree and leaned against it. What are you doing? Are you afraid to fight me? Chu Chuhong frowned, his face full of confusion. Didn't your Fang Shixian tell you what my abilities are? I'm a summoner. You want me, a summoner, to fight you in hand-to-hand combat? Pei Sun couldn't help but complain. Okay, then hurry up and summon him. Don't waste time. The test will be over in more than an hour. Chu Chuhong urged, but in his heart he thought Pei Sun was procrastinating. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chuhong's expression immediately froze. Thousands of creatures, whose life or death were unknown, appeared in front of him. They looked very much like the strange spirits in the desert forest, but their expressions were lifeless. Is this the strange summoned creature that Shixian mentioned? Chu Chuhong muttered to himself, feeling ashamed at the huge number of undead. Chuhong, I don't know where Pei Sun got so many strange summons from, but these summons have extremely low defense and will break at the slightest touch. Fang Shixian was worried about something unexpected and quickly reminded Chu Chuhong. Don't worry, Shixian. My innate skills are specifically designed to deal with these fancy things, just watch. Well, then you must be careful, Fang Shixian warned gently. Hearing her tender concern, Chu Chuhong's expression changed, his eyes became firm, his fighting spirit
spirit surged, and his momentum soared. Without hesitation, he strode towards the nearest wolf and punched it in the head with a loud bang. It's really vulnerable. Chu Chuhong raised a hint of pride on the corner of his mouth. However, his pride lasted only a few seconds before his expression suddenly froze. After the evil wolf dissipated, it split into two evil wolves. Humph, so fancy, Pei Sun. Today I will make sure you are convinced. After saying that, Chu Chuhong rushed forward again with a roar. His two fists were like splitting mountains and splitting rocks. The two undead spirits were shattered in an instant. Chu Chuhong turned around, breathing heavily, his chest heaving up and down, his momentum soaring. Suddenly, he leaped high into the air, slammed down to the ground with endless divine power, and slammed heavily into the group of undead. The explosion was deafening. The undead area that was hit was instantly shattered and dissipated. Seeing the undead spirits split twice as much again, Chu Chuhong just smiled contemptuously, jumped to the ground again, and the terrifying power burst out instantly, and nearly 1,000 strange spirits were directly scattered. Seeing this, Pei Sun frowned slightly. This guy is really good. He can release skills continuously without even a cooldown. It's beyond common sense. Moreover, the power and range of this skill must be at least an A-level skill, right? Where on earth did this guy get the skill book? After killing a large number of strange spirits in an instant, Chu Chuhong looked at Pei Sun proudly and caught the subtle expression of his frown. Are you regretting it now? It's too late. From now on, I'll show you the difference between us. You bully those low-level spirits in the desert forest, and you really think you're so great? Today, you must apologize to Shi Xian. After saying that, Chu Chuhong was full of fighting spirit and rushed towards another group of undead again. His method was still simple and rough. In a flash, he smashed hundreds of undead summons of Pei Sun. Pei Sun had an idea and no longer paid attention to the thousands of undead spirits with ordinary bloodlines. He directly summoned a full 1,000 strange spirits with rare bloodlines, wanting to see if this guy could still hold on. The formation was still the same as before. The Desert Scorpion King was in the back row. The golden scaled elephant was guarding the front row. The shadow sand snake was invisible and ready to strike, and the four-winged nightbird was circling in the air. When the people around saw this scene, they were stunned. What the hell is this monster? The Desert Scorpion King? Isn't that the boss of the Southwest Desert? How did it appear here? Oh my god, there are so many of them. There must be hundreds of them. Golden scaled violent elephant. Four-winged nightbird. I was planning on killing these two bosses, but before I even got there, their portraits disappeared. How could they suddenly appear here? What the hell? These aren't the real golden scaled elephants and four-winged nightbirds. They don't have pupils in their eye sockets. They look incredibly weird. What the hell are these things? Are these alien spirits? They've all reached level 17. How terrifying. The most terrifying thing is, he was the one who summoned these thousands of boss-like spirits? There's no doubt about it. It looks like he's number one on the list. It turns out these bizarre creatures everywhere in the desert forest were all summoned by this guy. Unbelievable. Yeah, I've only heard his voice, and it's indeed nice. I didn't expect him to be so handsome too. If they were truly summoned through legitimate means, then earning 100,000 points wouldn't be unreasonable. But for a summoner of only level 10 to 20 to summon so many spirits, isn't that a bit too much? What do you mean by a bit exaggerated? This is simply exaggerated to the extreme. There's definitely something fishy about him. Don't worry, we'll check him out later and he'll definitely be up to something. It seems like even though the points weren't cheated, he definitely used some illegal means. Everyone present was shocked when they saw Pei Sun's formation. Some people even firmly believed that Pei Sun had used illegal means. Faced with such a situation, Chu Chuhong's sharp eyes flashed with shock. The summoned creatures before looked very weak, but this batch was not only mighty and tall, but also murderous, with an orderly formation and clear division of labor, which really brought him a lot of invisible pressure. Humph, no matter how gorgeous it is, it's still vulnerable. Chu Chuhong was extremely confident in the power of his skills. After gathering his strength for a while, he launched another attack without hesitation. Split the Sky Gang. As Chu Chuhong shouted, his aura suddenly increased several points. The cold wind blew his robes, and the murderous look in his eyes seemed to sentence these summoned creatures to death. Although he was just using the same skill repeatedly, his momentum was rising steadily, as if he was full of confidence. A terrifying explosion sounded. Chu Chuhong did not attack the back row, but aimed directly at the golden-scaled elephants in the front row. He just wanted to fight violence with violence to see how tough this golden-scaled elephant was. As the roar spread, hundreds of golden-scaled elephants in front were suppressed in an instant. Unable to withstand the shocking damage, they collapsed on the spot and then split into twice the number. Chu Chuhong was about to show a proud smile, but his expression suddenly changed. I felt dizzy and the world was spinning. My internal organs felt like they were being stirred up by the sea. A sweet blood rushed up my throat and I almost vomited. But thinking about the current situation, Chu Chuhong still tried his best to hold back his words, and his face darkened. He had no idea where this power that could hurt him came from. Seeing him like this, Pei Sun couldn't help but raise a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. The source of this power is obviously the innate skill of the golden scaled violent elephant.
Golden Scale Return. When attacked by melee power, 2% of the attacker's power will be reflected back to the opponent.
Originally, when Pei Sun's undead summons dealt with the living alien spirit Golden Scale Violent Elephant, the damage of this counter-injury skill was as high as 2%, but after being included by Pei Sun, the value was reduced to the current 2%. Even so, although this number is small, its power is not diminished due to its large number. More importantly, the one who exerted this power was Chu Chu Hong himself, and the power he released was extremely terrifying. Because of this, when he killed the boss, he was lucky not to encounter the Golden Scaled Elephant, otherwise, with his unreserved attack style, he would have suffered a terrible loss. However, the ending was still the same, and now he was suffering from the Golden Scaled Violent Elephant.
Seeing Pei Sun's smug expression, Chu Chu Hong was furious.
He didn't care about the source of the counterattack and released his skills again to smash towards the split Golden Scaled Elephant.
As the earth-shaking roar sounded again, the hundreds of Golden Scaled Elephants that had split apart instantly disintegrated.
Chu Chu Hong's face suddenly turned ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. His pupils suddenly dilated, revealing an expression of disbelief. He spat a mouthful of bright red blood onto the ground, and his originally rosy cheeks instantly turned shockingly pale.
Chu Hong.
Seeing Chu Chu Hong become like this, Fang Shishan could no longer stand and walked to his side anxiously.
Chu Hong, let me heal you.
Her voice was filled with anxiety and worry.
But after hearing this, Chu Chu Hong's face turned extremely ugly.
He shook his head and gritted his teeth and said, I said I wanted to fight him one-on-one.
You don't, cough cough, leave me alone. Chu Hong.
Fang Shishan looked at him tenderly and said worriedly, you have to be careful of those summons that look like golden scaled elephants. They all have the effect of counterattack. If your power is too strong, the counterattack will also increase.
It's better to avoid them as much as possible. So that's how it is. Ahem.
Pei Sun almost couldn't help laughing when he heard her words.
He originally thought that Fang Shishan would care about Chu Chu Hong's safety and ask him to stop fighting.
Unexpectedly, she gave Chu Chu Hong another combat suggestion. I'm just afraid that Chu Chu Hong won't hurt me, but I'll die instead.
Fang Shishan, I thought you had changed your personality. I didn't expect it to be so vicious.
Especially someone like Chu Chu Hong who takes relationships extremely seriously, has long been immersed in a world where whatever Fang Shishan says goes, and will not be disturbed by the outside world at all. After the Golden Scaled Elephant split, although the anti-damage effect was reduced to 1%, the number was doubled, and the actual damage was almost the same as before.
This is also one of the reasons why Chu Chu Hong was seriously injured.
Seeing this, Pei Sun immediately ordered the Shadow Sand Snake and the Desert Scorpion King to attack. The four-winged night bird in the sky also cut through the sky and swooped down with its sharp beak. He wanted to see what this guy's limits were. If Pei Sun really wanted to kill Chu Chu Hong at this moment, he only needed a thought. Summoning the undead rift spider and expanding it to its maximum size would probably scare him to death just by looking at it.
The undead rift spider has now reached level 18, one level higher than Pei Sun. What's more, it possesses the bloodline of a phantom saint, and its 5-dimensional attributes are extremely terrifying. To deal with a guy like Chu Chu Hong, whose 5-dimensional attributes are just over 100, it would almost be a matter of stomping him to death with one kick. Even without the undead rift spider, Pei Sun's epic bloodline purple striped ghost sheep could still defeat Chu Chu Hong. Yesterday, when the alien spirits were allowed to hunt to their heart's content, the purple striped ghost sheep's skills seemed to focus on single target attacks, but its experience growth rate was the fastest among the group. Of course, Pei Sun had neither the time nor the need to delve into the reasons. He only needs to know that the purple striped ghost sheep has extremely strong single target skills. Facing the various strange spirits that attacked in groups, Chu Chu Hong still did not show any fear, but his fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. This made Pei Sun couldn't help but sigh that this guy was simply a lunatic. A four-winged night bird swooped down with murderous intent, but was knocked away by Chu Chu Hong's ruthless punch. The pure physical strength was shocking. Facing the oncoming undead army, the scene was akin to a riot of otherworldly spirits, yet Chu Chu Hong was assisted by a divine presence, like a god descending from heaven. Whether it was the whipping of the shadowy sand snakes or the heavy ramming of the demon-horned spirit leopards, he repelled them all with a single blow, sending them flying and scattering. Although Chu Chu Hong would occasionally be attacked by the unexpected blind spots of the undead, his physical attributes increased tenfold after his talent was strengthened, and he seemed to be able to handle group sieges with ease. Pei Sun couldn't help but be shocked by Chu Chu Hong's performance. It seems that this guy's 40,000 points and Fang Shishuan's more than 10,000 points were all earned by him punching them one by one. Thinking about it this way, if it weren't for Fang Shishan, perhaps his points ranking would even surpass number 1 middle school's top talent, Gu Xinxiong. In the next few minutes, Chu Chu Hong frantically eliminated Pei Sun's summons as if he was playing in endless mode. He firmly believed that although he did not have the talent of doubling cooldown and damage, with his ability to restrain Pei Sun, he could definitely destroy Pei Sun's last summon. But how could he know that Pei Sun still had more than 20,000, nearly 30,000 undead summons in the
the summoning space he had accumulated since yesterday. Compared with the ones in the summoning space, the ones summoned before us are just a drop in the bucket. Seeing that this stalemate was not a long-term solution, Pei Sun was unwilling to delay any longer and began to think about how to end this fight as soon as possible. After all, there were so many people watching around. Chu Chuhong was not afraid of being embarrassed, he cared more about it. At this moment, a majestic and loud voice suddenly came from the gate of the shelter. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a middle-aged man in a black jacket and a shorter young man walking out of the shelter door.
Mayor Liao.
The candidates immediately recognized the man and greeted him. Hearing this name, Pei Sun immediately searched for relevant information from his memories of his previous life. In less than a few seconds, he understood the general situation. This middle-aged man called Mayor Liao is actually the deputy mayor, but he longed to become mayor and liked to be called Mayor Liao, and for some reason, he has been the deputy mayor of Fengyu City for 16 years. The mayor has been replaced one after another, but he has never been promoted and has always remained in the position of deputy mayor. Liao Yuza frowned, looking serious, and walked straight towards Pei Sun and Chu Chuhong. In Pei Sun's memory, Mayor Liao had a bad temper and was moody. Seeing him like this, Pei Sun suddenly had an ominous premonition. Almost at the same time, noticing Liao Yuza approaching, Pei Sun immediately took back all the undead summons into the summoning space.
Chu Chuhong also immediately stopped using his supernatural powers. The embarrassed look and new scars on his face could hardly hide the fierce battle just now. You two are really brave. Don't you know that fighting is strictly prohibited around the shelter? Or do you want to teach me a lesson as soon as you get here?
Liao Yuza shouted harshly. Hearing this, Chu Chuhong glanced at Fang Shixian, then slowly lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. Pei Sun showed no fear and looked at Liao Yuza steadily, as if he wanted to find out something from his eyes.
Noticing Pei Sun's actions, Liao Yuza frowned more and more tightly and walked closer to Pei Sun. His sharp eyes made people shudder. Are you that Pei Sun? Liao Yuza asked with a frown. Song Yingxin once said that this child was not mentally normal. Now it seems that he is indeed a little weird. When other children see him, they act as if they have seen some terrifying ghost. They either lower their heads and remain silent, or avoid his gaze. Few people dare to look him in the eye. But this guy not only dared to stare at him, but also seemed to be looking him up and down. It was simply against the will of heaven. But now is not the time to worry about these things. Liao Yuza wanted to find out whether this child had any mental problems. If it is true as Song Yingxin said that he is mentally abnormal, then the terrifying power this child possesses is like a nuclear bomb that may explode at any time to them. Even worse, if the child fell into the hands of evil forces, it would be a catastrophic blow to them. Why did you have a conflict with him? Liao Yuza asked harshly. Although Pei Sun's eyes did not look like a child who had made a mistake, Liao Yuza still stared at him with a reproachful look. Pei Sun was speechless for a moment when he heard this question, unsure how to respond. Explaining the entire story would probably take quite a while, so he could only roughly summarize. He feels I don't give his girlfriend a sense of security. After hearing Pei Sun's answer, Liao Yuza was stunned for a moment. He looked at Hu Bin, and both of them showed a bit of helplessness in their eyes. He thinks I don't give his girlfriend a sense of security? They are clearly all Chinese characters, but when put together they are completely confusing. Can this still be considered human language? At this point, Liao Yuza almost confirmed that Pei Sun had mental problems. However, for the sake of rigor, he still asked Chu Chuhong under the gaze of the crowd. Is what Pei Sun said true? What he said is true. Not only did he fail to give Shixian enough sense of security, he even nearly caused Shixian to die in this alien world. It has been less than a week since I awakened my talent. Chu Chuhong constantly adapts to his identity as a strong man and wants to establish the image that a strong man should have. However, he was born with an inferiority complex and a simple-minded character, so when he faces a big man like Liao Yuza, his words seem abstract, and he dare not even think too much, completely immersed in his own inner world. Liao Yuza's brows were furrowed, like a question mark. He began to wonder if these two were working together to play a trick on him. You mean, your girlfriend needs someone else to give her a sense of security? Liao Yuza suppressed the helplessness in his heart, spoke in a gentle tone, and dragged out the syllables, fearing that he had misheard a word. Hearing this, Chu Chuhong suddenly raised his head and his face turned red, realizing how outrageous what he had just said was. How to answer now? If the answer is yes, Mayor Liao will probably think he has mental problems. But if you say no, it seems like your girlfriend is not valued by you at all. No matter how you look at it, it feels weird. Mayor Liao, this is all my fault. I apologize. I was the one who started the argument with Pei Sun. I'm willing to take full responsibility. Chu Chuhong answered with a red face, and Liao Yuza couldn't help but look at Hu Bin again. Are these two people suffering from some serious illness? Especially Chu Chuhong. Not only does he have mental problems, but he may also be hiding some dark secrets deep in his heart. For a moment, Liao Yuza didn't know what to say, and he began to regret not avoiding them just now. Cough, cough, cough. Liao Yuza cleared his throat, glanced at the two of them with contempt, opened
opened his mouth to say something, but finally swallowed it back. After a long while, he finally said to the two of them, "The assessment time has arrived. You are responsible for gathering the top 10 students on the leaderboard. Do you understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chuang couldn't wait to respond loudly. Obviously, he likes helping the teacher. Pei Sin rolled his eyes helplessly at Chu Chuang. He doesn't even know what the top 10 students on the list look like, so where can he find them? Just as Liao Yuza was about to leave, a student suddenly shouted from behind, "Mayor Liao! Mayor Liao! I want to report it." The sudden shout made Liao Yuza stunned. He then turned to look at the candidate who shouted, and his face suddenly turned cold. Shouting in such a public place was disrespectful to him, and they are clamoring to report it, which is tantamount to questioning their testing methods. You should know that before the assessment begins, extremely high-level professionals have already set up a magic array to detect whether the candidates are carrying any prohibited props or taking any banned drugs. Once any abnormality is discovered, we will know it in advance. Although there is a very small possibility of missing the test, there will be a second precise test after the assessment. In any case, the candidates have no right to question like this, especially shouting in a crowded place, which is simply a provocation to them. What are you yelling about? How can you yell in front of Mayor Liao? As students of our city, your every word and action represents the image of Fengyu City. What kind of performance is this? Do you have any discipline at all? Before Liao Yuza could speak, Hu Bin frowned and scolded him carelessly. I'm sorry, but I must report it, to give fairness to our group of candidates. Although the student's tone was a little weaker, he still spoke word by word. Liao Yuza narrowed his eyes, walked up to the guy, stared into his eyes and asked, I'm reporting anonymously. I have to say that Liao Yuza's words were extremely intimidating. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy shuddered and stuttered. Anonymous? You won't even tell me your name. Why should I believe you? Are you trying to make up some lies? Why? The city's suggestion box allows anonymous submissions, so why can't I report anonymously? Oh, you knew it was a suggestion box? I can ignore other people's submissions, but reporting is something completely different. I have to get to the bottom of the matter. If you maliciously report something and negatively impact others, I won't let you off. Hearing this, the candidate dared not say a word and his face turned red with embarrassment. He lowered his head, but saw that the students around him were looking at him with encouraging eyes, as if entrusting their fate to him. He immediately plucked up his courage again. Just say it. My name is Shi Yang Yan, and I want to report it under my real name. Shi Yang Yan's tone became a little higher and his voice became much louder. We are standing right in front of you. Why are you shouting so loudly? We are not deaf yet. Hu Bin said. Tell me, what do you want to report? Although he was asking, Liao Yuza had already guessed who this guy was going to report. I want to report Pei Sun from Fengyu No. 6 Middle School. Oh, what happened to him? He used forbidden methods to summon an endless amount of creatures that looked like they were neither alive nor dead. It's a completely forbidden technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the candidates around him immediately echoed him. That's right. How could a summoner of just over 10 levels possibly summon so many creatures? Let alone No. 6 Middle School. Even if he was a top-notch summoner from No. 1 or No. 2 Middle School, there's no way he could summon so many terrifying creatures. No matter how powerful he is, can he compare to the top talent of Mayor Yao Jinchuan back then? Could he also be an SSS level summoner? There are only a few SSS level talents this year. Why haven't we heard of such a genius in No. 6 Middle School? Mayor Yao Jinchuan may be an SSS rank, but he wasn't as incredible back then, was he? I think SSS isn't even enough to describe his talent. He's simply using cheats. Is it true that I didn't use cheats? Listening to the students around him talking back and forth, Hu Bin couldn't help but scold again. Shut up. What do you think of us? If you have something to say, just say it openly like this classmate did. Why are you all sneaking around and trying to be clever? What are you talking about? Hu Bin's words seemed to carry a terrifying power. When the candidates heard it, they suddenly felt as if their whole bodies were severely shocked by an invisible force. Liao Yuza waved his hand to signal Hu Bin to stop talking. Apart from those who were just there to watch the fun and cause trouble, he could still understand these students. It's no wonder they did that. Even he himself felt that Pei Sun's ability to summon those things was extremely extraordinary. When he saw it for the first time, he almost thought it was a riot of alien spirits, let alone these students who were taking the test. You need evidence to speak. What can you prove that Pei Sun used forbidden techniques? Do we need evidence for this? Does his school count as evidence? He's a student from Fengyu No. 6 Middle School, and he topped the list for a full 24 hours. Isn't that evidence? And that third place Chu Chuhong needs a thorough investigation too. Yes, investigate thoroughly. Little Fengyu No. 6 Middle School, who couldn't even make the top 10 a few years ago, now not only have 3 students made it, but they've also taken over the top 3 spots. Who would believe me if I said I didn't use any tricks? That's right, I suspect their principal used some tricks. Hey, stop saying that. Mayor Liao is still here. Hearing everyone's strong rejection and emotions, Liao Yuza felt helpless. He was also curious about about how Pei Sun could summon so many strange creatures, but when he personally tested the magic circle yesterday, he didn't find any abnormalities, which proved that Pei Sun was indeed fine. Besides, this guy's entry list was marked with D-level talent, and he didn't dare to say more, for fear that once he said it, the whole audience would explode. Now, he didn't know how to refute the questions raised by these candidates, so he could only say in an official tone,
I understand everyone's feelings, but there's no order without rules. If you want to report someone, you must provide factual evidence, otherwise it's a malicious lie. Yesterday's detection array didn't find any abnormalities in Pei Sun, so he's fine. Next, we'll conduct a second round of testing on the top 10, including Pei Sun. I'll let everyone know the results as soon as they come out. Please stop talking about this immediately.
As soon as he finished speaking, the students around him gradually quieted down. Everyone seemed surprised that Liao Yuza, who usually had a hot temper, would compromise so easily. Even Hu Bin, who was standing beside him, showed a bit of disbelief in his eyes.
When did Mayor Liao's temper become so good? After finishing his instructions, Liao Yuza signaled everyone to disperse.
His sharp eyes lingered on Pei Sun for a moment, then he turned and left.
After Liao Yuza and Hu Bin left, Chu Chuhuang looked at Pei Sun again.
Chu Chuhuang's eyes were still sharp. Although he seemed unconvinced, he did not continue to provoke.
You are lucky today. If Mayor Liao hadn't come, I would definitely defeat you and make you apologize to Shixian. Chu Chuhuang said in a low voice. Come on, you haven't even finished defeating my summons yet, and you still want to defeat me?
Pei Sun rolled his eyes.
Chu Chuhuang snorted unconvincingly. It's just that there's not enough time.
I'll see you again after the assessment and see if I can destroy those superficial things of yours. Pei Sun was too lazy to pay attention to him and went straight to find Zhuang Yushi.
I have to admit that this guy's ability is really impressive.
If Pei Sun was just an ordinary summoner, he might really be restrained by this guy.
Where did you go? What's it to you? Mayor Liao asked us to find the other 8 people. You. Stop. You agreed to it yourself, not me. You. Ha, you're hiding from such a small matter?
I'll tell Mayor Liao later.
Oh, tell me.
Although he turned his back, Pei Sun couldn't help rolling his eyes.
There's something really wrong with this guy.
When he walked to Zhuang Yushi's side, Pei Sun's expression immediately changed.
Isn't he handsome? Not bad.
Zhuang Yushi crossed her arms, looking as if it was a matter of course.
Is this okay? You didn't do anything. It was all thanks to your summons. Wasn't that summoned by me too?
After bickering with Zhuang Yushi for a few words, Pei Sun found this girl quite funny, and the more he looked at her, the cuter she seemed. After Pei Sun left, Chu Chuhuang stood there, at a loss as to what to do. I began to regret why I agreed to Mayor Liao so readily. In front of so many people, Chu Chuhuang was a little confused. He had no idea what the other people looked like, nor did he know where to find them.
Should he go looking for them by shouting at the top of his lungs? Or should he ask them one by one?
When he thought of this, Chu Chuhuang couldn't help but shudder. A strong resistance arose in his heart, and he immediately gave up the idea. After all, Chu Chuhuang is a loner by nature, and it is almost impossible for him to take the initiative to talk to others. Asking him to inquire about information one by one is even more painful than fighting a battle with Pei Sun's summons. He stood there blankly for a long time, frowning, racking his brains to think of a solution, but as the test time was almost over, he still had no idea. In desperation, he had to turn to Fang Shixian for help.
Shixian, what should I do? I don't even know what they look like.
There was a hint of anxiety and helplessness in Chu Chuhuang's voice, and he looked at Fang Shixian with expectation in his eyes. However, Fang Shixian's face remained calm as she responded indifferently. I don't know what to do either.
Why did you agree so readily just now? With so many people here now, why don't you just go up and find those people yourself? Shixian, why don't you ask for me? I'm too embarrassed to ask.
Chu Chuhuang scratched his head a little embarrassedly, his eyes full of tenderness and pleading, completely lacking the momentum he had shown in the battle just now.
Me? Chu Chuhuang? Are you kidding me? You want a girl like me to ask in front of so many people? You have dignity, but do you think I have no dignity?
Fang Shixian immediately raised her voice, her tone became sharp, her brows furrowed, and she shouted at Chu Chuhuang.
Shixian, don't be angry. I just want to hear your opinion. If you don't want to go, forget it. I'll take care of this.
Seeing Fang Shixian getting angry, Chu Chuhuang hurriedly coaxed her in a low voice, forcing a smile on his face, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Fang Shixian looked at him like this, and a hint of imperceptible disgust flashed in her eyes. A man who is so humble at heart is really disgusting. Seeing that there was really no other way, Chu Chuhuang paced anxiously. After a few minutes, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. Fang Shixian stared at him with confusion on her face, only to see him walking straight towards a candidate.
What's your name? Did you make it into the top 10? Chu Chuhuang asked modestly. The candidate had just witnessed Chu Chuhuang's heroic performance throughout the whole process and was in awe of him, so he honestly answered no. What about you? Did you make it into the top 10? Chu Chuhuang turned to another candidate.
No, the candidate answered respectfully.
In the next few minutes, Chu Chuhuang asked these questions one by one.
The atmosphere finally changed when a student with dyed yellow hair
and an inverted hairstyle was asked. What's your name? Are you in the top 10? Chu Chuhong asked as before. The man was stunned at first, then frowned and roared. Who the hell are you? Do you care if I made it into the top 10? It's none of your business. Chu Chuhong was stunned, but thinking that the other party might be in trouble, he said calmly, Excuse me, Mayor Liao asked me to find the top 10 candidates. Could you please? Are you deaf? Can't you understand what I'm saying? Get out of here. Before Chu Chuhong could finish speaking, this guy interrupted him and started to curse him. Chu Chuhong finally couldn't bear it anymore and frowned. What the hell are you looking at? Are you not convinced? The yellow-haired candidate was immediately furious when he saw Chu Chuhong's expression. He glanced at the logo on Chu Chuhong's school uniform with a look of contempt. 6th middle school? It's not easy to survive until now. I advise you to disappear from my sight, otherwise I will let you know what it means to lose all your efforts. It was obvious that this guy had just arrived. When the classmates around him saw that he dared to quarrel with Chu Chuhong, they all felt worried for him. Chu Chuhong was already holding back his anger. First he was teased by Pei Sun, and then he was ignored by Feng Shixian. He was worried that he had no outlet to vent his anger. Seeing the yellow-haired man being arrogant and unreasonable, Chu Chuhong finally couldn't help it and began to activate his supernatural powers in his body. Hey, what's wrong with that expression? Still want to try? Believe it or not, I can just snap my fingers and you. Before he could finish his words, Chu Chuhong, with a ferocious look on his face, had already swung out his huge fist. The yellow-haired man was immediately blown away more than 10 meters. With just one punch, the yellow-haired man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open, looking at Chu Chuhong in disbelief. Looking closely, there was a big fist mark in the middle of the yellow-haired man's face, and a trace of blood was oozing from his left nostril. I'm giving you a choice. Either answer my questions honestly, or give me the points and go back to Blue Star now. Chu Chuhong's face was grim and he shouted harshly. Huan Mao was so frightened that he dared not say a word. This guy looks honest and seems easy to bully, but who knew he would be so cruel when he starts fighting? Besides, isn't he a candidate from number 6 middle school? When did the students from number 6 middle school become so talented? Is he in the top 10? When he thought of this, he immediately stopped thinking about it. How unlucky. I was already annoyed enough about getting 11th place, and I just wanted to vent a little, but I got caught by this big guy and was severely punished. Why am I so unlucky today? My name is Shi Shiyun. 11th place, not in the top 10. Shi Shiyun trembled as he spoke word by word, his voice as thin as a kitten. Why didn't you listen to me earlier? You have to be punched before you behave yourself. Chu Chuhong glared at him and then walked towards the next candidate. What's your name? Did you make it into the top 10? No. After witnessing Chu Chuhong's violent method, the candidate stood as straight as a bamboo pole, breathing carefully, and answered loudly without waiting for Chu Chuhong to finish speaking. Seeing this scene, Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy really has some skills. In the next few minutes, Chu Chuhong really found a few people. 8th place is Chao Ruoshi. For some reason, this guy looked much more honest, completely different from the first time Pei Sun met him. Pei Sun just saw Chao Ruoshi, and Chao Ruoshi also noticed him, but just glanced at him a few times and then looked away. Pei Tian ranked 10th. When Chu Chuhong first saw this guy, he was stunned for a moment. Why did he look so much like Pei Sun? If he hadn't seen Pei Sun still standing there, he would have almost thought that this was Pei Sun. Compared to Pei Sun, Pei Tian was much more polite. Facing Chu Chuhong's still angry tone, he just did as he was told and gave his name. Chu Chuhong felt a little itchy in his heart and wanted to ask more about the relationship between this guy and Pei Sun, but thinking that time was running out and he was afraid of causing trouble, he finally held back. 5 minutes later, Chu Chuhong walked up to a girl with a cold temperament and fair skin, and asked in a much softer tone, What's your name, please? Did you make it into the top 10? The girl frowned slightly and swept her cold gaze over Chu Chuhong, making him shiver involuntarily. Mayor Liao asked me to count the top 10. The girl finally relaxed her brows and said coldly, Gu Xinxiong, you're in the top 10. Although he had already guessed that this girl was Gu Xinxiong, Chu Chuhong was still a little surprised when he heard her say it herself. She is the girl who has occupied the second place on the list from beginning to end. She looks quiet and elegant, exuding a cold aura that keeps people at a distance. It is hard to imagine how she managed to make it to the second place on the list. Finally, the last person in the top 10 was found, and Chu Chuhong's heart finally settled down. Come with me, Mayor Liao wants to talk to us about something, Chu Chuhong said. Gu Xinxiang nodded and followed him. Chu Chuhong took Gu Xinxiang to call the other top 10 candidates who had just been confirmed, and finally returned to Pei Sun. After approaching, Chu Chuhong glared at Pei Sun fiercely, then turned around and called Pei Sun's name again to confirm it was correct before speaking. I'm sorry to take up everyone's time. Mayor Liao asked me to gather everyone together. Now that everyone is here, let's go. After saying that, Chu Chuhong walked alone in front, followed closely by Pei Sun, Zhuang Yushi and others. Pei Sun took a quick look and found that he knew almost everyone here, with only 2 or 3 unfamiliar faces. He looked left and right, wishing to see everyone carefully. His gaze first stopped on Chao Ruoshi,
quickly, but after looking for a long time, this guy was still walking forward with an expressionless face, as if deliberately avoiding his gaze. Pei Sun's gaze then fell on Pei Tian. Although they were family, he and Pei Tian felt no trace of affection. This was not only because he had traveled through time, but also because the previous owner of the original body in his memory had the same feeling. Noticing Pei Sun's gaze, Pei Tian slowly turned around and looked at Pei Sun. Pei Tian looked at Pei Sun with an extremely complicated look, which was filled with incredible doubts and meaningful joy, making Pei Sun unable to figure out what this guy was thinking for a moment. When Pei Tian turned around, Pei Sun's gaze fell on Gu Xinxiang again. When he first met Gu Xinxiang, Pei Sun was shocked. It's so beautiful. It's like a fairy descending from the earth. Her face was as delicate as a sculpture, her skin was as smooth as cream, her long black hair fell on her shoulders, she had a straight nose, delicate red lips, a tall and slender figure, and her snow-white face exuded a cold temperament. She was even more outstanding than the beautiful heroines Pei Sun had seen in comics in his previous life. How could someone be so stunningly beautiful? Gu Xinxiang noticed Pei Sun's scrutinizing gaze, and immediately revealed disgust in the corner of her eyes. She was used to countless disgusting looks on a daily basis, but she never expected that this time, the genius who stood out from thousands of people Pei Sun would reveal such a frivolous look. Chu Chuhong gently pushed open the door of Liao Yu's office. Just as he took half a step inside, his pupils suddenly dilated and he froze in place. Let's go. Why are you blocking us here? It's such a small door, we can't even squeeze in. While pushing Chu Chuhong, Pei Sun turned his gaze towards the interior of the office. However, when he stepped into the house, he was immediately dumbfounded. How come there are so many people? This must be wrong. I have never seen a scene with so many people. People who don't know would think they were being escorted here. But even a murderer who committed a heinous crime wouldn't be surrounded by so many people for questioning, right? What's more, these people, each of them has an incredibly powerful aura. They are undoubtedly the bigwigs of Fengyu City. When all 10 people entered the room, the door slammed shut without warning, startling the last person who came in. In this small office, in addition to these 10 candidates, there are almost 20 powerful people sitting on the other side of the desk. The most conspicuous person was Liao Yuza, who was sitting in the front row. At this moment, Liao Yuza was scanning the 10 candidates with sharp eyes and an expressionless face. Compared to his public appearance just now, he now looked even more sinister and grim. Even Pei Sun, who thought he had a strong psychological quality, felt a chill down his spine when he was stared at by Liao Yuza. After a long time, Liao Yuza slowly spoke, his voice calm and cold. First of all, congratulations to the 10 of you who made it to the top 10. Next, we'll conduct the second round of testing. Let me be frank, if anyone used any illegal means, it's best to confess now. I can forgive past offenses, and the maximum penalty is disqualification from this round. But if I find out, prepare to go to jail. 10 years minimum. I'll count down 3. Liao Yuza's gaze became increasingly sharp, and the atmosphere in the office became solemn. The other bigwigs all frowned, their eyes so sharp that they seemed to be able to pierce through their psychological defenses. Seeing that everyone was indifferent for a moment, Liao Yuza coldly fixed his gaze on Pei Sun. The terrifying feeling of oppression instantly enveloped him, causing Pei Sun to breathe rapidly and his heart to tighten. Pei Sun, are you sure you're clean? Pei Sun's face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously prepared to summon his undead creature. Fengyu number 6 middle school is indeed promising. They've been unknown for the past few years, but I didn't expect them to shock the whole crowd. This time, it wasn't enough for 3 students to make it into the top 10, they even secured first place. The young generation is truly formidable. As soon as Liao Yuza finished speaking, a leader immediately responded with a harsh and sarcastic voice. Leader Su, stop being so sarcastic. Let teacher He conduct the test immediately so we can see what tricks this kid used. Not only did he manage to evade teacher He's first line of defense, but he also dared to act so brazenly during the test. He simply doesn't take our entire Fengyu city government seriously. Another leader shouted, and from his angry tone one could sense the deep resentment. Pei Sun, I'm only asking you this once. Do you admit that you violated the rules? Liao Yuza looked fierce and questioned in a harsh voice. At this time, big beads of sweat appeared on Pei Sun's forehead, his breathing became more rapid, and his face gradually turned red. Although the other 9 candidates had already guessed that Pei Sun would be the focus of the second round of testing, they did not expect it to be done in such a brutal and rude manner. Pei Tian and Chao Ruoshi showed no obvious emotion on their faces, they just stared at Pei Sun quietly, while Chu Chuhong and Feng Shixin looked smug. Seeing this, Zhuang Yushi immediately became anxious and demanded loudly, what evidence do you have to prove that Pei Sun violated the rules? You are intimidating me. Deputy Mayor Liao, you just said not to speak without evidence. Why are you putting pressure on Pei Sun now without any evidence? How dare you? As soon as Zhuang Yushi finished speaking, an invisible and terrifying sense of oppression came over her and enveloped her. Since when has a little girl dared to question us? Don't think we don't know that you and Pei Sun have joined forces to reap the benefits. Don't worry, once it is confirmed
prove that Pei Sun has violated the rules, you will be the next one to be punished. Another leader slammed the table angrily and scolded Zhuang Yushi harshly. Gu Xinqiang was surprised when she saw this scene. She didn't expect these people to be so decisive and brutal in their actions. So this guy is Pei Sun. Seeing Pei Sun almost unable to stand due to the oppressive feeling, Gu Xinqiang's eyes flashed with surprise. She originally thought Pei Sun was just trying to gain points, but she didn't expect him to use prohibited methods to conduct the assessment. What's up? Suddenly, she became curious. What kind of illegal method could allow him to amass over 100,000 points in 24 hours? As far as she knew, the top scorer in the previous Fengyu City assessment had only received 50,000 points. She originally thought that her 60,000 points this time would surpass the previous session and bring her great glory, but she didn't expect that Pei Sun would steal all the glory. Therefore, although she was very dissatisfied with the leader's rough pressure tactics, she still felt that the best strategy was to drive Pei Sun out first. Pei Sun raised his head with difficulty and glared at Liao Yuza. I didn't expect Liao Yuza to be a hypocrite who says one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. Ha! As a high-ranking official in Fengyu City, he actually did such despicable things. It really opened my eyes. Pei Sun gasped, stared at Liao Yuza angrily, and scolded him word by word with difficulty. At this moment, Liao Yuza was clearly trying to use brutal force to force him to admit his violation and give up his spot. Although he didn't know who was manipulating the situation, Liao Yuza's personal action in front of the other 9 candidates undoubtedly severely damaged Pei Sun's reputation. Liao Yuza stared at Pei Sun for a few seconds and said coldly, I've already given you a chance. Since you're not willing to seize it, then wait for your fate to end up in a Chinese prison. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying oppressive feeling on Pei Sun dissipated. Teacher start the test. Liao Yuza's face was heavy and his tone was cold. After saying that, a male teacher wearing glasses and exuding a scholarly air walked over. 10 students, please stand and take the test in turn, He Mingyuan said to Pei Sun and others. Pei Sun then stood up with difficulty and glared fiercely at Liao Yuza and several other leaders. In the moment when he was unaware, a trace of pity flashed in the corner of Chu Chuhuang's cold eyes. He Mingyuan walked up to the 10 people and raised his palm towards them. Everyone looked at him in confusion and saw a circular rune slowly appearing on his palm. After the rune was fully formed, it suddenly emitted a strange crimson light covering every corner of the 10 people's bodies. The crimson light scanned each person one by one. Chu Chuhuang was almost seen through by the light and his whole body appeared crimson. Student Chu Chuhuang has no problem. Student Chao Ruwashi has no problem. Neither does Fang Shixian. The other sounds in the office gradually disappeared, leaving only He Ningyuan's voice echoing. The atmosphere was so depressing that one could almost hear a pin drop. Liao Yuza stared at the crowd He Ningyuan was scanning with wide eyes, feeling extremely nervous. Especially when they were about to reach Pei Sun, he and the other leaders all frowned, staring intently at the scene before them. Ding ding, ding ding. Suddenly, a sharp ticking sound was heard. It was the alarm sounded when the crimson light detected prohibited props or drugs. Liao Yuza's face suddenly changed, and the other leaders' eyes widened instantly, and their expressions suddenly changed. Bai Mantong cheated. She took a 5th level banned potion, the energy release potion, before the test. Several candidates, including Pei Sun, were also surprised. When they looked at Bai Mantong, they found several faint yellow-green marks on her abdomen. Upon hearing He Mingyuan's words, Bai Mantong's face froze instantly, and she stood there motionless as if petrified. Liao Yuza slammed the table, stood up with a whoosh, turned around and glared at someone behind him, and shouted, Zhou Nizhou, you're quite capable. You can even get hold of a 5th-tier banned potion? Are you trying to test my bottom line, Liao Yuza? Zhou Nizhou was also confused. He stood up and stammered in defense. Mayor Liao, you must have misunderstood. Misunderstanding? What the hell did I misunderstand about you? Don't tell me you didn't know she used the energy-releasing potion. Are you willing to give up your life just for a spot? Liao Yuza was burning with anger. His eyes seemed to be spewing flames. Zhou Nizhou is the principal of Fengyu No. 2 Middle School, and the person in charge of this school. In this already silent office, the sound of him swallowing was particularly obvious. I really don't know about this, Mayor Liao. He looked aggrieved and stuttered to explain. How dare you say you don't know? The drug market in Fengyu City is practically monopolized by your Zhong family. You still refuse to admit it? If it's not you, who else could it be? Who has the ability to get a 5th-level energy-releasing potion? Liao Yuza glared at Zhou Nizhou, wishing he could tear him apart immediately. When the other leaders saw this scene, their faces turned grim and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Liao Yuza snorted coldly and slammed the table again. He suddenly turned towards Bai Mantong and shot her a cold gaze. You have a strong mental state. Don't think I can scare you. He walked up to Bai Mantong and said coldly, you'd better tell the truth and don't play any tricks. Otherwise, I will put you in jail for the rest of your life. You know how severe the punishment is for this kind of drugs in our country. Faced with Liao Yuza's anger, Bai Mantong finally couldn't bear it anymore, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. It's not mine. mine. This is not mine, woo-woo. I didn't want to take it at all. She cried heartbreakingly. Why are you crying? Let me ask you. If it's not yours, then whose is it? Tell me now. Otherwise, you'll be adding insult to injury. Liao Yuza seized the opportunity and pressed on. No, Mayor Liao. This is really not mine. It was given to me by Principal Zhang Nizhou, Bai Mantong said with a sob. Upon hearing this, Liao Yuza's face froze, revealing an expression of disbelief yet as if he had a premonition. He turned slowly, his sharp eyes shooting straight at Zhou Nizhou. When Zhou Nizhou heard Bai Mantong's accusation, he was completely panicked, his eyes flickering, almost revealing a flaw. What nonsense are you talking about, Bai Mantong? When did I ever give you any banned drugs? What are you trying to do by making false accusations against me at a time like this? Did Qingfeng Enterprise send you here? He didn't dare to look directly at Liao Yuza and could only roar at the sobbing Bai Mantong. This scene was so sudden that Pei Sun was stunned. At first he thought Liao Yuza was playing some tricks and wanted to act out a play with teacher he and Bai Mantong, but the more he watched, the more he realized that it didn't look like acting at all. Especially Zhou Nizhou, this guy is obviously in big trouble. Qingfeng Enterprise? When Pei Sun heard Zhou Nizhou mention these 4 words, he immediately fell into deep thought. Qingfeng Enterprise is a well-known pharmaceutical company in Fengyu City. As everyone knows, almost all pharmaceutical-related businesses are monopolized by the Zhong family's Zhong Enterprise. Only the recently rising Qingfeng Enterprise dares to challenge the Zhong family's dominant position. Zhou Nizhou obviously put the blame for this accusation on Qingfeng Enterprise. Woo, Principal Zhong, how could you do this? You clearly told me in person that taking that bottle of 5th level energy-releasing potion would definitely not be discovered, so I dared to drink it without worry. Now you deny it. Then what should I do? Bai Mantong cried bitterly, her eyes turned red, and she wiped her tears with her sleeves while sobbing and explaining. You, Mayor Liao. This kid is talking nonsense. I never said anything like that, and I never gave him any potions. Don't believe this little girl's one-sided words. This must be a conspiracy by some force. It must be Qingfeng Enterprise sent to frame me. Zhou Nizhou was completely panicked and answered incoherently, saying a bunch of nonsense that had nothing to do with the matter. Principal Zhong, you told me in person that it was a 5th level enhancement drug that you painstakingly obtained, and you said it would never be detected. Now that the truth has been revealed, you're trying to clear yourself of all charges? What about me, Principal Zhong? Should I go to jail for you? Liao Yuza stared at Zhou Nizhou, gritted his teeth, and said in a cold voice, Zhou Nizhou, don't worry, I will definitely investigate you thoroughly. His anger was real. They had brought these people here because they didn't believe Pei Sun would cheat and wanted to witness him pass the test with their own eyes. Although Liao Yuza held a higher position, facing such public outrage, he had no choice but to bring them here in person. He trusted Pei Sun because teacher He Mingyuan had successfully reached the legendary level before this assessment, significantly improving his testing abilities. So when all the students successfully passed the first round of testing, he concluded that no one had violated any rules. Unexpectedly, there were even banned drugs being used, and in order to avoid He Mingyuan's detection, the banned drugs used were even upgraded to the 5th level. In the past, the banned drugs detected were only the 4th level at most. Liao Yuza turned around and glared at Bai Mantong, saying sternly, for a spot, you dare to take such a huge risk. That's a 5th level energy-releasing potion. Are you really not afraid of death? Energy-releasing potions are the most common illegal drugs on the market, favored by drug dealers because they can significantly enhance the effects of supernatural powers. Although, the side effect is that one cannot use supernatural powers for a long time afterwards. Some people cannot resist the temptation and want to show off their powers for a while. The 5th level energy-releasing potion can increase the professional's energy storage capacity by nearly 5 times, but the side effects are more serious. The weakness that might have lasted for 1 or 2 hours will be extended to nearly 10 hours. If there is a severe rejection by the body, it may even cause direct paralysis, loss of sensitivity to superpowers, and the inability to use superpowers for life. It's okay in the Chinese city-state on Blue Star, but this is a different world after all. This is a place where you can lose your life at any time. After being scolded by Liao Yuza, Bai Mantong's bright eyes were full of grievance, but her crying gradually became softer. It seems that she also understands that she has made a big mistake. After all, if she insisted on not taking it, would Zhou Nizhou force her to take it? Zhou Nizhou worked hard for his school grades, while Bai Mantong worked hard for her own grades. They deserved to end up like this. Liao Yuza was so angry about this sudden change that his breathing became rapid and his chest heaved violently. Continue testing. As Liao Yuza angrily threw down these 4 words, the crimson light released by He Mingyuan continued to scan the next target. Student Pei Tian has no problem. Student Gu Xinxiang has no problem. Classmate Pei Sun, no problem. When the crimson light swept over Pei Sun, he felt a layer of warmth enveloping his skin, a strange comfort. The light stayed on him for half a minute before finally withdrawing. Hearing this result, Liao Yuza, who had been staring at Pei Sun
Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the other leaders and teachers present could no longer sit still.
He's fine? Impossible? Teacher are you mistaken? Pei Sun, how could he be fine? That's right, teacher His score of over 100,000 points is truly astonishing in the history of Fingyu City. The highest scoring student in Fingyu City's history only scored over 70,000, and that was an SSS level talent. And he's just a little known kid from number 6 middle school. How on earth could he score over 100,000 points on his own? Teacher you should retest again. This result is simply unbelievable.
Hearing this, Liao Yuza finally couldn't help it and turned around to glare at several people.
Luo Hanlei, I gave you face, didn't I?
At first, you refused to believe it and insisted on seeing the results yourself.
Now the results are in front of you, but you refuse to admit it. What do you mean? Are you questioning teacher He Mingyuan's ability? Or are you simply trying to go against me and envy me, Liao Yuza? Do you really think that I, Liao Yuza, wouldn't dare to attack you? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you work at the Fengyu City military office? Luo Hanlei stared blankly at Liao Yuza's outburst.
He had never expected things to turn out like this, and he quickly forced a smile.
How could it be, Mayor Liao? I just have some doubts. After all, 100,000 points is indeed a bit exaggerated.
Now that the test results are out, of course we believe it. Of course we believe it. Liao Yuza glanced at the aggressive guys around Luo Hanlei, and without a trace of compromise in his voice, he shouted sternly.
And you guys, my patience with you has reached its limit today. You're just unlucky to have run into my powder keg. You'd better get out of here before I completely explode. Hearing this, Luo Hanlei's face instantly stiffened, and the expressions of several people around him also changed, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. After hesitating for a long time, Luo Hanlei laughed awkwardly a few times and then said, Mayor Liao, don't be so angry.
It's indeed our fault for not doing things properly.
In that case, we'll take our leave.
After saying that, Luo Hanlei slowly restrained his expression and left the office with a few people around him.
After leaving the office, one person couldn't help but complain. Brother Lei, isn't Liao Yuza too arrogant?
He's been deputy mayor for over a decade, but he can't even become mayor.
How dare he talk to us in that tone? If you don't know, you might think he's the mayor of Fengyu City.
Even if Yao Jinchuan came, he wouldn't dare speak to us like that.
What gives him the right to do that? That's right, Brother Lei.
He's just a deputy mayor, and he dares to tell us what to do.
Who among us brothers can tolerate this? Luo Hanlei's expression gradually calmed down, and he said in a deep voice, Don't say such things. You have to endure it even if you can't bear it. Go back first and talk about it later.
After seeing off Luo Hanlei and the other group of people brought by Liao Yuza also left tactfully, fearing that he would get angry again. So, only Liao Yuza, Hu Bin, He Mingyuan and the top 10 candidates were left in the office. Liao Yuza let out a long breath, took off his coat, and casually sat down on a chair. Pei Sun and the others only then noticed that his forehead was covered in cold sweat.
Please sit down, teacher The rest of you should stop standing.
Seeing that Pei Sun couldn't find anything unusual, Zhu Chuhong and Fang Shishuan's expressions immediately became nervous. They looked at each other, and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Gu Xinxiong's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Pei Sun a few more times in disbelief.
He hadn't violated any rules.
And yet, without violating any rules, he'd managed to rack up over 100,000 points. How on earth did he do that? However, Gu Xinxiong didn't know that the reason why Pei Sun only had more than 100,000 points was because he also transferred a lot of points to Zhuang Yushi. If Zhuang Yushi's points were added, the number would be even more astonishing. When Zhuang Yushi saw that Pei Sun was safe and sound, a sweet smile suddenly appeared on her face. Pei Sun glanced at Liao Yuza, feeling uneasy, and slowly sat down. From the conversation between Liao Yuza and Luo Hanlei just now, he could feel that Liao Yuza actually believed in him. He also understood that the pressure Liao Yuza had put on him just now was just a show for others to see. Liao Yuza's tone softened, his eyes full of concern. He also knew that he had not been able to control his emotions just now.
I'm fine, Mayor Liao. Pei Sun responded calmly. Liao Yuza nodded and said, I'm sorry for making you feel wrong just now, but there's really nothing I can do. If those people hadn't seen what happened just now with their own eyes, they would never give up. I understand your difficulties. As the deputy mayor, it was not easy for Liao Yuza to achieve what he just did. Those people who can keep pace with Liao Yuza are naturally not unknown people.
Liao Yuza nodded again and turned his gaze to Bai Man Tong, who was standing nearby. She was tearful and aggrieved, standing there, too embarrassed to sit down or leave, seemingly lost in thought. Liao Yuza shook his head helplessly, took a long breath, turned to Yiming Yuan and said, Take her out, and call the 11th ranked candidate in. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiming Yuan walked out with the sobbing Bai Man Tong. He had memorized the congratulatory speech by heart, but now, due to this sudden change, he didn't know what to say to Pei Sun. Liao Yuza suddenly let out a light exclamation and looked at Pei Sun with a hint of doubt in his eyes.
Does your teacher know that you are taking this test?
Pei Sun was stunned for a moment, then nodded, I know.
Hearing this, Liao Yuza frowned and thought, the child child did not seem to have any mental abnormalities. Does Mr. Song know that you are a D-level talent? Liao Yu's face instantly turned gloomy.
Although I don't understand how a professional with a D-level talent could display such astonishing strength since there are no violations.
It is reasonable. Now, what I want to know is, knowing that you have a D-level talent, why did Teacher Song still let you take the assessment?
Mayor Liao, this is not Teacher Song's fault. It has nothing to do with her.
I insisted on participating.
Pei Sun said seriously. I've seen so many green tea girls in my previous life, and this time I'm a green tea girl too. It's actually quite exciting.
Sure enough, Liao Yuza was already furious, and he became furious after hearing this. Song Yingsun is so audacious. How dare she treat her own students like this? She treats their lives like worthless. Not only did she
disobey orders from her superiors, but she also did something so outrageous that it would be condemned by both humans and gods.
Xiao Hu, call Song Yingsun over here.
Seeing that Liao Yu's face turned blue with anger, he probably wanted to skin Song Yingsun alive. When the others heard the conversation between the two, they all looked incredulous.
I believed you when you said it was a 5S level talent, but you tell me it's D level? A D level talent actually suppressed them for a full 24 hours?
The eyes of several people were full of doubts, but they did not dare to ask questions for fear of angering Liao Yuza, who was furious at the moment.
Only Fang Shishuan's eyes were filled with resentment. He is indeed a D-level talent, but how can a D-level talent have such terrifying strength? For a moment, Fang Shishuan was filled with regret. If she had known that Pei Sun's D-level talent was so powerful, how could she have separated from him?
Maybe Pei Sun is already the first at this moment, and she is following closely behind him.
Thinking of this, Fang Shishuan felt more and more annoyed.
Pei Sun is not only more handsome than Chu Chuhong, but his IQ and EQ are also significantly higher. Why did he break up so decisively in the first place?
Now that there is a vixen around me,
it is even more distant to return to the relationship we had before. Fang Shishuan glared at Zhuang Yushi fiercely, but she didn't expect that Zhuang Yushi was also looking her up and down at this moment, and looked at her without any hesitation. Fang Shishuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and her glare revealed an almost murderous aura, as if to say, I am the real boss, who the hell are you, the mistress?
Zhuang Yushi had long seen through Fang Shishuan's identity.
She knew that she had only proposed breaking up when Pei Sun awakened his D-level talent, and now she regretted it and wanted to save the relationship. This scene made her laugh secretly.
Since he is the man she has set her eyes on, how could she let him go so easily?
A few minutes later, He Mingyuan pushed the door open with a blonde man. It was Shi Shiyun, who had had friction with Chu Chuhong. At this moment, the guy was smiling, completely different from his previous gloomy look. When Shiyun saw Chu Chuhong, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and had to forcefully put away the smile on her face.
Immediately afterwards, Hu Bin also walked in, but he was alone. Seeing this scene, Liao Yu's already furrowed brows deepened even more. Where's Song Yingsun? She's not in the waiting area.
I just checked the wild forest shelter on Blue Star, but I didn't see her either.
I don't know where she went, Hu Bin answered truthfully.
Liao Yuza immediately understood the situation and said coldly, that bastard, he dared to run. If I run into him, I will skin him alive. When Shi Shiyun saw this scene, she was so frightened that she dared not move. She just stood there staring at Liao Yuza. Although I had heard that Mayor Liao had a bad temper and was moody, seeing him like this in person still seemed too exaggerated.
Liao Yuza snorted coldly, then looked Shi Shiyun up and down. Are you the 11th place candidate? Yes, it is me. My name is Shi Shiyun, she responded quickly. Teacher test. Liao Yuza said lazily. As soon as he finished speaking, He Mingyuan released the crimson light again. Mr. Shi Shiyun is normal. Hearing this, Liao Yuza finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, thank you, Mr. He. I'll be there to handle anything if you need me.
It's no trouble. I'll take my leave first, Mayor Liao.
Just call me if you need me. Bye. After saying that, He Mingyuan left the office.
Looking at the 10 children in front of him, Liao Yuza's eyes flashed with a gleam. He wanted to say something several times, but swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. Then he looked at his watch, waved his hand, and said to Hu Bin,
take them to register and the results will be announced in the exam waiting area in 20 minutes. Understood. Everyone, follow me.
At this time, the teachers in the exam waiting area were discussing more intensely. The atmosphere was warm, and everyone had a confident smile on their face, obviously full of expectations for their students. I heard that several of your geniuses from number 2 middle school have performed very well in recent mock exams. It looks like number 2 middle school has a chance to secure 3 or even 4 spots this year.
No, Mr. Lee, you're too kind. How can simulation results compare to actual practice? Getting 2 places is already great. If you really get 3, I'll take you to the provincial capital for drinks. Hey, Teacher Shang, you're too modest. Didn't your class only get 3 places last year? Can your results get worse every year? Ha ha ha.
I think number 1 middle school still has the lion's share of the quota this year. I just heard that the teachers there are very confident, especially that Rude. He swore that his class would at least get a spot.
2 places for 1 class? That's outrageous. outrageous. It's incredibly difficult for other schools to get even one, but he actually got 2 places for one class. This Lud is definitely going to be a top grade teacher this year. There's nothing I can do. My abilities are there. Alas, it's really a case of floods and droughts. We at number 3 middle school are lucky to have secured a spot this year. Yeah, we at number 4 middle school are just hoping to get a spot. By the way, where's Teacher Song? Why isn't he there? I don't know. I've been gone for a long time. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten it. Let me tell you, this Song Ingsen might have some secret relationship with Liao Yuza. You can't say that casually. Why would I say such nonsense? I can't explain it clearly right now. Let's wait and see the rankings. Maybe they can get 1 or 2 places in number 6 middle school. Don't joke, Teacher Wang. It's lucky that all the students from number 6 middle school can return safely. How can we expect to get a place? That's right, Teacher Wang. I think the biggest attraction this year is still number 1 middle school. Maybe they can get 5 spots. 20 minutes later, a mechanical prompt sounded in the large classroom in the exam waiting area. Ding dong, this assessment has ended. Next, the list of the top 100 students will be announced. Ding dong, this assessment has ended. In the very center of the classroom, facing the huge screen, a middle-aged man in his prime with a joyful expression was chatting leisurely with the person next to him. The people around him were extremely enthusiastic towards him and responded to every word he said. Teacher Lu, I must congratulate you in advance. It seems that the only special grade teacher position in Fingyu City this year belongs to you. Ha ha ha. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. I just have confidence in my students. Whether they can get the place depends on the final result. Look, Teacher Lu is being modest again. Which of the students that Teacher Lu values every year didn't get a place? Yes, Mr. Lu. It's already this late. Let's liven up the atmosphere. Teacher Lu is truly amazing. He was able to help Fingyu City cultivate 2 top-tier geniuses from just 1 class. Some schools can't even cultivate one, let alone a whole class. Teacher Lu has consistently trained a top talent for Fingyu City for several years. This achievement is unprecedented, and I don't think it will be surpassed in the future. It would have been great if I could have been in Teacher Lu's class when I was young. Alright, everyone, be quiet. The screen is about to turn on. As soon as he finished speaking, the screens in front of the teachers lit up immediately, and then a table slowly appeared. First place, Pei Sun, Fingyu number 6 middle school. Points, 104,387, level, LV 18. Second place, Gu Xinxiong, Fingyu number 1 middle school. Points, 54883, level, LV 17. Third place, Xu Chuheng, Fingyu number 6 middle school. Points, 43844, level, LV 15. Fourth place, Zhuang Yushi, Fingyu number 4 middle school. Points, 33781, level, LV 10. Fifth place, Fang Shixian, Fingyu number 6 middle school. Points, 25123, level, LV 14. What a joke. Sixth place, He Guang, Fingyu number 2 middle school. Points, 22,334, level, LV 14. Seventh place, Chao Ruoshi, Fingyu number 1 middle school. Points, 19843, level, LV 13. Eighth place, Lu Zhe, Fingyu 2nd middle school. Points, 18423, level, LV 13. Ninth place, Pei Tian, Fingyu number 1 middle school. Points, 17889, level, LV 13. 10th place, Shi Shiyun, Fingyu number 3 middle school. Points, 16743, level, LV 13. Lud was full of confidence and immediately set his sights on the first place. However, when he saw the first place name, he was stunned. When he saw the name of the school behind it, he was even more stunned. He quickly lowered his gaze, desperately trying to find that familiar name, but he couldn't find it from the first to the 10th place. Suddenly, his mind went blank and the joyful expression on his face, which had not yet faded, froze in an instant. Hey, what's going on? There must be something wrong with this list. The first place went to number 6 middle school? Are you kidding me? Not only is number 6 middle school ranked first, but number 6 middle school is also ranked third? This is not right. 2 of the top 3 are from number 6 middle school? Look down, the 5th place is still number 6 middle school. What the hell is going on? Where's Chu Xinhong? Where's the principal of number 6 middle school? Isn't he here? Someone please explain to me what's going on? Chu Xinhong didn't come. Didn't you know? He came once 3 years ago and hasn't shown up since then. He also knows that his school can't produce good results. This is really strange. What went wrong? Number 1 and number 2 middle schools only have 2 spots, but number 6 middle school has taken 3. This is truly unlucky. This result is simply too absurd to describe. I told you all along. I told you that number 6 middle school might get 1 or 2 spots this time, but you didn't believe me. Now it seems I was being conservative. They actually got 3. It's not that we don't believe it, it's that what you said is too outrageous. But it seems that only what you said can explain this situation. Forget it. We're satisfied with just getting 1 spot from number 4 middle school. Yes. Although I don't understand what happened, we are satisfied as long as we can keep a place in the 3rd middle school. school. Listening to the crowd's confused exclamations, Rude had not yet recovered from the shock and looked dazed and at a loss. It's been decades. When has there ever been a mistake in the list on screen? Among the top 10 figures, which one has not lived out his own world and is famous? How could a system with so many people behind it make such a mistake? But when he saw the first and third place schools, as well as the name missing from the top 10, Rude didn't know what to say for a moment. Pei Tian, he's only 9th. What's going on? Didn't I tell him to hold on to 10th place? Thinking of this, Rude suddenly realized something. It seems someone violated the rules and was disqualified. What exactly happened during this assessment? How could such a ranking distribution occur? Even if I believe that one of the top 10 candidates made a mistake, I will never believe that it was my student's ability to control scores that was wrong. Judging from the facts, Rude's judgment was indeed correct, but what about Lai Yunqi? How could this kid not make the top 10? Rude even suspected that he was dazzled. He stared at the list of the top 10 again and again. After confirming that Lai Yunqi was indeed not on the list, his expression changed slightly and he began to look for Lai Yunqi's name in the top 100. What the hell is going on? How could number 6 middle school take first place? If anyone has Chu Xinhong's phone number, call him over and ask him thoroughly. It shouldn't be Brother Chu who did anything wrong, otherwise he would definitely be waiting for the result on the spot. I know his character very well. What's going on? Hey, Teacher Lu. The 2 places at number 1 middle school are for students from your class, right? Lu shook his head and said, Pei Tian is my student, and the other one is not on the list. Teacher Lu, please explain clearly. Did he not make the top 10 or was he not even on the list? How could your student not even make the list? It's not even on the list. At this moment, Rude spoke without any emotion. His face gradually became gloomy, and an unacceptable thought emerged in his mind. At this moment, a tall and thin figure suddenly appeared beside Rude. The man was wearing an orange baseball cap and a blue mask, so only his eyes could be barely seen. If Pei Sun was present, he would definitely be able to recognize him through these eyes. He was one of the regional leaders who came with Duan Huanru. He lowered his head and whispered a few words into Rude's ear. Rude's eyes instantly flashed with an imperceptible bloom. As expected, after seeing all the names in the top 10, he had already vaguely guessed that the result would be like this, but hearing it with his own ears was still hard for him to bear. I understand. You go first. The man in the orange baseball cap nodded, lowered his head and walked away, his eyes wandering as if he was afraid of being recognized. After the man left, Rude's gloomy gaze fell on the first person. Find you number 6 middle school? Chu Xinhong, I want to see how you can give me an explanation. After saying that, Rude looked grim, turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Not long after, Fengyu City Mayor Yao Xinchuan appeared in the exam waiting area. Ahem. Everyone, please be quiet. Yao Xinchuan cleared his throat and the whole audience suddenly became quiet. The results of the examination have been announced and everyone should have seen them. The results may differ from what the teachers expected, but since the quota has been determined, I hope the teachers of these 10 candidates will take the trouble to explain all the precautions for the Tianjin province secret training camp. Now, let us congratulate these 10 students together. As he spoke, Yao Xinchuan started to applaud, and Pei Sun and the others entered from the side. Thunderous applause suddenly broke out at the scene. At this time, the exam waiting area is on the 2nd floor. Through a glass window, Rude was staring at all this with a cold expression on his face. His eyes, which were not big to begin with, now revealed an even colder look. So your name is Pei Sun. You dare to bury my Luda students alive? This is really turning the world upside down. If you don't let me go down to accompany my students, I won't be named Lu. As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Rude's cold eyes. But at this time, Pei Sun had already forgotten about Lu Day. When Lai Yunqi said that, he just thought it was a joke and had no idea that he had been targeted. 10 candidates, including him, stood there, allowing themselves to be photographed by various cameras. Yao Xinchuan said a few perfunctory words and quickly ended the award ceremony. After the teachers left, at Yao Xinchuan's signal, only the 11 of them and Liao Yuza were left. I've heard about your situation. It's really amazing. You are now the undisputed number 1 genius in our Fengyu city. Yao Xinchuan looked at Pei Sun with admiration in his eyes, as if he was admiring a treasure. Thank you, Mayor Yao, for the compliment. It's just a chance acquisition of this ability, and I feel very lucky. Judging from Yao Xinchuan's gentle face, he is quite shrewd and knows how to measure his words when asking questions. If he directly asked Pei Sun about the origin of his ability, Pei Sun would find it difficult to answer. He couldn't just say it was a golden finger brought by time traveling, right? They probably don't even know what golden finger means. Seeing that Pei Sun was unwilling to talk more, Yao Xinchuan did not ask any more questions, but continued. Judging from your current performance, your abilities are fully capable of being utilized without negative consequences, and we will not interfere excessively. However, from today on, you will undoubtedly become a hot topic in Fengyu City. How you respond to future public opinion storms and potential emergencies will depend entirely on your own wisdom and ability. I see. He knew in his heart that not only Fengyu City, but the entire Tianjin
Tianjin province would probably be swept by a huge public opinion storm. After all, Fengyu City lagged behind in every aspect, making it the focus of attention from other cities. If the outside world knew this top talent came from an ordinary 6th middle school, they would naturally be ridiculed and mocked. At the same time, Pei Sun's spot in Tianjin province's secret training camp will surely spark a flurry of discussion.
Well, I understand. Yao Zhenchuan's eyes became more and more admiring.
He found that this child had a calm mind. Although he had such powerful abilities, he never showed off and always acted cautiously. If he had not asked Liao Yuza to retrieve the video and examine it carefully, he would never have realized that Pei Sun possessed such an incredible summoning ability. As a fellow summoner, he was the only one who knew how terrifying Pei Sun's abilities were.
Okay, since there's nothing else.
Before Yao Zhenchuan finished speaking, Liao Yuza suddenly coughed a few times, then winked at Yao Zhenchuan.
Yao Zhenchuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and said, "Let's go back to Blue Star first. This alien world is still quite dangerous." Together?
A hint of doubt flashed in Pei Sun's eyes.
Is it not possible? You are now a key protected person in Fengyu City. Is it okay for me to protect you back to school?
Yao Zhenchuan said with a smile.
No, of course no problem.
Pei Sun quickly agreed.
He never expected that Mayor Yao, who was so famous and busy with many affairs, would accompany him. Okay, Yuza, let's go.
After saying that, Yao Zhenchuan stood up and left with Pei Sun. Seeing Liao Yuza following closely behind, Pei Sun always felt something was strange in his heart, but he didn't ask any more questions. So, Yao Zhenchuan, Liao Yuza, Pei Sun, and Hubin came to the alien spirit vortex teleportation point in the Huangsan shelter together and returned to Blue Star.
Blue Star, Fengyu No. 6 Middle School.
At this time, Chu Xinhong, the principal of Fengyu No. 6 Middle School, was lying in bed, completely unaware of what had happened in the past 24 hours.
Ding ling ling, ding ling ling, the phone rang loudly.
Chu Xinhong opened his eyes drowsily, glanced at the communication device impatiently, and answered the call.
Hello? What's wrong? Principal Chu, please hurry to the first floor of the teaching building. Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao are waiting for you here.
Chu Xinhong frowned sleepily, suspecting that he had misheard, and looked at the caller again.
It's security guard Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, you must be mistaken. Why would Mayor Yao come to see me so early in the morning? The first floor of the teaching building. Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza stood with their hands behind their backs, surveying Fengyu No. 6 Middle School.
Pei Sun and Hubin stood nearby, quietly listening to the conversation between security guard Wang and Chu Xinhong. Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Yao Zhenchuan frowned slightly, then picked up the phone and said,
Principal Chu, is it inconvenient for you to come over now? If not, I can come to you.
On the other end of the phone, when Chu Xinhong heard this voice, he suddenly became nervous as if a pot of boiling water had exploded. His eyes widened and his originally confused mind instantly became clear.
No, I'll be right there, Mayor Yao. I want to see you in a minute. I understand. I'll be right there. Beep. What a bummer. The phone was hung up just like that. Chu Xinhong muttered as he put on his clothes. Why did Mayor Yao suddenly come today?
I haven't seen him here in the past few years.
What is he planning to do? Wasn't it the students' graduation exam yesterday?
Logically, he should be awarding students awards right now.
How bizarre.
After thinking for a long time without figuring it out, Chu Xinhong could only rush to the teaching building. At this moment, Pei Sun was also carefully looking at the campus environment of Fengyu No. 6 Middle School. Although he had never been here, in his memories of his previous life, every corner of Fengyu No. 6 Middle School seemed to have left traces of him being bullied. Just as he was lost in his memories, a middle-aged man about 1.7 meters tall and slightly fat appeared in his sight.
Ha! You're here in less than half a minute?
This person is none other than the principal of Fengyu No. 6 Middle School, Chu Xinhong.
Mayor Yao, why didn't you say hello in advance when you came? I could have asked someone to receive you.
Chu Xinhong said with a smile, panting.
No need, I just want you to receive me.
Yao Zhenchuan stared at Chu Xinhong with a deep look in his eyes.
No problem. Since you said so, of course I have to come. Your coming is an honor for our No. 6 Middle School. Our No. 6 Middle School is flourishing because of your arrival. Don't give me that. I don't want to hear it. Before he could finish his words, Yao Zhenchuan interrupted Chu Xinhong's flattery.
He didn't bother beating around the bush with Chu Xinhong and asked directly, do you have a teacher here named
Song Yingson? Yes, Mayor Yao, what's wrong?
Chu Xinhong looked confused.
Call him over. Oh well. Chu Xinhong didn't dare to ask more questions.
He quickly took out his communication device, found Song Yingson's number and dialed it. The call was made 3 times in a row, but no one answered Song Yingson's call.
Chu Xinhong was stunned. This guy usually answered the phone quickly. What happened? Mayor Yao, he may have forgotten to bring his cell phone. What do you want to talk to him about? Chu Xinhong looked at Yao Zhenchuan cautiously and asked softly. Yuza, call him again. Me? Okay.
With a trace of laziness and helplessness on his face, Liao Yuza had to patiently tell Chu Xinhong the whole story in detail again. As Chu Xinhong listened, his eyes widened and his mouth unconsciously opened slightly, and he became more and more confused. He turned his head to look at Pei Sun from time to time, as if he had seen a ghost.
You mean, I just took a nap, and when I woke up my student got first place in the graduation exam? Are you sure you're not kidding me? At my age, my heart can't withstand such stimulation. How many years has it been since our number 6 middle school made it into the top 10 in this assessment? Did you understand? That's why we rushed here right after the award ceremony. We didn't expect Song Yingxin to run so fast. Liao Yuza rubbed his temples as he spoke, obviously tired from all the running around. At this moment, Chu Xinhong was still immersed in shock and unable to extricate himself. He subconsciously reached out and pinched the fat on his face. Why did it feel like all this was unreal? Mayor Liao. Deputy Mayor Liao. Are you kidding me? Did this guy really take first place? Chu Xinhong's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Do you think I'm kidding you? I'm so bored that I come here to joke with you? Liao Yuza rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Yao Xinchuan couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene, but he quickly put it away. His expression turned serious and he returned to the topic. Did you know about Pei Sun's talent from the beginning? Chu Xinhong suddenly opened his eyes wide, shook his head like a rattle, and explained quickly. I don't know, Mayor Yao. The assessments for number 6 middle school have always been handled by the teachers in each class. You know, the teaching standards of these lower-ranked middle schools are average. As principals, our focus isn't on these aspects at all. Teaching ability is average? Yao Xinchuan raised his eyebrows slightly, a subtle hint of meaning flashing in his eyes. Your school is not bad at all this year. Among the top 10 in this assessment, 3 are students from your number 6 middle school. Although Yao Xinchuan's voice was not loud, it exploded in Chu Xinhong's ears like a blockbuster bomb. As he spoke, he stared closely at the changes in Chu Xinhong's expression, trying to catch something from his subtle expression. However, Chu Xinhong's reaction did not seem like he was pretending at all. He stood there in a daze, as if he had been hit by a spell, with the expression of astonishment frozen to the extreme on his face. After a long time, he seemed to wake up from a dream, raised his hand and pinched his face hard, muttering in a low voice. 3 of the top 10 are from our school. I'm not dreaming, am I? Seeing Chu Xinhong's out-of-control look, Yao Xinchuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He cleared his throat and said, first place, Pei Sun, third place, Chu Chuang, fifth place, Fang Zhixian. You should know all of these people, right? When he heard these names, Chu Xinhong's face suddenly turned red. He had never heard of these names. No, Fang Zhixian had some impression of them. This child is the top genius in number 6 middle school. He has awakened a rare S-level talent and is the focus of the school's training. But no matter what, there's no way she could get a spot, right? There are so many geniuses in the monstrous classes of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school, and SSS level talents emerge one after another. How could she, with an S-level talent, get a spot? You don't even know him? Liao Yuza glared at Chu Xinhong. Chu Xinhong scratched his head and said with an awkward smile, there are only a few geniuses in our school. Aside from Fang Zhixian, I've heard a little bit about these 2 kids. I've never heard of them. Just as Liao Yuza was about to speak, Yao Xinchuan spoke first. Let's go first. He probably won't come back. There's no point in us waiting here. Liao Yuza nodded and prepared to leave with Yao Xinchuan. Seeing this, Chu Xinhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as the two were about to leave, a heavy figure suddenly came from not far away. Yao Xinchuan was stunned when he saw the man's face, and then he looked puzzled. Teacher Lu, why are you here too? When Liao Yuza saw that the person coming was Rude, he also looked confused. When Rude saw Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza, he was also stunned. Mayor Yao? Vice Mayor Liao? You're here too. Rude greeted the two of them in an extremely stiff tone, and the displeasure on his face quickly attracted the attention of Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza. Teacher Lu, is there anything wrong? Yao Xinchuan asked. Yes, of course. As he spoke, Lu De walked to Pei Sun, glared at Chu Xinhong, and then stared at Pei Sun with a suffocatingly sharp look. When Chu Xinhong saw Lu De coming, he suddenly became nervous and felt like the sky was falling. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Why did so many important people come all of a sudden? Although Rude is just a teacher, his strength and influence far exceed Chu Xinhong. Therefore, although the two are in a superior-subordinate relationship, Rude actually does not take him seriously at all. Seeing this, Liao Yuza frowned and asked, "What's going on, Mr. Lu? Do you have a grudge against this student?" Rude narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, "You can ask him what he did." Liao Yuza suddenly felt confused. These two people had nothing to do with each other, so how could there be a conflict? Teacher Lu, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Yao Xinchuan, who was standing aside, looked at Rude and noticed that his expression was a little strange, so he asked. Rude's gaze turned to Chu Xinhong. Just this glare made Chu Xinhong break out in a cold sweat and his heart tightened. "Principal Chu, your students are truly earth-shattering. They actually buried my students alive in another world. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" When the words reached a climax, Rude's voice couldn't help but rise several decibels, and there seemed to be a ball of anger burning in his chest. As soon as the words fell, the three people present were stunned. Yao Xinchuan and Liao
Yuza frowned at first, then looked at each other, as if they saw some association in each other's eyes, and then slowly relaxed their brows. Chu Xinhong was so frightened that he was stunned. After a long while, he asked in disbelief, "Teacher Lu, you are not kidding, are you? My number 6 middle school student actually killed your number 1 middle school student? Or was it your Lude student?" When talking about your student of Lude, Chu Xinhong's tone became obviously heavier, because almost everyone who works in education-related fields in Fingyu City, whether students or teachers, has heard of Rude's name. When Rude is mentioned, 6 words immediately come to mind: strict, protective, and excellent. The talented students acknowledged by Rude are basically the top students in Fingyu City, which shows that his students are indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Lude protects his students like his own children, or even more so. Anyone who offends his students is equivalent to offending him personally. However, at this moment, Chu Xinhong had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter and did not think in this direction at all. He was still full of doubts, thinking to himself, how could a student from number 6 middle school kill the genius from number 1 middle school? This was simply like a fairy tale. You think I would lie to you? Then you might as well ask this good student next to you, the good student you taught yourself. Humph! Rude snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. Chu Xinhong then turned around and looked at Pei Sun in surprise. It turned out that Lude was talking about him. For a moment, he was in a state of confusion, as if he had experienced a dream. Am I still dreaming? His student was the first in the graduation exam, and his student actually killed the genius of their number 1 middle school. No matter which one of these things, if someone told him in advance, he would definitely think that the other person was crazy. But now, the facts are before our eyes. Chu Xinhong's brain almost crashed for a moment and he had no idea what to say. Pei Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. It turns out that this is the teacher Lude that Zhuang Yushi mentioned. Although Zhuang Yushi had warned him that this Rude might cause trouble for him, he didn't expect him to come so soon. No, how did he know that I buried that Lai Yunqi alive? Pei Sun pondered in his heart. Logically speaking, not all the candidates from the other world had come out yet. Even if someone witnessed the scene and reported it, it was impossible for Lude to appear here so quickly, right? At this time, Liao Yuza beside him asked with confusion, Teacher Lu, are you saying that Pei Sun killed your student in another world? Rude nodded and said excitedly, that brat used his strange summon to bury my student alive in there. He's so young, yet he has such a vicious heart, and his methods are extremely cruel. If we allow him to continue to grow, he will definitely become a major cancer in Fingyu City in the future. Yao Zhenxuan and Liao Yuza looked at each other again, and suddenly they understood. It is a well-known fact that the talented students of number 1 middle school are all proud and conceited. During the annual assessments, conflicts among students are common, and students from number 1 and number 2 middle schools make up the majority of them. As soon as Lu Di and Chu Xinhong opened their mouths, Yao Zhenxuan and Liao Yuza guessed the whole story almost at the same time. Although the specific details are unclear, they roughly guessed that it must be that Lude's students were arrogant and presumptuous in the other world, provoked Pei Sun, and were eventually dealt with by the monster Pei Sun. Teacher Lu, you need to provide evidence for what you say and take responsibility. You can't just make empty promises and have us blindly believe your one-sided story, right? What evidence do you have to prove that your student died at Pei Sun's hands? Although Lu Di pushed the responsibility onto Chu Xinhong and wanted to take the opportunity to embarrass him, Liao Yuza did not want Pei Sun to be implicated for no reason, so he simply explained the matter to Lu Di on the spot. Hearing Liao Yuza's words, Lu Di's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he said, Deputy Mayor Liao, don't you trust me? When have I, Lu Di, ever lied to anyone? Although everyone knows that I, Lu Di, cherish talents like my own sons, I wouldn't just casually accuse someone. Of course I understand Mr. Lu's character, but what you said seems to have nothing to do with what I said. If Pei Sun really killed your student as you said, we will definitely deal with him, but I still want you to produce evidence. Hearing this, Rude's expression suddenly became more serious. He has always had a good relationship with Yao Zhenxuan and Liao Yuza, but he didn't expect that at this critical moment, Liao Yuza would stand on the opposite side. The information that person gave him was absolutely correct. In addition, Lai Yunqi's name was not even in the top 100. Lu Di firmly believed that Lai Yunqi had died in another world and died at the hands of Pei Sun, but asking him to produce evidence, he simply couldn't do it. He couldn't expose the person who tipped him off, otherwise who would dare to help him explore the situation in the other world in the future? Lude's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Pei Sun, then looked at Liao Yuza, and an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. He turned to look at Yao Zhenxuan, forced a far-fetched smile, and asked tentatively, Mayor Yao, do you think so too? Yao Zhenxuan spread his hands and said helplessly, there's nothing we can do, Teacher Lu. This is no joke. We must take it seriously. If you have evidence, please bring it out. Otherwise, we can't act rashly against Pei Sun. Rude narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, and his breathing became a little faster. These two people really understood each other at the critical moment. You two mayors are truly honest and upright. In that case, I will take my leave now. I will give you the evidence as soon as I find it. Rude said with narrow
narrowed eyes. That would be the best. Lud turned around and glared at Pei Sun fiercely, then left Fingyu number 6 middle school under the gaze of everyone. After Rude left, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yu's faces immediately became serious, without a trace of joking, because no one present knew Rude better than them. Only they know how stubborn this person is and what extremes he will go to achieve his goals. Judging from his tone just now, he was obviously targeting Pei Sun. Thank you so much, Mayors, for helping me out. I didn't expect so many things to happen in this other world in just one day. It's all my fault for not teaching my students well enough. It was not until Rude completely disappeared from Chu Xinhong's sight that Chu Xinhong let out a long sigh and thanked Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza repeatedly. Just now, Rude obviously wanted to take the opportunity to make things difficult for him, but he didn't expect Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza to help him out. If it weren't for them, he really didn't know what to do. The oppressive feeling brought by Rude was like a heavy mountain, weighing down Chu Xinhong's heart. Just being stared at for a moment by Rude's sharp and intimidating gaze made him feel short of breath, as if a pair of invisible hands were tightly gripping his throat, making him feel a little suffocated. Well, then you can go first. There's nothing for you to do here for now. We still need to talk to Pei Sun in depth. I'll contact you when I need you later. Yao Xinchuan nodded and said in a deep voice, okay, then you guys chat first, I'll leave first. Chu Xinhong felt relieved, responded quickly, and quickly left the teaching building. After walking out of the teaching building, he raised his hand to wipe the fine beads of cold sweat from his forehead. His originally hurried steps slowed down involuntarily, and his tense body relaxed a little. Full of confusion and helplessness, he couldn't figure out why such an inexplicable thing happened to him for no reason. My student was apparently safe and sound, so how could he suddenly be targeted by a big shot? This was simply an unprovoked disaster. He knew in his heart that if the two mayors, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza, had not been present today, he would have no idea what means Rude would use to embarrass him. When he thought of this, Chu Xinhong felt a splitting headache. What's wrong? What should I do if Rude comes to cause trouble again in the future? After all, it is impossible for the two mayors to be by his side and protect him all the time. Could it be that he had to hide for a while like Song Yingsen? Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, feeling helpless. And that's Song Yingsen. You always cause me so much trouble. When I meet you one day, I will definitely interrogate you. Chu Xinhong gritted his teeth and muttered in a low voice. Let's sit down and talk first. At Yao Xinchuan's suggestion, he, Liao Yuza, Pei Sun and Hubin sat around a table in the hall. Seeing Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza's expressions suddenly become serious, Pei Sun's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and he somewhat realized the seriousness of the matter. Especially the fearful look on Chu Xinhong's face when he saw Rude just now was deeply imprinted in Pei Sun's mind, forcing him to re-examine Rude's identity and strength. He wondered to himself what kind of identity, background, or powerful strength allowed a teacher to speak to Chu Xinhong in such an arrogant tone. Pei Sun, tell me the truth. Are the things that Lude just said true? Yao Xinchuan stared at Pei Sun with a sharp gaze and asked word by word. You must tell the truth word for word. We have video footage of the entire exam and can check it at any time. Liao Yuza added on the side. Pei Sun knew clearly that the intentions of these two people were very obvious. It seemed that they wanted to help him. He pondered for a moment, then realized there was nothing to hide, so he told the truth. In the desolate forest sanctuary in another world, around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I met Lai Yunqi. He must be the genius student that Mr. Lude mentioned. When he saw the badge on my school uniform, he showed great hostility towards me. Not only did he brazenly provoke me, he also threatened to take away my points. At this point, Yao Xinchuan's eyes flashed with sharp light. Go on. His tone was extremely arrogant and disrespectful. He said that the students from our 6th middle school were all trash in his eyes. He also said that he had easily taken away the points of the 6th middle school students he met along the way. The reason was that he looked down on the students from our 6th middle school from the bottom of his heart. Liao Yuza frowned slightly, crossed his arms across his chest, and his expression grew increasingly serious. Yao Xinchuan tapped the table lightly, seemingly lost in thought. You mean he's targeting the students from your number 6 middle school? Do you know why? Liao Yuza asked doubtfully. Pei Sun thought for a moment and said, he said that the person ranked first in the points ranking, that is, me, got to the top by illegally modifying the data. That's why he looks down on the students from our number 6 middle school. But I later asked Zhuang Yuxi, and she said that Lai Yunqi had snatched points from almost every candidate he met along the way, except for those from number 1 middle school. Zhuang Yuxi was already on my team at the time. If you don't believe me, you can go ask her. Of course, there were people from other schools at the scene, but we didn't know them. Pei Sun's eyes were firm, as if he wanted to take this matter as his oath of joining the party. Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza looked at each other with a thoughtful look. Ahem, okay, we understand the situation. If the facts are really as you said, then you are acting in self-defense and you don't have to bear any responsibility. Of course, the specific situation can only be confirmed after we verify the video. Liao Yuza said after coughing twice. Thank you, Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao. Yao Xinchuan put his hand on his chin, thought for a moment, looked at Liao Yuza and said, Yuza, go get
Duan Huanru and have her serve as Pei Sun's counselor until the Tianjing province secret training camp in 15 days. Song Yingxin ran away, and the child has no one to guide him now. It's a good opportunity to find some work for Duan Huanru. Duan Huanru? Liao Yu's eyes widened slightly and he said, he won't come, will he? I didn't think he would come when I asked him to be the regional director. Now, will he agree to be a counselor for such a young kid? Where do you get all that nonsense from? Just shout when I tell you to. Yao Zhenchuan glared at Liao Yuza. Liao Yuza had no choice but to take out his communication device and dial the number. Duan Huanru? When Pei Sun heard the name, he immediately felt familiar. It seemed like there was indeed such a person on the list of regional leaders for this assessment. Judging from their tone, it seems that asking him to coach them, or even to serve as the person in charge of this assessment area, is a bit of a waste of his talent. Duan Huanru is the captain of the regional team responsible for this assessment. I wonder if you saw him during this assessment, but I heard that there was no alien spirit riot during this assessment, so you probably didn't see him. The captain of the regional officer? Pei Sun tried hard to recall. Although there was no real alien spirit riot this time, the regional officer at that time mistook his undead summons for an alien spirit riot, so they had indeed met. So that person was Duan Huanru? Pei Sun couldn't help but recall the group of people led by the 9 regional managers at that time. He was a young man with a very ordinary appearance, the type that would be forgotten in the blink of an eye if he were to drop him on the street. Yes, what's wrong? Have you met him? Yao Zhenchuan raised his eyebrows. Pei Sun had no choice but to tell Yao Zhenchuan everything that had happened. As he listened, Yao Zhenchuan's eyes widened and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The summoned creature was actually mistaken for a riot by a strange spirit? How much mental energy would that consume? A demonic riot that would have caught their attention would have required at least 1,000 demons to attack simultaneously. How could a young boy possibly summon thousands of creatures? Can you let me see your summon? Yao Zhenchuan asked in an incredulous tone. Sure. After saying that, Pei Sun summoned a Desert Scorpion King. Crack, crack. As soon as the Desert Scorpion King appeared, it waved its terrifying pincers, making a terrifying sound. Those terrifying eye sockets without pupils seemed to use the surrounding objects as reference points. This guy looked like a dead object. Except for the occasional pinching with pliers, his whole body exuded a lifeless atmosphere. What kind of strange spirit is this? Yao Zhenchuan asked in shock. At this time, Liao Yuza had just finished a phone call. When he saw Pei Sun's summons, although he was also surprised, he was not as shocked as Yao Zhenchuan. After all, he had seen this thing through Duan Huanru's real-time projection equipment at the beginning of the assessment, but it was just a vicious wolf at that time. This is boss number 86, the Desert Scorpion King, whom we set for this assessment. I don't know how he was summoned by this kid. Liao Yuza explained helplessly. Pei Sun smiled and explained, this is my summoning ability. I can summon the defeated spirits back to fight again, but their attributes are only 1/10 of mine. Pei Sun did not reveal his incredible ability to summon a being every second. After all, it is always good to keep a secret. After hearing what he said, the shock on Yao Zhenchuan's face deepened. No wonder some people say you are using prohibited methods. Resurrecting dead spirits to fight. This method was absolutely forbidden before I met you. Are you sure that this method, or your summoning, will not put a burden on your body? Yao Zhenchuan asked again in disbelief. Pei Sun smiled and shook his head, saying, no, just think of this ability as my innate ability. Yao Zhenchuan's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. I haven't asked you what your D-level talent is, and now you're keeping it a secret again. After saying this, Pei Sun took back the Desert Scorpion King. Before taking it back, he glanced at the Desert Scorpion King's attribute panel. King level Undead, Desert Scorpion King, level, LV.18, Strength, 19.6, Intelligence, 9.2, Spirit, 9.2, Constitution, 9.2, Agility, 9.2, Skill, Sand Spike Bomb, causes small-scale explosive damage equal to 1.5 times the strength value to the target area. Although it is only 1/10 of Pei Sun's attributes, this attribute panel is almost the same as that of an ordinary first-level unequipped professional. This was also double the attribute of his first summon yesterday, and Pei Sun was quite satisfied with it. Yao Zhenchuan turned to look at Liao Yuza and asked, how long will it take for Duan Huanru to come over? He's still in the other world, probably about 10 minutes. Okay, then wait a moment. Yao Zhenchuan nodded, so everyone started talking about other topics. In a luxurious villa in the center of Fengyu City, Gong Rui, who lost both hands, looked pale and lay lifeless on the bed. He had to rely on the nanny beside him for the most basic needs such as eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Especially when he was defecating, he had to have someone to support him, otherwise he would lose his balance and fall if he exerted force. In addition to several nannies, there was also a middle-aged man with a thick beard and thick eyebrows, who looked intimidating without even being angry. Xiao Rui, tell Dad, what's that man's name? Even if I have to dig 3 feet underground, I will find him and tear him into pieces. Gong Han, who was doing business abroad, rushed home overnight after learning that his son's hands had been chopped off. off. Seeing his son like this, he immediately became furious and frowned. His only child turned out like this after taking the exam.
As a father, how could he not be angry? Who will inherit the family business in the future? Let a disabled person like this take over?
What made him even more angry was that under normal circumstances, a broken arm could be reattached, but his son's hands were actually swallowed by the summon creature.
This is nowhere to be found.
Even with the most advanced medical technology of today, it is impossible to restore the original flexibility and comfort.
Who on earth has such a vicious heart? It's Pei Sun. Gong Rui's face was pale and he had difficulty speaking. Hearing this name, Gong Han was stunned. Isn't this the fool in the class that my son often mentions?
It is said that he has low talent and was easily won over by his son after dating for a year.
Pei Sun? Son, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Didn't you say that he awakened a D-level talent? With your S-level talent, how could he possibly hurt you? Gong Han frowned and asked anxiously. No, I'm not mistaken. It's Pei Sun.
I don't know what forbidden technique he used, but he can summon many terrifying creatures.
My talent is good at single-target attacks, which is completely ineffective against him.
Gong Rui gritted his teeth and said word by word.
Forbidden technique? His family is poor and broke. Where did he get this forbidden technique? Gong Han frowned even deeper.
I don't know either, but... Before he could finish his words, Gong Rui felt a sweet taste in his throat and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly becoming paler.
Dr. Zhao, where's Dr. Zhao? Quickly call Dr. Zhao over.
Seeing this, Gong Han's face suddenly changed, pity appeared in his eyes, and he shouted anxiously.
Dad, you must help me get revenge. Otherwise I. Don't say anything yet. Don't worry, Dad will definitely bring Pei Sun's head to you.
If you dare to hurt my son Gong Han, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. After saying that, Gong Han was furious and rushed out of the house with heavy steps. As soon as he went out, a man in a black suit and a black mask suddenly appeared in front of him.
Gong Han was shocked, frowned, and asked sternly, "Who are you? What are you doing at my doorstep?" The man in the black suit didn't answer directly.
Instead, he said, "Mr. Gong Han, I was sent by my superiors to find you.
I heard that you were looking for a student named Pei Sun. Is that true?"
When he heard the word Pei Sun, Gong Han's pupils shrank slightly and he became alert.
"Who are you? Who is your superior? Why are you looking for me?" "Mr. Gong Han, you don't have to be so defensive. We are all victims. I'm here to find Pei Sun."
The man in the black suit said calmly. Gong Han was stunned for a moment, his frown relaxed slightly, but he still asked,
"You are also a victim? Why do you say that?"
"Yes, Pei Sun killed my superior's son during the assessment. My superior learned that your son was also seriously injured by Pei Sun, so he sent me to work with you, hoping to eliminate Pei Sun without any mistakes."
"Who is your superior? How does he know about my situation?" Gong Han's vigilance increased. "It doesn't matter who my superior is.
The key is that this mission to kill Pei Sun must not fail. Otherwise, I won't be able to save my life, and you may also be implicated."
"Are you threatening me?" Gong Han immediately showed an unhappy look. "I dare not. I am just reminding you to take this joint action seriously." Do I need you to tell me?"
My son was hurt like that by him. Of course I will take it seriously. Not only will I take it seriously, I will also keep a close eye on him at all times and swear to make him die in my hands. Gong Han snorted coldly, with a sharp murderous intent flashing in his eyes.
"There's one more thing I want to tell you. Pei Sun's head must be mine." "Okay, I promise you. I'll take my leave now." The man in the black suit's voice became a little deeper. Gong Han was stunned, his brows furrowed. "Are you kidding me? You're leaving without even telling me what the joint operation is?"
No, I don't dare. It's just that the time of action cannot be disclosed right now, but I will inform you when the time comes."
You better be."
After saying that, Gong Han had no choice but to return home to comfort Gong Rui.
The man in the black suit disappeared inexplicably. After returning home, Gong Han couldn't help but feel suspicious. What are the identities of this man in the black suit and his superior? The other party actually knew that he also wanted to take revenge on Pei Sun? It has been less than an hour since the assessment ended, and no one except him and the nannies at home knew that his son would become like this. Not only did the other party know about this, but he also chose the right time to come and stop him. This meant that the other party had completely guessed his plan, and this was what scared him the most. Could it be that he has someone behind the scenes?
Someone planted spies in the city, and during the assessment period, they learned that my son was seriously injured by Pei Sun.
Then, they assumed I would be furious and sent someone to warn me? Gong Han's brows furrowed more and more, and he had no idea who could have such ability.
They boasted that the Gong family was a well-known and powerful family in Fengyu City, but it was impossible for them to place spies in the city-level assessment.
So what is the other party's power background?
Thinking of this, Gong Han paced back and forth in the room in frustration. The other party only said that he would be notified when the operation began, but did not disclose the specific time.
This made him feel very uneasy. Are they afraid that I will kill Pei Sun with my own hands and take their heads? Gong Han suddenly had this almost impossible thought, but immediately denied it. Wait, that shouldn't be the case. That kind of terrifying force wouldn't do such a thing. I'd better wait for notification. He shook his head absent-mindedly. Obviously, in his mind, the other party has become an unreachable existence. After thinking it through, Gong Han returned to Gong Rue's room and explained everything to his son. After hearing this, Gong Rue immediately expressed strong dissatisfaction and opposition, and shouted with difficulty, "No, no, Dad, you must kill Pei Sun with your own hands. I must see Pei Sun's head, otherwise I won't be able to swallow this anger." Seeing this, Gong Han quickly comforted him. "Don't worry, son, that man has been in a similar situation as me, and he's not interested in the head. Since I promised you, I will definitely bring Pei Sun's head back to you when the time comes." Fengyu number 6 Middle School, first floor of the teaching building. When Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuze were chatting animatedly, a young man with an extremely ordinary appearance suddenly walked over. "Huanru, you're here," Liao Yuze greeted. Duan Huanru nodded and said, "I was delayed on the way, otherwise I would have arrived a few minutes earlier." It's okay. Liao Yuze waved his hand and then asked, "You've met this kid in the other world, right? Do you still remember him?" After saying that, Duan Huanru's gaze fell on Pei Sun. When he saw him from a distance just now, he was still wondering where this student came from and how he could sit at the same table and talk with Mayor Yao. Now that he saw the man's face clearly, he suddenly understood. Of course he remembers. Relying on a large number of summoned creatures that he had somehow summoned, and wearing the uniform of number 6 Middle School, he scared the group of candidates wearing the uniform of number 1 Middle School into trembling with fear. How could he not have any impression? If it weren't for the fact that testing violations were not his responsibility, he would have almost inspected Pei Sun on the spot. Of course I remember. It was this child's summoned creature that made me mistakenly believe that a riot of alien spirits had occurred. I remember that incident very clearly. Duan Huanru scratched his head and said with a smile, "Oh, let alone you, even Xiao Hu and I thought it was a riot of supernatural spirits. This kid is really a bit weird." Liao Yuze said jokingly, "Mayor Yao, Vice Mayor Liao, what's the matter with calling me here? It's not a big deal. The teacher in charge of this child ran away, and there is no counselor now. I want you to be his counselor for the next 15 days. Yao Zhenchuan looked at Duan Huanru and said with a smile, "The teacher in charge ran away?" Duan Huanru immediately showed a puzzled expression. The teacher ran away? This term is quite new. Yuze, tell Huanru again about Song Yingxin's story. Yao Zhenchuan glanced at Liao Yuze. "Ah, me again? Okay." Although Liao Yuze was a little dissatisfied, he still listened to Yao Zhenchuan's words obediently. Pei Sun saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh secretly. He didn't expect that Mayor Liao, who was so majestic in the office just now, would look so embarrassed. In the next few minutes, Liao Yuze recounted the entire incident in detail from beginning to end. Duan Huanru couldn't help but frown as he listened, and only spoke after Liao Yuze finished speaking. What she meant was that Song Yingxin deliberately wanted Pei Sun to die in the other world, but she didn't expect Pei Sun to survive. She was afraid of your blame, so she chose to run away? Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuze nodded at the same time. It's really chilling that such a person can be a teacher. Duan Huanru frowned and clenched his fists unconsciously. I'm not sure. You have to ask Xu Xinhong about this. He is the principal. Let's get back to the topic. Can you accept this task? Liao Yuze asked. Of course I can accept it. It's my honor to guide such a genius. Duan Huanru immediately expressed his opinion. He calculated in his mind that 15 days later would be the start time of the Tianjin province secret training camp. He immediately understood the intentions of the two mayors. They simply wanted him to train Pei Sun well in the next few days. Ha, stop talking about genius all the time. Isn't this the top genius in our Fengyu city? Yao Zhenchuan said with a smile. How dare I accept it? If I were really a genius, I would have been reused by now and sent to the point where the alien vortex was generated to block the alien forces. Duan Huanru said with a wry smile. Geniuses must be tempered. Besides, isn't it good to stay in this city and live a peaceful life? Do you really like fighting on the front lines? As soon as the words fell, Duan Huanru's expression changed slightly. Although it was difficult to detect, he still smiled and replied, "After all, defending our country is a belief that has been ingrained in us since childhood." Ha, look at this kid. Good. I admire you very much. Then take Pei Sun away now. We still have things to deal with. See you later. Yao Zhenchuan said while pointing at Duan Huanru and looking at Liao Yuze and laughing. I understand. I will definitely keep an eye on this child. Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuze stood up, and Pei Sun and Hu Bin also stood up quickly. Well, we'll leave first. No need to see me off. After saying that, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuze took Hu Bin away from Fengyu number 6 Middle School. Duan Huanru watched the three people leave, his expression gradually becoming dull. Only after they completely disappeared from his sight did he turn his head and said in a cold voice, "Come on, follow me to the Different World Exploration Association." Pei Sun was stunned by the sudden calm tone. How come Duan Huanru, who was smiling and a little shy just now, became a different person in the blink of an eye? It turns out that all that was done just to give face to Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao, and I didn't give myself any
face at all. Although he felt a little unhappy, Payson still agreed obediently. The Fengyu City Different World Exploration Association is located in a clubhouse in the southern part of Fengyu City.
This is a paradise for adventurers, professionals who make their living by hunting down supernatural beings.
They live on the edge of a knife, leading
an extremely dangerous life.
Despite the high risk, the generous rewards offered upon completing a mission have attracted more people than expected. At the same time, the Fengyu City Otherworld Exploration Association is one of the 3 top forces in Fengyu City. Besides the official authorities, the power behind it is shockingly strong. In Fengyu City, no one dares to provoke it except the official forces, and no one else dares to touch it easily. Considering that Pei Sun's strength was obviously inferior to his own and his speed was much slower, Duan Huanru called a car directly to the Different World Exploration Association after leaving the school.
It was about a half-hour journey. Have you ever been to our city's Otherworld Exploration Association? Duan Huanru asked as he sat next to Pei Sun.
Pei Sun shook his head and answered honestly, "No, this is my first time."
"Well, okay, then you just follow me closely and don't talk or run around, okay?" Duan Huanru reminded.
Listening to their conversation, the driver in front, who was smoking a cigarette, narrowed his eyes, glanced at the two of them through the rearview mirror, then turned around and continued driving.
Duan Huanru and Pei Sun were completely unaware of the driver's actions. About half an hour later, "We've arrived at our destination.
Please get off," said the driver. Pei Sun got out of the car and followed Duan Huanru closely.
This place is so different from his school. The busy intersection was bustling with traffic. Although it was daytime, dazzling neon lights were shining everywhere. The towering building is as crystal clear as crystal. Its facade is made of high-strength transparent nanomaterials.
Its color and transparency will automatically adjust with changes in light, giving it a strong sense of technology.
Maple Feather City Different World Exploration Association.
About 70 or 80 meters high, there are several fonts made of special materials hanging on it.
"Remember to follow me closely and go in."
After saying that, Duan Huanru skillfully pushed open the entrance door, and Pei Sun followed closely behind. As soon as he entered the door, Pei Sun's eyes widened. This place is really spacious. At a glance, it is about 1,000 square meters.
Spherical lights of various sizes are hung on the ceiling, making the hall extremely bright. What surprised Pei Sun even more was how many people there were. There was a huge crowd and a constant noise. There are only more than 2,000 people in their school combined, but there seem to be thousands of people present here.
There are as many as 50 reception counters in the hall, and each one has a long queue, which shows how busy it is here.
People who come here are either posting bounties or accepting or completing tasks. In short, it is very lively with people coming and going.
Under the leadership of Duan Huanru, the two quickly lined up at the end of a team with fewer people.
"I already understand your abilities. Now I'm going to give you a task, which you must complete within the specified time. Do you understand?" Duan Huanru stood in front of Pei Sun with a steady voice. "I understand." Pei Sun nodded.
Although Duan Huanru's tone of voice made him feel uncomfortable, since he was sent by Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao, he decided to obey their arrangements unconditionally. Of course, as long as this guy doesn't make things too hard on himself. While waiting in line, Pei Sun noticed a group of strange people. They wore uniforms of similar style but each with its own characteristics. Some gathered together casually to chat, while others leaned
against the front desk in the middle of the reception area to chat. They neither accepted tasks nor issued rewards. They were just chatting.
This scene made Pei Sun feel quite confused.
As if sensing his expression, Duan Huanru lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice, "Keep your gaze focused and don't cause unnecessary trouble. I'll explain everything to you slowly when we get out."
Pei Sun had no choice but to avert his gaze. Although he didn't understand why, he still chose to believe Duan Huanru. After waiting in line for more than 10 minutes, it was finally their turn. The receptionist was a sweet-looking young lady with a gentle voice. When Duan Huanru and Pei Sun approached her, she immediately gave them a polite smile.
"I'm here with him to take on the task. Just follow my instructions," Duan Huanru said in a deep voice. The young lady was stunned for a moment, glanced at Pei Sun, and asked, "Excuse me, are you and this gentleman here together?"
Pei Sun nodded, and the young lady smiled again and turned to look at Duan Huanru.
"Okay, let's register first."
As she spoke, the receptionist opened a website and began to enter Pei Sun's information.
Name, Pei Sun. Occupation, Summoner. Level, 18. Adventurer Badge, Bronze. Currently available tasks, 1 star, 2 stars. It has been detected that this is your first time accepting a mission. The system has automatically registered the Adventurer's Handbook for you. Now you can choose the mission.
Duan Huanru nodded gently and said without hesitation, "Take the 2-star mission, about conquering the wild sanctuary."
Normal level is enough. The closer the location, the better.
As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd behind him and the uniformed personnel nearby all cast strange looks at him. Then there was a burst of harsh mocking voices.
"You're only level 18 and you dare to accept a wildlife sanctuary mission? Are you kidding me? Is this both of you first time here?
Maybe it's the first time time he's come into contact with human civilization after spending more than a decade in the alien spirit den. Taking the highest difficulty, 2-star, for the first mission you accept is a recipe for disaster.
That's right, wildlife sanctuary? Forget about the wildlife sanctuary. Even a few ordinary level alien spirits would have a hard time standing there. For someone this frail, to actually take on the mission of conquering a wild sanctuary is a joke. Didn't you see he answered it himself? Maybe they have some conflict.
Young people these days are so ambitious, yet their expectations are too high and their skills are too low. Don't worry, if you can't teach me, just teach me once. I guarantee you won't see this kid here again next year.
A year? You're being too conservative. I think he'll be gone after today.
Pei Sun listened to the cold words of others and slightly realized how difficult the task Duan Huanru had chosen for him was.
Although I was not familiar with the term wildlife sanctuary, judging from the reactions of the crowd, this place was obviously extremely dangerous.
In contrast, Duan Huanru acted extremely calm, as if he didn't hear the taunts at all, his eyes always fixed on the girl at the front desk. The receptionist was stunned for a moment and asked, "The minimum level for conquering the wildlife sanctuary is 20, unless you are." Before he could finish his words, Duan Huanru took out an adventurer's badge from somewhere. The badge was inlaid with several emerald green crystals, shining brightly.
Seeing this badge order, those who had just mocked him were stunned and stared in amazement. Emerald level badge order? Am I seeing things? This kid is only in his 20s or 30s, but he already has an emerald level adventurer badge? No wonder he can help me take on quests across different levels. With the emerald badge in hand, there are no restrictions on taking on quests. How is this possible? I've spent my entire life licking blood on the edge of a knife for years, and I only have a purple jade level badge. And this kid is so young and he's actually an emerald level one? What on earth is this? It's unbelievable. Could it be that there's a backer in the Adventurers Guild? It's outrageous. I run into these weird things every day. When the young lady saw Duan Huanru's badge order, her attitude and expression changed immediately. It turns out to be the distinguished emerald level badge order. Sorry, I'll process it for you right away. Duan Huanru didn't say much and took back the badge order after the matter was done. Pei Sun's eyes widened in shock. This thing could actually help people take on tasks across levels? This privilege is too exaggerated. While the young lady was busy looking for a suitable task, Duan Huanru silently turned to look at Pei Sun and said calmly, "You complete the mission, and the reward belongs to me." Pei Sun was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? Are you treating me like a slave? Why? Because I took this task on your behalf, otherwise you wouldn't be able to take it at all. Duan Huanru explained seriously. Pei Sun was speechless for a moment and couldn't refute anything. But it doesn't matter, after all, this trip is to home myself. In less than a minute, the receptionist found the task and handed Pei Sun a blue translucent card. Mission objective: capture the number 48 ordinary wildlife shelter. Time limit: within 12 hours. Quest requirements: deliver the supernatural spirit tablet of this wild shelter. Quest reward: 1 B-level skill book, 850,000 blue star coins, 50 adventure points. As a 2-star mission, the monetary reward is usually more than 100,000 and less than 1 million. This reward is already quite generous among 2-star missions. Adventure points are the special currency circulated within the Adventurers Association. They cannot be transferred or resold, and are extremely valuable. One adventure point can be exchanged for items worth approximately 10,000 blue star coins, similar to the career points in Pei Sun's mall. The difference is that career points can be converted into blue star coins, while adventure points can only be used to redeem items, not blue star coins. Speaking of this, Pei Sun suddenly remembered that he still had 100 full-time points saved in the system. When he had some free time, he would go shopping in the mall to see if there was anything worth buying. After obtaining the coordinates of the shelter to be conquered, the two prepared to leave the Adventurers Association. Nearby, a man in uniform periodically glanced at his phone screen, then glanced at Pei Sun, seemingly checking something. After they left, he immediately signaled to the people around him, who understood and quickly followed him out. Wild shelter number 48. Duan Huanru murmured softly, opening a digital map of the other world. The map was marked with patterns of various shapes and colors, representing the locations of the shelters. Shelters are divided into 4 levels: ordinary, primitive, destroyed and lifeless. The shelters marked on the electronic map were all conquered, occupied, or guarded by humans, while the wild shelters were occupied by alien spirits. As long as all the strange spirits in the wild shelter are eliminated and the only piece of strange spirit crystal is seized, the shelter can be occupied. However, it is extremely difficult to eliminate all the alien spirits in a wild shelter. Even an ordinary wild shelter has at least hundreds of alien spirits guarding it. In ordinary wild shelters, most of the alien spirits are ordinary and king level, and the degree of danger is still within a controllable range, which is suitable for novice adventurers like Pei Sun to hone themselves. The situation in the primitive wild sanctuary suddenly became serious. Not only were there powerful lord-level spirits moving around, but there were also monarch-level spirits
threats lurking in it, which discouraged many adventurers. As for the destruction-level wild sanctuaries, they are extremely dangerous forbidden areas.
Inside them are ruling-level alien spirits that can shock the world, as well as disaster-level alien spirits that
can cause the sky and the earth to change color. Wherever they pass, everything is reduced to ruins. Usually, only human armies or extremely professional and powerful adventurer teams can capture them.
The most daunting thing is the inanimate shelter.
Each lifeless level shelter is guarded by at least one destruction-level spirit, whose power is beyond imagination.
It can easily overturn a world and wipe out life on a country basis.
It is the ultimate nightmare of mankind. So far, humans have successfully conquered only a handful of lifeless level shelters in their conquests of other worlds, less than 50, and China alone accounts for 14 of them. Wild shelter number 48 is located 17,000 meters below the sky shelter.
It's not far away. Let's go. Duan Huanru put away the electronic map and took Pei Sun to the nearest alien spirit vortex teleportation point.
In this alien world, shelters occupied by humans can be teleported to each other, greatly shortening the distance. As a destruction-level shelter controlled by humans for decades, the sky shelter is surrounded by numerous primitive-level and standard-level shelters, bustling with activity. The interaction between shelters of different levels has made it a prosperous and vibrant area. The moment Pei Sun stepped into the teleportation array of the sky shelter, the scene before him instantly attracted his attention, and he couldn't help but show a bit of surprise. All I saw were buildings of all sizes scattered around in an orderly manner. The streets were bustling with people, the shops were full of things to see, and the sounds of shouting and laughter intertwined into a prosperous scene. This place is completely different from the desolate alien world that Pei Sun imagined. Instead, it is an emerging city carved by human wisdom, revealing the creativity of the booming human civilization everywhere.
Is this your first time visiting such a large shelter? Duan Huanru couldn't help but ask as he saw the surprise on Pei Sun's face. Pei Sun nodded.
The desolate forest shelter that had been transported to him during this assessment was only a primitive shelter, barely showing the beginnings
of human civilization. And if Pei Sun only looked at the area of the sky shelter before him, he might even mistake it for Blue Planet. Then take a closer look and broaden your horizons. This way. Duan Huanru took Pei Sun and quickly moved away from the crowded place and walked to a sparsely populated road.
The flow of people gradually thinned out, and the road ahead became rugged and desolate, as if in an instant we had retreated from modern civilization back to the primitive age.
There are very few people here. Can you show me your summoning ability? Duan Huanru suddenly turned around and asked while walking.
Pei Sun was stunned for a moment, then nodded, no problem. The next moment, hundreds of summoned undead creatures slowly appeared beside the two of them and followed behind them leisurely. When Duan Huanru saw this scene, his eyes suddenly widened. This feeling is completely different from the first time I saw these undead summons in the desert forest. When he first saw them, he thought they were hostile and dangerous creatures and was completely wary. Now that he knew they were Pei Sun's summons, he felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Although there are quite a few of them, they are actually very fragile and are mainly used to scare people, Pei Sun said seriously.
Duan Huanru's expression turned serious after hearing this. He analyzed carefully. You can actually summon so many, several times more than before. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. Although
the combat effectiveness of each individual isn't strong, the number is extremely terrifying.
Not to mention intimidating. I'm afraid no one of the same level can defeat you, right? Seeing Duan Huanru analyzing so seriously, Pei Sun couldn't help but laugh secretly.
He guessed that she regarded these hundreds of summoned creatures as her everything. In fact, on the way here, more than 5,000 ordinary bloodline spirits and more than 500 rare bloodline spirits had been generated in Pei Sun's summoning space.
Including those summoned before, there are now nearly 40,000 common bloodline spirits and 4,000 rare bloodline spirits.
It's true, maybe it's true as you said, but as an 18th level professional, it should be difficult for me to encounter opponents of the same level in a place like this.
Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter.
Your incredible abilities must be honed under the difficulty of hell, otherwise your talent will be wasted,
Duan Huanru said with a smile.
Pei Sun smiled secretly in his heart.
A hellish level of difficulty? Well, let's first let the spirits in the wild sanctuary have a taste of the difficulty of hell.
After about half an hour, the two chatted as they walked and quietly arrived at the location of wildlife shelter number 48 marked on the electronic map. Number 48 is just the number of the wild shelter, arranged in the chronological order of the bounty missions issued, and has no other special meaning. After walking a few steps, a mysterious and majestic palace suddenly appeared before my eyes like a phantom. It rises from the hazy white mist, exuding an atmosphere of death. It is about 6 or 7 stories high, shrouded in swirling clouds, and exudes a faint feeling of coldness and heaviness, which makes people feel chilled. The palace walls were carved with strange and intricate patterns, shimmering with a faint luster. The closed gate was inlaid with luminous gems. The eaves rose high, and the auspicious beasts on the corners were lifelike, their gazes majestic, as if guarding the palace. What a tall and beautiful palace! Is this the
shelter number 48 we are looking for?
Pei Sun widened his eyes and stopped in shock.
Duan Huanru's face was solemn as he nodded, his eyes gleaming with awe. Surprising, right?
This is a masterpiece of nature's uncanny craftsmanship from another world.
Ever since humans discovered the
existence of another world and explored it for so long, no one has figured out how this kind of structure was formed naturally. Listening to Duan Huanru's words, Pei Sun was once again deeply shocked, his heart filled with endless curiosity.
Such a beautiful and perfect building was actually formed naturally? If this scene happened in the past, who would believe it?
No wonder the person who posted the bounty offered a high price for this shelter.
Okay, stop admiring it for now. Did you notice the shadow moving back and forth in the fog below the palace? Duan Huanru looked slightly solemn.
Pei Sun was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look below the palace. Sure enough, he saw dozens of shadows moving through the white mist as if they were on patrol. However, due to the thick fog, Pei Sun could not see clearly what they were, but he was certain that these were the strange spirits guarding this shelter.
These are just the alien spirits patrolling the outer layer. There are more inside, especially around the alien spirit pieces. The number of guarding alien spirits will be even greater. Duan Huanru sat down and patiently explained to Pei Sun. I see.
Pei Sun analyzed it intently and sat down as well. Duan Huanru saw Pei Sun's actions and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then said,
Why are you sitting down? Are you asking me to attack this shelter? Ha, no.
Pei Sun blinked, pointed in the direction of the palace, and said, I've already sent my summons there.
Duan Huanru was dumbfounded on the spot.
He looked back and saw dozens of familiar undead spirits groping silently towards the bottom of the palace.
Watching this scene, Duan Huanru couldn't help but sigh. So this is how summoners play? While they're fighting outside, shouldn't he be able to relax and have a cup of tea?
But what Duan Huanru didn't know was that only Pei Sun, the unique necromancer, dared to do this. It is impossible for ordinary summoners to summon so many creatures. Even if there are so many, if the summoners do not participate in the battle personally, the summons will gradually distance themselves from them. Therefore, only someone like Pei Sun who uses disposable consumable summons would dare to let them fight like this. Pei Sun specifically instructed his summons not to damage the palace, as it would be a shame if such a beautiful place were damaged. Therefore, these undead spirits approached stealthily instead of rushing in and killing everyone.
Then are all these summons enough for you? Didn't you say that a single summon is weak and has low attributes? The alien spirits here are very powerful, and most of them are above level 10. I don't know, but it should be enough. Didn't you just say that I won by numbers?
Pei Sun blinked and looked at Duan Huanru closely with a funny expression.
I'm talking about your numerical advantage when besieging an enemy.
But there are at least 100 spirits in this shelter.
One spirit can handle a dozen of your summons. How can you, with such a small number of undead, defeat all the spirits in there?
Duan Huanru's forehead instantly showed several black lines, and he thought to himself how this kid remembered the words I praised him.
Really? Is that so?
Pei Sun feigned confusion, then with a thought, thousands more undead summons appeared before them.
This time, there were not only
common bloodlines, but also undead summons with rare bloodlines.
After the same command was given, they immediately began to move. Is this enough now? Pei Sun rolled his eyes and asked Duan Huanru seriously. Duan Huanru caught a glimpse of thousands of undead spirits suddenly appearing, and was stunned.
He could not believe that these things were attacking the shelter.
He really didn't even blink. How come a legion of undead suddenly appeared? You summoned all of these? Duan Huanru was obviously frightened by Pei Sun's performance.
Such a terrifying number of summoned creatures were actually summoned by a summoner who was only at level 10.
It was simply unreasonable. Yeah, didn't you say that there weren't enough of us? Now we should be able to surround and beat up the strange spirits inside, right? Pei Sun asked harmlessly. Enough. Duan Huanru's cheeks twitched a few times.
Mayor Liao only told him that this guy had incredible abilities, but he didn't say they were incredible to this extent. What he didn't know was that Liao Yu's understanding of Pei Sun's ability was that he could summon many creatures, but he didn't expect that he could summon such a terrifying number. If Liao Yu saw this scene with his own eyes, his expression would probably be similar to Duan Huanru's. There was a sudden awkwardness in the air.
Duan Huanru looked at the scene in front of him and had no idea what to say. Ding! Kill the LV.12 Iron-Maned Black Snake, gain 1500 experience. Ding! Kill the LV.13 Purple Flame Silkworm and gain 2000 experience points. Ding! Kill the LV.14 White Flame Fighting Tiger and gain 3000 experience. Ding! Killed LV.9 Black Scale Rabbit, gained 400 experience. Ding! Obtained first level material, Iron Mane Snake Gallbladder *3. Ding! Obtained the second level material, Purple Flame Silkworm Wing *1. Includes new alien races, which can be summoned, Rare Bloodline Alien, Iron Mane Black Snake, 1 spawns every 10 seconds. Includes new alien spirit species, which can be summoned, Rare Bloodline Alien Spirit, Purple Flame Silkworm, 1 is generated every 10 seconds. Includes new alien races, which can be summoned, Rare Bloodline Alien, White Flame Fighting fighting tiger, one spawns every 10 seconds. Includes new alien spirit species, which can be summoned. Common bloodline alien spirit, black scale rabbit, one is generated every second. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV-19. 5-dimensional attributes plus 2 points. Free attribute points plus 4. Name, Pei Sun. Occupation, necromancer. Unique hidden occupation. Other occupations omitted. Proficiency, colored diamond. Talent, SSS level talent. Undead contract. The spirits summoned by the host have the aura of the dead. Completely obey the host's will, and will never be infected with any negative effects. The spirits killed by the host can be summoned by the host infinitely. Level, LV.19, 2.9%. Strength, 202.0. Intelligence, 94.0. Spirit, 94.0. Constitution, 94.0. Agility, 94.0. Comprehensive ability value, 115.6. Skill, passive talent skill, SSS level undead refiner. Automatically summons a spirit to fight for you every second. The level of the summoned spirit is the same as the host, and its attributes are 1/10 of the host's. Currently summonable spirit types. Common level spirits, evil wolf, desert scorpion, coyote, wild bull, devil horn leopard, giant claw ice shrimp, ice crystal fish, black scaled rabbit. Rare spirits, desert scorpion king, demonic horned leopard, shadow sand snake, four-winged nightbird, purple skulled evil ant, ice crystal fish, golden scaled violent elephant, iron maned black snake, purple flame silkworm, white flame fighting tiger. Skill, passive talent skill, SSS level eyes of delusion. The host can share vision with all summoned creatures. Skill, passive talent skill, SSS level undead grudge. After the undead dies, it will explode, causing 5.0 strength damage to targets within 1 meter. In less than 10 minutes, the upgrade prompt sounded in Pei Sun's mind, thanks to the extensive experience he had accumulated before. Opening the system panel that he hadn't checked for a long time, his information had undergone earth-shaking changes, and his strength value even broke through the 200-point mark. The types of spirits that can be summoned have expanded from the original evil wolves to more than 10 races, and the lineup is quite spectacular. Pei Sun stared at the skill panel and suddenly remembered something. He quickly turned off the skill effect of the undead death explosion to prevent this exquisite palace from being destroyed. Through the skill of shared vision, he clearly observed the appearance of these strange spirits and also saw the scene inside the palace. The exterior of this palace is extremely stunning, and its interior is even more eye-catching. It is as big as several villas combined. Upon first entering the hall, Pei Sun felt a sense of spaciousness and solemnity. The interior was tall and spacious, with the dome several hundred meters above the ground. It could accommodate a rough estimate of 400 to 500 people. Although it was only an ordinary level shelter, its capacity was comparable to some primitive level shelters. The floor is made of mirror-smooth stone slabs, each fitting perfectly together. Each slab is several meters long and covered with fine lines. The surrounding walls are decorated with murals with profound meanings, which are both shocking and beautiful. Oh, what a pity that such a beautiful shelter still has to be used by others in the end. When I have time, I will build one myself. Pei Sun thought itchily in his heart. This palace was really to his liking. As time passed, the sound of upgrade reminders continued to ring, and Pei Sun kept hearing reminders of the death of his undead summons in his mind. One had to admit that the spirits here were indeed powerful, even more so than Duan Huanru had previously described. Almost all of them were level 10 or above, with only a very small number below level 10. These spirits almost all possessed their own innate abilities, causing considerable damage to Pei Sun's undead summons. Although the summons had a splitting effect, Pei Sun still lost 800 or 900 undead summons in a short period of time. Pei Sun had to send out thousands of undead summons again. Fortunately, the death rate of the alien spirits in the shelter was still acceptable to him. Duan Huanru was dumbfounded when he saw Pei Sun's almost unlimited summoning ability. Could it be that he is here to hone himself? At this moment, in a clearing far away from this wild sanctuary, about 6 or 7 middle-aged men stood there, discussing something in low voices. They wore identical uniforms, with a striking blue ice crystal logo embroidered on their chests. One of them was a thin middle-aged man, who was listening intently to a subtle sound coming from one direction. The others stared at him intently with serious expressions. That student actually summoned over 100 bizarre creatures. We'll wait until he's exhausted his power in this wild sanctuary before we take action. We must not underestimate the young man next to him. We can't let him interfere with us while we're dealing with him. Boss, are you sure you're not seeing things? According to the information from above, this student is only in his teens, right? How is it possible for him to summon hundreds of creatures? A middle-aged man next to him frowned and questioned. Nonsense. Do you think I have the time to talk nonsense with you now? Boss, I don't think we need to be so serious. There are only 2 of them, and one of them is a brat. With 5 A-rank mercenaries and an S-rank like you, how could we possibly be defeated by that guy? I told you this operation must be foolproof. That guy has the Emerald level adventure badge. Until we know his true identity, we must maintain the utmost caution. That's not not the case. I also have an emerald level badge order. The other brothers are all purple jade level. How could they not be able to defeat him? You, how old are you? He looks to be in his 20s, no more than 30, and you're already in your 50s or 60s. You've been in this business for almost half your life longer than him, and you still have the nerve to compare yourself with him? Hearing what the eldest brother said, the man immediately shut up. Also, I've already said that our superiors have trusted us by entrusting us with such an important mission. If we can't complete it, the reputation of the entire Soul Frost mercenary group will be damaged. I don't want to hear such stupid questions from you anymore. Understand? Ming. Got it, boss. After scolding his men, he continued to eavesdrop intently on what was happening over there with Pei Sun. The Peshwang mercenary group is one of the foremost famous mercenary groups that have been active in the Sky Shelter for a long time. Under the strict hierarchical team system of the Peshwang mercenary group, these people can be considered high-end combat forces. Among them, the eldest brother Lu Feng, with his almost clairvoyant reconnaissance ability and top-notch brain, led Team 7 to complete many difficult tasks and became quite famous in the Sky Shelter. The mission this time is to assassinate Pei Sun. It's almost done. The thousands of weird things that kids summoned are almost exhausted. You guys are ready dash. Before he could finish his words, the people behind him quickly did the final equipment check and were ready to go. Wait, this kid actually summoned another 2 or 3,000. How is that possible? Lu Feng's shocked tone made the people around him frown and look at each other. Although they wanted to question him, they were afraid of being scolded. This kid is really a bit weird. Lu Feng felt it was difficult and said, let's wait a little longer. I don't believe how many he can summon. Brother, now that you mention it, I think this kid is quite smart. He knows how to keep a trump card for himself. Fortunately, we have your command and judgment. Otherwise, if we acted rashly, we would probably suffer a great loss. Stop the flattery. No, brother, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Lu Feng possesses the S-rank talent, 1,000 miles into a painting, which allows him to visualize the real-time situation of a location within a certain distance. Using this skill alone might not be very effective, but in team combat, it is a truly powerful weapon. It's almost there. The spirits in the shelter are almost wiped out, and that kid has less than 100 of the more than 2,000 summons left. Attack! Several people responded in unison and rushed towards Pei Sun with great momentum. At this time, Pei Sun was still immersed in the palace shrouded in white mist, in a trance. Hey, take a look, is there no movement in there? Duan Huanru urged helplessly. This guy stared intently, not knowing what he was staring at. Oh, it seems so. Pei Sun then realized that all the strange spirits in the palace had died, leaving only his own scattered undead summons. What a pity for my undead army. Pei Sun murmured in a low voice with heartache. If it weren't for the need to perfectly protect the shelter, he could have let the undead summons use their innate skill resentment of the undead, so there wouldn't be so much loss. All in all, in less than half an hour of fighting, he lost more than 3,000 undead summons of ordinary bloodline. What are you mumbling about? Go in quickly and find the spiritual piece of supernatural power. Only after you get that thing can you go back and report. Duan Huanru urged. Oh, I see. Pei Sun was about to step into the palace in person when suddenly a shrill voice came from behind him. Stop! Who told you to attack the wild animal sanctuary we've set our eyes on? Get out of here now, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude and burying you along with those strange spirits. Pei Sun froze, turning around in surprise to see 6 middle-aged men in uniform, of varying heights and appearances, standing there. Upon hearing their words, his brows furrowed involuntarily. This is only my first mission. How come I have run into such trouble? However, when Duan Huanru saw these people, there was no expression on his face. These guys wearing mercenary uniforms are very common in the other world. Duan Huanru had already noticed their presence, but he didn't expect that these people would target him and Pei Sun. What are you looking at? Don't you understand what I'm saying? If you look again, I'll dig out your eyeballs, one of the big men threatened fiercely. We captured this wild sanctuary. It's inappropriate for you to think you can get it without any effort, isn't it? Duan Huanru frowned and responded coldly. Inappropriate? No one can take away what I like. Once I chop you with my knife, you will know what inappropriate means. After the big man said this, he drew the long knife from his waist that was flashing with cold light and approached step by step. Duan Huanru's expression suddenly turned cold and stern. Pei Sun, who was standing beside him, suddenly felt the intense operation of Duan Huanru's supernatural powers. Just stand beside me and don't move a step away, Duan Huanru whispered. Pei Sun originally wanted to summon tens of thousands of undead to help intercept them, but suddenly remembered the two mayors' high praise for Duan Huanru at school. That morning, he decided to wait and see what kind of magical power Duan Huanru had to earn such praise from mayors Yao and Liao. He was filled with curiosity. You don't know what's good for you. If that's the case, I'll send you two to hell. The burly man's muscles tensed, his supernatural energy roaring within him, and the long sword in his hand hummed. He shouted loudly, taking 2 steps at a time and rushing towards Duan Huanru, the blade raised high, a cold light flashing.
Duan Huanru had a stern expression and said nothing, but his eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light that seemed to be tangible, like a cold star suddenly appearing. There was still some distance between the two men, but the big man suddenly lost control and was knocked away by an invisible force. He drew an awkward arc and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and making a muffled sound. Seeing this, the faces of the other people changed drastically, with astonishment and fear written all over their eyes. One of them shouted, and quickly ran towards the fallen man, helped him up, and carefully checked his injuries. Pei Sun's eyes widened instantly, his gaze full of disbelief. He clearly didn't see Duan Huanru make any moves, yet with just a glance, he actually sent the other person flying? What kind of incredible ability is this? Could he be a space mage? However, before Pei Sun could recover from his shock, Duan Huanru showed him an even more incredible scene. Duan Huanru suddenly made a strange gesture with his hands, and 3 seconds later, a seal quickly took shape. In an instant, a red flame like a long dragon surged out, accompanied by terrifying high temperature, and suddenly sprayed towards those people. The flames roared and the air was distorted by the burning wherever they passed. Pei Sun suddenly felt the temperature around him soar, and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded again. What the hell is this? He even has fire elemental skills? Is he a fire mage? A mage who masters 2 elemental skills at the same time? The mage is the most advanced of all professions, so most mages specialize in one element, which saves both money and time. Duan Huanru not only mastered the extremely rare space attribute, but was also able to perform fire attribute skills to such a superb degree. The people on the opposite side were already stunned by Duan Huanru's previous actions. Now when they saw the long red flame dragon, their faces changed drastically and they were terrified. After rescuing the third brother, another figure immediately appeared. His hands were instantly covered by an earth-brown light, and then he roared and slammed his palms on the ground. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ground instantly cracked and countless pieces of gravel flew into the air. The flying debris quickly gathered in front of the man, and in the blink of an eye, it formed an indestructible stone wall, like a hill, standing firmly in front of the 6 people. The long red flame dragon came roaring and slammed into the stone wall. In an instant, the terrifying impact force caused a violent roar. The stone wall instantly collapsed under the powerful force, turning into countless pieces scattered all over the ground, and the long red flame dragon also dissipated in the violent collision. Old 5, take action. Lu Feng turned his head suddenly, staring at the man next to him with a face as gentle as jade, and shouted sternly. The next second, the man quickly drew out a silver-white longbow and lightly squeezed his palm. Countless crystal-clear water droplets suddenly appeared in the air. These water droplets connected together and condensed into an arrow emitting a faint blue light. He skillfully placed the arrow on the bowstring and pulled it hard. The arrow shot out like lightning, piercing the sky with a sharp whistling sound, and shot straight towards Duan Huanru. Seeing this, Pei Sun was suddenly shocked and prepared to summon a strange spirit to block the attack for Duan Huanru. You know, when the strength of both sides is not much different, this kind of attack with absolute elemental restraint will bring unbearable damage to Duan Huanru. However, just as Pei Sun was about to attack, a hint of disdain flashed in Duan Huanru's eyes. He waved his bony hands lightly, and suddenly a green whirlwind visible to the naked eye appeared out of thin air, spinning rapidly in front of him. The flying water droplet arrow was instantly bounced away when it touched the green whirlwind, changing its original trajectory. Pei Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. He could even control the wind element. How many elements did this guy control? Seeing this scene, an expression of disbelief flashed across Lao Wu's cold eyes. He aimed at the perfect opportunity created by his teammates to launch an attack, but he didn't expect that it would be easily resolved by this guy. More importantly, this guy has already demonstrated 3 elements. Not only are these 3 elements incredibly powerful, but they're also incredibly skilled. It's hard to imagine the kind of training he's gone through. No wonder he got the coveted Emerald-level Adventurer badge at such a young age. From the Soul Frost mercenary group? How courageous. Duan Huanru's face was completely gloomy, his eyes filled with coldness as he stared at the group. With the exception of Lu Feng, who was leading the group, everyone else was frightened by the murderous gaze and retreated repeatedly. Although the reason is still unclear, after today, he and the Preshuang mercenary group have become enemies. After several rounds of fighting, he found that the other party did not come for this shelter at all, but was determined to kill him and Pei Sun. Humph, you can actually recognize the sign of our shelter, but you must die today. Remember this in your next life. Don't mess with the wrong people. A fierce light flashed in Lu Feng's eyes, and then he gave the order again. Yuan Mu, set a barrier. 4th brother, help Yuan Mu refresh his abilities. Set a double barrier. Humph, let me see how powerful your special abilities are. Lu Feng stared at Duan Huanru, his eyes like knives, as if he was ready to devour him at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly bloated man jumped out. He quickly formed a complex hand seal with his hands, and his speed was comparable to Duan Huanru's just now. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from all directions. Pei Sun's expression immediately became solemn. He looked around vigilantly, only to hear the incessant roaring sound, while the surroundings remained motionless. His heartbeat involuntarily quickened a bit.
Duan Huanru was overwhelmed by a strong sense of uneasiness at this moment.
He subconsciously raised his head and his pupils suddenly contracted. I saw the towering trees around me suddenly growing wildly, and their trunks became thicker and longer at a speed visible to the naked eye, especially the tops of the trees, where lush branches and leaves grew wildly, almost completely covering a small piece of sky.
Pei Sun, who felt the oppressive atmosphere, finally reacted.
He looked up with an expression of disbelief on his face. Those tree trunks, as thick as giant pythons, stretched down from the sky rapidly, with a sharp whistling sound, and stabbed straight towards Duan Huanru.
Duan Huanru's face changed slightly.
This was the first time he felt such a strong sense of danger since the battle began, and his spirit was tense to the extreme. Faced with the frantic pursuit of this terrifying tree cage, his brain raced in seconds, formulating countless response plans.
Although space teleportation can temporarily escape, it consumes a huge amount of energy, and subsequent battles will put you in an extremely passive position.
Using the fire element's attack attribute to restrain it, it is impossible to burn all the dense branches in a short period of time. On the contrary, being hit by the burning branches will cause trouble. The wind element is simply unable to shake these extremely resilient tree trunks, so there is almost no need to consider it.
After a brief thought, Duan Huanru had no choice but to use the fourth element, earth element. A brown-yellow light instantly shone from his body.
As the light flickered, his movements became noticeably slower. As the light grew stronger, countless tiny clods of earth quickly condensed and adhered tightly to his body surface, as if materializing. Finally, layers of brown-yellow soil wrapped around his entire body, and Duan Huanru stood still like a petrified man. The pursuing tree cage instantly surrounded Duan Huanru, with layers of tree trunks wrapping around his body, almost wrapping him like a dumpling and locking him tightly. The tree's crazy growth momentum showed no sign of slowing down, as if a thick green snake was tightly wrapped around Duan Huanru, as if it wanted to crush him, rubbing his body every minute and every second. Fortunately, Duan Huanru's armor made of earth elements had extremely strong defensive power. Facing this terrifying pressure, his body was not significantly affected. At this moment, even though his pupils and facial features had turned into earth elements, he could still clearly perceive his surroundings.
Faced with the suffocating feeling like being entangled by a python, he was completely unable to break free. If these trees were merely stationary, he would still have a way to escape, but now he had no strength to do so. However, this is not the end. After the slightly fat man finished performing his skill, an unconcealable fatigue appeared on his face. At this time, the man next to him, called Old Four, slowly raised his hand, and a silver light gradually lit up and attached to the slightly fat man. In just 2 breaths, the slightly fat man suddenly became radiant, his eyes brightened a little, and he began to make the second round of seals at a rapid speed. There were more bursts of rumbling sounds, and countless strong tree trunks once again stretched madly towards the petrified Duan Huanru. The double-growing trees firmly imprisoned him. Duan Huanru's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and he finally began to panic. This was the first time he faced such a life-and-death situation since he awakened his innate profession. He had taken on countless missions in the past and had walked on the edge of a knife many times, but he had never felt this powerless. Only this time, he felt like he had stepped into the gates of hell. If it weren't for the earth element protecting his body, he would have been shattered. When the people of the Peshuang mercenary group saw the scene before them, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. You're so young, yet you've mastered the 4 elements to such a high level. If I let you go today, I can't imagine what a terrifying enemy you'll be facing in the future. Lu Fenghao rarely showed a sneer on his face, and looked at Duan Huanru, who was tightly imprisoned, and joy surged in his heart. The 4th element?
Although Pei Sun was shocked again at this moment, the current crisis could not be delayed. He immediately summoned his own undead army,
and without hesitation summoned tens of thousands of ordinary bloodline spirits and thousands of rare bloodline spirits in an instant.
Tens of thousands of undead were crowded together, their bodies erratic and slow, and they gathered together to emit a faint stench of decay. With the appearance of the undead, the surrounding air became heavy. The originally flowing breeze suddenly stagnated, the temperature dropped sharply, and an eerie deathly silence quickly spread. At Pei Sun's command, the undead army rushed towards the Peshuang mercenaries like a tide. Of course, some also lunged at the tree trunk that held Duan Huanru captive, desperately trying to tear at the bark with their sharp claws and bite the trunk with their fangs. But the wildly growing tree was like a writhing python of death, instantly disintegrating at the first touch of the undead. The two were completely different, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Lu Feng and a few others were stunned when they saw tens of thousands of undead summon creatures suddenly appear before their eyes.
Big brother, he actually has so many summons. Need I tell you? I fucking saw it too.
Lu Fenghao cursed with his eyes wide open.
Wasn't this kid going a little too far?
Regardless of the attributes of these summons, after all, he had just awakened his innate profession less than a week ago, and his level was only around 10.
How on earth did he do it? Brother, did this brat use a forbidden technique? We must rid the people of this evil today. Don't talk nonsense. If he really used forbidden techniques, how could he have walked out of Liao Yu's office unharmed? Besides, we are paid to help people get rid of disasters, don't make us sound so righteous. Then, what on earth is going on? I can't imagine what kind of talent could be capable of this. Is it an SSS level talent? Or an SSSS level talent? Lu Fenghe shook his head helplessly, glared at the guy, and simply ignored him, focusing all his attention on Pei Sun. He had waited there for so long just to let this wild shelter consume all of Pei Sun's strength so that he could fully focus on dealing with the other person in the battle. I didn't expect this kid to hide so deeply, and even added fuel to the fire at the critical moment. Lu Fenghe looked at the tree trunk that was entangled and imprisoned Duan Huanru, then turned around and asked Yuan Mu with a serious expression, "Can we just hang him?" Yuan Mu shook his head and said in a deep voice, "His current state has extremely high defense and cannot be broken in a short time." Hearing this, Lu Fenghe couldn't help but frown. This was also the most difficult target their team encountered in carrying out the assassination mission. Countless roars and crashes echoed in this area. Lu Fenghe looked at the dense army of undead in front of him and suddenly fell into distress. Fifth brother, activate your third talent skill. Second brother, use your first talent skill. The two nodded, and the supernatural powers in their bodies began to work quickly. Lao Wu's third talent skill, Water Spirit Chant, which lasts for 10 seconds within a 10 by 10 range around him, causing continuous soaking damage. As Lao Wu spent more than 10 seconds forming a complex hand seal, the volume of water molecules in the air not far in front of him suddenly expanded countless times, from tiny molecules that were originally invisible to the naked eye to a size that could be seen. Immediately afterwards, these bubbles burst one after another, emitting a series of firecracker sounds. The undead summons next to the bubbles were instantly blown apart and destroyed, just as I expected. Before he could finish his words, the corner of Lu Feng's mouth, which was about to rise, froze in an instant. What the hell? How did it split in two? What the hell is this thing? Why is it so difficult to deal with? Lao Wu, try harder. After the fifth brother finished releasing his skills, the second brother also started to exert his strength. When he heard the order from his eldest brother, he was still wondering why a warrior like him had to use the charge skill to attack these weird things. He didn't expect that it was because their defense was extremely low. Thinking of this, Lao Er decisively accelerated the speed of his supernatural powers. His skin flushed noticeably, and the airflow rate also increased significantly. After a brief buildup of energy, he rushed out like a wild horse. Facts proved his judgment correct. The displacement skills he normally used to rush through the world caused almost no damage, but with the strong wind he created and the impact of his body, he instantly destroyed a large number of undead summons, which were as fragile as paper. After their second death split, these undead summons, empowered by the undead's wrath, erupted with considerable power, emitting crackling, subtle explosions. Of course, to these formidable opponents, these were merely minor irritations, like mosquito bites. Damn it, this thing blew me up even after it died. How disgusting. After charging a few times, the second brother became frustrated and cursed in a low voice. Pei Sun watched the battle unfold before him, impressed by Lu Feng's precise judgment. He must have sensed the weakness of the undead's defenses the moment he summoned them, which was why he sent his men attacking them with area of effect abilities. However, this battle situation is still pretty good. After all, the opponent does not understand their specific strength. Being able to delay Duan Huanru was enough for Pei Sun to breathe a sigh of relief. At the rate they were destroying the undead, it would probably take several minutes to clear out these tens of thousands of summoned undead creatures. Furthermore, Pei Sun's summoning space also contained 30,000 common bloodline spirits and 3,000 rare bloodline spirits. He should be able to hold off until Yuan Mu's power was exhausted. Fifth brother, speed up your spellcasting and cast it in different locations in turn. Second brother, you too, what the hell are you doing? Are you scratching yourself? Can you finish these things first? Under Lu Feng's tight command, the rate at which Pei Sun's undead summons were consumed exploded exponentially. In just 3 or 4 minutes, he had lost nearly half of his undead summons, which was more than 5,000. These undead summons are completely unable to pose a threat to the other party. Not to mention that they cannot even touch each other. Even if they clash head-on, they can't even tickle each other. Despite the staggering consumption of undead spirits, the deadly aura of the dead in the air didn't diminish at all, but instead grew even thicker. Under Pei Sun's gaze, some of the ordinary bloodline spirits actually began to evolve, reaching the realm of rare bloodlines. What's going on? Pei Sun was stunned for a moment, then realized that this should be the effect of the undead stone splitting. The description of this 5th-tier material states that as long as the undead summon has sufficient fighting spirit, its bloodline will be upgraded. I never expected it to come in handy at a critical moment. It is no exaggeration to say that this piece of undead cracked stone saved his and Duan Huanru's lives. Lu Feng and Zi ran on the opposite side also noticed something strange. After observing for a few times, their cold gazes finally locked onto Pei Sun. I originally wanted to ignore you and let you live a little longer, but I didn't expect you to make such a fuss. Then I can only take you back in pieces. Hurry up and kill these half-dead and half-alive creatures. I'll go deal with that kid. Ah, big brother, this isn't good. Didn't we agree to bring him back alive? We can't afford to delay any longer. Something bad will happen if we delay any longer. You guys do as I say. Yuan Mu, remember to cover me. After saying that, Lu Feng, with a fierce look in his eyes, and the lone man approached Pei Sun's position. The dead and undead aura in the air grew stronger and stronger. Although Duan Huanru was in a petrified defensive state and could feel everything around him, he could only stay where he was helplessly and wait anxiously. If he moved even a little, he would be strangled to death by the terrifying entangled branches. Seeing Pei Sun summon tens of thousands of undead spirits, Duan Huanru was shocked and deeply grateful to him for buying him precious time. However, the situation remained dire, and he had to come up with a solution. As time passed, Duan Huanru seemed to notice something and turned his gaze towards Yuan Mu. Strange, he's still casting the spell, but why did the speed of the entangled tree trunk suddenly slow down a bit? Just when Duan Huanru was puzzled, the aura of death and undead brought by Pei Sun had become extremely strong, and it penetrated directly into Duan Huanru's body through the trunk of Yuan Mu. Duan Huanru suddenly widened his eyes slightly. This is the element of death. It's this element of death that's affecting the tree's growth. No wonder the trunk wrapped around him has slowed down significantly. Thinking of this, Duan Huanru felt a little excited and finally found a way to deal with it. Under Duan Huanru's active guidance, the surrounding undead aura continued to erode his body, but he was not affected at all. Instead, he faintly enjoyed the nourishment of this element of death. This kid can actually create such amazing elemental power by himself. It also gives me an opportunity, allowing me to gain a special elemental attribute. Duan Huanru murmured softly, and his mind gradually calmed down. Relying on the earth element's defensive form, he once again frantically activated his supernatural powers. A terrifying aura of death erupted from his body, enveloping the trees that surrounded him. Almost instantly, the trees, eroded by the death element, ceased to grow, frozen in place like dead objects. Yuan Mu, who was far away, noticed something unusual and his face changed suddenly. He obviously felt some terrible change. The next second, Yuan Mu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his face quickly turned pale. What's wrong with you, Yuan Mu? The assistant next to him saw this and his expression changed drastically. He had worked with Yuan Mu for many years, but this was the first time he had seen him so badly injured. Before he could finish his words, Yuan Mu coughed up a large mouthful of blood and then fainted. This scene attracted the attention of the other four people around, and their expressions suddenly changed. The eldest brother went to deal with that kid personally, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Now that Yuan Mu fainted for no apparent reason, the situation seemed to have become even more dangerous. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded. Both Lu Fenghe, who had a fierce look in his eyes and was ready to attack, and Pei Sun, who looked nervous and sweaty, were attracted by the sudden explosion. A thin figure stood out in the aftermath of the explosion, with burning broken trees and branches lying around and under his feet. Pei Sun's face suddenly filled with joy. He actually broke free from the heavy confinement. Pei Sun didn't know that it was Duan Huanru who absorbed his elemental power and helped him escape. Lu Fenghe was also stunned. He turned around to look at Yuan Mu, only to see that Yuan Mu had fallen to the ground, his face suddenly as gloomy as ink. Pei Sun, be careful. Duan Huanru's voice suddenly came from a distance, shouting anxiously. The man called Big Brother rushed towards Pei Sun at an extremely fast speed, with murderous intent in his eyes. But Pei Sun turned around indifferently and took out a dark crystal in his hand. The next moment, Pei Sun appeared beside Duan Huanru in an instant. Instantaneous crystal? Seeing this scene, Duan Huanru was stunned at first, and then looked confused. Why didn't the crystal disappear after using the teleportation function? Isn't this a one-time item? Duan Huanru couldn't help but re-examine Pei Sun, secretly surprised. Ordinary people couldn't even get their hands on this precious material, so where on earth did this guy get it? Lu Feng, who was standing nearby, was stunned when he saw Pei Sun suddenly disappear and then reappear next to Duan Huanru. Realizing that he had missed his chance, he immediately rushed back to Yuan Mu and the others. In normal combat, he never personally took action, always playing the role of commander. He never expected that today, facing these two people, he would have to go into battle personally. Yuan Mu? What's wrong with you? Lu Fenghe frowned and turned to ask the others, what happened to Yuan Mu? Why did he suddenly faint? Everyone shook their heads, not knowing what was going on. He was clearly casting a spell just now when he suddenly fainted. Since the two men were being watched by them, naturally no one knew the specific situation. Fourth brother, you were just assisting Yuan Mu. What happened to him? Don't you know? Lu Feng was seething with rage. Pei Sun's summons had already caused them so much trouble, and now this situation had occurred again. His voice cracked with anger. I don't know either. He was releasing his supernatural powers normally a second ago, controlling the trees to imprison Duan Huanru, but suddenly, without any warning, his eyes rolled over and he fainted. The fourth brother said aggrievely. Lu Feng's chest was heaving violently. Although he had made sufficient preparations before the mission began, he did not expect that accidents would continue to happen one after after another. Who on earth is that guy? He's experienced in combat, flexible in responding to situations, and as a mage, he can actually control 4 elements simultaneously. Also, how did he break free from Yuan Mu's restraints? Duan Huanru's actions left a deep psychological shadow on Lu Fenghe. Pei Sun also admired Duan Huanru very much. He didn't expect that his fighting ability was so strong. No wonder Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao both called him a genius. Duan Huanru stared at Lu Feng and the others with eyes as sharp as a knife, and wisps of black air continued to emerge from the surface of his skin. Pei Sun's expression suddenly darkened when he saw the black energy. This black energy actually gave him a sense of familiarity and intimacy. The sharp-eyed Lu Fenghe also noticed the abnormality on Duan Huanru's body surface at the first time, and felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Their strongest tactics were useless against this guy, and now even how to deal with him was a mystery. Not to mention that he seemed to have a hidden card that he hadn't revealed yet. Coupled with the endless dead creatures before him, Lu Feng has suddenly had a headache. Brother, why don't we retreat first? This situation seems to be out of our control. The third brother who fell to the ground first recovered and said dejectedly when he saw the situation in front of him. Lu Feng acted as if he didn't hear anything and stared sharply at Duan Huanru in the distance. If they fled in such a disgraceful manner this time, where would their dignity be? How could they continue to stay in the Soul Frost mercenary group? How could they face the superiors who trusted them with the mission? Besides, given the current situation and the way that guy is acting, it's still a question whether they can escape. Not to mention that I have to carry a guy who has passed out. Sorry, you can't retreat. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Duan Huanru's cold voice suddenly rang out. A swirling black aura suddenly rose behind him. The black gas was as thick as ink and so condensed that it could not be dissolved. It swept towards Lu Feng and several others like a tidal wave. The surrounding air seemed to be squeezed by this unknown black gas to the point of almost suffocating. At this moment, Duan Huanru had already unleashed all his strength without reservation, and Pei Sun finally sensed his strength level, a level 44 brilliant professional. Lu Fenghe's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he decisively and loudly ordered, "Second brother, fifth brother, ignore those troublesome summons and keep an eye on this guy first. Second brother, summon the Frostbreaker elephant to divide the battlefield. Remember, avoid those strange black auras." The second and fifth brothers responded in unison. I saw Lao Wu stretch out his hand and pull out a staff. The whole staff was azure blue, and it was carved from some pure material. I don't know what it was made of, and it exuded a cold aura. He raised his hand steadily above his head, and the natural energy in the surrounding air suddenly gathered like a surging tide. Immediately afterwards, a huge water ring appeared above Lao Wu's head. Water elements continuously poured in from all directions, containing indescribable powerful force. The direction of the water ring was pointing directly at Pei Sun. At the same time, Lao Wu's eyes focused and his mind moved slightly. With a deafening roar, an ice-blue elephant as big as a small building suddenly appeared. The frost-broken elephant exuded a biting chill, every inch of its skin seemingly cast from solid ice, its icy eyes gleaming with a chilling light. With a flash of his body, the second brother lightly leaped onto the broad back of the frost-broken elephant. Under his command, the frost-breaking elephant stomped its 4 hooves on the ground, raising clouds of dust, and then rushed towards Duan Huanru without hesitation like an arrow. My eldest brother rarely let me summon this broken frost elephant before, but now he finally allowed me to do so. They are just 2 young boys. Watch my broken frost elephant crush them to pieces. The second one riding on. The broken frost elephant seemed to have been completely consumed by the frenzy of battle. He had long forgotten Lu Feng and the previous reminder about avoiding the black air. The only figure in his sight was Duan Huanru. Duan Huanru sneered disdainfully. Although he had only just come into contact with the power of the death element bestowed by Pei Sun, he had already fully mastered its application. Under the control of his mind, the surging black energy rushed towards the fifth and second brothers who wanted to resist, especially the second brother who was riding an elephant and rushing towards him. In just a few breaths, the surging black air touched the broken frost elephant and swallowed it up in an instant. "Humph, use ice roar," the second brother ordered disdainfully. The frost-breaking elephant let out a roar that was enough to shatter everything, and the sound waves almost turned into substance and spread around. Not only Pei Sun, but also Lu Feng and the others quickly covered their ears. This second brother, he can never change his arrogance. Even though we told him to avoid the black energy, he still went ahead with it. Lu Fenghe said angrily. At this moment, the second brother had a sneer on his face. The icy roar almost shook away the black air that was swallowing them. Only in the corner where he could not see, the black air quietly seeped into the body of the broken frost elephant. The speed of the broken frost elephant obviously slowed down a bit, but this huge body was not fast to begin with, and the second brother did not notice it for a moment. He just kept giving orders frantically, asking the broken frost
frost elephant to rush over and crush Duan Huanru, as if he had already seen Duan Huanru's shattering appearance. After the black gas invaded the body of the broken frost elephant, it immediately approached the second brother. The second brother frowned. Although the eldest brother told them to avoid the black air as much as possible, the black air was already right in front of them, and he didn't have a third hand to use any skills to dispel it. As Lu Feng and several others watched, the black energy gradually eroded the second brother's body. Lu Fenghe could only watch this scene happen, but he was completely powerless to stop it. Brother, what should we do? The third brother asked anxiously. I don't know. We can only trust Lao Wu and Lao Air. If they can't stop that guy, you go and clean up that kid's summons first, and don't let them affect Lao Air and Lao Wu. Lu Fenghe's tone was heavy, completely different from his initial firmness. Hearing what his eldest brother said, the third brother immediately understood the situation and couldn't help but look at Duan Huanru. I didn't expect that he could force their team into a desperate situation. While waiting in the distance, he, who also held the Emerald Adventurer badge, had looked down on the other party. He hadn't expected that in the real fight, the other party would be able to knock him away with just a glance. Now, he had single-handedly forced their entire team into a desperate situation. Lu Fenghe's powerless expression at this moment was something he had never seen since joining the team. He didn't dare to waste any more time. The supernatural powers in his body were running wildly, and the long sword in his hand slashed towards Pei Sun's undead summon creature with great momentum. His skin flushed red, his hair stood on end, and his clothes were torn apart, revealing his dark muscles. He swung his sword faster, and in the blink of an eye, a burst of sword energy cut through hundreds of Pei Sun's summoned undead creatures. On the other hand, although Pei Sun's undead summons were numerous, they were unable to pose any real threat to them. The murderous intent in the second brother's eyes became stronger and stronger, and the smug look on his face could no longer be concealed. It seemed that he had already imagined that the eldest brother would praise him in a while. However, he didn't notice that as the frost-shattering elephant's speed gradually slowed down, its vitality was slowly draining away. I told you to hand over this shelter and get out, but you refused to listen. In that case, ouch! The second brother shouted arrogantly at Duan Huanru and Pei Sun, but before he could finish his words, his voice suddenly stopped. The frost-breaking elephant he was riding suddenly fell to the ground with a thump as if its limbs became weak. Its huge body raised a cloud of dust, and he also fell over, screaming in pain. When he stood up and reacted, he found that his frost-breaking elephant had fainted on the ground, and an expression of extreme fear immediately appeared on his face. His eyes widened like copper bells, and he ran towards the frost-breaking elephant in 2 steps, stroking it with both hands, and shouted in disbelief. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Xiao Shuang, stand up. As a knight, unlike summoners who can have multiple summons at the same time, they can only have one mount at a time, and can only look for the next one unless the current mount dies. Seeing the broken frost elephant, who had been with him for decades and possessed the noble bloodline of the Phantom Saint, fall to the ground for the first time, his face turned pale in an instant and his heart began to beat wildly. Xiao Shuang, don't scare me. What's wrong with you? Duan Huanru glanced coldly at the broken frost elephant, then turned his attention to the man who was casting a spell in the distance. At the same time, Lao Wu and Lu Fenghe felt their hearts tighten and their faces were filled with fear when they saw this. I didn't expect that the second brother's extremely powerful mount would lose its combat effectiveness just like that. Old 5, release him quickly, Lu Fenghe ordered urgently. Lao Wu did not dare to hesitate any longer and immediately fired the water ring heavy cannon that had been waiting for a long time. Shichichi! The sound of violent friction between water and air was heard, and the water ring heavy artillery rushed towards Duan Huanru like a missile, with such momentum that it seemed to swallow him up and explode him in an instant. However, when the water ring cannon flew to a distance of several meters, it suddenly softened as if it was under several times the gravity, and decomposed into ordinary water elements and scattered on the ground. Seeing this scene, Lao Wu's eyes suddenly widened. My strongest charging skill was easily broken by this guy? The next second, the terrified old 5 suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood with a puff. Seeing this scene, Lu Fenghe felt a chill in his heart and stared at Duan Huanru with a dead look in his eyes. Who is he? Even though several of his opponents had been severely injured by him, Duan Huanru remained expressionless, as if all this was natural. Then, he quickly formed a complex hand seal, and the black energy on his body immediately dissipated and turned into fire element. Pei Sun was speechless at Duan Huanru's ability to transform. He could change elements so effortlessly. What kind of talent did he possess? How many elements did he master? Throughout the battle, Duan Huanru had continued to unleash his supernatural powers, showing no signs of fatigue. Instead, his momentum continued to rise. Judging from the current situation, the battle was likely to be over soon. Dozens of dazzling red fireballs suddenly appeared in front of him. They condensed into the size of basketballs and shot out like bullets, heading straight for the scattered opponents. Lu Fenghe stood there in a daze, his whole body weak and unable to move. The fireball gradually expanded in his pupils. Until the last moment, he still couldn't understand how a young man of lower level than them could have such powerful strength. A series of explosions rang out. Team number 7 of the Peshwang mercenary group was completely destroyed. Pei Sin controlled a continuous stream of summoned undead creatures to crawl densely towards several corpses. Through shared vision, he confirmed that those people were indeed dead, especially Lu Fenghe, who had almost no ability to fight back and was blown to pieces without even a hair left. At the same time, Duan Huanru finally couldn't help it. He staggered and fell to the ground. A bitter taste surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he gritted his teeth and held back. Teacher Duan. Pei Sin hurried forward to help him up. He didn't expect that Teacher Duan, who seemed to have won easily, would become like this after the battle. It was obvious that he had endured for a long time to hide his weakness. Others may not know, but Duan Huanru himself understands how heavy a burden it is on the body to frequently convert elements in such a short period of time and consume a huge amount of supernatural power each time. In the eyes of others, he is still a strong man with abundant superpowers who can fight for dozens of rounds, but in fact, after releasing the last skill, all the superpowers in his body have been exhausted. If this attack had not completely defeated the opponent, they would probably have both died. I'm fine. You should hurry to the shelter and get the spiritual tablets. You must go in person. Duan Huanru's face turned pale, but he still instructed patiently. Okay, I'll go right away. Pei Sin said as he placed Duan Huanru on a patch of grass and ordered hundreds of undead summons to form a protective circle around him. If another enemy attacked at this moment, the consequences would be disastrous. He didn't dare to delay and immediately ran towards the palace, secretly curious in his heart. Why did Duan Huanru insist so much on going in and getting the supernatural spirit tablet himself? Otherwise, he had originally planned to let the undead summon go to get it. Pushing open the palace door, Pei Sin stepped in without hesitation, and at the same time released 2 desert scorpion kings from the summoning space to follow closely beside him. Although he had seen the scene here before through shared vision, Pei Sin couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite structure and spacious space inside the palace. Within this vast palace, the supernatural power fragment he was looking for was so small it was almost invisible, leaving Pei Sin stumped. Unfamiliar with the shelter, he had no idea where to begin. Was he supposed to search the walls inch by inch? By the time he found her, Duan Huanru, who was seriously injured, would probably have already died. Pei Sin glanced around and suddenly found a golden armchair placed at the end opposite the entrance door, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Passing through the 4 sturdy support pillars in the center of the palace, he quickly came to the armchair and saw a milky white chip embedded in the depression on the top of the armchair. Pei Sin took off the chip without hesitation, and immediately felt a surge of information flooding into his mind, forming a wonderful connection with this shelter. White Ice Shelter. This was the name of the shelter, and when Pei Sin knew its name, it meant that the shelter belonged to him. Unless he transferred the supernatural power piece to someone else, the ownership of the shelter would not change. What a shame. Such a great shelter. Pei Sin looked at the milky white chip in his hand, unable to conceal his excitement, and secretly vowed that he would seize a shelter of his own after completing the mission. By then, I will place all the alien spirits that I brought out from the Dark Death Forest here and let them upgrade quietly. Wouldn't I have a huge army of alien spirits by then? Thinking of this, Pei Sin felt particularly happy and quickened his pace to leave. Before he could actually take a step, in the blink of an eye, he had actually appeared directly at the door of Bai Bing's shelter. Wow, this is amazing. Pei Sin looked back at the shelter and couldn't help but marvel. It turns out that being the owner of a shelter comes with such convenience. After coming out, Pei Sin was about to look for Duan Huanru, but he found that the other party had already walked over by himself, and his injuries had obviously improved a lot. His face became rosy and his skin had a faint green glow. Ha! Pei Sin was slightly surprised. He could barely stand just now, but now he can actually walk? Teacher Duan, this is the wood element? Pei Sin's eyes widened slightly as he finished speaking. He seemed to see Duan Huanru displaying 5 elemental abilities. Not only can he fight and resist, but now he can also heal himself. It's simply amazing. Duan Huanru nodded in agreement, but immediately changed the subject and asked, "Did you get the supernatural spirit tablet? What's the name of this shelter?" Bai Bing Shelter. Pei Sin answered truthfully. It seems that Duan Huanru is quite familiar with the shelter. Well, that's good that you got it. Let's go back and hand over the mission. Duan Huanru nodded with relief and took Pei Sin back along the original route. They first returned to the Sky Shelter, and then returned to Fengyu City on Blue Star via the Sky Shelter. Although the Bai Bing Shelter also has a vortex teleportation point for alien spirits, they don't know where on Blue Star it will be transmitted to. For safety reasons, the two chose to go back through the Sky Shelter. Along the way, Pei Sin couldn't help but ask Duan Huanru, "Teacher Duan, are you an SSS level talent? Is your innate ability to cultivate multiple elements at the same time? Based on the abilities he just demonstrated, this seems to be the only possibility." Duan Huanru nodded, but then shook his head and said with a smile, "You guessed the talent level correctly, but you guessed the talent ability wrong. But it was close. Very close? What on earth is
that? Pei Sun's curiosity was immediately ignited. As long as I sense unfamiliar elements, I can transform them into my own use and integrate them with the skills I've learned. Hearing this, Pei Sun's eyes lit up. Can you still play like this? Does that mean he has other elemental powers? But what exactly was that black energy? Why did it have such an inexplicable affinity with me as soon as it was released, even surrounding me and making me feel a little comfortable? When Pei Sun asked, Duan Huanru smiled and continued. That's the death element, a new type of element transformed for me after sensing your undead aura at that time. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you hadn't summoned so many undead creatures at that time, and the overwhelming undead aura disturbed me, I really might not have been able to hold on. My undead aura? Pei Sun couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that he would play such a crucial role in this battle. Duan Huanru nodded and continued. Your undead aura has the ability to inhibit growth. After being transformed into the element of death by me, it becomes even more powerful, possessing a stronger inhibitory and debilitating effect, and can even directly destroy the physiological functions of living things. It is precisely because of this that I was able to break free from that tree cage. So this time, you have performed a great deed. Duan Huanru praised Pei Sun generously. After all, if it weren't for him, he might have been completely doomed this time. Furthermore, Pei Sun had unexpectedly gained a new elemental power, which was an unexpected gain. In a villa in the center of Fengyu City, Gong Rui lay on the bed. A hint of sadness appeared on his face, and the light in his eyes had long lost. On his left and right side stood two female nurses, guarding him at all times. And right in front of Gong Rui, several women dressed seductively were standing, with heavy makeup and fancy clothes, including black and white stockings, royal JK, and everything else. But Gong Rui had no interest at all. He just stared out the window blankly, not knowing what he was thinking about. Brother Rui, look at me. The woman in the black silk uniform saw Gong Rui in a daze and smiled sweetly. She was about to speak when she was interrupted by Gong Rui's angry voice. Get out, all of you. Get me another batch. As soon as the words fell, the face of the woman in the black silk uniform froze instantly. Not daring to say anything, she quickly led the other women out of the room. Then, another group of women dressed in fancy clothes walked in. You two, get out of here too. Gong Rui yelled at the two female nurses beside him. Naturally, the two female nurses did not dare to resist and had to leave the room in grievance. In the hall, Gong Han sat on the sofa, his face gloomy from the morning till now. Hearing his son's roar from the next room, he felt distressed and helpless. He just hoped that the man in the black suit would come to inform him quickly. He estimated that only Pei Sun's head could calm his son's anger and make his son willing to receive treatment with peace of mind. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sudden and rapid knock on the door. Gong Han was shocked and quickly asked the servant at the door to open it. Brother Han, something bad has happened. Brother Han. A middle-aged man rushed in with an anxious look on his face. Gong Han frowned, looked at his expression, felt an ominous premonition in his heart, and stood up suddenly. What's wrong, Xiao Jiang? He asked. Zhang Ling looked nervous and spoke in a hurried tone. Brother Han, we sent people to keep an eye on Pei Sun as you instructed. We discovered that Guy went to the Adventurers Association to accept a mission at noon today, and we followed him all the way to the Sky Sanctuary in the other world. When he was conquering a wild shelter below the Sky Shelter, he was suddenly ambushed by the Soul Frost mercenary group and was almost killed. Before he finished speaking, Gong Han was furious and slapped the table hard. Those bastards, they actually did it behind my back. But the good news is that Pei Sun somehow managed to summon an extremely powerful thug, who single-handedly wiped out all the members of the Peishuang mercenary group. One person single-handedly challenged a squad of the Soul Frost mercenary group? Hearing this, Gong Han was stunned at first, then looked shocked. Having spent many years in Fengyu City in the Sky Shelter corresponding to the alien world of the Alien Spirit Vortex teleportation point, he is well aware of the strength of the Peishuang mercenary group. There are nearly 100 teams in it, and the lowest level is above level 30. Almost all members of the top 10 teams are above level 40. One person wiped out an entire team. What does this mean? Zhang Ling nodded, then said with a surprised expression. I also saw the summoned creature that Xiao Rui mentioned, Pei Sun. It was incredibly strange. Forget it, we recorded a video of it. Brother Han, you should see it for yourself. As he spoke, Zhang Ling used the communication equipment to project the scene of Pei Sun and Duan Huanru fighting fiercely with the Peishuang mercenary group in the Baibing shelter at noon. The video was recorded from the middle of the battle. Once it was projected, Gong Han saw tens of thousands of densely packed undead creatures summoned by Pei Sun. What the hell is this? This kid summoned it by himself? Gong Han widened his eyes, unable to believe it. Zhang Ling nodded and said in a deep voice, it's either this guy or the person next to him. The person next to him is a mage, so it must have been summoned by this guy. Gong Han looked at this strange world that was like a purgatory of the dead, and his back couldn't help but feel a chill. This was just a video. If he were to be there in person and feel the overwhelming breath of the undead, he would probably say that this was simply hell on earth. He turned his attention to Pei Sun's companion Duan Huanru in the video.
Although he didn't recognize him after a few glances, he was also shocked by Duan Huanru's amazing element conversion ability. Then, he looked at several people from the Peshuang mercenary group. He didn't recognize the first few, but when he saw Lu Feng, his eyes widened immediately.
This is Lu Feng in Team 7 of the Peshuang mercenary group. That guy actually wiped them all out single-handedly?
Although Gong Han did not have a close relationship with the Peshuang mercenary group, he knew some of their members, especially Lu Fenghe, with whom he had dealt before.
Brother Han, do you know this person? Jiang Ling asked doubtfully.
Gong Han's face was filled with shock, and he nodded with a slight tremor.
Of course he knows him. He had also witnessed the battles commanded by Lu Feng with his own eyes. I know that this man is resourceful, and he has led the team to carry out countless dangerous missions. I didn't expect that he would lead the team to be defeated by such a little-known guy. But, Lu Feng was already a level 47 brilliant level professional 2 weeks ago, and their team's average level is close to level 45. How could they possibly be defeated by a level 44 brilliant level professional like him? Thinking of this, Gong Han couldn't help but show his doubts. Brother Han, could it be that the guy's talent level is SS or SSS? The numerical increase brought by each level up is greater than theirs, so he has such an amazing performance? Jiang Ling analyzed seriously. After hearing this, Gong Han fell into deep thought. This is indeed possible, but if it is an SS or SSS level talent, active in this area, how could he not have heard of it? Could it be coming from somewhere else? The more he thought about it, the more complicated it became. Gong Han simply put his thoughts aside and refocused his attention on Pei Sun. That bastard actually used such a dirty trick to steal my head. If I meet him again, I will tear him apart. Gong Han's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said, gritting his teeth, Lu Fenghe. He turned his head and stared at the skinny figure in the video, and said in a deep voice, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Who asked you to take this mission? Although they knew each other, their relationship was just that superficial. It was far from the point of being sad about his death. At most, she felt a little regretful. Brother Han, what should we do now? Gong Han pondered for a moment and said, what else can we do? Go find that brat now. Call Gao Wen over here. Pei Sun must be killed today. Gao Wen? Brother Han, why don't we call the two Gao brothers over here? That guy almost wiped out the entire enemy team when he was outnumbered 7. We still have to be careful. Jiang Ling saw Duan Huanru's astonishing performance and said with concern. Gong Han shook his head and said in a deep voice, that guy is indeed extraordinary, but not as amazing as you say, 1 against 7. I watched the video, and if Pei Sun's summons hadn't held him back for a long time, he would have been finished long ago. Gao Wen's skills just happened to counter Pei Sun's summons, so just call Gao Wen over. If you're worried, let Gao Wen bring a few more people. As for Gao Xian, I have other arrangements. After saying this, Gong Han walked out of the villa with Jiang Ling, his face expressionless. At this time, the man in the black suit did not appear again. Fengyu City, Fengyu number 1 middle school. In an ordinary office, Rude sat in his office chair, his face full of displeasure, mixed with anger and depression, holding a video recording tightly in his hand. Didn't I tell you not to let him make the first move? He still did it without permission. He hasn't even succeeded yet. Now he's alerted the enemy. How are we going to attack him later? Rude gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. How shameless. In front of Rude's desk stood a man in a black suit, head lowered, silently enduring his anger. Teacher Lu, this action was not done by Gong Han. Ha! Lude was stunned for a moment, then revealed a puzzled look. If it's not him, then who is it? Who else has a deep grudge against this Pei Sun? The man in the black suit shook his head. I don't know. I can only confirm that it wasn't Gong Han. We were keeping an eye on him until he led his men out of the city center just now. Hearing this, Rude slowly frowned and fell into deep thought. Who else could it be except him who has such a deep hatred for Pei Sun and can even ask the Donpashuang mercenary group to take action? That idiot, Pei Sun must have already returned to Fengyu City. Why would he run out? Does he really dare to take action in the city? Rude snorted coldly when he thought of Pei Sun. Teacher Lu, what should we do now? Should we go support Gong Han, or let him act first? Support? You must be joking. I don't believe he dares to take action in the city. Let's wait and see. Keep an eye on Pei Sun. As soon as he goes to the other world, notify me immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the black suit disappeared in the office in an instant. After the man left, the confusion on Rude's face grew more intense. You actually placed Duan Huanru next to Pei Sun, Yao Zhenchuan. Oh Yao Zhenchuan, it seems that you are determined to fight me to the end this time. Then I will see if Duan Huanru can protect Pei Sun. After saying that, Rude stood up with a gloomy expression, walked out of the office, and went straight to the school garage. The navigation was located at the Fengyu City Military Mansion, Fengyu City Adventurers Association. At this time, Pei Sun and Duan Huanru finally came back. Pei Sun, I think you're being targeted. You must be careful and cautious for the next 15 days. Stepping into the gate of the Adventurers Association and feeling the various gazes from all around, Duan Huanru whispered a reminder to Pei Sun. Pei Sun nodded. Although he had suspected he might be ambushed, with teacher Duan
Duan by his side, he had assumed it would be no big deal. He hadn't expected it to be so dangerous. He figured the only way to stay safe was to go to the secret training camp in Tianjin province. During the assessment in the desert forest, he offended many people and couldn't figure out which force sent them. Although Duan Huanru didn't know how many people Pei Sun had offended, since Mayor Yao had given the order, he made protecting Pei Sun his top priority. How many of your summons are left? Can you continue training? Pei Sun thought for a moment and said, the battle just now consumed nearly 10,000 of my undead summons. Now there are only a little over 30,000 left. Oh, what? Duan Huanru's eyes suddenly widened. So the terrifying number of summons just now was only a quarter of the total? You kid, you didn't really use a forbidden technique, did you? More than 30,000. Alas, if it weren't for protecting that shelter, I could have saved a lot, Pei Sun said with a painful look on his face. Duan Huanru frowned. Oh, okay, that's alright. After completing this mission, let's move on to the next training. We won't be going to the other world but to the fighting ladder in Fengyu City instead. Ha, not going to the other world? Why? I'm almost level 20 and the advanced mission is about to be activated, Pei Sun said excitedly. I'd spent tons of undead summons with those guys before, but I didn't gain any experience at all. I only reached level 19 while killing people in the White Ice Sanctuary, and now my experience bar is almost full, and now I'm being told I can't go to the other world? Why are you going? I don't even know how many people are watching you right now. My injuries haven't fully recovered yet. If I'm targeted by that kind of people again, it will be a foregone conclusion that we will form a team and go to the paradise. Duan Huanru couldn't help but roll her eyes at Pei Sun. Ah, fine then. Pei Sun had no choice but to give up the idea of leveling up today. He was already looking forward to what the third talent skill would be. Walking to the reception desk in the lobby, Duan Huanru reported the mission number, took out the supernatural power tablet that Pei Sun had given him, and stood there waiting. Okay, wait a moment. The lady at the front desk started typing on the computer while talking. After a few seconds, the young lady was stunned for a moment, then looked up and said, Hello, Mr. Duan. The person who issued this task has learned that you have accepted it and would like to meet with you. Are you willing to meet with the person who issued the task? Meet me? Duan Huanru was stunned. This was just an ordinary 2-star mission. Why did he have to meet with the person who issued the mission? After thinking for a moment, he nodded. He wanted to see what the other party was up to. If they were also planning to assassinate Pei Sun, they would have probably been watching them from a distance when they accepted the mission, or even now. In that case, he wanted to see their true intentions. Okay, I'll notify the other party right away. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the young lady dialed the phone and the other party answered it immediately. Hello, Ms. Yi, Mr. Duan agrees to meet with you. Okay, I'll be right there. As soon as the words fell, Pei Sun and Duan Huanru turned their heads and looked at each other at the same time. There was a female voice on the other end of the phone. Who would want to meet him? Teacher Duan, do you have a partner? Pei Sun asked curiously with his eyes wide open. Boy, stop talking nonsense. Where would I get a partner? Duan Huanru replied dissatisfiedly. Then why would they need you? How should I know? I don't even know her. Well, Mr. Duan, you must seize this opportunity. Duan Huanru rolled her eyes at Pei Sun. Stop messing around, little brat. After waiting for about 2.5 minutes, two graceful figures suddenly came into their sight. One of them was a little older, about the same age as Duan Huanru. The other one looked immature, even younger than Pei Sun. The former has an elegant temperament, a slender figure, long hair hanging down to her shoulders, a fair complexion, a perfect smile, and exudes a mature and steady charm. The latter has a slim figure, big watery eyes, a round and cute face, and long black hair tied into 2 braids, making her look lively and smart. The former should be Ms. Yi on the phone. She walked to Duan Huanru and greeted her warmly. Hello, hello. Faced with Ms. Yi's enthusiasm, Duan Huanru seemed a little nervous. I'm the person who issued the quest you're accepting, and I'm also the vice president of the Fengyu City Adventurers Association. My last name is Yi Yunqing, and this is my daughter, Yi Xiaomei. As she spoke, Yi Yunqing took out her ID photo and showed it to Duan Huanru. Duan Huanru was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look at the woman again. She was actually the vice president here? The people around, including the receptionist, were stunned when they heard this and looked at her curiously, as if they were seeing Yi Yunqing for the first time. This woman is actually the vice president of our city's Adventurers Association? How come I've never seen her before? Nonsense, who has ever met the vice president? I've been in Fengyu City for 3 or 4 years now, and I haven't seen her in all the missions I've taken in these 3 years. I didn't expect to run into her here today. That's right. I usually only know that the president of our city's Adventurers Association is busy all day long, and the vice president is almost never seen. I didn't expect the vice president to be a woman. Isn't that her daughter next to her? She's so cute and pretty. I wish she could be my girlfriend. You, big brother, you're almost 30. Did you even hear what you were saying? If the vice president hears you, you're done. Hey, hey, hey. I was just joking. Let's get back to
the point. Why did the vice president suddenly appear here and even start talking to that brat? Have no idea. Duan Huanru felt a chill in his heart. Why would the vice president of a city-level adventurers association suddenly come to him? Oh, so you are the vice president of our adventurers association. I've heard of you for a long time. Ha ha. Duan Huanru laughed awkwardly and greeted him stiffly. However, Yi Yunqing just looked at Duan Huanru with a seductive look, as if admiring something, and did not respond to his words at all. Duan Huanru's face immediately turned red. He laughed awkwardly twice, scratched his head, and turned his head to look at Pei Sun casually. Pei Sun also stood there in a daze, completely bewildered. This was the first time he'd heard of a vice president in the Fengyu City Adventurers Association, but he had no idea why she was looking for Duan Huanru. Seeing Duan Huanru's pleading eyes, Pei Sun could only pretend he didn't see her and turned away, coughing twice. Duan Huanru felt very disappointed and wanted to curse. It's such an honor to meet you today, Vice President Yi. Your daughter is so cute too. Yi Xiaomei? What a great name. Hey, does she have your last name? Duan Huanru racked his brains to find a topic, having forgotten that it was Yi Yunqing who approached him. But as he was talking, he suddenly felt something was wrong and blurted out a question. Hearing this, Pei Sun was stunned and several black lines appeared on his forehead. Brother, you really have never been in love. Although I haven't had a conversation with her before, at least I know that asking such presumptuous questions in this kind of situation is not appropriate, right? How dare you? However, Yi Yunqing didn't care at all. She covered her mouth and chuckled, completely ignoring Duan Huanru's question. She said generously in a sweet and gentle voice, Mr. Duan, you don't have to be so reserved around me. I came here today specifically to thank you. This mission is a shelter I wanted to give to my daughter, but no one has taken it up in a long time. My daughter has been talking about that shelter for a long time. You suddenly took on the mission this time, and completed it so quickly, so I came here to thank you in person. Duan Huanru widened his eyes slightly. Giving her a shelter? That's a rather unpopular idea, but when I think about her status, I feel relieved. Oh, is that so? Well, first of all, congratulations to your daughter. That shelter is indeed quite good, but it was this guy who was responsible for the entire attack on the shelter. You should really thank him. Duan Huanru pointed at Pei Sun with a smile and gave him a thumbs up. This is my student. I took this task just to train him. He's doing pretty well. As he spoke, Duan Huanru showed a hint of pride on his face. A student? This kid looks about the same age as my daughter, maybe 20? Duan Huanru nodded. I just awakened a while ago. Yi Yunqing was shocked. All her attention fell on Pei Sun, and she asked in surprise. In other words, he just completed the graduation examination for our Fengyu City High School today? Right after completing the assessment, he could complete a 2-star mission on his own? And a more difficult wildlife sanctuary-style mission of the same level? This is outrageous. Mr. Duan, you're kidding, right? You just graduated today, and you can actually complete a 2-star mission independently? Who would believe that? Duan Huanru smiled and said, I wouldn't believe it if I just heard it, but I witnessed him completing the task today with my own eyes. What's the name of this classmate? Can you tell me? Yi Yunqing couldn't hide the shock in her eyes and couldn't help asking. She knew a little about the geniuses in the middle schools in Fengyu City, and had met most of them, so how come she had never heard of this student? Upon hearing this question, Duan Huanru immediately became alert and his expression became noticeably more restrained. Forget it, Vice President Yi, just treat what I said just now as a joke. After saying that, Duan Huanru handed the supernatural spirit tablet in his hand to Yi Yunqing. Yi Yunqing was stunned, not understanding why Duan Huanru was suddenly so wary of her. She thought that perhaps she had said something inappropriate that made the other person feel uncomfortable, so she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Duan Huan, Mr. Duan, I'm sorry for the offense. Yi Yunqing suddenly stopped talking halfway, a trace of imperceptible panic flashed in her eyes, and she reached out and fiddled with her hair involuntarily. I've seen some of the top talents from our city's senior high schools, but your students look a bit unfamiliar to me, so I just asked casually. Sorry. At this time, Duan Huanru's brows were already furrowed, his eyes became more complicated, and he asked in a questioning tone, what did you call me just now? Hearing this, Yi Yunqing's slender fingers unconsciously tangled together, her eyes rolled, and she stammered. Call you Mr. Duan? What's wrong? Did you just call me Duan? You heard wrong. I'm talking about Mr. Duan. Before Duan Huanru could continue asking, Yi Yunqing interrupted with a smile. Duan Huanru frowned and turned to look at Pei Sun. Seeing his serious expression, he became more certain that he had not heard wrongly. Before Duan Huanru could ask any questions, Yi Yunqing quickly took the spiritual tablet from his hand. Thank you again, Mr. Duan, and this classmate. You guys go collect your mission rewards. We're leaving first. Xiaomei, let's go. With that, Yi Yunqing took her daughter away. Yi Xiaomei listened to their conversation with her bright eyes wide open, her ears perked up, and occasionally stole a glance at Pei Sun, but Pei Sun never looked her in the eye, which puzzled her. Now that her mother was leaving suddenly, she had no choice but to follow. Before leaving, she noticed
noticed that Pei Sun finally looked at her, so she made a naughty face at him. Pei Sun suddenly felt puzzled, thinking that this guy was about the same age as him. Why was he so childish? After Yi Yunqing and Yi Xiaomei left, the lady at the front desk immediately settled the task reward for Duan Huanru. A skill book with a purple cover, 850,000 blue star coins transferred to the card, and 50 adventure points added to Duan Huanru's adventurer badge. A B-level skill book, 850,000 blue star coins, and 50 adventure points.
Please keep them,
the receptionist said gently.
Duan Huanru nodded, then left quickly with Pei Sun. Did you hear what Yi Yunqing called me just now? Duan Huanru asked impatiently after leaving. Of course I heard it. She said the words Duan Huan, so she must know your name. Pei Sun answered firmly. Duan Huanru suddenly fell into deep thought. Just as he had guessed, she knew him. Whether accepting or submitting a task, the information of the acceptor and the publisher is strictly confidential. It stands to reason that she couldn't know his name, so how did she know it? As if seeing through Duan Huanru's doubts, Pei Sun said, I'm the vice president here. I can get your name with just a phone call. Duan Huanru shook her head and said, the Adventurers Guild is very strict about user confidentiality. Not to mention her, even the president might not know. What's more, I've never met her and don't know her at all. Why would they look up my name? Is it because I accepted this quest? Or because I helped her daughter capture the shelter she's been cherishing? Hearing Duan Huanru's words, Pei Sun was overwhelmed, but after hearing the last sentence, he immediately perked up and retorted, didn't I build that shelter? Don't take the credit from me. Hey, almost. Pei Sun looked at the skill book in Duan Huanru's hand and felt deeply moved. Judging from the purple cover, it should be a mage skill with lightning attributes, but it's a pity that I can't use it. But there are still 850,000 blue star coins and 50 adventure points. He thought to himself that Duan Huanru has no intention of giving him any of them this time. Noticing Pei Sun's gaze, Duan Huanru immediately clutched the skill book in his hand. What? This is my stuff. Pei Sun was speechless. He thought Duan Huanru was joking, but he didn't expect him to be so stingy. Besides, why would a summoner like me need this mage skill book? Is it really necessary? Who cares? I'm not a mage. And what are you doing with this lightning skill book? Then tell me what you're thinking about. You want money? No. And why can't I use this lightning element? Didn't I tell you that my ability is to switch between various elements? Can all elements be switched? Isn't it? What do you think? Do you really think I have that kind of extraordinary talent? Duan Huanru responded unhappily. Pei Sun originally thought that Duan Huanru's talent could only be converted between a few elements, but he didn't expect it to be all elements. This is indeed a bit exaggerated. That skill book, well, just give it to him. But he wouldn't even give me any blue star coins or adventure points. How could there be such a stingy teacher? Pei Sun secretly complained in his heart, and seemed to understand where this amazing emerald level adventure badge in his hand came from. I have successfully registered your personal information this time. When you accept a task next time, all the rewards will be yours. Duan Huanru said with a happy look on his face. Oh, thank you. Pei Sun was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He said this as if he was getting an advantage by accepting the task and getting the reward. Hey, okay, then follow me to the fighting ladder. Your talent is a bit dazzling. I have to suppress you. Despite this, Duan Huanru knew that no one of the masters there could defeat Pei Sun at the same level. Take Pei Sun's fight against the Peshuang mercenary group this afternoon. For example, even those masters of similar levels had to spend a considerable amount of time on him, not to mention that those of the same level could not defeat him at all. Not to mention the same level, this kid is already an elite professional. I guess even an epic professional can't do anything to him. But in order to prevent him from becoming complacent, Duan Huanru decided to do something and make him suffer today. On the second floor of the Fengyu City Adventurers Association, in a room decorated in pink, Yi Yunqing leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed, her delicate hands gently rubbing her temples, while her daughter Yi Xiaomei sat beside her, playing with her phone. Mom, didn't you say you would let me get to know her? Why did you leave so suddenly? Yi Xiaomei said with a dissatisfied look on her face. Yi Yunqing couldn't help but let out a long breath. In fact, when she learned that the mission she had posted had been accepted, she immediately saw the face of the person who accepted it through the second floor window. In other words, she had already seen Pei Sun in Duan Huanru. When she saw Duan Huanru, she couldn't help but be shocked, because she actually knew him and knew all the information about Duan Huanru. She knew that Duan Huanru was from Biyue province and had worked in the Biyue provincial government. She was surprised that he now appeared in the Adventurers Association in Fengyu City to accept a mission. After using her privilege to inquire carefully, she learned that Duan Huanru hadn't accepted the task himself but had done so on behalf of his student, which surprised her even more. She wondered what kind of student could be personally taught by a master with SSS level talent. With doubts and curiosity, she decided to meet Duan Huanru. Although she had been talking to him, she had long wanted to bring the topic to Pei Sun. At the same time, she also brought her daughter with her, hoping that Yi Xiaomei would get
get to know Pei Sun. After all, she knew that her daughter had high standards and would not look down on ordinary men. As she expected, the young man next to Duan Huanru was a genius, but she didn't expect that the genius was so outstanding. She had been to various high schools in Fengyu City many times and had some knowledge of the geniuses in each school, but Pei Sun's face seemed very unfamiliar to her, so she tentatively asked for his name, but she didn't expect Duan Huanru to react so strongly. This made her panic, and she almost called out Duan Huanru's full name. Although she didn't say it out loud, judging by his reaction, he probably knew that she knew his true identity. See you next time. Yi Yunqing didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, she could only respond like this. Yi Xiaomei pouted immediately and muttered, "When will I meet him again? I think he's quite handsome. What if I don't meet him again in the future? Believe in Mom, we will definitely meet again." At this moment, Yi Yunqing's mind was full of Duan Huanru's story. He was clearly living a good life in Buyue province, so why had he suddenly come to Tianjing province? And he happened to be in her Fengyu city. She thought that the guy was probably very curious about her now, and the next time they met, he would probably ask her a lot of questions. She turned her head to look at Yi Xiaomei, who looked unhappy, and suddenly felt helpless. "Well, we should meet again soon. Aren't you going to play with your best friend? Why aren't you going again?" Yi Yunqing turned and asked Yi Xiaomei. "Who said I'm not going? I'm leaving now." "Well, remember to call Uncle Luo. Don't play too late at her house. Come back early." I know. After saying that, Yi Xiaomei put away her phone and quickly left the room. Fengyu City Fighting Ladder Arena. Pei Sun and Duan Huanru stood in front of a magnificent building, which was no less impressive than the towering building of the Adventurers Association. "Ahem, please go buy me a bottle of water. I'm a little thirsty. I'll wait for you inside." Duan Huanru coughed twice and gave orders to Pei Sun with a satisfied look on his face. Pei Sun immediately revealed a look of disdain. He thought to himself, why am I becoming less and less willing to respect this guy? However, despite thinking this in his heart, Pei Sun still obediently walked towards the supermarket next door. Before Duan Huanru stepped into the door, she looked back cautiously at Pei Sun, confirmed that he had entered the supermarket, and then quickened her pace to the front desk. The front desk staff saw his anxious look and immediately looked puzzled. Hello. Duan Huanru kept looking back, fearing that Pei Sun would suddenly appear behind her. There were 4 or 5 receptionists at the front desk. Seeing Duan Huanru's hurried appearance, they all cast strange looks at him. Duan Huanru came to the front desk staff who was talking to him, and said something in a low and intense voice, and kept gesturing. The other's eyes widened, confused by his strange behavior. After explaining, the front desk staff couldn't help showing an indescribable expression. "You mean, there's a genius student coming to train soon, and the requirements are going to be more difficult. He has to be 1 or 2 levels higher than him, and he has to be SS level or even SSS level talented? Otherwise, the pressure won't be met?" Duan Huanru widened her eyes and secretly looked back. Fortunately, Pei Sun didn't come over. "Brother, don't read it out loud. Just know it." "Sorry, I thought I heard it wrong, so I came to confirm it," the front desk staff explained. After hearing this conversation, many people around turned to look at them strangely. There is curiosity, ridicule, doubt, and disdain. What's this guy talking about? One of his talented students is coming to train? Cross-level training? Isn't that courting death? Cross-level combat is inherently difficult, and he's still trying to cross levels? Could it be that he and his students have a deep-seated feud? That seems to be the case. They want SS and SSS level. They're probably worried that they won't be able to survive in school. What a frog in a well. Who among those who come here to train isn't a genius? Who would waste money on such a high-end place without talent? He still thinks he's a genius. He'll be quiet when he gets beaten up. That's right. We have plenty of SS level and SSS level geniuses here. Won't he be able to meet them once his student ranking rises? Just don't get beaten to a pulp then. I think this guy is just trying to gain recognition. His students definitely don't even know he's bragging like that. Don't worry, I'll know if he's a true genius once his students arrive. I have a friend who works in the government, and I've seen almost all the geniuses in the schools in our city. Faced with the ridicule and sarcasm from all around, Duan Huanru was too lazy to explain. As an SSS level warrior, he has experienced a lot of ridicule, but as long as he is strong enough, he will be able to slap these people in the face sooner or later. And now Pei Sun is countless times stronger than he was back then. After about 2 minutes, Duan Huanru was already a little anxious. Why hasn't this kid come in yet? Buying a bottle of water is so troublesome. Just as he was thinking, the door suddenly opened and Pei Sun's figure came into view. But he seemed a little unhappy. It wasn't like this on the road just now. Could it be that the mission reward made him unhappy? Pei Sun was holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand with a sullen look on his face. If you didn't know the truth, you would have thought he had just been bullied. I asked him to buy water for himself, but he only bought 1 bottle. He was even reluctant to buy an extra bottle for himself. Is he so frugal? What's wrong with you? Pei Sun walked to Duan Huanru, and Duan Huanru asked curiously, "What's wrong with you, Teacher Duan? This water should be sold for 1 yuan here, right?"
fight? Yes, yes? What's wrong? Duan Huanru was stunned, and an ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart.
I just bought some water at the supermarket and was charged 5 yuan.
How heartless, Pei Sun said angrily. Duan Huanru, the cost of living in the city center is indeed much higher than theirs. This kid. When the people around heard Pei Sun's words, they burst into laughter. 5 yuan a bottle of water is still expensive? Is this from the mountains? Ha ha ha, I think he came from a remote mountain area. He must have never seen the world. What's even funnier is that his teacher said he was a genius. Ha ha ha, a genius who came out of a remote mountain village. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Look at how poor he is, holding on to a broken bottle of water so tightly, he can't even afford to buy one for himself. I've lived long enough to see all sorts of weird things. Ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter around him, Pei Sun was stunned. What are they talking about? Are you laughing at yourself? Before he could react, Duan Huanru quickly pulled him aside and said, you should register first, register quickly. Time is precious. We have other things to do after training. Oh. Pei Sun looked at Duan Huanru and felt something was strange, but he nodded anyway. When he walked to the front desk, Pei Sun found that not only the staff who handled his procedures, but also the other people around him were staring at him with strange eyes. When Pei Sun's eyes met theirs, they immediately looked away, making him even more confused. Just as he frowned and was about to ask, Duan Huanru suddenly coughed loudly twice behind him. What are you doing? Pei Sun was startled by the sudden sound. No, nothing. My throat feels a little uncomfortable. Duan Huanru explained with an awkward smile. Pei Sun stared at Duan Huanru with a strange look for a while before turning around and continuing to talk to the receptionist. After Pei Sun turned around, Duan Huanru immediately glared at several staff members fiercely, and those people stopped staring at Pei Sun. Name, Pei Sun, occupation, summoner, level, 19, gender, male. The registration process is similar to that of the Adventurers Guild. After completing the registration, Pei Sun seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Duan Huanru. You're not going to sign me up again, are you? Duan Huanru smiled and nodded. Nonsense, otherwise the level limit of the fight you can participate in is too low. I will increase the difficulty for you. But don't worry, all the fighting points you win are yours. After hearing this, Pei Sun's expression finally eased a little. Even though they had only been together for a morning, he felt that every move of this guy was full of tricks. Hello, we've matched you with a fighting tournament. It's a 10-player, single round robin format, with each player fighting 9 times. The time is 2:30 p.m., and the location is room A on the 24th floor. Single round robin format? Pei Sun was a little confused and didn't understand the professional terminology. It means you have to fight each person except yourself once. Duan Huanru explained. There are still 19 minutes before the game starts. You two can go up first, the staff reminded. After saying that, Duan Huanru took Pei Sun into the elevator. Teacher Duan, you brought me here so suddenly to participate in this fighting competition. Could you please explain the rules to me first? Pei Sun asked with some confusion. Duan Huanru touched his nose, thought for a moment, and said calmly, just don't kill anyone. Aren't there any prohibited props, equipment, or forbidden techniques? Pei Sun asked with wide eyes. Why, do you want to use it? Duan Huanru raised his eyebrows. No, I'm afraid the other side will use it. Pei Sun was a little worried. Duan Huanru rolled his eyes at him, thinking to himself, those ghost things you summoned are all forbidden techniques, and it would be unfair for others to use forbidden techniques. Besides, with your extraordinary talent, others can't beat you even with forbidden techniques. Why are you ignoring me? Pei Sun asked somewhat dissatisfiedly. It's okay. The fights here are open and fair. Equipment can be used, but forbidden techniques are absolutely not allowed. Don't worry, no one will use forbidden techniques. Duan Huanru explained seriously. Oh, that's good. Pei Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The elevator reached the 24th floor, and with a ding-dong sound, the door slowly opened. When I walked out of the elevator, the first thing that caught my eye was a white wall. I turned around and looked to the sides. Only then did I see 2 huge black walnut doors with big A and B marked on them. Just 2 rooms? Pei Sun asked doubtfully. The building looks so wide from downstairs, and there should be at least a dozen rooms on each floor. Why are there only 2? Above the 20th floor are high-level battle areas, and each floor has only 2 huge rooms. If you want to fight in a small room, you can go to the 3rd floor, where there are 15 rooms, but most of the opponents are below level 10. Duan Huanru explained with a patient smile. Oh, here it is then. Note, your initial combat points are 1,000. Each win adds 10 to 50 points. If the victory is judged to be an absolute crushing victory, the points are doubled. Losses result in point deductions. Every 1,000 points you gain will earn you a rank in combat. For example, I currently have 5,480 points, making me a 5th rank combatant. The title of fighter? What's the use? Pei Sun asked. Of course it's useful. Just like the adventurer's badge, it has many privileges. Otherwise, why would I match you with such a high-intensity opponent just now? Duan Huanru said proudly. Pei Sun didn't think much about it, slowly walked to gate A on the left and pushed
pushed it open. When he saw the scene inside, his eyes widened and he was shocked by the scene before him. A fighting arena of an unimaginable scale stood in the center of the room. On the arena, two professionals were fighting fiercely. Sweat was pouring down their foreheads and cheeks like rain, soaking their clothes, but they were fully focused and immersed in this duel. Above the fighting arena, a huge four-sided screen broadcast the battle between the two and its wonderful close-ups. The bottom of the screen displayed the two people's information, a level 29 assassin and a level 25 warrior, both with SS talent levels. The area was surrounded by spectators, as dense and endless as a surging tide. The audience's roars were like a tsunami, one wave after another, deafening, full of passion and enthusiasm. Pei Sun was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect there would be such a huge battle platform and audience. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the excellent sound insulation effect of this super large room. I was standing outside the door just now and couldn't hear any sound. Now as soon as I pushed the door open, I was immediately overwhelmed by overwhelming shouts. Duan Huanru was no longer surprised by this. The first thing he did after entering was to attract the two people on the fighting stage. Just as I expected, the one on the left will definitely lose within 5 minutes, he said confidently. The one on the left? A level 29 assassin? He's 4 levels higher than the other one. Pei Sun's attention also shifted to the two of them. After hearing Duan Huanru's words, he immediately raised questions. It's useless. His charging methods are completely ineffective against warriors. Warriors are inherently strong against assassins. In a duel of similar levels like this, if the assassin can't defeat the opponent in a short period of time, it's basically a failure. Oh, so that's how it is. Pei Sun nodded thoughtfully. As soon as Duan Huanru finished speaking, the audience nearby immediately burst into several harsh voices of questioning. Dude, are you even watching the game? The assassin on the left has such a huge advantage right now, and you actually say he's about to lose? That's right. If you can't watch the game, don't blindly analyze it. If you don't say anything, people will think you're dumb. Can't you see that the assassin's attacks are getting more and more fierce? And look at the warrior's face. It's obvious that he's almost at the end of his strength, completely at the end of his strength. Lose in 5 minutes? I can't see it lasting more than 3 minutes before that fighter on the right has to get off the stage. There's a full 4-level difference between the two of you. You just wiped out all the hard-earned advantages they've gained with just one attribute: restraint. I can't stand people like you who just talk nonsense when you know a little bit. That's right. Both of their equipment is gold level. Putting aside the stats added by the equipment, the level difference alone is dozens of points. Do you know what this difference of dozens of points means? Hearing the questioning voices that suddenly sounded around him, Duan Huanru narrowed his eyes slightly. Since your opinion is opposite to mine, how about we make a bet? When these words were spoken, the doubters were stunned at first, then they exchanged glances with each other and actually saw a bit of excitement in each other's eyes, as if they had met a fool. You have to pay close attention to the situation on the field. The battle is about to end. Don't shirk your responsibility when the time comes. That's right. You're not kidding us, are you? I think so too. He doesn't look like someone who understands the game at all. He just comes in and starts talking nonsense. You dare to play tricks on us? I'll make you pay when you get out. Duan Huanru's argument with them immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding audience. The people who were originally staring at the fighting stage immediately turned here. After hearing the content of the dispute between the two sides, the scene suddenly became noisy. Stop arguing. Since neither of you is convinced, let's have a bet. Yes, let's make a bet. Everyone is watching here. We will be your witnesses. Hurry up and make the bet. The game is almost over. Exactly. Tell me quickly so I can place my bet. Duan Huanru smiled and nodded. Okay, I don't have much money, so I'll give you 800,000 first. If the assassin wins, the 800,000 will belong to you. How much do you want to give? 800,000? When they heard this number, their eyes widened and golden light flashed in their eyes, as if they had seen a money tree, but they tried their best to suppress their inner excitement. Yes, 800,000. You can decide how to pay it out. The winnings will be divided according to the proportion of your stakes. Okay, you can't regret it. I'll give you 100,000. 100,000 is nothing. I'll give you 200,000. Don't even mention 200,000 yuan. You guys won't even pick up the money on the ground? I'll give you 400,000 yuan. 400,000 is nothing. I'll give you 500,000. Okay, that's settled then. With so many people watching, you guys won't be embarrassed to get angry, right? We won't regret it. Just don't regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Huanru brought Pei Sun to sit next to them. Pei Sun glanced around the arena, and no matter how he looked at it, he felt that the assassin would win. But when he turned around and saw Duan Huanru's calm appearance, he suddenly became unsure who would win. The doubts raised by those people just happened to express Pei Sun's inner thoughts. He also thought so in his heart, but he just didn't say it out loud. From the moment he entered the arena, the warrior had been in a passive defensive state, without even a chance to counterattack. Judging from this trend, it wouldn't be long before the assassin broke through his defense and the battle would be over. But why is Duan Huanru
Hwanru so sure that the assassin will fail? In the next few minutes, the assassin's torrential attacks repeatedly hit the soldier's defenses, but he was unable to break through.
He then changed his strategy, attacking from different angles in an attempt to find another way to defeat the warrior.
However, this actually leaves a loophole for himself.
The warrior took advantage of the moment when the assassin changed his attack angle and hit the assassin's back with a long stick. The assassin immediately revealed a look of pain, and his attack slowed down noticeably, becoming visibly sluggish.
What's going on? What is he doing? I don't know.
The attack just now was so sharp, and it seemed that it was about to break through that guy's defense.
Why did he suddenly change his attack strategy? Is he mentally ill? An assassin with such a small frame, could he withstand a blow from that guy? What are you afraid of? He's 4 levels higher than that warrior. What's the big deal if he gets hit? Can't you see he still has the upper hand? That's right. Look at that soldier. He can't even stand steadily. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. He's just a spent force.
Listening to these people's self-comfort, Duan Huanru remained silent, but a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard. Although the warrior's steps were already staggering, he took the opportunity to swing the club again, hitting the assassin hard on the back. The assassin was knocked to the ground, his face twisted in pain. He tried to stand up several times, but his body was too weak to do so. Seeing this scene, the faces of those who had been watching the assassin suddenly changed. They stood up and cursed.
What's going on? Are you kidding me? He was dominating the opponent 1 second ago. How come he fell to the ground in the blink of an eye? I'm so pissed. I was told not to change tactics so randomly. He was originally in the advantage. If he had held on a little longer, he could have wiped out the opponent, but he ended up losing his composure first. How disgusting. How could there be such a disgusting battle? Damn it. Are you sure this isn't a rigged match? Losing like this is truly bizarre.
After saying the last sentence, the person who had just placed the bet immediately turned his eyes to Duan Huanru with sudden realization.
Good boy.
No wonder that assassin lost.
You must have colluded with him in advance and came to trick us. I see. You're playing tricks like this just for a little money. Go away and don't let me see you again, or I'll give you a good beating. How disgusting. His acting is worse than acting. Do you think we're fools? Don't even think about taking this money. And you'd better be careful and don't let me run into you outside. He. That brat next to you is also one of your hired actors, right? Is he your partner in the next match fixing? Then you'll find someone else to gamble with? You black sheep of Fingyu City, you're always thinking of these money swindling tricks.
Listening to these accusations, Duan Huanru narrowed his eyes slightly and responded coldly.
You mean, I organized a match fixing? Nonsense. Who else could it be but you for such an obviously rigged match? That's right. You're just trying to cheat us out of our money this way. That assassin just now could have defeated his opponent with just a slight mistake. What a terrible acting skill. No wonder she took the initiative to make a bet with us. The city is full of tricks. I want to go back to the countryside.
Pei Sun, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw the sudden change of attack and defense. He thought that Duan Huanru had actually guessed the result. The assassin had the upper hand just 1 second ago, but was knocked to the ground the next. The warrior looked like he was about to fall. If he had held on a little longer, he would definitely win. How did Duan Huanru guess that? Listening to others' doubts and slanders about Duan Huanru, Pei Sun thought he would be angry, but unexpectedly Duan Huanru was not angry at all. Instead, he calmly explained, "It's true that I proposed the bet, but that's because you questioned me first, so I expressed my opinion." So what? You must have said those things on purpose to get our attention. Otherwise, who would bet with you? This is all your tricks anyway. You must have organized the match fixing. I'm not giving you the money. Duan Huanru smiled faintly, his tone steady as usual. So you mean you don't plan to pay? That's right. You organized a fake match, so why should we give you money? To put it bluntly, if you let your actors act a little more realistically, we'd be willing to pay you. You're completely treating us like fools with this whole show. That's right. They don't even treat us as human beings. I will never give this money. Whoever wants to give it can give it. If I hadn't been smarter, I would have been fooled by you. Next time you use this trick, remember to have the actors act more realistically. Your behavior is already disrupting the order of our viewing platform. Otherwise, you'd better leave immediately, or I'll call security to kick you out. Duan Huanru spread his hands and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I never expected you to actually give me any money from the beginning. After all, you are just bystanders and don't have any money. It's normal that you can't afford it. As long as you agree with my judgment in front of everyone, that's enough." When the witnesses heard this, they all spoke up. This guy is really quite capable. Was he really the one who rigged the match? I don't know. Although I think this match is indeed quite rigged, but without any evidence, I can't just accuse someone of match fixing. The warrior does have an advantage against the assassin, even though that assassin is higher level. Well, I can't really explain it. No matter what, this guy still won the bet. No way, they don't want to pay? You can't afford to play like this. Everyone bids higher than the other before the fight, and then you just refuse to pay
pay when you lose? After all, they are all familiar faces who come here often, but they even broke off a small bet. Who would dare to play with them in the future? I think they didn't have any money to begin with. They were just making trouble. I think so too. They're like fence sitters. If they win, they're awesome. If they lose, it's a rigged match. If you're poor, work harder. If you can't afford to gamble, don't play around. Perhaps because they had not placed any bets just now, these witnesses spoke quite rationally. Seeing those who refused to pay their debts, they could not stand it anymore and started to support Duan Huanru. After hearing this, those people's faces suddenly turned red, they gasped with anger, and their expressions became excited. Who the hell are you calling poor? It's only a few $100,000. I can afford to gamble. If he hadn't fixed the match, I would have given him the money long ago. Everyone can see that this match is fixed, but you can't? Could it be that he bribed you to speak for him? How much money would it take to be a dog? Tell me what you want. Come on, try being a dog for me. Really? Why are you pretending again? When the witness heard this, his eyes widened, his face became even angrier, and he began to curse back. Why, did I hit a sore spot for you? Calling you poor bastards is unfair to you? When you were betting, you were all shouting louder than the other, and when you lost, you spread rumors that the match was fixed. Do you have any evidence? Are you still men? You dare not admit this? Forget it, forget it. Don't bother with these fence sitters. Just avoid the risks. Today has really broadened my horizons. I've always heard that the audiences at fighting arenas elsewhere are of poor quality and have a bad atmosphere. I never thought we'd have people like that in Fengyu City. You're the black sheep of Fengyu City. You're so shameless. Faced with such sharp accusations and insults, those who placed the bets were suddenly speechless, their faces flushed as if they wanted to find a hole to crawl into the ground in the next second. They knew they were in the wrong, but the loss was outrageous. They could accept normal losses, but not this kind of inexplicable loss. Otherwise, they wouldn't have blindly bet so much. If I hand over such a large sum of money to this kid now, won't I become the biggest laughingstock here? After all, they are old faces here. Who wouldn't want to save some face? They had originally wanted to expose this man's conspiracy in public, but they didn't expect that everyone would stand on this guy's side, leaving them in a dilemma for a while. As the quarrel grew louder, more and more people gathered around, and all the strange looks were cast at the people who placed the bets. Seeing that the situation was not good, several people could only transfer money to Duan Huanru very reluctantly. Brat, I'll remember you today. You'd better not let me run into you outside. After the first transfer was made, the others followed suit with grim expressions. Under Pei Sun's astonished gaze, within just 1 minute, over 2 million yuan arrived in Duan Huanru's account. How on earth did this guy figure that out? After receiving the money, Duan Huanru looked at Pei Sun with a smile, as if he was deliberately showing off. At the same time, he immediately noticed the confusion in Pei Sun's eyes and smiled triumphantly. Who am I? I've been to this place hundreds of times. When these people fight, I can tell who will win and who will lose at a glance. Before Pei Sun could speak, those who had just transferred their money became restless again. Stop bragging. Either you manipulated the match, or you just got lucky. Do you really think you're so great just because you won a bet? That's right. Just now you were claiming to be so righteous and saying we were just a bunch of stinking spectators. Aren't you just a stinking spectator too? The 800,000 in your pocket was probably obtained through such despicable means, right? After hearing these words, Duan Huanru, who was about to take Pei Sun to watch the game somewhere else quietly, suddenly became interested again. Sorry, I'm not here to be a spectator today. He smiled and simply took Pei Sun to sit next to those people. I knew you were here to scam me out of money. What are you doing sitting here? You've ripped us off with all our money. How about someone else do the job? Duan Huanru smiled and replied, I brought a student to participate in the competition today, and it will be his turn to compete in a while. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of those people suddenly widened and their expressions changed. You know, the teaching profession in this world is completely different from Pei Sun's previous life. Being a teacher here is not something that can be achieved through hard work, but requires extremely high talent and strength. Once you become a teacher, it's almost a lifelong job, unless you ask for trouble, like Song Yingsen. You are a teacher? Really? This is a serious matter. You're not lying to us, are you? The tone of several people suddenly became flustered. To be able to be a teacher, the ability must be amazing. They felt panicked and fortunately they had just given him money. But some people disagreed and retorted harshly. You believed him just because he said he was a teacher? What school is he from? Can you show us your teaching ID? That's right. You're so gullible. You believe everything he says. You brought students to the competition. The guy next to you? He's as thin as a bamboo pole. I can probably knock him out the window with one punch. I think this is the guy he brought in. He'll probably stage a fake match and then gamble with others to make some extra money. Duan Huanru smiled bitterly in his heart. These people are really good at acting. Don't worry, I'm not going to leave and I won't bet with anyone else. Of course, if you disagree with my prediction or are dissatisfied, you can bet with me at any time, any game. Stop talking nonsense. How dare you say that? I guess today's game was all staged by you. I don't believe you. That game just now now was a fake match. Duan Huanru didn't bother to pay attention to these guys. He sat down quietly and watched others fight with Pei Sun. Every time a game changes, Duan Huanru can accurately predict the outcome in less than 2 or 3 minutes. The mage won this match, don't watch. In this match, the cavaliers are likely to win. Well, kid, watch and learn. Ha, there's a support? Why is the support here? This time, the warrior is most likely to lose. His attack stats are so high, and he's a punishment warrior. I'm optimistic about the shooter this time. What do you think? Duan Huanru's voice buzzed in Pei Sun's ears like a fly, making him a little impatient. Thinking back to when he first met Hu Si in the desert forest, he had thought he was aloof, but it turned out he had been wrong. Pei Sun always wanted to wait for him to guess wrong so that he could taunt him and make him stop, but this guy was never wrong and guessed right every time. Gradually, people nearby began to look at me with envy. Brother, how did you guess that? Can you teach me? Duan Huanru smiled slightly and waved his finger. I won't accept any disciples. You know, this ability to guess the outcome is quite popular here. After all, if it's a popular match, the number of spectators will be several times higher than it is now, and the official will also hold betting events. Of course, the real battlefield is still the illegal betting organized privately in the audience. The money invested is real money, and the odds are extremely shocking. If one had the ability to predict the outcome with 100% accuracy like Duan Huanru, one could say that he would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. A few minutes later, as the last set of battles ended, the 4 large screens above the center went out. At the same time, the host's voice sounded from all directions. All 45 fights have concluded. The next major match will begin in 5 minutes. Please assemble in the preparation room for the next match. Do you know where the preparation seat is? Go quickly, I will be here to cheer you on, Duan Huanru said to Pei Sun with a smile. Pei Sun stood up quickly. It's finally over. I finally don't have to listen to this guy's annoying nagging anymore. However, just as Pei Sun stood up, the harsh and disdainful voice next to him rang out again. Is this kid really planning on competing? That's making me laugh. Don't let someone punch you into a pulp. Probably not. That's how the script is. He'll hold on for a while, and when the audience thinks he's done, he'll suddenly give everyone a complete upset. I'd like to see what kind of students this kind of person can teach. Pei Sun didn't bother to pay attention, but instead hoped that Duan Huanru would gamble with them again. The other side of the spectator seats. At first glance, the audience all looked quite young, more energetic than those middle-aged people just now. Why does it feel like there are quite a lot of people here this afternoon? It's lively because of the variety of talents. I heard that many noble men and women will be here today to practice and compete. Today's competition is sure to be exciting. Isn't today the day when Fengyu City High School's graduation exams are over? There must be many talented people from various schools coming here to hone their skills. Now that you mention it, it's true. No wonder there are so many people here today. Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't have come. Today will be a feast for the eyes. In a corner not far away, a pretty and lively girl with 2 ponytails sat quietly. The seats on her left and right were empty, and she was the only one in the corner. Why have I been so unlucky these past few days? Yesterday, Sister Xinxiong came to see me, and I was training here. Today, I came to see her, and she was training again. Why doesn't anything go my way? Yi Xiaomei put her hands in her pockets, sat motionless in her seat, and complained angrily with a pout. Luckily, Sister Xianxiong matched her time slot early today, otherwise we would have to wait until evening to go out and play. It's about to start. I want to see which Sister Xinxiong is the first to appear and see if her strength has improved. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaomei's face finally brightened up a little. She took out her mobile phone, opened the chat box at the top of the software, and sent several messages in a row. Pei Sun came to the preparation room and found that the other 9 people were already there. He was the last one to come in. As soon as I entered the room, before I had time to see the faces of other people clearly, my attention was attracted by a chart posted on the big screen in the room. The form contained the names, occupations, levels, talents, and other information of the 10 people. Below is the time and order of their 2-on-1 matches. When Pei Sun saw a name, he was stunned. She actually came here too? What a coincidence. I was matched with the same big field as myself. His eyes subconsciously swept over the 9 people and finally stopped on Gu Xinxiong. At this moment, Gu Xinxiong was also looking at Pei Sun with surprise. Although she saw Pei Sun's name when he came in, she thought it was a duplicate, but she didn't expect it to be the same Pei Sun who took the exam with her. After confirming that it was him, Gu Xinxiong's eyes flashed with an imperceptible burning fighting spirit. During yesterday's assessment, she was almost suppressed by Pei Sun, a student from number 6 middle school, for a full 24 hours. As the top talent in number 1 middle school, she naturally refused to accept it. When the morning assessment was almost over, she didn't take it too seriously, thinking that Pei Sun's results were manipulated data. However, after testing, she found that they were not violations, but real and reasonable results. This immediately made her feel unbelievable. Before the exam even began, she had already clearly listed all the names that could threaten her first place, although a few names that should have appeared didn't appear. When she saw that there was
was only one student from number 6 middle school above her, she was sure that she would be in first place. By the time she and Pei Sun were taking the test in the office, she had already secretly opened the champagne in her heart. When she learned that Pei Sun's score was reasonable, she was naturally very dissatisfied and wanted to understand how this 6th grade student could win the first place in the city-level assessment. If he really had such ability and talent, why did he get into number 6 middle school instead of number 1 middle school? More importantly, before the assessment, she had read about all the geniuses in various schools, but she had never heard of Pei Sun. How could she remain calm when such a genius among geniuses suddenly appeared at the beginning of the assessment? I've been holding my anger for a long time and didn't expect to meet Pei Sun here today. I thought I would have to go to the secret training camp in Tianjin province to see this guy's methods, but I didn't expect to meet him today. Pei Sun was also very surprised and stared straight at Gu Xinxiang. Although there was a blazing fighting spirit in her eyes, he caught it with his exceptionally sharp mental power. However, he could understand that anyone would be dissatisfied if such an important citywide assessment, which had been prepared for a long time, was suppressed to the end by an unknown person whom he had never met. Therefore, he was not surprised by that hint of fighting spirit. Similarly, he was also very curious about what kind of strength Gu Xinxiang had that could allow her to leave everyone else far behind except him. Hey, brat, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a girl before? Suddenly, a hostile voice came from the side. Pei Sun looked over and saw a boy with luxurious clothes and an arrogant expression talking. I haven't seen it, what's wrong? Pei Sun didn't want to pay attention to him, but there were still a few minutes before the fight started, and he was only going to play in the 5th round of the first round, so he just started talking. Judging from this guy's appearance, he is obviously a child of a wealthy and powerful family. The luxurious man was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "This girl is my girlfriend. Stop looking at me or I'll teach you a lesson." Hearing this, Pei Sun was stunned, his eyes slowly widened, and he looked at Gu Xinxiang in disbelief. This guy actually has a girlfriend? However, when Gu Xinxiang heard what the other party said, she did not react at all. She just sat back in her seat and played with her mobile phone, as if she was chatting with someone. Pei Sun cast a questioning look at the extravagant man again, as if questioning, "Are you sure he's your partner? Why doesn't he even pay attention to you?" Cough, cough, cough. The extravagant man coughed awkwardly twice and said, "My girlfriend is just introverted and doesn't talk much, but you'd better not have any bad thoughts. If you dare to have any thoughts about my girlfriend again, I will definitely." Before he could finish his words, Gu Xinxiang suddenly walked towards Pei Sun. Pei Sun was stunned. It was obvious that she was looking for him. What did she want to do? When the extravagant man saw Gu Xinxiang walking towards Pei Sun, he swallowed his words before he finished speaking, his eyes widening. "This girl was greeted warmly by me outside the preparation room, but until now she has hardly ever looked at me directly except for the first glance. What was she planning to do now? Why was she suddenly walking towards a strange boy? Is this guy really handsome? Although he looks about 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned body and a handsome face, he is still a little inferior to me. Could it be that this girl really likes him?" Gu Xinxiang walked to Pei Sun with an expressionless face, and her voice was so soft that only Pei Sun could hear it. "I hope you can give it your all." After saying this, she turned and walked towards the door, preparing to leave the preparation area and head to the fighting stage. She was a contestant in the first round. Pei Sun was stunned. She expected him to go all out? She was overthinking it. He casually summoned dozens of shadowy sand snakes to crawl in front of her and whip her. How would she respond? Just as Gu Xinxiang was about to leave the room, Pei Sun suddenly shouted. Gu Xinxiang was stunned for a moment, turned her head and frowned, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is this guy your boyfriend?" Pei Sun stared at Gu Xinxiang, pointing at the extravagant man, his face full of seriousness. After hearing this, Gu Xinxiang didn't even bother to look at the extravagant man. She just glared at Pei Sun fiercely and turned to leave the room. Then, the other opponent also quickly left the room. At this time, the luxurious man had not yet recovered from the situation where Gu Xinxiang took the initiative to talk to Pei Sun, and his mind was full of disbelief. "You know each other, little brat?" the extravagant man asked excitedly. "Isn't she your girlfriend? When she comes back from the battle, you can ask her and you'll know, right?" Pei Sun said as he found a seat and sat down. When the extravagant man heard this, his expression changed immediately. He chuckled and walked over to Pei Sun. His attitude completely changed 180 degrees, and he asked with a grin, "Brother, actually, she's not my girlfriend. I just like her so much because she's beautiful, and I want to date her. But she's like a rock. I've been asking her for so long, but she hasn't said a word. Tell me, how did you do it? Why did she even take the initiative to talk to you? Do you know each other? You're not her girlfriend, are you?" After hearing this, Pei Sun couldn't help but laugh in his heart, but he didn't smile on his face. He said lightly, "I don't know her, so feel free to chase her." "Ah, is this true?" When the extravagant man heard this, he was overjoyed and almost jumped up and danced with excitement. Halfway through cheering, he suddenly froze, feeling something was wrong. He frowned and asked, "That's not right. You don't know each other, so why would she take the initiative to talk to you?" Pei Sun shook his head. "I don't
don't know about that.
He really couldn't understand why Gu Xinxiang came over and said that to him. The only thing he could think of was that she was very dissatisfied with him and wanted to defeat him in battle, so she said that.
Otherwise, he couldn't make sense. Brother, I beg you, tell me, I will treat you to a luxurious meal.
The luxurious man's face was full of begging. Pei Sin stared at him blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment.
Maybe I'm just too handsome. Why don't you go down and calm down first?
The luxurious man was stunned on the spot.
You better be kidding.
But looking at Pei Sun's serious expression, it was clear he wasn't joking. Since he dared to say that, his emotional intelligence must be high. No wonder a goddess like Gu Xinxiang could initiate the conversation. Besides, I don't look much worse than him. Carefully styled short hair, a stylish jacket, straight leg trousers, and bright Chelsea boots.
The more I look at him, the more confident I become. How am I any worse than this kid?
Pei Sun was too lazy to pay attention to the extravagant man and turned his attention to the contestant information table on the screen, which was the information of the 10 of them. He looked at the other 9 people. At first glance, except for 3 people including himself who had hidden their talents, 5 of the other 7 people had SS level talents and 2 had SSS level talents.
Gu Xinxiang is one of them. These people are all over level 20. Did I come to the wrong place?
As he watched, Pei Sun felt more and more strange. Even Gu Xinxiang didn't know when she completed the advancement task and had reached level 22.
Only I am still below level 20.
After checking the photos on the information sheet, Pei Sun discovered that the boy in extravagant clothes was called by Yaofeng, a year older than him, level 27, and a shooter with SS level talent.
Look at this guy again. He's so sloppy and neurotic. He doesn't look like an SS level genius at all.
After getting a general understanding of this group of people, Pei Sun walked to the window of the room and stared at the fighting stage below. He wanted to observe Gu Xinxiang's abilities first so that he could find a way to deal with it later.
Brother Pei, do you also think this girl is very beautiful?
Seeing Pei Sun walk to the window and stare intently at the ground below, Bai Yaofeng hurried over and asked with a smile. Pei Sun shook his head. I'm observing her natural abilities so I can counterattack her when it's my turn to fight her later.
Oh, so that's how it is.
Bai Yaofeng restrained his facial expression, cast his eyes on Pei Sun's message on the screen, and was stunned the next second.
You're only level 19? Well, what's wrong? At level 19, shouldn't you be fighting on the 21st or 22nd floor? Why did you come to our 24th floor?
The 23rd and 24th floors are all masters of epic level and above, with more
than 3,000 fighting points, and they are basically 3rd level fighters. You are level 19. How could you be matched here?
Bai Yaofeng said with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing his serious look, Pei Sun was also stunned. He had no idea about the rules here, and was completely confused after hearing what Bai Yaofeng said.
Before Pei Sun could speak, Bai Yaofeng frowned and asked, You didn't come here alone, did you? Pei Sun nodded. I knew it.
Someone must have used their privileges to match you up, otherwise you wouldn't be able to get in here at your level, especially on the 24th floor.
Why do you emphasize this? Is there any difference between the 23rd and 24th floors? Of course, the 23rd floor is for those with D2 talent, and the 24th floor is for masters with S to SSS talent.
It seems your talent isn't bad, but with such a huge level gap, how can you possibly win?
Having said that, Pei Sun finally understood.
No wonder Duan Huanru looked so nervous when he first entered the building, and others stared at him with strange eyes. It turned out that this guy had directly helped him cross a large level match, and it was a place where monsters with top talents gathered.
Teacher Duan, this is too exaggerated.
Among the 10 of us, besides Gu Xinxiang, you're the lowest level. Although she's only 3 levels higher than you, she's already a true
epic level professional, with an additional innate skill and attribute values more than double yours. How could you possibly win?
Hearing this, Pei Sun began to realize the seriousness of the matter.
Boom! In other words, the attribute values of the other 9 people on the field are twice as much as his? What's your overall ability value? Pei Sun asked. I'm already level 27, and you still want to compare me with you?
The points added for each level up between the 2nd and 3rd levels are
different. My comprehensive ability value is now over 300. Even if you only have one hand, I am no match for you.
Bai Yaofeng said confidently.
Pei Sun fell into deep thought. Compared to others, his attributes were completely weighted towards strength.
From level 1 to level 19, all the extra points were placed on strength.
As for his other attributes, no one could even touch him. Even if those 4 attributes were higher, what would it matter?
Although his comprehensive ability value is only over 100, his strength attribute has exceeded 200 points, so he is still able to fight against the other 9 people.
What are you thinking? I saw your fighting points. Is this your first time here? I advise you to withdraw. Even if you have an SSS level talent, you can't possibly beat anyone here. Don't let your debut turn into a retirement. That would be so embarrassing.
Bai Yaofeng sat with his hands clasped together, supporting his chin, and spoke in a serious tone.
It's okay.
I'll first get used to the intensity of the battles here, just as a preparation for next time. Pei Sun's gaze returned to the battle stage. On the massive, nearly 1,000 square meter arena, Gu Xinxiong and another contestant were ready. The other contestant was a level 24 SS class gifted warrior. While not as gifted as Gu Xinxiong, he looked at her with a hint of disdain. At the same time, the audience cheered when they saw the two people appear. That girl is so beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, she's also an SSS level talent. If she were my girlfriend, I'd be willing to give her a set of purple jade level equipment. Dude, stop focusing on eating and drinking. This Gu Xinxiong, the name sounds so familiar. Nonsense. She's Fingyu #1 high school's top talent. Our teachers always mention her, and every time we do, we get scolded. Oh, I remember now. I heard that she didn't even get first place in the graduation exam organized by Fingyu City? Yeah. It seems someone used illegal means to cheat and directly got an unprecedented 100,000 points, while Gu Xinxiong only had 60,000 points, only half of his. Brother, stop talking nonsense. Later we found out that there was no illegal operation. I got the first place entirely by my own strength. So what's his name? Let me see if I've heard of him. I remember that the highest score for the last class of students in our city was over 50,000 points. How could he have doubled it? What on earth has happened in the past few years? Is Fingyu City about to undergo a regime change? I don't know his name, but I heard he's from Fengyu #6 middle school. 6th middle school? Brother, you're kidding. Not only did the student from 6th middle school take first place in this graduation exam, but his points were double that of the top talent from 1st middle school. Who's kidding you? That's what I heard. If you don't believe me, forget it. Haha, brother, it's not that I don't believe it, but just ask who would believe it? It's simply a fairy tale. That's right. He's a 6th grade middle school student, and it's good enough for him to make the list, but he even took first place? How is that possible? Hey, you know what? This time the students from #6 middle school not only took first place, but 3 of the top 10 were from their school. Ha 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 ha. Bro, are you trying to make me die of laughter? If what you said is true, I'll eat the chair under my butt. How could their school possibly have 3 students on the list? If this is true, then the principal must have tampered with it. Those are just a bunch of rubbish schools. Even if they tamper with something, what can they become? I don't believe it. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. The battle is about to begin. Let's talk about it after we finish watching. When the time came, Gu Xinxiong's body instantly surged with amazing supernatural powers, and a faint golden light flashed in her eyes. The level 24 warrior sneered at the scene, not giving Gu Xinxiong any chance to cast spells. He rushed over with a strong wind, with a fierce momentum, as if he wanted to destroy the battle in one fell swoop. Gu Xinxiong's expression was slightly condensed as she stared quietly at the oncoming enemy, the golden light in her eyes becoming more and more dazzling. Just when the soldier rushed to within a few dozen meters of Gu Xinxiong, a golden light suddenly shot out from Gu Xinxiong's eyes and hit the soldier directly. When the warrior saw the golden light, he had no intention of dodging and endured it. However, his expression suddenly changed. His speed dropped visibly from the initial sprint to a slow walk, and he even fell to the ground. After losing basic mobility, Gu Xinxiong continuously shot out several golden rays of light at the soldier. His face immediately showed pain, his body curled up, and he felt pain from time to time, and his whole body almost convulsed. Although the scene looked a bit funny, the audience felt as if they could empathize with his expression. They all gasped and felt sorry for his current situation. After another series of golden lights hit the soldier, Gu Xinxiong lowered his guard, slowly walked to the soldier's side, and said with a cold face, "I've sealed all your meridians. You'll be reduced to ashes with a single thought. Surrender now, and I'll take your powers away. If you delay for a few more minutes, the decomposition products in their bodies will activate, and you'll be paralyzed if not killed." The soldier heard it clearly, but obviously refused to give up. Although his face was twisted with pain, he still fought desperately, trying to grasp a glimmer of hope for victory. Seeing this, Pei Sun was stunned. What kind of incredible ability is this? I thought Duan Huanru's spatial element at noon was powerful enough to overpower the heavens, and that he could send people flying with just one look. I didn't expect that there would be something even more incredible here. He stood still from the moment he stepped onto the fighting stage, and actually defeated his opponent? Is this even more exaggerated than Duan Huanru's SSS level talent? What should I do when I fight this guy later? Although he has a terrifying army of undead, this guy attacks from a distance and even seems to have automatic aiming. How can he dodge? When Bai Yaofeng witnessed this scene, his eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen something terrible. Isn't this woman too scary? He originally thought that his level advantage was enough to suppress his opponent, but now it seems that even though he is many levels higher than her, it seems to be useless. Fortunately, she is broad-minded. Even though he was so annoying just now, she didn't even look at him. Otherwise, if I met her like this outside, wouldn't I be crushed to pieces in minutes? After watching this scene, the audience was immediately shocked and caused an uproar. What on earth is going on? The game is over in the blink of an eye? Is this battle over? Am I seeing things? That Gu Xinxiong is so strong? She stood there motionless and was subdued by him. It's not just the uniform. Looking at the other party's appearance, he has absolutely
absolutely no ability to resist. This is too terrifying. You're a genius indeed. It's so different, it's almost outrageous. Who would dare to fight her? I was just thinking that although that warrior's talent wasn't as good as Gu Xinxiang's, his level was higher than hers. I didn't expect the battle to be over before I could even finish analyzing it. That's too much. She's the clear winner in this match. The warrior on the fighting stage rolled over on the ground in pain, tossing and turning, his body beginning to twitch uncontrollably, making it feel like he might pass out at any moment. After struggling painfully for dozens of seconds, he finally sent out a weak signal of surrender. Gu Xinxiang then raised her hand and gently pinched his position. His body suddenly flashed with golden light and his veins and blood vessels were clearly visible. When the golden light dissipated, his condition seemed to have improved significantly. Seeing that the man seemed to have fainted from the pain, the staff immediately sent 2 doctors, who skillfully carried the stretcher up, applied some ointment, and sent the soldier off the field. No matter which province or city the fighting ladder is in, being carried off the stage is a great humiliation, not to mention that it is a duel between people with a huge level gap and the weak defeating the strong. The last match was also the first contestant to be carried away on a stretcher today. After being applied with medicine and sent to the medical room, the soldier gradually woke up. His eyes were empty, his mind was blank, and his brain was full of the scene of being instantly defeated by Gu Xinxiang just now. Although his talent is SS level, it is specifically designed to restrain mages. Falling Robe reduces physical damage by 50%, blocks true damage by 60%, and is immune to spell damage by 90%. It can be said that he is the natural enemy of the mage. He had just arrived here and was thinking that in a while he could use this talent to become a mage killer and make a name for himself. The battles in the past few days went quite smoothly. Although it was a bit difficult when facing other professions, I could always easily win when facing a mage. I didn't expect that I would be killed instantly today and become someone else's stepping stone. He clearly knew that the other party was an SSS level talent, but he had also encountered an SSS level talent opponent 2 days ago, and he was defeated by him as well, wasn't he? But just now, why was there no immunity to her attack at all? If he had known this would happen, he would never have resisted. When the first golden light hit him, his body did not feel any obvious pain, but strangely, the speed suddenly slowed down. Then he was hit by several golden rays, and he rolled on the ground in pain, sweat on his forehead. Until now, he still has lingering fears and is left with a deep shadow. So what kind of attack method is this? After the 2 players finished their match, they switched to start the next group of matches. Although everyone has to fight against the other 9 people, the official will not arrange consecutive battles to avoid unfairness caused by physical exhaustion. Pei Sun happened to be in the 5th round of the first round. His opponent was a level 25 knight with SS level talent, who was probably much more difficult to deal with than Gu Xinxiang's opponent. Just as she was thinking about it, Gu Xinxiang pushed the door and walked into the room. Her next match was scheduled after Pei Sun, so she could have a good rest for a while. However, she didn't seem to be using her full strength just now. After coming in, Gu Xinxiang's eyes immediately fell on Pei Sun. Although her face was still calm, Pei Sun keenly caught a hint of pride in her beautiful eyes. Gu Xinxiang didn't say much. After taking her eyes off Pei Sun, she found a seat and sat down, then continued to chat on her phone. This girl is so calm. She was playing on her phone just before the fight, and now she's chatting again after the fight. Doesn't she even consider the other people's strength? Is she so confident in herself? Is she an internet addict? Oh my god, her typing speed is so fast. Is this girl in an online relationship? Pei Sun's heart was beating fast. Nervousness suddenly surged into his heart, and his thoughts were in a mess. This guy must still be brooding over the fact that I snatched her first spot. Will she attack me directly when the time comes? Suddenly, there was a sound of a door closing. Pei Sun turned around and saw that the contestants of the second round had already left, including Bai Yaofeng. He walked to the window, intending to observe the guy's strength. Generally speaking, marksmen are relatively weak in single combat compared to other classes, as while they have strong burst damage, they lack the means to survive. Not only do they struggle in teamfights, but in single combat, they lack the ability to move or maneuver, essentially just standing there and taking hits. Therefore, Pei Sun was particularly interested in what tactics the seemingly experienced guy would use. Bai Yaofeng's opponent is a level 26 assassin with SS level talent. Although his level is a bit low, his profession is extremely effective against shooters. The classes that archers fear most are mages and assassins. Mages, while powerful, are more visible targets and can be dealt with skill. Assassins, on the other hand, are elusive and a true nightmare for archers. After the two stood on the fighting stage, Pei Sun found that Bai Yaofeng looked very calm, completely different from when he was sitting just now. Suddenly, a dark longbow appeared in his hand, the bow flashing with a cold light. With a casual pinch of his hand, the arrow also turned pitch black. The assassin opposite was wearing a mask, his expression difficult to discern. After seeing Bai Yaofeng knock the arrow, he did not attack immediately, but slowly took 2 steps forward. Bai Yaofeng noticed the assassin's movements and immediately drew his longbow to its full length, tightening the bowstring. Seeing the other party suddenly stop,
stop. He slightly loosened the bowstring, but his eyes were still sharp as he stared at the other party. It was obvious that both sides were extremely cautious, but the audience below seemed anxious because of the delay.
What's the assassin for? Are you so cowardly even against a shooter? The opponent isn't a warrior. What is he afraid of? He has SS level talent. Doesn't he know that assassins are good against marksmen? He has over 3,600 points. How many idiots has he run into along the way? I'm really impressed. It wasn't a thrilling match, but they played so hesitantly. It was really painful to watch. Is he really that scared? Is it because the shooter's level is slightly higher than his that he dares not shoot? Really? A match that should have been over in an instant was over in a flash, and yet it ended without a clear view. Instead, a tense match dragged on like this. This assassin is truly talented.
Pei Sun was also confused when he saw the scene. Bai Yaofeng did not take the initiative to attack, and the assassin did not make a move either. The two of them just stood there, staring at each other, with no idea what they were trying to do. At this time, Bai Yaofeng gradually became solemn from his initial calmness. He has fought against countless assassins, and usually the assassins would attack the shooter with lightning speed at the beginning. But this assassin not only did not take the initiative to attack, but after a few attempts he actually just stood there and observed, being extremely cautious. As time passed, the atmosphere on the fighting stage became increasingly tense, and the air seemed to freeze. If the battle is still undecided within 5 minutes, the winner will be determined based on the status of both sides. However, it is almost impossible to see both sides being in exactly the same state. This situation is only possible when two non-combat auxiliary or super tank warriors are fighting each other. 3 or 4 minutes had passed and the assassin still did not move, but the audience below began to curse loudly.
Damn it! An assassin is too cowardly to play like this. Disgusting. If you don't want to fight, get out. You're disgusting here. Coward. Coward. You're so cowardly. You're so cowardly even when fighting a shooter. Do you even dare to go up there? Even if you miss, you can just retreat and fight again. How can you be so cowardly? I've never seen such a useless assassin. I have to blacklist him. I will never watch his matches again. I'm really disgusted today. Avoid the lightning. Avoid the lightning. This kind of rotten assassin, I really want to go up and kill him. Time passed by minute, and 4.5 minutes had passed. A slight breathing sound suddenly sounded. Looking closely, the assassin disappeared out of thin air. Bai Yaofeng was the only one left on the wide fighting stage.
Pei Sun, who was almost drowsy from watching, immediately perked up and tried hard to find the assassin's trace. But that guy had already disguised himself perfectly, and not even a shadow could be seen. He had no way of launching an attack unless the other party attacked first. Invisibility is a must-have skill for almost every assassin. If used well, it can be as elusive as a ghost, but if used poorly, it can become useless. After seeing this, Pei Sun became more and more confused as to whether this assassin was a master or a loser. Bai Yaofeng's eyes narrowed, his breathing almost stagnating. Although the assassin was invisible, he remained unfazed, as if he was counting the seconds silently in his mind. 3 seconds later, Bai Yaofeng suddenly pointed the black longbow at the ground and pulled the
bowstring to its full extent.
The bowstring made a sharp sound. He shot with force and at the same time, he suddenly jumped up with the reaction force. As soon as Bai Yaofeng left the ground, the assassin opposite him instantly appeared, stabbing the dagger in his hand directly at the place where Bai Yaofeng had just been. Seeing Bai Yaofeng soar into the air, he was stunned in his place. Although the mask made it impossible to see the expression on his face, the panic and confusion were obvious. He stood there for a second before realizing that the figure was right above him.
A deafening explosion sounded. The pitch-black arrow shot by Bai Yaofeng with all his strength hit the assassin, and it exploded instantly, scattering a thick black dust. Cough, 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 cough.
The assassin started coughing non-stop as soon as he smelled the black dust. His whole body was enveloped in the dust. He tried desperately to push away the thick fog with his arms, but no matter how hard he waved, it wouldn't disperse. He wandered around anxiously in the dust. In the sight of Pei Sun and the audience, the black dust did not spread very far. However, the assassin had completely lost his way and was running around in this small area like a headless fly. The scene was extremely funny. Swoosh, swoosh. Several sounds of breaking wind rang in the assassin's ears. All 3 arrows hit him, and he fell to the ground instantly. If Bai Yaofeng had not used arrows that were not enchanted or specially treated, the assassin would have died long ago. Pei Sun's eyes widened when he saw the scene.
This kid is too calm. The opposing assassin could still be so steady under professional suppression. I didn't expect Bai Yaofeng to be even calmer than the opponent. Who is this kid? The audience below the stage were also stunned. What's going on? The two of them confronted each other for over 4 minutes, and the main film ended in less than 40 seconds? Am I dreaming? Strange isn't enough to describe today's match. A level 29 assassin can't beat a level 25 warrior. It's fine. There's barely a level difference, but this assassin actually lost to a marksman? You're kidding. This isn't a team fight. It's a one-on-one duel.
After such a long stalemate, we finally got a huge upset.
Stalemate? I really don't don't understand. How can a marksman fight an assassin in a one-on-one duel and still end in a stalemate? It's just insane. This marksman is quite composed. He managed to stay calm in the face of the assassin, anticipating his moves and striking with a series of combos that completely stunned the opponent. Yeah, finally someone's praising this shooter. I think this guy has at least 2 or 3 years of actual combat experience. He's so composed he doesn't look like a teenager. As the black dust gradually dissipated, the assassin lying on the ground finally appeared. He was shot by 3 arrows, but fortunately none of the arrows penetrated too deep, and he just fell unconscious. Seconds later, 2 doctors arrived to treat his wounds and then carried him away on a stretcher. In the preparation room, Bai Yaofeng pushed the door open and walked in, his face full of pride. He walked straight to Pei Sun, put his arm around his shoulder naturally, and said, "How about it, brother? My technique is pretty good, isn't it?" Pei Sun nodded and gently put down Bai Yaofeng's arm. "It's really good." This guy was smiling playfully the moment he entered the room, completely different from the serious look he had on the fighting stage a moment ago. But one had to admit, he was truly formidable. "You only gave me pretty good?" Bai Yaofeng's eyes widened as he retorted, "I won despite being professionally suppressed. How dare you underestimate me like that? Then I want to see how you perform next." As he spoke, he turned his attention to the table on the screen. The last match of the first round? You're lucky to be placed in the last match, and your opponent is a level 25 knight? Bai Yaofeng paused and continued, "You're still a summoner. You have to know that knights are extremely strong against summoners, whether in a team fight or a one-on-one duel, not to mention the level difference between you two." Hearing Bai Yaofeng's words, Pei Sun immediately became interested. "Tell me more." Bai Yaofeng smiled with recognition, glanced at Gu Xinxiang inadvertently, and then moved to Pei Sun's side. "Let me tell you, in the duel format, the 2 most useless classes are support and summoner." "Ah?" Pei Sun was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Are summoners really that weak?" No. Summoners themselves are not weak, they are just not suitable for this kind of competition system, especially for a summoner like you who is just starting out. Bai Yaofeng's tone rose and fell, like he was telling a story. A summoner's battles mainly rely on summoned creatures, or pets. It can be said that your own combat power is close to 0. Once you release a summoned creature, you are equivalent to an ordinary person with no weapons, right? Pei Sun fell into deep thought, holding his chin with his hand, and nodded thoughtfully. "That's right. Usually after I release a summon, I can only watch from the sidelines. I don't know how to intervene even if I want to." "Right. So once you summoners release your summons, victory or defeat depends entirely on them. At the same level, the power of your summons simply cannot compare to that of players from other classes. What's even more terrifying is that if the opponent doesn't engage your summons and attacks you directly, you won't be able to retaliate. This is because summoners' first few skills are mostly enhancements, unlike us marksmen, who have at least 1 agility skill in their first 3 talents. Why do I say that you summoners only become stronger in the later stages? First, you can summon more pets in the later stages. Although there's no upper limit to your summoning space, your abilities are limited. At your level, you can only summon a maximum of 5. Second, you can only tame pets with high bloodlines in the later stages, unless you come from a prominent family with a strong family background. That can arrange for you to have a high-level bloodline pet. That's when you're truly strong. "Tell me, how many summons do you have now?" Pei Sun tilted his head and thought about it, thinking that since this guy would see it soon anyway, he might as well tell him directly. "I have." Before he could finish his words, Bai Yaofeng interrupted him. "Even if you have 5 summons, I still have to ask, what are the bloodline levels of your summons?" "Well, there are common bloodlines and rare bloodlines, right?" Pei Sun thought about it and recalled that when his undead army was fighting against the Peshuang mercenary group, some of the undead with ordinary blood evolved into spirits with rare blood under the influence of the undead riftstone. However, he was not sure whether any of the rare bloodlines had been upgraded to epic level. There shouldn't be, otherwise he would have noticed it long ago. Bai Yaofeng clapped his hands and said excitedly, "See, I told you don't look like someone from a wealthy family. The bloodlines of those summons you summoned are so low, how could they possibly defeat the knight on the opposite side who was so much higher level than you?" Actually Knights? What knights? Let me tell you why knights are so strong against summoners. The knight class, in some ways, is similar to you summoners. Although they can only tame 1 pet, their mount, this mount is generally stronger than the strongest of all your summons. After all, as I've emphasized before, your summoner's advantage lies in numbers, not in individual spirits. Secondly, you have to understand that a knight can fight independently even without a mount. Imagine if the opponent sends out a mount to contain your summons, and the knight attacks you personally, how would you respond? With other classes, your useless summons might be able to hold off the opponent for a while, but a mount can attack directly from the start. Do you understand why knights are so effective against summoners? Pei Sun was stunned, and a picture emerged in his mind. How could one of his mounts actually intercept tens of thousands of his undead summons? The situation I'm describing is rather far-fetched. If the opponent shows no respect for martial virtue and rides directly towards you on
on his mount to attack you, then you'll be completely defenseless and will have no choice but to admit defeat.
As he spoke, Bai Yaofeng spread out his hands and put on an innocent look. Plus, the opponent's level is so much higher than yours. Ouch, there's no way you can win. Quit now. There are still 2 rounds left. Once it's the final round of your battle, you won't be able to quit.
Oh, thank you for explaining so much to me.
Pei Sun suddenly understood and nodded. Well, brother, it doesn't matter if I spend so much time talking to you. The key is that you have to listen to me, otherwise all my words will be in vain.
Bai Yaofeng sighed, his tone full of earnest advice. Although it is unclear why he said so much so seriously to a practically stranger today, it is obvious that he meant it.
That's not necessary. I'd better give it a try and feel its strength.
Pei Sun looked at Bai Yaofeng with a harmless expression. Bai Yaofeng was speechless for a moment and couldn't help but sigh with his hand on his forehead.
It seems like I've wasted my breath. This kid, forget it. Since he doesn't listen to the old man, it's better for him to suffer a little. Maybe it will teach him a lesson.
As soon as the two finished speaking, the third round of competition had already ended.
One of the contestants was an SSS level talent. Pei Sun didn't
have time to observe the process in detail, but he knew that the SSS level talent, although 2 levels behind, still managed to win by a narrow margin. The fourth round began. Pei Sun also started to prepare, and soon it was his turn. Gu Xinxiang, who was quietly looking at her phone, felt that Bai Yaofeng was really annoying.
Not only is it annoying, but it's also a waste of effort.
Others may not know, but she knows Pei Sun's abilities clearly. While taking the assessment in the desert forest, the circle of participants gradually narrowed, and she also saw Pei Sun's summons, whose lives were unknown. At the time, she didn't pay much attention to them. Her attention was completely focused on the scoreboard. Later she heard that those were Pei Sun's summons.
May I have your name?
She was shocked at that time and didn't understand how Pei Sun, who was at this level, could summon so many creatures. But what she didn't know was that those hundreds of summoned creatures were just the tip of the iceberg in Pei Sun's summoning space. If she could see Pei Sun's full strength today, she would probably be so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth.
But I guess no one can push Pei Sun to that point today.
Well, it seems that my words were in vain.
Then go ahead and get yourself beaten up and behave yourself.
Bai Yaofeng let out a long sigh, then leaned back in his chair and looked at Gu Xinxiang helplessly and innocently. If he knew that what he had just said not only failed to attract Gu Xinxiang's attention but instead made her feel annoyed, he would probably be furious. Fortunately, Gu Xinxiang put away her phone silently from beginning to end, and it seemed that she didn't want to pay any attention to them at all. In this world, there is a kind of person who, instead of getting angry when you scold him, feels comfortable instead. Gu Xinxiang was just afraid that Bai Yaofeng would scold her to his heart's content. The fourth round of the fight was uneventful and ended within 3 minutes. After Pei Sun was ready, he turned around and walked out of the preparation room with determination.
Hey, if the time comes, just admit defeat. Don't try to hold on. It would be so embarrassing if you were beaten so badly that you had to be carried on a stretcher. But surrendering seems pretty humiliating too. Well, it's better than getting beaten up, right?
Not long after Pei Sun left the room, Gu Xinxiang, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly stood up, slowly walked to the window, and stared at Pei Sun on the fighting stage with bright eyes. Bai Yaofeng, who was standing next to him, widened his eyes and took the opportunity to casually ask,
Miss Gu, excuse me, what is your relationship with Brother Pei?
Gu Xinxiang seemed not to hear anything and continued to stand quietly, her eyes fixed on the fighting stage. I think you two seem to know each other quite well.
I'm just curious. I have absolutely no other intentions. Ha ha ha.
Gu Xinxiang said nothing. I just said so much, but Brother Pei just wouldn't listen.
He's a bit impulsive, don't you think? Ha ha ha.
Miss Gu, judging from your fight, you're also an experienced professional. You should be very interested in the competition at the end of the month.
Why don't we talk about this match? I can help you analyze who will win. My winning rate is quite high.
Gu Xinxiang's expression became increasingly solemn, until she could no longer help but turn around, glaring fiercely at Bai Yaofeng, and said coldly,
If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you disappear on the spot. Hearing this, Bai Yaofeng was stunned.
He was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe, and the sound of him swallowing saliva was clearly audible.
This girl, why doesn't she obey anything I say? My analysis just now made so much sense, yet she didn't feel anything at all? Could it be that she had no admiration for me at all?
Thinking of Gu Xinxiang's strange and amazing abilities in the battle just now, Bai Yaofeng could only shut up. With his hands behind his back, he paced behind Gu Xinxiang, and finally stood on the other side of the window with a hint of sadness on his face. On the battle stage, Pei Sun and his opponent were ready. The guy opposite came directly on his mount, full of momentum, and instantly caused cheers from the audience. It was a green tiger-like spirit. Its head is large and round, with a green character clearly printed on its forehead. Its green pupils, as big as copper bells, are bright and sharp, like burning green flames. It has a wide and thick mouth, strong and sturdy limbs, sharp fangs that flash cold light from time to time, and its entire body is burning with a faint blue flame. A roar shook the earth.
Is this the blue flame fighting tiger?
Pei Sun recalled that he seemed to have tamed a white flame fighting tiger tiger at the Baibing shelter this afternoon. It was a rare bloodline, and the blue flame fighting tiger in front of him looked even more powerful. Could it be a strange spirit of epic bloodline? At this time, the audience had already erupted in cheers, each wave louder than the last.
It's finally Master Shi's turn. Ah, I can finally see the real person. Shi Feng, Shi Feng, Shi Feng. Is this the young master of the Shi family, one of the three most powerful families in Fengyu City? Hey, don't make a mistake. The Shi family is now the leader of the three great families. Ah, isn't it the Gong family? When did it become the Shi family?
Oh, a few days ago, the head of the Shi family led his men to capture 2 more primitive level shelters, and they have undoubtedly become the #1 wealthy family.
That's right. Don't you usually watch the news, brother?
Do less useless things at night and pay more attention to the news.
Wow, this alien is so handsome. Does anyone know what race it is? I've never seen it before. This blue flame is so cool. Where did you catch it? I want one too. Hey, hey, hey. This is an epic spirit.
Not only is it incredibly powerful, but its appearance is also incredibly majestic. The market price could easily be millions or even tens of millions.
Are you sure you want one? Oh my god, it's actually an epic spirit. So cool.
I've been watching so many boring games for so long, I'm almost depressed.
Finally, I can watch an exciting game. Exactly. This is the right atmosphere. I hope the opponent can hold out longer. Huh? The opponent is a summoner? And he's only level 19?
Hearing this, the air suddenly became quiet.
Are you mistaken? Only level 19? He was matched up with the wrong guy? An elite level brat is fighting here? No way.
Cross-level matching requires someone to help out. There's no way it's a wrong match.
In other words, he deliberately came to challenge the epic level professional? Is this guy crazy? So confident? He's missing half his attributes and one of his talents. How could he be so confident? I remember now.
This afternoon, when I was walking through the hall, I heard a teacher say he wanted to train his students and asked the front desk to arrange a cross-level match for him. The timing matches, so it must be this match.
Could it be this guy? Now that you mention it, I think I remember it.
I was wondering who was so arrogant at the time, but I didn't expect that we would see it so soon.
I'm dying of laughter. He's actually a summoner. Ha 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 ha. I think this guy is really crazy.
Not only is he challenging a level, but he's also the weakest summoner class in the early stages.
Oh, I give up.
I was hoping for a good fight, but this is really speechless.
That's right.
I wanted to watch Master Shi's blue flame fighting tiger for a while longer.
What a bummer.
It's been hundreds of millions of years since a summoner appeared in a duel.
How bizarre.
At this moment, on Duan Huanru's side, the people around him who had just made a bet with him couldn't help but laugh after seeing Pei Sun's message.
Wahahaha, this is your student? I'm dying of laughter. Are you sure you're a teacher? A teacher actually lets students cross boundaries and challenge each other. Why do I feel like you don't even have the most basic common sense?
Just now he was bragging here. I thought he was so powerful, but it turns out he's just a brat not even level 20.
It's a rare summoner class. Ah, I'm laughing so hard. It's my fault for not checking the almanac.
Today's events are quite strange.
Even a summoner showed up. Isn't this just giving points to others?
I almost fell asleep during the previous few games, but this one really got me excited.
Duan Huanru put his hands in his pockets, smiled but said nothing. After the mocking voices died down, Duan Huanru said with a smile, "How about it, everyone? Do you still dare to bet with me? Are you interested?"
As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned for a moment, then reacted and burst into laughter.
You still want to scare us? Last time, an actor only fooled us with his strength. Now he's just a broken level 19 summoner.
Even if the young master of the Shi family doesn't have a pet, he can easily beat him.
Do you still dare to gamble? I'm dying of laughter. Are you sure you want to bet?
Forget about Master Shi who's level 25. He can't even beat that level 22 girl.
What kind of teacher are you? You're just pretending to be one.
Although our levels are similar, our stats are miles apart.
How can you be a teacher? That's right. You're still missing a talent skill. I really don't understand what you're thinking. He's hiding his talent. It's probably a shameful S-rank talent. I think you have a grudge against this guy? Without you, he can't even match such a strong opponent. What? He didn't pay your tuition? Ha ha ha. Duan Huanru blinked, not at all annoyed, but said slowly,
"After all, I'm an excellent teacher, and I believe in my students.
Who else wants to make a bet with me?
I'll bet on my students' success or failure.
This time, I'll give you 2 million.
Oh, and if you don't have money, don't come join in the fun."
It seems that you think the money in your hands is too hot to handle. Since you insist on giving us money, we are naturally happy to accept it. I'm dying of laughter. Come on, today you have to spit out the money you swallowed. If such a thing actually happened, I'll give you 1 million. I'll give you 500,000. I'll give you 500,000. I want 300,000. The people around started to make a fuss, all wanting to make a fortune from Duan Huanru.
But there are also people who have just suffered losses and are now afraid to bet easily.
This guy looks so confident, there must be something else going on. Shi Feng looked at Pei Sun coldly with disdain on his face and said arrogantly, "Level 19? What does that mean? mean? Are you here to give me fighting points? If someone forces you to come up and fight, just blink and I can let you go.
Seeing that Pei Sun did not respond, Shifeng continued. More than 10 seconds passed and Pei Sun remained silent, just staring at Shifeng.
Boy, are you dumb? Are you dumb?
Shifeng gradually became impatient and frowned.
How boring.
Finally, Shifeng lost his patience and immediately gave the order to rush towards Pei Sun with the Qingyan fighting tiger. Pei Sun's eyes flashed, and the next second, densely packed undead summons suddenly appeared on the battle stage, no less than 3,000 in number. The surging aura of the undead soared into the sky, and the endless roars of the dead echoed on the battle stage.
Seeing this scene, Shifeng was stunned and stood there. What the hell is this? It looks like a dead object, but also like a ghost. Could this really be his summons? So many? You must be kidding. How can I fight him? I can't even touch him.
Seeing this, the green flame fighting tiger under Shifeng's crotch suddenly contracted its green pupils and stood there motionless like Shifeng. What was even more strange was that there seemed to be some kind of mysterious connection between the spirits.
When the green flame fighting tiger faced the endless undead spirits, its murderous aura suddenly disappeared. Its entire body went limp and curled up into a ball.
After being stunned for a moment, it was actually shaking on the spot. It is not uncommon for pets to become temporarily timid, whether it is a knight or a summoner, especially in the early stages. Only when the companionship time is longer and the favorability is higher, the pet will reduce this sudden timidity or accident. Normally, Shifeng would have cursed his mount if he saw it so timid, but at this moment, he was so frightened that his face turned pale, as if he had forgotten his original purpose.
How could he even think about the blue flame fighting tiger? In the preparation room,
when Gu Xinxiang saw this scene, her eyes widened.
She couldn't be mistaken, right? Her perspective was even more shocking than Shifeng and the audience.
Although the preparation seats were some distance away from the battle
stage, the stage in front of her was completely occupied by these strange summons. Gu Xinxiang could roughly sense how terrifying their number was. Could it be that he relied on these weird things to gain points in the desert forest? No wonder his points are twice as much as mine.
Thinking of this, Gu Xinxiang felt relieved instantly. At first, I thought Pei Sun only had a few hundred summons, the ones I had seen with my own eyes, but I didn't expect that he had such an astonishing number of summons hidden behind him.
Who could possibly beat him? How on earth did he do it?
Bai Yaofeng on the side was also stunned.
He rubbed his eyes, opened his eyes wide and said, "Am I seeing things? Why is the arena dark? Are the lights off?" No, the lights on the arena are never turned off.
After watching for a few seconds and seeing clearly those wriggling undead summons, he was so shocked that he was speechless.
This. What the hell is this?
Bai Yaofeng held onto the windowsill with both hands, his face almost pressed against the glass, as if he was about to stick his head out at the next second.
Level 19 summoner? There must be some truth to this. How can he summon so many creatures? Is he cheating?
This was the first time he saw Pei Sun's summoned creature. He was much more shocked than Gu Xinxiang, and his mouth was wide open. When the audience in the arena saw this scene, they were stunned at first, and then the whole audience fell silent for a moment.
The next second, it was as if a bomb exploded. What the hell is this? Why is the stage so dark? What the hell? What the hell are those? This is the first time I've seen them. Those things are still squirming. They're all summons. Impossible. What kind of summoner could summon so many creatures? Even our city's Mayor Yao couldn't do it. That's right. There's only one level 19 summoner on the stage. How could he have summoned it? These damn things are actually summons? You must be seeing things. Why do they look like dead people? They certainly don't look like summons. But why do these creatures look so familiar? Why do they look exactly like the alien spirits? Wait, isn't that the Desert Scorpion King from the desert forest? No, the real Desert Scorpion King should be sandy yellow, but this one looks like a dead gray, and it exudes a deadly aura. Now that you mention it, I seem to have seen a few familiar spirits, but why do they all look so lifeless? What's going on? Where's Master Shi? Where is Master Shi? Why can't I see him at all?
It's all covered by such a terrifying number of summons. How can you still see your Master Shi?
Ah, my young Master Shi. Where is young Master Shi's blue flame fighting tiger? Come out now. Did this person use a forbidden technique? How could a level 19 summoner possibly summon so many creatures? Hush, how dare you say that? Last time someone questioned the officials, they were immediately dragged out and banned permanently. Don't you know that? That's right.
This building's detection system is almost the most advanced in Fengyu City.
It's said that the person who designed this system is a legendary professional. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What's going on? What went wrong? No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for him to do that. When Duan Huanru saw the scene, there was no expression on his face. Seeing that he was as calm as expected, everyone became even more confused. Who are you? Who? What do you mean? Duan Huanru looked at the questioner in confusion. Who is this kid? What are his abilities? How can he have such abnormal power?
As the man spoke, his voice gradually lowered, his tone full of panic, and the image of the money he had just bet turning into nothing kept appearing in his mind. Oh, a blue star person from Fengyu City, and my student.
Duan Huanru answered nonchalantly, his attention completely focused on the fighting stage.
To be precise, it was Shifeng on the fighting stage.
Although the naked eye couldn't determine Shifeng's location, Duan Huanru could clearly sense his condition. He was as limp as mud.
If Pei Sun hadn't stopped the undead summons, Shifeng would have been shattered into dust. Listening to the cheers of the crowd around him and the tragic scene on the stage, he seemed to understand why so many people had a grudge against Pei Sun.
Why are you pretending? It's not like we won't give you the money. You have to let us know the truth. That's right. I've fallen into this trap today and I admit it. But you have to let me know, right? I just want to know how this kid has such a perverted ability. Normally, even an SSS level talent can't achieve this. How on earth did he do it? You said you were his teacher. You wouldn't know that, right? Or are you fooling us?
The person who placed the bet just now has accepted the reality of losing, but his mentality is obviously much calmer than before.
Duan Huanru felt helpless. He actually had no idea about Pei Sun's specific abilities.
He only knew that he could summon infinitely, but he knew nothing about the details. As the time since the undead appeared grew longer, the aura of the undead on the stage grew stronger, and even began to spread to the audience. After sensing this breath of the undead, the people in the audience showed expressions of rejection and looked extremely uncomfortable. The professionals were fine, they just felt uncomfortable, but those ordinary spectators who had not awakened and simply paid to watch the game were in a miserable state. They were completely caught off guard and their minds were eroded by this undead aura. Endless negative emotions surged in an instant and they were extremely painful. Shifeng's pupils widened, and he trembled on the spot like Qing Yen Dohu, completely losing his will to fight. Let alone finding Pei Sun, even if he wanted to break through the group of summoned creatures in front of him, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Pei Sun, through the shared vision mechanism, could clearly see the guy's situation and couldn't help but complain that the boy was too timid.
Isn't he already incapable of fighting? Why hasn't anyone come up to carry him away? Or should we break both of his legs first?
Pei Sun frowned slightly, thinking. What he didn't know was that the medical staff in the audience couldn't see the specific situation on the stage at all. From a certain perspective, their field of vision is even narrower than that of the spectators, because they can only observe the game from the edge of the fighting stage in order to capture the details on the stage more clearly. But now, all they saw before their eyes was an endless, dense mass of strange summons, and they couldn't see anything at all. Although they also inferred that Shifeng might have lost his combat capability at this moment, if they went up and found that Shifeng was safe and sound, it would be a disgrace to the authorities. If a government employee can't even handle this kind of thing, how can he still have the nerve to stay there? Not only that, he will probably be ridiculed by the outside world. Just when Pei Sun and both of them were confused, a deep voice suddenly came from the screen above the center of the fighting stage. This match is over, Pei Sun wins. This match is over, Pei Sun wins. Please prepare for the next round. Hearing this voice, Pei Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief and took back all his summons. If he delays any longer, he will really attack Shifeng. As the voice spread, the audience showed expressions of surprise and confusion. Whose voice is this? The referee? No way. They actually let the referee come out and decide the winner of their duel? What the hell is going on? Didn't they say there were no referees for the regular season matches on the 20-story floor? Where did that noise come from? Oh my god. Is this the first time something like this has happened in Fengyu City's fighting ladder? Referees are usually only called in for extremely important matches. I didn't expect a referee's voice to appear in such an ordinary one-on-one match. Ordinary? How can it be ordinary? No one knows whether Master Shifeng is alive or dead. As the referee's voice fell and Pei Sun took back the summoned creature, Shifeng's figure finally appeared in everyone's sight. Although he was the only one left on the fighting stage at this time, he seemed to be still immersed in the scene just now. His body was trembling slightly, his eyes were dull, and his face was pale, as if he was possessed by a ghost. Pei Sun had been off the stage for nearly a minute, but he still hadn't regained his composure. It wasn't until another minute had passed and the medical staff had taken him away that the next contestant slowly walked onto the stage. Fengyu City Fighting Ladder, 60th floor. This is the top floor of the building, also the highest floor. There is only one room on this floor, and it is also the largest room on the 60th floor. But there is no battle going on here, and there is no battle stage. The room seemed a bit empty and the layout was quite casual. There were chairs and sofas placed everywhere, and on one side of the wall, a huge screen was pressed against the wall, almost covering the entire wall. Not far from the screen, the staff sat in an orderly manner like a front desk clerk. The content played on the screen is the real-time situation of all rooms in the building, that is, the surveillance footage. This building has hundreds of rooms. Although the screen is huge, it cannot display the images of so many rooms at the same time. It can only display one main room and one secondary room. The images of other rooms exist in the form of very small windows. At this moment, the video screen in the main room was showing room A on the 24th floor where Pei Sun was. Several men in suits sitting on the sofa not far away were chatting while watching the images of various rooms sliding on the screen. But when the scene switched to Pei Sun's room, room, they were all stunned and stood up abruptly.
What are those black things? Why are there so many of them? It looks like a summon? Oh my god. Are you seeing things? How can there be so many summons? Yeah, one of these two is level 25, and the other is only level 19? Cross-level challenge? Xiaoqin, quickly check who matched him. What on earth are those black energies? They don't look normal. Look, when the black energy hit the ordinary audience, it actually directly invaded their bodies. It's not normal, absolutely not normal. Big brother, stop this game immediately.
As soon as he finished speaking, the leading man's face became extremely solemn. He immediately ordered someone beside him to connect to the audio of room A on the 24th floor and announced that the battle was over and Pei Sun had won.
Brother, this.
Everyone's faces were filled with confusion. They all knew that there was no way this kid would resort to illegal means, but the situation before them was too weird and unbelievable.
Let's continue observing for a while. I have to figure out what's going on. Xiaoqin, check if cross-level challenge matching has been enabled for him.
The man looked at the girl who was in charge of monitoring and back-end operations.
The girl nodded and responded. I found out. It's a man named Duan Huanru, a 5th level martial artist. Duan Huanru? When the man heard the name, he was struck by lightning, with shock on his face. He walked to the front desk in person and stared at Duan Huanru's message. His expression instantly became extremely solemn. It's really him? Doesn't he work in Buyue province? How could he appear in Tianjing province? Brother, do you know him?
The man was stunned for a few seconds, then shook his head and said,
let's observe this kid first.
If the black energy spreads to the audience again during his next match, stop the game immediately. Pei Sun returned to the preparation room and found that Bai Yaofeng and Gu Xinxiang were staring at him with strange eyes.
Gu Xinxiang was pretty good.
Although she tried her best to suppress it, Pei Sun still caught the shock in her eyes.
She couldn't hide this expression at all.
From childhood to adulthood, people have always looked at her with this kind of eyes, and this is the first time she has looked
at someone with the same eyes. She secretly sighed in her heart. How could such an amazing person appear in number 6 middle school?
After the two looked at each other, Gu Xinxiang immediately turned her head away as if she had been electrocuted, as if she was afraid that Pei Sun would see the shock in her eyes, and a few blushes suddenly appeared on her cheeks. Bai Yaofeng looked at him strangely, as if he was staring at a ghost. There was neither shock nor doubt in his eyes, only caution and trembling, as if he was afraid that if he said something wrong or made a wrong move, he would be devoured by Pei Sun in the next second. Pei Sun was too lazy to pay attention to him, rolled his eyes, and then sat back in his seat. Several other people not far away also looked at Pei Sun with strange eyes, as if they were staring at a monster. They had just witnessed Pei Sun's strength from their initial contempt to their later astonishment. They simply couldn't believe that this was a scene created by a level 19 professional.
So what if my attributes are twice as high as his? So what if I have one more talent skill? When I got to the battle arena, I was so frightened that I lost my bearings and couldn't use any of my skills. It was unbelievable. Shifeng, though young, had become a renowned figure in Fengyu City thanks to his family's influence. Everyone who saw him had to greet him. They boasted of being Fengyu City's geniuses, but they couldn't guarantee they would be able to crush Shifeng so easily if they met him. Thinking about the upcoming battle with Pei Sun, his face turned as ugly as if he had eaten shit. They were all brilliant level professionals in their 20s, while Pei Sun was only a level 19 epic level professional. So, when they come on the court, should they fight or not?
If they played, they had already anticipated whether they would panic on the court like Shifeng.
If we don't fight, a brilliant level professional actually surrenders to an epic level professional?
Once this news gets out, they won't be able to survive in Fengyu City.
This is unprecedented and will probably never be repeated. They will be nailed to the pillar of shame. As long as they are in Fengyu City, they will be the laughingstock of everyone and become a huge joke. You, why are you staring at me like that? Pei Sun asked helplessly, feeling numb all over from Bai Yaofeng's weird gaze. Bai Yaofeng's eyes widened and narrowed.
After staring at Pei Sun for a few breaths, he walked to his side, leaned close to his ear, and whispered in a voice that only Pei Sun could hear.
Brother, tell me, did you use a forbidden technique?
Pei Sun felt helpless and didn't know how to respond. He had been suspected of using forbidden techniques these past 2 days, and he had no way of explaining it, so he simply turned around and ignored Bai Yaofeng, lying on the windowsill, watching the duel between the two people below. Seeing that Pei Sun did not respond, Bai Yaofeng became more convinced of his guess.
But, a forbidden technique that could evade detection here? Could it have been taught to him by a mythical professional? That possibility is too small. Where did a mythical professional come from in Fengyu City? Brother, are you still watching the fight? Are you afraid? That's right. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle.
Pei Sun interrupted Bai Yaofeng before he could finish his words.
Hiss. Bai Yaofeng took a breath of cold air. He first looked at Pei Sun, then at the two people on the fighting stage, and then glanced at the other professionals in the preparation room. Are you sure there are any opponents here that you need to find out? Are you sure they won't compete with each other to see who can last longer when fighting against you? Are you sure that the area on the 24th floor, or even below the 30th floor can accommodate accommodate a big Buddha like you? Why don't you try the cross-level challenge directly? Bai Yaofeng sighed deeply, pondered for a moment, and then sat down silently beside Pei Sun, looking out the window. He had already thought clearly about the round in which he and Pei Sun would fight, the 4th round of the 6th round, when he would simply give up. He didn't expect that his longbow could gain any advantage over Pei Sun. At most, it could hold out for a few seconds under the siege of Pei Sun's strange summons. At that time, he would not go to the preparation room outside. After all, it would be too embarrassing for someone outside to see his big face. Thinking back to when he had been constantly persuading Pei Sun to give up the fight, his face suddenly turned as red as it could be. He had never expected that the boomerang would return to him so quickly. On the fighting stage, perhaps because the aura of the undead that Pei Sun had just created had not yet dissipated, the two people on the stage fought in a daze, staggering unsteadily, and their movements were sloppy as if they were drunk. In less than 2 minutes, their round was over. The average duration of the second round of battles was very short. In this round, Gu Xinxiang and Bai Yaofeng again came on stage before Pei Sun. Just as Pei Sun expected, they defeated their opponents with overwhelming force as soon as they entered the arena, especially Gu Xinxiang. Bai Yaofeng defeated his opponent in a crushing manner with his skillful techniques and rich combat experience. As for Gu Xinxiang, a golden light flashed by and the battle came to an abrupt end. This performance is somewhat excessive. Pei Sun appeared in the 4th round of this round. His opponent was Gu Xinxiang's opponent in the previous round. He was arrogant and unruly at first, with a look of disdain on his face, but he immediately became obedient after being controlled by Gu Xinxiang. Pei Sun was just about to go on stage, thinking that the medical care here was so amazing that they had cured that guy to life in such a short time. But before he reached the fighting stage, he received news that the other party had surrendered. Pei Sun couldn't help but let out a sigh. That arrogant guy actually surrendered? This was a bit beyond his expectations. But Bai Yaofeng was not surprised by this at all. Normal people would not confront you head-on easily. In the next 2 rounds of battle, Pei Sun's opponent chose to surrender without any suspense. In the 8th round of the 5th round, it was Pei Sun and Bai Yaofeng's turn to fight. This kid Bai Yaofeng surrendered decisively. Calculating this way, Pei Sun only fought 1 battle but gained nearly 200 points, bringing his total to 1,200 points. Because the rounds in which the opponents surrendered directly were counted as crushing victories, Pei Sun received double points. The points of the players on the 24th floor almost all start from 300, except for players like Pei Sun and Gu Xinxiang who challenge high difficulty training as soon as they come in. Although Gu Xinxiang is incredibly talented, she is still far behind Pei Sun's overwhelming performance. She was obviously having a harder time after meeting the SSS level talented professional besides the two of them. Of course, this was also related to the level difference. Except for this battle, Gu Xinxiang easily defeated all other opponents with her golden light, and it took very little time. It was during this battle that Pei Sun finally saw her second innate skill. It was a magic circle-like existence. Enemies within the circle would continue to suffer damage, and she herself would gain considerable bonuses while being within the circle. This guy is also a light elemental mage. Will he have an elemental restraining effect on my undead summons? Looking at Gu Xinxiang's innate skills, Pei Sun couldn't help but think seriously. Light elements are extremely rare among mages, more precious than the ice elements encountered in the desert forest, and as rare as Duan Huanru's space elements. And his summon creature, just as Duan Huanru said, should belong to the element of death. Then doesn't his light element just restrain his death element? Thinking of this, Pei Sun couldn't help but lift his chin, thinking that it might be a bit tricky to fight with this guy in a while. After taking a little effort to get rid of the SSS level professional, Gu Xinxiang never encountered an opponent in the next rounds, and everyone he faced directly chose to surrender. When it was Pei Sun's turn to fight against the SSS level professional, that guy actually surrendered. This made Pei Sun very confused. He had only summoned less than 1/10 of the total number of undead creatures. Was he really going to surrender? The audience was stunned. Where on earth did these two kids come from? How come they are so strong? Yeah, they were all new faces, and I thought they'd get beaten up since it was their first time participating in this training, but they ended up beating up others. Forget about that level 22 girl. After all, they're at the same level, and the difference in their stats isn't that big. But who is that level 19 guy? If someone out there said that, I absolutely wouldn't believe it. An elite level professional actually beat a group of epic level professionals into submission? That's a bit ridiculous. I've been in the fighting ladder arena for decades and am considered a veteran, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. I remember now. This is what I told you before. The second place in Fengyu City's graduation exam was Gu Xinxiang, and the first place was this Pei Sun. They were both students from Fengyu number 6 middle school. I finally remembered. Impossible? Is he really a student from number 6 middle school? How could such a promising youngster end up in number 6 middle school? It's unbelievable. The following battle had no highlights and looked boring, because throughout the entire match, all the audience's attention was focused on Pei
Pei Sun and Gu Xinxiong, and even when they saw the battle round with their names on it, their opponents surrendered directly, which really spoiled everyone's fun. Finally, in the first round of the ninth and final round, Pei Sun and Gu Xinxiong finally met.
Hey, stop dozing off. Look, it's Pei Sun and Gu Xinxiong's turn. They finally meet. The previous battle was so boring.
I haven't seen them both on stage in a long time.
What's going on? Nonsense. These two are like freaks. Others don't dare to challenge them when they see their names and just surrender. Where else can you see them? I don't even want to watch rounds without them. Everyone else is so sleepy, and now it's finally their turn. Do you think anyone among them will surrender? That shouldn't be the case, right?
Geniuses always admire each other, and they should cherish this duel.
I think so too. Who do you think will win? That's hard to say. These two people are too insane.
At this moment, several people beside Duan Huanru suddenly turned around and asked him, "Brother,
Who do you think will win between these two?"
Seeing that the other party's attitude was not bad, Duan Huanru thought seriously for a while and replied,
"It should be my student."
"Is there any basis for this?" the man asked curiously.
"Yes, it's purely a violent aesthetic suppression of numbers."
Although he said this, Duan Huanru actually thought about it for a long time.
He was shocked when he saw Gu Xinxiong's ability for the first time.
After all, his spatial elemental power was copied accidentally with great difficulty. He naturally understood how rare this rare element was. Gu Xinxiong happens to possess the element of light, which is also extremely rare. Pei Sun's element is also rare, the element of death, but it is restrained by the element of light. So when he heard this question, he thought about it carefully. But even if there is a restraint relationship between the attributes, Pei Sun's ability is better, so he still thinks Pei Sun will win.
In a corner of the spectator seats,
Yi Xiaomei happily closed her phone and looked towards the fighting stage, because her beloved sister Xinxiong was next to take the stage. After seeing the other party's message, Yi Xiaomei was stunned.
Pei Sun, a level 19 summoner? Am I seeing things?
Because she hadn't been paying attention to Gu Xinxiong's fight, she hadn't noticed Pei Sun's presence, and naturally, she hadn't noticed him either. Pei Sun had only appeared once, and although he had released a powerful undead aura that time, his seat was in the corner of the spectator booth farthest from the stage. So, she was busy playing with her phone at the time and didn't take Pei Sun seriously at all.
How could a level 19 summoner be matched with a room featuring an epic level professional? Did the system make a mistake? This shouldn't be the case. How could a mismatch like this happen? Someone must have been matching him.
But this guy is quite brave. Sister Xinxiong's other opponents all surrendered directly, but he still dared to challenge.
It's quite brave of him to have such courage,
Yi Xiaomei said seriously. What she didn't know was that all of this level 19 summoner's previous opponents had also surrendered. Compared to that sense of oppression, he was even stronger than Gu Xinxiong, because he only had one opponent, while Gu Xinxiong had to face two. When Pei Sun and Gu Xinxiong stepped onto the fighting stage together, Yi Xiaomei was stunned when she saw Pei Sun's appearance.
It's him.
Yi Xiaomei's eyes widened slightly, recalling the scene at the Fengyu City Adventurers Association this afternoon.
Wasn't it this guy who helped her capture the shelter she had always dreamed of? He actually appeared here too.
She had originally thought of using her mother's help to get to know Pei Sun and thank him in person, but unfortunately she had lost the chance.
Seeing Pei Sun here, Yi Xiaomei's whole body perked up. A level 19 summoner actually conquered an entire sanctuary all by himself.
Even though it's only the lowest level, ordinary level, it's definitely unique among its peers.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiaomei couldn't help but reveal envy and admiration in her beautiful eyes.
It seems that the person who helps Pei Sun match the agent is also the person who helps him accept the tasks he posted. Yi Xiaomei stared at the game intently, her eyes wide open, afraid of missing any details. She wanted to understand what kind of amazing strength Pei Sun possessed to be able to take down a shelter alone. Pei Sun and Gu Xinxiong stood on the fighting stage. Pei Sun did not dare to relax at all.
As soon as he stepped onto the stage and the battle began, he summoned thousands of undead creatures to surround him.
After all, Gu Xinxiong's ability made him extremely wary. Although she only played for 2 rounds, the first round and the round against the SSS level talented professional, the strength she displayed was enough to scare people.
Once that strange golden light hits the opponent, it will instantly make the opponent lose combat ability, and even the movements will become extremely strange. Although Pei Sun didn't understand the reason, he was still extremely cautious.
Gu Xinxiong's expression was also very solemn. After seeing the strange creatures summoned by Pei Sun, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of her body. At the same time, Gu Xinxiong's eyes shone with golden light. After being surrounded by those strange summoned creatures, dozens of golden light shot out instantly.
As soon as they touched Pei Sun's undead summons, they instantly disintegrated.
When Pei Sun sensed this scene, a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Although he had already guessed that her light element would be extremely restrained, he had never expected it to reach this level. After shattering the undead summon, her golden light did not split, but simply dissipated into the air. Pei Sun frowned slightly, his expression becoming more solemn. Seeing that her attack was effective, Gu Xinxiong's expression expression eased a little, but she still didn't dare to let her guard down. The golden light on her body surface gradually expanded and slowly condensed into golden arrows, which shot towards Pei Sun's summoned creature together with the golden light in her eyes, like a golden rain curtain. As soon as Pei Sun's undead summons came into contact with the golden light, they all disintegrated immediately, leaving no residue behind, and the speed of disintegration was extremely fast. As a result, the scene on the battle stage was finally completely different from what the two had shown before. In this sky full of strange and densely packed undead summons, Gu Xinqiang single-handedly eliminated all the undead around her. Golden light shone everywhere, as if a sun had risen on a huge black carpet. When the audience saw this scene, they finally smiled with satisfaction.
Wow, can this be considered an epic professional battle? This is too exaggerated. Young people nowadays are truly outrageous. This is the exciting battle I want to see. What happened before was just crap. That's right. No, I have to get out my phone and record this. You only see this kind of battle once in a lifetime. It's simply amazing. If you edit the video, Photoshop the cover a bit, and change the title to The Ultimate Showdown Between the God of Light and the God of Darkness, it'll definitely be a huge hit. Ha ha ha. Even though your way of putting it is a bit crude, it is true. A battle of this magnitude. Wow, I'm so moved. Is Fengyu City really going to rise? For years, Fengyu City has been at the bottom of Tianjin province. No matter what benefits we get, we never get a chance. Instead, all the bad things are pushed onto us. Sigh. It's been so many years. These two little guys. It seems that Fengyu City is really going to turn things around. On the battle stage, Pei Sun's face was filled with solemnity. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield, and he could clearly feel that the number of undead summons he had summoned was decreasing rapidly at an alarming rate. The light elemental power controlled by Gu Xinqiang was really tricky and almost formed an absolute restraint on his undead summons. The pure light element directly suppressed the splitting effect of Pei Sun's undead stone. The battle situation at this moment was completely different from Pei Sun's last round. Previously, the undead aura emitted by his undead summons brought an eerie and terrifying atmosphere of dark clouds pressing down on the city, and the city was about to be destroyed, but now there was only a sparse amount of black smoke rising above the battle stage. Not only that, Pei Sun also knew that Gu Xinqiang had not yet exerted her full strength, and her innate skill in the magic circle had not yet been activated. Thinking of this, Pei Sun felt a headache. Once Gu Xinqiang used that skill, his remaining undead summons would dissipate even faster. He didn't dare to easily order the undead summons to attack Gu Xinqiang. The soft golden light shield on her body had an autonomous attack function. As long as the undead summoned creature gets close enough, her golden shield will react quickly, launching an accurate attack and instantly destroying his undead summoned creature. Pei Sun frowned. Although he had anticipated this situation in the preparation room, standing here in person, he found the situation more difficult than he had imagined. Seeing that the situation was gradually under her control, Gu Xinqiang's eyes flashed with a hint of pride that was hard to conceal, although she did not show it outwardly. The operation of her internal supernatural power did not slow down at all, but became even faster. Through the shared vision, Pei Sun clearly felt that the natural energy in the air around Gu Xinqiang was rapidly gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye, converging towards her. Pei Sun's expression changed slightly. The next moment, a huge golden magic circle suddenly appeared under Gu Xinqiang's feet, covering an area of dozens of square meters. In the center of the magic circle is a closed eye, surrounded by various strange and incomprehensible symbols. Although the symbol is strange, it appears quite subtle when combined with the closed eye in the center, as if it was designed specifically to highlight the eye. As the golden magic circle unfolded, the surrounding undead summons were trapped in it unknowingly. A few seconds later, the golden magic circle was fully unfolded, under the nervous gaze of Pei Sun and all the audience. The golden eye in the center of the magic circle suddenly opened, and in an instant, all the undead summons in the magic circle disintegrated, accompanied by a sound as if they were evaporating. Not only that, the golden light on Gu Xinqiang's body became even brighter, and the golden light shot out to the surroundings and spread rapidly. In just a few breaths, Pei Sun's thousands of undead summons were reduced by half, and combined with the previous losses, there are now less than 200 left. Pei Sun was clearly at a disadvantage, but Gu Xinqiang showed no signs of slacking off. His momentum continued to rise, and he vowed to capture all of his undead summons in one fell swoop. But she also knew that Pei Sun had not yet used his full strength. When Pei Sun was fighting with that guy, he summoned more than 2,000 creatures, but now when it came to her, he only summoned half of the number. Whether it was because he despised her or for some other reason, Gu Xinqiang tried her best. Even if she couldn't defeat Pei Sun in the end, she would force him to pay a heavy price, or at least make him bleed profusely. Looking at this scene, Pei Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy's golden magic circle was just as he expected, shockingly powerful. Coupled with the influence of attribute restraint, it really put him in an extremely difficult situation. If you want to defeat her, you must use some tactics. The reversal of the situation on the field caught the audience completely off guard. Wow, what kind of magic circle is that? It can actually nearly directly annihilate all of Pei Sun's summons. Although there are some attribute restraint factors, this is too exaggerated. It seems that Pei Sun is no match for Gu Xinxiang at all. Just now it seemed that Pei Sun had the advantage, but how come Gu Xinxiang is temporarily ahead in the blink of an eye? What is going on? Did you notice? Although Pei Sun summoned an astonishing number of creatures, their defenses were too low. They were almost shattered by Gu Xinxiang's golden light. Aren't you talking nonsense? Gu Xinxiang is already higher level than him, and her attributes are twice as high as his. If one attack can't even destroy one of his summons, what's the point of fighting? That's right. Besides, Pei Sun didn't win by relying on the abilities of a single summon, but rather on the advantage in numbers. It just so happened that this time he ran into Gu Xinxiang, whose attributes were restraining him. If it were someone with the same talent and level, the situation might not be the same. This competition. Hey, just shut up. Everyone has their own opinions. Duan Huanru is over there. The people around him were all shocked after watching this scene and said to Duan Huanru, "Brother, did you see it wrong this time? Your student, that kid named Pei Sun, his summons are almost all dead. How can he fight Gu Xinxiang? I think this time there's no hope. These summons may look fancy, but they're completely vulnerable. They're just for show. If I'd known they were so fragile, I would have taken another gamble with you." That's right. No matter how many people there are, they can only scare people. After just a short fight, the situation has been reversed. But this guy is only level 19, and his attribute values are only half of Gu Xinxiang's. The values of his summons should be linked to himself. Although he can't beat Gu Xinxiang, he can achieve this level, which is already quite good. Indeed, coupled with the attribute restraint, the others would have surrendered long ago. If not, who knows what the outcome would have been if they had met Pei Sun. Leaving such a deep impression on everyone in the first appearance is already quite remarkable. Hearing the voices around him who had already concluded that Pei Sun was going to lose, Duan Huanru smiled faintly. If others don't know, how could he not know? At noon at the Baibing shelter, he saw with his own eyes that this kid summoned tens of thousands of undead summons. He had just summoned thousands of them, and according to this kid himself, he still had more than 30,000 undead summons hidden. If they were all summoned now, the battle arena wouldn't hold them all and would overflow into the audience. Last round, this guy only summoned about 2,000, and it already unleashed a torrent of undead energy. If he summoned 30,000 now, wouldn't that completely overwhelm the entire building? I guess the referee will have to call an emergency stop and declare Pei Sun the winner. Brother, what are you laughing at? Look, your students' summons now number less than 100. They are almost losing. A person next to him said gloatingly, "Yeah, brother, I have to admit that you have a strong ability to predict, but you were definitely wrong this time. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have wanted to take another gamble. Although I don't know why the number of summons this time doesn't seem to be as many as before, but even if he summons more, he can't defeat Gu Xinxiang." That's right. I can tell you responsibly that Pei Sun summoned over 2,000 last time. Although there are only over 1,000 this time, they were defeated too quickly. Even if he summoned 3,000, it would be useless, not to mention that he only has over 2,000. That's right, let alone more than 3,000, even if it were. The man stopped talking midway. What is it? Why did you stop talking halfway? Another person looked at him with confusion. The man's expression froze instantly, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, and his face turned pale on the spot. What are you doing? He frowned and followed his gaze towards the fighting stage. Suddenly, he was stunned, his eyes suddenly widened, and his pupils contracted rapidly, as if he was petrified in an instant. On the battle stage, Pei Sun, who seemed to have lost the battle, suddenly summoned a large number of undead creatures. They were so densely packed that they were impossible to count. The number was shocking. Accompanied by endless low roars, the entire battle stage instantly became pitch black. It was a black so deep that it was impenetrable, which made people feel deep despair. Bai Yaofeng, who was at the preparation seat, suddenly widened his eyes. He thought Pei Sun was doomed to fail, but he didn't expect that he could actually summon such an astonishing number. It looks like it's probably more than 10 times as much as before. Everyone in the audience was stunned by the sight of this scene. Alien spirits rioting? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why are there so many summons suddenly appearing? Were all these summoned by that kid? A level 19 summoner? This needs to be thoroughly investigated. How is this possible? Yi Xiaomei, who was sitting in the corner of the spectator seats, also widened her eyes when she saw the scene in front of her. Surprisingly, there are still so many. She was just shocked that Pei Sun summoned thousands of creatures. Seeing that Sister Xinxiang was about to win, she thought about going to comfort Pei Sun after the battle, but now, why did so many appear again? How on earth did he do that? There must be tens of thousands of them. A level 19 summoner could actually summon such a terrifying number of creatures, and these summons looked eerie and creepy, full of fighting spirit. Top floor room. Ever since they first witnessed Pei Sun's incredible summoning ability, they had been closely watching every round of his battles. Although Pei Sun's opponents had surrendered directly in several matches. Until just now, when they saw Gu Xinxiang and Pei Sun step onto the fighting stage, they immediately became alert
alert, stood in front of the screen, and watched the fight between the two with serious expressions. After Payson suddenly summoned tens of thousands of creatures, they all froze in place, their pupils suddenly contracting. Their eyes were no longer filled with admiration for genius, but with disbelief and fear, as if they were looking at a monster.
How is this possible? A level 19 summoner can actually reach this level? Brother, could it be that he has learned some forbidden technique? Otherwise, how could he summon such a terrifying number? This is probably the only thing that could happen to a riot of alien spirits in another world. A person who is called Big Brother would definitely be furious when hearing such speculation under normal circumstances, but when he witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he was also a little shaken in his heart. This could not be explained by common sense at all. If it's really a forbidden technique, then it must have been taught to him by a mythical professional. But how could a mythical professional appear in our Fengyu City? Not to mention Fengyu City, there isn't a single mythical professional in the entire Tianjin province. There are less than 10 mythical professionals in the entire China. Even if he was a mythical professional, why would he be interested in such a kid? Why would he teach him forbidden techniques? What is his background? I've checked. This kid doesn't have a great background. He comes from an ordinary family. His father disappeared many years ago, and his mother is the only one raising him and his younger brother. He attends number 6 middle school, and his younger brother attends number 1 middle school. I heard he ranked first in this year's Fengyu City graduation exam. So, he already possessed this terrifying ability before yesterday? He came from an ordinary family. What's going on? There's no reason for a mythical professional to be interested in him. A level 19 summoner possesses such terrifying abilities. If it's not a forbidden technique, then I think there's only one possibility: his talent. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of several people around him turned to the person who spoke to him, and paused slightly. His talent? Are you saying his talent might be more than SSS level? Old Joe, don't be ridiculous. Are you trying to say this kid has awakened a talent that surpasses SSS level? I'm telling you, that's impossible. The man called Lao Joe had no joking expression on his face and said in a steady tone, "You've all seen it. The abilities this kid has displayed have already surpassed everyone's expectations. It's unrealistic to attribute this to forbidden techniques, as we don't have any mythical professionals in Tianjin province. We can only look for the cause in terms of talent. This kid's talent is very likely to be the legendary divinely inspired one." As soon as the words fell, the whole room fell silent. Old Joe, this joke isn't funny at all. Do you know what the words divinely inspired mean? Do you know what it would mean if a divinely inspired one appeared in Fengyu City? That's right, Old Joe. In the past few hundred years, there have been no more than 100 divinely inspired people in the entire Chinese world. In the history of Tianjin province, there have only been 2 divinely inspired people. 2. How could Fengyu City possibly produce a divinely inspired person? I told you, I'm not kidding. Zhou Lei's voice became serious, with a hint of excitement, and his whole body trembled slightly. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Big Brother. The eldest brother Kong Rui stared at the screen with a serious expression. Listening to the arguments among the people around him, his heart suddenly ached. He himself couldn't figure out whether this kid was using forbidden techniques or not. This was the first time this question popped up in his mind in this building. To call it a forbidden technique was a bit far-fetched, but to say it wasn't a forbidden technique was completely inexplicable. As for the divine enlightenment, it was simply an unattainable dream for a small city like theirs. Talents that surpass the SSS level. Many people have never even heard of these 3 words, let alone understand their meaning. The top SSS level talent is considered the ultimate in the eyes of most people. However, in reality, talents stronger than SSS levels still exist. The one who is inspired by God, the one who is supernatural. Among them, the divinely inspired ones are at least the top talents that have appeared many times in Chinese history. This word has a clear meaning in their minds. The term divine person is even more advanced than the divinely inspired one. These 3 words are only a legend. Ordinary people and even those in lower level professions are completely unaware of this legend. Only a few high-ranking people have heard of it. According to legend, there has only been one divine person in Chinese history, and that person mysteriously disappeared and has never been seen since. Therefore, the term divine person will always remain in legend. Therefore, even if they thought of this possibility, they only dared to speculate at the level of the divine inspirer and did not dare to think about a higher level. What Old Joe said makes some sense. I believe in the detection mechanism of our building. I don't think that some legendary professional would come to our city for no reason and teach forbidden techniques to an ordinary person. Kong Rui looked solemn and weighed every word carefully. But brother, if the divine enlightenment really exists, why haven't we heard of him before? And why would he only go to Fengyu number 6 middle school? This is too hard to explain. If this kid is truly a divinely inspired one, then our Fengyu city has finally made it. But, is this kid truly a divinely inspired one? Although his performance is extremely outstanding, how could a divinely inspired one appear so easily in our Fengyu city? At this time, a man came over and asked Kong Rue in a low voice.
Brother, the black energy this kid just released was even thicker and more exaggerated than before, practically filling the entire viewing
area. Should we stop their fight and just declare him the winner? I think most people in the audience are repulsed by that black energy. Kong Rue frowned, his eyes repeatedly scanning the faces of Pei Sun and Gu Xinxiong, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "No need, let's ignore this for now and go down to find Duan Huanru first." "Ah, okay, I understand." After saying that, these people walked out of the room, walked into the elevator, and pressed the button for the 24th floor. As tens of thousands of summoned undead creatures appeared, the aura of the undead on the stage instantly became extremely strong, dozens of times stronger than the first time.
This aura of the undead spread extremely quickly, filling every corner of the spectator seats in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the golden field released by Gu Xinxiong was like a lone star in the long dark night. It appeared weak and powerless in the endless darkness, as if it was oppressed to the point of suffocation. Most of the spectators in the stands were horrified upon seeing the staggering number of summoned creatures. As the thick black aura of the undead spread, the pain was unbearable, especially for the ordinary, non-professionals. Yi Xiaomei's face in the corner also turned ugly. Although the aura of the undead somehow avoided her automatically when it permeated her, she still felt extremely repulsed and uncomfortable. No wonder she was able to capture the next shelter alone. Her summoning ability is really too strong. Yi Xiaomei stared blankly at the scene on the battlefield and murmured softly. The people around Duan Huanru had already fallen into a daze, their eyes fixed on the battle stage, as if they had forgotten Duan Huanru's existence. After being corroded by the aura of the undead, they were almost in a state of confusion. In contrast, Duan Huanru felt no rejection when he sensed the breath of the undead. There were two reasons for this. First, he had already experienced a similar breath at noon, and second, after mastering the power of the element of death, this breath of the undead no longer conflicted with him, and even brought him a sense of comfort. Gu Xinxiang on the battle stage was full of confidence just now, but when he saw the endless summoned creatures in front of him, his expression suddenly became dull and he was terrified. This has surpassed her talent level and professional level. It is an innate physiological reaction facing terrifying existences that have never been seen before and are beyond her cognition. She naturally feels fear, especially in such an astonishing number. Most people would have been frightened out of control, but she was the only one who could manage to stand firm and remain calm. You know, the last guy who fought Pei Sun had already collapsed to the ground in fear. Pei Sun's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and his delicate face became more calm. Observing Gu Xinxiang through shared vision, he was slightly surprised. Only he who was in it could understand the terrifying pressure and severe situation that Gu Xinxiang was facing. If she was not careful, she would be torn to pieces by the summoned undead. He thought about it over and over again and could only guess that it was this guy's light element ability that helped her resist the invasion of the undead aura, otherwise she would not have been able to hold on until now.
Duan Huanru, witnessing this scene, also gained a new understanding of Gu Xinxiang.
Aside from Pei Sun,
he was probably the only one who could experience this firsthand.
Seeing her remain sober and resolute in such a situation, remaining calm and composed, was truly admirable. At that moment, several men in brown jackets suddenly appeared at the door of room A on the 24th floor. They pushed the door open gently,
unnoticed.
When they saw the surging black aura that almost filled their field of vision, their hearts trembled, their whole bodies trembling. The scene was so shocking, completely different from what they saw through surveillance, and the immersive feeling was extremely strong. After entering the room, the leading man walked forward slowly, stretched out his hand and waved it lightly, and a transparent and milky white barrier suddenly appeared around the battle stage. The barrier appeared, immediately isolating the aura of the undead from the arena. Another person simultaneously formed a complex hand seal, and once completed, the aura of the undead in the audience began to slowly dissipate. In less than half a minute, all the undead auras in the audience vanished. The barrier trapped the black energy on the stage. They struggled desperately to break free, but were completely unable to escape. As the black gas dissipated, the audience who had been severely eroded just now gradually regained consciousness.
Hey, what's going on? I think I just had a nightmare. I feel so bad. What nightmare?
You were disturbed by the black energy released by that brat.
Not only you, many people around you showed symptoms of coma and loss of consciousness. Lost in a coma? What does that mean?
Literally. I don't know if you're professionals, but if not, it's normal to be corroded by this black energy. Even though I just broke through to the epic professional level, I was affected by the black energy released by this kid.
You mean he single-handedly made almost all the spectators in our stands faint?
That's right. It's just that for some reason, a barrier appeared around the battle stage, isolating the black energy, and you slowly woke up.
Otherwise, you, especially you, would probably still be having a nightmare now.
This is so scary. I just felt like I really had a nightmare. Or, I can't explain it clearly. The feeling was too real. It made me feel very uncomfortable and painful.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Look over there. The person who was most seriously affected by the black energy hasn't woken up yet.
thought, oh, this kid is so scary. I thought he was just a level 19 kid and I could teach him a lesson myself, but I didn't expect his ability to be so terrifying. Duan Huanru couldn't help but smile as he watched the dazed person next to him slowly wake up. They are probably still having nightmares. Although their eyes are open, their minds are wandering and their brains are not in the right state at all. After an unknown amount of time had passed since the black energy dissipated, one of the men's eyes gradually focused, as if waking from a dream. He looked around in confusion. Seeing the strange expressions on the faces of the people around him, he turned to look at Duan Huanru and asked blankly, "What happened? Who won?" Duan Huanru replied, "It's not over yet." "Not over yet?" "Yes, you will know if you look at the battle arena yourself." After hearing this, the man slowly turned his gaze towards the fighting stage. Seeing the scene in front of him, the confusion on his face became even more intense. What is that barrier for? Duan Huanru couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is this undead aura so erosive? It feels like this guy's IQ has returned to 5 years old. Although he didn't know how this barrier appeared, he knew that if it weren't for it, this guy would probably still be in a coma. The man turned around and looked at the other people around him. Seeing that everyone was confused, his doubts reached a peak. They were chatting enthusiastically just now. How come everything turned out like this in the blink of an eye? Could it be that they were drinking secretly without telling me? He quickly reached out and shook the people around him, and after several minutes, this group of people woke up one after another. Obviously, these people are ordinary people and have not awakened successfully. After they woke up, their condition was similar to that of the person who had just woken them up, as if they had just woken up and their eyes were blurry. Duan Huanru found the scene funny, but still kept his eyes fixed on the fighting stage. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared behind him. One of them patted Duan Huanru gently. Duan Huanru was stunned for a moment, his heart tightened, and he slowly turned his head to look at those people. At first glance, he didn't recognize almost any of these people, except for the man standing at the very edge who he had a slight impression of. That person was the referee here, usually only appearing at high-level competitions. He had no idea why he was here, and it looked like he was specifically looking for him. As for the other people, Duan Huanru had no impression of them at all. He had never seen them before. "Hello, Mr. Duan," the leader said softly. When he heard someone calling his name, Duan Huanru became even more confused and didn't understand why the other person knew his name. As if seeing through his doubts, the man took out a certificate from his pocket and introduced it before he could speak. "I'm Kong Rui, the person in charge of the Fingyu City fighting ladder field." Duan Huanru was stunned. His eyes fell on the photo on the ID card, and sure enough, he looked exactly like this person. After revealing their identities, Duan Huanru immediately understood a little bit and roughly guessed the purpose of these people's visit. "Excuse me, did you personally help Pei Sun with the cross-stage matching?" Kong Rui asked politely. Duan Huanru nodded. Kong Rui then continued to ask, "What is your relationship with him?" "He is my student," Duan Huanru replied. Hearing this, Kong Rui's eyes immediately showed some surprise and suspicion. "Student? He's a teacher? He came here from Buyue province just to be a teacher?" Seeing the other party's puzzled look, Duan Huanru also felt a little puzzled. "I don't seem to know him, right? Why is he looking at me like that? What's wrong?" Duan Huanru asked back. Kong Rui hesitated for a moment, thought briefly and said, "This is not the place to talk. Come with me first." Duan Huanru frowned slightly and immediately became more alert. "I'm sorry, but I have to ensure the safety of my students at all times. I can't go with you." Kong Rui was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at the people around him with a surprised look on his face. He said, "Mr. Duan, you may have misunderstood me. My purpose is very simple, but I really can't say it here. I am the person in charge here and will be responsible for everyone's safety. If possible, I still hope you can go with me to the top floor to discuss this issue. Of course, if you are really worried, we can also stay here and talk." After hearing this, Duan Huanru hesitated for a moment. Looking at the sincere expressions of the other people, especially Kong Rui, whose words carried weight, Duan Huanru agreed after a slight hesitation. He used to train here often, and in 1 month he had sprinted to more than 5,000 points with a very high winning rate and won the title of 5th level fighter. However, in the past month, he had never seen the person in charge of the fighting ladder field. He was inevitably surprised to see him suddenly. Since the other party was the person in charge, there was no need for him to be shy. After agreeing, he followed them to the top floor, the 60th floor. After entering the elevator, Duan Huanru suddenly realized that the barrier must be the formation barrier they had set up themselves. It was over 1,000 meters long, wide and high, and it was impossible for ordinary people to complete it. Seeing that she was already at a disadvantage, Gu Xinxiang suppressed her inner panic. Golden light burst out from her body again, and her aura suddenly and inexplicably rose to several levels. When Pei Sun saw this scene, he was stunned and shocked by the sudden change in Gu Xinxiang's momentum. Is this an equipment effect? Pei Sun fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, Gu Xinxiang would have been lucky to have managed to stand her ground, let alone resist. However, not only was she not significantly affected, her aura aura continued to grow.
Logically, since his 2 innate skills had already been used up and he had no enhanced skills, there shouldn't be such a sudden increase in momentum.
Since it happened, there was only one explanation. That is the equipment effect. And it's at least a gold level equipment effect. Ordinary low level equipment simply doesn't have this kind of active ability, only gold level or higher level equipment has it.
Pei Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he did not let the undead summons attack actively for the time being, wanting to see what other tricks Gu Xinxiang had. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Gu Xinxiang's body burst out with extremely strong golden light again. The magic circle under her feet suddenly expanded, and 5 magic circles appeared around her out of thin air. These 5 golden magic arrays are exactly the same as the one under Gu Xinxiang's feet, and a golden eye also slowly unfolds in the center of the array. Just like before, when these 5 magic circles appeared, Pei Sun's undead summons were instantly annihilated as soon as they touched these golden
magic circles.
The difference was that under the monstrous undead aura, Pei Sun's undead summons ability to split was once again revealed. Although Gu Xinxiang set up 5 magic circles at once, Pei Sun had twice as many undead summons as him, and the control of the field was still firmly in his hands. Those magic arrays in Gu Xinxiang bathed in golden light seemed to be struggling to break free from the dark golden crow, but they appeared very powerless and weak. All the spectators on the fighting stage woke up. Seeing this scene, their eyes sparkled and they were filled with emotion.
On the 24th floor, such exciting duels are almost unheard of. Now that they can watch such high-quality battles at a low price, they are naturally happy about it. In the corner of the spectator seats, Yi Xiaomei looked at the battle situation and stood up with a dazed look. She was completely shocked by the strength of the 2 men, but when she thought that one of them would definitely lose, and it would most likely be her sister Xinxiang, she felt mixed emotions. But when she thought that Pei Sun would win, for some reason, she gradually began to accept it. At this moment, Gu Xinxiang on the fighting stage was at the end of his strength, and crystal-clear cold sweat broke out on his forehead for the first time. The 6 magic circles were running at full power at the same time. Although they quickly destroyed Pei Sun's summons, they were insignificant compared to the huge number of these summons. Instead, her supernatural powers were being rapidly consumed. This was before Pei Sun ordered his summons to attack. Thinking back to when he first saw these ghostly creatures in the desert forest, their hollow eyes staring at people made his hair stand on end and his hair stand on end. And now, she had been fighting with Pei Sun's ghost creatures for a long time, but she didn't even see the other party's intention to attack. The mere suppression of numbers left her with no power to fight back and she fell into complete despair. After persisting for about 6 or 7 minutes, Gu Xinxiang's supernatural power was finally exhausted. Her face was full of unwillingness and her beautiful eyes were full of bitterness. They are both SSS level talents. Why is the gap so huge? Pei Sun observed Gu Xinxiang calmly through the shared vision, thinking that this guy was quite resilient. Although her light element restrains Pei Sun's death element also restricts her. After all, she had to release a large amount of light elements to suppress Pei Sun's summons. After more than a minute, relying on the last bit of willpower, Gu Xinxiang finally couldn't hold on any longer. She felt a trance in front of her eyes, and suddenly fell into the endless tide of darkness. The golden light had long been swallowed up, leaving only the deep darkness. Seeing this, Pei Sun also retracted all his undead summons, feeling a dull pain in his heart. Gu Xinxiang had consumed over 1,000 of his undead summons of ordinary bloodline in just a few minutes. Even the consumption rate during the attack on Bai Bing's shelter at noon today was not as fast as it was. As Pei Sun's black tide receded, the audience saw Gu Xinxiang, who was unconscious on the fighting stage. She was the nth contestant to be carried away by medical staff today. However, no one felt ashamed of Gu Xinxiang. As the battle curtain fell, the audience was silent for a few seconds, and then broke into deafening and endless applause. It's so powerful. I haven't seen such a hearty battle in hundreds of years. Where did this come from? Is this still our Fingyu city? Is this still a game I can watch? These two are truly one more invincible than the other. Even though that girl lost, it wasn't unfair at all. She dared to challenge Pei Sun alone, so even though she lost, she still won with honor. Yes, it seems that our Fingyu city is really going to rise. In the room on the top floor, Kong Rue and Zhou Lei brought Duan Huanru in. Instead of talking about business right away, they asked Duan Huanru to sit down and watch the game. Although Gu Xinxiang was unfortunately defeated, they were all very satisfied with her performance. It was not until the game was finally over that Kong Rue turned his focused gaze to Duan Huanru and prepared to speak. Brother Kong, please get down to business. My students can't find me down there now, and they must be worried. Before he finished speaking, Duan Huanru spoke first. No, I have sent someone to pick up your student, and he will be here soon. But before that, it is better for us to finish the topic first, because it involves some sensitive content. Kong Rue said calmly. Hearing this, Duan Huanru's heart was suddenly in turmoil. What sensitive topic could there be about Pei Sun? He was just a talented brat, so how could this person take him so seriously? With some doubts in his heart, Duan Huanru nodded. Kong Rue coughed twice immediately, and the people around him glanced at him and left the room tactfully. Suddenly, only Duan Duan Huanru and the few people brought by Kong Rui were left in the room. I don't know if you've ever considered this, but we suspect your student Pei Sun might be a divinely inspired one. When he mentioned the three words, divinely inspired one, Kong Rui's tone became noticeably heavier and his expression instantly became solemn. When Duan Huanru heard this, he remained calm on the surface, but a huge wave of emotion was rising in his heart. After thinking for 2 seconds, he was slightly stunned, then chuckled and said calmly, "Brother Kong, you're overthinking this. How could he possibly be divinely inspired? I've been with him for so long, how could I not know his talent? Ha ha." After hearing this, Kong Rui, Zhou Lei and others narrowed their eyes involuntarily. "Oh, Mr. Duan, are you so sure?" Duan Huanru smiled and said, "What's the point of saying whether it's certain or not? I've never thought about it that way. This kid just got lucky and awakened an SSS level talent. How can he be called a divinely inspired one? If he really was a divinely inspired one, wouldn't he have caused chaos in Fengyu City when he awakened? Brother Kong, you're really overthinking it." The expressions of Kong Rui and the others changed subtly. A burly man next to him suddenly said in a deep voice with an ugly expression, "Mr. Duan, I hope we can discuss this topic sincerely. If your student is truly a divinely inspired being, the impact on Fengyu City and even the entire Tianjing province is self-evident. Since you are his teacher, you should be most aware of this." After hearing this, Duan Huanru narrowed his eyes slightly and his mentality was slightly shaken. "You mean I'm not sincere enough?" Zhao Hao's face instantly darkened. He slammed his palm on the table and said angrily, "Pei Sun is a student at Fengyu No. 6 Middle School. Not to mention No. 6 Middle School's outdated awakening facilities, even No. 1 Middle School's most advanced equipment couldn't have detected the divine inspired's talent at the time. Which divine inspired in history wasn't discovered later? And you're using this to taunt us now? Do you even know your student is from No. 6 Middle School, or are you taking us for fools?" Zhao Hao was very emotional. Kong Rui glared at him, signaling him to calm down, and then turned his gaze to Duan Huanru. "Mr. Duan, our Chinese awakening equipment is indeed not advanced enough to directly detect the talents of divinely inspired ones. Based on what you just said, it is not inconsistent that Pei Sun may be a divinely inspired one. If you don't believe it, we can find someone." Duan Huanru interrupted him halfway through his words. At this time, Duan Huanru had obviously lost his patience. "Sorry, Brother Kong, we don't have time right now. Whether Pei Sun is a divinely inspired person or not is indeed a big deal in Fengyu City, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with you. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Duan Huanru stood up, put away the smile on his face, and spoke in a clear voice. Seeing this, Kong Rui's expression changed slightly again. It's strange to say, although Kong Rui knew Duan Huanru, the tone of his speech did not sound like that of an acquaintance, but rather strange and polite, as if the two had never met before. But Duan Huanru really didn't know Kong Rui. "You can't leave." Zhou Lei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke, staring at Duan Huanru fiercely. Duan Huanru was not afraid at all, and looked back sharply. "Give it a try?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense and full of gunpowder. Kong Rui stepped forward again to mediate. "Mr. Duan, there's no need to be so agitated. Since you brought him here today and openly allowed him to demonstrate his abilities, it means you truly didn't know he possessed divinely inspired abilities. But now that we've discovered it, I think it's necessary to have a professional retest him." Seeing that Kong Rui was still communicating with him patiently and gently after being interrupted by him, Duan Huanru's expression also relaxed. After all, he was an easygoing person. "No need, Brother Kong. I brought him here today just to give him some training. I never thought someone would push him into that situation. As for his talent, his registration form for the Fengyu City graduation assessment listed him as a D-level talent. I won't say any more about this topic. Are you okay?" As soon as these words were spoken, several people's hearts suddenly tightened. Zhao Hao's eyes revealed undisguised disdain. "Mr. Duan, I think we should really discuss attitude, not talent. We're doing this for the good of Fengyu City, but you're increasingly playing tricks on us. I don't understand how someone like you can be a teacher. I'm too lazy to delve into it, so I'll just ask you, will you cooperate with the test?" As he spoke, Zhao Hao's provocative eyes were exposed. He didn't take Duan Huanru seriously at all. The people around him were shoulder to shoulder, and it was obvious that they were ready to take action. At this time, Kong Rui did not stop Zhao Hao anymore and acquiesced to his behavior. Duan Huanru sneered, his gloomy eyes swept across the faces of Zhao Hao, Kong Rui, and Zhou Lei, and finally fixed on Zhao Hao's face. "Since you want to talk about attitude, then let's have a good talk." As he spoke, he took out a communication device from his pocket, skillfully opened the address book, and dialed a familiar number. Seeing this, Zhao Hao immediately rushed over to Duan Huanru and sneered, "Humph, you still want to call for help at this time? How naive." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the communication equipment. Kong Rui stood silently by without stopping him, as if he approved of Zhao Hao's action. Duan Huanru smiled coldly and sneered at Zhao Hao's actions. Before Zhao Hao could reach out, he turned on the hands-free mode of the phone and handed the side of the device with
with his name displayed to Zhao Hao.
Zhao Hao was stunned and stopped what he was doing.
A look of confusion appeared on his face as he looked at the name on the screen. Kong Rui, Zhou Lei and others also looked at the screen curiously with serious expressions. After Zhao Hao saw the 3 words clearly, he showed a suspicious look.
After thinking for a moment, he continued to taunt, "Brother, it's not enough that you just treated us as fools, now you are actually making fun of Mayor Yao? Do you know what will happen if we tell Mayor Yao about this?" Duan Huanru shook his head. "I don't know, but I think we'll know soon."
Zhao Hao sneered, then laughed in anger. He turned and pointed at Duan Huanru. "This is really eye-opening.
You actually made fun of Mayor Yao.
I haven't seen such a weirdo in hundreds of years.
And he's a teacher?"
After saying that, he also took out his cell phone from his pocket and skillfully dialed 11 digits.
Mayor Yao's name immediately appeared on the screen. "Brother, if I call him now, can I act as pretentious as you? Who in Fengyu City doesn't know Mayor Yao's phone number? I know it by heart. Who can get through? Can you get through?"
"You dialed the wrong number.
It's already this late. I thought you were going to call someone, but you ended up putting on a circus for me. You really have a sense of humor."
Zhao Hao was amused by Duan Huanru and laughed out loud, and his anger immediately dissipated a lot.
Just as he was laughing, Duan Huanru's phone was suddenly connected.
Hearing the voice, Zhao Hao's face instantly froze, and he became silent, not daring to make a sound.
Kong Rui and Zhou Lei's faces suddenly changed, and they even held their breath. "What's wrong, Xiao Duan? Why did you take the initiative to call me today?"
When a voice came from the other end of the phone, Zhao Hao's eyes suddenly widened and he stood there motionless, as if petrified. Kong Rui, Zhou Lei and others also changed their expressions.
They didn't expect that Duan Huanru actually answered Mayor Yao's call.
Among these people, besides Zhao Hao, Kong Rui's expression changed the most obviously. His pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had seen something extremely incredible.
It was incredible enough that he'd come to Fengyu City from Bui province, but he'd even gotten Mayor Yao's phone number? How was that even possible? And it looked like Mayor Yao's personal number. How could he possibly have it if he didn't even have it? What's more, judging from Mayor Yao's tone, their relationship seems to be pretty good. "Mayor Yao, I have a question for you." Go ahead." Duan Huanru's face was calm and unperturbed.
When he was about to ask a question, Zhao Hao next to him started to make a fuss again. "Where the hell did you get this AI voice?
Do you really think we're idiots? You're calling us from a strange, unfamiliar number and using a similar-sounding AI voice, and you're trying to trick us? Can you think twice before you do this? You're just a crappy teacher." Would Mayor Yao answer your call? Would he have time to talk to you? You've been deceiving yourself every day, and now you're trying to trick us?
At this time, beads of sweat had already appeared on Zhao Hao's forehead. He didn't know whether he was frightened by Mayor Yao's voice or he was exhausted from talking so much at once.
Kong Rui, who was already half believing and half doubting, became even more wavering after hearing what Zhao Hao said.
He was expecting Zhao Hao to say a few more words to help expose Duan Huanru, but he also felt vaguely uneasy.
The other person next to him said bluntly, "I'm dying of laughter. You even dared to forge Mayor Yao's phone number. I think you really want to go to jail."
This matter was not a big deal, but you had to make such a fuss. I'll be frank, I have a close relationship with the people in the government, and not only me, but also Brother Kong Rui has a strong backer in the government.
Otherwise, how do you think Brother Kong Rui got the position of the person in charge of our city's TNT fighting arena? You are dreaming here with a crappy phone call. Who do you really think you are? Otherwise, I will send someone to ask Mayor Yao what he is doing now. You have to expose you in person before you are satisfied?
Hearing this, Kong Rui's face suddenly changed a little, and cold sweat flowed down his cheeks. If Duan Huanru was not still there, he really wanted to scold this idiot severely.
He was feeling uneasy.
Although his people had been making outputs and seemed to have the upper hand, he still couldn't be sure that the person on the other end of the phone wasn't Mayor Yao. Several people took turns to attack, but the person on the other end of the phone just listened quietly without saying a word. Seeing this, Zhao Hao couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face and said with a more proud expression,
"What? You're too scared to say anything? Now you know the consequences of being exposed, right? Don't worry, it's useless to regret it. This room has 24-hour recordings and video. We'll send this recording to the authorities and you can wait to go to jail. You're really tired of living." That's right. In this day and age, there are still people who dare to impersonate officials. Impersonating an ordinary official is one thing, but you even dare to impersonate Mayor Yao. I think you are either being clever or challenging the dignity of our entire Fengyu City. Or maybe you are just not very smart. Duan Huanru's smile became more and more smug. He found it particularly funny when he thought that Mayor Yao had listened to every word they said. He really got that position through connections. But after today, you may not be able to sit still. Although Kong Rui had completely believed what Zhao Hao said at this time, when he saw Duan Huanru's smug smile, he felt itchy in his heart and had a vague ominous premonition. What are you laughing at? Are you celebrating going to jail? Or do you know you're going to have a rough time there, so you're taking this opportunity to laugh a little longer? Zhao Hao continued, firing on all cylinders. The other side is silent, and you're silent too. The other side is mute. Are you also mute? I saw you two were working together pretty well at the beginning, but before you could even say anything, they started making up stories. Have you fooled a lot of people before? Has it worked so well over and over again that now it's us? Looking at Duan Huanru's smug smile, Kong Rui felt more and more that something was wrong. After a brief thought, he walked over to Zhao Hao and whispered, "Old Zhao, stop talking." Zhao Hao shook off Kong Rui's hand very casually and shouted, "Don't worry, big brother. Today I will definitely teach this kind of person a lesson for you. This kind of person is simply morally corrupt. Staying in our Fengyu city is simply tarnishing our reputation. I simply cannot tolerate such a black sheep." After Zhao Hao finished speaking, his face turned red and his breathing became rapid. He was obviously sweating, but looking at his expression, he seemed to feel much more relaxed. What a joke. Once Zhao Hao fell silent, no one else dared to say anything and just stared at Duan Huanru silently. The air suddenly solidified a little. No one understood why everyone suddenly became quiet, but what was certain was that Zhao Hao was obviously a little tired from talking too much. His face turned red and his neck was tense. After more than 10 seconds, a voice finally came from the other end of the communication device, but this time it was a bit doubtful. "Sha Duan, what's going on over there? Why does it sound so noisy?" Hearing this, Zhao Hao sneered, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and immediately wanted to rush forward and continue speaking. Seeing this, Kong Rui's face changed and he hurriedly grabbed Zhao Hao. It's hard to tell if this voice is real or fake, but it sounds remarkably similar. Is AI technology really that advanced now? What's even stranger is that not only are their voices the same, but their tone and speaking habits are also exactly the same. You know, Mayor Yao's favorite phrase is these 4 words. What's going on? Brother, don't stop me. This guy still refuses to hang up. He's clearly challenging me and your authority. I can't stand it anymore. I have to beat him up. Smash his phone first. Seeing that Zhao Hao refused to let go like a stubborn bull, Kong Rui couldn't help blushing. "Come back here." Kong Rui roared angrily, and Zhao Hao was stunned for a moment, looking back at Kong Rui in astonishment. "Brother, this isn't fake. Don't be afraid." At this time, the voice on the other end of the phone sounded again. "Ha, that voice, Sha Duan, is Kong Rui also with you?" Kong Rui suddenly opened his eyes wide, and beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. This seems to be true. Otherwise, how could he recognize his own voice? How can AI be so advanced? Duan Huanru nodded, and then said crisply, yes, Mayor Yao. No, I should say I'm on Brother Kong's side." "Oh, what did you want to ask me?" "Mayor Yao, for this city-level graduation assessment, Pei Sun's registration form shows a D-level talent, right?" Yeah, what's wrong?" "These people don't believe me and say I'm lying to them. They're refusing to cooperate with the investigation." "Mayor Yao, I want to ask, does everyone who comes to Brother Kong now have to be investigated? I think they're about to take action, especially the guy who said you were an AI voice." As he spoke, Duan Huanru took the hands-free phone and sat directly on the sofa. Hearing this, Kong Rui and the others immediately panicked. "Duan, Mr. Duan, please don't talk nonsense. We never said we had to accept the investigation." It seemed that Kong Rui had believed it, but Zhao Hao's face was still full of confusion and his eyes were full of suspicion. Mayor Yao, they don't seem to believe you're the real you yet. But I just heard they say they have connections in the city and want to inquire about your whereabouts. How about asking them to confirm with you now?" Zhao Hao's expression finally became a little panicked, but he stood still, as if he was still half believing and half doubting, just staring at Duan Huanru with wide eyes. At this time, Kong Rui had completely believed it and was sure that the other party was Yao Xinchuan. He suddenly felt something was wrong. What's worse is that the topic was already over, but Duan Huanru brought it up again. In an instant, the air was so quiet that it was suffocating, as if you could hear a pin drop. A few seconds later, Yao Xinchuan's voice came from the other end of the phone again. "You guys talked too much at once. I didn't understand. I turned on the automatic recording on my phone and went back to sort it out. But I roughly understood that you were having a conflict with someone over there, right?" "Yes, Mayor Yao. You haven't left Fengyu City yet, right? Would it be convenient for you to come over now?" Duan Huanru leaned against the sofa with his eyes slightly narrowed. Hearing this, Kong Rui's eyes suddenly widened. What is his relationship with Mayor Yao? How dare he act like that and dispatch Mayor Yao? How could a high-ranking official like Mayor Yao, who was so busy with his daily affairs, come in person for such a trivial matter, and the matter itself was completely irrelevant? Why did he speak to Mayor Yao in that tone? Kong Rui's brain almost short-circuited for a moment. He had never expected that things would turn out like this. The expressions of the people next to him kept changing, each time becoming uglier than the last, as if they had already foreseen their own fate. How did I suddenly run into someone related to Mayor Yao? They usually follow Kong Rui around, but after today, Kong Rui is definitely finished. Aren't they also going to have to follow Kong Rui and starve to death? It's all your fault. Are you crazy? Stop talking so much nonsense. What kind of relationship is this? What does it have to do with you? Do you have any support in the city? Now look, my brother has been cheated by a fool like you. What are we going to do in the future? Behind Kong Rui, a guy
was cursing in a low voice with gritted teeth, his tone full of anger. The guy who was scolded had already turned pale. How could he know that the person Duan Huanru called was actually Mayor Yao? Besides, Zhao Hao kept saying that the call was from a fake AI. If he hadn't wanted to expose Duan Huanru, he wouldn't have said so much. Obviously, several people were regretting their decision, and their faces looked extremely ugly. Only Zhao Hao thought of something that others had not thought of at this moment. He had almost believed that the person on the other end of the phone was Mayor Yao, but after hearing the tone of conversation between Duan Huanru and the person on the other end of the phone, doubt suddenly arose in his heart. There was a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. This phone call was already full of suspicious points. How dare he speak directly to Mayor Yao in that tone? It was clearly an order. Zhao Hao immediately became excited and almost believed that this was a fake call. He held his breath and listened attentively to the response from the other end of the phone, fearing that he would miss any details. There was silence for a few seconds before a voice came from the other end of the line. I'm in Fingyu City right now, but I'm discussing something with Deputy Mayor Liao, so it's not convenient for me to go over. Duan Huanru blinked and said with some regret, okay then, Mayor Yao. After saying that, Duan Huanru swept his eyes across everyone's faces one by one and found that most of them were scared silly, especially Kong Rui, whose expression was as scared as a grandson. Hey, Mayor Yao, you don't have to rush over. It seems like they suddenly don't need my cooperation in the investigation. As he said this, Duan Huanru stood up and walked to Kong Rui's side. As expected, Kong Rui did not move, staring at Duan Huanru with a bit of fear in his eyes, not daring to stop him at all. The others were the same, staring at Duan Huanru in fear, but not daring to make any move. Oh, that's good. I have something important to do here, so it's not convenient for me to go over. It's okay, Mayor Yao, as long as the problem is resolved. After saying that, Duan Huanru walked towards the door, and before leaving, she couldn't help but look at Kong Rui a few more times. The guy stared at Duan Huanru blankly, as if he was under a spell. Just as Duan Huanru was about to walk out the door, Zhao Hao suddenly stepped forward, stopped him, and blocked his way. Duan Huanru was stunned for a moment. The cold sweat on Zhao Hao's forehead had subsided, and for some reason, there was a hint of inexplicable confidence in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, your acting is truly superb. You almost tricked me, and you even called Mayor Yao over. Who do you think you are? Mayor Yao is so busy, and you dare to control him remotely? You're just acting, but what's wrong? You can't even wake up from your dream now? If you have the guts, have Mayor Yao come over right now. Hearing this, Kong Rui's face changed suddenly. He was about to stop Zhao Hao, but found that what he said seemed to make some sense. It was bizarre enough that Mayor Yao answered his call, but he was so polite as to obey his orders. He came just like that? Mayor Yao is extremely busy every day. How could he possibly have the time to care about an insignificant outsider? So Kong Rui did not try to stop Zhao Hao, but instead wanted to hear how Duan Huanru would respond. Zhao Hao's expression quickly returned to its previous contempt, and he glanced at Duan Huanru coldly, as if he had already seen his clown appearance when he revealed his flaws. Duan Huanru smiled slightly and said, Mayor Yao, why don't you come over in person? I can't get away from here. After hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately burst into laughter. I think you're really delusional. Are you addicted to acting? Come on, get Mayor Yao over here. I have plenty of time to waste with you. If Mayor Yao doesn't show up soon, I'm going to punch you in the mouth. Not just you, but that guy using AI on the other end of the phone too. I'm going to teach you all a lesson. The air suddenly became lively. Kong Rui wanted to speak several times, but he never said anything. After Zhao Hao finished speaking, he simply shut up. It seems that your matter is more urgent, so I'll go there now, said on the other end of the phone. Zhao Hao was stunned at first, then sneered disdainfully. Still trying to scare us? Do you think we're pushovers? I don't believe this today. Hurry and call Mayor Yao over. If he doesn't come within an hour, I'll skin you alive. As soon as the voice fell, the other end of the phone responded immediately. It won't take an hour. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Zhao Hao was stunned again, and then he cursed at the communication device. What kind of idiot are you? I didn't say he was you. Are you addicted to acting too? If you really have the guts, come here in 10 minutes and I'll kill you. Obviously, Zhao Hao was very sure that the person on the other end of the phone was colluding with Pei Sun and was deliberately teasing him. Beep beep beep. As soon as Zhao Hao finished speaking, the person on the other end of the communication device hung up the phone. He immediately burst into laughter, turned to look at Kong Rui and the others, and said proudly, look, didn't I tell you he was a fake? And he said, come back in 10 minutes instead of 1 minute? Feeling Zhao Hao's relief, everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief. Only Kong Rui still had some doubts in his heart, but he did not stop Zhao Hao's behavior, which also shows that he stood on Zhao Hao's side. Duan Huanru narrowed his eyes. This Zhao Hao was really a top-notch person. He simply stopped talking and plopped down on the sofa, waiting for Mayor Yao to arrive. Since Mayor Yao said he would be there in 10 minutes, it would definitely not take more than 11. Mayor Yao must have listened to all of this and sorted out the situation on the way. Zhao Hao wanted Kong Rui to abdicate, so naturally he would not interfere. Everything just waits for Mayor Yao to
to arrive, and then we can watch a good show. Gu Xinxiang was carried off the stage. After Pei Sun officially won, he returned to his seat to find Duan Huanru. But when he went back to look, Duan Huanru was gone from her seat, and Pei Sun immediately became puzzled. Where did teacher Duan go? At this moment, several figures in black suits appeared behind Pei Sun. He felt a chill and turned around abruptly. Hello, Brother Pei, your teacher has received an invitation and is currently meeting with the person in charge of the fighting ladder on the top floor. Please come with us now. Pei Sun was stunned, his brows furrowed. Now that so many people have ill intentions towards him, he has to be on high alert. The other party nodded and took out a tablet. This is the real-time surveillance footage from the top floor room. Take a look. This is, this is your teacher. Take a look, isn't it? The man opened the tablet, brought up the screen, and was stunned for a few seconds with a complicated expression before handing it to Pei Sun. Pei Sun took the tablet and was stunned when he saw the scene on the screen. Duan Huanru was lying casually on the sofa, while everyone else in the room was standing, their eyes full of surprise and suspicion. They seemed extremely dissatisfied with Duan Huanru's attitude, but they didn't dare to show it, and just stared at him. Pei Sun's eyes slowly widened. Are you here for a meeting? The teacher wouldn't be so casual in class, right? He was confused and wondered what was going on. Obviously, these people in black suits were also a little stunned and didn't understand what was happening in front of them, but they still took Pei Sun towards the elevator. Although he had no idea what teacher Duan was doing up there, Pei Sun decided to go up and take a look himself. This video obviously cannot be fake, and Mr. Duan's ability cannot be forced. Thinking of this, Pei Sun readily agreed to follow these people upstairs. They walked through a small path and headed towards the elevator. Just as they reached the door, a familiar face suddenly caught Pei Sun's eye. She had a pair of big watery eyes, a round and cute face, and long black hair tied into two pigtails, making her look particularly smart and lively. Pei Sun recognized her at a glance and couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. Isn't this the little girl I met at the Adventurers Guild this afternoon? It seems that the White Ice Shelter was the gift her mother was going to give her. How could I meet her here? When the girl saw Pei Sun, a hint of joy immediately flashed in her eyes and she hurriedly walked up to him. Seeing this, the men in black suits immediately frowned and stopped Yi Xiaomei. Yi Xiaomei frowned, showing an unhappy look, put her hands on her hips, and asked angrily, Who are you? Why are you stopping me? The man in the black suit responded in a cold tone without a trace of emotion. Excuse me, we need to escort teacher Duan out now. Please move aside. Yi Xiaomei was stunned at first, then turned to look at Pei Sun and had to give up her seat. No wonder there are suddenly so many people around Pei Sun. Well, since he is so powerful, it is natural that he is the focus of attention. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaomei took a few steps back and looked at Pei Sun with disappointment. Pei Sun was filled with doubts. It seemed that this girl had come to see him specifically, so he walked up to her and asked, What do you want from me? When Yi Xiaomei saw him approaching, her eyes suddenly lit up and she smiled with joy. Do you still remember me? You helped me complete the task my mother issued. I really appreciate you. Pei Sun nodded. The expression on Yi Xiaomei's face froze for a moment, then she laughed dryly twice, tossed her hair, and stammered, What are you talking about? Where are you going now? Go upstairs. What's going on? Yi Xiaomei was speechless and said with a smile, No, nothing, then you go first. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Pei Sun turned his gaze away from Yi Xiaomei with some doubt. When he was about to follow those people into the elevator, Yi Xiaomei suddenly called him. Pei Sun turned around suspiciously, looked at her and asked puzzledly, If you have time, could you accompany me to the White Ice Shelter? The one you helped me take down? I don't dare go alone. Hearing this, Pei Sun was stunned for a moment, then asked, No one's going with you? Not to mention her, even Pei Sun felt it was dangerous to go to another world alone. Besides, isn't her mother the vice president of the Fengyu City Adventurers Association? Then shouldn't someone accompany her if she just gives the order? Yi Xiaomei laughed awkwardly twice, narrowed her eyes, and said reluctantly, No, I don't want to go with them. I feel insecure. I just saw your fight and I think you're pretty good. Can you come with me if you have time? Pei Sun thought for a moment and said, I'm really busy recently. I have to go to the secret training camp in Tianjin province in 15 days. During this period, it's not easy to get away. Why can't you go? There are still 2 weeks left. Don't you want to go to another world to level up? Yi Xiaomei looked puzzled. This is a long story. If you want me to go out with you, we can only wait until the secret training camp in Tianjin province is over. Hearing this, Yi Xiaomei pouted and looked a little unhappy. The Tianjin province secret training camp will last for 30 days. Yeah, but there's nothing I can do. I can't just quit halfway. A sense of loss surged in Yi Xiaomei's heart again. Then give me your contact information first, and I'll contact you when the time comes. Pei Sun retracted his direction, walked up to Yi Xiaomei and said. Yi Xiaomei's eyes lit up and she quickly handed the contact information to Pei Sun. After that, Pei Sun entered the elevator with those people. Yi Xiaomei was very happy and waved goodbye to Pei Sun. After entering the elevator, Pei Sun restrained his expression and turned his attention to Duan
Huanru.
What on earth was that guy doing on the top floor?
They told him they were in a meeting, but the way he was lying on the sofa didn't look like he was in a meeting.
However,
seeing how surprised these people were at the scene just now, Pei Sun knew that they didn't know the real situation in the office at that time. On the contrary, if everything was normal, Pei Sun might not have followed these people at all. After all, there are too many people watching him recently. Although it is safer in the city than outside, there are always people who disregard the danger to their lives.
You must be careful if you can. The elevator bell rang. Although there were 60 floors, the elevator was very fast, which surprised Pei Sun.
As the elevator door opened, Pei Sun saw the door to a separate room. Under the guidance of those people, Pei Sun knocked on the door and then pushed it open and walked in. As the door opened, there was a creaking sound. Walking into the room, Pei Sun saw that the people standing there were staring at him with extremely surprised and suspicious eyes.
Only after they recognized Pei Sun did they relax.
Pei Sun didn't understand what was going on either, so he walked straight to where Duan Huanru was after entering the room.
Duan Huanru's expression was completely different from the others.
He seemed very relaxed, lying on the sofa as naturally as if he were at home.
"You're here?" Duan Huanru saw Pei Sun and said with a smile, "Come and sit down. You must be tired after fighting for so long, right?" A big question mark appeared on Pei Sun's face. What the hell is Teacher Duan doing? Didn't he know he had the ability to summon infinitely? He just saw it this afternoon. Why was he suddenly asking this now? Teacher Duan,
Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Duan Huanru. "I think you must be tired in this state.
Come, lie down and rest for a while."
This time, Pei Sun looked surprised.
What on earth does Teacher Duan want to do? Does he really treat this place like his home?
The layout of this room clearly shows that it is a manager's lounge.
How can you be so casual?
Pei Sun glanced at the people around him and found that they were all staring at him with strange expressions, especially a strong man with a look of disdain. That look made Pei Sun very uncomfortable. Although he didn't understand why the man looked at him like that, he didn't ask Duan Huanru any more questions.
The current situation is too strange to say more.
When Pei Sun just came in, Zhao Hao's face immediately showed a bit of pride. He put his hands in his pockets and paced around the room arrogantly. After walking a few steps, Zhao Hao looked at his watch.
5 more minutes.
Hearing this, Pei Sun looked at Duan Huanru in confusion.
Duan Huanru smiled and said, "It's okay. There will be a good show soon. Just watch carefully." After hearing this, Zhao Hao's face showed even more contempt, but he didn't say anything.
His expression seemed to say that Duan Huanru was deceiving himself. Pei Sun had no idea what these people were trying to do, so he simply sat down and closed his eyes to rest.
Seeing Duan Huanru looking so relaxed, it shouldn't be a big deal.
As time passed, the atmosphere in the air became more and more tense.
Suddenly, the elevator bell rang.
When Pei Sun came in, the door was closed, but the elevator bell could still be heard clearly. Hearing the bell, Zhao Hao, Kong Rui and others were shocked and turned their eyes to the door.
The expressions on their faces disappeared instantly.
Seeing this scene, Pei Sun felt curious.
They looked at him like that when he came in, and now they are like this again. What are they looking at, or are they afraid of something?
Pei Sun turned to look at Duan Huanru and found that he had stood up. Seeing this, Pei Sun immediately stood up.
Although I don't know what will happen next, I can't go wrong by following Teacher Duan. And judging from the situation, it seems like a big shot is coming.
Otherwise, the expressions of others would not be so solemn. The elevator bell rang, but there was no knock on the door.
Zhao Hao kept his eyes fixed on the door.
After waiting for a long time, no one came in, and impatience immediately appeared on his face.
Kong Rui was also a little annoyed at this time. Although Zhao Hao seemed to be the most excited, in fact, he was the one who was most affected. Zhao Hao was just one of his subordinates.
Even though he had caused such a big disaster this time, at most he would lose a small job.
But Kong Rui is different.
What he lost was not just a job, but also his power and status in Fengyu City.
At this moment, Kong Rui's heart was in his throat.
A few seconds later, a strange sound suddenly came from the room. It wasn't the sound of a door being pushed open, but rather the sound of air rubbing against the wall.
Zhao Hao frowned, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the door with a puzzled look on his face. Just as he was about to pull the door handle to check, there was a sudden loud bang. Zhao Hao's face changed instantly and he subconsciously stepped back. But it was too late.
The door was suddenly pushed open by a powerful force, and the two doors flew out with a terrifying airflow.
Zhao Hao, who was closest to the door, had no time to react at all and was hit by the flying door and fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Hao screamed in pain, his face looking grim. Kong Rui's face changed drastically and he quickly ran over to help Zhao Hao up. After helping Zhao Hao up, Kong Rui stared at the door with a gloomy face. He has been here for decades and has never seen anyone dare to smash his door so violently. Not to mention smashing the door, given his current status, almost no one who deals with him dares to provoke him like this. When Kong Rui saw the face of the person at the door, he was stunned and his face froze instantly. The others were also shocked when they saw this. Pei Sun was also stunned when he looked over. How did this person appear here? And this way of entering the door, is it a new invention?
Pei Sun Sun looked at Liao Yuza at the door with confusion. At this moment, Liao Yuza had a grim expression on his face, with his hands behind his back, staring at everyone in the room expressionlessly. And behind him, there was another figure. It was Yao Zhenchuan. Damn it! Who the hell dares to smash it? Just as Zhao Hao came to his senses, pain hit him. He stood up suddenly and rushed towards the door with his eyes wide open. But when he saw Liao Yuza, his face suddenly stiffened, and he looked like he was petrified, and he immediately dropped his outstretched hand. Mayor Liao? Why are you here? Liao Yuza snorted coldly, glared at Zhao Hao fiercely, then walked straight in and came in front of Kong Rui. Who of you wants to see Mayor Yao? Mayor Yao is here, but no one comes to open the door to greet him? Liao Yuza swept his gloomy eyes over Kong Rui and others. Kong Rui was so frightened that he dared not breathe. His pupils were dilated to the extreme and his eyes were full of fear. Although Kong Rui had seen big scenes and had a decent psychological endurance, the people behind him were frightened out of their wits, their faces were pale, their legs were weak, and they seemed like they would collapse at any time. It's just as they said on the phone. The power of the officials is really great. Liao Yuza's sharp gaze made Kong Rui feel creepy. As soon as he said this, Kong Rui felt his legs go weak. At this time, Yao Zhenchuan slowly walked in. After entering the room, he first squatted down and touched the door that had fallen to the ground, brushed off the dust on his fingers, then stood up and walked to Liao Yuza. As for Zhao Hao, Yao Zhenchuan didn't even look at him because he didn't know this person at all. When Zhao Hao saw Yao Zhenchuan coming in, he was completely stunned and could only force a smile to greet Yao Zhenchuan. Seeing that Yao Zhenchuan ignored him, Zhao Hao let out a sigh of relief and secretly felt relieved. Yao Zhenchuan's face was not very good at the moment. After coming in and seeing Kong Rui, he walked straight towards him. Pei Sun was immediately confused when he saw the scene in front of him. Why are these two people so angry? Liao Yuza is fine. I saw him angry in his office this morning. I have also heard that Mayor Liao has a weird temper, is moody, and often gets angry. But what's going on with Mayor Yao Zhenchuan right now? Mayor Yao has always been a gentle person in the hearts of Fengyu citizens. He usually does things and speaks appropriately, which makes him popular. Pei Sun has never seen him like this before. Pei Sun looked at Duan Huanru in confusion, but Duan Huanru was seen with his arms folded across his chest, staring at the scene in front of him with a gloating smile on his face. Pei Sun vaguely guessed something based on the expressions of those people. I wanted to ask Duan Huanru what happened, but looking at the atmosphere, I decided not to ask her easily. When Yao Zhenchuan walked over, Liao Yuza took a few steps back and stared at Zhao Hao coldly. Zhao Hao was somewhat relieved, but when he felt Liao Yuza's gloomy gaze, his expression immediately tensed. When Kong Rui saw Yao Zhenchuan coming towards him, his face suddenly turned terrified, his legs went weak, and he almost fell down the next second. The people next to him hurriedly supported him. After being helped up, Kong Rui's face looked even uglier. He thought to himself that he had already wanted to pretend to be unconscious, so why should he be helped up now? Mayor Yao, why are you here? Kong Rui asked with a forced smile, the muscles on his face almost twitching. Yao Zhenchuan's eyes were cold and his voice was low. Kong Rui, long time no see. You seem to be getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to keep my people? Kong Rui shook his head like a rattle. No, Mayor Yao. I really didn't know he knew you. Yao Zhenchuan did not continue the topic but asked, who was that person who just spoke to me on the phone? Kong Rui's face tightened, and he didn't know whether he should say Zhao Hao. After all, Zhao Hao was speaking for him. If he had stopped Zhao Hao just now, he wouldn't be in so much trouble now. Kong Rui glanced at Zhao Hao, who was not far behind Yao Zhenchuan, in panic and saw that Zhao Hao's whole body was trembling slightly, which was particularly obvious in the frozen air. This guy looks like he's about to piss himself. Although the time was short, Kong Rui decided to take the blame. Even if he didn't take it, Mayor Yao would deal with him. Just as Kong Rui was about to speak, Yao Zhenchuan's eyes suddenly focused, and the air around him suddenly stirred up a strong fluctuation of supernatural power. Before Kong Rui and others could react, a golden-winged lion tiger suddenly appeared behind Yao Zhenchuan. As soon as this pet spirit appeared, the air around it immediately became heavy, and breathing became a little difficult. Pei Sun felt it particularly clearly. Perhaps it was because they were all summoners, but as soon as the golden-winged lion tiger appeared, Pei Sun immediately felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. This majestic golden lion with wings, with its body shining with golden light, looks like thunder. A pair of brilliant golden wings spread out on its solid back, with plump and tough feathers and red edges, as if burned by flames. Its head is majestic, and its copper-gon-like eyes are like two golden suns, deep and fiery. The sharp teeth and the bloody mouth seem to be able to easily bite through steel. The muscles of the sturdy limbs are tense, especially the bulging muscles of the hind limbs, which are like small iron towers and full of explosive power. It stood still, emitting a suffocating breath, and its sharp brows released endless majesty. If there were other summoned beasts here, they would immediately crawl on the ground. Although Pei Sun was unable to determine its specific level, this king-like aura allowed him to initially conclude that this beast was definitely not below the monarch level. It is very likely to be a ruling level alien spirit, and its bloodline is at least above the phantom saint
level.
Because the sense of oppression that Payson felt was something that the undead spider could never bring.
As soon as the spirit was summoned, Liao Yuza seemed to have seen through everything. He turned around and waved his hand. The two wooden
doors on the ground immediately flew up and returned to their original positions. Suddenly, the whole room looked as if nothing had happened. The moment the two doors closed, a strange light flashed in Yao Zhenchuan's eyes, and his sharp gaze stared straight at Kong Rui, making him shudder.
The next second, as if receiving an order, the golden lion tiger with wings suddenly leaped up and pounced towards Zhao Hao with murderous intent.
Instantly, Zhao Hao's head was bitten off by the golden-winged lion tiger with shocking swiftness, before even a spurt of blood could spurt out. Zhao Hao's neck was broken before the lion tiger quickly turned back, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed Zhao Hao whole. Before his death, Zhao Hao was completely unaware of the fate that was about to befall him. He watched Liao Yuza use his extraordinary skills to restore the door to its original state, with a touch of admiration and amazement in his heart. He had no idea that the next second he would be devoured by the strange spirits summoned by Mayor Yao. Until the moment his head was broken, Zhao Hao's face was still filled with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Witnessing this scene, Kong Rui shuddered, his entire body freezing cold. The faces of several of his men behind him instantly turned as pale as mud, losing their color in a matter of seconds. Their lips trembled involuntarily, and they all froze in place, completely bewildered. Duan Huanru also became flustered when he saw this scene, and slowly lowered his crossed arms. Although he had invited Mayor Yao, he obviously had not expected such a tragic scene to happen. Pei Sun was so shocked that he was speechless.
Mayor Yao today is completely different from his usual self, like a completely different person.
Although I don't know what happened before, I didn't expect Mayor Yao to act so decisively. The golden-winged lion tiger that swallowed Zhao Hao whole immediately disappeared into the air, and Yao Zhenchuan took it back into the pet spirit space.
Kong Rui breathed rapidly and looked at Mayor Yao with fear in his eyes. Ahem.
Although he had had several contacts with Mayor Yao before, and although he did not know him very well, Mayor Yao always left a gentle impression on him. He could understand why Mayor Yao was furious when he showed up this time. After all, they had indeed caused trouble this time.
But he didn't expect Mayor Yao to actually take action and kill one of his men.
You have such a person working for you. Doesn't it affect your work? Yao Zhenchuan stared at Kong Rui expressionlessly, his tone terrifyingly calm, as if nothing had happened just now.
Kong Rui swallowed hard and said with a pale face, Yao, Mayor Yao, this is all my fault. It's really my problem. Do you need to say it in person? Yao Zhenchuan asked coldly. Kong Rui was suddenly speechless, and the terrifying feeling of oppression made his whole body tremble involuntarily.
If the news of Kong Rui's appearance at this moment were to get out, it would definitely cause an uproar, especially among the audience in the fighting ladder arena.
Kong Rui usually managed the affairs of the building, big and small, and always appeared serious.
If the outside world saw him looking so scared, they would be shocked. After Yao Zhenchuan finished speaking, his eyes swept over Pei Sun and Duan Huanru sitting on the sofa. Even Pei Sun felt terrified by the stare.
Mayor Yao's look. What the hell is going on? Why do I feel like I might be eliminated at any time? Duan Huanru had never felt such a murderous aura from Yao Zhenchuan before, and she stood there at a loss.
The only person in the room who seemed to be acting relatively calm was Liao Yuza. To him, this scene seemed perfectly normal, something he had already seen before.
After retracting his gaze, Yao Zhenchuan stared at Kong Rui again. Yao Zhenchuan took 2 steps forward and was only half a meter away from Kong Rui. He reached out and patted Kong Rui's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "It's not a big deal. Someone will come find you later." Kong Rui was frightened out of his wits by these 2 light slaps. Although the force was not great, it almost made him fall. After hearing what Yao Zhenchuan said, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I don't have to die this time. When he saw Yao Zhenchuan kill Zhao Hao with thundering means just now, he was even afraid that Yao Zhenchuan would kill him the next second. Because with his ability, he couldn't even last half a second in front of Yao Zhenchuan. Now hearing what Yao Zhenchuan said, it seems that he is planning to spare my life. Thinking about it now, compared with life, position doesn't seem to be a big deal. Seeing that the expected deterrent effect was achieved, Yao Zhenchuan said nothing more. He glanced sharply at the people behind Kong Rui and prepared to leave with Duan Huanru and the others. Xiao Duan, Pei Sun, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Sun immediately walked over obediently and followed Yao Zhenchuan. Duan Huanru had just been acting very easygoing with Yao Zhenchuan, but now he was on edge, following Yao Zhenchuan like a machine. Pei Sun looked at the expressions of Kong Rui and the others, and couldn't help but be curious about what had happened before he came. It seems that these people have offended Vice Mayor Liao and Mayor Yao? That's not right. Didn't Vice Mayor Liao and Mayor Yao come here later? Judging from the real-time surveillance footage shown to him by those who had invited him over just now, Duan Huanru was the only one who had just arrived here. It couldn't be that they offended Duan Huanru, and then Duan Huanru called Mayor Yao and others over, right? Absolutely not. This guy is just a teacher, and he was very cautious in front of Mayor Yao this morning. How could he have the nerve to ask Mayor Yao to come over? So what is going on? Yao Zhenchuan and Pei Sun walked out of the room and entered the elevator.
Yao Zhenchuan's expression did not improve as Pei Sun had imagined, and he still had no expression.
Tell me, what else did you ask me to come over for? After the elevator door closed, Yao Zhenchuan stood at the front and stared at the elevator door and said,
There were only 4 people left in the elevator: Pei Sun, Duan Huanru, Liao Yuza, and Yao Zhenchuan.
Pei Sun was stunned. Who are you talking to? Could it really be Duan Huanru who called out? How could he have such audacity? Pei Sun looked at Duan Huanru and found that Duan Huanru's face looked a little unnatural for some reason. And I noticed in the room just now that Duan Huanru was cheerful when he first came in, but his expression changed after Mayor Yao killed that man. Pei Sun's curiosity had reached its peak, but it was not appropriate to ask more questions right now. If it was really Duan Huanru who called him, wouldn't the matter have been resolved? Why is Mayor Yao still asking now? Duan Huanru stood straight.
After hearing this, he turned his head to glance at Pei Sun and said clearly, Mayor Yao, it's about Pei Sun.
Yao Zhenchuan turned his head and gave Pei Sun an expressionless look, then turned back and asked, What's the matter?
Pei Sun's hair stood on end when Mayor Yao stared at him.
It was just an ordinary look, so why did it make him nervous? And Duan Huanru, why did he suddenly mention his name? He was clearly fine. Moreover, the two of them were talking in a normal tone now.
This morning, Duan Huanru was even more reserved than she is now.
Then how dare Duan Huanru ask Mayor Yao to come over? At this moment, Liao Yuza patted Pei Sun's shoulder with his big hand and said with a smile, Boy, why are you so nervous? Nothing, nothing.
Pei Sun was startled by this and responded weakly. The elevator bell rang and the conversation came to a temporary halt. As soon as he got out of the elevator and arrived at the service area on the first floor of the building, Pei Sun suddenly felt countless eyes cast on him.
Well, I do have something to do.
After walking out of the building, the few people did not walk along the busy streets, but instead went into an alley.
Mayor Yao, Pei Sun is being watched by too many people right now, so he can't go to the other world to train. This afternoon, I took him on a mission to capture a shelter, and we were ambushed shortly after arriving. To be honest, if it weren't for Pei Sun's abilities, I would have almost died, Duan Huanru said. As soon as the words fell, Yao Zhenchuan's eyes suddenly showed a bit of cold murderous intent, and he murmured in a low voice, Is it already this tense? Who is the other party?
It was from one of the 3 major shelters operating in the Sky Shelter, the Soul Frost Shelter. The team they sent out at that time was completely wiped out by us.
Peshuang Shelter?
Yao Zhenchuan searched for the name in his memory, and after a moment of silence, he said calmly,
I understand. I will go and settle the accounts with them myself.
As soon as these words were spoken, Duan Huanru and Pei Sun's expressions suddenly became solemn.
Mayor Yao, why are you so murderous today?
Yao Zhenchuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Duan Huanru, asking tentatively,
You asked me to come here, don't you want me to avenge you? No, no, no. Of course not.
Duan Huanru suddenly became nervous and said word by word, Mayor Yao, Pei Sun will go to the secret training camp in Tianjin province in 15 days.
He is currently at level 19, one level away from breaking through to the elite level and becoming an epic professional.
As you know, although the difference between these 2 levels is only 1 step, the gap
is like an abyss.
He is being watched by too many people now, and my strength alone is no longer enough to guarantee his safety. If I hadn't copied his death element today, I would probably have
died in the other world. So I was wondering if you could personally take Pei Sun with you and help him reach the last level in the other world? After all, he is fighting for our Fengyu city.
At the end of his speech, Duan Huanru scratched his head in embarrassment.
After listening to this, Yao Zhenchuan's face remained calm.
Instead, he became interested in a sentence that Duan Huanru mentioned unintentionally.
You copied Pei Sun's death element? What exactly is this ability? Duan Huanru did not dare to hide anything and answered honestly. This death element is very special. It's not your average dark power.
It has a powerful suppressive and debilitating effect, and can even directly destroy a living being's physiological functions.
It's truly terrifying.
It was thanks to this ability that I narrowly escaped the team's pursuit.
Speaking of this, Duan Huanru still felt a lingering fear.
If he hadn't been protecting Pei Sun, he would have collapsed there long ago. Of course, if it had been someone else, the enemy wouldn't have been watching him so closely.
Yao Zhenchuan nodded thoughtfully, then smiled, a rare moment.
Then let me congratulate you briefly. After all these years, you've finally gained a new elemental ability, and it's such a powerful element of death.
Thank you, Mayor Yao. But this is more because of Pei Sun. Yao Zhenchuan's gaze fell on Pei Sun again, and after a moment's silence, he said, What you said is indeed not to be underestimated.
Let's go to the other world now and help Pei Sun become an epic professional.
Then we will leave. Hearing this, Pei Sun's eyes immediately lit up. Thank you, Mayor Yao.
Yao Zhenchuan narrowed his eyes and reminded him, We are only responsible for helping you resist the threat of external enemies. You still have to complete the upgrade experience and advanced tasks by yourself.
Pei Sun nodded rapidly.
Dealing with those strange spirits was no problem. Upgrading was just a matter of time. What he was most worried about were those professionals who were secretly plotting against him. It took nearly an hour or 2 to get here player from the Adventurers Guild. Gu Xinxiang's core of undead summons that he had eliminated were almost fully replenished. Even if it wasn't completely replenished, he still had about 30,000 in his hands, so there was no need to worry about upgrading.
After saying that, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza put on sunglasses and masks.
After all, they are all well-known figures in Fengyu City and will be recognized almost wherever they go. In order to avoid trouble, it is better to conceal their identities.
Mayor Yao, where are we going next? Duan Huanru asked. Weren't you just ambushed near the Tsangqiong shelter?
Then continue to go to the Tsangqiong shelter and check out the Juling Cold Valley to its northwest.
Yao Xinchuan thought for a moment and replied. As soon as the words came out, Duan Huanru immediately showed an expression of surprise.
Mayor Yao, the spirits in Julinghan Valley are at least lord level, and there are even monarch level beings. Pei Sun is only an elite level professional now, so it would be inappropriate to let him go there, right?
Ding ding ding. He took Pei Sun to train at the Fighting Ladder Arena in Fengyu City, originally intending to have him face opponents one level higher. However, once he went to the Zero Cold Valley, he would most likely have to face alien spirits 2 levels higher. Ding ding ding. Inappropriate? What's wrong? This kid is not an ordinary person.
I think with his strength, only a cross-level challenge can truly train him.
As Yao Xinchuan spoke, he deliberately glanced at Pei Sun. As he expected, Pei Sun's eyes widened slightly, with a gleam in them. If there are at least Lord level or even Monarch level alien spirits there, it means that their bloodlines have reached the epic level, or even the Phantom Saint level. Doesn't it mean that I will have the opportunity to collect alien spirits with higher level bloodlines?
Thinking of this, Pei Sun was naturally very excited. When Yao Xinchuan saw Pei Sun's expression, he couldn't help but laugh and sigh in his heart. It turned out that geniuses like them would only feel excited when facing huge challenges. Duels of the same level would be boring and uninteresting, and would only help their growth to a limited extent. And looking at this guy's enthusiasm, it's much higher than mine at the beginning.
Duan Huanru could only shake her head helplessly when she saw Pei Sun's excitement. Although he also possessed SSS level talent, he was completely unable to understand Pei Sun's excitement.
On the street across from the Fengyu City Fighting Ladder Arena, several men in light-colored uniforms stood there with their hands in their pockets and gloomy expressions. Except for the leader who looked slightly familiar, the faces of the others were unfamiliar. The leader was Gong Han, whose face was full of resentment. Brother Han, what should we do now? Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza are both guarding Pei Sun, so there's no chance to attack. Yeah, Brother Han. I never thought Yao Xinchuan would personally come out to protect Pei Sun. How important is he? I don't know what happened during the 2 hours that Pei Sun and those two were in there. I just saw Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza go in, and I was wondering if they were looking for Pei Sun.
I didn't expect my guess to be right. This is really troublesome.
Even if I have a chance to take action, if I don't kill Pei Sun in one blow, I will definitely be killed by Yao Xinchuan.
Gong Han stood there motionless, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if blood could drip out. He was very scheming and sent people to follow Pei Sun all the way.
He originally planned to wait for Pei Sun to come out and find an opportunity to take action, but they didn't expect Pei Sun to come out directly with Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao, which made it impossible for them to take action.
What is the identity of this Pei Sun that he can be personally protected by 2 mayors? Even if he has an SSS level talent, there is no need to take him so seriously, right? Or does he have a powerful background?
But they had checked before and found that Pei Sun was just an ordinary student with a D-level talent.
Thinking of this, Gong Han got a headache.
To this day, he still doesn't know how his son could be so seriously injured by someone with a D-level talent. Speaking of background, even if Pei Sun has a hidden background, he lives in Fengyu City after all.
No matter how big his background is, can it be bigger than Mayor Yao?
After thinking about it, Gong Han had no idea what to do. He could only grit his teeth and whisper,
"There's no other way. Let's go back first."
But for the next 10 days, until the Tianjing Province secret training camp begins, you must keep a close eye on Pei Sun every minute. I don't believe Yao Xinchuan can keep watch over him forever. After saying this, with an extremely ugly expression on his face, Gong Han left with a few people around him. When he first came out, he was very aggressive and even called the family's thugs over, but he didn't expect the result to be like this. The second floor of Fengyu City Adventurers Association. A man in a black suit and a man in a light green military uniform stood by the window, staring intently at the flow of people on the first floor. Although people were coming and going on the first floor at a very fast pace, in their eyes, time seemed to have stopped, and the speed of the people walking was fast enough for them to see every face clearly.
"Hey, Lao Lu, didn't you send someone to keep an eye on that guy? Why did you bring me here to see him? If he shows up, won't someone call you right away?" One of them asked slowly.
This man has a tall and straight figure like a green pine or cypress, his military uniform is neat and straight, his face has strong lines and a bronze luster, his eyes are bright and his tone is sonorous and powerful. Rude shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Old friend, you've been in our city's military headquarters for so many years, but it seems your knowledge hasn't improved much." As soon as Rude said this, Xia Maohai's expression became a little heavier. Rude
paused for a moment and said, "Didn't you receive the news that Duan Huanru has been placed in our city?" Duan Huanru? Hearing this name, Xia Maohai's face changed instantly, and he asked with confusion, "How did he get here? And why did you use the word insertion?" Rude glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't worry too much about this. What you need to know is that Duan Huanru has been following that kid." Xia Maohai narrowed his eyes, thought for a few seconds, and then said, "What kind of ability does that kid have to have Duan Huanru as his bodyguard? This is indeed quite troublesome." Rude nodded. "That guy's teleportation ability is terrifying. The few people I sent there can't keep an eye on them at all. If they want to train within these 15 days, this must be the place they must pass through. I don't believe they won't show up. How can you be sure they will come here? What if they don't want the rewards here and go straight to another world?" "You're wrong. The alien world is now very different from before, and the danger level has increased several times. Without the exact coordinates or location from here, even if Duan Huanru is accompanying them, they dare not enter the alien world casually. This has nothing to do with the mission reward." Xia Maohai nodded thoughtfully, then smiled. "After not seeing you for a few years, you are still as meticulous as ever. If you're not careful, you won't survive at all," Rude responded in a deep voice. Just as Xia Maohai was about to continue speaking, the phone suddenly rang. His voice suddenly stopped, revealing confusion. "Any news? Pick up the phone quickly." Rude picked up the phone and his expression immediately became serious after he saw who was calling. "Have they found it? Have they started to act? Appearing in the fighting ladder? Okay, then we'll." The voice on the other end of the phone made Rude's face change suddenly. After listening for nearly another minute, Rude's face became more and more gloomy. Xia Maohai looked at his expression and couldn't help holding his breath. Even Xia Maohai, who had been dealing with Rude for more than 10 years, had never seen such an expression. After hanging up the phone, Xia Maohai frowned and asked anxiously, "What happened?" Rude was silent for a moment, squinting his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "My people said that Pei Sun and Duan Huanru just appeared in the fighting ladder field, and when they came out, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza were also with them." Xia Maohai was shocked when he heard this. Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza? What are they doing there? What else can we do? We're probably here to protect that kid Pei Sun. Rude's face was as cold as ice, and his fists were clenched tightly. Pei Sun, I can't see through you anymore. Even Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao have personally stepped forward to protect you. Duan Huanru alone is not enough. It seems that I really underestimated you. Lu De was extremely angry, but he was powerless and could only grit his teeth at the air. Xia Maohai, standing aside, also had a grave expression on his face. Old Lu, Yao Zhenchuan, and Liao Yuza are staring at Pei Sun. "You'd better stop now. I can't help you." Rude snorted in dissatisfaction, but didn't say anything more. He knew that Xia Maohai was indeed powerless. Although Xia Maohai holds a high position in the Fengyu City military government, he is nothing in front of Yao Zhenchuan. If they meet, he would not dare to move a step west if Yao Zhenchuan told him to go east. Looking at Rude's expression, Xia Maohai felt very uncomfortable. Rude had helped him a lot before, and even though they hadn't been in touch for a while, their relationship was still close. Seeing Rude like this, he didn't know what to say. He knew Lu De's character very well, and when he heard about what happened to his student, he had already silently prayed for Pei Sun in his heart. This was because many similar incidents had happened in the past. If anyone provoked Lu De or one of his students, it was practically a death sentence for that person, regardless of the other party's status or strength. However, unexpectedly, Pei Sun could make Lu De feel helpless. For a moment, he became more concerned about Pei Sun, and at the same time he kept persuading Lu De to stop for the time being. Although the two have a very good relationship, there is no way to help at this time. If he intervened and ended up making things worse by attracting Yao Zhenchuan's attention, or even becoming antagonistic towards Yao Zhenchuan, then Lu De would have no chance of staying in Fengyu City. There are still 15 days until the Tianjing province secret training camp begins. No matter when you start, today is definitely not the right time. You know this, so I won't say much. Don't blame me for not being able to help you today. Xia Maohai said this, sighed deeply, patted Rude on the shoulder, and signaled him to do it within his ability. If it were the old Rude, if someone came to interrupt him in this situation, he would probably have slapped the person away. But now, he could only follow Xia Maohai's advice and stop for the time being. The appearance of Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza completely disrupted his thoughts and plans. Although he had come up with countless cruel tricks to deal with Pei Sun before, the appearance of Yao Zhenchuan was like a golden ticket to immortality for Pei Sun. In the end, Rude's face was gloomy and he had no choice but to give up. After separating from Xia Maohai, Lu De had no choice but to return to school. Back at the school office, he called a few more people and told them to keep an eye on Pei Sun at all times. He didn't believe that Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza could stay by Pei Sun's side for 15 days. Even if Yao Zhenchuan really stayed with Pei Sun for 15 days, he would have to wait until the Tianjing province secret training camp was over before taking action. During the secret training camp, he couldn't even touch a hair of Pei Sun, but once the secret training camp was over, he would tear Pei Sun into pieces. Sky Shelter. At this moment, Pei Sun and his group have arrived
arrived here safely. Pei Sun knew very well that he was able to get here smoothly thanks to the escort of Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao. Otherwise, he would have been targeted and attacked by countless people on the road. After arriving, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuze finally took off their sunglasses and masks. This is the most densely populated area in Tianjin province, and most of the people in the city are ordinary people from ordinary families. Those who have been in the other world cannot recognize a person like Yao Zhenchuan at all.
Ha! This crappy mask is really suffocating me. Oh, my rhinitis is coming on.
Liao Yuze took off the mask. His face looked as if he had broken free from restraints, and he took a deep breath and said,
Mayor Liao, do you have rhinitis? I have medicine for rhinitis here.
Duan Huanru, who was standing by, heard it and immediately walked over and said. Pei Sun couldn't help but roll his eyes.
I met teacher Duan for the first time yesterday in the desert forest. I didn't expect her to be so good at flattery.
Liao Yuze opened his eyes slightly and took the box of medicine that Duan Huanru took out of his pocket and handed to him. I opened it and looked inside. There were small brown pills.
Does this pill work? That's not right. How do you have medicine for rhinitis? Liao Yuze looked up and asked Duan Huanru. Mayor Liao, I am also a rhinitis patient.
I have right sinusitis, which has tormented me for several years.
Duan Huanru said painfully.
Liao Yuze was stunned for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Oh, this disease is indeed torturous, but I've suffered even more, having been tormented for
over 20 years. Also, why do you always call me Mayor Liao? The real mayor is right next to me. Calling Mayor Yao like that will only make him angry.
However, after hearing this, Yao Zhenchuan was not angry, but instead showed a helpless smile. This scene made Pei Sun feel overwhelmed.
The current Mayor Yao seems to be a different person from the Mayor Yao just now. Duan Huanru usually licked without saying anything, but now that Mayor Yao was right in front of him, he actually dared to lick like that. What was even stranger was that when Mayor Yao heard it, not only did he not react, but he actually smiled. Bro, this is so funny. That Liao guy next to you is almost taking your place. Ahem, ahem.
Liao Yuze cleared his throat, turned to look at Yao Zhenchuan, and asked, Mayor Yao, I haven't been to Julinghan Valley in a long time.
I've forgotten where it is. How long will it take us to get there? Yao Zhenchuan picked up a piece of dogtail grass, shook it and said, about half an hour. Oh, Liao Yuze nodded.
In half an hour, he could summon more than 1,800 undead with ordinary bloodlines and more than 180 undead with rare bloodlines. After a while, we arrived at the Julinghan Valley. After collecting the strange spirits with epic bloodlines, we didn't know how long it would take to summon one. Pei Sun was quite interested in this, as it was his key battle method. At this stage, using ordinary bloodline spirits to fight was already a bit difficult, and he urgently needed a more powerful summon. This was particularly evident in the battle with Gu Xinxiang in the fighting ladder arena just now. That guy's skills almost killed his undead summons in an instant. If it weren't for the support of numbers, he might really have lost. As he walked, Pei Sun felt the air around him getting colder and colder, and the cold wind made the corners of his clothes flutter. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be shivering and curled up in a ball with cold. But as professionals, they can regulate their body temperature independently and can stay warm as long as the environment is not too extreme. As they walked further and further away, Pei Sun, who was the lowest in rank, also began to feel a chill. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding scenery suddenly turned into a blanket of silver. The ground was covered with a thin layer of white snow, snowflakes were floating in the air, and the cold wind was getting stronger and stronger, making Pei Sun's cheeks feel like they were being cut by a knife. In contrast, the other three were not affected at all, as if they were still as comfortable as on Blue Star. Pei Sun couldn't help but sigh that the climate in this alien world was really weird. It was clearly like spring when we first arrived at the sky shelter. The temperature wasn't high, but it was far from freezing cold. But after just over half an hour of walking, the temperature suddenly dropped to this point. The bone-chilling cold seeped through Pei Sun's clothes little by little. There was thick snow on the ground. He looked up and saw a huge valley entrance coming into view. The valley's mouth was sandwiched between two towering ice peaks, from which hung massive icicles. A chilling, murderous aura washed over him, creating a powerful sense of oppression. The peaks were surrounded by leaden clouds. Though towering, they sat incredibly low, weighing down the peaks, seemingly poised to fall at any moment. Is this the place where Mayor Yao brought him to gain experience? Pei Sun gave Mayor Yao a thumbs up. He had left such a strong impression on him. The temperature is so cold right at the valley entrance, and it's even lower inside the valley. It's no wonder you'll freeze to death. How terrifying would it be for the strange spirits to survive in this extreme cold? No wonder there are at least Lord-level spirits inside. A slightly lower-level spirit simply cannot survive in this cruel environment. When they reached the valley entrance, Yao Zhenchuan stopped and turned to look at Pei Sun. Are you okay? Can you handle this temperature? As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Yuze and Duan Huanru, both with calm expressions, looked over at the same time. Pei Sun gasped, his body shaking uncontrollably. No problem. I can still hold on. Hearing his trembling voice, several people couldn't help laughing. But there is no other way. If you want to become stronger, stronger, you have to go through this hellish training that is different from ordinary people. What's more, this time Mayor Yao is leading the team himself. Pei Sun had already wanted to curse in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't fight in person, otherwise his stiff limbs would have been mistaken for human machines and dealt with by the strange spirits in the valley. That's good. Let's go. After saying that, Yao Zhenchuan walked in without looking back. Several people followed Yao Zhenchuan. After entering the valley, the temperature suddenly dropped again. If measured with a thermometer, it is estimated to be as low as -50 degrees Celsius, far beyond the limit that ordinary people can bear. Pei Sun was trembling all over as he walked at the end of the team, his steps unsteady, like a staggering penguin. After walking for a few minutes, Yao Zhenchuan suddenly stopped, turned around, and his expression became extremely serious. Okay, let's start here. Yao Zhenchuan used his feet to draw a clear line on the thick snow and said to Pei Sun, the area in front of this line is where you will be training. You cannot retreat behind it. Okay. Pei Sun staggered to the front of the line and gently chanted his thoughts. Suddenly, tens of thousands of undead creatures were summoned. Dense and boundless strange spirits emerged, and a low roar suddenly sounded in the valley. In the already narrow space, the roars echoed between the valley walls, making people feel as if they were in a ghost den, which was creepy. With the appearance of these tens of thousands of undead summons, a suffocating breath of the dead immediately condensed in the air. Pei Sun did not rush them into battle, but first ordered one of the strange spirits called the Purple Flame Silkworm to approach him. Hundreds of purple flame silkworms slowly crawled towards Pei Sun. Although they were small, they looked very dwarfed among the undead army, and faint purple flames burned on their bodies. Pei Sun was curious whether the temperature of these flames was affected by the environment, so he reached out to touch them. Even before his hand touched the flame, he felt a sharp burning pain. The invisible flames burned Pei Sun. He quickly put his hand into the cold snow, and his complexion recovered slightly. It's such a cold place, and the temperature is so high, it's really burning me to death. Pei Sun complained helplessly while stirring his fingers. At the same time, Pei Sun realized that his undead summons seemed to be unaffected by the bad weather. Each of them exuded a cold murderous aura and did not seem to be afraid of the cold at all. That's good. He doesn't have to endure the biting cold for the time being. Under his command, almost all the purple flame silkworms gathered around him. As the number of purple flame silkworms increased, Pei Sun finally felt a hint of warmth. The purple flames continuously released heat and transferred it to him, and the snow around him gradually melted. In the distance, Yao Zhenchuan, with his arms crossed in front of his chest, saw this scene and was stunned. Is this how skills are used? Furthermore, this endless number of summoned creatures were all summoned by this kid alone? It's simply unbelievable. Although Yao Zhenchuan had seen Pei Sun's abilities before, mostly through videos or Liao Yu's descriptions, he was still shocked when he saw this scene with his own eyes. Not to mention Fengyu City, even looking at the entire Tianjing province, he is the only one qualified to evaluate Pei Sun. No, even Yao Zhenchuan himself felt that with the talent this child had shown, his future achievements would definitely not be lower than his own. Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru were shocked when they saw this scene. Even though they had seen Pei Sun perform such shocking scenes many times, they still couldn't hide their shock every time. Seeing Pei Sun using his summoned creature to keep warm, the two couldn't help but roll their eyes. But whatever. Being able to use summons to keep warm in actual combat, this guy is truly a talent. In the circle of fire formed by the purple flame silkworms, Pei Sun's body finally warmed up. He stopped shivering, and his face became rosy. Suddenly, more than 200 meters away in the northeast direction, Pei Sun saw through the vision shared by his summons that a white snow wolf suddenly jumped out of the snow and started to fight fiercely with his summons. This snow wolf is sturdy and powerful, 3 meters long and 1 meter tall at the shoulder. Its muscles are taut, as if it possesses incredible explosive power. Its fur is as white as snow, without a speck of dust. This guy seemed to be hiding in the thick snow. After being discovered by Pei Sun's undead summon, he suddenly jumped out and immediately launched a fierce attack on Pei Sun's summon. In just a few seconds, the snow wolf leaped several times, tearing apart hundreds of Pei Sun's ordinary-blooded undead. But this wasn't enough. It fought for a long time, suddenly raising its head and howling. The next second, a chilling glint flashed across the claws of its forelimbs, and it slammed the ground fiercely. All the undead summons within a radius of 10 meters instantly collapsed. Although they quickly split into twice their number and charged again, their defenses were weak, and they fell in large numbers after just a few slaps. Fortunately, the other undead summons were also constantly attacking. Whether they were melee or ranged, the alien races were doing their utmost to use their weak strength to fight against the snow wolf. For a moment, a look of pain continued to appear on the snow wolf's face. Time passed minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 of Pei Sun's summons had been destroyed. The snow wolf's condition deteriorated rapidly, and it was finally dying, unable to release even the simplest attack moves. Ding! Kill LV.25 Snow Shadow Ice Wolf. Gain 15,000 experience. Ding! Obtained the second level material. Snow Ice Wolf Paw *4. Includes new alien race, which can be summoned. Epic Bloodline Alien Snow Shadow Ice Wolf. 1 spawns every 50 seconds. seconds. The familiar system mechanical sound rang in Pei Sun's mind. Hearing this voice, he suddenly felt happy, especially the last sentence.
Sure enough, this guy is a spirit of epic bloodline. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach level 20. Moreover, the generation time is only 50 seconds. Pei Sun was thinking in his mind, according to the generation rules of ordinary bloodline and rare bloodline undead, would the generation time of this epic bloodline undead reach 100 seconds? It seems okay now, only 50 seconds. This generation speed is completely acceptable to him. However, this snow shadow ice wolf is indeed powerful.
After all, it is the first alien spirit he has encountered here, and its level is as high as over level 20.
He can't help but wonder how powerful the alien spirits in deeper places will be.
In just a few minutes, he had lost nearly 1/10 of his undead summons. Fortunately, he had the undead stone splitting ability, otherwise, this one spirit alone would have crushed his 2000 undead summons in an instant. Seeing this scene, Yao Xinchuan's face showed a trace of surprise again. The reason why he chose to draw the line at that location was because there was a strange spirit hiding more than 200 meters away, and he also planned to use this to test Pei Sun's strength.
Now it seems, well, it's a bit rough, but it achieves its purpose.
Looking at Pei Sun's terrifying summoning ability and combat power, the cross-level battle was indeed as similar as they imagined, even better than that.
Yao Xinchuan and a few others finally breathed a sigh of relief.
This was a good thing, as it saved them the worry. They had originally been worried about whether Pei Sun would be harmed by the powerful alien spirits here.
Now it seemed that no alien spirit could harm Pei Sun. In other words, there shouldn't be any alien spirit that can instantly destroy all of Pei Sun's summons.
As the undead summons continued to charge, the shared vision of the Zero Valley gradually widened. It seemed that they were getting deeper and deeper into the Zero Valley. At the same time, Pei Sun encountered more and more strange spirits, and also saw all kinds of strange spirits here. There are snow eagles with huge, white, hard wings, ice scorpions with shells covered with thick ice armor, and huge mammoths with white hair all over their bodies. In addition, there are some rare spirits, such as the thunder ice lizard and the demon frost bat. These spirits are generally hard to see. Pei Sun used the shared vision to continuously scan these strange spirits, and the one that attracted his attention the most was the ice scorpion race. These ice scorpions appear petite, and their size is less than 1/10 of the desert scorpion king. However, Pei Sun did not think that they were weaker than the desert scorpion king at all. He even guessed that they could kill the desert scorpion king instantly with just a slight movement of their stingers. You know, this desert scorpion king is only a level 10 alien spirit, while those seemingly petite ice scorpions are at least level 20 alien spirits. Although there is a big difference in size, the strength is completely different. When Pei Sun noticed these strange spirits, they naturally also noticed the undead summoned by Pei Sun. After all, it's almost impossible for such a huge summon to remain undetected. When the alien spirits saw this, they immediately emitted a strong fighting spirit and rushed towards Pei Sun's undead summons without hesitation.
The only thing on their minds is to protect their territory.
They do not distinguish between friends and enemies based on race, but rather based on their sense of belonging to the territory. Even if they are of the same species, as long as they invade their territory, they will attack without hesitation, so it is not uncommon for alien spirits to kill each other. This situation is not limited to here, it is the same for almost all Lord-level spirits, because their intelligence is closely related to their level. Generally, only spirits that have reached the monarch level can possess true spiritual intelligence. Faced with this lifeless creature that they had never seen before, these Lord-level spirits were naturally more eager to fight.
Pei Sun's undead summons were no pushovers either.
Blessed by the overwhelming aura of the undead, even though they were only level 19, like Pei Sun, and their attributes seemed insignificant in the eyes of these spirits, they were, after all, inanimate creatures and showed no fear. It can be said that the fighting spirit of Pei Sun's undead summons is even stronger than that of these strange spirits.
Ding! Killed the LV.27 Frost Scorpion, gaining 25,000 experience. Ding! Killed the LV.26 Frost Feather Snow Eagle, gaining 20,000 experience. Ding! Kill the LV.22 Ice Valley Mammoth and gain 12,000 experience points. Ding! Obtained the second level material, Ice Scorpion Cold Armor *2. Ding! Obtained the second level material, Frost Feather *3. Ding! Obtained the second level material, Frozen Ivory *2. Includes new alien races, which can be summoned, Epic Bloodline Alien, Frost Ice Scorpion, 1 spawns every 50 seconds. Includes new alien race, which can be summoned, Epic Bloodline Alien, Frost Feather Snow Eagle, 1 spawns every 50 seconds. Includes new alien races, which can be summoned, Epic Bloodline Alien, Ice Valley Mammoth, 1 spawns every 50 seconds. Accompanied by a series of system prompt sounds, that familiar feeling finally returned. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV20. 5-dimensional attributes plus 2 points, free attribute points plus 4. Ding! Your current level has reached the highest level of Elite Professional. You can continue to upgrade after completing the advanced tasks. Ding! Since you possess SSS level talent, the SSS level advanced advanced quest, reaching the pinnacle, is automatically triggered. Reach the pinnacle, kill 50 spirits across different levels within 12 hours. SSS level advanced mission rewards, double the 5-dimensional attributes, learn the third talent skill, SSS level, 200 full-time points, and 2 random reward exchange coupons from the system mall. After a while, Pei Sun's experience bar was finally full, and then a new advanced task was triggered. After hearing the mission requirements, he couldn't help but take a breath. Last time, it only took 20 alien spirits to kill across levels, but this time it was directly increased to 50? Do I have to kill 100 of them across different levels next time? It was a little easier back then in the desert forest. Although they were also across levels, those alien spirits were only about 10 levels high, and their attribute values were still reasonable. Today's cross-level killing missions have begun to seem extremely difficult, as can be seen from the very beginning of the fight with the Snow Shadow Ice Wolf. Back in the desert forest, he could have sent out his summoned undead creatures to fight without thinking, but that was no longer the case. The targets that need to be killed across levels are very powerful, especially since they all have some innate skills. This is the biggest problem Pei Sun faces. For example, the Snow Shadow Ice Wolf easily killed hundreds of Pei Sun's undead summons with just one strike of its claws. Therefore, in the next battle, Pei Sun could no longer let the undead summons charge blindly, but had to command them personally. However, although the difficulty of this mission has increased significantly, fortunately the rewards have also increased a lot. The number of full-time points and system mall random reward redemption coupons have doubled. I won't go into details about the full-time job, as Pei Sun rarely had time to visit the system mall. However, the random reward voucher from the system mall made Pei Sun particularly excited, as he had used this voucher to draw the instant body crystal. If it weren't for this instant body crystal when he captured the Bibing shelter at noon today, he would have been killed by the Peshwang mercenary group. Therefore, Pei Sun was naturally full of expectations for this exchange voucher. After the upgrade was completed, Pei Sun did not rush to continue fighting. After eliminating the remaining alien spirits, he walked to Yao Xinchuan and said excitedly, "Mayor Yao, I've reached level 20. After completing the advanced tasks, I'll be promoted to an epic professional." Yao Xinchuan immediately showed great interest after hearing this and asked, "Advanced mission? What exactly is it?" His SSS level advancement mission had also given him a lot of headaches, and it took him a lot of time and energy to complete it. He knew very well how difficult the advancement mission for SSS level professionals was, so he was very curious about Pei Sun's advancement mission. After Yao Xinchuan asked this question, Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru beside him also cast curious glances at him. Kill 50 alien spirits across different levels, Pei Sun said frankly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Xinchuan showed a look of shock. 50? Does that mean you have to kill at least 50 Lord level or higher spirits? Pei Sun nodded helplessly. Yao Xinchuan involuntarily turned his head and met Liao Yuza's eyes, and both of them showed an expression of disbelief in their eyes. How could this kid's advancement quest be so ridiculous? Even an advancement quest triggered by an SSS level talent shouldn't be this difficult. Although he also had the requirement to kill a large number of alien spirits back then, they were all of the same level. He didn't expect that this guy could kill so many alien spirits directly across levels. It was simply unbelievable. Compared to the shock of the two mayors, Duan Huanru's expression was not so shocked, but revealed a bit of solemnity. An hour ago, the words of Kong Rue and others flooded into his mind, making him think over and over again. But he always told himself that Pei Sun was just an outstanding SSS level talented professional. How could he be a divinely inspired one? Although this sounds harsh, it is the fact. In this backward city, Pei Sun attends a low-ranked school. It is a miracle that he can awaken his SSS level talent. Even though he performed extremely brilliantly, it would be too far-fetched to say that he was a divinely inspired person. However, now after hearing about Pei Sun's advanced mission, Duan Huanru couldn't help but start to think about it over and over again. He didn't want to think too much, but because Pei Sun's advancement task was too demanding. He clearly remembered that his original elite professional advancement task only required him to copy a certain number of element types within a limited time and increase his strength attribute to the limit. That mission could be easily completed by relying on connections and money to buy equipment, without having to take any risks at all. The difficulty of Pei Sun's current mission is completely different from the one he had back then. Could it be that this guy is really impossible? At this time, Mayor Yao noticed the solemnity on Duan Huanru's face and asked, "Sha Duan, what are you thinking about?" Duan Huanru's thoughts were pulled back, and he replied softly, "Nothing, nothing." "Nothing?" Yao Xinchuan narrowed his eyes and stared at him with a smile. "It's really nothing. Why do you look like that?" After hearing this, Duan Huanru's smile became a little stiff. After pondering for a moment, he decided to tell Mayor Yao about his doubts. "Mayor Yao, do you know why Kong Rue stopped me today and why he wanted to take Pei Sun away?" When mentioning Kong Rue, the smile on Yao Xinchuan's face instantly faded a little, and he said without disguising, "Why did you mention him? I have no interest in him. If he hadn't threatened you, I wouldn't have come here at all." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan
Huanru was stunned, not sure whether he should continue.
Duan Huanru's extremely solemn eyes intertwined with Yao Xinchuan's relaxed and comfortable eyes. Seeing Duan Huanru's expression, Yao Xinchuan's face suddenly became serious for some reason. Duan Huanru looked at Mayor Yao, then at Pei Sun, as if he had something to hide, or something he couldn't say in person. Yao Xinchuan immediately understood what Duan Huanru meant, waved to Pei Sun, and said coldly, "You go and complete the task first, we need to discuss something." Pei Sun was stunned for a moment. Just now, Mayor Yao was staring at me with a cherished look, but in the blink of an eye, I was chased away? Who can blame him for being a high-ranking official? If it were someone else, they might not even bother to pay attention, but the other party was Mayor Yao, so he didn't even dare to turn his face away. So, Pei Sun obediently went to look for the strange spirit, and he didn't take Mayor Yao's words to heart at all. As soon as Pei Sun walked away, the relaxed expression on Yao Xinchuan's face disappeared instantly, and a few cold rays flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he truly looked like the mayor of a city, with majesty evident between his brows. Duan Huanru's expression also became extremely respectful, completely different from before. Not only has the attitude changed, but the relationship between the two seems to have also undergone some transformation. To be precise, at this moment, their conversation was more like a conversation between a mayor and his subordinates. "What's the matter? Tell me, Mayor Yao." Duan Huanru didn't dare to say much and said directly, "Today at the fighting ladder, Kong Rui wanted to keep Pei Sun. He said Pei Sun is a divinely inspired one." Yao Xinchuan's expression remained calm after hearing this, but Liao Yuza beside him suddenly widened his eyes. "Divine enlightenment? Are you kidding? Xiao Duan, don't believe those nonsense. Who is Kong Rui? Just say it is what it is." Duan Huanru smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't believe it at first, but when Pei Sun mentioned his advancement mission just now, I really had to consider this possibility. Pei Sun's advancement mission is not even on the same level as mine." Having said that, Liao Yuza's expression finally became serious. However, when talking about this topic, he actually didn't have much say, because he was the only one among the three present who didn't have an SSS level talent, so he could only helplessly turn his gaze to Yao Xinchuan. After hearing Duan Huanru's words, Yao Xinchuan did not show any surprise, but stared at him sharply. The sharp look made Duan Huanru feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Yao Xinchuan took a few steps towards Duan Huanru and finally stopped less than half a meter in front of him. "Duan Huanru, I hope you don't forget the original intention of coming to Fengyu City. It's better not to touch those things that you shouldn't be involved in." His eyes flashed and his tone was cold. Upon hearing this, Duan Huanru immediately tensed up. "I know you've been in Fengyu City for so long and have suffered a lot, so I treat you like a brother. But as I said, don't delve into things you shouldn't know. I'm doing this for your own good." After saying that, Yao Xinchuan turned around expressionlessly and looked in the direction Pei Sun left. A hint of loss flashed across Duan Huanru's eyes. There was silence in the air for a few seconds. Duan Huanru tried to speak again several times, but Mayor Yao's words blocked his throat, and he was struggling internally. About half a minute later, he finally mustered up the courage and asked through gritted teeth, "Mayor Yao, of course I will never forget the original intention of coming to Fengyu City, never, but I am also Pei Sun's teacher. This child's personality is somewhat similar to mine, and I like him very much. If possible, Mayor Yao, I hope you can answer a small question of mine." Yao Xinchuan turned his head again, frowning, and stared at Duan Huanru for a few minutes. Suddenly, his expression relaxed, and he sighed and said leisurely, "Just treat him as a professional with SSS level talent." As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Xinchuan turned and walked in the direction Pei Sun had left. The boy ran so fast that he disappeared from their sight. Seeing that Mayor Yao was unwilling to say more, Duan Huanru had to give up asking questions and repeatedly chewed over his words in his mind. Why does everyone think of him as a professional with SSS level talent? Could it be that he is not an SSS level talent at all, but a divinely inspired one? But looking at Mayor Yao's expression just now, it was obvious that he did not expect Pei Sun's advancement task to be so difficult. How could Mayor Yao conclude that Pei Sun was a divinely inspired person before this? For a moment, Duan Huanru even felt a slight pain in his head. After seeing Yao Xinchuan leave, Liao Yuza immediately followed him. Before leaving, he turned back and looked at Duan Huanru affectionately, speaking earnestly, and then slowly turned and left. When Pei Sun led his undead army to hunt without rules, several snow shadow ice wolves had quietly generated in the summoning space. The next moment, Pei Sun summoned all 4 snow shadow ice wolves. King level undead, snow shadow ice wolf. Level, LV.19. Strength, 20.2. Intelligence, 9.4. Spirit, 9.4. Constitution, 9.4. Agility, 9.4. Skill, cold palm stone splitting, causes group physical damage equal to strength value asterisk 2.5 times to nearby targets on the ground. Skill, flick bite, charge towards the target at an extremely fast speed, dealing massive damage equal to strength asterisk 10 to the first target bitten, regardless of distance at the same level. Seeing this giant creature in front of him, which was 3 meters long and 1 meter high at the shoulder, and looking at its attributes, even Pei Sun himself couldn't help but be amazed. After all, this guy
was a real lord-level alien spirit when he was alive, but now he has been reduced to a general king level, and his attribute values have shrunk by more than 10 times. This made Pei Sun feel a little sad. It was such a waste of resources. I have to upgrade quickly. After upgrading, I have to get some equipment to increase my stats, otherwise it would be a waste. Pei Sun thought to himself after realizing the huge shortcomings of his undead summons. If you don't improve the attributes, your undead summons will have to suffer for you. Looking at this majestic 3-meter-long behemoth, Pei Sun quickly ordered them to join the battle. If they encounter other snow shadow ice wolves, they should be able to see through their weaknesses. The view in front of me became wider and wider, and the ground covered with thick snow looked like an endless ice field. Pei Sun looked at the scene and couldn't help but marvel at it. He didn't expect that Linghan Valley would look like this. It didn't look like the valley in the name at all, but more like an ice field with no end in sight. This was also his first time to set foot here, and he was sincerely amazed by the nature of this alien world. As the field of vision continued to expand, the number of strange spirits on the ice field increased, and various creatures that Pei Sun had never seen before appeared one after another. The gray python, the cold wind leopard, the ice angry bear, the polar cold lizard, the ice crow, etc. Whenever he met a new spirit, Pei Sun would be extremely excited and ecstatic. These strange spirits, if taken in the previous life, would be priceless international treasures. What makes him even more excited is that these strange spirits will soon become his summons. However, as more and more strange spirits appeared, Pei Sun's undead summons were also rapidly consumed. In just over 10 minutes, Pei Sun had summoned tens of thousands of undead, but only about 6,000 remained from the beginning.
Damn, lord-level spirits are really different. Pei Sun did not hide his excitement.
The next moment, all the remaining 20,000 undead summons in the summoning space were summoned out at once. This was the first time he mobilized all his forces, summoning all the undead summons in the summoning space, leaving not a single one behind. Even the newly generated undead were sent directly to the battlefield by Pei Sun every moment. As for the issue of safety, he felt at ease. After all, with 2 mayors by his side, what did he have to fear? Above the ice field, the breath of death surges endlessly. Pei Sun's undead summons were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After he summoned the remaining 20,000 or so, the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. 20,000 undead emerged like a tide, and together with the more than 6,000 remaining, the total number of undead summons exceeded 30,000. Looking out, dense swarms of vicious wolves, desert scorpion kings, shadowy sand snakes, white flame fighting tigers, and the like, practically filled the entire icy plain.
These undead summons, like demons pouring out of the gates of hell, were imposing and powerful.
Their eye sockets were devoid of white, their gaze gazing directly into the abyss of death. Sharp claws clashed with each other, making a chilling clanking sound. Under Pei Sun's command, these undead summons marched in unison, each step causing the ice to tremble slightly. Especially those with high-level bloodlines and large bodies, the undead summons quickly deployed across the ice, like a well-trained army of steel. The four-winged nightbird loomed in the air, a chilling blue light shrouding its form, as if enveloped in a mysterious icy mist. With a powerful flap of its 2 pairs of wings, a strange surge of energy filled the air. The carapaces and flesh of the spirits struck by the four-winged nightbird's strange power gradually began to decay, with the changes being particularly pronounced in lower-level spirits. Although these four-winged nightbirds are not of high level, the effect of thousands of them being dispatched at the same time is extremely amazing. The 30,000-strong undead army spread out in a fan shape, with great momentum. Wherever they passed, the snow on the ice field was trampled flat. The breath of death was like a substance, intertwined with the biting cold wind. In an instant, the world was plunged into endless gloom and terror. In stark contrast to this terrifying army of undead, Pei Sun was actually standing behind them. Most leaders would stand at the front of the army, but Pei Sun was not only at the rear of the undead army, but also had the tiny purple flame silkworm entwined around him. After summoning such a large number of undead creatures, the aura of the undead on the field became stronger, which also stimulated their stronger fighting spirit and formed a virtuous circle. During the more than 10 minutes of fighting with the enemy, Pei Sun gradually felt that as their fighting spirit continued to grow, more and more undead summons began to evolve their bloodlines. This made Pei Sun's heart burst with joy. Even more surprising was that, for some unknown reason, the spirits not under his direct command suddenly seemed to receive tactical guidance. Instead of blindly rushing to their deaths as before, they rotated into battle in batches and in an orderly manner. As a result, the rate of disintegration of Pei Sun's undead summons was greatly slowed. While he was delighted, Pei Sun was also filled with confusion. He racked his brains but could not figure out the reason. Although his own undead stone was highly compatible with the properties of the undead summons, he had never demonstrated this kind of command ability. So, Pei Sun focused his attention on the battlefield and kept a close eye on every corner. After careful observation, he finally found the clue. Wherever the souls that suddenly became tactical and commanded were, there was a snow shadow ice wolf.
That was the snow shadow ice wolf that Pei Sun had collected and generated not long ago.
This snow shadow ice wolf had no means of communication,
but wherever it appeared, the undead summons there seemed to have a leader and would follow it to fight. If the Snow Shadow Ice Wolf retreated, they would retreat too. If the Snow Shadow Ice Wolf advanced, they would advance too. Pei Sun, realizing this, was filled with ecstasy again. As expected of a spirit of epic bloodline, his brain is indeed brilliant. Wait, it seems like they don't have brains. Although I don't understand why these Snow Shadow Ice Wolves can exude leadership qualities and make those undead summons who only want to fight follow my command. But at this moment, Pei Sun's thoughts were no longer entangled in this, and another exciting idea emerged in his mind. At his command, a huge alien spirit suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a spider-like creature, its body the size of a football field. Its shell gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, covered in strange patterns. Its 8 sturdy legs resembled sharp sickles, and 2 massive fangs jutted from its mouth, instilling an endless sense of fear and oppression. It was the Undead Rift Spider. Although it was only level 18, the undead aura it exuded was still terrifying. The appearance of the Undead Rift Spider brought the undead aura on the field to its peak again, and the fighting spirit of the undead summons also increased significantly. Although their attribute values are temporarily fixed, abilities such as strength, intelligence, and agility seem to have been slightly improved. When the theory was put into practice, Pei Sun's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Pei Sun didn't hesitate any longer, and the next moment he summoned out all the remaining 94 spirits in the pet spirit space. A low and shocking roar was heard again on the ice field. Pei Sun witnessed these 94 strange spirits with undead attributes. No matter where they went, there were always undead summons following closely behind them, fighting alongside them. His theory was once again perfectly verified. After Pei Sun's actions, the rate of loss of undead summons on the field slowed significantly. Coupled with the splitting effect of the undead stone, the number of undead summons seemed to be increasing continuously during the battle. Yao Zhenchuan, who was far behind Pei Sun, was now slowly following the traces left by Pei Sun, following him silently. Seeing the messy traces of battle, as if they had been ravaged by a swarm of locusts, Yao Zhenchuan couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. This is not the way a summoner should fight. As they walked, Liao Yuza followed closely behind. Seeing the traces of battle, he also looked helpless and said to Yao Zhenchuan, "This kid's summoning ability is the most unsolvable I've ever seen. It seems to have no side effects, yet the summoned creatures keep coming out. I really don't understand how he awakened this ability. But it's not just you. This is the first time I've seen such a domineering summoning ability," Yao Zhenchuan said calmly, with a hint of excitement in his eyes, and he was more happy for Pei Sun from the bottom of his heart. It seems that our Fengyu city is really going to rise. Starting from this secret training camp in Tianjing province, we will give those old guys a heavy blow, Liao Yuza said excitedly. It's inevitable to deter them, but for now we have to remain calm. Before he could finish his words, Yao Zhenchuan's expression suddenly changed. He looked up in Pei Sun's direction, his pupils dilated rapidly. Not only him, but Liao Yuza's expression also became solemn. They both looked in Pei Sun's direction almost at the same time. Without hesitation, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza's faces darkened and their figures disappeared from the spot in an instant. In just a few breaths, the two of them appeared next to Pei Sun not far away. The scene before them made Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza's eyes widen, their faces frozen, as if they had seen a ghost. Liao Yuza, in particular, was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. A terrifyingly huge spider stood on the ice field, dwarfing the ice peaks next to it, as if the entire world had shrunk a little. What caught the eye was the pervasive black aura of the undead, so thick that the phrase dark clouds covering the city was not enough to describe it. Below the spider, there were endless and dense black undead summons, sweeping across the ice field like a tide. Wherever they passed, the original alien spirits on the ice field fled in fear. The two were stunned when they saw this scene. This kid actually summoned an army directly? Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza slowly raised their heads, their gazes locked on the undead spider above their heads, a hint of fear flashing across their eyes. A spirit with the bloodline of a phantom saint? This kid actually tamed a spirit with the bloodline of a phantom saint? How on earth did he do it? Yao Zhenchuan clearly remembered that when he subdued his first phantom saint level bloodline spirit, he was at level 42. At that time, he had just entered the brilliant level of professionalism and successfully subdued the phantom saint level bloodline spirit. He was undoubtedly the most outstanding summoner of the contemporary era, admired by countless people and a peerless genius. But after witnessing this shocking scene with his own eyes, Yao Zhenchuan's eyes were a little dazed. He couldn't believe that a summoner who was only level 19 could actually subdue a strange spirit with the bloodline of a phantom saint. In his inherent understanding, this was simply a fantasy. As the mayor of Fengyu City, Yao Zhenchuan considered himself knowledgeable, calm, and capable. But now, faced with this astonishing scene, his expression was completely shocked. What's more, there are so many rare and epic bloodline spirits following around. Excluding those lifeless summons, there are nearly 100 of these high-level bloodline spirits in total. How could this kid possibly contract so many pet spirits? The scene before him kept impacting Yao Zhenchuan's brain. All the knowledge about summoners, all the unforgettable information, seemed to be completely overturned and dispersed
burst at this moment. It was like a wooden cage that was getting tighter and tighter, and suddenly it exploded for no reason.
However, Yao Xinchuan didn't know that these strange spirits, including the undead spider, had been successfully contracted as early as when Pei Sun reached level 10. At that time, Pei Sun was completing an advanced task and encountered this undead rift spider while searching for the boss. If Yao Xinchuan knew that Pei Sun had contracted this undead spider when he was at level 10, he would probably have stopped being an atheist long ago. Compared to Yao Xinchuan, although Liao Yuza also showed a shocked expression, he was not a summoner after all, so it was difficult for him to empathize with Yao Xinchuan's mood at the moment. Just as Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuza were shocked, Duan Huanru appeared behind them silently. Liao Yuza turned his head, looked at the nervous Duan Huanru, and asked, "Did you notice it too?"
Duan Huanru nodded with a serious expression, but at this moment he still didn't fully understand the mystery. His eyes swept across Liao Yuza, then turned to the formation behind him.
Duan Huanru's eyes suddenly widened, revealing the same shock as theirs. This strange spirit with the bloodline of the Phantom Saint is actually Pei Sun's pet spirit? Duan Huanru asked in disbelief. Before Liao Yuza responded, Yao Xinchuan took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Yes, at the age of 19, he has already contracted a spirit with the bloodline of a Phantom Saint. Amazing talent. God bless my Fingyu city. God bless my China. Yao Xinchuan's eyes flashed, and although his tone was calm, he murmured in a low voice. Once upon a time, he was far more brilliant than Pei Sun now, but now he had to admit that Pei Sun's talent not only surpassed him, but was even far ahead of many people. In the future, Pei Sun will undoubtedly become a rising star in Fingyu city and even the entire Tianjing province. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Xinchuan slowly turned his head and his eyes fell gently on Duan Huanru. If I remember correctly, you have just entered the brilliant level professional? Duan Huanru nodded immediately. Yes, Mayor Yao, I am now level 44. Yao Xinchuan's eyes flashed again, and he praised, not bad.
You have just entered the brilliant level professional, and you can sense the appearance of a Phantom Saint bloodline spirit from such a long distance.
It seems that you have grown a lot. After receiving praise from Mayor Yao, Duan Huanru finally showed a humble yet joyful expression. Liao Yuza couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Duan Huanru like this.
At this time, Pei Sun was still surrounded by a group of purple flame silkworms, watching leisurely and contentedly as the undead army he had created swept across the plain.
The picture is as beautiful as a beautiful painting. Ding!
Killed LV.28 Frost Wind Leopard. Gained 30,000 experience, temporarily stored in experience box.
Ding!
Killed LV.22 Arctic Cold Lizard. Gained 12,000 experience, temporarily stored in the experience box.
Ding!
Killed the LV.29 Icefield Rage Bear. Gained 40,000 experience, temporarily stored in the experience box.
Ding!
Killed the LV.24 Frost Grey Python, gaining 14,000 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box.
Ding!
Killed LV.25 Ice Crow, gained 15,000 experience, temporarily stored in the experience box.
Ding! Obtains second level material, Windscale Leopard Skin *5. Ding!
Obtains second level material, Lizard Cold Isolation Membrane *20.
Ding! Obtains second level material, Ice Bear Skin *8. Ding! Obtained the second level material, Hard Python Meat *10. Ding! Obtained the second level material, Ice Crow Feather *4.
Includes new alien races, which can be summoned. Epic Bloodline Alien, Frostwine Leopard, 1 spawns every 50 seconds. Includes new alien race, which can be summoned. Epic Bloodline Alien, Polar Cold Lizard, 1 spawns every 50 seconds. Includes new alien races, which can be summoned. Epic Bloodline Alien, Icefield Angry Bear, 1 spawns every 50 seconds. Includes new alien races, which can be summoned. Epic Bloodline Alien, Frost Grey Python, 1 spawns every 50 seconds. Includes new alien races, which can be summoned. Epic Bloodline Alien, Ice Crow, 1 spawns every 50 seconds. Various prompt sounds continuously rang in Pei Sun's mind, making him feel extremely happy.
Who could believe that while standing still, experience poured in, and at an astonishing speed?
Even if other professionals try their best, they cannot achieve such a speed of gaining experience. The experience of alien spirits above level 20, that is, Lord level alien spirits, has reached 5 digits. Pei Sun couldn't even imagine how many levels he would be able to reach after breaking through the level limit. Of course, Pei Sun was not most excited about this. After all, he had played many games in his previous life and knew that the experience required for upgrading in the later stages would increase. What really excited him were the second level materials and the newly included types of undead. This meant that a large amount of money would flow into his account, and the increasing number of undead would allow him to master more diverse combat methods. Suddenly, Pei Sun heard a hearty laugh coming from not far behind him.
He was stunned and turned his head involuntarily to look.
Only then did I realize that Mayor Yao and the other 3 had caught up with me.
Ha, you guys are here too? Pei Sun asked belatedly.
Pei Sun didn't even notice the presence of Yao Xinchuan and the others because his ears were filled with the sounds of collisions, roars, and explosions from the undead summons fighting. At this moment, the expressions of Yao Xinchuan and others had already returned to normal.
How's the progress? Yao Zhenchuan asked gently. I've killed 23, almost half.
Pei Xin replied with a smile. Upon hearing this progress, Yao Zhenchuan, Liao Yuzet and Duan Huanru were surprised again, and the muscles on Liao Yuze's face twitched involuntarily.
A 19th level elite professional killed more than 20 lord level alien spirits across levels in just over 10 minutes. Is this true? Is this true?
Yao Zhenchuan also showed a look of astonishment and said, the progress is much faster than I expected.
Then you should work harder. I have important things to do.
If you advance quickly, I can go back earlier.
As he spoke, Pei Sun saluted Yao Zhenchuan seriously, which immediately made Liao Yuze and Duan Huanru burst into laughter.
Why is there always such a festive atmosphere when chatting with this guy?
Although Yao Zhenchuan didn't laugh out loud, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he was obviously amused by Pei Sun.
Okay, then you continue. Pei Sun turned around and continued to watch the progress of the battle between the undead summons.
Work harder.
Well, it means speeding up the process of putting the newly generated undead summons into the battlefield. Under the leadership of high bloodline pets such as the undead rift spider, the 4-tripod demon crocodile and the purple striped ghost sheep,
as well as the newly included epic bloodline spirits, the undead summons are killing the icefield spirits at an increasingly faster speed.
Pei Sun also specifically asked the undead summons to give kills to the pet spirits, and as a result, these pet spirits gained a lot of experience in a short period of time. Since their levels are much lower than the icefield spirits, their experience slots are quickly filled up, and the undead rift spider is the one that upgrades the fastest.
Ding!
The pet spirit, undead rift spider, killed the LV.29 Arctic cold lizard, gaining 20,000 experience.
Ding!
The pet spirit, undead rift spider, killed the LV.29 snow shadow ice wolf, gaining 20,000 experience.
Ding!
The pet spirit, undead rift spider, killed a LV.21 frost feather snow eagle, gaining 5,500 experience.
Ding! Kill! Ding!
The pet spirit, undead rift spider, killed a LV.25 ice valley mammoth, gaining 7,500 experience.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, your pet spirit, undead rift spider, has been upgraded to LV.19.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, your pet spirit, undead rift spider, has been upgraded to LV.21.
When alien spirits are upgrading in the early stages, they do not need to complete advancement tasks like humans.
Only when they reach level 50, the peak of the monarch level, and advance to the ruling level, will there be corresponding requirements. Moreover, compared with the advancement tasks of humans, the advancement conditions of alien spirits are extremely harsh and often come with huge risks to their lives.
Ding!
The pet spirit, undead rift spider, has learned the innate skill, Undead Layer. Skill, Undead Layer, utilizes the aura of the undead to create a shield that protects against damage. Higher intelligence attributes increase the damage reduction percentage, currently at 4.23%.
Shield thickness
varies with the concentration of the undead aura, reaching a maximum of 5 times the current health.
If the shield exceeds the limit, the health value will also benefit from the damage reduction effect.
Hearing a unique voice suddenly ringing in his mind, Pei Sun's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light, and he quickly opened it to check the information of the undead rift spider. Lord level spirit, undead rift spider.
Level, LV.21. Strength, 287.0. Intelligence, 423.0. Spirit, 299.0. Constitution, 401.0. Agility, 388.0.
Skill, Wrath of the Undead, infinitely expands the body, significantly increasing the 5-dimensional attributes. The specific expansion multiple and attribute growth ratio depends on the current spiritual intelligence.
Skill, Death-Splitting Poison Curse, splits the body into countless fragments and attacks the target. The infected target will be cursed with death-splitting poison, dealing 42.3 damage per second.
The specific damage depends on the current intelligence. Skill, Undead Layer, utilizes the aura of the undead to create a shield that protects against damage. Higher intelligence increases the damage reduction percentage, currently at 4.23%. The shield's thickness varies with the concentration of the undead aura, reaching a maximum of 5 times the current health. Beyond this value, health still benefits from the damage reduction effect.
At this moment, the undead rift spider has been promoted to a lord-level alien spirit, and its 5-dimensional attributes have been significantly improved compared to the last time it was checked. This new skill is extremely practical.
Although it is not used in normal times, it perfectly matches Pei Sun's summoning ability when he is killing monsters and leveling up. Because the more undead summons there are on the field, the thicker the smell of the dead in the air. According to the skill description, the shield thickness of the undead rift spider will also increase accordingly. When the thickness of the shield reaches the limit, the health value will also receive a damage reduction bonus. Coupled with its huge size, Pei Sun has no idea who among the same level spirits can compete with it. Looking at this panel, Pei Sun's heart was filled with joy and pride. Although the undead rift spider is only level 21 now, which is lower than the level of most alien spirits in the Zero Valley, its attribute values are not inferior. Pei Sun watched as the undead spider's body suddenly expanded, almost obscuring the sky above his head, like a huge, gloomy dark cloud. Not only that, a layer of dark green light gradually emerged on its huge body. This layer of light continuously absorbed the breath of the surrounding undead, intertwined and merged with the breath, and finally formed a shield that reflected distorted green light. Looking at this situation, Pei Sun even felt that this shield was a bit redundant. On this ice field, which alien spirit can touch its body? It's already good enough to be able to touch its 8 thick and long legs. The battlefield situation was completely in favor of Pei Sun, and everywhere he looked were his pet spirits and undead summons. The indigenous people of Juelinghan Valley have almost disappeared, but the reminder to gain experience continued to sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the SSS level advanced mission, reaching the pinnacle. After an unknown amount of time, a strange voice sounded in Pei Sun's mind, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 200 full-time points and 2 random reward coupons from the system mall. Ding! The host learns, skill, passive talent skill, SSS level life of the underworld. All undead creatures gain a passive skill that grants absolute immunity to attacks. If the damage received exceeds the current health value, the health value will be forcibly reduced to 1 drop of blood. Seeing this skill introduction, Pei Sun couldn't help but be overjoyed. This skill means that as long as the health of the summoned undead can withstand 1 attack from the enemy, it will be completely immune to this damage. If it cannot withstand it, its health will be directly reduced to 1. In other words, even Pei Sun's most common undead summons, even the weakest species, would not be killed instantly. They can withstand at least 2 attacks from the enemy, no matter how powerful the enemy is. This passive skill is so overbearing. Learning it means that even if you encounter a powerful opponent who is much stronger than you in the future, you will have more power to fight back. Although the effect may not be very significant, it can definitely delay the opponent for a considerable amount of time. The system prompt sound continues to ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to become an epic level professional. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV21. 5-dimensional attributes plus 5 points. Free attribute points plus 10. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV22. 5. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV23. 5. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV26. 5-dimensional attributes plus 5 points. Free attribute points plus 10. With the breakthrough in level, Pei Sun's experience bar soared, and he directly rose to 6 levels. Moreover, the upgrade points have also changed. The 5-dimensional attributes have increased from the previous plus 2 points to the current plus 5 points, and the freely allocated attribute points have increased from plus 4 points to the current plus 10 points. After feeling refreshed, Pei Sun couldn't wait to open his information panel. Name, Pei Sun. Occupation, necromancer, unique hidden occupation, other occupations omitted. Proficiency, colored diamond. Talent, SSS level talent. Undead contract. The spirits summoned by the host are imbued with the aura of the dead, completely obeying the host's will and not suffering any negative effects. Spirits killed by the host can be summoned infinitely by the host for their own use. Level, LV.26, 43.6%. Strength, 506.0. Intelligence, 222.0. Spirit, 222.0. Constitution, 222.0. Agility, 222.0. Comprehensive ability value, 278.8. Skill, passive talent skill, SSS level undead refiner. Summons a spirit every second to fight for you. The summoned spirit has the same level as the host, and its attributes are 1/10 of the host's. Currently summonable spirit types. Common spirits, evil wolf, desert scorpion, coyote, wild ox, magic horned leopard, giant claw ice shrimp, ice crystal fish, black scale rabbit. Rare spirits, desert scorpion king, demonic leopard, shadow sand snake, four-winged nightbird, purple skull ant, ice crystal fish, golden scaled elephant, iron mane black snake, purple flame silkworm, white smoke fighting tiger. Epic spirits, frost scorpion, frost feather snow eagle, ice valley mammoth, frost gray python, frost wind leopard, icefield angry bear, polar cold lizard, ice crow. Skill, passive talent skill, SSS level eyes of delusion. The host can share vision with all summoned creatures. Skill, passive talent skill, SSS level undead grudge. Undead explodes upon death, dealing 5.0 * strength damage to targets within 1 meter. Skill, passive talent skill, SSS level life of the underworld. All undead creatures have a passive skill that grants absolute immunity to attacks. If the damage received exceeds the current health value, the health value is forcibly reduced to 1 drop of blood. If others knew Pei Sun's current comprehensive ability value, they might not be too surprised, because this value is only average among geniuses. But if others saw Pei Sun's current strength attribute value, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Others' 5-dimensional attributes are generally more balanced. Even if they are biased, they will put more points in some attributes, and less points in others. But who would be like Pei Sun, pouring all the freely allocated attribute points into strength? Of course,
course, this is understandable, after all, this is his natural ability. Moreover, he had just acquired an incredible new talent skill.
The values of his undead summons in terms of physique and agility were completely irrelevant, because no matter how much health they have or whether they can escape, they can at least withstand 2 attacks from the opponent. What's more, Pei Sun's undead summons have extremely low stats to begin with, so adding points to these attributes doesn't make much sense. At this moment, Yao Zhenchuan and the other two who had been thrown away by Pei Sun just now appeared behind Pei Sun like ghosts. They also felt the changes in Pei Sun's supernatural powers at the first time, and realized that he had successfully advanced, so they hurried over. Yao Zhenchuan, who was in the lead, had similar expressions to Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru, and they all looked at Pei Sun with admiration. Although they had just witnessed the undead disaster summoned by Pei Sun, they were still shocked when they saw it again. Especially, that spider seems to have gotten bigger. Also, what's with that green light shield on that guy? Of course, their focus at this moment was not on the undead rift spider.
Did you advance successfully? What is your innate skill? Yao Zhenchuan asked Pei Sun curiously.
Pei Sun did not answer directly, but just gave Yao Zhenchuan a mysterious smile and then summoned a vicious wolf,
an undead of ordinary bloodline. Mayor Yao, try attacking this wolf.
Although Pei Sun tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, he could not hide the excitement in his tone.
Yao Zhenchuan naturally sensed Pei Sun's unconcealed excitement, and out of curiosity, he also responded very cooperatively.
After saying that, Yao Zhenchuan did not hesitate to save face and directly summoned the golden lion tiger with wings that he had summoned in the fighting ladder field in Fengyu City.
Pei Sun was stunned, his face full of confusion. You start first. Pei Sun couldn't help but gasp and took several steps back.
Just by standing there, he could feel the strong murderous aura emanating from Mayor Yao's strange spirit, which made him feel uncomfortable. After Pei Sun retreated to a safe distance, Yao Zhenchuan showed no mercy and immediately ordered the winged golden lion tiger to launch a fierce attack on Pei Sun's wolf. Almost at the moment when Pei Sun gained his footing, a sharp and crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The golden winged lion tiger attacked as swiftly as a golden lightning, and the oppressive feeling was so strong that it was suffocating. After the attack, it turned back without looking back and returned to its original place. After returning to its original position, the golden winged lion tiger looked towards the wolf's position with pride, but the next second it showed an extremely surprised, almost human expression. When Yao Zhenchuan saw this scene, his heart was shocked.
What on earth is going on?
The summoned creature in front of him was obviously not a spirit of ordinary bloodline, and his level was only 26. How could he possibly withstand the attack of his own golden lion tiger king with divine wings?
What on earth happened? Not only Yao Zhenchuan, but also Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru beside him widened their eyes in surprise, staring at the scene in disbelief.
Liao Yuza was Yao Zhenchuan's closest friend, and they were probably the only two in Fengyu City who knew best how terrifying and brutal this divine winged golden lion tiger king was.
Yet, how could it fail to instantly kill such a weak summon? This doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. Although Duan Huanru didn't know much about the specific power of the divine winged golden lion tiger king, since it was Yao Zhenchuan's pet spirit, it must be extremely powerful. How could it not kill Pei Sun's summoned creature in seconds? How did you do that? Yao Zhenchuan asked in surprise. Liao Yuza stood there in confusion, glancing at Pei Sun's summoned creature and then at Yao Zhenchuan's expression. This was the first time in all these years that he saw such a look of astonishment on Yao Zhenchuan's face. Pei Sun explained proudly, "This is my third innate skill. It allows my undead summons to be immune to one attack. In other words, no matter how strong the enemy is, they can at least withstand 2 attacks." Upon hearing this incredible skill, Yao Zhenchuan's eyes widened. Is there still justice in this world? Is there still law? As soon as the golden lion tiger king with divine wings made a move, he was full of contempt and disdain for this weak creature. But after the attack, it stood up straight, its face filled with astonishment, and it even doubted whether it had hit the target. So, all undead summons have this effect? Liao Yuza asked in disbelief with a twitch of his mouth. Pei Sun nodded proudly. Yes, those summoned before, those summoned now, and those summoned in the future will all enjoy this skill. Liao Yuza was completely dumbfounded, looking at the dark army of undead that filled the sky. Is it going to be hard for me to deal with this guy from now on? Although Yao Zhenchuan was extremely shocked, he had witnessed too many amazing things since he met Pei Sun, which made him calm down first. Forget it, since the mission of this operation has been completed, let's withdraw quickly, Yao Zhenchuan said. Before he finished speaking, his eyes involuntarily swept to Pei Sun's side, revealing a hint of helplessness. Because there were more and more purple flame silkworms surrounding Pei Sun, if he was a little further away, he might be mistaken for a ball of purple flame. Mayor Yao, I'm already level 26 now. Why don't you wait for me for a while? I can reach level 30 soon, Pei Sun said excitedly. Already level 26? Yes. Pei Sun nodded repeatedly, as eager as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Yao Zhenchuan held his chin, pondered for a moment, and finally said, okay, then hurry up. Don't worry, Mayor Yao, I promise it will be resolved in a few minutes. By this time, Pei Sun's undead army had advanced quite a distance.
As soon as he finished speaking, he used the instantaneous crystal to teleport to the rear of the undead army. Seeing Pei Sun's mysterious way of leaving, Yao Zhenxuan's face suddenly showed a look of confusion. This is the 5th level material that Pei Sun got from somewhere, the permanent instant body crystal.
When I took him to carry out the mission at noon
Today, I specifically asked him about it, but he was obviously not willing to disclose it, so I didn't ask any further.
Duan Huanru said with a wry smile. Yao Zhenxuan nodded thoughtfully.
I thought it was a one-time instantaneous crystal, but I didn't expect this guy to use it so generously.
It turns out it's permanent,
Liao Yuza exclaimed. How many cards does this guy have hidden that we haven't discovered yet? Pei Sun leisurely followed behind his undead army. As the attribute values continued to increase, the attributes of the undead he summoned also skyrocketed, and the upgrade speed was naturally faster.
However, as the level increases, the required experience bar becomes longer and longer.
After 7 or 8 minutes, Pei Sun finally reached the highest level of epic professionals.
Ding!
Killed LV.22 Frost Wind Leopard, gained 12,000 experience.
Ding! Kill the LV.28 Ice Valley Mammoth and gain 30,000 experience points. Ding! Kill! Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV.27. 5-dimensional attributes plus 5 points. Free attribute points plus 10. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV.28. 5-dimensional attributes plus 5 points. Free attribute points plus 10. Ding! You have successfully upgraded to LV.30. 5-dimensional attributes plus 5 points. Free attribute points plus 10. Ding! Killed
LV.24 Icefield Ragebear, gained 14,000 experience, temporarily stored in the experience box.
Ding!
Killed the LV.29 Frost Grey Python, gaining 40,000 experience points, temporarily stored in the experience box.
Ding!
Killed LV.25 Ice Crow, gained 15,000 experience, temporarily stored in the experience box.
Ding! Your current level has reached the highest level of Epic Professional. You need to complete the advanced tasks before you can continue to upgrade. Ding! Given that you have SSS level talent, the SSS level advanced quest, Mastery, is automatically triggered.
Mastery, kill 100 spirits across different levels within 6 hours. SSS level advanced mission rewards, double the 5-dimensional attributes, learn the 4th talent skill, SSS level, 1000 full-time points, 10 random reward exchange coupons from the system mall, and 1 piece of purple jade level equipment. The advanced task popped up in Pei Sun's mind again. He had originally planned to take this opportunity to directly complete this advanced task, but when he heard the task requirements, he was stunned.
Kill 100 alien spirits across levels?
Not only is the time shortened by half, but the number of alien spirits that need to be killed has also doubled.
System, are you even human?
He had previously guessed whether he would have to kill 100 alien spirits, and he guessed right, but he didn't expect the time to be compressed by half.
In this case, will we have to kill 200 of them within 3 hours next time?
Pei Sun decisively gave up this idea. Putting aside whether he has the ability to accomplish it, he has not encountered a monarch-level alien spirit since he entered the Juling Cold Valley.
Where to find those 100? Even if he encountered it, he couldn't guarantee that he could deal with it easily.
Although his strength has increased 2 or 3 times compared to when he first came in, it was still a bit tricky when facing the Lord-level alien spirits.
He wasn't sure he wouldn't get into trouble if he encountered a group of monarch-level spirits.
So, Pei Sun planned to leave temporarily. However, at this time, the prompt sound of the undead spider upgrading sounded in his mind again.
Ding!
The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed a LV.24 Arctic Cold Lizard, gaining 7,000 experience.
Ding!
The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed the LV.22 Snow Shadow Ice Wolf, gaining 6,000 experience.
Ding!
The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed the LV.29 Frost Feather Snow Eagle, gaining 20,000 experience.
Ding! Kill! Ding!
The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, killed a LV.22 Ice Valley Mammoth, gaining 6,000 experience points.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, your pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, has been upgraded to LV.25.
Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding!
Congratulations to the host, your pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, has been upgraded to LV.27.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, your pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, has been upgraded to LV.28. Pei Sun's eyes rolled and he decided to wait a little longer. The fighting style of this Undead Rift Spider is much stronger than that of his undead summons, so its upgrade speed is also astonishingly fast. He planned to wait until this guy was promoted to the Monarch level before leaving, and by the way, see if he could learn any new talents and skills.
Time passes by every second. Ding! Congratulations. Ding!
Congratulations to the host, your pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, has been upgraded to LV.31.
Ding! The pet spirit, Undead Rift Spider, has learned the innate skill, Dark Barrier Binding. Skill, Dark Barrier Binding, actively releases the aura of the undead to bind the target. The bound target is instantly paralyzed and cursed, unable to move or cast skills. The curse also causes the skin and body to gradually disintegrate. Ignores the
hit rule for targets of the same level or lower, and has no effect on targets of a higher level than the player. This time, the skills are finally no longer linked to attribute values, but are related to levels. After taking a closer look, Payson felt that this skill was quite powerful.
There is no regular hit rate at the same level.
In other words, a level 31 undead spider can easily restrain a level 39 alien spirit. He opened the Undead Rift Spider's information panel again and found that this guy's 5-dimensional attributes had undergone earth-shaking changes.
Monarch level spirit, Undead Rift Spider, level, LV.31, strength 502.0, intelligence 839.0, spirit 663.0, constitution 795.0, agility 822.0, skill, Wrath of the Undead. The body expands infinitely and the 5-dimensional attributes increase dramatically. The expansion multiple and attribute improvement are linked to the current spiritual intelligence. Skill, Death-Splitting Poison Curse, splits the body into countless parts to attack the target, inflicting a deathly poison curse on the infected target, dealing 83.9 damage per second. The specific damage value is related to intelligence. Skill, Undead Layer, utilizes the aura of the undead to generate a damage-reducing shield. Higher intelligence increases the damage reduction percentage, currently at 8.39%.
Shield thickness varies with the concentration of the undead aura, capped at 5 times the current health.
Any excess is converted to health points for damage reduction. Skill, Dark Barrier Binding, actively releases the aura of the undead to bind the target.
The bound target is immediately paralyzed and cursed, unable to move or use skills.
The skin and body will gradually disintegrate during the curse.
Ignores the hit rule for targets of the same level and below, and has no effect on targets of higher levels. Payson felt as if he had found a treasure. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the attribute data of the Undead Rift Spider, feeling extremely satisfied.
How many people in the Tianjing province secret training camp can possess such combat power as this monarch-level alien spirit? Even if you are wearing all kinds of equipment, it would be difficult to match its properties. Just as Payson was about to leave contentedly, he suddenly discovered that the undead creatures he summoned were desperately attacking a target. Through the shared vision, he was shocked to see that hundreds or even thousands of summoned creatures were besieging a giant ice blue rhino. This rhino is 10 meters long and 3 meters tall at the shoulder. It is definitely a huge beast. Its body structure is extremely strong. Its skin is thick and crystal clear blue. There are sharp ice spikes standing up on its back and head, and a thick and long ice rhino horn grows on its forehead, which is intimidating. Payson noticed that all his summons, from the most powerful ordinary wolf to the epic Snow Shadow Ice Wolf, were unable to cause any real damage to the rhino, especially the Snow Shadow Ice Wolf, the most powerful of his undead summons. Although its attributes are only 1/10 of Payson's, its skill, Flash and Bite, is a one-time tracking and guaranteed hit burst skill. The huge damage of 10 times the value can cause more than 500 burst damage, but it is powerless against this rhinoceros. But even with such astonishing damage, it couldn't even scratch the rhino's skin, not even leaving a trace of white mark. Payson couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. No matter how high the level of this rhinoceros was, it couldn't possibly have such strong defense, right? Could it be a being above the Lord level? With such doubts, Payson felt a little more expectant and walked slowly towards the direction of the ice rhino. At the same time, Payson ordered the Undead Rift Spider to stop killing and focus all its attention on the ice rhino. As the undead spider's attention shifted, the ice rhino seemed to feel a strong pressure in an instant. It suddenly raised its head and looked at the undead spider, then let out a deafening roar. Before Payson could get close, the ice rhino suddenly lost its temper, roared, waved its sharp ice rhino horn, and charged towards Payson's undead summon. Payson's undead summon creature could not withstand this astonishing impact force at all, and instantly collapsed and dissipated when hit by the ice rhino's horn. Not only the sharp ice rhino horn, but also the huge body of this guy would kill Payson's undead summon creature if it touched it. Once the summoned undead creature died, the two undead creatures with lower attributes that had just split out were directly crushed by the ice rhino in the next second. In just a few seconds, Payson lost hundreds or even nearly 1,000 of his undead summons, and all the undead summons that had just surrounded the ice rhino were completely wiped out. Payson frowned. This guy was obviously not so violent just now. He was just killing the undead summons attacking him piecemeal. Why did he suddenly rush forward like crazy? Is it because of the Undead Rift Spider? Seeing the ice rhino stop to catch its breath and prepare to start the second round of killing, Payson hurriedly took back all the undead summons and pet spirits except the Undead Rift Spider. These undead summons and pet spirits are not on the same level as this guy at all. Letting them continue fighting is tantamount to committing suicide. This ice rhino is obviously a monarch-level alien spirit and has no way to retreat. In that case, why not let the Undead Rift Spider try out the new skills it has just learned? Thinking of this, Payson gave the order to the undead spider without hesitation. After receiving the order, the Undead Rift Spider uttered several incomprehensible, bitter squeaking sounds from its mouthparts. The next moment, a strong black smell emanated from its mouthparts.
mouthparts. Pei Sun naturally understood that this black air was the breath of the undead released when summoning the dead. The undead aura slowly condensed into a thin thread and slowly floated towards the ice rhino. Although it was not fast, the ice rhino itself was also slow in movement, and it had no idea what would happen next. In comparison, although the ice rhino is 8 meters long and huge in size, it is nothing compared to the undead rift spider, which is terrifyingly large and far exceeds the size of a football field. The ice rhino raised its forehead, and its pair of ice blue eyes stared at the undead rift spider, constantly making low roars. It seems that it was really the undead rift spider that caused it to suddenly go berserk. However, at this time, the undead aura released by the undead rift spider, which was the newly learned dark barrier binding skill, had quietly penetrated into the ice rhino's body. Pei Sun could only judge that this guy was a monarch-level alien spirit, but his specific level was difficult to determine. After the undead aura entered the ice rhino's body, there was no obvious change at first. I saw wisps of black air slowly flowing in the ice shell, while the ice rhino was still roaring provocatively at the undead rift spider. If Pei Sun hadn't ordered the undead rift spider not to be impulsive, it would have probably been unable to control itself and wanted to pierce the sky with its slender and sharp limbs. At this time, more than 10 minutes had passed since Pei Sun and Yao Zhenchuan agreed to upgrade. Yao Zhenchuan chatted with Liao Yuza and others for a while, and then remembered Pei Sun when he realized that Pei Sun had not arrived yet.
Why hasn't that brat come over yet? Xiao Duan, go over and take a look.
Liao Yuza frowned slightly and said, we agreed on a few minutes, but it's already been more than 10 minutes.
This brat, Duan Huanru nodded, stood up and prepared to go find Pei Sun. Yao Zhenchuan suddenly called out to Duan Huanru, no need to call him, we'll go there ourselves. Duan Huanru was stunned for a moment, then nodded, okay.
After saying that, Yao Zhenchuan and the other two walked over to where Pei Sun had just left to look for him. In fact, Pei Sun did not go far, he just took a few turns so that Yao Zhenchuan and others could not see him temporarily. After all, he spent a lot of time on this ice rhino. Yao Zhenchuan and the other two had only taken a few steps when they suddenly saw Pei Sun's back.
Hey, isn't this kid going to level up? Why did he take back all the undead summons, leaving only that big spider? Ha, what is that big spider doing? Liao Yuza whispered in confusion. The scene before the three people at this moment was like this.
Pei Sun stood alone, watching quietly, surrounded by a group of purple flame silkworms. Right in front of him, the huge spider stood motionless, towering like a mountain, and there seemed to be a black flowing line released from the guy's mouthparts. I don't know what it was exactly, but I saw it flowing straight to somewhere below. Yao Zhenchuan squinted his eyes and looked carefully, only to find that there was a huge ice rhinoceros underneath, and the black line was connecting to it.
That thing down there seems to be a strange spirit, or a monarch-level strange spirit? Duan Huanru asked doubtfully after realizing it belatedly. A monarch-level spirit? Liao Yuza's eyes suddenly widened. How could this guy be related to a monarch-level spirit? Hey, is that giant spider also a monarch-level one? Feeling the breath of the undead rift spider, Liao Yuza was suddenly shocked. He remembered that the giant spider's aura had just entered the lord level at the beginning, but he didn't expect that it has already reached the monarch level. This upgrade speed is simply terrifying. Not only does the kid level up quickly himself, but he can also level up the alien spirits quickly. That spider is battling a monarch-level spirit. Yao Zhenchuan's expression gradually became serious. I didn't expect that spider to have already reached the monarch level. Oh, this kid's incredible ability is beyond description. He's just like an alien. So scary. With this upgrade speed, I won't dare to provoke him anymore, Liao Yuza said with envy. After saying that, the three of them tacitly stopped talking and quietly watched the scene in front of them. As the black lines of the undead breath continued to be injected into the ice rhinoceros body, the guy's ice shell gradually became darker and cracks began to appear on the shell. This type of crack is different from hard scratches, but is an irregular and oddly shaped crack. It seems that the corrosive effect of the dark barrier binding has begun to appear, otherwise such cracks would not appear on the ice rhino's shell. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the ice rhino's body. The earliest cracks and gaps became larger and larger, and the overall color became dark. At this moment, the ice rhino seemed to have not noticed anything until it suddenly felt pain on its back and let out an angry roar. Until now, it still didn't understand what kind of attack it had suffered, but once it felt the pain, it immediately took a fighting stance and rushed towards the undead spider's legs with a ferocious look on its face. Seeing this, Pei Sun's heart suddenly became nervous. Ever since the undead rift spider released this skill, it has remained motionless. I don't know if it's because it can't move when releasing a skill. Now it seems that it is about to be hit by the ice rhino. Pei Sun did not dare to underestimate this guy's impact. Although the undead rift spider is huge in size, it does not mean that it has strong defense. If you get hit by the ice rhino's cold horn, it will probably cause a big cut. Through the undead spider's consciousness transmission, Pei Sun confirmed that the undead spider could not move when releasing skills, otherwise it would destroy the order chain of this black line. If the dark barrier binding is not fully utilized, the remaining black energy in the body will only continue to corrode the ice rhino, and it will be
be impossible to kill it with this skill alone. So this is the drawback of this skill. No wonder it looks so perfect, Pei Sun muttered in his heart. But the next moment, he felt something was wrong. Pei Sun looked at the undead spider's information panel again, his expression slightly paused. Isn't it said that if you're hit by the skill, your entire body will be paralyzed, unable to move, and you won't even be able to use your skills? How is this guy still able to move? Pei Sun was suddenly confused and frowned. What on earth is going on with this ice rhino? Could it be that the skill of dark barrier binding will only paralyze the target after it is fully cast? Then what's the point of this paralysis effect? The undead rift spider is huge. If any other spirit used this skill, wouldn't they have been defeated long ago? This guy is not a soft persimmon who will be beaten obediently. Just as Pei Sun was complaining that this skill was useless, the undead spider's consciousness came again, telling him that the target had fallen into a paralyzed state the moment it was hit by this skill. But this ice rhino is a little special. For some reason, it can still move. Pei Sun became even more confused. This guy seemed reckless and brainless. How could he possibly break through the undead spider's attack methods? Or did he possess some kind of powerful defensive ability? Suddenly, an extremely harsh sound was heard, followed by a loud crashing sound. Pei Sun witnessed this scene and his face froze. He stared at what was happening in front of him in disbelief. The horn of the ice rhinoceros swiftly pierced into the lower limbs of the undead spider, instantly shattering the lower limbs from bottom to top into ice crystal fragments, which scattered all over the ground. Although Pei Sun couldn't directly share the undead spider's pain, as its summoner, he could still feel the heart-wrenching pain. After all, the undead spider was different from ordinary undead summons. It was his pet spirit. Pei Sun could hardly imagine how powerful this guy's impact was. After all, they were all monarch-level spirits, yet they could actually cause such a huge amount of damage. Despite the undead spider's protection from the undead layer, its lower limb, wrapped in green light, was still brutally torn apart. To make matters worse, Pei Sun had already withdrawn his undead legion, leaving the undead spider with no undead energy to support its recovery and shield formation. Damn it! It's too early to take it back. Pei Sun couldn't help but curse inwardly. But this cannot be entirely blamed on him. He had thought that the powerful single combat skill of the undead rift spider could firmly control the ice rhino and make it slowly lose in pain. Unexpectedly, this guy was able to break free directly. Just as Pei Sun was about to take back the undead rift spider and send the undead summon creature to bombard the ice rhino with a fatal explosion, the undead rift spider suddenly felt a strong sense of resistance. Pei Sun was stunned, because this was the first time he encountered a summoned creature resisting his consciousness. After a few seconds, he finally understood why the undead rift spider resisted being taken back. It doesn't want to go back, as if it wants to prove itself. Pet spirits usually only resist when their summoners send them into battle. Unexpectedly, Pei Sun was afraid that it would get hurt this time, so he wanted to take it back, but it still resisted. Perhaps wanting to stand up for Pei Sun, the undead rift spider had an extremely strong desire to fight. Pei Sun had no choice but to give up the idea of taking it back. The undead spider, with one of its lower limbs broken, appeared calm on the surface, with no change in expression, but Pei Sun's pain, which resonated with it, made him clearly feel how much pain it was in at the moment. Fortunately, the ice rhino's condition was also deteriorating. Its once icy sapphire-like shell had now turned almost pitch black, and the black aura was flowing through its body at an increasingly rapid rate. The cracks in the shell continued to expand, and the broken apart parts revealed the rotting and decaying flesh inside. The ice rhino was in excruciating pain at this moment, but its innate desire to fight drove it to continue attacking the undead rift spider and rush towards its other lower limb. The distance between each two limbs of the undead rift spider is more than 10 meters, and only the last two limbs are nearly 100 meters apart. As the ice rhino ran towards its other lower limb, the decay of its body became more serious and its running steps began to stagger. Another crisp sound was heard. The ice rhinoceros horn hit the undead spider's other lower limb again, and that lower limb was instantly shattered. Unlike the previous lower limb that shattered from bottom to top, this time it only shattered halfway, and the upper part was covered with a thin layer of snowflakes, and then it stopped. Pei Sun realized that this guy was at the end of his strength and the impact this time was far less powerful than the last time. As the undead rift spider continued to be injected with the breath of the undead, its body had completely rotted away and was covered in decay. Its limbs gradually melted away, becoming uneven in length. It walked unsteadily, and its head was even more blurred, making it difficult to discern its true shape. If you compare the ice rhino at this moment with when it first appeared, it is almost hard to believe that they are the same kind of strange spirit. Even though Pei Sun had always felt pity for his undead spider, this guy right now looked like he was in much more pain than the undead spider. The toxicity and death properties of the undead rift spider's skill are extremely terrifying. Just as Duan Huanru said, it seems to be able to destroy the physiological functions of an organism. An unknown amount of time passed before the ice rhino, relying on its remaining consciousness, tried its best to rush towards the undead rift spider's other lower limb. The rhino's horn was almost rotten, but it still hit it hard. This time, the The rhino horn only pierced the lower limbs of the undead rift spider, and there was no breakage as before. Pei Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was shocked by the murderous intent and momentum of this guy. He couldn't even walk steadily, but he still wanted to confront the undead spider. As the rhino horn penetrated deeply into the limbs of the undead spider immediately raised its head and let out several sharp and piercing cries. Pei Sun could sense its excitement. It was obvious that this guy was filled with joy at the impending victory over the ice rhino. Whether it was the lower limb that was pierced by the rhino horn or the two shattered limbs in front, the undead rift spider seemed to feel no pain at this moment. Instead, it was filled with excitement and joy after victory. The undead rift spider suddenly raised its lower limbs that were pierced by the rhino horn. With a crisp sound, the black horn of the ice rhino broke into its legs, and its huge body was thrown out. The next moment, the undead rift spider, with its hatred value overflowing, swung its lower limb with all its might and fiercely stabbed it into the body of the ice rhino with a broken horn. Ding! The pet spirit, undead rift spider, killed a LV.34 frostbone rhinoceros, gaining 80,000 experience. Includes a new alien spirit species, which can be summoned. Phantom Saint level bloodline alien spirit, frost rising bone piercing rhino, one is generated every 100 seconds. The system voice sounded in Pei Sun's mind. It's a level 34 alien spirit. Pei Sun was shocked. The undead spider had killed this level 34 opponent and split 80,000 experience points equally. In total, a level 34 alien spirit had granted a staggering 160,000 experience points. A level 34 alien spirit is 3 levels higher than the undead spider. The higher the level, the greater the difference in strength. Even if there is only a difference of 5 levels, the gap is huge. Just like level 20 and level 25, level 30 and level 35. Although there is a difference of 5 levels, the strength is definitely not at the same level. Although the undead spider's skill indicates that it can control and kill opponents of the same level without rules, this guy obviously used some skills to counter it, causing the undead spider's skill to fail to exert its due power. It withstood the attacks of this terrifying enemy the entire time, and Pei Sun could imagine how much pain the undead rift spider must have endured. This guy obviously also has the bloodline of the Phantom Saint. Pei Sun became more and more curious about what skills could break the undead rift spider's ability. Thinking of this, Pei Sun immediately looked up the guy's detailed information. Lord level undead, bone-chilling rhinoceros, level, LV.30, strength 50.6, intelligence, 22.2, spirit, 22.2, constitution, 22.2, agility, 22.2, skill, ice cone piercing, fires ice spikes all over the body, causing 2 times the strength attribute AoE damage to a 3x3 meter range. Skill, powerful impact drill, gather all the supernatural energy in the rhino horn, delivering a critical strike to the target, causing high burst damage to a single target equal to 5 times the strength attribute. If the weak point is hit, the damage is doubled. Skill, absolute pure defense, the body is baptized by pure and cold ice elements. When switching to offensive state, it automatically becomes immune to control effects once, which lasts until the end of the battle, immune to any contact attacks below the same level, and doubles the damage of ranged attacks. Skill, Frost Shock Zone, consumes a large amount of supernatural power, unleashing a strike that shakes the ground. The longer the charge is held, the higher the damage, and the larger the range. The maximum charge is 30 seconds, the maximum damage is 5 times the strength attribute, and the maximum range is 10 meters by 10 meters. This guy also has 4 skills. After reading the introduction of these 4 skills, Pei Sun couldn't help but be shocked again. The undead rift spider possesses absolute control, but this guy is actually absolutely immune to control? From this perspective, perhaps it is because this guy is at a higher level than the undead rift spider that its mechanism suppresses the undead rift spider? No matter what, Pei Sun was still impressed by the strength this guy had just displayed, especially the 2 lower limbs that were broken by the undead rift spider. Thinking of this, Pei Sun immediately summoned the undead spider back to the pet spirit space. Although the pet spirit space did not have the strong undead aura condensed by the 30,000 undead summons in the summoning space, but the other 94 pets in the spirit space also have undead attributes, and the undead aura they emit is enough to allow the undead rift spider to slowly recover. At this point, there was finally no alien spirit left in the endless ice field. At least that's what Pei Sun saw. Just as Pei Sun was about to go back to find Yao Zhenchuan, he turned around and found that Yao Zhenchuan and the other 3 were looking at him. It seems that they saw the scene just now clearly. Only then did Yao Zhenchuan come back to his senses from the shock he had just experienced. When I first saw the giant spider, it only exuded the aura of having just entered the Lord level, but now it can kill Monarch level alien spirits on its own. Not to mention there's a full 3 levels of difference between them. Not only Yao Zhenchuan, but Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru also had to re-examine Pei Sun's strength, especially Duan Huanru. Although he is now 1 level higher than Pei Sun, if he faces Pei Sun's 30,000 undead army, he dare not say that he can definitely defeat Pei Sun. Okay, we really need to leave quickly this time. Liao Yuza patted the corner of his cloak
clothes and said to Pei Sun.
Pei Sun came jogging over with a smile on his face.
Looking at his playful smile, who would have thought that he was an epic top professional? Who would have thought that 2 hours ago he was just an elite professional?
The way they came was very obvious, because Pei Sun brought a group of purple flame silkworms with him.
He was like a small stove.
Wherever he went, the snow melted, and he directly opened up a road through the melted snow that exposed the ground. Looking back, the snow on the ground was in a mess, and the surrounding cold landscape was destroyed beyond recognition by Pei Sun's undead summons.
It was not enough to describe it as a swarm of locusts. It is hard to imagine that such a rough environment was created by the power of one person.
It took Pei Sun more than 2 hours to upgrade, but it only took them more than 10 minutes to walk back to Julinghan Valley. After leaving the Zero Cold Valley, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza put on sunglasses and masks again.
Then you guys go back first. Mayor Yao and I still have things to do. Liao Yuza looked at Duan Huanru and said in a low voice.
Hearing this, Duan Huanru paused, then scratched his head, revealing a somewhat unnatural expression, and said in a dragging tone,
Mayor Liao, how about you just take care of this kid back to school? After all, it's still an hour's walk, and I'm still a little worried.
Hey, okay. Liao Yuza responded with a bit of impatience and helplessness before he finished speaking.
When Yao Zhenchuan saw Duan Huanru's hesitation, he guessed what he was thinking.
He didn't say much, but just smiled faintly.
So, Yao Zhenchuan and Duan Huanru continued to escort Pei Sun back to the sky shelter.
When Pei Sun was about to teleport back to Fengyu City from the sky shelter, he suddenly saw a familiar figure and was stunned.
Gu Xinqiang? She's here to gain experience and level up as well?
At this moment, there was a young man wearing sunglasses next to Gu Xinqiang.
However, this man looks very young. Even wearing sunglasses, it cannot hide his youthfulness. He is much younger than Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza, and is more like Duan Huanru who is in his 20s.
The man in sunglasses, who was about to take Gu Xinqiang across this road, let out a light exclamation when he saw her suddenly stop.
What's wrong, Xiao Qiong?
Gu Xinqiang stood there in a daze because she also saw Pei Sun.
You also came to the other world to level up and gain experience?
Pei Sun greeted Gu Xinqiang first. This girl was defeated by him on the stage more than 2 hours ago, but now she ran here to train immediately, and she seemed to be in good shape, which really surprised Pei Sun. The moment Gu Xinqiang saw Pei Sun, she was stunned at first, and then her graceful figure suddenly became a little stiff. When she looked at Pei Sun, there was not only a few traces of barely perceptible dissatisfaction, but also a hint of embarrassment. Complex emotions surged in her heart, mixed feelings, but the strongest feeling was unwillingness. If fighting wasn't strictly prohibited in the shelter, she would have challenged Pei Sun by now. Gu Xinqiang bit her lip, trying to maintain her pride on the surface, but the fact that she had just lost to Pei Sun made her feel guilty, and in the end she just said softly. Although it was just one word, Pei Sun caught the resistance in her heart.
Obviously, she was still a little angry.
Seeing this, Pei Sun didn't want to say more, nodded, and prepared to leave. The man in sunglasses beside him saw this and couldn't help but look Pei Sun up and down. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, Pei Sun still felt that he seemed to have a surprised expression.
At this time, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza also discovered Gu Xinqiang.
After all, she was the second place in this assessment, so it was hard not to recognize her. But because there were so many people around, the two of them did not show up and pretended not to see Gu Xinqiang. Just as the two were about to pass by each other, the man in sunglasses suddenly walked up to Pei Sun and stopped. Pei Sun was startled and quickly took a step back, staring at him, but saw the man in sunglasses suddenly take off his glasses and look straight at Yao Zhenchuan.
Hey, Mayor Yao? The man in sunglasses widened his eyes slightly, then looked at Liao Yuza. Mayor Liao? It really is you? Ahem.
Yao Zhenchuan cleared his throat, put his hand on Pei Sun's right shoulder, and prepared to take him away. Seeing this, Liao Yuza and Duan Huanru immediately followed.
Mayor Yao? Am I seeing things? Mayor Yao?
The man in sunglasses looked confused and scratched his head.
Watching the backs of the people leaving, he muttered again, am I seeing this right? Why is Mayor Yao ignoring me? Mayor Liao is also ignoring me. What's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, the man in sunglasses disappeared from the spot.
The next second, he appeared in front of Mayor Yao again, blocking Yao Zhenchuan's way, and shouted excitedly,
Mayor Yao? Why are you ignoring me?
At this time, many strange eyes had gathered around, and they all looked puzzled.
Yao Zhenchuan, wearing a mask and sunglasses, seemed a little impatient.
Just as he was about to respond, Liao Yuza spoke first and angrily scolded.
You little brat, who are you? Do we know you? Get out of here and don't block our way. After saying that, Liao Yuza suddenly grabbed the man in sunglasses by the shoulders, pushed up his own sunglasses, revealing one eye, and glared at him fiercely. Then, Liao Yuza pulled the man in sunglasses away, and he and Yao Zhenchuan and the others quickly left the area. The man in sunglasses stood there, looking confused. It's so strange. Why are Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao ignoring me? Did I really see it wrong? Impossible. Who else could have that temper besides Mayor Liao? But why are they ignoring me?
At this time, Gu Xinqiang slowly walked over, looking much more natural than before, and asked doubtfully,
What's wrong, Brother Lu? Are you sure those two guys are really the mayor?
Although she had seen Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao, they were both covered up so tightly that she couldn't see them clearly.
I'm sure Mayor Yao and the others have known me for a long time.
And Mayor Liao, that tone just now was definitely his, and he even glared at me fiercely, Tong Lu said excitedly.
And that guy, Duan Huanru, was actually with Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao.
When Gu Xinxiang heard this, she couldn't help but look at the backs of Yao Jinchuan and the others as they left, and her eyes suddenly dimmed.
Has he actually reached the point where both mayors have personally stepped in to protect him? Seeing Gu Xinxiang's expression, Tong Lu immediately asked with concern. What's wrong, Xiao Qiong?
Gu Xinxiang shook her head slightly, then turned around and walked in the original direction.
If you say nothing is wrong, there must be something wrong. Tell me what it is.
Gu Xinxiang had just turned around and taken a few steps when Tongla teleported in front of her, made a face, and asked in a threatening manner. Seeing Tongla like this, Gu Xinxiang stopped helplessly and said unhappily,
I won't tell you. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'll just leave on my own. Humph. After saying that, she walked around Tong Lu and left from the other side.
But Gu Xinxiang had just taken a few steps when her pupils suddenly shrank and her whole body froze. After realizing something, a look of annoyance appeared on her face. In 2 breaths, Tong Lu appeared in front of her again like a ghost.
Really? Your dad told you to listen to me outside. You're already so old, and you're still throwing a tantrum like a child.
It's okay, just tell Brother Lu what made you unhappy, and Brother Lu will help you get revenge. Gu Xinxiang felt as if her limbs were nailed to the wall, unable to move or even exert any strength.
Helplessly, she could only speak. There's nothing to be unhappy about. The boy just now was the Payson I told you about. When he
just walked past me, I noticed that his aura had completely changed. In other words, he completed the advanced task within 2 hours.
Oh, I noticed him. At first I was wondering who it was that could make 2 mayors protect him at the same time, but when I saw that face, I realized it was the guy who defeated you 2 hours ago, Tong Lu said. As soon as the words fell, Gu Xinxiang couldn't help rolling her eyes. Hey, Xiao Qiong, don't be angry. I watched the video of your fight. That kid's strength is really weird. Not to mention you, even a genius a year older than you might not be able to beat him.
According to what you said, that kid was still level 19 2 hours ago, and now he has completed the advancement and become an epic professional.
His speed is really astonishing. He has not only become an epic professional,
I can't even tell his specific level, which means he is at least level 22,
the same as me now,
Gu Xinxiang said with a pout.
Tong Lu suddenly showed a look of surprise. Not only did he complete the advancement in 2 hours, but he also skipped 2 levels? This is simply too much.
But when I think of Pei Sun's strength, this speed seems to make sense. It's hard not to get promoted when you lead an army to advance all the way. After saying that, Tong Lu lifted the spatial spell that confined Gu Xinxiang.
Can you please stop using that crappy space magic of yours to imprison me? It's so uncomfortable.
If you dare to use this trick to imprison me again, I will tell my dad that you abused me,
Gu Xinxiang said with her arms crossed and an unhappy face. Oh, I just want to help you untie the knot in your heart, Tong Lu replied a little embarrassedly. Then look at me and see if my knot is untied now. Don't worry, I'll help you level up. Your speed will definitely not be slower than that guy's. Let's go now. That's more like it.
As soon as the words fell, the two finally quieted down and walked in one direction. After leaving the sky shelter, Tong Lu recalled the scene just now, and his expression became solemn.
I wonder what he was thinking about.
After a while, Tong Lu suddenly turned around and asked,
Xiao Qiong, have you met Duan Huanru? Duan Huanru?
Upon hearing this name, Gu Xinxiang immediately fell into deep thought with a puzzled look on his face.
Duan Huanru, this name sounds familiar, but I can't remember who it is. Tong Li's eyes widened. Duan Huanru.
He's the person in charge of your assessment area this time, and the team leader.
How could you not know?
Gu Xinxiang suddenly realized and opened her eyes wide.
I remember now, but why do you ask?
I didn't encounter any danger in there, and I never saw him at all. But you remember him more clearly than I do.
Do you know him? Cough cough.
Tong Li's eyes rolled, and he put his hands on his hips and said, Of course I know him.
It's just that he doesn't know me, since he is the security officer in charge of your assessment. Of course I have to keep a close eye on him. If you get into danger in there, who else can I turn to? Just because of this? That means you don't believe me. With my strength, how could I encounter any danger in this kind of assessment?
Gu Xinxiang pouted her rosy little mouth with a bit of coquettishness. Looking at Tong Li's deep gaze, Gu Xinxiang always felt that things were not that simple, so she asked, You are not asking me just because of this, are you?
Right, wrong. Tong Lu fell into deep thought.
He nodded first, then quickly shook his head. Besides Pei Sun, there was another person besides Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao just now.
That person was Duan Huanru.
Hearing this, Gu Xinxiang was stunned and tried hard to recall the scene just now. She had only noticed Pei Sun and the two people being questioned by Tong Lu before.
She only glanced at the stranger next to her and didn't pay attention. She didn't expect it to be Duan Huanru. Originally, the name Duan Huanru was nothing special, but what was strange was why he appeared next to to Pei Sun. What is the relationship between them? When Tonglu brought up this topic, Gu Xinxiang's curiosity was also aroused. That's not right. Gu Xinxiang suddenly thought of something and questioned. Duan Huanru is just a security officer for a small area. How could he be hanging out with Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao? Are you seeing things? Impossible, impossible. I definitely didn't see it wrong, Tonglu said firmly. Then tell me why. Because Duan Huanru is no ordinary person. He is a professional with SSS level talent. Hearing this, Gu Xinxiang became even more confused. An SSS level talented professional? And you were assigned to be a security guard in a small area? Are you kidding me? Tonglu smiled bitterly and explained patiently. I'm only sure that he has an SSS level talent. I've seen him before in Bui province. As for why he plays such a small role in our Fengyu City assessment this time, I have no idea. Listening to Tong Li's words, Gu Xinxiang felt something was amiss. She remembered Tong Lu had mentioned going to Bui province before. Putting all this information together, she felt something was amiss. No! Gu Xinxiang suddenly thought of something and stared at Tong Lu with extremely suspicious eyes. Since you know him, know that he is an SSS level talent, and know that he is just a small security officer in this city level assessment. Shouldn't you show off in front of me a long time ago? I'm not that kind of person. Tong Lu hurriedly defended himself. You're that kind of person. Normally, when you meet ordinary people, you're full of disdain. But when you meet someone who's at the same SSS level as you can't help but compare yourself to them non-stop. Duan Huanru is clearly an SSS level professional, but he's doing so badly. Normally, you'd definitely say, how come he's at SSS level and ended up like this? But you didn't say anything this time, which means there's definitely something wrong with you. Gu Xinxiang looked at Tong Lu proudly, her expression just like that of a little detective Conan. Tong Li's eyes widened in a flash, and he said helplessly, that's how I am in your heart. I'll only compete with people who are close to me. Duan Huanru is in Bui province. Why should I compete with him? Gu Xinxiang stared at Tong Li's expression, afraid of missing any details. He didn't look like he was lying, but she always felt that Tong Lu would not mention Duan Huanru so casually. If I had known this, I wouldn't have said it. Tong Li's forehead was covered with black lines. I didn't ask you to say that. Humph. It's all your fault. You wasted so much of my time along the way. If you don't reach level 25 on time today, I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. At this time, Yao Xinchuan, Pei Sun and others had just been teleported back from another world. Pei Sun was also confused by the scene just now. Mayor Yao obviously didn't want to pay any attention to that guy, but that guy actually dared to harass Mayor Yao several times in a row. He was really brave. Pei Sun became more and more confused the more he thought about it, so he simply asked, Mayor Yao, who was that person just now? Before he finished speaking, Liao Yuza next to him said, that guy's called Tong Lo, and he's Gu Xinxiang's cousin. Because he's talented but comes from a poor family, Gu Qinsong brought him to the Gu family to serve as Gu Xinxiang's bodyguard. Tong Lo, Mayor Yao, and I have met quite a few times, and we have a pretty good relationship. It's just that his emotional intelligence is a bit low. If there weren't so many people around just now, I would have wanted to beat him up. Gu Qinsong? When Pei Sun heard the name, a puzzled look appeared on his face. Gu Qinsong, the head of the Gu family, don't you know? Liao Yuza widened his eyes and his tone gradually became heavier. Looking at Liao Yuza's surprised expression, Pei Sun began to search for information about the Gu family in his mind. The Gu family is a super wealthy family in Fengyu City, a unique existence, and no other family can compare with it. The three major families in Fengyu City are completely insignificant in front of the Gu family, not even worthy of polishing their shoes. The Gu family is also one of the three top forces in Fengyu City. The other two are Fengyu City Military Government, Fengyu City Adventurer Association and Gu family. The Gu family is the only family that can compete with official forces. Thinking of this, Pei Sun finally understood why Tonglu dared to be so presumptuous towards Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao. And as Vice Mayor Liao said, his emotional intelligence is indeed low. At the same time, Pei Sun also realized that Gu Xinxiang had such a powerful background, which was really hidden too deeply. About half an hour later, they returned to the gate of Fengyu No. 6 Middle School. Okay, let's go back. Yao Xinchuan said to Duan Huanru and Pei Sun. Mayor Yao, Mayor Liao, thank you so much this time. Duan Huanru was full of gratitude, his eyes full of respect. Xiao Duan, I'll have to trouble you for a while. Try to stay with Pei Sun as much as possible during the next 10 days. Once he comes out of the secret training camp in Tianjin province, you won't have to worry about him anymore. Yao Xinchuan looked at Duan Huanru earnestly and said, Mayor Yao, I understand. Ha ha ha. Duan Huanru, maybe when this kid comes out of the secret training camp, he won't need your protection anymore. Maybe he will even have to protect you. Liao Yuza said with a big laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Huanru smiled bitterly. He knew that Deputy Mayor Liao was not joking. He was the person who had witnessed Pei Sun's rapid improvement the most, and it was simply terrifying. Not to mention the 1-month secret training camp. Even if he had been allowed to upgrade freely in the other world during the 15 days before that, he would probably have been a brilliant level professional
professional by the first day of the secret training camp. Now the aura of the epic level professionals is already making him feel overwhelmed. What will happen if it reaches the brilliant level? Wouldn't it be easy to control him? Although it sounds a bit counterintuitive, the facts are undoubtedly moving in this direction. Pei Sun was listening at the side and was deeply moved. The fact that the two mayors took the time to help him upgrade not only shows that they attach great importance to him, but also shows that he is now being targeted by too many people and must remain vigilant at all times. Although Duan Huanru was protecting him, most of the time he still had to rely on himself to stay on his feet during these 15 days. Thank you, Mayor Yao, Mayor Liao. Pei Sun stared at the two mayors with a firm gaze. Although he didn't know how to express his gratitude, he could only say these few words simply. If I must express my gratitude in the most powerful way, I can only wait and see his performance in the secret training camp in 15 days. Ha ha ha. Boy, just bring some glory to our Fingyu city. I trust you very much. Also, I am the deputy mayor. Deputy mayor. Why do you always call me mayor? Can't you see the real mayor is right next to me? Liao Yuzi said with a generous smile. Pei Sun rarely saw Liao Yuzi's face reveal such a happy smile from the heart. Don't worry, Deputy Mayor Liao. From today on, Fingyu City will never be bullied or suppressed by neighboring cities again. We will no longer be the bottom city in Tianjin province. After saying that, Yao Xinchuan and Liao Yuzi left in a hurry. Apparently they had something urgent to do. Pei Sun had heard that Mayor Yao was very busy, and now seeing the anxious backs of the two people, this was further confirmed. At the same time, Pei Sun became increasingly confused about Duan Huanru's identity, wondering why he could easily call Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao over with just a few words. If I say it was just to help him level up, that would be a bit far-fetched. But he didn't want to think too much about it at the moment, as long as it didn't do any harm to him. He had hardly had any rest since 7 o'clock yesterday morning, and now he planned to take a good rest. When we entered the campus, it was the break time and students were running like wild horses, making the scene very lively. Duan Huanru took out her cell phone and walked towards the teaching building with Pei Sun. Principal Chu, I'm Huanru. I've brought Pei Sun back. Please arrange a place for us to stay. One room for two will be fine. Duan Huanru looked up and spoke as he walked. On the way to the teaching building, the students who were having fun were stunned when they saw Pei Sun. Then they widened their eyes and started a big uproar. Wow, it's Pei Sun. Senior Pei Sun? Is he the one who took first place in the city level assessment? Not only is he capable, he's also incredibly handsome. That's amazing. I heard that Fingyu number 6 middle school hasn't gotten a spot in 2 or 3 years. This time, not only did we get 3 spots, but the top spot went to a student from our school. That's amazing. I remember Pei Sun wasn't a D-level talent? What's going on? Why are you all suddenly discussing this? Didn't you say a few days ago that he had a D-level talent? And now he's ranked first in the city-level assessment? Are you sure? How could he possibly get first place with a D-level talent? That's right. Although Fingyu City hasn't won a quota in many years, if you want to make up a story, you should make it convincing. For example, if a talented professional won first place, I can still believe it a little. But you said this loser won first place. What does that mean? What are you two talking about? Although Pei Sun has a D-level talent, it's very likely that the talent detector has made a mistake. This situation has happened before, and our number 6 middle school's detector hasn't been replaced in a long time, so the possibility of an error is even greater. I saw that after he awakened his talent, he used some kind of potion to cheat and get first place. Anyone with any common sense would know that he's been a loser in 6th middle school for the past few years, and suddenly he got smart? Do you know why the registration reform this year recommended changing D-level talents to C-level? Because in recent years, the alien spirit riots in the other world have become more and more frequent, and the danger is huge. For a D-level talent like him to survive until now, his ancestors are so lucky. And you still say he got first place? Ha ha, if he's not on drugs, I'll eat shit. Then get ready to eat. I saw Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao come to our school this morning around 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. If there was something wrong with Pei Sun, wouldn't Uncle Hat have called him in for investigation long ago? The fact that he's still here so well means he's fine. TSK, your words are unconvincing. I didn't see Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao come to our school with my own eyes. Those two are the top figures in our city, and they came to a small place like ours? Even if what you said is true, it's possible that Pei Sun has connections with the two mayors and was protected by them for violating the rules. Although the possibility is small, it is possible. I believe the former more than him getting first place with a D-level talent. You dare to slander Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao? If anyone hears you say that, you'll go to jail. Pei Sun comes from a poor family, and he has an older brother. Everyone knows that it's better to raise a younger brother poorly and an older brother well. How did he get the connections to deserve the mayor's protection? I think you're just jealous of Pei Sun. Who can say for sure? Since you're arguing like that, explain to me how he, with a D-level talent, got first place? Don't talk about the detector being broken. Everyone else's talents are normal, so is there something
wrong with him? It can't be him alone who has a problem? If the detector could talk, it would probably want to slap you. You, humph. Anyway, you're just jealous of Pei Sun's talent. Enter from the school gate and walk straight along the road to reach the teaching building. In the huge campus, everyone looked at Pei Sun strangely when they saw him. Pei Sun has now become a big shot. Not only in Fingyu No. 6 Middle School, but also in all the middle schools in Fingyu City. He is almost known to everyone. This is not without reason. The key lies in his school. On his way to the teaching building, Pei Sun was surrounded by students from both sides of the campus, and naturally heard all kinds of chaotic discussions. He just smiled faintly at this. So what if it's a D-level talent? Who told me I have a golden finger? When they were almost at the entrance of the teaching building, Duan Huanru ended the call and turned to Pei Sun and said, Principal Chu said he is arranging a dormitory for us. Let's go in and wait for a while. After saying that, the two of them walked into the teaching building. Not long after he entered, Duan Huanru's phone rang again. She picked up the phone. Huanru, I've already arranged rooms for you. Are you waiting in the teaching building now? I'll send someone to look for you. When they get there, just follow them to the dormitory area. Okay, Principal Chu, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard at all. You guys have been really busy these past few days, so take a good rest. After hanging up the phone, Pei Sun and Duan Huanru began to wait on the first floor of the teaching building. While waiting, Pei Sun suddenly remembered something and asked, Teacher Duan, do you know anyone who can make equipment? I want to make a piece of equipment. Hearing this, Duan Huanru held his chin with one hand, thought for a moment, and said, Yes, there are, but different people can craft different levels of equipment. First, tell me what kind of equipment you want to craft. Pei Sun's eyes widened slightly after hearing this. It seems that Teacher Duan has quite a lot of connections, and from what she said, it was obvious that she knew more than one. I have a piece of 5th tier material. It's very precious and greatly improves my summoning ability. I'd like to ask Teacher Duan, if I use this 5th tier material to make equipment, will its original ability disappear or be weakened? Pei Sun was curious and waited for Duan Huanru's answer with wide eyes. He was planning to make equipment out of the Undead Rift Stone in his hand. When fighting with Gu Xinxiong in the fighting ladder field in the afternoon, some of his shortcomings were exposed. His own attribute values were low, and coupled with the bonus of the opponent's equipment, Pei Sun felt difficult for a while. So now he must find a way to improve his attributes and get some equipment effects. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss in the secret training camp in Tianjin province. 5th level material? Duan Huanru fell into deep thought again, and after a long pause, he said, Once a material is made into equipment, its original properties don't lose their original properties. Instead, these properties are enhanced through the use of other materials and the main material of the equipment. However, most of the blacksmiths I know are 4-star, and can only create 4th tier, or purple jade level, equipment at best. Most? Does that mean there are other star level blacksmiths? Pei Sun's eyes flashed. Of course. I know a group of 3-star blacksmiths who are always available. Do you need them? Duan Huanru said with a smile. Forget it then. Looking at Pei Sun's embarrassed and helpless expression, Duan Huanru couldn't help laughing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I also know a few 5-star blacksmiths, but if I remember correctly, they don't seem to be in Fingyu City now. Are none of them here? What a coincidence, Pei Sun said disappointedly. Duan Huanru nodded. They went to Buyue province to participate in an event. They invited all the 5-star and above blacksmiths from the neighboring provinces. Fengyu City will naturally not miss this opportunity to showcase their fame and strength. What then? When will they come back? I left a week ago and won't be back for at least a month. Hearing this, Pei Sun couldn't help but sigh, full of regret. Well, I was hoping to create a handy piece of equipment before the Tianjin province secret training camp opens, but now it seems like my hope is slim. It's okay, don't be discouraged, I'll help you contact someone. Pei Sun looked up at Duan Huanru, and his eyes flashed with light again. But don't get your hopes up too much. I contacted that person because he's been very busy lately, preparing to break through to become a 6-star blacksmith. So, he probably didn't go to the event next door, but because of that, he probably won't be able to help me. Pei Sun could only calm down and wait for the result. At the same time, Pei Sun noticed that Duan Huanru used a communication device similar to a mobile phone when he called Mayor Yao, while the calls he just made and now made to Principal Chu Xinhong were made with a mobile phone. This made Pei Sun think again of the mysterious relationship between him and Mayor Yao. Beep beep. The call was connected quickly. Hey, Xiao Duan, when will you have time to call me? A somewhat weathered voice came from the other end of the phone, obviously from an elderly man. Mr. Wan, I'm looking for you this time to ask you to help me make a 5th level equipment. I wonder if you have time recently. Duan Huanru said respectfully. 5th tier equipment? Oh, is it because the other 5-star blacksmiths you know are not in Fingyu City that you came to me for help? Sigh. You don't usually chat with me, and only remember me when you need my help. It really makes me feel bad. Hearing this, Duan Huanru couldn't help but laugh. He said, Mr. Wan, you know I've been incredibly busy all day. I've been working for Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao lately, and today is the rare moment of rest.
Look, it hasn't been long since I rested, and I'm already in need of Tier 5 equipment again.
As soon as he finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a long time.
Pei Sin held his breath and listened quietly to the conversation between the two.
From what it sounds like so far, the person on the other end of the phone is quite easy to talk to.
Although he is a bit older, he has a good sense of humor and seems to have a good relationship with Duan Huanru. However, the next words on the other end of the phone made Pei Sun's heart tighten.
What equipment are you going to forge?
As soon as these words were spoken, the tone changed noticeably, and the previous hint of humor disappeared instantly.
Duan Huanru seemed not to notice, and continued to say with a smile. To be specific, it's a weapon. I have a piece of material here. This piece of material.
Before he could finish his words, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became stern.
Duan Huanru, do you want me to forge equipment for others?
Hearing these words with a sudden drop in tone, Duan Huanru's expression froze instantly. After staring blankly at Pei Sun, he whispered,
Yes, Mr. Wan, and time is a bit tight. Obviously, Duan Huanru didn't understand why the other party's attitude suddenly became cold, and still responded truthfully.
There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time.
Duan Huanru was fidgeting,
his fingers repeatedly pressing the hands-free button. When Pei Sun saw this scene, his heart was in his throat. Obviously, Duan Huanru had a very good relationship with the other party, so much so that he had never seen the other party angry, otherwise he would not have ignored such obvious indifference on the phone. However, Pei Sun felt this deeply, and the sudden drop in his tone clearly showed that the other party was unhappy.
Duan Huanru, I don't want to be so blatant with you.
You also know that I am at the critical moment of breaking through to become a 6-star blacksmith. If someone else called me at this time, I would definitely not answer the call.
But I answered it when I saw it was you.
You said it was forging for you, so I could delay the process, but since it is forging for someone else, I'm sorry, I have something else to do. The person on the other end of the phone said coldly. Upon hearing this, Duan Huanru's face froze completely, and Pei Sun also let out a long sigh.
This guy has a weird temper. Since you have such a good relationship with Teacher Duan, do you only help Teacher Duan to make equipment? Duan Huanru was puzzled for a moment and could only force a smile and say, Mr. Wan, did you misunderstand something? Misunderstanding? What could I misunderstand about you?
I just made an emerald-grade weapon for you 3 months ago, and now you
ask me to make one again.
If it's not for someone else, what else could it be? The person on the other end of the phone questioned.
Master Wan, this time I'm not making equipment for myself. I'm making equipment for my students.
Before Duan Huanru could finish her words, Elder Wan sneered and interrupted her directly, saying sternly, Duan Huanru, I didn't want to tell you this, after all, it has nothing to do with you, but now it seems I have to tell you. A month ago, Zhou Nizhou made a top-level 5th-tier equipment from me, but just yesterday, someone suddenly told me that they saw my equipment at the Ling organization.
Do you know what this means? Duan Huanru's eyes widened with a pop and his expression instantly became serious.
The atmosphere in the air suddenly condensed.
After a few seconds, Duan Huanru looked serious and asked in a deep voice, Master Wan, are you sure this news is true? According to you, Zhou Nizhou has connections with the Ling organization? Of course I'm sure. I've been with you for decades. Do you think I wouldn't believe it? Duan Huanru fell silent and deep in thought. Pei Sun was also confused and didn't know what was going on.
This was the first time Pei Sun heard the name Spirit Organization, although he didn't understand what it was. When he saw the sudden change in tone of Duan Huanru and the person on the other end of the phone, he immediately felt that this organization was definitely not a good thing, so he searched his mind for memories of this word in his previous life.
Duan Huanru's face was completely gloomy, and he said, Master Wan, thank you for telling me this news.
Since you trust me, I will go to number 2 middle school if I have time in the next few days and personally question him about what's going on. The person on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone softened.
No need to go.
I went to school to look for him at noon today, but he wasn't there. The security guard said he went to another world this morning
to check the students' test results.
I waited for him all afternoon, but he didn't come back. I just came back from another world 2 hours ago.
Duan Huanru's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. The assessment results came out in the morning, but he didn't come back until noon.
It seems that Guy is indeed connected to the spiritual organization.
At this moment, Pei Sun also found information about the spiritual organization in his memory. The Ling organization is the only dangerous criminal gang in the entire China that is listed as an SSS level wanted criminal gang.
This organization consists of 10 members, each of whom has committed heinous crimes. Among them are not only humans, but also powerful spirits that can transform into humans. The lowest level of these members is 55, which means that the entire spiritual organization is at least legendary level. Earlier, someone sacrificed his life in exchange for the news that there are mythical professionals in the organization. As for the purpose of this organization, domestic managers are still unable to clarify it. Some people think that they are collecting secrets around the world, while others think that this organization was born for killing, and its members are responsible for countless lives and take pleasure in killing. Regardless of their purpose, the Ling organization is China's #1 wanted target, and other countries are also hunting down this organization because they have caused great chaos in many countries over the past decade. The most recent incident was that a legendary professional who controlled the elements of wind and thunder destroyed an island in the Sakura country by himself, which angered the top leaders of the Sakura country and ordered the capture of the legendary professional. However, due to the huge disparity in strength and the special skill mechanism of this profession, the Sakura country sent more than a dozen top masters but still failed to catch him.
Duan Huanru, who are you going to make equipment for?
There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, and finally it spoke again. The tone was much softer than before. When Duan Huanru heard this, he couldn't help but look at Pei Sun.
After thinking for a moment, he said, Master Wan, since you trust me, I naturally trust you too. But I'd still like to ask, is there anyone with you right now?
Mr. Wan was stunned at first, then he burst into a hearty laugh.
Sha Duan, I think you're confused. Have you forgotten that when I forge equipment, anyone within 100 meters will be uneasy?
Not to mention that now is the critical period for breaking through the level. After hearing this, Duan Huanru finally felt relieved and said in a heavy tone,
Master Wan, I need to build equipment for my student, and my student is a student from number 6 middle school.
Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao came to me personally this morning and asked me to be his teacher.
His last name is Pei.
Duan Huanru spoke each word with a heavy tone, as if each word carried a tremendous amount of weight. As soon as the words fell, the other end of the phone fell into silence.
After a long silence, Elder One finally spoke. Okay, I understand. I can help you with this.
Duan Huanru's pupils suddenly dilated a little.
Really, Mr. Wan? Don't be so quick to rejoice. Let's put things in perspective.
I promise to help you, but if I later discover that the equipment isn't with this kid, you'll be the first one to pay with your head.
Do you understand? Don't worry, Elder Wan.
If that day ever comes, I'll be the first to rush forward and shed my blood.
This made Wan Lao laugh out loud again.
You kid, your brain is still so sharp, and your reaction is really quick.
It's a must, Mr. Wan. You can laugh and joke around in other areas, but you absolutely can't be careless about this.
Okay, then you two can discuss first what main materials to make it based on, or other things.
If you have the materials, send them to me today.
If not, tell me his profession and attributes, and I'll tailor-make one for him.
I guarantee that kid will be satisfied.
Mr. Wan said he wanted to preserve the properties of the original material, so he'll use his original material as the main material. It's too much trouble to send it to him, so I'll send someone to deliver it to you directly.
Okay, then hurry up and deliver it, but remember to pay me.
Jade-grade equipment made of 5th-tier materials is worth at least tens of millions on the market.
You have to give me some money, right? Ha ha ha. No problem, Mr. Wan. The equipment is ready, so this little money is nothing. After saying this, Duan Huanru finally waited for Mr. Wan to hang up the phone.
After hearing all this, Pei Sun also showed a wry smile of surviving a disaster. It seems that his equipment has finally been found.
Teacher Duan, do you really have that much money now? Although Pei Sun was happy, he still asked immediately.
He listened to the entire call word for word.
10 million is not a small amount of money. I, your teacher, am an SSS level talented professional. If I can't even come up with this little money, then I'm really unworthy of my talent. Hurry up and take out your materials. Duan Huanru was full of enthusiasm and didn't care about the amount of money at all.
Pei Sun felt a little embarrassed. He took out the undead stone and his bank card at the same time. Although some of Duan Huanru's actions made him feel that teacher Duan was quite stingy, Pei Sun was immediately grateful that he was still willing to help him pay the tens of millions at this time, including the 1 million he had earned from previous missions, plus the 200 job transfer points he had obtained from 2 advanced missions, converted into blue star coins. He now had 3 million in savings. Pei Sun handed the bank card to Duan Huanru without hesitation and told her the password.
There's more. Wait.
Pei Sun took out another bag and packed up all the 1st and 2nd level materials he had collected previously. Although these materials are ordinary, they are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in total. For professional blacksmiths, the value of these materials far exceeds hundreds of thousands. After packing, Pei Sun handed the undead stone to Duan Huanru.
You kid, I didn't realize you were so rich. Duan Huanru said in surprise, but did not take the bank card.
I can take these materials first, but forget about the 3 million. As a summoner, you'll have plenty of other expenses in the future, so it's best to save them for the most important things. Before he could finish his words, Duan Huanru had already stood up, called another person, and walked towards the door of the teaching building.
Pei Sun had no choice but to give up. For teacher Duan, these 3 million may really be nothing. About 2 minutes later, a man in school uniform walked to the door. door.
After seeing Duan Huanru, he immediately stepped forward and greeted Duan Huanru and Pei Sun warmly, and then took the two of them towards the school dormitory area.
Led by this enthusiastic guide, we soon arrived at an extremely spacious dormitory.
Although the room was large, it only had 2 beds. The bathroom and balcony were separated, making it look particularly luxurious.
Pei Sun looked at the room and couldn't help but complain. The 8-person room I lived in before was no different from a prison. Who lives in rooms like this? Mr. Duan, could you please leave your phone number? Just call me if you have any questions,
the guide said enthusiastically with a smile on his face.
Duan Huanru nodded and responded,
"No, we're only staying here for a while and won't cause you any trouble."
Although Duan Huanru expressed his attitude, the man was reluctant to leave and insisted on leaving his phone number. It was not until Duan Huanru asked him to leave his number that the man finally left. Pei Sun couldn't help but wonder, this person is too enthusiastic.
Not long after the man left, Duan Huanru's phone rang again. Duan Huanru answered the phone while walking downstairs, holding the undead stone and a large bag of materials given to him by Pei Sun in his hands.
Pei Sun immediately walked to the balcony and looked down.
"I saw a young man wearing tights and jeans standing at the door of the dormitory area. This young man looked very young, and seemed to be a few years younger than Duan Huanru. But Pei Sun caught a glimpse of calmness on his face that was extremely inconsistent with his age. The young man took the package handed to him by Duan Huanru and nodded expressionlessly. Afterwards, Duan Huanru gently patted the boy's shoulder, seemed to give him some instructions, and then slowly walked back upstairs.
Pei Sun let out a long breath.
Looking back on the past 2 days' experiences, as a professional, he no longer needs to rest every day like ordinary people, but he still feels exhausted at this moment.
So he simply lay back on the bed. There shouldn't be anything to do today. I'll take a rest for a while and go to bed after dark.
Duan Huanru pushed the door open and saw Pei Sun looking exhausted, so she said nothing more. She hung up her clothes, washed her face, and then lay down on the other bed and started looking at her phone.
Fengyu City Ladder Fighting Arena.
At this moment, the air in the room seemed to condense, and it was so oppressive that it made people feel suffocated. Although nearly 3 hours had passed since the incident, several people in the venue were still slumped on the sofa, their faces pale and full of fear. Especially the leader Kong Rui, his usual high-spirited appearance was long gone. At this moment, he was slumped on the sofa, with his arms hanging limply at his sides. His face was as pale as paper, completely bloodless, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead, because he has already foreseen how bleak and grey his future will be. Even Kong Rui was frightened like this, and the others were even more silent, not daring to even breathe.
The whole room was as silent as death.
Almost everyone witnessed with their own eyes that the creature summoned by Mayor Yao instantly killed Zhao Hao, and Zhao Hao didn't even have time to scream. At that moment, they felt that death was closest to them. At the same time, he secretly felt fortunate that he did not follow Zhao Hao in talking nonsense, otherwise there would not be just a corpse lying on the ground. Until now, Zhao Hao's headless body is still lying quietly on the ground. Since Yao Zhenxuan and the others left, no one has entered or left this room. Although everyone tried their best to avoid looking at the corpse, they couldn't help but take a sneak peek.
This death was truly horrifying.
Although the head was clearly devoured, no blood gushed out, not even a drop of blood flowed out. Even though the body was lying at the broken neck, not a drop of blood was seen seeping out. The door was suddenly pushed open. Kong Rui, still frightened, turned his head sharply to look at the door.
The sudden sound of the door opening made his pupils shrink. Several middle-aged men wearing black jackets and sunglasses suddenly walked in. The man in the lead was over 1.8 meters tall and had a strong physique. He was obviously a martial artist. After they came in, they ignored the corpses on the ground and walked towards Kong Rui, especially the leader. From the moment he pushed open the door, his eyes were directly locked on Kong Rui, and he walked towards him with an expressionless face. The leader walked up to Kong Rui, took off his sunglasses, and without giving Kong Rui a chance to speak, he slapped him hard in the face without mercy. Kong Rui immediately showed a look of extreme fear. After slapping Kong Rui, the man was obviously not satisfied yet. He stepped over Kong Rui and slapped several people behind him, several times in a row. He even kicked the person at the edge with a kick, and the person fell heavily into the corner of the room. Only after this series of actions was over did the leader walk around with a gloomy expression, look back at Zhao Hao's body, and then walk towards Kong Rui again. At this moment, there was a clear slap mark on Kong Rui's face, but he had no intention of resisting at all, and his face was full of fear. Strangely, after receiving this slap, there was a hint of relief in Kong Rui's eyes, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Boom!
This person is Tang Wenyu, Deputy Director of the Fengyu City Education Bureau. After Tang Wenyu glared at Kong Rui fiercely, he glanced at the other people.
A few seconds later, Tang Wenyu asked in a deep voice, "They are all great. Who just said that it had something to do with the city? Who said that?"
Tang Wenyu's voice was calm and without ripples, but everyone present felt the dead silence before the storm.
No one responded. Tang Wenyu took a step forward, grabbed Kong Rui's shoulders, and pulled him aside. He knew very well that these words were definitely not said by Kong Rui.
Only the less less intelligent little brother who always follows him around would say such things.
I'll give you 1 minute to tell me who said that.
If no one speaks, you will never have a say in the future.
Tang Wenyu stared at them with eyes as sharp as knives.
Hearing this, the few people who had been silent just now suddenly widened their eyes and looked at each other.
Just now, didn't Wei Yuanshu say that? I didn't say a word. Nonsense.
I did say a few things, but I never said that.
Don't accuse me. I think I heard Wei Yuanshu say that too. That's right. The loudest one was Wei Yuanshu.
I even pulled him, but not only did he not stop, he got even louder.
Deputy Director Tang. Deputy Director Tang.
It was Wei Yuanshu who said that.
We didn't dare to say anything.
You bunch of losers.
When did I ever say that?
You were all so arrogant just now, but now you're like mud. You're such a bunch of cowards.
Fuck you all.
Before he could finish his words, Tang Wenyu gritted his teeth and slapped Wei Yuanshu so hard that he sent him flying. 2 of Wei Yuanshu's teeth were knocked out, his face was full of pain, and he fell heavily to the ground. Tang Wenyu spat at Wei Yuanshu on the ground and kicked him hard, and only then did his anger subside a little. He raised his head and glanced at the other people, scaring them so much that they stepped back, their faces pale. Tang Wenyu turned to look at Zhao Hao's body, waved casually and said to Wei Yuanshu on the ground, "Break his mouth in pieces.
Break it completely. Don't let him make any sound."
After saying that, Tang Wenyu walked straight towards Zhao Hao's body. After Tang Wenyu left, a man in a black jacket and sunglasses followed him in, picked up an exquisite teapot on the coffee table next to him, and slowly walked towards Wei Yuanshu. When Wei Yuanshu saw this scene, his face suddenly became extremely frightened and panicked.
Just now, I really didn't say that just now. I didn't say anything. I was wrong. I will never say anything nonsense again. Please let me go. I promise I won't say it again. I was the one who talked too much this time. I promise I won't do it again. Please. I promise.
Before he could finish his words, the man in the black jacket slammed the teapot in his hand onto Wei Yuanshu's mouth. The moment the slap was made, the teapot shattered into pieces, and Wei Yuanshu's mouth was torn apart. Several pieces of debris scratched his face, especially his lips, leaving several deep wounds, and blood gushed out instantly.
In an instant, Wei Yuanshu couldn't even speak clearly.
All he could hear was his loud screams and vague gurgling sounds, which were completely incomprehensible.
However, this wasn't the end.
The expressionless man in a black jacket and sunglasses grabbed a broom from the wall, broke it in half, and used the long stick half to smash Wei Yuanshu's mouth hard.
Gurgle gurgle. Gurgle, Tang Wenyu walked to Zhao Hao's body.
Although the body had no head, he still stared at it for a long time.
Looking at this tragic death, Tang Wenyu was certain that this was Yao Xinchuan's method of killing.
Then, Tang Wenyu slowly walked up to Kong Rui.
Kong Rui, who had been slightly relaxed, suddenly became nervous again, his nerves tense. Tang Wenyu squinted his eyes and said slowly, "I've noticed that all your men are a bunch of idiots. Can you tell me why?" Hearing this, Kong Rui lowered his head and said cautiously, "Deputy Director Tang, this is all my fault. I will definitely discipline them properly in the future."
At the end of his speech, Kong Rui's voice was trembling, and it was obvious that he was really scared.
"Your fault? What exactly is it? Are you a big idiot yourself?" Tang Wenyu narrowed his eyes and slapped Kong Rui's face repeatedly with his big hands. "Now some people say I am your umbrella, am I? When have I ever protected you?"
As he spoke, his expression suddenly became stern and his tone became a little higher. "Just because of those few words of yours, my position has been shaken.
My superiors asked me to investigate you. I really want to chop you up." Hearing this, Kong Rui's face turned pale instantly and his pupils contracted suddenly. "Tell me, what should I do with you now?" Deputy Director Tang, I am willing to accept any punishment you may give me.
As long as I can stay here and contribute to the residents of Fengyu City, I. Before he could finish his words, Tang Wenyu's eyes narrowed and he slapped him hard again.
"What about your mother's contribution?"
Tang Wenyu frowned, but was so angry that he couldn't help laughing and shouted, "I've always said you have a bunch of idiots under your command, but it turns out you're the biggest idiot yourself. It's already this fucking time, and you're still thinking about your crappy position.
I'm lucky I can keep you alive. What a brainless piece of shit." Tang Wenyu was so angry that his chest heaved violently.
After being slapped, Kong Rui lowered his head even more, almost burying it in his crotch. Although his face could not be seen at this time, it was obvious that Kong Rui's face must be as red as an apple. He didn't dare to say another word and could only lower his head, his whole body trembling slightly. Tang Wenyu slapped Kong Rui's face several times in a row, causing it to become swollen, with both cheeks swelling to varying degrees.
"Deputy Director Tang, I will follow your instructions." At this time, Kong Rui's voice became hoarse and bloated. Tang Wenyu snorted coldly, moved his eyes away from Kong Rui, walked to Zhao Hao's body again, and said, "When I heard the news, I was quite curious. You offended Mayor Yao so much, yet he let you live. Should I say you're lucky, or something else?" Although these words were not said directly to Kong Rui, he still felt the almost indescribable sense of oppression. "Don't even mention Mayor Yao. If anyone dares to offend me like that, I will bury them all on the spot." Tang Wenyu shouted sternly at Zhao Hao's body again. again. Although it was not said directly to Kong Rui, no matter how stupid Kong Rui was, he knew that this was directed at him, and there was a flash of fear in his eyes. After looking at the corpse for a long time, Tang Wenyu finally came over. The anger on his face had dissipated a lot. He sighed and said in a steady tone, "Why is this body left here? It's been hours and it's still not cleaned up. Are you planning to keep it as a specimen?" Deputy Director Tang, I'll go and clean it up right away. Tang Wenyu glared at Kong Rui, then turned his gaze to other parts of the room and said coldly, "Chop them into pieces and throw them into another world. If you can't even do this, I'll let you ascend to heaven right here. Don't worry, Deputy Director Tang, don't worry, I will definitely get it done." At this moment, Wei Yuanshu was still screaming heart-wrenchingly from behind. His mouth had turned into a pool of rotten flesh, the soft tissue on his face began to blur, and his eyes were full of blood. The man in the black jacket and sunglasses had no intention of stopping. He would pick up anything he saw and hit Wei Yuanshu in the mouth. As Wei Yuanshu screamed miserably, the other people were sweating profusely and their clothes were soaked. Fortunately, no one talked nonsense just now. Although Kong Rui was looking in the direction of Tang Wenyu and could not see Wei Yuanshu's current miserable condition, he could almost feel Wei Yuanshu's misery at the moment by listening to the shrill screams, and his mood was also extremely nervous. "Enough, stop it." As Tang Wenyu's voice sounded, the man in the black jacket and sunglasses finally stopped. Even though Wei Yuanshu was in a terrible state, the man in the black jacket still had no expression on his face, as if he was already accustomed to this scene. "Kong Rui, considering your intelligence, I should just tell you directly." As soon as the words fell, Kong Rui immediately pricked up his ears obediently, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. "From today on, you are no longer the person in charge of the Maple Feather City Ladder Arena. Given something like this, I've done my best to save your life. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood. So, you only have two options now, either get out of Fingyu City and find another way out, or go find Zhongyijo. Anyway, don't expect to hear the name Kong Rui in normal situations in Fingyu City. Zhongyijo, hasn't he already? Don't say too much about these things, just understand. What I want to say is, if you don't want to give up your current life, go find Zhongyijo. With his current status, it's more than enough for you to live the rest of your life in peace." Seeing that Kong Rui's expression was still not recovered, Tang Wenyu continued, "I won't say much else, but I don't think you'll just go somewhere else and start over. Do you understand me?" Kong Rui was still in shock at this moment. He knew clearly what the path Zhongyijo had chosen meant. Following him would indeed allow one to continue to live like a local tycoon, with endless money to spend and being superior to everyone else. But, once I embark on that path, I will forever be living in a dark corner. Looking at Kong Rui's expression, Tang Wenyu naturally understood what he was thinking. He walked slowly to Kong Rui's side, patted his shoulder gently, and said in a calm tone, "The choice is yours. If you decide to follow Zhongyijo's path, you can go to the Tianshu shelter. As far as I know, Zhongyijo has been hanging out there recently. With my introduction, he can help you. Do you understand?" "Understood. Thank you, Deputy Director Tang." After saying that, Tang Wenyu patted Kong Rui's shoulder again, just like an adult comforting a child with earnest words. He turned to look at Kong Rui's gang of brothers and couldn't help but say, "And these idiots under your command, take them all away. If you don't, I'll take care of them for you." Before he finished speaking, Kong Rui's brothers responded hurriedly, "Don't worry, we will definitely follow Brother Kong. We will never have second thoughts. You told us to go east, we absolutely dare not go west. Since you said to continue to follow Brother Kong, we definitely won't follow anyone else. Deputy Director Tang, even if you didn't tell us, we would still follow Brother Kong. After all, Brother Kong has taken care of us for so many years, how could we abandon him at this critical moment? We swear to follow Brother Kong until death." Hearing this, Kong Rui's heart couldn't help but move slightly, and he felt a little touched. It seems that the people trained over the years are still reliable. Tang Wenyu's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. He then said to Kong Rui, "Now it seems that your little brother is a little smarter than you. I was truly possessed by a ghost today. I've completely lost my composure. I apologize, Deputy Director Tang." Tang Wenyu waved his hand and said calmly, "Don't be polite with me. Although my position has been affected a bit, it can still be held for the time being. You should take care of yourself first." "Thank you, Deputy Director Tang, for your concern." Kong Rui knew clearly that although he was the person in charge of the Tianti fighting arena in Fingyu City and had a great reputation in the outside world, in front of Tang Wenyu, he was just a person who polished his shoes. This afternoon's gaffe threatened Tang Wenyu's position. Even if Tang Wenyu got rid of him directly, he would only regret his gaffe and would never resent Tang Wenyu. Now that Tang Wenyu not only spared him but also pointed out the way forward, he was naturally grateful. "Okay, I'll be leaving now. You should disappear immediately today. I'll send someone to take over in the evening. Understand?" "Understood. I'll pack up and leave right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Wenyu put on his sunglasses again, straightened his clothes, and led a few of his men out of the room. It was not until Tang Wenyu walked away that Kong Rui let out a long sigh and his expression relaxed a lot. Although he was asked to leave here immediately, it was actually a silent relief for Kong Rui. At least today's incident of offending Mayor Yao is over. Kong Rui turned his head to look at Wei Yuanchu's twisted and terrifying face. His collar was stained with blood and his shrill screams were still echoing. He was speechless for a moment. All I can say is, you deserve it. However, Kong Rui also understood why his younger brother said such words. If he had stopped him at that time, it would probably not have gotten to this point. Let's go to the hospital first. Although Kong Rui also had an urge to beat this guy up, but thinking that this was the time to use him, he chose to spare his life. After all, he had already been severely punished. After the two men carried Wei Yuanchu away, only Kong Rui and a few frightened people were left in the room, looking at each other in confusion. What are you still standing there for? Clean up. Wait for me to clean up? If you don't, you won't have a place to live after today. After Kong Rui's stern shout, everyone began to clean up obediently. They first dealt with Zhao Hao's body, then wiped away all traces of the fight at the scene, and finally packed up their personal belongings. Kong Rui walked slowly to the window, looked at the bustling streets outside with people coming and going, and his heart suddenly ached. He has always been the local emperor of this territory. Although he is nominally the person in charge of the TNT fighting arena, he is actually in close collusion with the surrounding forces of all sizes. If I leave now, it means I'm giving up everything here. Heartache is inevitable. It was impossible for him to leave Fengyu City and start over, so he could only focus on Zhongyi. Thinking of this, Kong Rui's eyes became even deeper. Although this decision was extremely absurd, he had no choice but to go ahead with it. With Pei Sun entering the school, those who wanted to touch him had to hold back. After all, it is extremely difficult to kill someone in the city, and now Pei Sun is hiding in the school, so it is simply a fantasy to kill him again. Maybe the people in the school can't protect Pei Sun, but once they take action against Pei Sun, it would be a provocation to the Fengyu City government, and the government would definitely come forward to protect him. By then, they would have no way of taking action against Pei Sun in Fengyu City. For the long term, those people can only continue to endure. The Gong family in Fengyu City. This magnificent and luxurious villa compound is now shrouded in a thick haze, which is so depressing that it is suffocating. At this moment, Gong Han was slumped on the sofa, looking haggard and pale as ashes, without a trace of life. After learning that Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza took Pei Sun to another world, he knew in his heart that Pei Sun would definitely not set foot out of school again for more than 10 days after returning from the other world. This meant that his plan to attack Pei Sun had completely failed. Thinking of this, Gong Han felt a nameless anger cracking into his heart. If that man in a black suit hadn't suddenly appeared and jumped out to stop him, Pei Sun would have probably died in his hands long ago, and he wouldn't have ended up staying at home in frustration. His son Gong Rui has been suffering unbearably during these 10 days. No, it's not a dozen days, it's clearly at least a month plus a dozen days. During the 1-month special training period in the Tianjin province secret training camp, Pei Sun received the strongest protection in the entire Tianjin province. No matter how brave Gong Han was, he would never act rashly. Those who are in charge of the secret training camp in Tianjin province this time are all iron-blooded soldiers who have fought in the cruel front lines. Their hands are stained with the blood of alien spirits, and they have long been trained to be decisive and inviolable. If he insisted on attacking Pei Sun during the secret training camp, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. Thinking of this, Gong Han's expression became more desperate. The battle video of Pei Sun kept replaying in his mind. In such a short period of time, he actually possessed such a terrifying summoning ability. If he was given another month to grow, Gong Han couldn't imagine how powerful Pei Sun would be by then. By then, even if there is still a chance to deal with Pei Sun, it will be even more difficult to succeed. Fengyu No. 1 Middle School, in an office that is neither big nor small, Rude was still alone with the man in the black suit. Compared to last time, Rude's face looked much uglier this time, because he also realized that it would be difficult to take action against Pei Sun in the next 2 months. However, he had not yet fallen into despair like Gong Han. After all, before meeting Pei Sun, he had encountered people who were more troublesome than Pei Sun, but they were just troublesome, and solving them was only a matter of time. Compared to Gong Han, Luda's position in Fengyu City is extremely powerful. Even if he couldn't take action against Pei Sun for the time being, once the opportunity passed, Lud still had enough time and means to wait for an opportunity to act. Although the Gong family is considered a powerful force in Fengyu City, they rely more on their economic strength. Having money does not necessarily mean having strength, but having strength definitely does not lack money. Rude belongs to the latter. He plays a low-key role in Fengyu No. 1 Middle School and even in the entire Fengyu City. In fact, the power he controls can even compete with the top forces in Fengyu City. Teacher Lu, it's no longer realistic to go to school and assassinate Pei Sun at this time. We must be patient for a while. The man in the black suit bowed slightly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. I know, but it's hard for my student. I haven't been able to avenge Yunqi for 2 months. Rude sighed expressionlessly and said slowly, Teacher Lu, don't worry. Pei Sun will definitely die. Although the timeline may be delayed, he will definitely not survive. And Teacher Lu, over there, there, they have agreed to take action this time. Agreed? Hearing this, Rude's calm face instantly showed a hint of surprise.
Yes, they originally didn't plan to take action, but after learning that Pei Sun was going to participate in the Tianjin province secret training camp, they completely changed their minds and decided to take action. As soon as he finished speaking, the surprise on Rude's face turned into confusion.
What do you mean? Do they dare to confront the military officials head-on?
The man in the black suit shook his head slightly and said, "It seems that they have a grudge against someone who was hosting the secret training camp in Tianjin province, so they are taking this opportunity to stir up trouble." After hearing this, Rude couldn't help but burst into laughter, and his mood suddenly became much more relaxed.
That's great, let them fight each other. I should take a good rest during this period.
As he spoke, Rude slowly stood up, adjusted his waist, and a rare leisurely smile appeared on his face. At this time, Pei Sun had just finished taking a shower and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel.
After a fulfilling and tiring day, it is finally coming to an end.
The temperature in the room was not high, but Pei Sun still felt a little hot while sitting on the bed. At this moment, Pei Sun suddenly remembered something and quickly opened the system backpack.
He found 2 random reward redemption coupons from the system mall lying in the corner.
These were gifts for this advancement, and he didn't have the chance to use the 2 coupons along the way.
Now there's finally time to put it to use.
Pei Sun still remembered that he had drawn a 5th level material when he used the coupon last time. His heart was immediately filled with anticipation, wondering what good things he would get this time. He sat upright, his face becoming serious, his eyes fixed on the system panel that only he could see. The light blue screen flickered again, showing a picture of various objects quickly passing by, including weapons and equipment, defensive equipment, various materials, pets, and even unknown question marks. After a few seconds, the picture suddenly stopped.
An equipment reward suddenly appeared in front of Pei Sun. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple jade level equipment, Moonlight Spiritual Pattern Armor.
Equipment, Moonlight Night Pattern Soft Armor. Grade, Purple Jade. Strength, 695.0. Defense, 738.0. Spirit, 893.0. Constitution, 1323.0. Agility, 494.0. White entry, fleshness, strength and defense values higher than those of equipment of the same tier. White entry, lightweight, the equipment is extremely light and easy to carry.
Green entry, Night Wind, increases agility by 30% when moving at night. Purple entry, Moon Spirit Power, soft armor absorbs moonlight energy, increasing the 5-dimensional attributes to twice their original values.
The higher the value, the brighter the pattern.
Background introduction. This equipment is crafted with the power of moonlight, enjoying the tranquility of the night and moonlight. When its brightness reaches its peak, it becomes the brightest moon in this world. After seeing the equipment attributes clearly, Pei Sun couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. When I think about it, this is the first piece of equipment I have ever obtained.
I didn't get any other equipment before because I didn't have time. It's a rare opportunity nowadays, and I didn't expect that I could draw one directly from the system mall. Although this was not the ideal weapon type in his mind, Pei Sun could not hide his surprise and excitement when he saw such amazing values. However, after glancing at the entries below, he still felt a little unlucky. There are 7 grades of equipment: bronze, silver, gold, purple jade, emerald, golden glory, and colored diamond. This level division is like professional proficiency.
Each grade corresponds to 1 to 7 exclusive equipment entries.
For example, bronze level equipment has 1 attribute, while diamond level equipment has 7.
The levels of entries are also divided into white, green, blue, purple, black, gold, and color. Each grade of equipment must have an entry of the corresponding color.
For example, silver level equipment must have a green entry among its 2 entries, and diamond level equipment must contain a colored entry. In other words, Pei Sun's purple jade level equipment must have a purple attribute.
Apart from this purple entry, the other 2 entries are just the most common white and green entries. That's why he felt a little unlucky. Thinking of this, Pei Sun couldn't help but think of the equipment that the blacksmith called Wan Lao by teacher Duan was about to make for him. Hopefully that one will lead to a better color entry. After putting the Moonlight Night Pattern soft armor into his backpack, Pei Sun turned his attention to the last remaining random reward redemption voucher from the system mall.
Without hesitation, he immediately used the voucher.
The same scene as before appeared on the screen, and countless dazzling rewards flashed by. This time, the image that remained was a big question mark. Seeing this question mark, Pei Sun frowned slightly, revealing a puzzled look.
How can this be a question mark? Will I get something unknown?
Just as Pei Sun was staring at the screen in confusion, the word equipment suddenly appeared before the question mark.
Is this equipment?
Pei Sun muttered to himself, curious. Then he checked the detailed information of this so-called equipment.
Equipment, alien spiritual eyes. Rank, entry, Pierce, can view all information of alien spirits, regardless of level differences. Background introduction, a pair of heterochromia.
After seeing the effect of this equipment, Pei Sun's face immediately showed an expression of extreme surprise.
With such a brief introduction, he initially thought it was just a bronze level equipment.
Just as he was wondering why bronze equipment was displayed with question marks, Payson suddenly opened his eyes wide when he saw the subsequent effects.
View the other party's information regardless of level? This is too outrageous. Doesn't this mean that no matter what kind of strange spirit Payson encounters in the other world in the future, he can just use this ability to take a look and immediately know how to deal with it?
In fact, the ability to view information is not uncommon. Many professionals are born with this talent, and there are also many equipment with similar entry effects.
But being able to ignore level restrictions is somewhat extraordinary. So, why is the equipment grade displayed as 3 question marks?
At this moment, Payson's expression almost became a big question mark. Judging from the effects of the terms alone, leaving aside other things, this equipment is simply a magical artifact.
Looking at it from other aspects, this equipment doesn't even have any stats at all.
There's only one entry, and no color or level division.
This is exactly what surprised Payson the most.
He simply couldn't understand why this equipment had such a strange effect. Just as Payson was about to put the equipment back into his backpack, a serious question suddenly flashed through his mind.
Equipment? Spiritual eyes? How should I equip myself with this pupil? Do I have to take off my current eyeballs and replace them with this pair of eyeballs?
Payson's attention returned to the equipment again, and he saw the word use written on it.
He was stunned,
because the Moonlit Knight pattern soft armor just now showed the word wear, while this so-called equipment showed the word use.
What does this mean? Is it a disposable equipment?
Payson felt doubtful. Although he had heard of disposable materials and disposable props, this was the first time he had heard of disposable equipment. Seeing the word use, Payson couldn't help but connect these two keywords together. But he didn't think much about it and chose to use it directly, wondering if the system would harm him.
Ding! Used successfully, obtained the alien spiritual eye.
Payson's eyes suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if they were burned by flames, but the next second, the pain suddenly dissipated. He only felt that the world in front of him became distorted and illusory in an instant, and everything was no longer the same as before. The supernatural powers floating in the air crisscrossed like silk threads, mysterious and weird. Payson slowly turned his head to look at Duan Huanru, and was surprised to find that he could actually see the operation of Duan Huanru's supernatural powers, even though Duan Huanru was in a completely relaxed state at the moment. Generally speaking, the opponent's level can only be determined when he or she uses his or her full power. It is completely impossible to tell the level of a person like Duan Huanru who has supernatural powers running silently in a resting state. It was already quite rare for Payson to see the supernatural power running like free silk threads in his body.
After all, there was a huge level gap between them.
According to the description of that entry, it seems that it can only see through the level of alien spirits. After understanding this, Payson murmured to himself, although it is impossible to see the detailed information of human professionals with a higher level than oneself, at least one can roughly judge something from the operation of their special abilities.
It's great to have such ability.
If it wasn't already late, and Duan Huanru hadn't allowed him to go out for the past 10 days, Payson would have been eager to go to the other world to try out this function. The effect is truly stunning.
Why are you looking at me? Your face is twitching again. Are you having a seizure? Duan Huanru was attracted by Payson's gaze and turned to ask. When I used the alien spiritual eye just now, the pain at that moment was so intense. That's why Payson's cheek twitched involuntarily. Duan Huanru also remembered this scene firmly in his mind. Nothing, I just felt a cramp on my face.
With Payson's rest for more than 10 days, the entire Fengyu city became much quieter.
On the contrary, Fengyu No. 6 Middle School is more lively than before, because everyone knows that the top genius in this city-level assessment is a student from their school. Thinking of this, who can not be excited?
Payson thus became their role model for hard work. It is not known whether it is unprecedented for a student from No. 6 Middle School to take first place in the city-level assessment, but it is definitely unprecedented. Those students who had once given up on themselves rekindled their fighting spirit after learning about Payson's deeds and did not choose to give up. During these 10 days, Payson's mood became more and more bored, and he just hoped that the Tianjing province secret training camp would start soon,
because his summoning space has accumulated millions of undead summons.
Among them, there are nearly 900,000 summons with ordinary bloodlines, more than 80,000 spirits with rare bloodlines, more than 20,000 spirits with epic bloodlines, and about 10,000 spirits with phantom saint-level bloodlines, that is, Hanliang Chigaxi. The undead army composed of 30,000 alien spirits was already extremely powerful. Payson simply couldn't imagine what a shocking scene it would be if all these 1 million alien spirits were summoned out at once. Although he already had an army of 1 million at the moment, Payson felt that it would be more appropriate to keep the number at this level. After all, when controlling such a huge summon creature, it is inevitable that one will be impulsive sometimes and touch some things that should not be touched. As your level increases, the enemies you encounter in the future will only become more terrifying. As the saying goes, in the later stages, whether it is a professional or a spirit, the gap in strength becomes an unfathomable chasm with each level. If Pei Sun encountered an extremely terrifying existence, it would not be impossible for him to kill hundreds of thousands of undead summons with 1 foot. This is only the number calculated for the past 10 days. There are still a few days before joining the Tianjin province secret training camp, and this number will continue to rise. During these 10 days, Pei Sun also learned from Duan Huanru that the woman he met at the Adventurers Association wanted Pei Sun to take her daughter to adventure in another world, but Duan Huanru flatly rejected it on the spot. When Pei Sun heard the news, he immediately thought of the girl named Yi Xiaomei. At that time, Yi Xiaomei also added his contact information. Now, Yi Xiaomei's mother actually made a special trip to Fingyu No. 6 middle school to find him, which made Pei Sun very confused. Why didn't Yi Xiaomei call him directly? Could it be that the idea of taking Yi Xiaomei to another world to train was just her mother's unilateral wish? Yi Xiaomei herself was completely unaware of it? After Duan Huanru flatly refused, Yi Xiaomei's mother did not lose her composure, but calmly asked Duan Huanru that if there was a suitable opportunity in the future, she sincerely hoped that Pei Sun could take her daughter to another world for some training. However, not only Duan Huanru felt puzzled, Pei Sun was also full of confusion. There is nothing wrong with Yi Xiaomei's mother's attitude, but why did she suddenly ask Pei Sun to take her daughter to another world for training? Not to mention that Pei Sun had just awakened not long ago. If he really set out, whether he could ensure the safety of his daughter would be a big problem. Not to mention the industry of sparring in another world. The cost of sparring is extremely high. Since she didn't pay Pei Sun anything, why did she think he would agree? Although Pei Sun is not short of money, he should at least show some appreciation. Of course, what confused Pei Sun the most was why Yi Xiaomei didn't send him a message herself. If Yi Xiaomei is introverted and shy, then that is somewhat possible, but it also sounds far-fetched. If this was really just her mother's wish, then Pei Sun would not understand at all. And judging from the scene when Yi Xiaomei added his contact information that day, she didn't seem to be an introvert. Pei Sun became more and more confused the more he thought about it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Perhaps Mr. Wan already knows his identity. Until the 14th day, which was the day before the secret training camp in Tianjin province began, Elder Wan finally sent someone to deliver the equipment specially made for Pei Sun. Duan Huanru slowly pushed the door open and walked in, holding a large, exquisite black box in her hand that required both hands to lift. Pei Sun, this is the equipment that Master Wan customized for you. It's ready, Duan Huanru said. From his expression, it can be seen that he is also sincerely happy for Pei Sun. Upon hearing this, Pei Sun's face suddenly flashed with excitement. This is genuine jade-grade equipment. Its value must be in the 9 figures at least. Apart from those wealthy families, which other professional can possess emerald-level equipment at the epic stage? Pei Sun happily took the exquisite black box with both hands, and then carefully placed it on the bed. Perhaps to add a sense of ritual, he went to the bathroom, washed his hands, and wiped them clean before returning and starting to open the black box. Duan Huanru looked at this scene and couldn't help laughing out loud because of Pei Sun's amusement. Pei Sun walked to the box, and as soon as his hand touched it, he immediately felt a bone-chilling chill. When the lid of the box was opened, a terrifying and strange aura instantly emerged. There was only a blue-gray staff standing quietly in the box. The entire staff is made of the bones of some unknown creature. The bones are as white as milk, and the surface is covered with dense gray lines. The staff's tip was inlaid with a large dark green crystal. A viscous liquid seemed to be swirling inside the crystal, surrounded by a circle of barbs, emitting a faint black mist. Clearly, this was Pei Sun's undead cracked stone. Although its size has shrunk a lot, the dark green light is obviously more dazzling. The handle was wrapped in a layer of black leather, on which were engraved several obscure inscriptions, which were twisted and complex. It was unknown what means Wan Lao had used to attach them there. The first time Pei Sun saw the staff, he was completely attracted to it, his eyes full of obsession. He couldn't help but reach out and grasp the handle of the staff. The moment he gripped it tightly, the dark green crystal on the top of the staff suddenly burst out with a strong light, and the black box turned ink blue. At the same time, all the information about this staff quickly flooded into Pei Sun's mind. Equipment: Undead Terror Wand. Grade: Jade Grade. Strength: 5998.0. Intelligence: 2003.0. Spirit: 2194.0. Constitution: 882.0. Agility: 2025.0. Blue entry: Swiftness, gives the weapon an agility attribute it shouldn't have. Purple entry: Undead Breath. When a dead summon creature appears, it triggers a unique undead breath, enhancing the summon creature's fighting spirit. The more summoned creatures, the stronger the breath and the stronger the fighting spirit. Black entry: Destruction, explosive force, enough to deal a devastating blow to the target. Black item: Excited, inspired by the aura of the undead, the summon creature's fighting spirit soars, greatly enhancing its combat power. When the fighting spirit reaches a certain level, the summon creature's bloodline can be infinitely advanced. Black entry: Split. Upon death, the summoned undead creature splits into 2. Attributes remain unchanged, but the creature only exists for 1 minute. Background introduction:
The purest necromancy staff is forged from the purest element of death. It destroys everything, creating a dark and profound darkness, corroding everything, bringing torment and annihilation. Before he finished reading the subsequent entries, Pei Sun was completely shocked by the attributes of this equipment. The strength attribute is approaching 6,000 points. He knew that every time he advanced perfectly through SSS level tasks and added all his freely allocated points to strength, he could only break through 500 points. I didn't expect that this weapon's power would be directly improved tenfold, and the value is terrifyingly close to 6,000. After equipping this staff, does it mean that the attributes of my undead summons can be directly comparable to my unequipped self? It's not obvious that one summoned undead creature has such terrifying power, but what about millions of summoned undead creatures? With millions of such beings, Pei Sun simply couldn't imagine what a shocking sight that would be. In addition, he noticed one more thing. The 5-dimensional attributes of weapons and armor seem to be different. For example, the Moonlit Knight pattern soft armor just now has defensive attributes, while this undead terror wand has no defense, but instead has spiritual intelligence attributes. No matter what profession you are in, intelligence is an extremely critical attribute, because the higher the intelligence, the faster you can learn new skills and the stronger your understanding. However, Pei Sun didn't care much about this attribute. He felt that his innate skills were already strong enough and there was no need to spend extra time and money to learn new skills, not to mention whether he could find other suitable undead attribute skills. After all, after Pei Sun obtained the system also promised to help him activate a profession every month, and then he could also learn the exclusive talent skills of the corresponding profession. Therefore, in Pei Sun's view, intelligence is not particularly important. After reading the attribute values, Pei Sun turned his attention to the entries below. When he looked at the entries carefully, he was shocked speechless again. This emerald level equipment actually has 3 black entries. Normally, Jade grade equipment would have at least 1 black attribute, but in reality, most equipment only had 1 attribute of the corresponding color. Take the Moonlight Knight pattern soft armor, for example. Although Pei Sun once complained about it having only 1 purple attribute, the vast majority of equipment was like this. It would be considered very lucky if there were 2 color entries of corresponding grades. This staff has a total of 5 entries, and 3 of them are color entries corresponding to the grade. How could Pei Sun not be shocked? After carefully reading the abilities of these entries, Pei Sun showed a look of joy on his face. The amplification effect he had previously felt from the Undead Stonebreaker was now all displayed through the text information on this staff. Especially the purple entry and the 2 subsequent black entries made him extremely excited. However, what surprised Pei Sun was that there was only 1 purple entry for the monstrous undead aura. Because in his opinion, this undead aura played a very important role in his undead summons. The 2 black entries at the end, one is excitement and the other is division. Pei Sun can clearly feel their existence and constantly use them in actual combat. Pei Sun had clearly sensed that his undead summons would quietly advance their bloodlines as their fighting spirit grew, especially during the battle to capture the Baibing shelter. Now, these abilities were actually presented to him in written form. It has to be said that these abilities are extremely useful to Pei Sun. As for the last entry, it made Pei Sun feel extremely happy and surprised. The splitting ability reflected by this entry has been obviously strengthened, and the degree of strengthening is quite exaggerated. Originally, after the split, the ability of the undead summon would be halved, but the split body could exist permanently. Now, the power of the undead summon creature is no longer halved after splitting. The only limitation is that the split body can only exist for 1 minute. Before obtaining this staff, Pei Sun might have thought this enhancement was somewhat useless, because his own attributes were low. The attributes of his undead summons were also weak. Even if their abilities were not halved, they would still be unable to withstand enemy attacks. Now, this staff has significantly increased Pei Sun's 5-dimensional attributes, and the stats of his undead summons have naturally soared. Combined with the effect of this entry, it is simply adding wings to a tiger. As for the 1-minute duration limit, it has almost no effect on Pei Sun's undead summons. Not to mention a minute, being able to withstand 2 attacks from the enemy is already quite good. Thinking of this, Pei Sun picked up the staff and took out the Moonlight Knight pattern soft armor from his backpack and put it on. Suddenly, he felt refreshed throughout his body, and he clearly realized that his 5-dimensional attributes had been greatly improved as if they had been tempered. At this moment, Pei Sun's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but open his attribute panel. Name, Pei Sun. Occupation, Necromancer. Unique hidden occupation. Other occupations omitted. Proficiency, Colored Diamond. Talent, SSS level talent, Undead Contract. The spirits summoned by the host are imbued with the aura of the dead, completely obeying the host's will, without any negative effects. The spirits killed by the host can be summoned by the host infinitely for their own use. Level, LV.30, 99.9%. Strength, 7259.0. Intelligence, 2245.0. Spirit, 3329.0. Constitution, 2287.0. 0. Agility 2761.0. Defense 738.0. Comprehensive ability value 3103.2. Skill, passive talent skill SSS level Necromancer. Summons a spirit every second to fight for you. The summoned spirit is the same level as the host, and its attributes are 1/10 of the host's. Currently available summonable spirit types. Common level spirits: Evil Wolf, Desert Scorpion, Coyote, Wild Bull, Devil Horn Leopard, Giant Claw Ice Shrimp, Ice Crystal Fish, Black Scaled Rabbit. Rare spirits: Desert Scorpion King, Devil Horn Leopard, Shadow Sand Snake, Four-Winged Nightbird, Purple Skulled Ant, Ice Crystal Fish, Golden Scaled Elephant, Iron Maned Black Snake, Purple Flame Silkworm, White Smoke Fighting Tiger. Epic spirits: Frost Scorpion, Frost Feather Snow Eagle, Ice Valley Mammoth, Frost Grey Python, Frost Wind Leopard, Icefield Angry Bear, Polar Cold Lizard, Ice Crow. Phantom Saint level Alien Spirit, Frost Piercing Rhinoceros. Skill, passive talent skill SSS level Eyes of Delusion. The host can share vision with all their summons. Skill, passive talent skill SSS level Death's Grudge. When a death is killed, it explodes, dealing 5.0x strength damage to targets within a 1 meter radius. Skill, passive talent skill SSS level Life of the Underworld. All undead creatures have a passive skill that grants absolute immunity to attacks. If the damage received exceeds the current health value, the health value is forcibly reduced to 1 drop of blood. At this moment, Pei Sun's attribute values have undergone earth-shaking changes again. Almost all attributes have increased more than tenfold, especially the strength attribute. Pei Sun clearly remembered that the last time he checked the attribute panel was when he was level 26, and his strength attribute was only 506 points. At that time, his strength had exceeded 500 points, and he was deeply impressed by this number. After reaching level 30, Pei Sun no longer paid much attention to the attribute panel. Based on his previous experience of increasing attribute points with each level, he felt that even at level 30, the growth of the 5-dimensional attributes would not be too large. However, now, the moment he put on the Moonlit Knight pattern soft armor and held the Undead Terror Wand, his attributes underwent a qualitative leap, a true transformation. Not only that, he also discovered that his 5-dimensional attributes had quietly turned into 6 dimensions, with an additional defensive attribute. Speaking of this, Pei Sun couldn't help but complain secretly. Pure output professions such as mages, summoners, assassins, and shooters do suffer some disadvantages in the early stages because they only have 5-dimensional attributes. When awakening, and are inherently lacking the key dimension of defense attributes, they can only rely on the bonus of acquired equipment to make up for their shortcomings. However, warriors, knights, assistants and other professions are completely different. They not only have spiritual attributes, but also have natural defensive attributes. This is why warriors and knights can show strong combat effectiveness in the early stages, while mages and summoners need to lie dormant until the later stages before gradually showing their presence. After all, in the early stages, warriors and knights have an additional defensive attribute. Who can defeat them easily? Today, Pei Sun relies on the support of equipment to perfectly pass the early stage of his career and quickly enter the middle stage. Although generally speaking, mages and summoners can only show their strength after they reach the later stages, Pei Sun feels that he is now almost invincible among those of the same level. When he gripped the Undead Terror Wand tightly, his entire aura also improved. Duan Huanru looked at Pei Sun with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Because the Moonlight Knight pattern soft armor that Pei Sun wore could be hidden, Duan Huanru thought that a mere Undead Terror Wand could cause such a huge change in Pei Sun. What surprised Duan Huanru was that he felt a strange aura from Pei Sun. At this moment, he could no longer see through Pei Sun as completely as before, as if it was the staff that concealed the aura emanating from Pei Sun. At this time, Pei Sun, who was holding the staff, also felt a little unfamiliar. He simply couldn't grasp the violent aesthetics brought about by this pure numerical value in a short period of time. However, from a certain perspective, he doesn't have to deliberately master this power. After all, the ones who will actually appear in battle at that time will be his summoned undead creatures. Thinking of this, Pei Sun summoned a rare bloodline undead, the Evil Wolf. Lord level undead, wolf, level, LV.30, strength 725.9, intelligence 224.5, spirit 332.9, constitution 228.7, agility 276.1, skill, bite, causes single damage equal to 1.2 asterisk strength attribute value to the target. That's right, some of the ordinary bloodline wolves that Pei Sun originally possessed have evolved to the rare level. The difference is that rare level spirits will master at least one skill. When Pei Sun saw the information panel of this evil wolf, his heart was suddenly filled with turmoil. This attribute value actually exceeded his own before he put on the equipment. You know, the attributes of an ordinary SSS level professional at level 30 are just like this. Pei Sun has millions of undead summons with similar attribute values. Not to mention those undead summons with higher bloodlines and skills, Pei Sun truly felt that he was invincible at the same level. Looking at Pei Sun's excitement, Duan Huanru could understand. After all, when he got his
first piece of equipment, his expression was similar to Pei Sun's. The feeling of skyrocketing numbers and surging power really makes one's blood boil. Okay, get familiar with this equipment first, then pack up. We'll set off this afternoon, Duan Huanru said as he straightened his clothes. Pei Sun was stunned after hearing this, and then thought to himself that it was indeed time to set off. Tomorrow is the day when the secret training camp in Tianjin province begins, and they are currently still in Fengyu City. The Tianjin province secret training camp will be held in a suburb of Sangjing City, the provincial capital, and Sangjing City is the capital of Tianjin province. Therefore, Pei Sun must rush to Sangjing City before tonight. After putting away the undead terror wand, Pei Sun began to organize his personal belongings. At this time, Duan Huanru didn't know who he was calling. During the more than 10 days of getting along, Pei Sun found that Duan Huanru was very busy and had to answer more than a dozen calls almost every day. Although Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao asked him to protect Pei Sun at all times before leaving, but in reality, Duan Huanru had to go out at least 2 or 3 times a day. In 24 hours, the time he actually spent with Pei Sun was less than 10 hours. Come down when you're done packing. I'll wait for you downstairs. After Duan Huanru hung up the phone, she pushed the door open and looked at Pei Sun. After saying that, Pei Sun went downstairs. In less than 20 minutes, Pei Sun had packed up all his personal belongings. After confirming that nothing was missing, he went downstairs to find Duan Huanru. After leaving Fengyu City, the two quickly called a car. However, Duan Huanru did not instruct the driver to go directly to Sangjing City, but instead asked the driver to take them to Fengyu City government first. Hearing the destination, the driver couldn't help but look back at Pei Sun and Duan Huanru a few more times before continuing driving. Pei Sun and Duan Huanru could understand it. After all, most people wouldn't come to this place on purpose. The car stopped in front of the iconic Fengyu City government building, and Pei Sun and Duan Huan got out. Looking at the majestic buildings in front of him, Pei Sun couldn't help but feel shocked. After all, this was his first time stepping into Fengyu City government. Although I had seen those modern buildings reaching into the sky in Fengyu City Adventurers Association and the Ladder Arena before, but there is only one building in each of those two places, and the Fengyu City government in front of us actually has 6 such skyscrapers. How could Pei Sun not be shocked? Seeing Pei Sun's naive look, Duan Huanru couldn't help laughing. Sometimes, he always regarded Pei Sun as a top genius from a peerless wealthy family, until Pei Sun accidentally made an extremely ordinary move. He suddenly realized that Pei Sun was just an ordinary person who was born in an ordinary family and attended an ordinary school. Let's go, Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao are waiting for us inside, Duan Huanru said with a smile, and took Pei Sun towards the second building. Pei Sun nodded and followed him obediently. In a place like this, it's better to stay out of trouble. After entering the lobby on the first floor, Pei Sun was again shocked by its magnificence. A string of gorgeous and dazzling crystal chandeliers hangs from the dome, and the floor is paved with mirror-like marble tiles. This place was much more luxurious than the Fengyu City Adventurers Association's lobby. The difference was that the Adventurers Association lobby was bustling with people coming and going, while this place seemed deserted, with almost no one in sight. Pei Sun quickly noticed several people sitting on the sofa not far away. Among them, Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao are prominently listed. Duan Huanru led Pei Sun straight towards where Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao were. Pei Sun's gaze lingered on the people around Mayor Yao. He discovered that except for a few unfamiliar faces in formal attire who looked like staff members, he recognized the others. These people are the representatives of Fengyu City who have obtained places in the Tianjin province secret training camp. There are Gu Xinxiong, Pei Tian, and Chao Ruoshi from Fengyu No. 1 Middle School, He Guang and Lu Zhe from Fengyu No. 2 Middle School, Shi Shiyun from Fengyu No. 3 Middle School, Zhuang Yushi from Fengyu No. 4 Middle School, Chu Chuhong and Fang Shixian from Fengyu No. 6 Middle School. By this calculation, it seems that he is the last one to arrive. Among these 9 people, except for He Guang and Lu Zhe from Fengyu No. 2 Middle School, who were not very familiar to him, he had dealt with almost all the others, especially Chu Chuhong and Fang Shixian. Pei Sun also had a deep impression of Shi Shiyun. She was a little yellow-haired boy who had been severely punished by Chu Chuhong because of their incompatibility in personality. Hello, Mayor Yao. Hello, Vice Mayor Liao. Pei Sun greeted the two mayors with a smile, and then followed Duan Huanru to sit on the empty sofa next to them. Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza also smiled and nodded in response to Duan Huanru. This kid seems to have improved a lot in strength. I could easily see through him before, Liao Yuza said loudly to Duan Huanru. I got him a piece of equipment, which indeed improved his strength. I'm just not sure if he has fully mastered it now, Duan Huanru replied with a smile. Yao Zhenchuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He glanced at Pei Sun with a heavy gaze, then turned his gaze elsewhere. Taking this opportunity, Pei Sun's eyes were not idle, and he began to look carefully at Gu Xinxiong, Pei Tian, and others. Perhaps it was because of the pair of spiritual pupils, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could clearly see the supernatural powers in the bodies of these 9 people flowing like silk threads. Although he couldn't didn't judge their level specifically. With the reference, he could infer the opponent's strength through the flow of these threads.
The first person Pei Sun examined was Gu Xinxiong.
After not seeing her for more than 10 days, her temperament had obviously changed a lot, completely different from when we first met in the sky shelter. Now she is more confident, with deep eyes, giving people a calm and steady feeling. Pei Sun observed her carefully, and she was also paying attention to him. When their eyes met, Gu Xinxiang glanced at him casually and then turned away. Pei Sun glanced at the other people again and found that Pei Tian had the largest amount of superpower reserves among the 9 people. As for Pei Tian, he could say that he was familiar, but it was also not an exaggeration to say that he was unfamiliar. He was not sure what impression Pei Tian had of him, but in his heart, Pei Tian was a very cunning and, to some extent, dangerous guy.
When his gaze shifted to Feng Shixian, she was staring at Pei Sun.
But she didn't avoid him, she just looked at him openly.
For some reason, Feng Shixian looked at Pei Sun with a complicated look and a hint of regret.
Perhaps because he later admitted that Pei Sun possessed such terrifying power, and because he had dumped him in the past, he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart.
Chao Ruoshi also left a deep impression on Pei Sun.
He still remembered that after Feng Shixuan's boyfriend, now it should be ex-boyfriend, Gong Rui had a conflict with him, he called a group of people to deal with him, and Chao Ruoshi was one of them. But later Chao Ruoshi escaped using the instantaneous crystal stone, and from then on, every time she met him, she didn't dare to look at her directly. Just like now, Chao Ruoshi's eyes were fixed on the door. Pei Sun had sat for a long time, but he never looked at him.
Finally, Pei Sun's gaze fell on Zhuang Yushi.
The moment their eyes met, Zhuang Yushi immediately broke into a sweet smile, as if she was extremely happy to see Pei Sun. Seeing her face full of joy and the pure aura she exuded, Pei Sun couldn't help but recall the days when he took her to level up in the desert forest. Although she took advantage of many people during that time, it was really nice to have such a positive and energetic girl around.
Ahem, okay, now that everyone's here, I have a few things to say.
Everyone, please listen carefully, especially since we'll be arriving in Sangjing City. Liao Yuza looked serious, cleared his throat, and glanced sharply at Pei Sun and his group of 10 people one by one. Others might not be familiar with Liao Yuza's style, but Pei Sun knew very well that this serious expression meant that what he was about to say was very important. First, I know you're all top talents from various schools, the cream of the crop cultivated by Fengyu City, and I'm somewhat proud of you all. But in the interactions ahead, I hope you can all be more tolerant and understanding of each other. After all, during this secret training camp, you're all completing tasks as a team. I emphasize this so that you won't engage in ugly infighting or bickering, especially when we get to Sangjing City. I, Liao Yuza, would be embarrassed. As soon as the words fell, the originally noisy space suddenly became so quiet that even the sound of a pinpoint falling to the ground could be heard. Seeing no one responding, Liao Yuza frowned slightly, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes.
I heard it. Everyone responded in unison.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. If you guys still cause any hilarious trouble in Sangjing City, just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back.
Second point,
I still need to address that arrogance of yours. I emphasize again, when you arrive in Sangjing City, you must curb your pride.
Everyone is aware of Fengyu City's status.
Whether it's economic development speed, the richness of educational resources, or even other aspects, we are embarrassingly at the bottom
of Tianjing province.
So when you arrive in Sangjing City, you will inevitably encounter some uncomfortable glances, but I hope you will remain calm and avoid
confrontation as much as possible. You should understand the principle of there are always people better than you, and there are always better things than you. Of course, I'm not asking you to give in.
If you encounter someone who's particularly excessive and says nasty things or does something excessive, fight back
when it's time. Do you understand?
If you just take a beating and don't fight back, not only is he from Fengyu City, I, Liao Yuza, can't afford to lose him.
Well, I understand. I understand.
Now, let Mayor Yao say a few words to everyone.
Liao Yuza then showed a satisfied smile and turned his gaze to Yao Zhenchuan. Yao Zhenchuan looked at the group of high-spirited and energetic children in front of him with admiration in his eyes.
Deputy Mayor Liao has already said a lot, and you all understand what you should understand. I will just say a few simple words. I hope everyone will bring honor to Fengyu City while also being mindful of safety. As always, avoid conflicts if possible.
If the conflict cannot be resolved, you can seek mediation from the person in charge of the Tianjing province secret training camp. Everything you say and do must be done under the premise of safety.
Besides that, there's not much else to say. The bus responsible for picking you up will arrive in about half an hour. You are expected to arrive in Sangjing City around 6 in the evening. In recent years, Vice Mayor Liao and I haven't been able to go to Sangjing City, and this year is no different. We both have things to attend to, so this time, Teacher Duan Huanru and several other teachers from the school will take you there.
Good luck to everyone.
I hope you will bring glory to Fengyu City amidst the fierce competition.
At the same time, cherish this rare opportunity and fully demonstrate yourselves.
After saying that, Yao Zhenchuan and Liao Yuza stood up, walked towards the elevator in the lobby, and entered the elevator under the gaze of
of everyone. After the elevator door closed, everyone present finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from the two mayors was truly intimidating, so frightened that they stood there motionless. They responded to whatever the two mayors said, answering with earnestness when they should, and nodding their heads as frequently as chickens pecking at rice when they should. When the two mayors completely disappeared from his sight, Pei Sun turned his gaze to Duan Huanru in confusion. This time, he and several other teachers went to Sangjing City together, while Mayor Yao and Mayor Liao did not accompany them. He had not heard of this news before and always thought that the two mayors were leading the team. If Duan Huanru leads the team, this will undoubtedly be good news for Pei Sun. After all, over the past 10 days or so, he and Duan Huanru have gotten along more familiarly, much better than his other companions. After Yao Jinchuan and Liao Yuza entered the elevator, Liao Yuza couldn't help but look worried. Mayor Yao, are you sure it won't be a problem if you let Rude go? He looked at Yao Jinchuan with worry on his face, his voice filled with uneasiness. Yao Jinchuan shook his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. No, besides him, there are 3 other teachers with him. He has no chance at all. Besides, he is also well aware of the rules of the Tianjin province secret training camp. If he really dares to take action there, he will be dead soon. Yao Jinchuan's tone was calm, not at all like Liao Yuza who was worried. But this Rude, he would do anything to achieve his goal. This is the first time I've seen such a situation. What if he really attacks Pei Sun? Liao Yuza asked worriedly. At this moment, he was completely different from the majestic and intimidating image he had just had. That's not possible. Yao Jinchuan responded indifferently. The elevator bell rang. The two walked out of the elevator and went straight to the door of a room at the end of the corridor. Standing at the door, not only Liao Yuza, but also Yao Jinchuan straightened his clothes and knocked on the door solemnly. A loud voice echoed. Yao Jinchuan pushed the door open and walked in, followed closely by Liao Yuza. This is a spacious office. At this moment, the office was full of people. At the end and both sides of the long table were people in formal attire with serious expressions. At the far end of the long table and at the ends of both sides, sat 3 men in military uniforms. These 3 soldiers had sharp eyes, strong facial lines, resolute and cold features, tall and strong figures, and exuded an icy murderous aura that was almost tangible. There was no expression on their faces, and there was no fluctuation in their eyes when they looked at Yao Jinchuan and Duan Huanru. Unlike other people who were fawning upon the two, they simply nodded slightly and gestured for them to take a seat. Because the seats were full, Yao Jinchuan and Liao Yuza could only sit in the 2 chairs in the last row. If other residents of Fengyu City saw this scene, they would be shocked. As the mayor of a city, he can only sit at the back. It is hard to imagine how big shots the other people present are. In fact, when the others saw Yao Jinchuan and Liao Yuza come in, they just nodded slightly and then focused their attention again on the soldiers at the end of the long table. Jinchuan wasn't here just now, so he didn't hear it. I'll say it again. After our discussion, we all agree that a member of the Spirit Organization is very likely to appear in this month-long training camp in Tianjin province. As for which member it is, I estimate that it is very likely Qi Ningxing. As soon as the words fell, the air in the room froze for a moment. This name made them recall those past events that were difficult to recall. Obviously, everyone was somewhat afraid of Qi Ningxing. Although Yao Jinchuan and Duan Huanru did not have a deep impression of Qi Ningxing, they understood that more than 10 years ago, an invasion of Tianjin province severely damaged Fengyu City, and members of the Ling organization were also involved. Therefore, even though the two knew very little about Qi Ningxing, they were reminded of unpleasant memories. Qi Ningxing, a professional with SSS level talent, was already a level 58 legendary professional when he last appeared in China. She has a charming appearance, a graceful figure, a delicate temperament, and overflowing charm. A charming glance is enough to make a man fall in love with her completely. Although Qi Ningxing has no direct means of attack, he possesses an extremely terrifying charm ability. Even though her appearance had long been made into a wanted poster and posted in every corner of China, most people's minds would go blank the moment they met Qi Ningxing, and then they would completely fall for her with just one glance. Next, he would naturally be like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of Qi Ningxing. Although this woman's rank and strength aren't the most formidable in the spiritual organization, the threat she poses to the safety of our Chinese residents is no less than any other member. She's even more difficult to deal with than anyone else. So, this operation will be somewhat tricky. However, we have been investigating their actions for 4 or 5 years. No matter how difficult the operation may be, we must be fully prepared and launch a crackdown with absolute confidence. Do you understand? The people below immediately responded in unison. Yao Jinchuan and Liao Yuza are no exception. This time, our work will focus on Sangjing City, but we must not let our guard down in other areas. Thank you all for your hard work. As soon as he finished speaking, his sharp and deep gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the audience one by one. The meeting was not adjourned until the very end. After Yao Jinchuan and Liao Yuza left, Zhuang Yushi immediately stood up from her seat and sat down next to Pei Sun in full view of everyone. Pei Sun's eyes widened slightly and he quickly made room for her. Although it was a double sofa, she sat directly in the middle. still. Long time no see, Pei-sun. After Zhuan Yushi sat down, she immediately smiled sweetly and greeted Pei-sun enthusiastically. Hello, long time no see. Pei-sun suddenly felt flattered. In his previous life, there were very few girls who took the initiative to talk to him. I haven't seen you for more than 10 days, and I feel that you have become a lot stronger. Zhuan Yushi stared at Pei-sun with her big watery eyes and praised him generously. Pei-sun raised the corners of his mouth slightly and couldn't help showing his white teeth. Well, he did feel very comfortable at this moment. It's okay. I trained for a day after the assessment, and then I was busy and didn't go out again, Pei-sun said truthfully. After hearing this, Zhuan Yushi showed a surprised expression. You only trained 1 day out of 15? And rested 14 days? Yeah, Pei-sun nodded. Zhuan Yushi looked at Pei-sun in surprise. Logically speaking, a gifted genius like him should seize every minute to improve his strength, especially since he is about to participate in a large-scale training camp in Tianjin province. But he actually rested for more than 10 days? Even though more than 10 days had passed, Zhuan Yushi still hadn't forgotten Pei-sun's terrifying summoning ability. The scene still vividly flashed through her mind, so she said no more and was deeply attracted by Pei-sun's confident temperament. Zhuan Yushi raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a playful and cute expression, and said with a smile, "It seems like you're ready to show off your skills in this secret training camp." Pei-sun shook his head slightly and replied modestly, "If this kind of training were held in Fingyu City, I might have a chance to show my skills. But in this provincial secret training camp, I'd be lucky if I didn't hold Fingyu City back." Pei-sun is a calm and introverted person. Whether in his past life or this life, he rarely opens a bottle of champagne at halftime. Hearing what he said, Zhuan Yushi couldn't help but burst out laughing, her laughter as crisp as a silver bell. She still remembered that when she first met Pei-sun in the desert forest, Lai Yunqi was arrogant and domineering and suppressing Pei-sun, but Pei-sun remained humble at that time. However, just as Lai Yunqi was about to take action, he was instantly subdued by Pei-sun's summoned creature. When talking about that experience, Zhuan Yushi still felt a little trauma in her heart at that time. She and Pei-sun had not yet met, and he was still scaring her with the summoned creature that refused to die. Just as the two were laughing and joking, a cold and sharp gaze suddenly came from a distance. Humph, what a vixen. She looks so slutty. Who is she trying to seduce? Fang Shishuan's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it, and her originally fair face was now tinged with red. Her chest heaved violently and her tone was noticeably hurried. However, she deliberately lowered her voice so that only she and Chu Chuhong beside her could hear it. When Chu Chuhong heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then turned to look in the direction of Pei-sun. Although he couldn't hear the content of the conversation between Pei-sun and Zhuan Yushi, he immediately understood what they meant when he saw them laughing. He stretched out his hand, gently placed it on Fang Shishuan's left shoulder, and whispered comfortingly, "Shixian, I only realized later that Pei-sun was even more morally corrupt than you said. You're too kind. There's no need to show mercy to such a person. It's also my fault. I shouldn't have easily entrusted him to you. I should have." Before she could finish her words, Fang Shixian angrily shouted in a low voice, "Don't touch me." Her voice was filled with undisguised irritation and dissatisfaction. Chu Chuhong was stunned for a moment, then quickly withdrew his hand, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "I'm sorry, Shixian, I just want to comfort you. I know Pei-sun hurt you deeply and you feel bad, but don't worry, during this training, if I get the chance, I will definitely teach him a lesson and make him apologize to you in person." Fang Shishuan's expression didn't change after hearing this, but a hint of subtle contempt flashed in her eyes. "Not to mention now, even if it was Pei-sun a dozen days ago, you might not be able to win. Faced with the endless summons summoned by Pei-sun in an instant, you can only use your clumsy fighting skills to kill them one by one. By the time you finish killing them all, he has already woken up." Although she was extremely dissatisfied, considering the current embarrassing situation, Fang Shixian just sulked inwardly and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Pei-sun always felt that someone was staring at him, and he felt uncomfortable all over. The next second, he turned his head and looked at Fang Shishuan's position. After Fang Shixian made eye contact with Pei-sun, she sat up straight instantly as if she had been electrocuted, then changed her sitting position very unnaturally and looked away. Pei-sun looked at her actions and felt puzzled, but he didn't think much about it and continued chatting with Zhuan Yushi. This girl was telling him where she had been training over the past 10 days, and what special spirits she had encountered. At the end of the conversation, she told Pei-sun that she was now a level 28 epic summoner. In just over 10 days, he had gone from completing the level 10 advancement task to level 28. As a professional with SS level talent, this upgrade speed was reasonable. Pei-sun asked her what talents and skills she had learned, but the guy didn't tell her directly. Instead, he kept it a secret and said that he would tell him if they could cooperate during the secret training camp. Pei-sun was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After an unknown amount of time, the main door of the hall was suddenly pushed open. Pei-sun, who was feeling a little bored, immediately noticed the door. He turned his eyes and saw 3 middle-aged men in formal attire pushing the door open and entering. After seeing the faces of the 3 people clearly, Pei-sun showed a surprised expression, because he knew
knew one of them. It was Mr. Rude, a well-known teacher in Fingyu City who hated him so much. Pei Sun's mind went blank for a moment.
Why is he here? Is he also going to attend the Tianjin province secret training camp with me? Wasn't it said that this guy often took extraordinary actions to protect the interests of students? How did he suddenly get assigned to me? It's all over now.
After Duan Huanru saw the faces of the three people clearly, a hint of subtle surprise flashed in his eyes.
He obviously didn't understand why Rude appeared here, but she immediately stood up, walked forward enthusiastically and greeted him. Teacher Qi, Teacher Jiang, you're here. Teacher Lu, I didn't expect you to be here. Mayor Yao mentioned this afternoon that other teachers would be joining us for this training, but I never thought it would be you. The two people called Teacher Qi and Teacher Jiang also started chatting with Duan Huanru very enthusiastically. Huanru, when did you come? It's so early. I didn't expect you to become a teacher too. Haha. Only Rude's expression seemed a little stiff and unfriendly. The moment he entered the room, he immediately saw Duan Huanru sitting there. After a brief moment of confusion, he quickly understood why Duan Huanru was there. It seems that Yao Jinchuan really tied him and that kid Pei Sun together. He had originally planned to ignore Duan Huanru in public, but seeing Duan Huanru greet him so enthusiastically, and Yao Jinchuan had talked to him for a few words yesterday, he could only respond to Duan Huanru with some reluctance. I was invited by Mayor Yao to come and accompany these children to complete this experience. I didn't expect you to be here too. Rude's tone was calm, but a little stiff, and his expression didn't look good. After seeing this scene, the other two teachers and a group of students immediately understood a lot. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, Teacher Qi, standing nearby, stepped between the two of them and approached Pei Sun and the others with a smile on his face, saying enthusiastically, "The bus responsible for picking us up has arrived. Let's get going." "Yeah, the bus has been waiting outside for several minutes. Everyone get ready." After saying that, Gu Xinxian, He Guang, Shi Shiyun and others slowly stood up and walked towards the door. Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi were the last to leave the hall. After getting on the bus, they chose the last row. For some reason, Zhuang Yushi was in a very good mood. Every time Pei Sun looked at her, her face was always filled with smiles. After everyone got on the bus, the doors closed and the bus started slowly. Zhuang Yushi was sitting next to Pei Sun. Just as she was chatting with Pei Sun about other things, Duan Huanru suddenly came over. On this bus, except for the three teachers and Pei Sun, the other students actually didn't know Duan Huanru. Only Gu Xinxiang knew a little about Duan Huanru, but she only knew that he was the regional person in charge of the graduation assessment at that time. Seeing Duan Huanru coming over, Zhuang Yushi was suddenly confused. Although she didn't understand why the teacher suddenly approached, she still sat up straight, tensed up a little, and the smile on her face faded a lot. Pei Sun couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Sure enough, all students would feel an inexplicable fear when facing their teachers. When Duan Huanru came in, she didn't know that there was already someone next to Pei Sun. After all, Pei Sun was the last of the 10 students to get on the bus. Duan Huanru originally wanted to talk to Pei Sun, but when he saw a girl sitting next to Pei Sun, he was suddenly surprised and had no choice but to sit on the other side. Although Zhuang Yushi sat upright, her spirit was also very tense. But when Pei Sun saw Duan Huanru coming over, he just looked at him with a puzzled look. Duan Huanru put on an expression that said, "I understand," stretched, made an okay gesture to Pei Sun, and then turned his gaze to the window. "Pei Sun, it's just past 2 o'clock now, and there are still 4 hours before we reach Sangjing City. I thought Zhuang Yushi would talk to me a lot on the way, but when Duan Huanru appeared, I was so scared that I didn't dare to speak." "No way, this journey can only be spent in boredom." A hotel building in Sangjing City, Tianjin province. In a spacious room, 3 soldiers in military uniforms were resting. They looked like they had just returned from outside, and their faces were a little tired. The room had 3 beds, a large table and a few scattered chairs, enough to accommodate 3 people. One of them was lying lazily on the bed, browsing his phone leisurely. The other 2 sat on chairs, each holding a stack of papers. "Xiaojun, have you completed the tasks assigned to you last time?" asked a soldier with dark skin and firm eyes. "I understand, Captain Yu. All the information is here." The man called Xiaojun answered respectfully. "I'm too lazy to translate, just tell me directly." "Okay, Captain Yu." As he spoke, Peng Jun picked up another stack of documents on the table, flipped through a few pages, and said, "According to our investigation and understanding, among the 17 cities in Tianjin province this year, Sangjing City, Yunchuang City, and Nanqi City have the strongest comprehensive strength. Of course, for the past decade or so, these 3 cities have always been far ahead." After hearing this, Yu Hongji nodded slowly. But, when Peng Jun was looking through the information, his eyes suddenly froze, as if he saw something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "There's a city called Fingyu City that has been at the bottom of Tianjin province for over a decade. Especially in the past 2 years, Fingyu City's per capita GPT is only 0.7 times that of the second-to-last city. According to the new regulations, in 2 years, Fingyu City's secret training camp quota will be reduced to just 5. If Fingyu City's overall strength remains remains the worst in Tianjin province by then, the quota will continue to decrease.
After hearing this, Yu Hongji slowly took out a cigarette from his pocket, picked up the lighter on the table and lit it, took 2 deep puffs and said slowly,
Maple Feather City, we have no choice.
In recent years, the activities of otherworldly spirits have become increasingly rampant, posing a growing threat to humanity.
Therefore, we have to be very strict in our selection process.
If Maple Feather City, despite being so backward, can still secure 10 spots every year, it would be a bit unfair to the higher-ranked cities. Peng Jun nodded in agreement with Yu Hongji's opinion, but a hint of pity could be seen in his tone. It's just that they're already lagging behind, and the number of places is getting smaller and smaller.
I'm afraid
Fengyu City has no hope of making a comeback in Tianjin province. During the alien spirit riots more than a decade ago, this city seemed to be the hardest hit.
It's really not easy for families living in Fengyu City.
Hearing this, Yu Hongji suddenly smiled, as if he had heard the deeper meaning in Peng Jun's words. He stood up, walked to Peng Jun, patted his shoulder gently, and said earnestly, Xiao Jun, remember what I said, country comes first, then family can have a foothold. Seeing Yu Hongji stand up, Peng Jun did not dare to delay and hurriedly stood up.
Captain Yu, I understand.
Before he could finish his words, Yu Hongji raised his right palm to signal him not to speak.
Any news from Captain Jiang? Have they contacted you recently?
Peng Jun thought for a moment and said, no, it was the contact 10 days ago. Well, if Captain Jiang contacts me later, please inform me immediately and actively cooperate to complete the mission.
Got it? Understood, Captain Yu. Yu Hongji nodded, turned and walked into the bathroom. Okay, let's rest early.
Everyone is tired after a day of work. Yu Hongji's clear voice came from the bathroom.
Okay, Captain Yu.
Although he agreed verbally, Peng Jun did not stop and continued to flip through the piles of documents on the table. About 3 minutes later, Yu Hongji came out of the bathroom.
Lao Su, prepare.
Before he could finish his words, his voice suddenly stopped.
How did Su Xuxuan fall asleep on the bed?
When I went to the bathroom just now, she was still looking at her phone. However, Yu Hongji did not wake her up. After all, he knew how tired Su Xuxuan was after a day.
Yu Hongji walked over to Peng Jun again and asked doubtfully, just take a break. What are you still looking at? Captain Yu, I'm actually not too tired or sleepy.
I'm going to take this opportunity to look at the profiles of the guys who will be arriving tomorrow.
They have their information and personality profiles. I want to see if there are any troublemakers. After hearing this, Yu Hongji couldn't help laughing. Why do you always like to keep targeting troublemakers every year? Peng Jun said seriously, society is different now than it was before. Children's arrogance is growing stronger every year. If we
don't temper it, they will suffer great losses in their conduct, both in life and in the future when they enter another world.
Then you just wait and see. I'm different from you. I like to take direct action. Let's gather at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll give them a warning first, and then the troublemaker will automatically emerge.
Yu Hongji showed a deep smile like an old fox.
Okay, I'll rest first, and you should rest early too.
After saying that, Yu Hongji lay down on the bed near the door. As soon as he lay down, Peng Jun suddenly made a puzzled sound and his face froze.
Seeing this, Yu Hongji immediately asked curiously, what's wrong? Peng Jun stood up and walked to Yu Hongji with the information in his hand.
After a few steps, the guy's face immediately became serious.
Captain Yu, look, on this list of Fengyu City members, there's actually a D-level talent.
Upon hearing this, Yu Hongji was stunned at first, and then his expression became solemn.
He naturally wouldn't doubt Peng Jun's words, but how could a D-level talent possibly get this qualification? No matter how backward it is, it can't be that a big city doesn't even have an S-level talent, right? If there's no S rank, then there's no A rank either, and anyway, there's no way a D-rank talent would be considered a talent. After taking the information handed over by Peng Jun, Yu Hongji's pupils suddenly dilated. He is indeed a kid with D-level talent. Pei Sun, a D-level talent? Didn't the governor issue a document strictly prohibiting D-level talents from participating in the city-level graduation examination? This guy, a D-level talent, is lucky not to have died in the other world, so how could he possibly be in the top 10 in their city? Is Fengyu City really so terrible? At this point, Yu Hongji's tone changed from doubt to anger, and his expression changed from disbelief to fury. He knew in his heart that even the most backward city in China, let alone the worst city in Tianjin province, would not be unable to produce 10 professionals with S-level talents, right? He felt that this was no longer a matter of strength but a matter of attitude. Such a big city gave the position representing the elite among the elite to a person with D-level talent? What is the purpose of this? Are you treating this secret training camp organized by the province like a joke? Are you just buying a spot with money? This is simply a provocation to us.
The more Yu Hongji looked at it, the more silent he became, and his expression became uglier and uglier. He frowned and took the other information from Peng Jun. He simply ignored the quotas for other cities and looked directly at the remaining 9 quotas for Fengyu City.
Gu Xinqiang is SSS level, Zhuchuang is SS level, Pei Tian is SSS level, Zhuan Yushi is SS level, Fang Shirshan is S level. There are actually S level ones? Has this this city fallen to this point? Yu Hongji frowned and his breathing became rapid. Generally speaking, among the 10 places in each city, at least 7 or 8 are professionals with SSS level talents, and at most only 2 or 3 are SS level. In Fengyu City, not only are most of the talents SS level, but there are also some D level talents. Yu Hongji's brows furrowed more and more as he watched. Finally, he angrily threw the stack of documents to the ground with a loud noise. The sound woke up Su Xuxuan, who was sleeping. Su Xuxuan opened his eyes in a daze and saw Peng Jun's serious expression and Yu Hongji's face with a hint of anger. He was suddenly at a loss and scratched his head. Didn't I just hear Captain Yu say that he wanted to rest and asked Peng Jun to rest early as well? What's going on? Did I hear it wrongly? Or did I hear it in a dream? I don't care how dire this city is, but these are two different things. Since you dared to spend money to buy a spot, that's a naked provocation. Tomorrow I will confront the mayor of Fengyu City face to face. Let's see how he explains it. In fact, this cannot be entirely blamed on Yao Xinchuan, because this list was made based on the situation when Pei Sun and his classmates took the graduation examination, and no modifications were allowed during the process. It showed that Pei Sun had a D-level talent. If it could be changed, Yao Xinchuan also wanted to change it to SSS level talent. Although no one knows what Pei Sun's true talent is, no one would object to saying that he is SSS level. Su Xuxuan looked at Yu Hongji with a confused look on her face. She was awakened by the shock and suddenly became clear-headed, without any sleepiness. She had forgotten how long it had been since she saw Captain Yu lose his temper like this. What happened today? She looked at Peng Jun in confusion, and was shocked to find that he was also tense, like a telephone pole, not daring to move or make a sound. Yu Hongji's face was gloomy to the extreme. This was the first time he was sent to Tianjin province to carry out a mission, and he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. He had never seen such a ridiculous thing when holding secret training camps in other provinces. He felt that this was an insult to them. Captain Yu, according to the information, Fengyu City's Mayor Yao Xinchuan and Deputy Mayor Liao Yuza haven't personally led a team to the Tianjin province secret training camp for several years. This year, it's the same, with several teachers from their city leading the team. Hearing this, Yu Hongji was immediately furious, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Okay. It seems I was too suspicious. I thought he was deliberately provoking us, but it turns out he doesn't even take us seriously. No wonder this city is at the bottom of Tianjin province. With a mayor like this, the city's future is clear. I think it's better to merge with another city. Although Yu Hongji tried his best to suppress his emotions at this moment, his violently heaving chest could no longer conceal the resentment in his heart. As a soldier who has experienced countless life and death tests in another world, his psychological quality has long reached a height that ordinary people can hardly reach. When encountering various difficulties, he can think calmly and even understand. But this time, he couldn't accept it at all. What are they fighting for on the front lines? Isn't it just to allow the residents of Blue Star to live a stable life? And he, as the leader of a city, treats his own citizens like this? Putting aside why a D-level talent could get a spot, it is unbelievable that a professional with a D-level talent could take part in this graduation assessment. Aren't they afraid that these guys who haven't found teammates to hire to gain points will die in another world? Seeing Su Xuxuan's face turning slightly redder, she understood a little bit at this moment, but still didn't dare to speak easily. Although she didn't know how long it had been since she saw Captain Yu so angry, the familiar feeling of oppression made her dare not speak out. Peng Jun was the same. After saying that, he fell silent. After a long silence, Yu Hongji whispered, "Don't spread the news that he has a D-level talent, and don't ask about it. I'll go find their teacher tomorrow to find out." Okay. Peng Jun nodded immediately. Yu Hongji turned his head to look at Su Xuxuan, who looked confused, then turned back and said, "Okay, you guys take a rest first." After saying that, he got up from the bed and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Peng Jun asked doubtfully, "Captain Yu, aren't you going to rest? Do you think I can rest in peace now?" Yu Hongji responded angrily as he walked out the door without looking back. Peng Jun was speechless, not knowing what to say. He just watched Yu Hongji leave quietly. It was not until Yu Hongji closed the door that the tense Su Xuxuan breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "What's going on? Why is Captain Yu so angry? Is it still because of that incident with Captain He?" Peng Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. He had spent more time with Yu Hongji than Su Xuxuan, and to some extent, he understood Yu Hongji better. He had forgotten how long it had been since he saw Captain Yu so angry, and this time's rage still shocked him. No, Peng Jun shook his head. It's about the various cities participating in the secret training camp tomorrow. So, Peng Jun patiently told Su Xuxuan the whole story. After hearing all the details, Su Xuxuan's face showed a bit of anger. When she learned that a D-level talent had obtained a spot, she was just surprised, but when she heard that the mayor and deputy mayor of Fengyu City did not show up, she immediately frowned. Other cities are led by their mayors, but he, as the mayor of the bottom-ranked city, doesn't come. What does this mean? Is he acting like a big shot? He doesn't have the qualifications. Su Xuxuan said angrily, "I don't know. We have been to so many provinces and cities, but this
This is the first time we have encountered such a situation, said Ping Jun.
Tianjin Province, Sangjing City South Station. At around 6:10, the bus carrying Pei Sun finally arrived in the city.
After Pei Sun got off the car, he twisted his body exaggeratedly and moved his arms and legs. After sitting in the car for 4 hours, he could hardly bear it anymore. Duan Huanru also sat there motionless for 4 whole hours, leaving Zhuang Yushi speechless along the way, feeling almost driven crazy by boredom. When Pei Sun got off the car, he saw the surrounding environment and his eyes lit up. If this wasn't the provincial capital, the surrounding environment alone would make people feel extremely comfortable. The station was adjacent to a square, and Pei Sun and his companions spotted a towering fountain sculpture not far away.
Illuminated
by the colorful lights, the fountain's water spray was dazzling, like countless brilliant fireworks blooming in the night sky. The street that meets the square and the station is surprisingly clean, with not a speck of trash on the ground.
The 2 rows of streetlights
are bright and welcoming, and the flower beds nearby are neatly and meticulously trimmed, showing the meticulous effort put into their work.
You'd never see such neatness in Fengyu City. While the north and west stations were relatively clean, the south station was utterly dingy. The streetlights were dim and worn, with barely a single intact lamp in the row. The air here is much fresher than in Fengyu City. It's so beautiful.
Zhuang Yushi skipped to Pei Sun's side, her eyes looking into the distance, unable to help but admire it sincerely. Pei Sun followed her gaze and was also slightly surprised. It was a skyscraper, its outline sharp and striking, outlined in neon lights, towering into the sky.
Its 2 visible walls displayed stunning artwork and vibrant animations, completely devoid of advertising clutter.
Its rooftop was adorned with a vibrant interweaving of lights, tinting the surrounding clouds with a vibrant hue. The scene was breathtaking. Although Fengyu City also had skyscrapers that reached the sky, it had never seen such a stunning visual effect. Those buildings were nothing but advertisements, and there was hardly anything as beautiful as this. Moreover, there is more than one beautiful skyscraper like this in Sangjing City, but this is the closest one near the station.
In the corner of my eye, there are twinkling bright neon lights in the endless night sky.
Although they are just sporadic
embellishments, they are so far away that if you get closer, you will have a shocking visual feast like the skyscraper in front of you.
Not only Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi, but also Gu Xinxian, Feng Shixian, Pei Tian, Zhao Ruoxi and others were all deeply immersed in this beautiful night view.
Even several teachers were fascinated by the dazzling scenery. Cough cough. Duan Huanru slowly got out of the car. Seeing everyone immersed in the beautiful scenery, he couldn't help but cough twice. Everyone, please take care of your belongings. Make sure you have everything and get ready to go. We've already booked a hotel for us.
Everyone came back to their senses reluctantly, checked one by one, and after confirming that nothing was left behind, they reported to Duan Huanru and prepared to leave.
Teacher, do we have to go to the hotel now? Can I go buy something first?
A familiar and somewhat clever voice suddenly sounded. Pei Sun was stunned for a moment and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Shi Xiyun standing next to Teacher Qi and speaking softly. Judging from the close relationship between the two, they have obviously known each other for a long time, otherwise they would not be so close to each other. Pei Sun was deeply impressed by Shi Xiyun. Because of his quick temper that day, he was taught a lesson by Chu Chuheng. No, your actions must ensure absolute safety.
What you need to do now is to come back to the hotel with us. We still have things to arrange there.
Teacher Qi refused sternly.
Oh, teacher, we are very safe here.
Besides, this is Sangjing City, the capital of Tianjin Province. How could there be danger? Shi Xiyun smiled and acted coquettishly.
Stop playing tricks and just listen to what I say. Behind every warning is a bloody lesson. Just follow me back to the hotel.
Teacher Qi crossed his arms, his tone firm and unquestionable.
Okay then. Shi Xiyun's face suddenly turned gloomy and he looked extremely reluctant. Seeing this scene, Pei Sun couldn't help but whisper to Zhuang Yushi.
Shi Xiyun and Teacher Qi look very familiar.
Do they know each other?
Of course I know him. Zhuang Yushi smiled meaningfully and explained. Teacher Qi is a special teacher at Fengyu No. 3 Middle School, and Shi Xiyun is a genius student at No. 3 Middle School.
How could they not know each other? Oh, I see. Pei Sun suddenly showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Hey, how do you know that Teacher Qi is from Fengyu No. 3 Middle School? Pei Sun suddenly thought of something and couldn't help asking again. Stupid.
Zhuang Yushi raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile, and said in a tone of teaching, Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao had already explained it to us before you came.
Who made you come last? But you are quite respectable. Mayor Yao even repeated it to you before you left.
As she spoke, Zhuang Yushi stretched out her finger and gently poked Pei Sun, with a hint of envy in her tone.
Oh, Pei Sun nodded vigorously. What about the other 2 teachers? Pei Sun asked again with confusion. 2? Shouldn't it be 3? You should know that rude, right? No, he should have given you trouble before, right? He's the teacher I told you about in the desert forest. His personality can only be described in 2 words. Protective. You killed his student, and he's still alive today. You're amazing. At this point, Zhuang Yushi couldn't help but brighten her eyes.
She looked at Pei Sun with some admiration and then gave him a thumbs up. Several black lines crossed Pei Sun's forehead. Lu is Fingyu #1 middle school special teacher, but not many people recognize this title of special teacher.
It's probably because of his personality. Many students I know don't like this teacher.
Then Mr. Jiang is a special teacher at Fingyu #2 middle school.
His personality is quite the opposite, very gentle.
My friends at Fingyu #2 middle school always praise him, so I like this teacher too.
Pei Sun nodded again thoughtfully.
As for the last teacher named Duan Huanru, I don't know much about her, but the name is very familiar. When Duan Huanru was mentioned, Zhuang Yushi immediately fell into deep thought, with her fair wrist resting on her chin, and she looked very cute as she pondered seriously.
Think about it, didn't we hear this name before during the assessment in the desert forest?
Seeing Zhuang Yushi's focused look, Pei Sun revealed a sly smile and couldn't help but teasing her.
Ha!
After hearing Pei Sun's words, Zhuang Yushi's eyes lit up and she said excitedly,
Yes, 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 I remember now.
I heard this name during the assessment in the desert forest.
He was the regional officer at the time, right? I even stared at their names for a long time. Ha!
Zhuang Yushi suddenly made a puzzled sound, tilting her head and asking, how come you remember it so clearly?
Pei Sun couldn't help but laugh out loud. I was just about to ask you. You have a good memory. You remembered it as soon as I told you? Because I was a support.
Lai Yunqi was helping me level up at the time, and I was bored so I just looked through the assessment-related content.
I looked at the names of the
people organizing the assessment, the list of people responsible for security, and the list of transporting the alien bosses in the territory.
I basically went through everything. After hearing Zhuang Yushi's answer, Pei Sun was speechless for a moment.
During the 24 hours of assessment, others are working tirelessly to kill monsters and compete for points, but you, when you are bored, are concentrating on looking at the list of assessment personnel organized by the organization.
It seems that the support profession is really easy.
You don't have to work hard yourself, just find someone to lean on.
Then how come you remember it so clearly?
Zhuang Yushi stared at Pei Sun and asked. Although she knew that Pei Sun had that kind of ability and would have something to do when he was free, he wouldn't be so idle as to focus on those lists like her.
Because we met during the assessment.
At that time, I summoned too many things, and Teacher Duan thought it was a riot of alien spirits, so he brought a few regional managers over. Pei Sun spread his hands and explained truthfully.
Is that so?
After listening to this, Zhuang Yushi nodded slowly, but there was a thoughtful look in her eyes.
That's not right. Zhuang Yushi suddenly muttered to herself. Teacher Duan was the regional director during the assessment, so why is he here as a teacher now?
And the other three teachers are all renowned special grade teachers in Fingyu City.
Teacher Duan.
Having said that, she deliberately lowered her voice and looked at Pei Sun cunningly, her eyes full of doubt. Pei Sun naturally understood what she meant. He simply wondered why Duan Huanru, a regional officer, would participate in such an extremely important operation with Fingyu City's famous special grade teacher.
Pei Sun actually had some doubts about this question.
Although the points of doubt are not exactly the same, they are similar. In Zhuang Yushi's opinion, a special grade teacher in Fingyu City might already be considered a highly respected employee within the city.
However, in Pei Sun's eyes, the status of a special grade teacher wasn't that high. Perhaps anyone with A-level or even S-level talent, along with some teaching talent and a likable personality, could be qualified for the position. And why did Duan Huanru, a professional with SSS level talent, serve as the regional director and teacher in Fingyu City? Whether in Fingyu City or elsewhere, which professional with SSS level talent has not established his own world?
Either become a high-ranking official like Yao Jinchuan, or make a name for yourself in another world, rule over several shelters, and build your own small power. Putting aside whether Duan Huanru was capable of doing all this, the mere fact that he could endure and serve Pei Sun and his group of new professionals made Pei Sun both puzzled and impressed. What's more, Pei Sun believed that Duan Huanru was fully capable of achieving the first 2 points. Although the working environment within the system may be somewhat complicated, it is definitely not difficult to build your own power in another world. Therefore, even though he had known Duan Huanru for some time, Pei Sun still had many questions about him. He had actually asked Duan Huanru this question the last time they attacked by Bing Shelter, but Duan Huanru had evaded the question and didn't give a direct answer. When he had a chance to be alone, Pei Sun wanted to ask again. After all, he was too confused, especially when Duan Huanru helped him make equipment and even wanted to help him bear the cost of
10 million. Pei Sun could not understand at all how a professional with top talent like Duan Huanru could help him in this way.
I don't know Teacher Duan very well, but I'm more familiar with him than you.
I can ask for you if there's a chance. Pei Sun responded with a smile. You've just seen him one more time than me. How can you say you're familiar with him? Zhuang Yushi pouted delicately. That's because I'm more familiar with it than you.
Pei Sun showed a smug look. At this moment, Zhuang Yushi still naively thought that Pei Sun had only seen Duan Huanru once more than she had. Later, she did not ask any further questions, and Pei Sun simply did not continue the topic.
Okay, everyone, follow me. After making sure that no one had left anything behind, Duan Huanru Huanru brushed past Pei Sun and walked to the front of the group. Lu Di, Teacher Qi and Teacher Jiang all followed closely beside Duan Huanru. For some reason, Pei Sun vaguely felt that Duan Huanru's status seemed to be higher than the three so-called special teachers next to him. With the little incident caused by Shi Shiyun over, everyone had no choice but to follow Duan Huanru. I have to say that the night in Sangjing City is intoxicatingly beautiful, completely different from the night in Fengyu City, where neon lights as bright as fireworks are everywhere. It is so beautiful just looking from the outside. It is hard to imagine what a dreamlike picture it is inside. I don't know if it's an illusion, but everyone feels that the air here smells sweet. Duan Huanru called a car on his mobile phone, and in less than 3 minutes, 2 green taxis appeared in front of everyone. 14 people split into 2 groups and boarded 2 taxis. 2 teachers sat in one taxi, and their destination was the central square of Sangjing City. Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi were naturally in the same car, and Shi Shiyun and Teacher Qi were also in the same car. Teacher, are we going to stay in the city center? Are the hotels there very expensive? Shi Shiyun sat in the front row and chatted with Teacher Qi with great interest. The tone of her voice was nothing like a normal conversation between a teacher and a student, but more like an intimate exchange between a parent and a child. It can be seen that the relationship between the two is extraordinary. Why do you care whether it's expensive or not? You don't have to pay for it. The higher-ups will help reimburse you. We chose this place because we want to be teleported to another world through the alien dimension vortex in the city center. Teacher Qi explained. Hearing this conversation, Pei Sun couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. The shelters teleported from the city center to the other world are usually at least at the destruction level, such as the sky shelter teleported from the city center of Fengyu City. Thinking of this, Pei Sun already had a vague feeling of the intensity of tomorrow's training. Oh, Shi Shiyun nodded thoughtfully. Does that mean we won't have a chance to go out during training? She tilted her head and asked with a puzzled look on her face. This guy is still thinking about going out to buy things. When Teacher Qi heard this question, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, and said helplessly, your question. I really admire your mentality. You are still thinking about those trivial things at this time. Try the intensity of the training tomorrow, and ask me again when we get to the hotel tomorrow night. I'll tell you then. Why do you have to tell me tomorrow night? Shi Shiyun scratched his head in confusion. Because we can only see each other tomorrow night, and I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other for the next whole month. Teacher Qi's expression gradually became solemn. Okay, Shi Shiyun responded helplessly. Not only Teacher Qi, but even Pei Sun had to admire this guy's mentality. Even though I made it so clear, he still wanted to go out and buy things. It would be good enough if I can avoid being beaten to the ground and unable to move tomorrow. On the way to the city center, the group was captivated by the view from the window. As they approached, the skyscrapers outside became increasingly numerous, interwoven with a variety of LED lights, creating a feeling of being transported to a gaming world, a pleasant and light pollution-free comfort. About half an hour later, everyone finally arrived at the city center. The moment they got off the car, they were shocked again. While the scenery at Sangjing City South Station is beautiful, it tends to be elegant and clean, whereas here, a dazzling display of artistic lighting elements is interwoven. Highly immersive animations play on the walls of surrounding skyscrapers, creating a sense of immersive 3D animation. The sense of technology is overwhelming and astonishing. Don't lose me. After getting off the car, Duan Huanru gave another instruction and then walked in one direction with a firm gaze. Pei Sun and others followed closely behind, and soon arrived in front of a colorful skyscraper. Rainbow Hotel. Pei Sun looked at the building that reached into the sky, feeling confused. There were only a handful of such tall buildings in China in the past. He was just the manager of an ordinary pet shop. He had never even seen such a place, let alone lived in one. I never thought that I would be able to live in such a high-end hotel so soon in my life. As soon as I entered the hotel, the waiters on both sides of the lobby in trance immediately bowed and saluted. Duan Huanru came to the front desk, quickly talked to the staff, and then took Pei Sun and his group straight to the 10th floor. Apparently, an appointment had been made in advance, and the process was extremely smooth. Teacher Jiang was the last one to enter the elevator. He said gently, "We've reserved this floor for tonight and tomorrow night. Everyone, just pick a room." Of course. Ahem. If there are couples among you, you can arrange it as you wish. But from what I've observed, there shouldn't be any. So everyone, please find your own room. Before Teacher Jiang finished speaking, Teacher Qi, who was walking in front, continued. Although we've reserved this floor, everyone should go to bed early and refrain from making any noise. After all, we're here as representatives of Fengyu City. A serious and heavy cough was heard. Everyone, come to room 1001 now. I have some precautions to make. Rude cleared his throat with an expressionless face. His voice was steady and not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. No wonder none of the students I know from Fengyu number 1 middle school like him. I hate him too. He's not gentle at all. Zhuang Yushi pouted and tremblingly approached Pei Sun and whispered. Pei Sun smiled helplessly. Well, apart from anything else, he himself doesn't like this teacher. Everyone entered room 1011 after another. Teacher Jian closed the door at the end, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little quieter. Perhaps because Rude always had a blank expression on his face, people had the impression that he was tense. More than 10 people were crowded in one room, but it was unusually quiet. Rude was the first to enter the room and sat comfortably on the bed until the last person came in and closed the door. His eyes slowly swept across the 10 young faces. When his gaze fell on Pei Sun, a sinister look flashed in his eyes. Pei Sun couldn't help but shudder, and the expression on his face gradually disappeared. It seemed that this Lude really hated him and was not hiding his anger towards him at this time. At this moment, Pei Sun suddenly felt something poking him. He turned his head and saw that it was Duan Huanru who stretched out his arms behind him, and when the two arms crossed, they touched him. Pei Sun and Duan Huanru looked at each other and immediately caught a hint of determination in her eyes, as if telling him not to be afraid. Obviously, Duan Huanru also felt the sinister look in Rude's eyes. Everyone is here, so I'll just say it directly. First, I hope everyone always remembers that this operation represents the image of Fengyu City, so everyone must be responsible for their words and actions. Second, for the next month, everyone must strictly abide by the rules of the Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp. After entering the other world tomorrow, you must obey all arrangements made by your trainers. Even if they ask you to eat dirt alive, you cannot hesitate for a moment. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Even before the training even started, the psychological pressure was already building. It looked like tomorrow's training would be even more terrifying than they had imagined. Third, we'll all gather here again tomorrow night. If you feel unwell or experience any discomfort, please report it to the 4 of us, the 4 teachers. This will ensure you can continue with the training. You may not see us again after tomorrow night, so if you have any questions, please take this last opportunity to speak up and we'll contact the relevant personnel. Fourth, I hope everyone will do their best to persevere through this month-long intensive training. If you can persevere diligently for a month, you will definitely reap unimaginable training results. After a month, everyone can relax and have fun for a day in Sangjing City. Didn't I just hear someone say they wanted to go shopping? I hope you can all persevere. If you really can't, you can submit your report tomorrow night and return to Fengyu City. As he said this, Rude's eyes inadvertently swept towards Shi Shiyun. Shi Shiyun froze for a moment, but then replied confidently, "Don't worry, Teacher Lu, I will definitely persevere." Obviously, Rude still had some intimidation on Shi Shiyun. If Teacher Chi said this, she would never respond in such a cautious tone. Fifth, gather at 6 tomorrow morning. Everyone can get up at 5, wash up, and get ready to go. I'll be waiting for you at the door downstairs. It's important to leave a good impression on someone when you first meet them. I think everyone understands, so I won't say much. Okay, that's all I have to say. In the next month, I hope everyone can show their best side. As soon as the words fell, everyone rushed to the door. After coming out, Pei Sun walked straight to the end of the corridor. This floor looked to have a dozen or less than 20 rooms, enough to accommodate 10 students and 4 teachers. But Pei Sun didn't want to deal with others, so he chose a room away from everyone. After taking a few steps, he found that Zhuang Yushi was still following closely behind him. Pei Sun couldn't help but slow down his pace and asked, "Which room are you going to?" "I don't know either, but I'm timid. Can I stay in the same room with you? I promise not to disturb your rest." Zhuang Yushi twisted her hands nervously in front of her cheeks flushed, and said coquettishly. Pei Sun hesitated for a moment and said, "You saw that room just now. The bed is only big enough for one person, and we have to leave at around 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. A few hours will pass quickly." Zhuang Yushi's eyes, which had originally held some expectation, suddenly became a little disappointed. This guy. "But won't you be bored in a few hours? I was going to tell you a lot of things on the bus this afternoon, but that teacher Duan came over for no apparent reason, so I couldn't finish my lecture. Do you want to listen now? Even if you don't feel bored, I'm still a little bored." Zhuang Yushi's eyes were filled with excitement, and she spoke with anticipation. After hearing this, Pei Sun couldn't help laughing. "Teacher Duan didn't sit here for no reason. He probably wanted to sit with me, but when he saw you here, he changed his seat next to me." Pei Sun still remembers Teacher Duan's expression of "I understand" at that time. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. Teacher Chi just told us to try not to make any noise. It would be bad if we disturb others," Pei Sun explained to Zhuang Yushi seriously. Zhuang Yushi pursed her lips, let out a long sigh helplessly, and looked at Pei Sun weakly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Looking at Pei Sun's clear eyes, Zhuang Yushi couldn't tell whether he did it on purpose or not. "Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow." She felt like her toes were about to crack the floor tiles. She turned around and her face turned as red as liver. She is a very popular girl in Fengyu No. 4 middle school. There are countless boys chasing after her every day. After she awakened her SS level talent, countless people rushed to let her assist them. Now that I've taken the initiative to put aside my pride and want to live in the same room with him, he's still not willing? Is it because I'm not good enough? It seems that he is not a man of high vision. Zhuang Yushi sighed helplessly again, and walked dejectedly into the room opposite Pei Sun. She couldn't understand
understand why Pei Sun was so resistant to her. We had a good chat before. In fact, Pei Sun was just a little sleepy. Although as a professional he could maintain a mental state for a long time without getting tired, his butt started to ache after sitting in the car for an afternoon. The road was crowded, with mixed smells and a small space, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Now that he finally had the chance to be alone, he just wanted to lie on the soft big bed and rest for a while, then take a comfortable bath and have a good sleep. After all, it's not even 7 o'clock yet, and there are still nearly 10 hours before departure tomorrow. This period of time is enough for him to relax. After entering the room, I couldn't help but sigh that luxury hotels in big cities are really different. There are pleasing murals hanging all around, all kinds of electrical appliances are available, the bed is big and soft, the toilet and bathroom are separate and clean, and the air is filled with a light fragrance, which makes people feel relaxed. At this time, at the door of another room in the corridor, Chu Chuhong and Fang Shixian stood there. Fang Shixian was reluctant to enter the room, and Chu Chuhong looked a little surprised. "What do you want to do?" Fang Shixian put one hand on the door handle but did not open the door. She just looked back at Chu Chuhong vigilantly. Chu Chuhong stood there at a loss, stunned for a moment before stammering, "Shixian, it might be dangerous for you to be alone. I'll go in and protect you." "Chu Chuhong, we've only been together for less than 2 weeks, and you want to go into the same room with me now. Isn't that inappropriate?" Fang Shixian said in a cold tone. I know, Shixian. Don't worry, I will never do anything to you. I will be right next to you and guard you. Chu Chuhong's breathing became slightly rapid, and he was obviously nervous. Before, when facing Pei Sun's terrifying undead army, he didn't show such a nervous expression. Now, after chatting with Fang Shixian for a few words, his cheeks began to feel hot. "No need. Since the teachers have arranged such a luxurious hotel for us, there is no need to worry about safety. Besides, the 4 teachers are on the same floor with us, so there is nothing to be afraid of." Fang Shixian was still cold, and the conversation did not sound like that between lovers at all. Even if they were just ordinary friends, they wouldn't be so cold. However, Chu Chuhong did not notice it. He just nodded woodenly. He didn't think much about it. He just felt that what Fang Shixian said made sense. After all, we have known each other for such a short time, so it is really inappropriate to go into her room now. Thinking of this, Chu Chuhong said in a calm tone, "It's okay, Shixian, I respect you. Although I haven't reached the perfection in your mind yet, please believe me, I will definitely achieve it in the future." "Yeah." A hint of impatience and disgust flashed in Fang Shixian's eyes, but she concealed it well so that Chu Chuhong didn't notice. Fang Shixian said coldly, "Then go to the room across from me. The room across from me is occupied, so go find another room first. We'll meet again in a few hours anyway." "Okay, Shixian." After saying that, Fang Shixian pushed open the door. After walking in, she turned around and looked at Chu Chuhong again. Chu Chuhong seemed to want to use his actions to tell Fang Shixian that he would never offend her. He stood there motionless, looking at her with a righteous smile on his face. Looking at Chu Chuhong like this, Fang Shixian didn't know why she felt an inexplicable anger rising in her chest. Faced with Chu Chuhong's attentive flattery, Fang Shixian didn't give him any good look at all, and simply closed the door with a bang. As soon as the door closed, the disgust in her eyes was immediately revealed without any concealment. Perhaps it was Chu Chuhong's humble flattery that made her feel nauseous. Now she just felt that this man was disgusting and had no good feelings towards him at all. If she hadn't needed him during the secret training camp, she would have wanted to break up with him and scold him. As Fang Shixian closed the door, the smile on Chu Chuhong's face slowly froze. He didn't understand why Shixian was now completely different from when they first met. He couldn't say exactly what had changed, he only knew that this relationship made him extremely painful. After standing at Fang Shixian's door and pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Finally, he could only slowly turn around and find a room to go in, walk straight to the center of the bed, and lie down on it. The next day, it was less than 5 in the morning. The sky was still pitch black, without even a hint of dawn. There were already quite a few people standing at the hotel entrance. Among them were 4 teachers including Duan Huanru and Lu Di. In addition to the 4 of them, there were 6 or 7 vague figures, but it was too dark to see their faces clearly. At this time, Chu Chuhan was also among these figures. He tossed and turned in bed last night and couldn't fall asleep at all. His mind was filled with Fang Shixuan's shadow, and he kept thinking about what she had said to him during this period. In the past 15 days, they had spent little time together, and Fang Shixian talked to him even less. The few words we exchanged last night were almost equivalent to the amount of communication we had in the previous week. Therefore, in Chu Chuang's view, every word Fang Shixian said was as good as gold. He memorized every word she said, analyzing it word by word to see if there was any other meaning hidden in it, trying to figure out why she was so cold to him. After thinking about it for nearly half an hour, I not only didn't find the answer, but I became more and more annoyed. He wasn't sure whether Fang Shixian really hated him or was testing him. This relationship was too torturous for him, and his mind was full of her. In the end, Chu Chuhan gave up resting and went directly to the first floor of the hotel. He walked out of the hotel as soon as 5 o'clock arrived. He just wanted to see Fang Shixian as soon as possible. As time passed, Pei Sun's figure appeared on the first floor of the hotel.
He slept soundly last night.
He had set the alarm to go off at 4:30, but he woke up naturally at 4 o'clock. After a quick wash, Pei Sun went downstairs. Not long after he arrived on the first floor, Zhuang Yushi appeared behind him. Pei Sun looked back in surprise and was stunned when he saw that it was Zhuang Yushi. Looking at his appearance, it seems that he has not slept a wink all night.
Are you awake too?
Although Pei Sun had just washed his face, he still looked sleepy and dazed at the moment.
Let's go, the teachers should be waiting for us at the door. Zhuang Yushi did not answer Pei Sun's question, but changed the subject.
Pei Sun didn't think much about it. He just raised his hand and said, "Oh, let's go." So the two of them walked out of the hotel together. It was just after 5 o'clock.
It's too dark outside and I can't see anything.
Only the LED lights on the hotel walls provided a little light. However, the light was a deep red, and when it reflected on the people, only their outlines could be barely seen. But even though there were only a few outlines, Pei Sun was able to barely recognize Duan Huanru. The three figures next to him were naturally the other three teachers. As for the facial outlines of the other figures, Pei Sun was too lazy to look closely and simply sat down on the steps, waiting for the teacher's instructions.
Hey, you, don't you think it's dirty?
I don't know how many people step on the steps at the door every day.
And you just sit on them like that?
Zhuang Yushi widened her eyes, her tone a little exaggerated.
Where is it dirty? The cleaners clean it every day.
Look how clean these steps are. They are so bright that they reflect light. Pei Sun said as he stretched out his fingers to pinch the steps and then handed them to Zhuang Yushi to see. His fingers were indeed clean, without even a speck of dust. Zhuang Yushi widened her eyes slightly, staring closely at Pei Sun's fingers, and then said slowly, then you can't just sit down like this. Anyway, the ground is not clean. As she spoke, she stretched out her fair and tender little hand, grabbed the corner of Pei Sun's clothes, and tried to pull him up. Pei Sun had no choice but to smile bitterly.
The ground is not dirty at all. Girls have so many things to do.
He stood up and looked around, but he always felt that someone was staring at him, which made him feel uncomfortable. Following his gaze, Pei Sun recognized that it was Chu Chuheng. It seemed as if this guy had been staring at him since he first appeared, staring at him for an inexplicable amount of time.
Pei Sun didn't bother to pay attention to him and took a few steps forward.
Chu Chuheng's face was a little dull, his lines were stiff, and his eyes were confused. When Pei Sun looked at him, Chu Chuheng suddenly panicked, trembled all over, and quickly looked away. After Pei Sun walked away, Chu Chuheng's confused gaze fell on Zhuang Yushi again, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Pei Sun walked up to Duan Huanru and was about to ask something, but unexpectedly Duan Huanru turned around first. When she saw Zhuang Yushi following Pei Sun, she smiled politely at Pei Sun and then turned and left.
Pei Sun,
I was originally thinking of asking how much it would cost for so many people to stay in this big hotel for one night. The result, forget it, I won't ask. After more than 10 minutes, all 10 students finally arrived.
To Pei Sun's surprise, the last person to arrive was Feng Shixian.
After Feng Shixian walked out of the hotel gate, she looked around as if looking for someone. When Chu Chuheng saw this scene, a look of joy appeared on his face and he raised his hand and walked towards Feng Shixian. But he had just taken a few steps when he noticed that Feng Shixian's gaze suddenly stopped, as if she was searching for something. Following her gaze, Chu Chuheng was stunned, his pupils suddenly dilated, his face froze, and his heart skipped a beat.
At this moment, Feng Shixian's gaze was fixed on Pei Sun. Seeing Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi standing together, the calm expression on Feng Shixian's face instantly showed a hint of imperceptible resentment. Her pink fists clenched inexplicably, her eyes were cold and frozen, then she snorted coldly, looked away, and finally slowly walked towards Chu Chuheng. Chu Chuheng had already put down his raised hand. He thought Feng Shixian would look for him first after she came out. Everyone was present. After the leader, Rude, finished counting the number of people, he cleared his throat and said, everyone must follow closely. This is your first time meeting the instructor. I hope everyone can show their best spirits. After saying that, Rude started walking towards the teleportation point of the alien dimension vortex in the city center. Along the way, if Zhuang Yushi hadn't been with Pei Sun, he would have almost fallen asleep. Although he could sleep for 10 hours, after taking a shower, he looked at his phone for a while and had some random thoughts, so he actually only slept for less than 8 hours. So now, he still feels a little sleepy. Fortunately, the distance to the destination is very close. It took about 20 minutes before everyone finally arrived at the alien dimension vortex in the city center. Although it seems a bit deserted at this time of year, it doesn't seem cold here at all. The crowds of people were still surging, just like during the day, coming and going like the tide. After being bored for a whole day, I finally stepped into the other world smoothly. When Pei Sun opened his eyes again, he was immediately surprised. This shelter seems to be even bigger than the sky shelter? No, it's not just slightly bigger, it's far larger than the sky shelter, several times larger. At first, Pei Sun couldn't see the whole picture, but after looking around, his eyes widened and he realized that the sky shelter was not even worthy of being called the tip of the iceberg. The scale of the sky shelter is only equivalent to a residential area, with several villas side by side. The shelter
shelter before him, with its crisscrossing streets and a seemingly endless network of ends, was as prosperous as Sangjing City on Blue Star. In some ways, the environment here was even more beautiful and natural than Sangjing City. What shocked Pei Sun the most was that less than 10 meters in front of the point where they were teleported stood a huge milky white stone tablet. The stone tablet was engraved with road signs of varying lengths and sizes, and it turned out to be a huge map. The scale of this map is comparable to that of an ordinary town on Blue Planet. The scale of this shelter is obviously far beyond the scope of destruction level. Thinking of this, Pei Sun's mind was suddenly filled with a storm. There are only 14 lifeless level shelters in the whole of China, and today, he actually visited one of them in person. There are 14 lifeless level shelters distributed across China's 40 provinces. Before, he had no idea that their Tianjin province also had a lifeless level shelter. Not only Pei Sun, but several others also exclaimed in surprise at the same time. It was obvious that this was the first time for everyone to step into the lifeless level shelter. Rude cleared his throat and continued with a stern face, "As you can see, this is a lifeless level shelter called Bishuan Shelter. Its scale is no less than that of an ordinary town on our Blue Star. Everyone, familiarize yourself with the map first. Next, we're heading to the C Street practice range area." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Xian took out his mobile phone, opened the camera, took a few steps back, zoomed out the screen with 2 fingers, and then took a photo. Seeing this, Chu Chuhuan, He Guang, Lu Zhe, Fang Shishin and others followed suit. Just as Pei Sun was about to take out his phone to take a picture, Lude spoke again. "After you meet the instructors, you won't have a chance to use your phones again until you retire for the night. Don't waste time taking pictures. Use this opportunity to memorize the map." Rude crossed his arms across his chest and stared expressionlessly at Pei Sun and the others who were taking pictures. Although these were only his temporary students, the tone he used when disciplining them was very sophisticated, just like that of students he had taught for many years. After hearing this, everyone froze in place, put their phones back in their pockets, and stared at the map with wide eyes. But Pei Sun didn't care that much and put it back in his pocket after taking the photo. Anyway, he just needs to follow the teacher to the C Street practice field. Mayor Yao said before that the operations here are basically team-based, so he can just follow the others. After putting away his phone, Pei Sun looked away again. The buildings here are more beautiful than those in Sangjing City on Blue Star. They not only have man-made elements, but also cleverly integrate natural elements, showing a beauty that is incomparable to Sangjing City. His eyes accidentally fell on Zhuang Yushi, and he found that she was staring intently at the map in front of her. About 2 minutes later, Rude raised his hand in front to signal a stop. "Okay, let's go now." After saying that, Rude led everyone towards the so-called C Street practice field. Pei Sun followed closely behind him, layers of thoughts involuntarily stirring in his mind. Whether it was the pressure from the outside world or his personal experiences, the secret training camp undoubtedly became an important turning point in his life. Almost all the geniuses in the entire Tianjin province gathered here. Although he claimed that he was invincible in the same class, when the moment really came, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He turned his gaze towards his own summoning space. Looking at the undead army that was as calm as water, Pei Sun's heart was stirred again. There are more than 1.3 million ordinary bloodline spirits, about 170,000 rare bloodline spirits, nearly 30,000 epic bloodline spirits, and more than 10,000 lord bloodline spirits. Faced with this terrifying number of summoned creatures, Pei Sun suddenly felt much more at ease. Millions of undead summons and monarch-level pet spirits will always be his most solid trump cards. A few minutes later, after passing through layers of streets, Rude and his group finally arrived at their destination. From a distance, there is a sign standing on the side of the road that reads C Street Driving Range. Seeing this name, Pei Sun couldn't help but be slightly stunned. There is no luxurious training ground as imagined, nor are there towering skyscrapers. Just as the name suggests, it was just an open space next to an ordinary street, seemingly undeveloped. It was surrounded by a circle of special, milky white stone tablets, which were made of exactly the same material as the stone tablets on the map they saw when they first entered. These stone tablets look natural and pure, without any traces of artificial carving. They are of moderate height, about 1 floor high, almost 3 meters. The ground is composed of calm and simple soil, and the terrain is undulating and uneven, giving people a real sense of survival in the wild. This open space is estimated to be about 200 square meters. At this moment, several rows of people were lined up neatly, but I didn't know what they were lining up for. 5 soldiers in military uniforms stood at the front of the team. At the end of the line sat a group of young people who had obviously lined up and completed their preparations. Pei Sun guessed correctly. These 5 soldiers should be the instructors he would face next. Rude glanced back and whispered. As soon as they stepped into the training ground, a young man in military uniform came up to them. The 4 columns on the left are where students line up to register, and the column on the right is where city representatives line up to register. Rude nodded to indicate that he understood, and then he and Duan Huanru and others walked to the queue on the right to line up. Pei Sun followed Chu Chuheng, Shi Shiyun, and others to the left and lined up. At a glance, talents. The young people in these teams are similar to them. They should be talents from other cities and will become their opponents next. The registration process was extremely fast, taking less than 10 seconds per person, and soon it was Pei Sun and his group's turn. Just now, because of the distance, he didn't notice the details. When it was his turn, Pei Sun briefly looked at the soldier in front of him and suddenly felt a sense of oppression. The soldier stared at Pei Sun with cold eyes, as if examining a suspect. His whole body exuded a firm and decisive murderous aura, which made Pei Sun feel a heavy sense of oppression. This kind of look is definitely not something that someone who has not experienced life and death can possess. Not only the instructor in front of him, Pei Sun was nervous. He looked back at the other instructors, all of whom exuded a strong aura and cold temperament.
I'm asking you a question. What's your name?
Hearing that Pei Sun was from Fengyu City, the instructor's tone suddenly turned colder, and his eyes showed even more contempt. Pei Sun, the character Pei means upper part, lower part, and the character Sun means searching.
Pei Sun answered in a low voice.
Without thinking too much, it was obvious that the instructor spoke to him in such a tone because of his prejudice against Fengyu City. Not only that, when the instructor next to them was asking Chu Chuhong, He Guang, and Shi Shiyun, he immediately changed into a different person when he heard that they were from Fengyu City. His tone was as cold as ice, which made people extremely uncomfortable. Pei Sun finished registering, and on his way back, he happened to see that it was Lu Di and his group's turn to enter the city representative passage. To his surprise, the instructor in charge of registering city representatives had a flash of undisguised coldness in his eyes after hearing Rude say that he was from Fengyu City.
Are you the mayor of Fengyu City? Or?
This instructor's tone was even harsher than the one he had used when he registered Pei Sun. It was almost like he was interrogating a criminal, showing no mercy. When Rude heard this, his brows immediately furrowed. No one had dared to speak to him like this in decades. In Fengyu City, if Gong Han is the local emperor in some places, then Lu Di is the golden emperor in the school. Those with higher official positions and greater power simply disdain to provoke him. Those with lower official positions and less power avoid him as if he were the plague. After all, Lude has connections in both the black and white worlds. Even if he doesn't talk about it in secret, he can justifiably deal with those who defy his will in public. He had participated in a secret training camp as a city representative before, but that was a long time ago, and he came with Yao Jinchuan. The instructor in charge of registration at that time did not speak so harshly. Although the people in charge of registration back then were not the same as those now, the tone of this guy's voice really made him angry. He didn't understand why this guy questioned him in such a tone, but after thinking about it, he chose to be patient. I am the city representative of Fengyu City this time, Before he could finish his words, the instructor in front of him shouted angrily, interrupting him abruptly. I don't care if you're the city representative of Fengyu City.
What role do you play in Fengyu City? The mayor of Fengyu City is dead, so they let you be the city representative? You dare to give me the cold shoulder again? Peng Jun was furious. He stared at Rude and slammed his hand heavily on the table in front of him, making a deafening sound. Before coming, Captain Yu told him that he could stay for a while when registering the Fengyu City representative. When Peng Jun learned last night that the mayor of Fengyu City would not come, he had already made up his mind that he must teach the city representative a lesson this morning. Not to mention that Captain Yu also emphasized it specifically. Okay, thank you. The loud noise immediately attracted the attention of many people around, and everyone turned to Rude. Peng Jun now is completely different from the one he was last night. If anyone has seen the Peng Jun from last night, it would be hard to imagine that the Peng Jun who was furious at this moment is the same person. Maple Feather City? After Peng Jun's angry scolding, the eyes around him were stunned at first, and then quickly turned to disdain, ridicule, and provocation. Did I hear correctly? Fengyu City? People from Fengyu City actually have the nerve to come to the secret training camp? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. The name Fengyu City sounds so funny, I can't help but laugh out loud. Fengyu City? I remember that among the first 10 people eliminated last year, 8 were from Fengyu City. You remembered it wrongly, didn't you? 9 of the first 10 people eliminated were from Fengyu City. Ha ha ha. Why did Instructor Peng suddenly get angry? What were they talking about? Idiot. Didn't you hear me? Fengyu City is acting like a big shot. The mayor and deputy mayor didn't show up, so they just picked someone else to take their place as the city representative. Instructor Peng is, of course, furious. Fengyu City still dares to act like a big shot? What's going on with Fengyu City? Their image in Tianjin province is already bad, and now they're doing this. They're simply asking for trouble. That's right. Instructor Peng scolded well. I heard from a friend from the previous term that the city representatives from Fengyu City weren't even from the mayor's office. They were just random people. It's not just the last term. The past 3 or 4 terms have all been filled with random people. The mayor hasn't shown up in the past few years. Oh, that means the mayor is starting to give up. Almost. I think the city is almost finished. This city representative is such a wimp. He didn't even dare to talk back after being scolded like that by Instructor Peng. Yeah, they've insulted their mayor, and they don't even dare to talk back. Hey, I think Fingyu City is just a bunch of cowards, but there's nothing we can do about their weakness. I didn't expect to see such a good show so early in the morning. After being scolded in public by Peng Jun, Rude's face suddenly turned ashen and gloomy as ink. When Pei Sun saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat and he stopped involuntarily, his eyes fixed on Rude. Others might not know, but Pei Sun knew Lude's temper very well. When they first met more than 10 days ago, Lude's sinister eyes left a deep shadow on Pei Sun. Rude is famous for holding grudges, but I don't know if he will choose to continue to endure it at this moment. Rude's face became increasingly gloomy, as if blood would bleed out in the next second. At this moment, a strong hand rested on Rude's shoulder. Duan Huanru took 2 light steps and walked in front of Rude. He said gently, "I'm sorry, instructor. The mayor of Fingyu City couldn't come due to something, so we sent a few of our representatives to complete this intensive training. We are teachers from Fingyu City High School. These 3 are all special grade teachers in Fingyu City." After hearing Duan Huanru's words, Peng Jun frowned slightly, scratched his ears with one hand, and looked full of contempt. However, watching Duan Huanru's tone, Peng Jun managed to suppress his anger slightly. Although he was not well educated and did not understand the difference between a teacher and a special teacher, Duan Huanru's tone was clearly not as aggressive as before. "These 3 are our Fingyu City's special teachers." Duan Huanru continued to explain to Peng Jun in the tone of a subordinate, and at the same time took a few steps back and made a gesture to signal Peng Jun to look at Teacher Qi, Teacher Jiang, and Lu De behind him. Peng Jun then turned his gaze to Teacher Qi, Teacher Jiang, and finally to Lu De. "You don't accept it?" Seeing Rude's gloomy eyes, Peng Jun's originally relaxed brows suddenly frowned. Seeing the situation, Duan Huanru quickly reached out to stop Rude and said with an apologetic smile, "Instructor, he is." "Did I ask you to speak?" Peng Jun interrupted Duan Huanru rudely, and his contemptuous eyes fell on Rude again. It wasn't just a scolding. Peng Jun stared at Rude for a few seconds, then stood up and walked towards Rude. Seeing this situation, the smile on Duan Huanru's face suddenly faded a little, and a hint of imperceptible hostility appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a tall and straight-figured man in military uniform with cold eyes appeared beside Peng Jun without warning. Peng Jun saw this and lost all his momentum. He lowered his head slightly and said, "Captain Yu, you're here." Pei Sun observed Peng Jun's sudden restraint of his aura and the way he addressed the visitor. He was stunned and turned his gaze to the man. The 2 men's uniforms were almost identical, and Pei Sun could only identify their identities by the rank badges on their shoulders. The instructors who registered the students all had 2 bars and 2 stars on their shoulder straps. Peng Jun's shoulder badges were 2 bars and 3 stars, while the visitors' shoulder badges had no bars, only golden branches and leaves and a golden star. Pei Sun had some knowledge of military ranks and immediately understood that these 3 ranks represented lieutenant colonel, colonel, and major general respectively. No wonder Peng Jun is so respectful to this Captain Yu. There is a huge gap between a major officer and a general, not to mention that there is a senior colonel between a colonel and a major general. Looking at Captain Yu's face, Pei Sun couldn't help but be shocked. This man looks to be in his early 30s, 40 at most, yet he already holds the rank of major general. Yu Hongji waved his hand to signal Peng Jun not to speak. Peng Jun immediately stood up straight and stared at Rude expressionlessly. "Are you the city representatives of Fingyu City?" Yu Hongji asked calmly with his hands behind his back. "Yes, the 4 of us." Duan Huanru nodded and pointed at Teacher Qi and Teacher Jiang. "Why didn't the mayor and deputy mayor of Fingyu City come?" Yu Hongji continued to ask. "I don't know. We also received the notice at the last minute." Duan Huanru shook his head and said frankly. After all, he hadn't initially thought that he, Rude, and 2 other special teachers would lead the team here. He originally thought that Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao would lead the team personally. Yu Hongji narrowed his eyes slightly, and a few gleams flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say it. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and register, don't block the door." Yu Hongji glanced at the people in charge of registration next to him and said slowly. Although it had only been about 2 minutes since Peng Jun started provoking Rude, the street entrance was already packed with people. Oh well. The 4 people over there immediately continued to get busy. "Don't just watch the fun, disperse and make way," Yu Hongji shouted to the onlookers again. The candidates who were watching the fun immediately began to disperse. After saying that, Yu Hongji took a few steps forward and came in front of Duan Huanru. "Is there a guy named Pei Sun in your class?" He narrowed his eyes and his voice became much deeper. When Duan Huanru heard this question, he was stunned on the spot, a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he took a step back involuntarily. Pei Sun, who was about to turn around and leave, stopped unconsciously when he heard this. "There is a classmate named Pei Sun. Do you have anything to do with him?" Although Duan Huanru didn't understand why Yu Hongji mentioned Pei Sun, considering the other party's identity, he could only answer obediently. "Oh, okay, that's fine." After getting the answer he wanted, Yu Hongji pinched his wrist, indicating that Duan Huanru could leave. Behind Duan Huanru, Lu Di, Teacher Qi and Teacher Jiang all looked confused, not understanding why Yu Hongji suddenly mentioned Pei Sun. Sun. Then, in the astonished eyes of several people, Yu Hongji turned and left the training ground. Zhuang Yushi, who was beside Pei Sun, also heard someone mention his name and turned to look at Pei Sun in confusion. Pei Sun himself had no idea what was going on and could only spread his hands helplessly. After completing the registration, Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi walked to the back of the training ground together. Looking back, they saw that there were already about 150 people there. The students who had already registered at the back were very casual. Since there were no chairs, everyone just sat on the ground. Pei Sun didn't think much about it and just found an open place to sit down. "You, can't you be a little cleaner?" Zhuang Yushi couldn't help but scold him when she saw him sitting directly on the ground. Pei Sun smiled slightly, reached out and grabbed a handful of dirt and smiled at Zhuang Yushi. "Didn't you have military training in high school? You didn't have military training in junior high or high school? Military training? What is that?" Zhuang Yushi asked in confusion. Pei Sun paused. It seemed that the schools here had no habit of military training at all. In his previous life, military training was essential in junior high school, and even college. During military training, not only are clothes and pants getting dirty, even rolling in the mud is normal. Pei Sun felt that this secret training was definitely no less torturous than the military training in his previous life. Moreover, Lude had previously reminded him, "It's hard to explain this to you, but you'll understand in a moment. Are you sure?" Zhuang Yushi could only shake her head helplessly when she heard Pei Sun's relaxed demeanor. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. "Hey, bro, which city are you from?" Pei Sun was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the person who spoke. The man was about the same age as him, with ordinary looks. Like Duan Huanru, he was the type who would be ignored at first glance in a crowd. At this moment, he was staring at Pei Sun with excitement, obviously very interested in his hometown. Pei Sun did not respond, and the man continued. "Brother, my name is Xiao Yanma, and I'm from Kongqing City. Let's be friends, and we can look after each other when we have missions in the future." Seeing that Pei Sun was hesitant to speak, Xiao Yanma became even more excited and appeared very optimistic and cheerful. In contrast, Pei Sun is not that outgoing and rarely takes the initiative to talk to others unless he has to or under special circumstances. I'm from Fengyu City." Pei Sun hesitated for a moment and wanted to give his name, but in the end he only said his city. Maple Feather City? When Xiao Yanma heard the name, he was stunned on the spot, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Pei Sun immediately caught the slight change and nodded without changing his expression. A look of surprise appeared on Xiao Yanma's face. Just as he opened his mouth to continue speaking, several voices suddenly came from the side. "What? From Fengyu City? I thought I heard someone say he's from Fengyu City?" Look, they caught a guy who admitted to being from Fengyu City. "Good fellow, you actually dare to admit that you're from Fengyu City? Will you be targeted badly later?" "Oh, this kid has delicate skin, and he actually admitted that he's from Fengyu City? Ah, I can only wish him good luck. What a rare breed. Didn't your city's representatives tell you to hide like rats when you participate in the secret training camp? Didn't they tell you that Fengyu City is the lowest and most humble existence in Tianjin province? Ha ha ha. Since this guy is from Fengyu City, then the girl next to him should also be from Fengyu City, right? Hee hee, the girl from Fengyu City is pretty good looking. This girl is really pretty. It's a pity that she only came here with a quota from Fengyu City." "Xiao Yanma, you can't even find your teammates, and yet you actually found someone from Fengyu City? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Xiao Yanma just went to look for my friend, and after being rejected by my friend, he actually ran off to look for someone from Fengyu City. But there's nothing we can do. This guy is an S-rank piece of crap. I have no idea how he got a spot in their city. How else can they get it? That means their city isn't that great, probably about the same as Fengyu City. Otherwise, why would they look for someone from Fengyu City? You're right, ha ha ha." Amidst the mocking voices of the crowd, Pei Sun's expression kept changing as he felt uncomfortable with the gazes he was receiving. In the end, Pei Sun finally understood why these people laughed at him and that guy named Xiao Yanma. He had long anticipated that bearing the name of Fengyu City would be viewed with tinted glasses and would suffer some degree of discrimination from people in other cities, but he did not expect it to be to such a serious extent. And there is Xiao Yanma. Zhuang Yushi seemed to have mentioned all the cities participating in this secret training before. If Pei Sun remembered correctly, Kongqing City was the worst off city besides Fengyu City. No wonder Xiao Yanma was anxious to find help right away. This is the situation. According to these people, Xiao Yanma has an S-level talent, so the situation in their city is indeed a bit miserable. Although Fengyu City also has S-level talents, that is Fang Shixian, who was brought up entirely by Chu Chuheng. Even if there are a few more spots in the future, they will all be SS-level talents. Thinking of this, Pei Sun felt that Fengyu City was not as bad as the outside world said. After all, even if he, Chu Chuheng, the two dark horses, and Fang Shixian, the mixed-up guy, were not there this time, the 10 places in Fengyu City would not have been taken away by S-level professionals. There are only a few true SSS-level talents in Fengyu City. Besides him, there are Gu Xinxiang, Pei Tian,
and Chaoruwashi. Chu Chuang never mentioned his talent level, but Pei Sun had fought with him before, so he probably also had SS level talent. Just as Pei Sun was about to respond, he suddenly remembered something and turned his gaze to Xiao Yanma. Xiao Yanma became the focus of everyone's attention at this moment. His head was hot and he didn't know what to say. His eyes flickered at everyone with complicated expressions and then turned to Pei Sun. This time, there was a hint of surprise in his gaze towards Pei Sun. Pei Sun didn't speak immediately, just wanting to see Xiao Yanma's reaction. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiao Yanma, who was sitting on the ground, clasped his hands tightly together and said to Pei Sun with a nervous tone, Then are you willing to team up with me? There are many tasks coming up that can only be completed by teaming up. Pei Sun smiled slightly. They say you're an S-rank talent? Then give me a reason why I should team up with you? Otherwise, can't I team up with someone from our city? If Xiao Yanma could put aside the outside world's views and sincerely wanted to team up with Pei Sun would not be unable to accept it. After all, in this secret training in another world, it is better to have one more friend than one less. When Xiao Yanma heard Pei Sun's first words, her cheeks flushed instantly, but as he finished the next two sentences, Xiao Yanma's face immediately glowed with excitement again. Some of the following missions are not allowed to be teamed up with members from the same city. They must be completed by cross-city teams. The reason I'm valuable is because my cousin participated in the previous Tianjing province secret training camp. I'm very familiar with the subsequent procedures. After hearing this, Pei Sun's eyes suddenly lit up. If what he said was true, this news was quite useful. Okay, Kongqing City, right. Then we'll have a chance to meet in the future. Pei Sun nodded. Pei Sun's approval brought a joyful smile to Xiao Yanma's face. What's your name? How should I address you? We won't be separated today. We won't be leaving the shelter to complete our mission until tomorrow. So compared to the next 30 days, today might be the easiest day. At least there's no danger to our lives. My name is Pei Sun. You can call me whatever you want. After saying that, Pei Sun began to think about Xiao Yanma's words. Since we are leaving the shelter tomorrow, today is indeed the most peaceful moment in this period. Then I'll call you Brother Sun, Xiao Yanma said excitedly, unable to contain his inner excitement. Just then, a shrill sound came from the side. Look at him. He's so happy. He's like he found a treasure just by finding a piece of trash from Fengyu City. A shrill, piercing voice echoed from the crowd, accompanied by a burst of shrill laughter, as if someone had found some fun. The speaker was a thin boy with a sly look in his eyes, gesturing with exaggerated gestures as he spoke. It's just trash with trash. I still say that if I run into this kind of stuff when I leave the shelter later, I'll just kill them like alien spirits. Look at them, they're both as skinny as bamboo poles. Then another voice sounded, coming from a burly boy with a look of disdain on his face. The corners of his mouth raised slightly to reveal a hint of mocking sneer, and his tone was full of arrogance, as if S-level talents were not even worthy of wiping feet in his eyes. He's just an S-rank piece of crap. What else do you want? He's lucky to have found a partner. Besides, isn't it reasonable for a guy from Maple Feather City to partner with him? I can't think of anyone else who would work with him. The speaker was a fashionably dressed girl who played with her hair while speaking contemptuously, exuding an air of disgust. Pei Sun didn't react much when he heard these taunts. After all, he was already used to it. But after hearing this, Xiao Yanma's face suddenly turned red. It was clearly a normal cooperative exchange, but he was so upset by these contemptuous gazes that he was criticized to the point of being completely destroyed. He even dared not look them in the eye again. Just then, a loud voice came from the front, which helped Xiao Yanma out of the predicament. All 170 contestants have registered. Everyone, please stand. Line up by city, 17 rows in total. Those who fail to complete the task within 1 minute will be penalized. Still sitting? You're sitting here so early in the morning. Are you really that tired? Aren't you afraid of your butt getting bruised? Pei Sun slowly raised his head and saw that the 4 people who helped with the registration were walking out, leaving Peng Jun alone, shouting orders. After saying these words, Peng Jun raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and he seemed to enjoy the feeling of control. Pei Sun looked back at Xiao Yanma, who was in a daze beside him, patted him on the shoulder gently, showing a serious expression, then stood up and took Zhuang Yushi to find their team. With more than 100 people moving at the same time, the scene suddenly became a little chaotic. But Pei Sun quickly brought Zhuang Yushi to find Chu Chuhong and the others. Shi Shiyun stood at the front of the team, followed by He Guan, Lu Zhe, and others. When Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi arrived, there were already quite a few people standing in front of them, so they could only stand at the end of the line. Within a few breaths, Pei Tian, Chaoruwashi, Gu Xinxiong, and others also rushed over and stood behind Pei Sun. Stop! Don't move! As the full minute ended, Peng Jun's angry roar suddenly rang out in front. Although the sound carried a strong supernatural power and quickly spread throughout the entire training ground, some people were still running around in a panic, and a few people even started quarreling for no apparent reason. Peng Jun frowned, his face showing obvious displeasure, and a cold silver light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, everyone at the scene froze and couldn't move, including Pei Sun. No one could move it even a little bit
bit even if they tried their best.
Pei Sun's pupils suddenly dilated and his heart was filled with doubts. This was the first time he encountered such a domineering power.
I said, no one is allowed to move. Are you guys hard of hearing?
Peng Joon's loud voice rang out again, this time with a bit more impatience in his tone, and his expression became much more serious. Pei Sun then realized that he was unable to move because Peng Joon had used some method.
He couldn't help but be shocked by Peng Joon's domineering approach. Is this the power of space? Or the power of time? Although Peng Joon didn't make any move, he was able to make everyone unable to move in an instant.
What's even more exaggerated is that it wasn't just him, everyone at the scene was imprisoned.
A few cold glances flashed in Peng Joon's eyes, and he quickly walked through the crowd and headed straight for the target he was looking for. On the way, he even patted a few people on the shoulders. Pei Sun noticed that those who were patted had not yet lined up. It wasn't until Peng Joon walked to the area behind Pei Sun and didn't pat his shoulder that it was proven that their team was complete. After entering a slightly chaotic area, Peng Joon stopped, and the silver light flashed in his eyes again. Suddenly everyone was able to move freely.
Despite being imprisoned for a long time, Pei Sun did not feel uncomfortable. He just turned around to see what the instructor was going to do next, and at the same time noticed that the people next to him were the ones who had been making noise just now.
Not only Pei Sun, many people also turned around, curious about how Peng Joon would deal with those noisemakers. Stop making noise, don't even think about moving this morning. Peng Joon first glanced at the onlookers, then his eyes fell on the noisy few people. What are you arguing about? Didn't you hear what I just said?
He put his hands on his hips, his tone full of dissatisfaction and severity. As soon as he finished speaking, those people all lowered their heads and no one said a word. Seeing this, Peng Joon frowned even tighter and continued to scold.
You were arguing so fiercely just now, and now you're all mute? You won't talk anymore? No one responded.
Peng Joon rolled his eyes helplessly and walked up to a boy wearing glasses and asked,
Did you hear what I just said?
The man with glasses raised his head slightly, and when he saw that Peng Joon was asking him a question, he replied quietly, I heard it. Before he could finish his words, Peng Joon made a shut-up gesture and turned to walk to the next person.
Did you hear that?
I heard it, but, again, he was interrupted before he could finish his words.
The same thing happened to the next few people.
As soon as they said I heard it, Peng Joon interrupted them directly.
Okay, you guys stand in the back.
After asking around, Peng Joon said lightly, pointing to the back wall.
The few people didn't dare to talk back and walked over obediently. Then, Peng Joon turned around and said as he walked,
Those of you who I tapped on the shoulder just now, please stand back.
I'm going to count to tens. If you can't make it within 10, you will bear the consequences. 1, 2.
His voice echoed in the air. Upon hearing this, those who were tapped on the shoulders immediately ran back in a hurry, fearing that they would miss the time.
90.
The 10 numbers were counted quickly. Peng Joon let out a long breath, put his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, and seemed to be in deep thought. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and sat down again. This time, Peng Joon's pace slowed down significantly, and he walked leisurely, as if he had some thoughts in his mind. When he reached Pei Sun, Peng Joon stopped abruptly. Pei Sun was stunned for a moment, his heart skipped a beat, and he panicked.
Bro, are you remembering correctly? You didn't take a picture of me just now. I was already standing in the queue.
Suddenly, a loud slapping sound suddenly rang in Pei Sun's ears. Pei Sun shuddered, his eyes slanting to the side. Peng Joon slapped the man next to him on the shoulder, staring at him with a sharp gaze, and asked in a deep voice,
Didn't I just take a picture of you? The man's pupils suddenly dilated, and he couldn't stand steadily after being hit by Peng Joon.
His whole body began to tremble slightly.
You. Peng Joon slowly frowned. The man stammered and couldn't explain clearly. Peng Joon was too lazy to waste words and said, I didn't wrong you, did I? Go to the back and stand with them.
Peng Joon waved his hand behind him, pointing at the people who had just quarreled.
The man's face flushed red, and he didn't dare to refute. He obediently followed Peng Joon's instructions and walked to the back.
Maybe it was just his personality that made him panic when his lie was exposed, or maybe he was frightened by the oppressive feeling from Peng Joon and dared not lie again.
Only after all those names stood at the back did Peng Joon nod.
He looked around, and those who met his eyes shuddered, because Peng Joon's cold and sharp eyes are really creepy, as if you make a mistake, you will be punished in the next second. This is our first meeting, and I was hoping to leave a good impression, but you didn't give me a good impression. So, I'll take this opportunity for everyone to get to know me.
I just want to say one thing.
I hope everyone will follow instructions and obey orders in the next month. After saying that, Peng Joon walked towards the group of people at the back. Everyone's eyes gradually became filled with curiosity, wondering how Peng Joon would punish them. Peng Joon put his hands in his pockets and walked to the back and stopped.
Listen carefully. Stand still in military posture. Don't move. If you can hold still for 30 minutes, you'll be considered complete.
After saying that, he walked up to the people who had just quarreled.
The same goes for you guys.
Don't move, but you have to finish it standing upside down. When Pei Sun heard this, he was immediately stunned.
Standing at attention? Although it was tiring, using it as a punishment wasn't wasn't that cruel or inhumane.
In his previous life, when he was in school undergoing military training, the instructors made them stand at attention for at least half an hour.
At most you will sweat a little and feel a little tired, but you will recover in a few days. Not to mention these professionals with outstanding physical strength. I guess standing for a few hours wouldn't be a problem. After hearing this, the group of people showed surprised expressions. Obviously, this was the first time they heard the word military posture and they had no idea what it meant.
Pang Jun didn't get angry, but patiently explained, it means standing straight, not moving, and not using supernatural powers.
The group nodded thoughtfully, then stood still and looked up at Pang Jun seriously. Seeing this scene, Pei Sun couldn't help but widen his eyes. How can this be called standing at attention?
His hands were on his thighs, and his fingers were almost clenched into fists. Some of them tilted their heads and stretched their necks like turtles. Just when Pei Sun thought that the instructor would scold them harshly, he didn't expect that he would just stand there and stare at everyone without any change in expression.
Is this military posture accepted just like that? Pei Sun was stunned. If I get to experience this project myself next, can't I treat it casually?
However, just as Pei Sun was immersed in these fantasies, a slapping sound suddenly rang out again. Before Pei Sun could react, a classmate's face suddenly changed drastically and he was knocked flying.
Pei Sun's eyes suddenly widened.
Even though he hadn't seen the instructor make a move, the student was flung flying. Who had made that violent, shredding sound, as if the air were instantly being torn apart?
I told you not to move, and you moved your fingers. Pang Jun's voice sounded leisurely, with an unquestionable calmness. Pei Sun was stunned.
It turned out that the instructor was the first to attack, but this movement was too fast. Although his attention was not on the instructor and the student just now, from the corner of his eye, they were clearly motionless. But less than 2 seconds after Pang Jun finished speaking, several crisp pop sounds suddenly rang out. I saw 2 guys standing upside down. I don't know what they did to make Pang Jun unhappy, and they were instantly knocked away by an invisible and terrifying force. The 2 people who were knocked away fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The onlookers were all stunned. I didn't expect Pang Jun to be so decisive and ruthless.
Patience, this is a lesson you must learn.
At this moment, Pang Jun's voice sounded like the whisper of a devil in everyone's ears, which was chilling.
Your breathing has become a little heavy.
Pang Jun suddenly appeared in front of a guy standing upside down like a ghost. This time there was finally some sign, and Pei Sun immediately locked his sights on the person who was about to become the target. Pang Jun stared at him with sharp eyes, and the next second, Pei Sun's eyes widened. There was clearly a few centimeters between the two of them, but Pang Jun didn't make a move, and the guy was knocked away out of thin air.
Is it a space elemental mage? Pei Sun's heart tightened.
Ever since Duan Huanru appeared, the space elemental mage has played a very important role in his heart.
This power is truly strange and unpredictable.
Even with an army of millions of undead, he didn't know how to deal with such an opponent on the battlefield. As several people were inexplicably blown away, the remaining people became more and more nervous.
Well,
the instructor's ruthlessness was beyond his imagination.
No wonder there are no requirements for military posture. It turns out the key is that you must not move.
If he moved his fingers or breathed a little harder, he could be sent flying. If it were him, he would feel like he could fly away at any moment. Another series of flying sounds were heard. The people around were blown away one after another, and the remaining people revealed their flaws due to nervousness. After being quickly discovered by Pang Jun, they were immediately knocked away.
You're not doing a handstand. Why are your thighs twitching?
Pang Jun walked up to a strong-looking boy, his tone full of disdain. The sturdy boy's face suddenly changed, and before he could react, he was blown away by an inexplicable force. At this point, only 4 were left out of the more than 30 punished people. 1 is standing upside down, and 3 are standing. The 3 standing ones were fine, and Pei Sun couldn't help but admire the guy who was standing upside down. Although he didn't pay much attention, Pang Jun was obviously staring at him. It is indeed not easy to stay in a handstand position for such a long time without moving.
Time passed minute by minute, and the onlookers held their breath nervously, as if they were also brought into this test.
Of course, they also knew that they might be the next to be punished. I thought this group of people would be able to hold on for more than 20 minutes and then breathe a sigh of relief, but I didn't expect that in less than 10 minutes, Pang Jun started to make trouble again. He walked up to the boy who was standing upside down, held his chin with one hand, and asked with a hint of amusement,
"What were you arguing about just now? With so few people, can't you find the whole city? If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm listening."
However, the boy standing upside down was not moved at all, as if he had not heard anything. He looked firmly ahead, and his whole body exuded an aura of stability like a rock.
"Hey, you can move when I ask you questions. There's no need to be so nervous."
The boy then turned his head slightly to look at Pang Jun, but quickly shifted his gaze back to the front and said softly as if talking to himself,
"I didn't want to be the first one, but they forced me to be the first one." "Oh, you're quite introverted, then." Pang Jun's face lit up with interest when he heard this, and he immediately asked, "Do you mean you all know those people? Did the argument break out because no one wanted to be the first to speak out?"
When the boy answered Pang Jun, Jun, his breath was not disordered at all, and his breathing rhythm was steady and orderly. Being able to remain so calm while doing a handstand is indeed not easy, and a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction appeared in Peng Jun's eyes. When Pei Sun heard this reason, he couldn't help but laugh to himself. After the conversation, Peng Jun walked up to the three boys, paced and looked at them for a few minutes, cleared his throat and said,
"Okay, no need to stand."
Hearing this, the three boys and the man who had just been doing a handstand froze in shock, their eyes rolling around in their sockets, as if they were secretly observing each other to see if they would make any moves. Seeing that no one else had moved, no one dared to relax first. Seeing this, Peng Jun looked helpless.
"You all want to stand, right? Then why not try standing for a day?"
Seeing that he was serious and not joking, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief and began to move their hands and feet. Peng Jun walked up to the guy who had just done a handstand and asked with admiration,
"Zhao Chuhen. Oh, I seem to have some impression. Was it the last batch to register?" Zhao Chuhen nodded and said, "Yes, my friends and I came quite late."
"Oh, why are you so late? You're such a young man, you should be more efficient.
"Come earlier next time," Peng Jun muttered as he returned to the three boys and said, "Your stamina and endurance are pretty good. Let's get back to the team."
After the voice fell, the four of them returned to their respective teams. Zhao Chuhan returned to the last position in their city queue as he wished, but Pei Sun looked at his expression and felt something was strange.
"Everyone, don't be nervous. Relax. I'm a very kind person. As long as you follow our instructor's instructions and complete the tasks, you will all be able to successfully complete this secret training. This is what we want to see most."
Peng Jun walked to the front with a smile and said in a kind voice. If Pei Sun had not witnessed him scolding Lu Di and the others and punishing those students, he would have been fooled by his smile.
"Okay, enough nonsense. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Peng Jun, and you can just call me Instructor Peng.
I declare that the training at the Tianjin Province Secret Training Camp has officially begun." As soon as he finished speaking, Peng Jun's expression immediately returned to its previous seriousness.
"Now, all 170 of you, hide your superpowers. I don't want to see anyone using them during training today. If I catch anyone secretly using them, they'll have to stand at attention all day."
At this moment, most of the more than 20 people who were knocked away by Peng Jun were still lying on the ground, with painful expressions on their faces and holding their stomachs.
It was obvious that they had not recovered yet. Peng Jun noticed this and shouted from a distance, "Be careful, the ground is dirty, don't sleep on it. Stand up."
Hearing this, those people were about to cry out of grievance, but they did not dare to disobey and stood up reluctantly. Peng Jun had hit them very hard just now, and no one knew how much strength he had used. They were now feeling uncomfortable all over, as if paralyzed. They stood up tremblingly, their bodies shaky, and they were either holding onto the wall or grabbing others.
They looked horrible. "Don't squat too much.
Squatting too much will only make you feel worse.
Stand for a while and you'll feel better."
After saying this, Peng Jun put his hands behind his back and said in a loud voice,
"Now, everyone, stand at attention for 1 hour. Unlike before, you can make some small movements this time, but it's best not to let me see you. Also, the posture must be standard.
I'll demonstrate it right now, so everyone watch carefully.
This is just a one-time demonstration. If you don't do it right afterwards, you will be responsible for the consequences."
Peng Jun moved the hat on his head, with the brim facing forward, and then began to adjust his body. Put your heels together, toes about 60 degrees apart, legs straight, knees pushed back. During the demonstration, Peng Jun's expression suddenly turned serious, as if he had changed his soul, and no trace of playfulness or laughter left his face.
In that moment, Pei Sun fatally sensed the sharp murderous aura emanating from him. "Pull your hips back and tilt your pelvis backward.
Keep your head straight, look straight ahead, arms close to your waist and legs, and palms in close contact with your thighs." It took Peng Jun about 20 seconds to strike the most standard military posture. Pei Sun looked at it and couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. This posture is exactly the same as the military posture he learned in his previous life.
He looks particularly energetic and full of momentum.
A minute later, Peng Junkai slowly exhaled, relaxed his whole body, and said,
"Okay, the demonstration is over. From now on, you will stand as I instructed. For the first 10 minutes, I will teach you how to stand and point out any problems you have. If you make the same mistakes in the next 50 minutes, you know what I mean.
The person who was injured just now will rest for 5 minutes, and then we can start again in 5 minutes." Pei Sun looked at Peng Jun's military posture and couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration in his heart.
He stood at attention, his entire body practically motionless.
Pei Sun looked at his hands, then his eyes, but couldn't find a single flaw. Peng Jun's face seemed as hard as stone, and Pei Sun even felt like he wasn't breathing at all. Just as Pei Sun and the others were about to start, a complaint suddenly came from behind.
"What's the point of 5 minutes of rest? You hit us with such force, and now I can't even stand. 5 minutes is not enough." Although the sound was not loud, it reached Peng Jun's ears clearly. Peng Jun's expression remained calm as he followed the voice to find the speaker.
The next second, he flashed and appeared in front of the complainer. Pei Sun was shocked. If it was the instant body crystal that teleported, teleported, there wouldn't be any fluctuations in supernatural powers when it was used. However, when Pang Jun disappeared, there were slight fluctuations in supernatural powers around him. It was obvious that he relied on his own professional ability to teleport. Could he really be a space element mage? Pang Jun appeared in front of the complainer like a ghost. The man's pupils suddenly dilated and his face was full of disbelief. He obviously did not expect such a thing to happen. You are Yu Beishing? A look of surprise flashed across Yu Beishing's face. He was so nervous that he almost lost control. He didn't understand why Pang Jun knew his name. Don't be nervous. I've looked at your profile before, and your personality seems a little different from what's written there. Pang Jun said this, reaching out and patting Yu Beishing on the shoulder. Yu Beishing forced a few smiles and explained weakly, "No, Instructor Pang, I wanted to say." Before he could finish his words, Pang Jun suddenly showed an unsettling smile on his face, and Yu Beishing's words immediately stopped. Immediately afterwards, a strange scene happened. The smile on Yu Beishing's face suddenly froze, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, and his whole expression changed drastically. Payson frowned, not understanding what was wrong with this guy and why there was suddenly a hint of fear on his face. Apart from Pang Jun, there doesn't seem to be anything scary. Even though Pang Jun's punishment methods are frightening, he shouldn't show such a panic expression. Payson stared at Yu Beishing intently, only to see his expression become more and more terrifying, as if there was really an evil ghost in front of him. His pupils kept dilating, and more bloodshot were visible to the naked eye. Who? In the silence where you could hear a pin drop, the slow and difficult breathing was particularly obvious. Payson couldn't help but frown at Yu Beishing's expression. Something was clearly off about this guy, his chest rippling with strange movements. While he might be extremely nervous, he wasn't completely out of control. It's like being suppressed by some invisible force and unable to breathe. Thinking of this, Payson's pupils suddenly dilated. This guy, was he really subjected to some invisible punishment by Pang Jun? Payson glanced at Pang Jun doubtfully, only to see a dry, nonchalant smile on his face. As time ticked by, Yu Beishing's breathing grew heavier, his face frozen in eternal terror. For some reason, he couldn't utter a single word. The more Payson watched, the more he felt something was amiss. This guy's breathing rate was vastly different from a normal person's. Judging by his current wheezing, he was only breathing 20 to 30 times a minute, completely inconsistent with a normal breathing rhythm. What was even more terrifying was that his chest was rising and falling so violently that he almost became a skinny skeleton when he inhaled, and the bones around his waist were extremely tight. It makes people feel that he will die in the next second. At this moment, more and more people noticed something was wrong, and expressions of confusion and fear appeared on their faces. Although no one understood what had happened, seeing Yu Beishing like this, a chill ran down their spines. 5 minutes. Do you know what 5 minutes means when you're in another world and facing danger? Forget 5 minutes, even 5 seconds, when you're being chased by alien spirits with no way to escape. Those 5 seconds can be your lifeline. You don't know how to appreciate what you have, and you're still complaining about it. If you guys had ever experienced life in another world, you would never say such stupid things. Pang Jun's face had become so gloomy that it looked as if blood was about to drip out. I hope no one dares to talk back to the instructor from now on. Otherwise, I have countless ways to make you suffer. The tense atmosphere lasted for nearly half a minute. As Pang Jun finished speaking, Yu Beishing, who was bound, seemed to be suddenly freed from the shackles and began to breathe heavily. Everyone was still immersed in Pang Jun's words, but when they heard Yu Beishing's heavy breathing, their eyes focused on him again. At this moment, Yu Beishing seemed to be unsealed, breathing in the fresh air without any scruples, with an expression of having escaped death, which made everyone puzzled. Payson first looked at Pang Jun, then turned to stare at Yu Beishing, thinking to himself that there was no doubt that Pang Jun had used some method to produce this effect. Just now, Yu Beishing's breathing rate was as low as more than 20 times per minute. In this situation, even a top professional could not last for a few minutes. What ability did Pang Jun use? Although the various abilities he had demonstrated before looked like those of a space elemental mage, a space elemental mage could definitely not do what he just did. Could he be a time elemental mage? Thinking of this, Payson's pupils shrank a little involuntarily. The time element and the space element are as rare as the light and darkness elements. These 4 elements all have immeasurable development potential. He didn't expect to encounter them all. Gu Xinqiang of the light element, Duan Huanru of the space element, him of the dark element, and Pang Jun of the time element. It seems that Pang Jun is also a professional with SSS level talent. I believe everyone already knows my profession and talents, so in order for us to get along well in the next month, I also hope that this situation will not happen again in the future. At this moment, Pang Jun's back looked as frightening as a villain in everyone's eyes. Having said that, who can guarantee not to make mistakes during training? If you make a mistake, you will have to suffer this kind of punishment. Everyone suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as if they had already foreseen the difficult days in the next month. Okay, the unpleasant episode is over. Now everyone, follow my instructions and start standing at attention. Pang Jun's tone suddenly changed. He walked to the front and turned his head sharply sharply, scanning the more than 100 students with his eyes like a knife. As Peng Joon walked away, Yu Beixing, whose brain was dizzy due to lack of oxygen, finally couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the aftereffects of his labored breathing surged into Yu Beixing's heart. He felt the world spinning, his brain growing, increasingly dizzy, and his eyelids nearly closing. The next moment, completely unable to hold on, he lost consciousness and passed out. Just as someone was about to help him, Peng Joon's thunderous voice rang out again. Who dares to help him? As soon as these words were spoken, the people around Yu Beixing were stunned and did not dare to move at all, staring at Peng Joon in horror. I want to see if those tough-talking people can hold their own at the critical moment. Anyone who dares to help him will suffer even worse consequences than him. When everyone heard this, panic suddenly appeared on their faces. Although only a few minutes had passed, Peng Joon's image in their minds was refreshed over and over again. Relying on his experience from his previous life, Pei Sun stood straight, with his head held high and his chest puffed out, his posture very standard, while secretly speculating about Peng Joon's abilities. Judging from Yu Beixing's performance just now, Peng Joon is very likely to have used his ability to slow down time, causing Yu Beixing's breathing rate to drop suddenly, and a small area around him was also affected by the slowing down of time. Otherwise, there is no way to explain what happened just now. Following Peng Joon's stern gaze, everyone could only stand at attention. Peng Joon's patrolled among them, giving them reminders from time to time. What's that move you're doing? Didn't you see me demonstrate it just now? What are you doing? Tuck your jaw in slightly, straighten your neck, and look at the shape of your back. Let your arms hang naturally, fingers together. Don't try too hard. Make sure your head, ears, shoulders, hips, and heels are in the same vertical line, and keep your body as stable as possible. Breathing should be even and steady. When he saw some guys doing something extremely abstract, Peng Joon simply walked over, patted the part of the guy's movement that was wrong, and then demonstrated it again. When he walked to Pei Sun's side, Peng Joon's gaze lingered on him for a few more seconds, but there was still no emotion in his eyes. He just stared at Pei Sun. After patrolling around Pei Sun for a while, Peng Joon turned around to instruct other students. What did I just say? Pull your hips back. Who are you showing this to? Tighten your inner thighs and minimize the gap between your legs. Otherwise, how can you maintain your balance? Open your chest slightly forward and upward, and lift your head and chest to look energetic. Focus your eyes and don't look around. After finishing a round of training, Peng Joon walked over to Pei Sun again. Perhaps due to his strong physique as a professional, Pei Sun was able to maintain a standard military posture for a long time without feeling any fatigue. In his previous life, he couldn't stand for even half an hour, let alone an hour. Whenever the instructor wasn't paying attention, he would secretly relax. But now, he didn't need to relax at all, and even felt that standing for another 3 to 5 hours would be no problem. This time, Peng Joon came to Pei Sun's side, his eyes full of unstinting admiration, and he praised. This student stands very well, very standard. Pei Sun didn't dare turn around to see if Peng Joon was talking to him, but judging by the voice, it must be him. Still, he didn't dare relax and could only pretend he hadn't heard. Peng Joon's eyes flashed with admiration, and then he turned and left, shouting, "Don't use your superpowers." After pointing out the mistakes of several people, Peng Joon said, 10 minutes are up, no mistakes allowed. If I catch you, you can go and rest nearby. Peng Joon's tone sounded normal, but everyone felt a chilling chill. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud slapping sound suddenly rang out. Before Peng Joon made a move, another figure was instantly knocked away. Although Pei Sun was standing in the back row, he didn't notice Peng Joon's movements at all. Just like before, he was knocked away without seeing any signs of attack. For a moment, everyone felt a little more fear. Slowing down the flow of time around to the extreme, and then using extremely fast shooting speed or long-range attacks to knock the target away, only this can explain Peng Joon's methods. Pei Sun had previously thought that facing a space mage would be difficult, but now it seemed that even a time mage would be powerless to fight back. I told you to keep your head straight and look straight ahead, but you tilted your head and I don't know what you were looking at? Peng Joon scolded dissatisfiedly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's bodies visibly tensed up. Seeing this change, Peng Joon walked and paid attention, and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head, his face full of displeasure. These students seemed to be trying hard to adjust to the standard posture, but something always felt weird. Their bodies were too tense, which was completely different from the effect he wanted. Of course, this situation is still acceptable. After all, those things he cannot tolerate have already been blasted away by him. Likewise, those who were blown away immediately showed painful expressions and wanted to lie on the ground to rest, but Peng Joon immediately yelled at them to stand and rest. In less than 30 minutes, almost half of the people were blown away. Out of the 170 people, only about 80 are left. Whenever Peng Joon walked in front of Pei Sun, he would always show a look of admiration. In his eyes, Pei Sun's posture was almost perfect, without a single flaw, and he was also extremely calm. He was not like some people who had ADHD and moved around from time to time, with either their mouths twitching or their hands and feet itching, and they had to move a few times. Peng Joon can tolerate the occasional movement. After all, it is a normal physiological reaction, but if the movement continues endlessly, he will kick you you out regardless of whether you have ADHD or not. The main purpose of having you stand at attention is to train your sense of discipline and willpower. When carrying out orders, no matter what the circumstances, you must absolutely obey your superior's instructions and regulate your behavior. At the same time, you must possess a spirit of perseverance and hard work.
Don't pretend you're in pain. I know this kind of training isn't difficult for you. After all, you're all professionals with S rank or higher talents, and your physical fitness far surpasses that of ordinary people. This training focuses on building your endurance. As long as you persevere, there won't be any problems. 25 minutes left.
As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more figures were knocked out and lay on the ground, holding their stomachs, with uncomfortable expressions on their faces. However, there was no expression on Peng Jun's face. Instead, he looked extremely dissatisfied, as if he felt that this punishment was too light for them. With about 10 minutes left, the number of people dropped sharply again, from more than 60 to just over 20. Logically speaking, this action is indeed boring, and most people's minds begin to wander with all kinds of distracting thoughts. They thought that when they came here, they would receive unique and special training and be able to fully demonstrate their abilities. But they hadn't expected it to take so long, just standing there in military posture, unable to move. It might not have been difficult, but it was truly excruciating for them. If they weren't careful, they would incur Peng Jun's wrath and be blasted away in the next second. Peng Jun walked up to Pei Sun again, but this time was different from before. He stood right in front of Pei Sun and looked at him with admiration. Which city are you from? Pei Sun's expression was calm, without a trace of emotion in his eyes, and he answered in a steady tone. Maple Feather City. Upon hearing this name, Peng Jun's expression froze slightly, the admiration in his eyes faded a little, and he showed a look of surprise, and began to search for relevant information in his mind. When the people around Pei Sun heard these 3 words, they were also stunned and looked very surprised. One of them even turned his head slightly and looked at Pei Sun curiously, as if he wanted to see what this person from Fengyu City looked like. But as soon as his eyes fell on Pei Sun, he was knocked away by an invisible force the next second. Peng Jun narrowed his eyes and said, "You're from Fengyu City. You really stand at attention. What's your name?" When he heard the name, Peng Jun's expression froze, and the information he had been searching for in his mind emerged. No wonder he felt that this guy looked familiar. Isn't this the guy with D-level talent? Captain Yu was furious because of him last night. Although Peng Jun didn't show much emotion on the surface, a huge wave had already risen in his heart. If that information was correct, it was indeed shocking to see this guy standing in front of him now. This kid's military posture was quite standard and perfect, but even for the lowest level D-class professionals, it wouldn't be difficult to do this. Peng Jun had them stand at attention mainly to cultivate endurance. This kid stands in military posture very well, which only shows that he has good endurance and a solid foundation. But Peng Jun obviously cannot approve of the idea that he can win one of the 10 places in Fengyu City just by relying on endurance and a good foundation. Peng Jun's expression changed slightly. He didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just said reluctantly, "Good, hold on a little longer." In another world, Bishuan's shelter, in a room on the south side of the street in Area C. Yu Hongji, Su Xiushuan, and a group of unfamiliar people stood in the room. Looking closely, Duan Huanru, Lu Di, Teacher Qi and Teacher Jiang were also in this room. I couldn't help but guess that those strangers should be city representatives sent by various cities. After everyone arrived, Yu Hongji walked to the door and closed it. I've reviewed everyone's profiles in advance, but some faces still look unfamiliar to me. I'd like to ask, are the city representatives from each city the mayor and deputy mayor? There was a hint of confusion on his face, and his expression was completely different from when he was furious last night. Captain Yu, the mayor and deputy mayor of our Mingban city were unable to come, so I am here on their behalf. The mayor and deputy mayor were called away by the deputy governor. A middle-aged man explained to Yu Hongji. Before he finished speaking, Yu Hongji nodded to indicate that he understood. Holy Fang, right? I see. Your mayor has greeted me before. Anything else? Duan Huanru and Rude looked at each other for a few seconds. Then Duan Huanru raised his hand and said, Captain Yu, our Fengyu City's mayor and deputy mayor aren't here this time. We're here to participate in the event as city representatives. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately met with several doubtful and contemptuous glances from all around. Those eyes seemed to say, you are the most backward city in Tianjin province, and the mayor dares not come? Is there anything more important than this important event that concerns the future of the city? However, Yu Hongji just nodded expressionlessly, a hint of sharpness flashed in his deep eyes, and he asked calmly, anything else? The air was silent for a few seconds and no one spoke again. Is it Fengyu City? His gaze fell on Duan Huanru, and there was a lot of coldness in his eyes. You didn't seem to tell me in advance. Although I don't know your specific identity in Fengyu City, your mayor and deputy mayor didn't inform me in advance, right? Duan Huanru's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Didn't Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao tell this person in advance? Isn't that a bit against the rules? Yu Hongji walked up to Duan Huanru, his eyes like torches, sweeping sharply at Duan Huanru and Rude. When his gaze fell on Rude, his heart tightened, and he felt a chill and discomfort. Captain Yu, our mayor only said before he left that he had something to take care of, but he didn't say what it was specifically. We also received the news at the last minute and rushed here as city representatives. Teacher Jiang saw that something was wrong with the situation and hurried to explain. However, after saying this, Yu Hongji's cold expression did not change at all, but his aura became even more gloomy. Seeing this, the other mayors and deputy mayors almost all smiled with gloating joy. Normally, they had always disliked Fingyu City and never took it seriously. Seeing Yu Hongji harshly questioning the Fingyu City representative, they naturally couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. The importance of the provincial secret training camp to each city is self-evident. Almost every mayor has come in person, and those who can't come will notify me in advance. Is your Fingyu City mayor's situation so special? I also heard that your mayor hasn't been here for several years. Could it be that he wants to give up on this city? At the end of his words, the cold light in Yu Hongji's eyes was completely revealed, staring straight into Duan Huanru's eyes. Duan Huanru was stunned by the series of questions. He didn't know whether Mayor Yao had been here before, he was just a temporary substitute. But I don't care about what happened in the past few years, nor do I want to. Since I'm in charge of Tianjing province's secret training camp this year, I must see to it. I hope you, your Fingyu City representative, can give me a reasonable explanation. Yu Hongji's gaze swept over Duan Huanru, Lu Di and the other three in turn, his icy gaze making it nearly impossible for them to look directly at him. Not to mention them, even if Yao Jinshuan were present, he would probably feel a chill. The person in front of me is an officer of the rank of Major General. I don't know how many great achievements he has made, how many honors he has won, and how many strange spirits he has killed to reach his current position. He exuded a murderous aura that made people stay away from him. Every word he spoke was sharp and piercing, striking directly at the heart. For a normal person to be able to talk to Yu Hongji for a few words without softening, it was already considered a good thing. For the first time, Duan Huanru showed a helpless look on his face. He was just a man following orders. He had no idea what to do and could not give any reasonable explanation. Rude, standing by, showed a hint of anger on his face, but due to Yu Hongji's status, he didn't dare to lose his temper. Although he was considered a small emperor in Fingyu City, if Yu Hongji really took action, he would not be able to complain at all. As for Teacher Qi and Teacher Zhang, they just stood there at a loss as to what to do. Everyone in the room focused their attention on these four people, and this scene made them all nervous. At this moment, a particularly dry cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. It's Yu Hongji's cell phone. He paused, pulled out his phone, checked the caller ID, and answered the call. What's wrong? Yu Hongji asked in a heavy tone. The voice on the other end of the phone was so low that no one else could hear what was said. After listening for a few seconds, Yu Hongji's expression froze slightly, as if he had encountered some unexpected situation. Okay, I get it. Send the image over here so I can take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hongji walked towards an open space in the room and waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared out of thin air. The picture is exactly the live scene at the C Street practice field. At this time, the students had just completed the military posture training. Among the 170 people, only a dozen or so remained. The other 150 or so were standing there gasping for breath, as if they had just experienced an extremely physically demanding exercise. In fact, this was all because Peng Jun beat him terribly. Although the screen is not big, it is enough to reflect all 170 people including Peng Jun. After Yu Hongji opened the screen, his eyes moved rapidly, as if he was looking for something, but a hint of mockery appeared in his mind. What does the standard of military posture mean? It just means that the boy has slightly better endurance and learning ability. After all, these are just the most basic requirements to become a qualified professional. Relying on these two alone will not kill the enemy on the battlefield. Seeing Yu Hongji turn on the blue screen, the other mayors around him also showed curiosity and turned their eyes to the screen. After seeing the 170 students on the screen, they all looked for the students representing their cities. After finding the students from their own city, all of them had a bleak expression on their faces. Duan Huanru and Rude's attention was also attracted by the blue screen. Although they didn't understand why Yu Hongji suddenly turned on this screen, it finally helped divert their attention. They began to think about how to answer Yu Hongji's question, but what they didn't know was that Yu Hongji's attention was no longer on them at the moment. He was anxiously looking for Pei Sun. The blue screen was extremely clear, and since he had carefully looked at Pei Sun's image last night, he quickly found him. Although the military posture training had ended, Pei Sun still stood there upright, motionless, as solid as Mount Tai. The calm temperament he exuded was not something a young man could possess. Seeing this scene, Yu Hongji couldn't help but reveal a bit of surprise. This kind of calm temperament is rare to see in a child, not to mention that Pei Sun is that kid with D-level talent. However, this doesn't necessarily mean anything. Let's get started, Yu Hongji whispered into the phone. C Street driving range. Peng Jun, who was also holding a mobile phone, responded immediately after hearing the order. After saying that, he put away his phone and looked at the students again.
Stop pretending. It's been so long since you were eliminated and you're still hurt? I didn't use much force, not even that much. Stand still. 17 columns, 10 rows. If you can't stand properly within 1 minute, you will suffer the consequences.
As soon as he finished speaking, the students immediately lined up in an orderly manner, much faster than before. No one dared to dawdle any longer, and they all hurried to the queue of their own city with anxious looks on their faces. At this point, they couldn't care less about the pain in their bodies and just ran because they were truly terrified. They were afraid that Peng Joon
would come at them inexplicably the next second. With their small bodies, they really couldn't withstand it. A few more hits would cripple them. Less than half a minute. Peng Joon looked at the neat and orderly queue with a satisfied smile on his face.
Similarly, the use of supernatural powers is still prohibited. As soon as he finished speaking, Peng Joon waved his hand, and suddenly 17 super large weights appeared in front of the 17 rows of teams. When everyone saw these heavy objects that looked like weights, they all looked puzzled.
What's this for? To build up our strength?
This heavy object not only looks like a weight, but its color is also very similar to the large weights on the market. The students naturally thought that it was a test of strength, and they all rubbed their hands, eager to try it out. They might not be good at the grueling exercise just now, but this test of strength was a piece of cake for them, especially those students who have awakened the warrior and knight professions. But in the final analysis, it still depends on their basic strength, because Peng Joon has clearly stated that they cannot use supernatural powers, so they can only rely on the basic attribute points of their own level.
Students who were warriors or knights invested more points in the physical attribute.
Under such conditions, the only thing that can distinguish the difference is their talent. After all, there is a clear difference in growth attribute points between S-level talents and SSS level talents, and you can tell at a glance which one is easy and which one is difficult.
This is exactly what Peng Joon thought.
He projected this scene to Yu Hongji to make him pay attention to Pei Sun's performance. After all, it's not uncommon for people to mistake talents for others. The reason why Pei Sun is given special care is because he happens to be a student from Fengyu City. If it were any other city, no one would care so much. On the phone, Peng Joon praised Pei Sun highly, so Yu Hongji wanted to see the performance of this D-level talented student with his own eyes. Of course, the matter of the mayor of Fengyu City not coming and not saying hello also needs to be dealt with, but it will take a while. The weights in front of you are of exactly the same mass. What you need to do is use your basic physical strength to lift them and run towards the
opposite wall as fast as possible. Run back and forth with them. 10 people in each line will run in a relay. The city with the fastest time wins. After hearing this, everyone looked thoughtful. Isn't it just a relay race with a heavy object in your hands? This is much simpler than the previous project. Instructor Pang, is there any reward for winning? A student in the crowd asked in a playful tone.
Hearing this, Peng Joon smiled earnestly and said slowly,
"What counts as a reward for you? Does it count as a few fewer punishments?"
The students below suddenly became like deflated balls, letting out bursts of dissatisfied wails, but they did not dare to talk back.
But, on second thought, it seems like it wouldn't be bad to receive less punishment. After all, this guy really didn't hold back when he beat them.
Looking back at the expressions of these people, they all became eager to try and excited. Although I can't use my superpowers, it's still much better than holding it in like I did just now.
Everyone prepare.
Following Peng Joon's reminder, the people in the first row of each city immediately took a posture ready to go, with one hand already tightly grasping the heavy object in front of them. As soon as he finished speaking, the first person in the 17th column immediately burst out with all his strength, with an extremely exaggerated expression on his face, obviously wanting to get a good start for his city.
But the next second, their faces turned ugly in an instant and they were completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? It's too heavy.
Among the 17 people, 14 were simply unable to lift it up, and only 3 were able to lift it up with difficulty.
Their faces suddenly changed and their pupils dilated violently.
One of the guys even used too much force and dislocated his arm after kicking. The next second, there was a loud bang and the heavy object fell to the ground, splashing a large amount of dust.
What the hell is this thing? Why is it so heavy? What the hell is this? How can something so small be so heavy? Even pure gold isn't this heavy. I almost fell down under the weight. I feel like my arm is going to break. What kind of material is this? How can it be so heavy? No way. You're actually going to carry something this heavy that far? You're kidding. I have SS level talent, but I can't even lift it. Yeah, I can't even lift it, and I have to run so far back. It feels like the sky is falling.
Before it even started, a rather funny scene appeared on the scene. Not only did many people fail to lift up and run as Peng Joon requested, some even used too much force and fell flat on their faces, creating an extremely embarrassing scene.
This is completely different from what they had imagined before. They originally thought that they could rush out at lightning speed with this thing in their hands, reach the other side of the wall, and then quickly run back to hand it to their teammates and cheer them up. But now, I can't even lift it.
Pei Sun couldn't help but show a bit of surprise when he saw the scene in front of him. He didn't expect that this thing, which
which looked small, was actually so heavy. Logically speaking, after they become first-level professionals, it should not be a problem for them to lift things weighing 500 grams to 1 kilogram with their bare hands. As your level and advancement increase, your strength will increase exponentially, and you will have more than enough strength for daily life. And now, they are basically all professionals in their 20s or 30s, but they can't even lift such a small thing? It's really embarrassing. Of course, Pei-sun did not mean to look down on them. He was just a little surprised because he had already started thinking about how to deal with it when it was his turn. Putting aside the equipment and other bonuses, he is just an ordinary SSS level professional, and his attributes are no different from other professionals with the same talents. His proudest ability is not strength, so he is unlikely to perform well in this relay race. On the contrary, only those professions whose passive talents can enhance strength, especially warriors, can reap the benefits from it. The mayors who had been watching quietly on the other side of the screen also changed their expressions. They had similar ideas to the kids, thinking that they could easily pick this thing up and run, and they had already ranked their own teams in their minds, but the sudden situation before them left them all dumbfounded. This thing is so small, it's a visual deception. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, this thing weighs half a ton. It might be a bit heavy, but for a rare professional like you, it shouldn't be too difficult. Pang Jun crossed his arms over his chest and said with a mischievous smile. The faces of the students below turned dark instantly. You make it sound so easy. Even a professional with an SSS level talent of level 30 can only lift 100 kilograms at most without using superpowers. How could they possibly lift something that weighed half a ton? And you have to carry it all the way. Isn't this just torture in various ways? If we use superpowers, maybe we can complete the task, but no one can do it without superpowers. Pang Jun didn't mind it at all. He just smiled faintly and stared at them intently. Seeing that many people in the first row were motionless and even showed signs of giving up, Pang Jun immediately said with a smile, "Everyone, be proactive. Like I said, not being punished is a reward. If you slack off and fall behind, you'll be kicked out." Hearing this, everyone's faces immediately became extremely ugly. This instructor Pang is simply a living devil. Pang Jun simply pulled out a chair from somewhere, sat down, and crossed his legs. At this moment, a loud scream suddenly came from the first row. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn over. I saw a strong boy gritting his teeth and using all his strength to try to lift the heavy object. His face instantly turned as red as pig liver. Finally, after trying his best, he managed to lift the heavy object. Everyone who saw it was surprised and couldn't believe it. It's hard to imagine how this guy can lift this thing with both hands. Those are professionals in our city, warriors. Their gift is increased strength. A voice rang out, like a basin of cold water poured over everyone. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the thin boy who was speaking. He smiled helplessly, obviously not knowing what to do when it was his turn. Of course, there was nothing others could do either. Even a warrior with naturally enhanced strength was struggling so much, they had no idea how they were supposed to lift it. The thought of a grown man standing there and not being able to lift such a small thing made them feel scared. After all, there are quite a few girls watching here. As the first person exerted force, several others followed suit. They first observed the movements of the sturdy boy, and then combined their own understanding to lift the heavy object little by little, trying to use the most energy-saving method. But after a long time, everyone found that there was no shortcut and no trick to save effort. They could only rely on their own strength to lift it with their hands. Although it was impossible to carry it easily, someone suddenly used a different posture to slowly move forward with the heavy object. I saw that person first use one hand to exert force to one side, causing the heavy object to tilt, then suddenly release this hand, and hurriedly change the other hand to support the other side and continue to exert force, so as to constantly adjust the direction of the heavy object and slowly move it forward. When everyone saw this move, their eyes suddenly lit up. Although this method is a bit cowardly, it seems that this is the only cowardly way we can use. Soon, everyone started learning this trick. Although the movement speed is very slow, at least it can move forward little by little, which is better than standing still. Pang Jun, who was sitting with his legs crossed, looked at the scene in front of him. His face suddenly froze, and he stretched his neck blankly. What the hell are they doing? After seeing the actions of these students, Pang Jun held his forehead helplessly. Although this method was easy, it was too slow. They had just moved forward a few centimeters when the first soldier had already run several meters carrying the heavy object. So, some people who were unwilling to use this cowardly method gave up and decided to give it a try and try their best to lift it again. Compared to ordinary people, professionals have greater explosive power and more unpredictable strength. Just like an ordinary person can only lift a weight of about 100 kilograms at most, but when stimulated, he may burst out with a force of 120, 130, or even more. Professionals can burst out 2 or 3 times their basic strength. Pang Jun asked the children to do this training, not only to see Pei-sun's true skills, but more importantly to understand everyone's explosive power. Generally speaking, the stronger the explosive power, the greater the child's potential and the higher his future achievements will be. Under the gaze of everyone, another boy burst out
out with strength and successfully lifted the heavy object. The moment he raised his head, a smug smile appeared on the boy's face. Although his face was red, it did not affect his mentality at all. However, just as this smile bloomed, his hand slipped and the heavy object fell to the ground with a loud bang, making a low roar and raising a cloud of dust. The boy immediately scratched his head in embarrassment, his face full of embarrassment. When he was about to lift the heavy object again, he found that he no longer had the strength he had before, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. Among the 17 people, 4 chose to train by lifting with brute force, while the remaining 13 chose to exercise by moving little by little. Pang Jun looked at this scene and felt a little dissatisfied, but he didn't know how to start. After all, he didn't explain the rules clearly, so these people using this method to train would not hinder him from achieving his goal. While it is important to have enough explosive power, you must also have the character to face challenges head-on, not be afraid, and not be clever, otherwise it will be difficult to achieve great success. About 2 minutes later, the first person who started finally returned with the heavy object and then went back to the wall to wait for his teammates. His next teammate was the guy who poured cold water on him just now. There is no doubt that after taking the heavy object, this person chose to move forward bit by bit without hesitation. Although it seems a bit cowardly, it is better than those who are indecisive and waste time, not to mention those who are stubborn and try to pick it up and move forward in one breath but end up having no strength and have to put it down and move it again, wasting time in vain. Pei Sun stared at their performance and immediately thought of his next approach. It's the seemingly cowardly way of moving. There was no way, he was just an ordinary summoner. His strength was only at the level of a normal SSS level professional, and he didn't have the talent to enhance his strength like a warrior. Although it could be done with explosive power, he didn't want to waste that energy. Just don't be the slowest on the team, well, at least not the slowest among the boys. In the room on the other side of C Street, when the mayors of various cities saw the scene, they all blushed. The students from my city bravely took on the challenge, and I, the mayor, also stood straight. I won't talk about anything else. Seeing their own students training in that way, their faces turned red with shyness. Is this thing really that heavy? They thought Yu Hongji was staring at his students at the moment, and some even turned their heads secretly, fearing that Yu Hongji would see their blushing. However, Yu Hongji's attention was completely focused on Pei Sun. This kid has a good foundation in standing at attention, especially since he has a D-level talent, but it still depends on his next performance. This was the first thing that made him feel uncomfortable in all these years. He even wanted to reveal the news that a D-level talent had arrived in Fengyu City, but considering Duan Huanru and Rude's face, he decided to wait and see what tricks this kid had. If he is really just an ordinary D-level talent, it doesn't matter. It would be fine as long as Fengyu City loses face in Tianjing province in the future. Pei Sun and Zhuang Yushi were the last two to set out, and they had a slight advantage over the others. For example, you can learn from the performance of those who have come before you and see if you can save more effort when you set out on your own. After observing for a while, Pei Sun found that the progress of the 17 cities was almost the same, with no obvious gap. For example, the first person to pick up the heavy objects and set off was the representative of Poji City. He won a huge advantage for the city, but afterwards almost all of them used the method of moving bit by bit. So at the moment, their city ranking is not low. However, Fengyu City, which has a very bad reputation, ranks just average. When it was Chu Chuang's turn, he looked dissatisfied and decisively reached out to grab the heavy object. Judging from his expression, he did feel heavy at first, but once he picked it up, his movements immediately became much easier and he ran straight to the wall. People in other surrounding cities were stunned. After all, Fengyu City's image is not good, and everyone couldn't help but be amazed to see that they actually have such a master. Pei Sun was watching from behind with a look of surprise on his face, secretly sighing in his heart, this kid's strength is really terrifying. When this kid fought with him, he used his endless strength to smash hundreds of his skeletons. At that time, he thought that this kid only had amazing endurance, but he didn't expect that his explosive power was also incredibly strong. At this moment, a boy in the row of people in front of Pei Sun on the right suddenly showed a surprised look and said, "Wow, there are actually such talents in Fengyu City?" Shi Shiyun, who was sitting on his left, raised the corner of his mouth slightly after hearing this. He ruffled his yellow hair and said proudly, "Yes, brother, there are more than one genius this strong. Besides him, there are 9 others. They are all SSS level talents in the current version." Pei Sun felt awkward. This guy is so bold. Putting others aside, aren't you also an SS level? How dare you say you are a genius comparable to the SSS level? Sure enough, as soon as Shi Shiyun finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter and ridicule from all around. "Dude, you're so bright when you get some sunshine. Just because I praise your city for having someone capable, do you really think you're capable? Hey, are all the people in Fengyu City so shameless? They really love to take advantage of others. They don't care about the image of their own city at all, and now they dare to jump out and act like a clown? Could it be that you, Fengyu City, want to go the black-red route?" I'm dying of laughter. Besides him, there are 9 other geniuses as strong as him? Ha ha ha, that's too childish. If any other city said that, I'd think
think they were just being childish, but you're just being insane. 10 geniuses with SSS level talents? Don't even think about running away when you see me tomorrow or later. Let me see what kind of people you are. Of course, I won't bully you. If you can hold your own against me for even a minute, you win. Brother, what are you talking about? Just take out your alien spirit, and these guys are lucky enough not to pee their pants. Do you expect them to last a while? Yeah, big brother. I think these guys, let alone your summons, will probably run away if they really meet alone. Listening to these words, Payson felt more and more uncomfortable, and an indescribable feeling of depression spread throughout his body. Upon hearing these words, Shiyun was naturally furious. His face was full of disdain and contempt. With deep contempt in his eyes, he stared at those people and said, I'm giving you face, right? Do you really think our Fingyu City is so easy to bully? Let me tell you, this year Fingyu City has produced an unparalleled genius. He can summon an unlimited number of creatures, and they are all undead creatures with the attribute of death. Let me make it clear, the champion of this secret training camp will go to Fingyu City. You, what bullshit brother. If you encounter anyone from Fingyu City while completing the mission, you'd better get out of here. Otherwise, you'll be held responsible for what you just said. And you guys, you're just lackeys, right? We'll break all your legs when the time comes. You're being so arrogant here now, but don't kneel down and beg us when the time comes. Now let me ask you, do you dare to tell me which city you are from? After hearing this, Pei Sun's eyes widened. Is this the image I have in Fingyu City? But, I'm right behind you. How come you don't show any respect at all? When Pei Sun was walking towards the end of the queue, this guy turned around and looked at him, knowing clearly that Pei Sun was right behind him. Now I'm too lazy to pretend and just rely on my numbers to bully others. The most speechless thing was that Pei Sun had no way to refute it. Because there would definitely be a confrontation between cities, he had to represent Fingyu City. When the people in that row heard Shiyun's first curse, their expressions immediately became serious. At first they thought they had misheard, but after listening for a few more seconds, their expressions became gloomy. Boy, do you know what you are talking about? It seems like you're just hoping Fingyu City will be removed from the list sooner rather than later. Why would you mess with Nanchi City when you can mess with anyone else? If we don't take the initiative to find you, even if your ancestors' graves are smoking, you still want to attack us? Are you dreaming? You're still putting on airs here. I'm telling you straight, isn't Fingyu City a piece of garbage? To put it nicely, you're a city, but to put it bluntly, you're just a gathering place for garbage, full of garbage like you. The man who was just called Big Brother did not look gloomy like the others when he heard Shiyun's angry rebuke. Instead, he showed a meaningful smile and stared at Shiyun. Brother, if this wasn't such an inconvenient situation, I would have gone up and broken his neck, a strong boy said angrily. The eldest brother's expression was calm, not affected at all by Shiyun's insult, with only a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, Shiyun's face froze. He glanced at Pei Sun guiltily, then turned around and responded, If I tell you my name, I guarantee you'll be shocked. Just knowing your grandfather's last name is enough. Pei Sun couldn't help but gasp. This kid is so brave. Isn't he afraid of being caught acting alone outside? If you get caught, you're dead, right? How dare he? Could it be that he had completely forgotten what Rude said to him last night? Moreover, even if it is to gain fame and establish authority, it should be Pei Sun who should do it. Before Pei Sun could even open his mouth, this guy with SS level talent stole the spotlight. This big brother from Nanchi City seemed to have no interest in Shiyun. When Shiyun turned to look at Pei Sun, he stared at Pei Sun meaningfully for a long time, then turned his head away and ignored Shiyun at all. The others stared at Shiyun with resentment. If Pine Jun hadn't been nearby, they would have surrounded him and beaten him up. Feeling his elder brother's sinister gaze, Pei Sun immediately became alert, knowing that he would definitely be in trouble later. The people in Nanchi City looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit, and their faces were ashen, because they never expected that the guy from Fingyu City would dare to talk back to them in front of them. They couldn't take action immediately, and could only watch him speak wildly, feeling very aggrieved. The people around watching the scene couldn't help but chat with each other, all of them showing an expression of watching the fun. In the end, this farce ended in silence on both sides. Shiyun turned around and looked at Pei Sun humbly with a grin on her face. Pei Sun glanced at him, looked away, and whispered, almost so that only Shiyun could hear, Don't look at me, I won't bother you. When Shiyun heard this, his eyes widened. He was about to reply excitedly, but he found that several people in Nanchi City were still staring at him. Seeing this, he changed direction and turned to look at Pei Sun. He was very excited but had to lower his voice and said, Brother Sun, you have to help me. We are a collective and will definitely fight them in the future. If you don't help me, won't you be dampening the arrogance of our Fingyu City? After hearing this, Pei Sun felt helpless. I will help our Fingyu City, but I won't help you. After hearing this, Shiyun immediately showed a sly smile on his face. It's okay, Brother Sun. It's enough that you can help our Fingyu City. Pei Sun looked at him helplessly, not understanding what this guy was trying to do. Pei Sun still had some impression of Nanchi City. Zhuang Yushi had told him before that this city was one of the 3 cities
cities with the strongest comprehensive strength in Tianjin province, and was far ahead in all aspects. I didn't expect Fengyu City to have a conflict with Nanxi City in this way, but this was bound to happen sooner or later. It was just Shi Shiyun who intensified the conflict.
At this moment, a finger came from behind and gently poked Pei Sun.
Pei Sun turned his head and saw that it was Zhuang Yushi, her face full of worry. Zhuang Yushi glanced at the people from Nanxi City next to her, then stared at Pei Sun with cautious eyes and whispered, "Pei Sun, Nanxi City is very powerful.
Last year, 9 out of 10 people they sent out were professionals with SSS level talents. This year, the number will probably be even higher, not less."
Hearing these comforting words, Pei Sun was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing. "I thought this girl was in some trouble.
Things like fighting and battles are nothing to Pei Sun.
He disdains to fight with the strong, and he is too lazy to attack the weak. Only when he encounters those who are neither strong nor weak but extremely conceited and annoying, will Pei Sun take action and teach them a lesson. And if the fight really comes to a head, if these guys are not instantly devoured by his undead summons, then they will still be considered the winners.
You don't have to worry about this. They are no match for me at all,"
Pei Sun said with a smile. Seeing Pei Sun's expression, Zhuang Yushi wanted to remind him not to underestimate the enemy, but when she thought about Pei Sun's strength, she didn't know how to start. His ability allowed him to fight across levels without any problem, and she didn't believe that those people's upgrade speed could match Pei Sun's, so for a while she could only silently think that Pei Sun was indeed invincible. However, Pei Sun himself didn't know that he had only gone out one day in these 15 days. Time passed minute by minute, and the number of people in front of him became fewer and fewer, and it was Pei Sun's turn. After the little unpleasant episode passed, Pei Sun also began to pay close attention to how the members of their team were progressing with their mission.
Except for Chu Chuhuang and the guy named He Guang, the other 6 people moved forward step by step. Even so, the speed of Fengyu City is not slow. Instead, it has always maintained a decent level.
Not only Ping Jun, but the guys from other cities also showed surprised expressions when they saw this situation.
Are the guys from Fengyu City so powerful? They don't seem to be slow at all. Nonsense. 2 people in their city actually ran over carrying that thing. Even if the people behind them were slower, the performance of their entire city couldn't be that bad. Are all the people in this city so reckless? They actually have so much strength. Even just looking at that thing gives me a headache. I can't imagine how much strength it would take to move it. Yeah, the first time I held that thing, I thought it was light, but I stumbled and nearly fell. Hey, what's the point of you caring about this? What does it even mean? The weight the instructor said is too heavy. Look at the scene. How many people can lift that thing? It only means that their city has an advantage in brute force. What else can it mean? Exactly. What's the use of just brute force? Fighting isn't about brute force.
In Yunchuang City, there's only one person carrying that thing, and their speed is only average.
Can you say Yunchuang City is worse than Fengyu City? That's right.
Fengyu City is a city of reckless people.
Just having some strength will be useless later.
In addition to these grumbling people, Peng Jun, who was not far away, and the mayors of various cities watching on the blue screen were also very surprised. Because the training time was unusually slow, their attention turned to the slowest moving city. Seeing that it was not Fengyu City, he was curious to see what stage Fengyu City was at the moment.
When seeing Fengyu City in an intermediate position, almost everyone couldn't believe their eyes.
There were also a few mayors who had been keeping an eye on the people from Fengyu City from the very beginning, as if this training had nothing to do with their city, and they only showed great interest in Fengyu City. Yu Hongji's gaze became more and more intense as he got closer and closer to Pei Sun. He couldn't wait to see how strong Pei Sun was. Whether it was a purchase spot or a low-level mistake like a printing error will soon be revealed. Although this issue is unimportant to others, it is the most important thing to him at the moment. Rude was also surprised and astonished when he saw their city's performance. Although there were indeed several outstanding students among the students brought this time, I didn't expect Fengyu City to occupy such a good position in this kind of training.
For Fengyu City, not being at the bottom of the list is already considered excellent.
In front of Pei Sun is Shi Shiyun, and further ahead is Pei Tian. Pei Sun still had many doubts about Pei Tian, and his attention was mostly focused on this guy. After all, they are brothers, so it is understandable that Pei Sun doesn't know much about this person after traveling through time. This guy seemed to have no idea who Pei Sun was, and there was almost no communication between the two. Pei Sun still remembered that this guy gave him a meaningful smile. Pei Sun couldn't understand that smile at all, let alone what kind of person this person was. When it was Pei Tian's turn, Pei Sun's eyes were fixed on him.
He wanted to see if he could glean anything from it.
Although he could not directly discern the level of human strength through the spiritual eyes, he could at least infer some clues from the flow of supernatural powers. However, Pei Tian's supernatural powers were chaotic and vague, and the instructor strictly prohibited the use of supernatural powers. When Pei Tian did not move, almost no valuable information could be seen. Pei Tian put his hands on the heavy object in front of him, as if he wanted to lift it with his hands. However, he showed a stubborn expression, shook his head slightly, then loosened his hand and began to try to move it in that clumsy way. Pei Sun suddenly paused. He actually noticed something. This guy is actually pretending. When he lifted his hands, it was clearly not that difficult, and the heavy object even floated slightly. However, the expression on this guy's face was too artificial. If Pei Sun hadn't stared at him with such a subtle look, he would have been fooled by him. But Pei Sun was full of doubts. Why did this guy also hide his strength? Could it be that his brother also has some kind of golden finger? How is that possible? There is only one protagonist. How could this guy also have a cheat code? After an unknown number of minutes, Pei Tiankai slowly put the heavy object back. This time is average. People who complete it in this way almost all finish within 10 to 20 minutes. If you want to increase the time difference, you can only rely on explosive power. When Pei Tian handed the heavy object to Shi Shiyun, while Shi Shiyun lowered his head, Pei Tian's gaze stayed on Pei Sun. Pei Sun noticed that when their eyes met, Pei Tian smiled slightly. The smile was faint, but it made Pei Sun's face freeze slightly. There was always a sense of intimacy between other brothers and sisters, but Pei Sun didn't feel that at all with this guy. Instead, he felt that he always wanted to keep a distance from him. Get out of the way. How can I move forward if you're blocking my way? Shi Shiyun shouted to Pei Tian as soon as he took over the heavy object that looked like a weight. Pei Tian lowered his head to glance at Shi Shiyun, who was bending over, then his gaze lingered on Pei Sun for a moment before he walked towards the wall. The people from Nanxi City who had just mocked Fengyu City were surprised to see that the speed of Fengyu City's group was not slower than theirs, and they looked at each other in confusion. Especially when it came to the turn of the big brother they were talking about, everyone scratched their heads in confusion. How come Fengyu City is so fast? The three brothers in front of us were all running. I thought we were way ahead of them, but I didn't expect Fengyu City to be so far behind us. Are you only focused on our group? There are two people running in Fengyu City, and their speed is just as fast. Impossible. I really didn't see much, but how could anyone in their city be able to lift this thing? They're all as skinny as telephone poles. That can't be helped. Maybe they really did awaken a few brute force types this year, but that doesn't mean anything. If they could use superpowers, our Nanxi City would definitely be number one. Now that no one can use superpowers, they all rely on basic strength, so it's about normal. That's right, look at Big Brother. His strength was almost breaking 5 figures, but now he can't use his superpowers and can only use that little bit of movement. Oh, this instructor is torturing us. Yeah, all the problems are attributed to this instructor. I guess he's just trying to intimidate us. Look at the guy who just talked back to him. What a miserable ending he had. I'm really impressed. There are still instructors like this. He's just a few years older than us. If we were the same age, I'd definitely bully him. After more than 10 minutes, Shi Shiyun, sweating and panting, finally walked up to Pei Sun. Give it to me, give it to me. Oh, I'm so tired. Pei Sun showed a contemptuous expression. You didn't lift it, and you dare to complain in such a clumsy way. The heavy object was still tilted in Shi Shiyun's hand. The moment Pei Sun took it, he was not paying attention and the heavy object quickly stood upright. Pei Sun's eyes widened. He originally thought that he could hold it with just one hand, but he didn't expect that this thing was too heavy. He couldn't resist the gravity when it tilted, and it suddenly stood up. This thing is really heavy. With his strength, let alone lifting it, he would probably only be able to make it stand sideways even with all his strength. Well, it seems there is nothing unexpected. Pei Sun obediently began to move forward slowly, bit by bit. At this moment, Peng Jun in the distance stood up involuntarily. The playful expression on his face instantly disappeared, and his eyes were fixed on where Pei Sun was. Several students who were close to Peng Jun were startled by him, and it took them several seconds to react. If Peng Jun really wanted to attack me, he wouldn't have to stand up at all. It seems I was worrying too much. Although he was some distance away from Pei Sun, as a senior professional and a professionally trained soldier, he could still see Pei Sun's movements clearly. He saw these guys using a tricky method, but he didn't stop them because this method could still reveal Pei Sun's true colors. Now, his eyes were all focused on Pei Sun's hands. As long as Pei Sun exerted some effort, he could see exactly how many attribute values Pei Sun possessed, and he could also infer his talent level. If it really was a D-level talent, let alone using that cowardly and lifeless method, he would not be able to shake this heavy object even a little bit. The moment Peng Jun stood up, he saw Pei Sun smoothly tilt the heavy object up and then move it forward little by little. Although SSS level professionals have enough strength to lift the heavy object at an angle and continue moving it, the level of the person can be determined from the initial movement. Pei Sun's starting move was clearly the mark of an SSS level talented professional. Otherwise it would be impossible to tilt the heavy object so quickly. Seeing this scene, Peng Jun showed a bit of surprise on his face. Because the current Pei Sun, even if he is not an SSS level talent, is at least an S level talent professional. It's totally unlike the D level talent described in the information. How could a D level talent possibly survive in the alien world of the graduation exam? And looking at Pei Sun's subsequent performance, Peng Jun became even more certain that Pei Sun was definitely an SSS level talented professional. At the same time, his impression of Fengyu City has also changed, because from the beginning of this training to now, Fengyu City's performance is not at all like the last place in comprehensive strength ranking in the information.
Although there are only 3 SSS level talents and only 1 S level talent in this column, the situation in some cities is even worse than Fengyu City.
So no matter what, Fengyu City's strength will never be at the bottom.
Over there on the blue screen,
the other mayors were shocked to see Fengyu City performing so well. They had never expected that Fengyu City's overall strength would improve so much. It was a world of difference from last year. No matter how surprised they were, it was far less than the waves in Yu Hongji's heart. Yu Hongji had been keeping a close eye on Pei Sun's performance from beginning to end. Until he saw Pei Sun easily shake the heavy object just now, he concluded that Pei Sun was definitely not a D-level talent.
Coupled with Pei Sun's subsequent steady performance, he was certain without a doubt that Pei Sun was an SSS level talent.
Although Fengyu City's performance was a bit too amazing, Yu Hongji's mind was not on this at the moment. Instead, he was full of doubts about Pei Sun.
Then why does the information show that he is a D-level talent? Could such a low-level mistake be made when printing the roster?
In any case, Yu Hongji's anger subsided a lot, because this at least proved that there was no so-called buying and selling of quotas in Fengyu City. Thinking of this, Yu Hongji's prejudice against Fengyu City was reduced a lot. At this moment, Yu Hongji's cell phone rang again. He picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID, Zhang Jingchuan. Yu Hongji's face was expressionless as he answered the phone silently.
"What's wrong, Captain Jiang?" A calm and mature voice came from the other end of the phone. "Captain Yu, I almost forgot to tell you something.
I've already called the mayor and deputy mayor of Fengyu City away.
Does this affect you?"
Hearing this, Yu Hongji stood there in a daze, and glanced at Duan Huanru and Rude in surprise, realizing that they were still tense, completely different from the relaxed appearance of the other mayors.
Coming back to his senses, Yu Hongji nodded and said, "No, it didn't affect Captain Jiang." "Well, that's good.
By the way, if it's convenient, when you reach the most challenging stage of training, could you please lower
the difficulty level for the Fengyu City contestants? Of course, I'm not asking you to give them a backdoor. I just want them to suffer less.
As for the final qualification standards, they will be implemented as usual. After all, Fengyu City's mayor and deputy mayor have been following me on missions for the past few years, causing their city's development to lag behind." On the phone, Yu Hongji's face kept changing until he finished listening, and then his expression became unbelievable.
In other words, Fengyu City's backwardness is not without reason, but because Captain Jiang has repeatedly asked their mayor and deputy mayor to accompany him on missions in recent years?
Although he didn't know much about the situation in Fengyu City, Yu Hongji was very familiar with Captain Jiang. Team Jiang had been stationed in Tianjing province for an unknown period of time, spending enormous amounts of time and energy
completing a special mission.
Although he and Zhang Jingchuan were of the same rank, Yu Hongji had great respect for Zhang Jingchuan. Yu Hongji also knew a little about the special mission undertaken by Zhang Jingchuan. It was a secret mission related to the spiritual organization.
"Captain Jiang, how has your mission progressed in recent years?" Yu Hongji asked in a low voice. "Not bad.
With the participation of Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao of Fengyu City, my mission progress has been significantly accelerated, and I have obtained a lot of useful intelligence." Hearing this, Yu Hongji frowned slightly, puzzled.
What useful information could a small mayor provide?
Logically speaking, people of their level have no chance to come into contact with these mayors. Only the secret training camp organized by the provincial government this year gave them the opportunity to deal with these mayors. The relaxed and playful expressions on the mayors' faces also showed that they were happy to participate in such activities. Although there was a distance between them on the phone, Zhang Jingchuan seemed to sense Yu Hongji's doubts and explained on the phone.
3 years ago, a member of the spirit organization appeared in Fengyu City. Last year, we also found traces left by that member in Fengyu City.
When saying this, Zhang Jingchuan deliberately lowered his voice, as if he was revealing top-secret information. Yu Hongji was stunned for a moment, his face solemn.
"Members of the spiritual organization actually appeared in Fengyu City? Who is it?" he asked cautiously.
Seeing Yu Hongji's serious look, everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. "It's Qiningxing, the one who possesses the terrifying ability of charm."
Upon hearing this name, Yu Hongji's pupils suddenly contracted. Although the names of the members of the spirit organization were widely circulated among the people and almost known to everyone, he, Yu Hongji, was the one who had actually fought with the members of the spirit organization on the battlefield. At that time, when he was carrying out a mission with his superiors, he met 2 members of the spiritual organization, one of whom was Qiningxing. He had witnessed Qiningxing's terrifying methods with his own eyes, which made him feel terrified from the bottom of his heart. Even under the protection of his superiors, Yu Hongji and his comrades were affected to varying degrees by the Qiningxing's enchantment. He was relatively lucky, only being affected by the group enchantment released by Qiningxing, which caused him to fall into a mild state. It took a very strong auxiliary professional at the time a long time to break free. Those who directly faced Qiningxing's charm skills instantly turned into zombies, as if their souls were isolated in another world and could not respond to the call at all.
spell. In the end, they were turned into powder in the hands of another member of the spiritual organization. The terror of Qiningxing cannot be described in words.
A simple glance can make a target lose the ability to move.
Although not the strongest in the spiritual organization, but definitely the most difficult existence.
Then how did we find her last year?
Yu Hongji asked puzzledly. The members of the spiritual organization are not only outstanding in their abilities, but also extremely cautious. It is almost impossible for them to make such low-level mistakes.
Most of the clues they left behind are intentional.
On the other end of the phone, Jiang Jingchuan laughed helplessly, his voice a little tired.
Someone discovered a man under a spell.
They sought help from over a dozen professionals, but none of them could resolve the issue.
After many twists and turns, the case finally came to us. It was last year that the same master who helped you remove the spell also helped that boy. Hearing this, Yu Hongji seemed to understand something, and the expression on his face became a little more serious. Obviously, this is not just a deliberate trace, but also a naked provocation. He wondered in his heart, how could anyone possibly find traces of members of the spirit organization? So, the Ling organization is planning to cause trouble in Tianjing province?
It was not until this moment that Yu Hongji realized the seriousness of the matter and frowned slightly.
Could it be that their current situation has also become dangerous?
At this time, a voice came from the other end of the phone again.
But don't worry, we discussed this for a long time and finally concluded that the spirit organization wouldn't suddenly take action in Tianjing province or a city in Tianjing province. Perhaps there's something they're looking for here, otherwise they would have taken action long ago.
After hearing this, Yu Hongji felt a little more at ease.
Okay, thank you, Captain Jiang. Well, you're welcome. You can go ahead and get busy. Since you've been sent to Tianjing province to carry out a mission, I will naturally be responsible for your safety. Don't worry.
After saying that, Jiang Jingchuan hung up the phone. Jiang Jingchuan's words echoed repeatedly in Yu Hongji's mind, and he always found it a little unbelievable. Many years later, he once again felt that the spiritual organization was so close to him. Jiang Jingchuan's comfort made him feel a little warmer, but if Qiningxing really wanted to attack him, Jiang Jingchuan would not be able to stop him. His mood also became heavy.
If things were really as Jiang Jingchuan said, Tianjing province would undoubtedly become a time bomb.
Yu Hongji knew that the members of the Ling organization had extremely bad tempers. If they really were looking for something in Tianjing province and couldn't find it for a long time, they would probably raze Tianjing province to the ground in anger.
That's right, destroy a province directly.
This is by no means an exaggeration, because in the history of spiritual organizations, there are records of members destroying a country on their own.
Yu Hongji fell into deep thought.
He didn't expect that the disappearance of the mayor and deputy mayor of Fengyu City would involve such a complicated situation.
He couldn't help but feel unlucky.
He came to Tianjing province to carry out a mission, but he encountered such strange events and strange people in Fengyu City, and it was also related to the Ling organization. He felt that as long as the spirit organization found what they wanted, destroying Tianjing province would be a piece of cake, and it all depended on their mood. Thinking of this, Yu Hongji couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, let's deal with the current matter first. When his gaze fell on Pei Sun again, he realized he was already halfway there.
While others might not have noticed, Yu Hongji had been keeping a close eye on everyone's speed. Compared to other professionals with SSS level talent, Pei Sun's speed was indeed quite fast.
After getting the answer he wanted, Yu Hongji felt much brighter. Of course, if he hadn't heard the news about the spiritual organization just now, he would probably feel even better. He turned around and saw that Duan Huanru still had a tense face and looked very serious. Yu Hongji couldn't help laughing to himself.
I didn't say anything just now. Is this guy too sensitive? Inside the driving range on C Street, in the blink of an eye, almost 2 hours had passed. The process was tedious and irritating, leaving everyone exhausted. They had thought they'd finally be able to show off their skills after the military training, but they hadn't expected to be assigned this kind of hard labor. This is simply to torture them. Peng Jun stood up again and paced beside those who were still moving. On the surface, he seemed to be walking around, but in fact he was carefully observing Pei Sun's steps. When he got closer, Peng Jun's eyes flashed with surprise, because he found that Pei Sun was walking steadily and made almost no mistakes. Although this labor-saving method seems cowardly, if you don't master it well, the heavy object will fall to the ground with a bang and you will have to lift it up again with great effort and at an angle. When other people used this method, they would make a few mistakes, but Pei Sun didn't make a single mistake. Peng Jun had to reassess this child.
It wasn't just his fundamental strength that mattered, but more importantly, his patience and composure, excellent qualities rarely seen in other students. After another 10 or 20 minutes, as the last member of the last city moved out, the training finally came to an end in pain. Now, let me announce your results.
First place goes to Qingshui City, second to Sangjing City, third to Jifeng City, fourth to Nanxi City, ninth to Fengyu City, 10th to Liaying City, 16th to Tyson City, and 17th to Kongqing City. How is it? How do you feel?
Peng Jun asked with his hands behind his back, showing a sly smile. Everyone immediately burst into complaints, and seeing his expression, some people people even wanted to rush up and punch him. This training not only cultivates your endurance, but also allows you to clearly understand your own limits. If one day, in a fierce battle with the enemy, your superpowers are completely exhausted and you are forced to use the most primitive fighting techniques, then you will understand the importance of basic attributes. Don't think this situation is rare. When you encounter a very sticky opponent, the probability of this situation occurring is extremely high. I don't want you to wait until that day to regret why your basic abilities are so poor, why you didn't properly cultivate your basic attributes. After hearing these words, everyone felt sleepy.
Isn't this similar to a high school teacher's lecture?
But don't take this result too seriously.
This is purely a training exercise to cultivate your endurance.
You should understand that it has little to do with your true strength, so don't let it affect your mentality. Okay, everyone, take a 10-minute break and prepare for the next training. As soon as he finished speaking, Peng Jun turned and left the training ground. As soon as he left, the tension in the training ground instantly loosened, and everyone began to complain openly or covertly, causing an uproar.
I'm so impressed. This instructor is just here to torture us. What the hell is this bullshit endurance foundation? We don't need that when we go out fighting. That's right. I'm covered in purple jade level equipment. How could I possibly run out of my powers? Even if I did, I still have a few bottles of replenishing potions. This guy is just asking for trouble. That's right. When I go out to level up or take on missions, almost no one can touch me. For the past 10 days or so, my superpowers have been fully charged and have never been used up. The previous military posture training was already torturous enough, and now this. I can't take it anymore.
I thought I could finally show off my skills, but I didn't expect them to torture us in new ways.
Now I really want to quit. I don't know if it's too late. Me too. I feel worse at the back.
At the entrance of the training ground, Peng Jun stood with his cell phone and made a call. He also heard the students' complaints, but he was used to it. There was no expression on his face. He just quietly put the phone to his ear and listened to the beep sound on the other end of the phone.
Not long after, the call was connected. Captain Yu, did you see that?
At this moment, Peng Jun's tone changed completely.
He was like two different people, not even the same person. I see.
Yu Hongji nodded in response.
This kid's basic attributes are indeed SSS level. I guess they printed it wrong, Peng Jun said confidently.
At the same time, he felt that Yu Hongji's anger seemed to have subsided a little, otherwise his tone would definitely be even colder. Their city's overall performance is pretty good, a bit beyond my expectations.
By the way,
Yu Hongji paused halfway through his words, and his gaze turned towards the direction of Duan Huanru and the others. Yu Hongji put down his phone and said to everyone, except for the Fengyu city representatives, everyone else should leave first. Everyone was stunned, looked at each other, and walked out of the office in confusion. Duan Huanru was also stunned for a moment, not understanding why Yu Hongji wanted them to stay.
Ludi, Teacher Qi, and Teacher Jiang were also confused. After everyone walked out of the room, they began to speculate outside why Yu Hongji asked them to go out. Fengyu City is in big trouble this time. They're probably going to get severely scolded by Captain Yu. Yeah, I heard that Captain Yu usually doesn't have a good temper, but once he explodes, no one can stop him. I can't help it. It's Fengyu City that's always causing trouble. The mayors of all our cities have come here in person, and they dare to act so arrogantly in such a small place. I'd be furious too. That's right. Fengyu City's reputation has never been very good. For many years, its overall strength has always been at the bottom of Tianjing province. Captain Yu really deserves the scolding.
I remember Yao Jinchuan and Liao Yuza haven't participated in the secret training camp for 3 years. Sigh, this city really seems hopeless.
I don't know any of the young people they brought this time. We're going to play later. Can they handle the intensity? Who cares? It's not us who will be embarrassed.
It's Fengyu City that has lost all shame.
Ah, that's right.
Fengyu City has no shame left.
Even if it behaves in an ugly way, no one will be surprised.
Yu Hongji put his cell phone on the table next to him and continued talking to Peng Jun. After putting down his phone, he walked up to Duan Huanru and the others who were still confused, and said sincerely,
to the representatives of Fengyu City, I sincerely apologize. I just learned that your mayor and deputy mayor were accompanying another captain on a mission, so my initial attitude wasn't very good, and it caused quite a stir for you. Duan Huanru was stunned after hearing this, his eyes widened slightly in disbelief. He was actually apologizing to himself?
His harsh interrogation attitude just now really made them uncomfortable, especially the strange looks from the representatives of other cities, as if they were looking at aliens. Unexpectedly, Captain Yu would go out of his way to apologize to them. He said that Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao were following another captain to carry out the mission, which surprised Duan Huanru. The captain's rank should be similar to Yu Hongji's, and his position generally does not involve dealing with the mayor level. Mayor Yao and Deputy Mayor Liao actually followed the captain to carry out the mission, which made him feel a little confused. Ludi, Teacher Qi, and Teacher Jiang also looked surprised. They obviously did not expect Captain Yu to apologize to them in person. How could they have the nerve to ask a major general to apologize in person? After the apology, Yu Hongji's expression eased. He picked
up the phone and said to Peng Jun on the other end. Xiaoping, the mayor and deputy mayor of Fengyu City are both following Captain Jiang on his mission. Don't you understand what I mean, right? When Duan Huanru heard this, he was surprised. It seemed that this sentence had another deeper meaning. Peng Jun on the other end of the phone was still confused at this time, because he also heard what Yu Hongji said to the Fengyu City representative and at the same time was wondering which captain the mayor and deputy mayor of Fengyu City would follow to carry out the mission. After hearing what Captain Yu said, I suddenly understood. Understood, Captain Yu. Yu Hongji nodded and continued. Also, Captain Jiang instructed me to ensure fairness and impartiality during subsequent training sessions. Without compromising the final results, we should appropriately reduce the intensity of training for the participating students from Fengyu City. After all, it's not Fengyu City's fault that they have poor conditions. Over the past few years, the mayor and deputy mayor of Fengyu City have consistently cooperated with Captain Jiang in carrying out his mission. After saying this, Peng Jun was stunned for a moment, then nodded and responded, I understand. At this time, Duan Huanru was still stunned. What he meant was that Captain Jiang was actually trying to give Fengyu City a break? Was it simply because their city's development conditions were too backward? Before Duan Huanru could open his mouth to refute, Rude next to him suddenly shouted, I don't agree. As soon as these words were spoken, Duan Huanru's eyes widened immediately. Teacher Qi and Teacher Jiang were also stunned. They looked at Rude in surprise, and their expressions seemed to say, Brother, what's wrong with you? After saying this, Rude was stunned for a moment, as if realizing that he was being a bit rude. He quickly coughed twice to ease the embarrassment and said, I mean, we in Fengyu City don't need to reduce the intensity of training. We still have some hope for participating in the competition this year and want to strive for good results. Hearing Rude shout, Yu Hongji was also stunned, with a frightened expression on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect Rude to suddenly say such a thing. After listening to Rude's explanation, Yu Hongji couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, we're not treating you differently. Fengyu City has had a tough time these past few years. Our overall strength can't keep up with the requirements, and the training ahead will be very tough, so it's okay to relax a little. However, Rude said seriously, Captain Yu, I have great confidence in my student. I believe he will achieve good results by the end of the secret training camp. If someone spreads rumors that the amount of training in Fengyu City is significantly different from that in other cities, it will inevitably affect Fengyu City's image. Seeing Rude's serious expression, Yu Hongji suddenly fell into a dilemma. After thinking for a long time with his chin in his hand, he looked at Duan Huanru and asked, I don't know the specific situation in Fengyu City. What are your opinions? Seeing Yu Hongji's eyes seemed to be asking him, Duan Huanru immediately responded, I agree with him. I also think Fengyu City can achieve good results this year, so normal training volume is enough. Reduce the amount of training? Pei Sun is probably still worried about not having enough strength. It seems like you have a lot of confidence in your city this year. Hearing Duan Huanru's words, Yu Hongji nodded. Okay, then proceed with your normal training. However, I want to remind you to do it within your capabilities. The 10 people on the training ground are the elite of Fengyu City's elite. If anyone is injured and absent from this secret training camp, it will be a huge blow to Fengyu City's future. You will have to bear the consequences. Captain Yu, I understand. I believe the talent in Fengyu City is no less than that of other cities. As you saw during the basic training just now, our Fengyu City ranks quite well, and I am completely okay with that. Furthermore, with subsequent training, I believe Fengyu City's ranking will improve even further. After hearing Rude's words, a strange light flashed across Yu Hongji's eyes, and then he praised calmly. I'm also very happy to hear you say that. I wish Fengyu City good results this time. Xiaopeng, did you hear that? The training volume will be unified. Just pretend you didn't say anything just now, Yu Hongji said on the phone. Understood, Captain Yu. After finishing his explanation, Yu Hongji finally hung up the phone. As these 3 words rang out, the mayors outside walked into the room one after another. As soon as they entered, they immediately looked towards Duan Huanru and the others, as if trying to catch a glimpse of his face. The mayors who hadn't yet entered narrowed their eyes eagerly, wanting to see what Duan Huanru looked like. Everyone seemed to have imagined the scene where Duan Huanru was scolded by Yu Hongji just now, but when they saw the calm expression on Duan Huanru's face, they immediately thought they had seen it wrong. Didn't this guy get scolded? Why does he look much better than before? Or was he pretending because he was afraid of losing face in front of everyone? After a brief thought, everyone thought it might be the latter. After all, they firmly believed that Duan Huanru must have been scolded just now. However, waiting until they all left before scolding him seemed to give him face. Yu Hongji looked at the scene where these people focused their attention on Duan Huanru as soon as they entered the room, and a sneer appeared in his heart. He had just apologized to Duan Huanru and the others, mainly to provide them with psychological counseling so that they wouldn't be so nervous. It seems that many of the other 16 cities are also targeting Fengyu City. Otherwise, Fengyu City would not have fallen behind so quickly just because it did not have a mayor and deputy mayor to manage it. Next, I want to say one thing. This morning's training is almost over. There will be no lunch break. Although the afternoon training content is boring, I still hope everyone can be patient and persevere to finish it so that they can prepare for the subsequent work. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hongji's gaze returned to the blue screen. The expressions of everyone present were obviously not very good. They were obviously a little bored with the work in front of them, but they did not dare to show it. After all, everything here was for the future of their city. At the C Street training ground, Peng Jun hung up the phone. 1 second he had a kind smile on his face, and the next second his expression was so gloomy that it almost froze. Because the noise in the training ground was almost enough to blow the roof off, especially those voices full of complaints. This is very sensitive for him. After entering the training ground, Peng Jun said nothing, but just watched those who complained quietly. Therefore, no one noticed Peng Jun's arrival at all. They still looked dissatisfied and expressed their unhappiness. I wouldn't have come if I had known. This instructor is just torturing us. Wow, I regret this too. It's okay for the boys to do this physically demanding work, but why do the girls have to do it too? I'm so slow even when I move something. So heavy. Our city's academic performance lags behind basically because there are so many girls. Won't this make people in other cities prejudiced against us? I also think this instructor is just trying to cause trouble. I've had enough. From junior high to high school, I've been through so many training sessions, and I performed well in those training sessions, but I've never felt as frustrated as this. Is there any reporting channel? I want to report this instructor. Stop it. Where's the reporting channel? This secret training camp has been running for so many years. Hasn't it been passed down from generation to generation? How could it be affected by a report? That's right, don't think about these useless things. The important thing is to figure out how to get through this month. Yes, we. As they were speaking, the last person's voice stopped abruptly before he finished speaking, because he noticed that the people around him suddenly became quiet. Although he didn't know the reason, his intuition told him that it must be the instructor who came, so he quickly shut his mouth. Peng Jun walked in, looked around at the students present with a gloomy face, then raised his finger to his belt and said with a stern face, "If you've ever been on the battlefield, you'll know how easy this training is. You're so lucky you don't know how to appreciate it. Everyone, listen up. Let's repeat the previous training and walk back from the other side of the wall. The 3 slowest players this time will be punished." As soon as the words fell, everyone's expressions changed instantly and they looked at each other. It was obvious that everyone was dissatisfied, and some people were even on the verge of refuting Peng Jun. But when they thought of Peng Jun's terrifying ability to slow down time, no one dared to say a word and could only stare at him with dissatisfaction on their faces. Is there anyone dissatisfied? Feeling the sudden tense atmosphere in the air, Peng Jun narrowed his eyes and stared at the few people who had made the loudest noise just now. When his eyes swept over them, they immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. If not, then let's start now. After saying that, Peng Jun conjured up a weight-like object that was heavier than the previous one and took back the previous one. When everyone saw this, their eyes widened. They had already put a lot of effort into that thing just now, and now they not only have to do it again, but with even heavier weight. Isn't this going to kill them? I said that one of the purposes of this training is to develop your explosive power. If you still use the same weight as before, the training will be too easy and will not achieve the effect I want at all. Now, changing to this will truly achieve the goal. Let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, the team, which was originally somewhat scattered, immediately became orderly and did not dare to disobey Peng Jun's orders at all. Fortunately, despite the increased weight, they were still able to move forward bit by bit in that clumsy but steady way. Although some people still chose to lift heavy objects, the number was obviously much smaller, and the vast majority of people adopted the slow-moving posture. They breathed a sigh of relief. At least the training could continue. Peng Jun stared at their cowardly appearance and couldn't help rolling his eyes. This year's class lacked drive. They were clearly among the city's top professionals, yet faced with this minor challenge, they only sought to exploit it, neither daring nor willing to confront it head-on. This inevitably left him feeling somewhat disappointed. With their top-tier physical talents, they could easily lift this heavy object with just a burst of strength. Although everyone felt tired, they could only do as they were told without daring to resist. It took me more than 2 hours to complete a round just now, and now it's already past 10 o'clock. Now we have to do it all over again, and the difficulty has increased. It will probably take nearly 3 hours. The mayors on the other side of the blue screen watched the boring training content, each frowning, feeling sorry for their city's talented athletes. Many mayors felt that this was just to weaken the rebellious spirit in their athletes, but using this method was indeed a bit torturous. Duan Huanru watched the 10 students from Fengyu City train without a trace of boredom on his face. Instead, he looked excited, because at this moment, almost none of the 10 students from Fengyu City looked dejected. They all took this training very seriously. Guys like Gu Xingxian, Chao Ruoxi, and Pei Tian, who usually had no expression on their faces, now looked like they had stern faces, while Chu Chuhuang, Shi Shiyun, He Guang and others were trying their best to move forward seriously. Maybe they really feel that they cannot lift this
this heavy burden, but there is no slackness in their attitude. When Duan Huanru saw this scene, he felt a sense of understanding and resonance in his heart. It was still the same question that was always on their lips. In the eyes of others, Fengyu City was the most useless and backward city. From the moment they set foot here, whether in the mayor's room or on the training ground, they could clearly feel the discrimination from other cities. The more obvious this discrimination is, the stronger the desire for performance becomes for children like Chu Chuheng. They knew in their hearts that Fengyu City was lagging behind, but that had nothing to do with them. As long as I can perform well here today, I can change other people's stereotypes about Fengyu City. This was also what Mayor Yao specifically asked them to do before he came, to win glory for Fengyu City. Compared with other cities, they may have become accustomed to prosperity and think that this training is no big deal, so they simply start to play badly. But this is indeed the case. They don't need to prove anything. Peng Jun was already preparing to start the next training, but it was entirely because of their complaints that the training difficulty was increased and he had to start again. Peng Jun could see the helpless expressions on their faces, but he was helpless. This month's training sessions were all fixed, and the tasks had to be completed within the allotted time frame. The afternoon training is more time-consuming and will only be completed after they are finished. When he scanned everyone's training attitude, his gaze turned and fell on the people from Fengyu City, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Who says this city is at the bottom? Who says people here will easily give up? Look at this, isn't it great? Each of them put in their best effort, and even if they moved slowly in a cowardly way, they were still moving bit by bit with great effort. Compared with those lifeless faces, they looked much more lively. Could it be that Fengyu City has been affected so badly by the negative influence from the outside world? In fact, Fengyu City should be a city with top comprehensive strength, but it has been dragged down by some difficulties and has fallen into its current situation. This scene that he accidentally saw completely overturned Peng Jun's stereotype of Fengyu City. No wonder their mayor was still mumbling on the phone just now not to reduce the amount of training. It seems that these little guys in the city are really not simple. Time passed faster and faster as sweat dripped from the 170 little guys. After 2 hours and 47 minutes, the second training session finally came to an end. At this time, the little guys were all sweating and panting. The sweat flowed into their eyes and it was so stinging that they couldn't open their eyes. They looked very painful. However, the result was not bad. After all, they persevered. After Peng Jun's gaze shifted away from the people in Fengyu City, his gloomy face returned. At this moment, seeing these losers finally completing their training, the expression on his face still did not improve. I won't read out the top 3 rankings, I'll just read out the bottom 3. Third from the bottom, Kongqing City. Second from the bottom, Tyson City. Last from the bottom, Qianfeng City. As Peng Jun read out the name of each city, everyone's heart became nervous, fearing that the next one would be their hometown. However, Pei Sun and his team were still very confident, because he could feel that no matter whether it was the first or second round of training, the people in their city were united and tried their best, and did not start to play badly like other cities. Although those cities may not rank last even if they perform poorly, the tenacity they demonstrate is difficult to match by other cities. Moreover, although instructor Pang did not officially announce the rankings this time, Pei Sun had also observed carefully. Their ranking had improved from 9th to 7th. Although it was only an improvement of 2 places, the sweat and effort they put in should definitely not be underestimated. After Peng Jun finished reading the names of the first 3 cities, the cold aura on his body was revealed to everyone without any concealment. When everyone felt this chill, their first reaction was, these 3 cities are finished. The 3 cities I named, line up and come here. Although Peng Jun's voice was low, it sounded like thunder in the ears of these people. After hearing it, they immediately trotted over and didn't even dare to slow down, for fear of accidentally angering Peng Jun. They no longer dared to offend or irritate instructor Pang. 3 rows of troops quickly and neatly stood in front of Peng Jun. Line up from left to right in the order I read. The people in these 3 queues immediately started to discuss in a low voice. After some communication, the middle and right teams swapped positions. Peng Jun's sharp gaze swept over the 30 people, and no one could escape. Everyone felt a chill when being stared at by these eyes. It was obvious that everyone was very afraid of Peng Jun. After glancing around, Peng Jun's gaze fixed on the team on the far right, Qianfeng City. Are you from Qianfeng City? Several people in the front row of the Qianfeng City team lowered their heads and nodded, seeming to feel a little ashamed and not daring to look up. Why don't you all dare to look up? I remember there were quite a few complaints just now. Peng Jun narrowed his eyes and deliberately lowered his head to look at them sideways. The people in Qianfeng City even lowered their heads so low that they almost reached their crotches. Seeing them like this, Peng Jun didn't know what to say. He could only raise his head, wave his hand, and said to the people from Tyson City and Kongqing City next to him, you 2 columns return to the team. As soon as the words fell, the people in the 3 rows were stunned. The people from Tyson City and Kongqing City were obviously stunned for a moment, as if they had heard it wrong. After whispering to the people around them to confirm, they slowly retreated, half believing and half doubting. Only after seeing that Peng Jun had no objection did they return to the team. But the people in Qianfeng City just stood there, looking confused.
Wasn't it agreed that the bottom 3 cities would be punished? Why were the other 2 cities let off now?
If you had said earlier that only the last place team would be punished, we wouldn't have been so bad. As if seeing through the minds of the geniuses in Qianfeng City, Peng Jun narrowed his eyes and explained.
Tyson City and Kongqing City are just weak in strength and ability, but their attitude is acceptable. But your Qianfeng City, if I remember correctly, Qianfeng City is a well-behaved city in Tianjin province, right? What's with all those stern faces just now? Are you dissatisfied with me? And you're as slow as a turtle. How dare you rank last in my opinion?
Your city may be considered a decent city in Tianjin province, but you are bringing shame to Qianfeng
City. Why are you keeping your heads down? Don't you have any self-respect at all?
You have completely disgraced Qianfeng City today.
Look at Fengyu City. I won't dwell on the insignificant details.
Everyone knows Fengyu City's performance in Tianjin province over the past few years.
No matter how you look at it, it's always at the bottom. But
this time they jumped straight to 7th place.
First, all 10 of them have a clear attitude. Each one is striving to bring glory to their city. Second, they've done their best, and everyone has contributed. What's going on with you?
Those who are slacking off are slacking off. Those who are distracted are distracted.
Don't you care about the reputation of your city?
Having said that, Peng Jun's eyes swept gloomily towards a certain queue below the stage, and those who were stared at by him suddenly felt a chill on their backs.
Look at Yunchuang City. Even though it looks like they're tanking, they're a powerhouse after all.
Even with that, they still managed to secure a respectable
6th to last ranking.
Of course, I said seemed. I'm not sure if they're tanking or just reserving their strength, but at least they didn't make the top 3. As he spoke, Peng Jun tapped his thigh with his fingers. His tone was sarcastic, and he was clearly demonstrating to the people of Yunchuang City.
Tell me yourselves, do you really have the strength? You're all more reckless than the other in giving up.
Since Qianfeng City has such an attitude, I'll wait and see what you'll do this afternoon. Peng Jun's words fell heavily on the people of Qianfeng City, and his tone was stern. When the people from Yunchuang City heard this, some of them blushed, realizing that this was a criticism and warning. Others looked as if they were dead pigs that were not afraid of boiling water, with a bit of smugness on their faces, as if to say, you see, even if we act badly, we can still get through, as long as we don't get punished.
If someone exposes them, they will probably retort, what do you know? We are deliberately hiding our strength.
After the air was quiet for a long time, the boy standing at the front of the Qianfeng City finally spoke. With a somewhat apologetic look on his face, he said sincerely,
Coach Pang, it's truly our fault. Just decide on the punishment. We're willing to accept it, no matter what it is. Pang Jun snorted coldly and responded, if you had had that attitude just now, you wouldn't be the ones being punished now. Don't worry about the content of the punishment. It will be mixed into the next training. I will tell you then. Now.
Peng Jun rolled up his sleeves, glanced at his watch, and said, it's already past 1 o'clock.
Let's rest for half an hour and get ready for the next training session.
This half hour is your longest break today, so make sure you take a good rest. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes again, revealing that indifferent expression. When everyone heard Peng Jun's words, they suddenly realized that it was already past 1 in the afternoon. After becoming professionals, their perception of time seems a little fuzzy. They always feel that time passes quickly during training, especially like now, despite constant complaints. After receiving the order to rest, everyone did not complain and formed teams to find a place to sit down and rest. In the early morning, some people were unwilling to sit because the ground was dirty. Now, after being tortured by Peng Jun for a whole morning, they were exhausted and sat down casually on the dusty ground. Pei Sun was in a good mental state at the moment.
Although the training was very torturous and monotonous, as Peng Jun said, this training was mainly to exercise basic strength and endurance.
As the representative of Fengyu City, Pei Sun knew his identity clearly and maintained a calm state of mind. And after knowing the ranking after the first round, his second good result gave him more confidence. Not only Pei Sun, but several other people in Fengyu City also had the same idea, which led to the second good performance. Pei Sun found a place to sit down casually, and Zhuang Yushi still followed him closely. Pei Sun sat on the ground, feeling tired and thirsty, but there was nothing to drink around him, so he could only look around dryly. Zhuang Yushi, who was standing by, noticed Pei Sun's agitation and asked with concern, "Are you thirsty?" Pei Sun turned his head to look at her and asked, "Aren't you thirsty?"
"We're exhausted all morning." Zhuang Yushi shook her head and said, "I'm fine.
I drank a lot of water when I went out this morning, so I'm not very thirsty now, but I'm really tired." Pei Sun rubbed the dust off his hands and glanced at the people around him.
During the training just now, many people performed exceptionally well.
They were all the people he needed to pay special attention to in the future, so he paid special attention to them.
"Let me buy you a bottle of water."
At this time, Zhuang Yushi turned to Pei Sun and said with a smile.
Pei Sun was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Buy some water? Is there a place selling water here?"
Zhuang Yushi nodded, her eyes narrowed into crescents, and she said in a sweet voice,
"Of course there are. There are quite a few small shops on B Street.
It seems that it is a street dedicated to good basic services. There are quite a lot of small shops selling drinks.
How do you know? Pei-sun continued to ask in confusion. It's all marked on the map just now.
Street B is a commercial street, selling drinks, melon seeds, peanuts, and so on, Zhuang Yushi explained while making exaggerated gestures.
You actually memorized the entire map?
Pei-sun asked in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Although there is not much information on the map, the fact that I can remember it so quickly shows that my memory is really amazing.
Is B Street far from here?
Although Pei-sun didn't want to trouble her, he was very thirsty now. He had helped her before, so he let her make the trip this time. It's very close, about 5 minutes walk. I'll be back in 10 minutes, Zhuang Yushi said playfully.
Okay, go ahead, and be safe.
As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuang Yushi left the training ground and walked outside. After she left, Pei-sun felt the air around him was a little cooler, but still a little stuffy, so he couldn't help fanning himself. At this moment, several figures suddenly walked in front of Pei-sun. Because there aren't many people here, people walking back and forth in the training ground rarely come into Pei-sun's sight. But now, there were suddenly several figures in his field of vision, obviously walking towards him. Pei-sun was fanning himself when he turned his gaze towards these people. After recognizing their faces, he showed a puzzled look.
I don't seem to know these people. What do they want to do?
The leading boy smiled grimly and said,
Let me see, this is Fengyu City's genius? He keeps complaining about being tired, but he's not even sweating much. As soon as the words fell, another harsh voice sounded.
Fengyu City is amazing.
The instructors praised it.
It looks like Fengyu City is going to rise this year. The instructor praised me for my patience.
You should learn from Feng Yusher's character. Even when praised by the instructor, I still looked low-key and humble. TSK, 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 TSK. If it were you, you would have been so happy a long time ago, right?
The harsh voice just stopped, and it was followed by a sarcastic female voice.
Hearing this, Pei-sun couldn't help but frown.
These people obviously had bad intentions and seemed to be looking for trouble. Pei-sun initially thought they were from Nanshi City, but he had just seen them resting on the other side.
Which city were these guys from? Why were they so hostile towards Fengyu City? What do you want to do? Pei-sun asked them warily.
Although these people all had gloomy faces and obviously had bad intentions, they probably didn't dare to take action. After all, Peng Jun was sitting not far away. If they dare to take action, today's training will probably be ruined.
Peng Jun is not a pushover and may make them collapse on the spot.
Whether it was the mayor's instructions before departure or Peng Jun's reminder before the training began, it was clearly forbidden to take action without permission. There may be confrontations between cities after today, but fighting is absolutely not allowed today. So at this moment, although Pei-sun was extremely alert, he still felt that it was unlikely that these people would act so blatantly in public. However, the leader did not respond to Pei-sun's words. Instead, he suddenly turned around, stared nervously at a boy next to him, and said,
Hey, old Mu, do you remember? That's the kind of person I hated the most in high school. They were annoying enough, not to mention I ran into them everywhere. Now I meet them here again, don't you think it's annoying? The man called Lao Mu laughed out loud after hearing this.
He obviously understood what Brother Lin meant and agreed with a smile.
Of course I remember, Brother Lin.
You're not the only one who hates that kind of person.
I think every normal person wouldn't hate that kind of person.
Before Lao Mu finished speaking, another boy next to him continued.
My high school classes were full of people like this. Even when they were praised, they kept a straight face. What were they doing? If you didn't know them, you'd think they were scolding you. I can't stand people like this the most.
They came from ruins, they're useless themselves, and yet you think you're something special just because they're dead.
Instructor praised you? You really think you can become useful in the future?
You're the kind of people I fought against in middle school and high school. Brother Lin had a smile on his face at first, but as he spoke, his expression gradually darkened. His cold gaze fixed on Pei-sun, making people feel uncomfortable. Pei-sun was completely baffled. These people seemed insane, hurling insults at him the moment they arrived.
Even more ridiculous, they actually used Pei-sun's humble origins as an excuse to say he shouldn't try to climb the social ladder.
Anyone who did would be the kind of person they described as disgusting.
It seems that people of humble origins should remain humble all their lives?
And listening to their subsequent words, it was clearly school bullying. An imperceptible murderous intent suddenly flashed in Pei-sun's eyes. He may not have experienced it personally in this life, but he had witnessed school violence in his previous life, so his hatred for the people in front of him instantly soared to the peak. There was even a moment when he almost wanted to summon millions of undead to drown the people in front of him. When they saw the change in Pei-sun's eyes, they immediately smiled contemptuously and sneered.
Hey, what's with that expression? Are you not convinced? Want to fight us? Let me tell you,
if it weren't for the ban on using supernatural powers today, you wouldn't be able to move an inch once I release my aura.
That's right, you useless bastards from Fengyu City. After going through this meaningless and torturous training, you think you're awesome? Just because you got a useless ranking, you really think you're capable? Let me tell you, any one of us can easily crush the people from Fengyu City. That's right, it's all an illusion created by that dead instructor. laughter. Tomorrow, once I activate my superpowers, I'll show you, the useless people of Fingyu City, what a genius is. Even if I don't take any action, my aura alone will shatter all your fantasies. Their faces were so arrogant that they almost flew off the ground, as if they were sure of victory and believed that killing Pei Sun would be a piece of cake. Pei Sun's face was extremely cold, and he asked in a deep voice, "Which city are you from? Oh, you really dare to have a problem with us?" Old Mu smiled and was stunned for a moment, then pretended to be surprised, turned his head to look at the others and said, "You're so happy to be called a loser? Fine, fine. It seems you're really tired of living. Let me tell you, we're from Yunchuang City. We're completely different from that ruined Fingyu City of yours. You still want to attack us? Dream on. As soon as I activate my supernatural powers tomorrow, I'll make you Fingyu City bugs feel despair." He, that's just how the bugs in Fingyu City are. They really made him live out his illusions. I really don't know where they got the confidence to attack us in Yunchuang City. In that case, how about we have a head-on confrontation tomorrow? Lin Ge raised a scornful smile at the corner of his mouth, took a few steps forward, almost in front of Pei Sun, and said in a tone of extreme sarcasm, "A bug will always be a bug. Don't worry, I'll see how you perform in the battle tomorrow." After saying this, Brother Lin smiled contemptuously and left without looking back. Seeing this, the others also glared at Pei Sun with contempt. Although this kind of look could no longer shake Pei Sun's mentality, after all, he was used to it, but whenever he thought about the reasons behind their gazes, he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. 3 hours ago, he had just had a conflict with people from Nanshi City, and now he had a conflict with people from Yunchuang City. This was only the first day, and there were still 29 days to go. And now, 2 of Tianjing province's 3 most powerful cities had come into conflict with him. What made Pei Sun even more uncomfortable was that these conflicts had nothing to do with him at all. They were all caused by the other party's unprovoked provocation of Fingyu City. It seemed that this time, Fingyu City really needed to establish its image in Tianjing province. Pei Sun felt that Fingyu City was no longer just a synonym for the most backward city in the province. Today's Fingyu City has even been abstracted to the point where it is no longer considered a human existence. Just now, the eyes of those people in Yunchuang City revealed disdain and contempt from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing this situation, Pei Sun couldn't help but feel a little sad. However, Pei Sun firmly believed that such people were a minority after all. Perhaps it was the environment they were in that shaped their dark personalities, but Pei Sun firmly believed that such thoughts should never exist. What made him sad was that such thoughts were not uncommon. The people in Nanshi City are a living example. They also look down on Fingyu City without any reservation, but they don't behave as extremely as those in Yunchuang City, nor are they as bad as those people in Yunchuang City. Thinking of this, Pei Sun's fists clenched tighter involuntarily. He vowed to revitalize the city and give Mayor Yao and Vice Mayor Liao a satisfactory explanation. And all this must be completed within these 30 days. About 10 minutes later, Zhuang Yushi finally appeared in front of Pei Sun. "I'm back." Zhuang Yushi held 2 bottles of Long Fusequin brand mineral water in her hands and handed one to Pei Sun with a look of joy on her face. Pei Sun reached out to take it, and his eyes were involuntarily infected by her smile. This girl, although I don't know why she is always so happy, but no matter when, she always has a bright smile on her face. He originally wanted to chat with her for a few more words, but when he thought of the scene where that group of people disgusted him just now, he swallowed his words back into his stomach. It's not that he can't say it, but that he can't laugh. He doesn't want to communicate with Zhuang Yushi with that gloomy mood. After a few seconds, Pei Sun forced a smile and expressed his gratitude to Zhuang Yushi. Perhaps because he had been in more contact with this girl recently, Pei Sun gradually developed an indescribable feeling for her. He enjoyed Zhuang Yushi's tenderness towards him and also developed a lot of affection for her. After gulping down a few big gulps of water, Pei Sun finally felt refreshed. In one word, awesome. After drinking, he stood up, walked aside, and threw the empty bottle into the trash can. When I came back, I could still feel those strange eyes on me. Just as he sat back down, Peng Jun suddenly stood up in the distance and shouted in a loud voice, "Break is over, let's continue training." Everyone was stunned, and anger suddenly appeared on their faces. "We clearly agreed to take a half-hour break, but now we have to continue training after only 10 minutes? This is clearly a deception. They are not treated as human beings at all. I'm sorry, but on a real battlefield, there's less comfort in preparation, and more sudden accidents, so you have to adapt to this situation." When Peng Jun said this, he had that annoying squinting smile on his face. Everyone was so angry that their chests heaved violently, but they could do nothing. At this moment, a strong figure suddenly fell from the sky, climbed over the broken wall from an unknown direction, and jumped directly into the training ground, instantly raising a cloud of dust. Due to the flying dust, everyone could only vaguely see the man's outline. This guy has an incredibly sturdy body, and his height is definitely no less than 1.9 meters. His limbs are well developed, especially his arms, which are muscular and look like 2 small iron towers. Just looking at them makes people feel the explosive power. When the dust gradually settled, everyone could clearly see the man's appearance. Dark skin, deep eyes, sharp hooked nose,
nose, thick lips. His facial features seem particularly incongruous when put together, but his face is expressionless and he exudes a disgusting cold aura. Hello, my name is Su Shuxuan, and I am one of the instructors in charge of you in this training. Su Shuxuan cleared his throat and introduced himself to everyone. After hearing this, everyone immediately showed confusion on their faces. Didn't they agree to proceed to the next training? Why did another instructor come? Just as everyone was puzzled, Su Shuxuan spoke again. No need for evaluation, I will be your next training content. As soon as the words fell, more than 100 faces showed deeper doubts.
What is your training content? What are you talking about?
Seeing Su Shuxuan's serious expression, everyone realized that she was not joking.
So what exactly did she mean by this?
Su Shuxuan continued. For the entire day ahead, to be exact, this afternoon, there will only be this one training session. Over the next few hours this afternoon, the 17 teams from your 17 cities will take turns challenging me. This is a teamwork exercise, so everyone should focus on the word cooperation. As soon as he finished speaking, Peng Jun continued, don't forget, I just said that the use of supernatural powers is prohibited all day today. As soon as these words were spoken, more than 100 people froze in place, as if petrified, with a hint of despair on their dull faces.
Are you kidding me? The training actually involves us taking on this giant guy?
He looks like a boss, incredibly difficult to deal with.
Without using our powers, how can we possibly win?
Of course, to ensure fairness, Instructor Su won't use her superpowers, only her most primitive basic attributes. Although Instructor Su is at a higher level and her basic attributes are 2 to 3 times yours, she's facing 10 of you, attacking simultaneously, so relatively speaking, Instructor Su will be at a disadvantage.
Well, that's roughly it.
But I hope everyone can play fair, don't show mercy, and don't worry about Instructor Su.
Show your strongest abilities.
Although it sounded reasonable, everyone had a bad feeling when they saw Peng Jun's weird smile.
Asking us to show mercy? I feel like something is wrong.
Everyone, please note that this afternoon's training may give each of your cities a different experience.
What you need to do is win Instructor Su's
approval during the competition. Training will not end until all 17 teams satisfy Instructor Su, and you can go back and rest.
Do you understand?
At the end of his speech, Peng Jun's voice suddenly rose by several decibels, as if warning everyone. Pei Xin fell into deep thought after hearing this.
Every city will have a different experience. What does this mean? Does this mean that the level of contribution to each city will be different?
After listening to it, he began to question the upcoming training for the first time. After all, the instructors all knew that there was a huge gap in the comprehensive strength of the 17 cities, especially in cities like Fengyu City and Kongqing City, where there was a clear gap in strength. If in this situation, everyone competes against the 17 cities at the same level, the bottom cities will definitely suffer serious losses. Moreover, the use of superpowers was still not allowed during this training, which made Pei Xin feel even more difficult.
Without the ability to use his special powers, what's the difference between him and an ordinary soldier? I guess I'll just get beaten up soon.
Although the process may still be painful, he felt a little relieved when he thought that it was similar in most other cities.
It doesn't matter, I will definitely need star power in the subsequent training anyway.
Pei Sun was still able to accept this. Compared to him, at least 100 of the other 160 people had an irritated look on their faces. Maybe he was tortured for the whole day and couldn't bear it anymore, but he didn't dare to contradict the two instructors, so he could only show his dissatisfaction on his face. I did plan to let you rest for half an hour, but I figured Instructor Su wouldn't arrive for another half an hour. I didn't expect him to show up in just over 10 minutes.
Ha ha ha.
So, it was Instructor Su who actually shortened your rest time.
I know you must be upset, right? Then just vent your frustration directly on Instructor Su later.
After saying this with a grin, Peng Jun walked to the edge of the training ground, sat down, and began to enjoy the following training. The first city to be challenged is Qianfeng City, and the second is Yunchuang City.
As for the remaining 15 cities, you can decide for yourself. If you want to challenge them, go ahead. No one can escape, so everyone must challenge them. If no one takes the initiative, I will call out their names.
Although Peng Jun had already reached the edge of the training ground, his resounding voice still echoed throughout the entire
training ground.
Although it wasn't an enclosed space, his voice reverberated through the air, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. The people in Qianfeng City were immediately stunned. When they heard they were going to compete against Su Shuxuan during training, they were still wondering how Peng Jun would incorporate
punishment into the training. Who would have thought that he would let them be the vanguard to test Su Shuxuan's strength first? Isn't this the end? The people in Qianfeng City almost all rely on supernatural powers to make a living.
Disabling supernatural powers is equivalent to cutting off their limbs, making them useless. Otherwise, no matter how badly they performed, they would not have ranked last. Some people in other cities make money from the warrior profession, but they can only worry about it.
It's really like being unable to speak or do nothing.
What made the people of Yunchuang City even more dumbfounded was that they were also named. When they heard Peng Jun calling them, the people in Yunchuang City stood there in a daze.
We are being punished too? Brother Lin citizen from Yunchuan City was immediately furious. Was Pang Jun deliberately looking for trouble? Why are you staring at them all the time? According to what he said, we were not even in the bottom 3. Now he is publicly criticizing them and making them rank second to play against Su Shuxuan. Isn't this a punishment? The one who is really punished must be the first to go on stage. The others were also furious, their faces ugly, their eyes blazing with anger, and their whole bodies exuding undisguised dissatisfaction. When Su Shuxuan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sneer. Which city are you from? Go up first. She pointed at the row where Brother Lin was and sneered leisurely. Everyone was slightly stunned, and their eyes turned to the direction Su Shuxuan pointed, looking at the people from Yunchuan City. Seeing the anger emanating from them, everyone immediately understood. Sure enough, all the instructors have one thing in common, which is that they like to deal with troublemakers. Pang Jun watched this scene from afar, with a look of amusement on his face. The people in Yunchuan City were already furious, and after hearing what Su Shuxuan said, they could no longer tolerate it. Brother Lin took the lead, and no one said a word. They walked straight to Su Shuxuan. The team members behind Yunchuan City had not yet reacted and looked at each other. Seeing that Brother Lin and Lao Mu had left, they could only follow them helplessly, with slow steps. Are you ready? Su Shuxuan looked solemn and his voice was deep and powerful. Old Mu stepped forward, pointing his finger at Su Shuxuan, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, I think you've got the wrong person. You've mistaken us from Yunchuan City for those bottom-feeding losers, haven't you? How dare you target us from Yunchuan City? Don't think you're great just because you were a soldier. Today, we'll show you how powerful we are. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Mu suddenly charged forward, raised his right fist high, and smashed it hard on Su Shuxuan's head with a whistling sound. It seemed that this fist condensed all his strength. Su Shuxuan was not in a hurry. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he easily avoided Lao Mu's attack by turning sideways, and then kicked out with his right foot like lightning, pointing directly at Lao Mu's abdomen. Seeing this, Old Mu quickly retracted his fist and, with his fastest reflexes, quickly twisted his body to dodge the kick. Unfortunately, Su Shuxuan was too fast, and he still couldn't dodge it. Fortunately, the kick didn't hit his abdomen, but landed on his waist. Even so, Lao Mu still underestimated Su Shuxuan's strength. He felt a strong impact and involuntarily took several steps back, leaving 2 deep marks on the ground under his feet. That's all. Even though he was at a disadvantage in this round, Old Mu actually gained a bit more confidence. If Su Shuxuan's fighting ability was only this strong, then the next 10 people from their city would definitely be able to defeat this guy together. Old Mu steadied himself, his eyes sharpening as he attacked again. This time, his attack was even more fierce, his fists hammering at Su Shuxuan like a torrential rain. However, Su Shuxuan dodged left and right with an agility that was astonishing. Old Mu attacked with all his might, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Su Shuxuan's clothes. Instead, he began to breathe heavily and his breath was rapid. Su Shuxuan's eyes were always fixed on Lao Mu's every move, full of disdain and contempt. Seeing that look, the rage in Old Mu's heart suddenly burned even more fiercely. He usually used this kind of look on others, but he never expected that today, someone would use it on him. Brother Lin watched the fight from the side for a while, a cold look flashing in his eyes. Taking advantage of the gap between Su Shuxuan and Lao Mu's head-on fight, Brother Lin suddenly dodged and appeared behind Su Shuxuan. His speed was more than a little faster than Lao Mu's. Brother Lin clenched his fist, pointing it hard at the back of Su Shuxuan's head, his eyes filled with murderous intent, which was intimidating. At this moment, Su Shuxuan seemed to have noticed Brother Lin's movements, and suddenly jumped lightly, quickly creating a long distance between them. Brother Lin widened his eyes, with a look of confusion in his eyes, as if cursing in his heart. Did this guy use supernatural powers? How could he jump so far? After Su Shuxuan jumped away, before the two could react, he reappeared in front of them like lightning. He swung his left leg like a steel whip, sweeping across, aiming directly at Brother Lin's legs. Brother Lin's face suddenly changed. He had not expected Su Shuxuan's reaction to be so quick, and it was too late to dodge. With a loud bang, Brother Lin's legs were hit hard. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground with a look of pain on his face. He struggled to get up, but felt unbearable pain in his legs and was completely unable to move. He was shocked and angry, and didn't know what to do. When Old Mu saw Brother Lin being knocked down by Su Shuxuan at his extreme state, he couldn't help but feel terrified, and his offensive suddenly stopped. Su Shuxuan's eyes darted around in his sockets. Noticing Old Mu's distraction, he dodged and appeared before him. With a seemingly effortless punch, he struck Old Mu's chest with a dull thud. The next moment, Old Mu was sent flying. They are all trash. Su Shuxuan looked at the two people on the ground coldly, with no expression on his face. Su Shuxuan's gaze was chillingly calm, without a trace of panic. Instead, it brought with it a deep sense of despair, making people feel that they were completely invincible. Brother Lin and Lao Mu lay on the ground, gasping for breath, their condition extremely bad. They barely managed to stand up, enduring the pain. The slightest movement caused excruciating pain. Several other people from Yunchuan City were originally planning to take advantage of the opportunity to join the battle between the
two men in Su Shuxuan, but after seeing Brother Lin's outcome, they were like being frozen, standing still and unable to move a step, their faces full of difficulty, their eyes constantly wandering between the two men in Su Shuxuan.
Brother Lin and Lao Mu's eyes were naturally full of unwillingness.
Although they were gasping for breath, they were still discussing countermeasures, trying to find a breakthrough under Su Shuxuan's daunting oppression. Brother Lin stared at Su Shuxuan with an unconvinced look, carefully examining him from head to toe, as if trying to find a weakness. After a few breaths, he winked at Lao Mu, signaling him to prepare for a second round of attack. Old Mu's face was solemn, and the confidence in his eyes was obviously diminished a lot, but he still frowned and nodded, ready to continue fighting.
The next second, Brother Lin and Lao Mu launched their attacks almost simultaneously.
Brother Lin leaped high, his legs clamping down on Su Shuxuan's neck like a pair of scissors. Lao Mu bent slightly and launched a sweeping kick from below, hitting Su Shuxuan's waist directly, trying to force him into a corner with nowhere to escape.
However, Su Shuxuan remained completely unconcerned, not even bothering to show a hint of contempt. At the moment Brother Lin and Old Mu attacked, he not only didn't dodge, but instead took a step forward, twisting his head nimbly and easily avoiding Brother Lin's double-legged attack. At the same time, he quickly swung his right hand back and hit Lao Mu's chest with a palm. Old Mu's expression suddenly changed. He felt a dull pain in his chest as the powerful force instantly sent him flying. He fell heavily to the ground not far away like a kite with its string cut, raising a cloud of dust. His breathing became disordered, his face frighteningly ugly, and the next moment he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Brother Lin tried to adjust his body in mid-air, but it was too late. Su Shuxuan took the opportunity to turn around, grabbed Brother Lin's right foot with his left hand, and swung it hard, throwing him to the ground. With a loud bang, Brother Lin fell heavily to the ground, and dust flew up. He struggled to get up, but he felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart and he was in extreme pain. He couldn't exert any strength at all. A few drops of blood slowly seeped from the corners of his mouth, and he felt like he was going to fall down at any moment. Seeing how vulnerable Brother Lin and Old Mu were, the other teammates grew increasingly fearful, some even trembling in fear. If anyone else in Yunshuang City saw this, they would be horrified. They had never seen a genius from their own city so panicked. When Brother Lin and Lao Mu had almost completely lost their fighting ability, Su Shuxuan shifted his gaze away from them and turned to the remaining 8 people. When the 8 people felt Su Shuxuan's sharp gaze sweeping over them, their hearts skipped a beat and they were filled with an ominous premonition. There was still some disdain and contempt on Su Shuxuan's face, but when his eyes fell on these 8 people, he immediately put away all his expressions and stared at them with a cold and piercing gaze. Although the two men just now had limited abilities, they at least dared to attack.
Although their coordination was poor, they were able to maintain tactical coordination in a critical situation. If they hadn't faced Su Shuxuan, they probably wouldn't have suffered such a tragic defeat. And these 8 people, when the first 2 were defeated, could only cower and watch, which was no different from deserters. Because of this, Su Shuxuan became even angrier, and his face was extremely gloomy when he looked at them.
"Aren't you going to do it?"
His voice was cold and deep, without any emotion. Hearing this, the 8 people's hearts suddenly tightened.
They realized that if they didn't take action, the consequences would be disastrous.
But given their strength, the consequences of taking action are unlikely to be optimistic. Lin Yang and Mu Chunfeng are both top talents in Yunshuang City, but they were beaten into this state not long after they went up. If they rashly go forward, it will probably be even more difficult to resolve the situation. So, even after hearing Su Shuxuan's words, several people were still trembling in place, not daring to act rashly, and the fear in their eyes reached the extreme.
Su Shuxuan was extremely disappointed.
After sweeping his emotionless eyes over the 8 people, he completely gave up giving them any chance.
They still didn't realize the true significance of this training.
Su Shuxuan's eyes fixed, and he stretched out his hand and gently shook it in the direction of the 8 people.
The next moment, the 8 people's faces suddenly changed, their pupils suddenly dilated, and their bodies involuntarily moved closer to Su Shuxuan, as if attracted by some invisible force.
They struggled desperately, but were powerless to resist the pull, and gradually expressions of fear appeared on their faces. This inexplicable and irresistible force of despair weighed heavily on their hearts, and their faces turned pale as paper.
Su Shuxuan snorted coldly, clenched his fist, and a murderous aura instantly spread out.
It was as if an explosion had occurred among the 8 people, accompanied by a low crackling sound caused by air friction. As Su Shuxuan clenched his fists, the 8 people were blown away from different directions. The sound of figures falling to the ground continued, and the scene was almost completely submerged in the dust.
The 2 unlucky
guys were even hit hard and flew a long way, crashing into the broken wall. It was conceivable how powerful Su Shuxuan's attack was. At this moment, perhaps because of his vertical physique, a boy who hadn't been knocked too far fell to the ground and shouted with difficulty, You broke the rules. You used your superpowers.
Didn't we agree not to use superpowers?"
Su Shuxuan lowered his head to look at the man he was talking to, slowly walked to his side, squatted down, grabbed his hair, and asked, "Did I use my superpowers? Did you feel the fluctuations of my superpowers?" superpowers? This person was already breathing heavily and his breathing was unstable. After being pulled by Su Shuxuan, he was even more speechless and could only stare at her unwillingly. Su Shuxuan grabbed his hair and threw him to the ground. Although the ground was soft, mostly dirt and sand, the man still made a dull thud when he fell.
Does anyone think I used my supernatural powers? Does anyone sense supernatural power fluctuations around me?
Su Shuxuan stood up, spread his hands, and looked at the people in other cities with an innocent and somewhat helpless expression. The more than 100 spectators at the scene suddenly fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Although Su Shuxuan seemed to have used some kind of skill-like moves just now, no one really felt the fluctuation of supernatural powers. Perhaps it was a kind of internal skill that relied on physical strength and did not rely on supernatural powers. Even if she really used her supernatural powers, no one present would dare to point it out. Su Shuxuan looked back at the man on the ground, gave a mocking smile, turned around and kicked him to the side.
Yunchuang City, huh? Your performance wasn't very good. Go back and adjust yourself. Don't try to compete with me like such a loser again.
She walked to the front without even looking at the 10 people lying on the ground, as if she was talking to the air. The 10 people from Yunchuang City lay on the ground, their eyes filled with despair and unwillingness, because they had no idea how to counter Su Shuxuan. The two strongest geniuses in the city were instantly defeated by her with overwhelming force.
What could they do next?
After thinking for a long time, these people's thoughts returned to the beginning. They felt that these instructors were simply torturing them and did not look for problems in themselves at all. Although Lin Yang and Mu Chengfeng were seriously injured and dying, they kept recalling the battle with Su Shuxuan in their minds.
Lin Yang was quite calm. As a summoner, he was one level higher than the other 9 and had the highest attribute points. He was quite confident at the beginning.
Even though he was in such a mess now, he could actually accept it in his heart. Mu Chengfeng, however, felt much more uncomfortable. His strength, which he was so proud of, was so vulnerable in front of Su Shuxuan, like
a laughing stock.
Whether it was his previous attack or the tactics he had coordinated with brother Lin Yang, now seemed like a joke. He understood that as the two most powerful fighters in Yunchuang City, it was naturally difficult for him to accept that they ended up like this. As for the other 8 people being knocked away, Lin Yang and Mu Chengfeng couldn't see it at all, as they were almost unconscious and their eyelids were heavy. They only heard the series of screams just now, and guessed that the remaining people had also been beaten, and their hearts were heavy and uncomfortable.
If you can't stand up in 10 seconds, I'll kick you away. Su Shuxuan walked to the front, his deep voice still echoing throughout the training ground.
The person on the ground with a grim expression and groaning could only grit his teeth, stand up, and limp back to the back. Although his body was almost at its limit, if Su Shuxuan attacked him again, he would probably be completely ruined.
Which city are you coming to next? Qianfeng City, right? Come on.
Su Shuxuan crossed his arms in front of his chest, a sneer on his face, and glanced at the geniuses in those cities, his eyes full of pride. Almost all of the 160 people looked at her with fear and terror, and stood there trembling. Su Shuxuan seemed to like it very much and was immersed in this atmosphere, his eyes scanning these people wantonly. After the people from Qianfeng City walked out tremblingly, his eyes immediately locked on these 10 people. Compared to before, the people in Qianfeng City now had a little more trembling in their steps, their faces were paler and weaker. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were dull.
If they didn't know what was going on, they looked like they were on the way to being executed.
Although he does not have the confidence of the people in Yunchuang City, he has a bit more calmness that the people in Yunchuang City lack. Perhaps because they had witnessed the fate of the geniuses in Yunchuang City, the vigilance of these 10 geniuses had been raised to the extreme.
After the 10 people gathered, the leader Chinya said to everyone in a deep voice, "Just follow the plan. We definitely can't beat this guy, so we'll just have to use whatever we can. The 3 of us will go first, and the other 7 will just cover us. Even if we fail, we can't be as humiliated as Yunchuang City. Do you understand?" "Understood, Brother Chen."
The others nodded in response. Chenya's words seemed to inspire everyone, and the 9 people's responses became more sonorous and powerful, and their momentum slightly increased. Although their voices were very soft, they still caught Su Shuxuan's attention. I don't know if he heard their conversation clearly, but I saw a faint smile on his face. After hearing the response, Chenya nodded heavily and took a few steps forward with the other 2 burly men.
The remaining 7 people lined up in an orderly manner at the back.
Their positions seemed to be very particular and very neat. Su Shuxuan looked at the strict formation of the people in Qianfeng City, and his eyes lit up, as if he saw something that satisfied him. Just as Su Shuxuan was deep in thought, the 3 people in the front row of Qianfeng City suddenly broke out and rushed towards him. The burly man on the left suddenly pounced on Su Shuxuan, as if he was going to use the waist-holding technique in wrestling. The tall and strong boy on the right was extremely fast, rushing towards him like a gust of wind. Chenya in the middle was even more ferocious, which made Su Shuxuan slightly startled. The troops from other cities around them were also shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect that the people of the city looked so dejected at the beginning, but they were so fierce when the battle started. 3 strong gusts of wind rushed towards Su Shuxuan, but he seemed to have not yet fully reacted and his dodging action was a little slow, which gave people the illusion that he might really be defeated. Su Shuxuan quickly came back to his senses, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He suddenly exerted force with his heels, grinding several centimeters into the yellow earth, his sight locked on the fastest,
tallest, and strongest man.
As the man charged, Su Shuxuan gathered his strength and met his opponent's attack with a fierce punch.
With a low roar, the man was immediately knocked away.
At the same time as he was being knocked back, the strong man in a wrestling stance on the left had also rushed forward.